When the resource area in the game appears in the real world, humans ushered in the era of everyone running knives. You have crossed over to this world where resources are all obtained through searching, becoming a GTI trainee who has just turned 18. When others are still afraid of dropping equipment, you charge straight ahead with a knife, starting to frantically search for gold. When others are still on the brink of bankruptcy, your assets easily exceed 1 billion, and the large red and gold items at home are enough to open a museum. Just because you have a unique 10 by 10 grid safe, and can even use all GTI operator skills. When Hafak and Asura forces began to invade, human territories were taken over piece by piece, while the great powers were still figuring out how to kneel gracefully. Only the Dragon Kingdom stood tall. When the world saw the dragons with an average of 6 heads, 6 armors, and 6 levels of bullets as water splashed, everyone was shocked. In a not very large classroom, there is a young female teacher standing at the podium. Strangely, what she is currently talking about is neither Chinese language nor mathematics. In the last class, we talked about what ordinary people should do if they encounter Saeed in the Zero Dam, but the students below are indifferent and instead start discussing vigorously. Did you hear? The rich second generation in the next class just turned 18. His parents prepared him 5 sets of armor, and a fully equipped M4 worth 400,000. You mean Li Wenjia, right? It seems like he took a leave a few days ago to enter the restricted area to search for resources. I heard he made over 10,000 in profit in one day. We ordinary people shouldn't think about it. Let's wait until after graduation and then start taking action when we receive the official documents. At this moment, the surrounding discussion woke you up. You slowly opened your eyes and were startled by the scene in front of you, thinking to yourself, have I been reborn? But what the teacher was talking about and what the classmates were discussing, what are they all about? Just as you were puzzled, a series of memories instantly flooded into your mind. After organizing the information in your mind, you widened your eyes. It turns out you have crossed into a parallel world, where hundreds of years ago, a world called the Forbidden Zone began to merge with the real world. Countries around the world sent military forces into the Forbidden Zone to explore, only to find fully armed Hafak and Asura armies inside. In addition, people made a major discovery: the Forbidden Zone is rich in resources and will refresh regularly, and even if people die inside, they can be resurrected. Therefore, an organization called GTI, in which the entire population can participate, appeared. In the Dragon Kingdom, as long as you are 18 years old, you can register to become a member of GTI. Members can freely enter the restricted area, search for supplies, engage in battles, and complete evacuations. Some have taken out pure gold avatars worth millions, some have seized countless weapons, earning military merits continuously, and some have even found experimental data from another world, helping the country achieve technological advancement. Only those who have been to the danger zone know how dangerous it is inside. There are guerrilla forces everywhere, and even some entities with special abilities. In addition, one must also be wary of other people entering the restricted area. Therefore, even though everyone can enter the restricted area to search for supplies, very few can actually bring them out. According to the latest data, the evacuation rate of all GTI members worldwide is less than 0.1%, which means that for every 10,000 times an ordinary person enters the restricted area, they may not be able to come out once. Sorting through the information in your mind, you feel a myriad of emotions. Although you can come back to life after death, the pain of being injured in the Forbidden Zone is real. With an evacuation rate of less than 1 in 10,000, it's no wonder that ordinary people in this world would rather work as delivery drivers than take a chance in the Forbidden Zone. After all, the cost of taking a gamble is too high. This world has no safety net, and entering the Forbidden Zone without equipment is like walking into a death trap. But if you bet your entire fortune on buying a set of equipment to go in, you'll most likely end up losing everything. After all, the minimum cost for buying a gun is tens of thousands. And when you add in other equipment, bullets, and medical supplies, even if you buy all the cheapest equipment, a set will cost tens of thousands, close to 100,000 in expenses. For an average family, most people don't have the courage to risk 10,000 yuan for a chance to change their fate. The only chance for ordinary people to change their fate may be the new beginner's standard equipment voucher obtained after the college entrance examination. You silently think that in this world, the Dragon Kingdom still relies on the college entrance examination to select talents. As long as the fresh graduates participating in the college entrance examination will be guaranteed to receive 3 new beginner's standard equipment vouchers. If you are admitted to the best university Qingbei, you will directly receive 5 standard equipment vouchers. The equipment gap between standard equipment vouchers and new beginner's standard equipment vouchers is not insignificant. Has this all crossed over? Do I still need to study hard and take the college entrance examination obediently? Just as you finished complaining in your heart, the next second, A crisp system prompt sounded in your mind. The mouse action system has been activated. A beginner's gift package has been issued. Please open the system backpack to check. Upon hearing this voice, you were greatly shocked. Just as you were about to check the status of your backpack system, a reprimanding voice came from the podium. Why aren't you paying attention in class again? Don't you know your own score from the last monthly exam? It's one thing for other subjects, but you even failed the most important restricted zone supplies. At first sight of her, you remembered her name and identity, class teacher Yuyoya. Although she is only 22 years old and has just graduated from university, she was admitted to Haibei no 1 middle school because she had experienced 3 evacuations from the Forbidden Zone. Yuyoya was angry, and all the classmates in the class dared not speak again. Teacher Yu, rest assured, I won't let you down. You give a faint smile. The course continues, and you finally get to open the system backpack to check the new player rewards given by the system. Open the system backpack. Xiaoyun's mind moved with a thought, only to see that a semi-transparent panel that only he himself could see suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. It was a huge space, bigger than a level 10 warehouse in a game. At this moment, a red gift bag was lying quietly inside. With such a large system backpack, wouldn't it be invincible if it could be used as a safety box? Hint, the system backpack can only store props and items issued by the system. Okay, the plan Xiao Yun had just had was instantly declared bankrupt. Only, right after he opened the newbie pack, the system was giving him an even bigger reward. Ding! The newbie pack has been opened. Acquisition of family heirloom, military knife. Get props, 10 by 10 safety box, 1-day experience card. Obtained mission, successful evacuation from the Forbidden Zone once. A series of beeps sounded. Looking at the rewards in the novice gift pack, Xiao Yun immediately raised an eyebrow. A 10 by 10 safety box. That's not a 100 compartment safety box. Holy shit! Opening a 100 frame safety deposit box. Wouldn't that be invincible? You know, even in the game, the most you can get is a 3 by 3 or 9 compartment safety box. And the newbie pack opens up to more than 10 times as many safety chests as in the game. This is the real world. What a real world where supplies are all exchanged for real money. Even if you get a grid of safety boxes, you're almost invincible. Just running a knife for a day can make hundreds or even tens of millions of dollars in assets now. Opening 100 frame safety box, Xiao Yun was shocked, but he still maintained his sanity. As unbeatable as the 100-gallon safety box is, it's just a 1-day experience card. System, how do I get a permanent safety deposit box? Hint, it only requires the host to complete the tasks, and each task will earn you an experience card for the safety box. Except that the size of the safety box is completely randomized, with a minimum of 2 by 2 and a maximum of 100 by 100. At the same time, experience cards can also be obtained by reaching hidden achievements and conducting a lottery at the mall. 100 by 100. That's not a 10,000 compartment safe? This 10,000 compartment safety box must hold the whole of spaceflight, right? I am now, immediately going to GTI to register and start running knives for missions. Xiao Yun was excited inside. Not bad for a running knife emperor system. With this 1 day's 100 compartment safety box, he could move tens of millions of supplies out of the Forbidden Zone in a day if he said so. By the way, what is this heirloom? Knowing a portion of the system's functions, Xiao Yun nevertheless still developed less than 1% of the system. This heirloom, for example, is something that wasn't in the previous game? Hint, heirloom is special equipment. Can't be dropped. Can't be traded. Host can take it out of the system backpack and use it anytime, anywhere, and it can be upgraded. This saves even buying a knife. Xiao Yun was very satisfied inwardly. This system that he had activated was simply a king's bomb in this world of universal knife running. Universal evacuation rates below 1 in 10,000? Sorry, I open a 100 frame safety deposit box and make money without having to evacuate. The first class was over and it was only 8 a.m. Xiao Yun picked up his cell phone and quickly completed the registration of GTI. Next, simply go to the nearest local entrance to the Forbidden Zone and enter the world of the Forbidden Zone for free exploration. Alright, we'll leave class on time. Xiao Yun, you come with me to the office. Yu Yuya said, turning around and walking out of the classroom. Seeing this, Xiao Yun had no choice but to follow. After all, Yu Yuya was his homeroom teacher, and it just so happened that he had to find her to ask for a vacation when he went to the Forbidden Zone. When he arrived at the office, Yu Yuya was making coffee. Here, sit, Mr. Yu, I want to ask you for a leave of absence. Xiao Yun was not equal to Yuya's speech, and came up straight to the point. Taking a vacation? What are you going to do? Yu Yuya pushed up her glasses and asked with a suspicious face. Sick? I'm not going to approve that if it's not a legitimate reason. That's an absolutely legitimate reason. Xiaoyun explained with a faint smile. Teacher, I'm taking a leave of absence to go to the Forbidden Zone. What? Li Wenju is here? Upon hearing this, another teacher in the office stood up in excitement. Oh, I thought Levanti. It's okay then. Only, after seeing Xiaoyun's figure, he was disappointed and sat down. Xiaoyun, what do you want to go to the Forbidden Zone for? Yu Yuya looked puzzled. Your family bought you weapons and equipment? No. Xiaoyun shook his head. So you can't evacuate even if you enter the Forbidden Zone without anything? Xiaoyun did not know how to explain for a moment. After all, he couldn't tell others about his activation of the system and having a 100-compartment safety box. Only, he wouldn't have had the heart to go to school right now. He couldn't afford not to use that 100-compartment safety box experience card sitting there. Could he? If Yu Yuya didn't approve, he'd have to skip school. Don't worry, Mr. Yu, I'm sure. Xiaoyun could only say so. Oh, the joke's on me. Before Yu Yuya could say anything, one of the male teachers next to her voiced out a scoff. Chapter 3, Damn Zero. What a joke. What's the difference between you going into a restricted area with nothing and wasting your time? The evacuation rate for entering a restricted area without equipment and without weapons is almost zero. You think you're so lucky you can buy a lottery ticket and win the jackpot. In the office, a somewhat balding male teacher taunted. Xiaoyun took a look and recognized him. It's the homeroom teacher of class 2, Chen Ping, the one that the students discussed earlier. Li Wenjia was a student in their class. Only, Xiaoyun did not rush to refute his denial, because although he talks a bad game, he says the right things. Entering a restricted area without equipment is indeed no different than going in to die. Although he was able to come back to life, the injuries he sustained from being shot were real. Many young people have been in a restricted area once and don't want to go in a second time. Every time you go in there you either get shot, get a leg blown off, or maybe even eat a missile. To go in is to suffer and not to gain. No one would be happy to go. But here's the thing, Xiaoyun, who had activated the system, didn't even think about evacuating. Bound to the system and given a 100-compartment safety box, he was able to successfully evacuate with his supplies even if he died. Ugh. Just when Xiaoyun did not know what to explain, to his surprise, Yu Yuya sighed lightly. Then it was time to pull the leave slip out of the drawer and quickly sign it. Well, the next one won't be. As she said that, she even smiled and touched Xiaoyun's head. If you're lucky and do evacuate from inside, don't forget to report back to me. Okay, good. Xiaoyun didn't know this Yu Yuya. Why the attitude changed 360 degrees, and the other party's intimate actions immediately caused Xiaoyun's heart to beat a little faster. Even though he was a man who had lived through one life, his body was still 18 years old. Especially, the Yu Yuya in front of him was still such a top-notch beauty to his liking. A pair of long legs wrapped in black silk was currently placed straight in front of him. Underneath that gray wraparound skirt, it was even more of an absolute field. Who can stand up to this? Thank you, teacher. So after Xiaoyun got his leave slip, he hurriedly controlled himself and left the office. You actually granted him a vacation. After Xiaoyun left, Chen Ping, the homeroom teacher of the second class, also transformed the object of ridicule at once. You think any student can be as good as Li Wenjia in our class? The only one in our school who has the ability to evacuate from the Forbidden Zone right now, besides Lu Xueqing from Rocket class, is Li Wenjia from our class, right? Not every student has the ability to do that. Some students, even if their family has money, he just dares to maintain his current comfortable life. He doesn't have the guts to go in and take a shot. Okay. Yu Yuya frowned with some impatience. Even though that Li Wenjia from your class evacuated, isn't that still a loss of almost $400,000 to $500,000? This kind of rich kid getting paid to buy evacuation and do his resume and stuff is not uncommon again these days. The students don't know the situation. But you, a classroom teacher, still don't know. It's... Chen Ping was speechless. The situation is just as Yu Yuya said. Li Wenjia did take money to buy the evacuation. Not only did he build a body of multi-million-dollar equipment, but he also hired 2 top experts as bodyguards. Spending $500,000 on one evacuation is considered a normal price in today's society. Because in this world, whether you're going to college to get a job or a date, an evacuation experience with a restricted area is crushing over 99% of the competition. What the community values most is the ability to get supplies in the penalty box. Even if it was paid for, it was a way to prove his family's wealth. $500,000 at a time is really worth the price. And, Yu Yuya remembered Xiaoyun's state today, and her voice was suddenly so small that only she could hear it. I always felt as if he was confident. Walking out of the school gate, Xiaoyun casually stopped a cab. He had no idea at this point about the argument that had just taken place in the office. Master, go to the North Harbor in the northern part of the sea. North Harbor, north of the sea? The driver was a little puzzled. But, the North Port of Haibei has the largest wharf in Haibei City, which is not only an important place for commercial transportation, but also a well-known tourist attraction. And on top of that, it's the only location in the city of Haibei that has access to a restricted area. It'll be $60 to get to Northport. Okay, drive, Xiaoyun said without any nonsense. Wait. Just as the vehicle was about to start, a girl also wearing the uniform of Haibei No. 1 middle school rushed over. You going to Northport too? Why don't we carpool? Xiaoyun glanced at someone he didn't recognize. There are times when strangers are better than acquaintances, especially in school. Okay, 30 each. Aha! The girl started with a suitcase to the trunk and got into the car with big pockets of stuff. Xiaoyun helpfully took the items, but without seeing it, he saw a blackened gun barrel sticking inside the handbag. Oh, I was going to search the restricted area for supplies. The girl laughed. A sweet girl's appearance, carrying a pink bunny rabbit handbag, which carries a long gun. This was an image that Xiaoyun did not even dare to think about in his previous life. That's too much of a contrast. However, once he thought that this was an era of universal knife running, Xiaoyun instantly felt normal. My name is Lu Shueching. I don't know your name yet. Oh, my name is Xiaoyun. After arriving at North Harbor, Xiaoyun and Lu Shueching quickly separated. She guessed that Xiaoyun had also come over to participate in the Forbidden Zone and invited him to team up with her, but was rejected by Xiaoyun. After all, he didn't want the fact that he had a safety deposit box to be known by others. Besides, the other party was in a half-suit and had at least tens of thousands of dollars in assets. Xiaoyun, a knife runner, did not want to be held accountable for dragging his feet at the right time. The location of the exclusion zone is at Warehouse 9 in Northport. Simply entering the warehouse will automatically teleport the person into the Forbidden Zone. Xiaoyun quickly arrived here. While the harbor was bustling with activity, there were very few people on this side of Warehouse 9. Xiaoyun only saw a handful of people wearing equipment that seemed to be preparing for entering the Forbidden Zone. Before we go in, let's all check our gear again. Okay, Team Wang. No problem with the equipment. This operation is only for success, not failure. Everyone should understand that, right? Understood. Only to see that a 3-person squad with all 4 heads and 4 armor was ready to go. While Xiaoyun glanced at their equipment, he felt helpless. These 3, though, are equipped with 4 heads and 4 armor, but the guns in their hands were not even close to matching their defenses. One used a CAR-15 with just a scope, and 2 used semi-modified Uzis. The weapon is as good as if it had just been stripped from a man-machine. Only, Xiaoyun, however, also noticed, these 3 men had no intention of entering the restricted area. Even though they were fully loaded, it was as if they were waiting for something. Sure enough, in the next second, a wretched figure suddenly appeared at the entrance of Warehouse 9. He was seen in a trance, lying on the ground like a corpse. He waited a few seconds before slowly pivoting his body. Team Wang, the burst rate of this dam is normal. There's no need for us to go in, he reported to the lead man. Chapter 4, Heirloom Knife. Normal burst rate? Okay, I got it. The leader of the 3-man squad, the man known as Team Wang, nodded silently. He was seen to be about 40 years old, with a sharp haircut and a strong body, like the tough guy look in the movies. Looks like another 30-minute wait. Team Wang sat down in place and gave 1 cigarette to each person in the team, and then several people were silent. Seeing this scene, Xiaoyun also roughly analyzed the behavior of a few people. This is a team that looks to be a professional team in the Forbidden Zone of Touching Gold. The so-called professional teams make their living from the exclusion zone and rely on bringing out supplies from the zone to make money. These teams are both official and civilian. The official majority is made up of retired military personnel and each member has a special establishment, and the civilian ranks are a mixed bag of what to do. The team in front of us is clearly a civilian team, because apart from the leader, Captain Wang, the other 3 were both fat and thin, and just didn't look like they had many signs of training. It seems that this world's Forbidden Zone has a different burst rate for each hand, and the pop rates are still public. That's why they sent a guy in every hand to look at the pop rates. That, in turn, is better than the game, Xiaoyun thought silently inwardly. The team in front of them was clearly trying to wait until a handful of damn zeros with a high burst rate before organizing to enter the map. It's the only way to afford the money they start with for a piece of equipment. In gaming terms, this one would be a puba. The odds are that there won't be a fully loaded team, and it's rare to see even a half-loaded team. The only major dangers in the map, then, are the human machines that refresh every hand? Xiaoyun analyzed with his previous life's gaming experience. At the same time, it was also preparing to enter this forbidden world to find out what was going on. Based on what appears to be in front of us, once you enter Warehouse 9, you can instantly enter the forbidden world. and after death or evacuation, they will likewise be resurrected at the door. Ignoring a few people, Xiao Yun inserted his hands into his pockets and slowly walked into warehouse number 9. Entering Dam 0. Just after walking into warehouse number 9, Xiao Yun's vision gradually blurred. Opening his eyes again, the familiar scene of Dam 0 appeared before him, only this time it's no longer through a display. It's immersive. Not far above his head the dam opened its gates and huge columns of water gushed out like waterfalls. A loud clattering sound could be heard from a distance of 1,000 meters, and at the same time, a mechanical voice, different from the system's, sounded in his head. You have entered Dam 0. Current location, Dam 0 west of the cement plant. This burst, average. Time to end this game, 24 minutes, 21 seconds. Hint, please complete the evacuation before time runs out. The mechanical voice, obviously came from the Forbidden World, and seeing his birth point, Xiao Yun was instantly a bit surprised. Not the same as the regular birth points in the game. The place where he himself took this birth was located directly to the left of the cement factory, on the road that bordered the Asala camp. If it's a game, there will be no player refreshes in the opening here, and once the game starts, there will be no players joining in the middle of the game. But things are decidedly different now. It seems that there are still many unknown details about this forbidden world. Xiao Yun thought silently inwardly. The low evacuation rate of people in this world is not the result of one aspect, but a combination of many. Thus, Xiao Yun also did not hesitate. Straight away, I opened the system repository and enabled the 10 by 10 safe box experience card. Ding! Props used successfully. 10 by 10 security box access has been granted, for 1 day. As the system beep sounded, in Xiao Yun's hand, a black suitcase suddenly appeared. The exterior is just like the suitcases you can search for in the game, except the exterior is painted black. And while getting it, Xiao Yun was instantly informed of the method of use. Simply tuck the item into the suitcase and it will fit in the safety box. The system will automatically organize the props in the safety box, so you don't need to worry about the lack of space due to placement errors. Oh yeah, and military pocket knives. Xiao Yun moved with a thought. A small, unassuming knife appeared in his hand. Along with it, there is a panel of attributes about it. Military pocket knife. Type, heirloom. Level, 1. Damage, 12. Movement speed bonus, 0%. Attack speed, fast. Attack distance, very short. Special skills, none. Upgrade requires, rusty pirate copper coin X1. This heirloom knife. The damage is even lower than a normal dagger in the game. Xiao Yun was somewhat helpless within. The machine in the game started out at 80 drops of blood, and was nerfed to roughly 60 drops or so in the most recent update. If you try to knife a human machine yourself with this heirloom knife, you'll have to get in close for 5 cuts before you die. Even a headshot would require 3 full cuts. But the good thing is that this heirloom doesn't cost any money and doesn't drop. And just by upgrading, you can permanently grow your attributes. When it grows permanently, it's a true heirloom in the truest sense of the word. Might as well chart a course for this one. With that, Xiao Yun's brain instantly simulated a map of Dam 0. This ground was all too familiar to him. Familiarize yourself to the point where you remember exactly where any refresh point is located. Whether it's manned, supplies, small or large exemptions, as long as the material points in this world did not change, Xiao Yun would be able to search all the way through all the materials. The premise is that he can avoid detection from all aircraft as well as players. It's a chance to evacuate without taking a bullet. And at this point, based on his birth point location, Xiao Yun also instantly modeled the best route. The safest and most efficient route all the way up to the evacuation point is to touch the bird's eggs all the way there. Normally, if this were a game, I'd choose to go all the way over there by pulling out bird eggs. But, what am I afraid of now that I have a 100 gauge safety deposit box? One moment. The original route in his mind turned to ashes in an instant. What followed was the refreshing location of the cement factory's big insurance and computer. They were like chess pieces, and one by one, they fell on the map in Xiao Yun's mind, followed by other points of supplies and manned refreshes. In just a few seconds, Xiao Yun once again simulated a route that could theoretically avoid all the machines and touch the cement factory supplies all the way through. Although there was no map in the game, Xiao Yun had done it all in his head. Back to the immediate future. Right now, it was only a short distance to the west gate of the cement factory where he could enter. Normally, the dormitory building area is not refreshed with human machines. Xiao Yun inwardly calculated silently. Search the dormitory building. Then enter under the crack in the wall and search the airbox on the first floor of the warehouse to the south. If you're careful, you shouldn't be caught by any human machine. Think about it. Xiao Yun also stopped hesitating and directly ran towards the dormitory building area. In the meantime, it was not far behind Xiao Yun. Lu Xueqing was wearing a set of 3 armor and 3 heads, and in her hand, she was holding a Uzi with only a single price added to it. carefully groping her way here. Could it be Mr. Xiao Yun? Chapter 5. The burst rate is too low. Could it be Mr. Xiao Yun? 5'8" or so, with short, sharp hair, wearing a clean school uniform. Seeing the figure not far away, Lu Xueqing recognized the other party at once. Why doesn't he have any equipment? Should we go over and say hello? Lu Xueqing had entered the restricted area a few minutes earlier than Xiao Yun. This one has the unfortunate distinction of having her birth point in the middle of a substation off to the east of the entire map. Although this is a high resource area at Dam 0, it is very dangerous in it. Not only are there countless Asura soldiers, but there are a number of up-and-coming outfitters who like to come here to scavenge for supplies. And Lu Xueqing was also bold. Listen to the footsteps around you. Hardly had the escape been accomplished without being noticed by anyone. This kind of thing is difficult for a normal person to do. All it took was one careless step and a heavier footstep to be noticed by the surrounding Asura soldiers. All the surrounding soldiers would then receive the message and approach this way. When the time comes, if we are surrounded by Asura forces, even if Lu Xueqing had a level 3 head armor, but with only an unmodified Uzi submachine gun in hand, it was obviously difficult to resist. However, something so difficult and as unbelievable as it sounds, Lu Xueqing just did it. Subsequently, she then fought her way through the field, taking care all the way to her current position. After arriving here, Lu Xueqing had just planned to head to the evacuation point when she spotted Xiao Yun's figure. I think he just came in? And don't carry any equipment on you. It's dangerous. Why don't we share some of his supplies and tell him to evacuate with me? Lu Xueqing thought so. She had searched for a lot of supplies this time, even though she was playing the field. Most of these supplies were mainly of white quality, and one piece was worth 2,000 or 3,000. There are a few green supplies scattered about, worth 5,000 or 6,000. These things are cobbled together. The stuff she had packed in her backpack had added up to over $30,000 worth. Ugh, how do I get him to notice me? Lu Xueqing agonized. She didn't dare make a sound for fear of alerting the surrounding Asura soldiers. He just wanted to slowly approach towards Xiao Yun's side and try to see if he could walk to his side position. But it is not expected. In the next second, Xiao Yun directly began to run towards the cement factory's location. Oops. This newbie. He must not know that there are a lot of soldiers stationed inside. Going in like that, he's sure to be shot into a hornet's nest. What to do? Lu Xueqing's first thought was whether or not to save him. But with the equipment he had on him, it felt like, it's a gift to go. By the way, it looks like he's headed for the dormitory area's location. Lu Xueqing hurried to the southwest corner of the cement factory. There is a shelf here that is able to go over into the dormitory area. Lu Xueqing carefully climbed up, and then lay down on her back in a relatively safe position on the shelf. If Xiao Yun came here, he would definitely be able to hear me. Lu Xueqing thought silently inwardly. That's reassuring. Wait. There's another blue storage bag here? What an unexpected find. Lu Xueqing was instantly a little surprised inside. I didn't realize that my actions had led to the discovery of a blue travel bag on a shelf directly below the cement plant. Finding one more spot of supplies means one more chance to search for it when he or she hits the field later on. Even if you pop some white and green supplies, that's still blood money. Think about it. Lu Xueqing hurriedly opened her storage bag and started searching. However, what she didn't expect, just as he searched his own storage bag, Xiao Yun had already searched and emptied the entire dormitory area like a windstorm, running toward the airbox under the Rocketeer. Why is this burst rate so low? After searching the dormitory area, Xiao Yun came to the gaping part of the wall, grumbled as he walked away in a crouch, searched an entire dormitory area and the tables were full of white supplies, nails, ram's horn hammer, screwdriver, there's not even a green one, and the puba isn't that low. These are things that honestly don't even want to be in your pocket. Say so. But in reality, Xiao Yun still honestly put all the items he had searched into the suitcase. After all, this isn't a game, it's the real world. White items, too, can be sold for quite a bit of money. Just the pile of white items alone that had just been searched for added up to a value of over $20,000. What's more, Xiao Yun had a 100-compartment safety box. Couldn't a cement factory supply still fill up his safety deposit box? This is a real pain in the ass to run a knife without dryad skills. Xiao Yun also discovered this big problem after entering the Forbidden Zone. If it's a game, each cadre member has their own skills. The bee doctor has medical needles and smoke to help regain blood and block over points. Veron has jets and bombs that can speed up and clear minions. Speedclaw is even stronger, with darts and detection, and is able to take care of most of the dangers on the path of the running blade. And to this world, everyone who enters the Forbidden Zone is an ordinary person, not as skilled as the special skills of the Dryads, or even as physically fit as they are. Xiao Yun felt a bit out of breath just from searching the dormitory area. No wonder this world, people's evacuation rate would be so low. There's no wyvern here. No red wolf. Ouch. By the time Xiaoyun ran to the Rocketeer's floor, his own stamina was almost depleted. After entering the room, he too was holding onto the doorway, breathing heavily. Hint, Dryad skills can be purchased in the mall. In addition to this, there is a lottery function that will give you a chance to get special props from other worlds. The system has this kind of function? Xiaoyun opened the system mall. In a flash, the skills of the different cadres come into view, and these skills are very cheap. For only 50,000, you can make the purchase. Cheap. Cheap as hell. This isn't the game's half money. It's real money. $50,000 for a skill. Penguins look at the tears off. Xiaoyun silently spat inside, but spiteful as he was still very satisfied with the mall function. After all, no one else can buy it if they want to, and himself. Through the various functions of the system, it can be upgraded indefinitely and become stronger indefinitely. Worthy of the running knife emperor system. Xiaoyun inwardly nodded. In this world where all people ran knives, one could really become an emperor by running knives. But that's not even the point right now. The point is that the airbox is just around the corner. This is a rare material spot in the game. There are only 6 of them in the entire damn zero, and the explosion rate is second only to the size of the insurance. However, given this and its low burst rate, Xiaoyun did not expect much. Just ask for more than 10,000 supplies to explode inside, and your own life will be earned even if you die in this blood. Come on, let's see what's in there. Time to end this game. 20 minutes. 41 seconds. A few minutes passed. Xiaoyun's figure slowly climbed out of the airbox. Only at this moment, his brow was furrowed and the corners of his mouth twitched. In his hands, he held 2 power supplies coated in motor oil. Material, power supply. Rarity, green. Price, 5,992. What happened to the promised high airbox popping rate? Chapter 6 is simply not stuffed. What happened to the promised high airbox popping rate? After all that, just 2 green power supplies? Dog planner, did you secretly change the explosion rate again? Xiaoyun randomly began a meal of greetings to the planner. Only, this is the real world. There's no planning, let alone darkening of the burst rate. The fact that an airbox can't even open a blue item can only mean 2 things. One is that the burst rate of this forbidden world is really low, and then there is the one that is simply black in the face. However, Xiaoyun would never admit it. How can it be that you have a black face? It must be the world. No wonder this world has such a low evacuation rate and brings out so few supplies on average. This explosion rate is really black, Xiaoyun said to himself. At this moment, he was completely unafraid of the sound attracting the soldiers around him. I'd rather be shot by a skirmisher coming over and hurrying to the next hand. Such a black burst rate. Even if you open the big safe, you'll still come out with 2 bullhorns at best. No, not even the bullhorn is necessarily out. Give a dancing girl and be honest. This real world is a real pain in the ass to search for things. Xiaoyun sighed. In this forbidden world, the supplies in the containers need to be opened and rummaged through by your own hands, except for those refreshed directly on the table. It's not like the game where you tap and start spinning in circles. Instead, look for those few worthwhile supplies amongst the piles of junk. Take for example the airbox Xiaoyun had just opened. When I opened it, it was full of garbage bags and plastic shells. There were even crumbs of broken glass that almost cut Xiaoyun's tender hands. After a hard search inside, I eventually found only 2 green power supplies, one worth $6,000. This makes him a real garbage collector. However, on second thought, Xiaoyun thought of another possibility. By the way, is it possible? It's not that nothing came out of the airbox, but I missed it in my search? It's a manual search, after all, and there's a real chance it could be missed. Think about it. Xiaoyun once again drilled into the airbox and began to clean out all the trash. Material, keyboard. Rarity, green. Price, 3,059. Material, mouse. Rarity, white. Price, 592. Looking at the crouching dragon phoenix in his hand, Xiaoyun fell into deep contemplation. Good news, one does search and miss. Bad news, the leaks were 2 worthless ones. A green keyboard and a white mouse that together aren't worth as much as the power supply. Another power supply and a mouse and keyboard. This is asking me to put together a whole computer? Xiaoyun was helpless inside, but he could only accept the reality. It was a good thing that Xiaoyun had a 100-compartment safety box. I don't know how I would have gotten out of here with this big pocket of stuff otherwise. Xiaoyun put the mouse and keyboard into the suitcase. That keyboard is extremely noisy and crackling. Did you hear that? Just then, from a location not far outside the house came the sound of an Asura soldier. There's a sound. Determine the location first. In the cement factory. The 2 Asura soldiers were alerted when they heard the commotion coming from the warehouse to the south. The two men raised their weapons in their hands and pre-sighted as they carefully approached towards the southern silo of the cement factory. There seems to be more and more intruders lately. The more that come, the better, and they can't take anything with them anyway. Ha! Indeed, not many can fight, those with gear notwithstanding. There weren't many good ones, and there were even some who were naked. Ha! Going into battle in a naked suit. That would be stupid. Two Asura soldiers whispered. The invaders they were talking about were none other than the players who came from the Blue Star, just like Xiao Yun. And at the moment, Xiao Yun, who was located in the middle of the south warehouse of the cement factory. Naturally, he heard the footsteps of the two approaching, and their conversation. Why do you feel like you're somehow being mocked? Xiao Yun thought silently inwardly. The signs so far seem to be, this forbidden world is not just a game world, but another real world. Xiao Yun remembered some theories about parallel universes that he had once read in his previous life. The virtual worlds that people shape through anime, movies, novels, etc. could all be real in another world. It's like a game from a previous life that is now a reality. However, now is not the time to think about that. Two wary Asura soldiers were leaning towards their position. If you stay put, you'll only die. The question now is whether to find a way to evade pursuit and continue the search, or just die the next handful? Xiao Yun's brows furrowed as he pondered on a countermeasure. If it's a normal knife run, the safety box is stuffed and you can choose your next hand. But the problem was that Xiao Yun hadn't even searched for a single blue item right now. And the safety box has a huge 100 compartments. It's not even stuffed. But, even though the safety deposit box only contained green and white supplies, the total value was $30,000. The search for the $30,000 in supplies took just under 10 minutes. It's been a good return for the knife runner boy. After all, this is a world connected to reality, not a game. Only, looking at a backpack of green and white, Xiao Yun was still a bit reluctant, still trying to touch the big safe. He looked at the airbox and a perfect plan came to his mind. Is there no one here? No, the airbox was searched. Damn rats. He probably ran away. Come on, let's go over to the south gate and check it out. Two Asala soldiers arrived at the southern warehouse, yet after circling around, there was no one to be found. The two men were instantly more alert and rushed towards the location of the cement factory's south gate. Gone? Wait until the footsteps are far away. In the airbox, Xiao Yun slowly poked out a head and vigilantly observed his surroundings. The door to the room was opened by two man machines, and at the moment, Xiao Yun's physical strength was also almost recovered. So he burrowed out of the airbox and felt his way cautiously toward the stairs going up to the second floor of the cement factory. Gotta see for myself if there's a big safe. Xiao Yun wasn't sure that there was a large safe deposit box on the second floor. This is because in this map, the location of the insurance is different for each game size. As for the big safe refresh points in the cement factory, one is right in the center of the second floor, and the other is on the first floor of the north warehouse. At this moment, Xiao Yun had to do more than just put up a fight to touch the large safe. There's also figuring out the refreshing mechanism of the world's big safe, and the opening mechanism. If it's anything like the game, then Xiao Yun would have the certainty of touching the handle to the big safe. Charge! Xiao Yun rushed straight to the second floor. The commotion emanating from climbing the stairs naturally startled the surrounding Asura soldiers. Something's up. Trouble is coming. The soldiers patrolling downstairs locked onto Xiao Yun's position in an instant. Only by the time they had raised their guns to aim, Xiao Yun had already ascended to the second floor. When you come to the center, the big safe is right in front of you. Chapter 7: Stealing Great Insurance. So much luck? Is there a possibility that all the points in this forbidden world will refresh the big safes and computers? Whatever. Eat first. A possibility surfaced in Xiao Yun's mind. Since this world doesn't have a map, there's no possibility. All the spots where the big safe refreshes. And the big safe refreshes every hand? In that case, the map, has 10 large safes in one hand. Think about it. After Xiao Yun opened this large safe, there was still a need to take a look at another refresh point. Please enter the password. When Xiao Yun tried to open it, the familiar panel appeared in front of him. The numbers and letters scrolled one by one, while Xiao Yun only needed to press a button to confirm. Great! The same way it opens in the game. Xiao Yun was inwardly surprised, but soon he realized. The way to open the big safe is the same and not quite the same as in the game. Although the technique is the same, the insurance here is not clearly marked. It won't tell you which number is correct and where to stop. Holy shit! Forgot what the safe combination is. Xiao Yun was instantly somewhat chagrined. I should have memorized it. Who in their right mind can remember this stuff though? Normal players? Xiao Yun was somewhat broken inside. At the same time, he was remembering something about this world. That is, in this world of universal knife running, It seems like no one has ever opened the big safe, because no one in this world knows the combination to the big safe. And it's not just the big safe that's like that, but the computer passwords as well. In this world, due to how little is known about the forbidden world, people don't even realize that the computer is a high explosive material spot. No wonder this world is nationally famous when someone brings out data from an experiment. Xiao Yun remembered a famous person, just because of the successful evacuation from the restricted area, bringing out experimental data. Directly, the Dragon Kingdom developed a new type of war weapon and jumped to become the strongest country in the world in terms of armaments. At the same time, the man was completely on fire. Not only did he become a senior member of GTI, but he also had an official award of military honors. Xiao Yun was instantly a bit hard to imagine. Since people in this world don't even know that computers are high material points, that means that person's experimental data is hardwired to be touched from somewhere else. What a low probability that would have to be. Hey, this way. Just as Xiao Yun was sighing, a gruff, male voice, but from the other side, at the bottom of the stairs. It was followed by a series of slow and heavy footsteps. What are you waiting for? Come here. Upon hearing this voice, Xiao Yun immediately frowned, though it sounds like it's trying to get past itself in general. But Xiao Yun, who was familiar with the game, knew that this was not a friendly force. Instead, its shield, his voice, was calling to the surrounding Asura soldiers. Asura shield soldier, the hardest enemy for a running knife boy to kill, for holding up a shield that is immune to all frontal damage, so you can only shoot the pedicure, or strike through the small slits in the glass on the shield. Only, he was also the least threatening foe to the running knife boy. Not only does it move very slowly, the weapon is still the cheapest pistol available. Even if you took 2 shots from him, you would only lose a dozen drops of blood. It's safe to say, this wave of Xiao Yun's going up to the second floor was simply the right time and place. At the rate shield was moving, it would take at least a minute to get there. As long as he remembers the combination to the big safe, he can have the big safe all to himself. Only such a good opportunity, but Xiao Yun was unable to grasp it. I just remember. Something up coming up. Brain, what are you doing? Get your head out of your ass. Hint, the combination to the big safe is 60 FUP. Just as Xiao Yun was racking his brain, the system's beep, too, sounded silently. Xiao Yun froze and hurriedly decoded the large safe. Drip, 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 drip barely. The large safe opened instantly. System, streaming beer. Current location, Dam 0, south of the cement plant. This burst, average. Supplies refresh time, 15 minutes, 11 seconds. Southwest corner of the cement plant. Lu Xueqing quietly lay on her back, observing the movements inside. It's been so long, why hasn't Xiao Yun seen anyone? Couldn't have met a patrolling soldier on the way? Could you? Just as Lu Xueqing was puzzled, a rush of footsteps, however, came from the south gate on the right. It's Xiao Yun? He managed to get out of the cement factory safely? Lu Xueqing's eyes lit up as she looked towards the south gate. It was thought that Xiao Yun had managed to escape, but I didn't expect it. Walking out, however, were 2 Asura soldiers. 2 soldiers were holding up their Uzis in their hands, their blackened muzzles aimed at themselves. No, it won't. I obviously didn't make any noise. How did they know I was here? Saw 2 Asura soldiers appear. Lu Xueqing instantly trembled in fear and hurriedly grabbed the Uzi in her hand. Hey, there she is. Damn thief. Die. Lu Xueqing originally thought that her position was hidden. Unexpectedly, however, the 2 soldiers immediately sensed her presence. As soon as he saw Lu Xueqing, he went crazy shooting and firing. Whoa 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 whoa. Lu Xueqing was so frightened that she hurriedly shot back. There was no point in aiming, just a haphazard wave of the Uzi submachine gun in his hand. It looks like it's just a messy hit. However, soon, the 2 Asura soldiers were not moving. Fine, fine. Lu Xueqing took a long breath, probably due to the distance of the other side. It was surprising that not a single bullet had hit her. Only, same Uzi used and same out of range. The 2 Asura soldiers couldn't hit Lu Xueqing with their Uzis. How did Lu Xueqing give them seconds with 2 headshots? Also, it looks like she fired the gun blindly. She clearly didn't have a bit of precise, a bit of aim. I can see that. It wasn't strength that Lu Xueqing relied on to get all the way here. Only, although she had killed 2 Asura soldiers, Lu Xueqing didn't dare to stay in the same place for much longer, because when the gun went off, all the soldiers in the cement factory knew where he was. There's movement. You're done. Get her. Sure enough, just after Lu Xueqing had gotten down on the shelf, the voices of several soldiers came from the distance. Lu Xueqing could only give up licking the bag and hurriedly ran in the direction of the evacuation point. Xiao Yun, I really can't save you this time. Saying that, Lu Xueqing panicked and hugged Uzi, running all the way. Gunshots? Just after opening the large safe, Xiao Yun heard a sound coming from the southwest corner of the cement factory. Someone from the cement factory? Gotta search faster than that. Due to the experience of the game in his previous life, when he heard the gun going off outside, Xiao Yun's first reaction was that someone was coming. As soon as he pulled open the door of the big safe, however, it was seen to be empty inside. It's Chapter 8, Gold in the First Hand. Xiao Yun froze for a moment. An air opened in the big insurance? Luck couldn't be worse. No, not air. Xiao Yun fixed his eyes and saw two small things reflecting bright light. It's just hard to notice if you don't look closely because it's backlit. Material, copper coins. Rarity, green. Price, 2,326. Material, silver coins. Rarity, blue. Price, 8,440. That's it? A big safe like that. And this turns out to be all that's in it? Seeing the supplies inside, Xiao Yun instantly broke down a bit. This burst rate. It's too stifling. It's even lower than the game's planned and secretly altered burst rate. But okay. The supplies of this world are able to be sold for real currency. Those 2 coins add up to a small $10,000 value, which is still a good profit overall. Xiao Yun put the 2 coins away in his suitcase. The total value of the safety box, 2, came to, do it all. Xiao Yun found a hidden position and listened carefully to the footsteps around him. It was very quiet around them, and the silence was a little eerie. Even Shield's slow steps were moving away towards himself. Is it because of the gunfire outside that the man machines have gone over? Realizing this, Xiao Yun's heart rejoiced. This meant that one had the opportunity to search for more supplies. The second floor of the cement factory at this time. There's also an airline case, and 2 weapons cases. Air crates have a pop rate second only to the size of insurance, while weapon crates have a chance to open tens of thousands of dollars worth of weapons. Only, for these 2 material points, Xiao Yun however, directly chose to skim over them. Turning to the north staircase, he rushed to the north warehouse on the first floor, and he did so with his own considerations. First, weapons out of the weapon box are worth a lot of money though. Even if you open the worst Uzi, AK-74U or whatever, it's still worth around 10k. However, weapons and accessories that are searched for are not allowed to be placed in the safety box. Even if Xiao Yun had a 100-compartment safety box, he would not be able to put it in. And airboxes take too long to search up. Xiao Yun had just searched for an airbox, and it took more than 5 minutes. However, the supplies that popped out of it, 3 green and 1 white. There's no point in wasting time. So, it was only when Xiao Yun chose to take advantage of the lack of soldiers around him that he ran all the way to the north warehouse of the cement factory. To his surprise, the great insurance here was equally refreshed. The refresh mechanism of this world is really different from the game. See this scene. Xiao Yun instantly confirmed the conjecture in his heart as well. The high resource material points in this forbidden world are all fixedly refreshed. Unlike the game, it's 4 random high supply points that refresh and nowhere else. That is to say, a normal Dam Zero would only have 2 computers and 2 large safeties in one hand. And a handful of Dam Zero in the forbidden world has a full 10 computers and 10 big safeties. Drip, 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 drip barely. While thinking in his mind, Xiao Yun's hand movements did not stop. Turning on the last big safety of the cement plant, a golden light was faintly seen flashing. Does it say? Xiao Yun was suddenly excited inside. Material, gold coins. Rarity, gold. Price, 58,231. He had never felt that popping a gold coin was actually this good. The time that followed. Taking advantage of the fact that there were not many people in the cement factory, Xiao Yun drove all 3 cement trucks inside. And the burst rate of supplies was as he thought it would be. It was ridiculously low. 3 cement trucks drove down. The dropped supplies are all green and white, not even a hint of blue to be seen. And all of these supplies were still pulled out one by Xiao Yun from the thin cement that had been mixed. It's not easy being in this business. Xiao Yun sighed inwardly. At this moment, he had only finished searching half of the cement factory, yet he was already feeling physically and mentally exhausted. Tired. Very tired. This tiredness is not just physical. Physically exhausted tiredness. It's more mental torture. In a world where danger is everywhere, he had to keep an eye on his surroundings at all times. Even if he was running a knife to touch a supply, at the slightest whiff of wind, you have to concentrate on analyzing and judging. For the first time, Xiao Yun felt this feeling of brain power depletion. Even if he tried to think of something, his mind was obviously slow to think. Trying to evacuate from this world of millions is indeed not simple. Xiao Yun thought silently inwardly. At this point it was hard for him to imagine how Yu Yuya's 3 million withdrawals were fought. Not to mention, she was still just a young girl in her early 20s, and didn't look like she'd been through any special training. The only thing I can think of is that Yu Yuya has the advantage of long legs. Is it because of the long legs that you run fast? Never mind. That's it for this one. Xiao Yun sighed. The safe deposit box is full of green and white supplies and only one gold coin though. But the total value, too, is more than $100,000. Put in a game. That gain may be minimal, but in the real world, that's a lot of money. With normal consumption, Xiao Yun would not be able to spend it all in a year. Think about it. Xiao Yun also decided to just end the round. When you come back to reality, take a look at the body first. If you're tired, you'll just have to take a short break before entering the forbidden world. Hey, where are you looking? Xiao Yun came to the east side of the cement factory. A familiar figure was standing on the second floor of the south warehouse. A Sala rocket soldier. Come on, give me a shot. Boo! As soon as Xiao Yun's words fell, a rocket shot out at speed. Hint, you have lost all supplies outside the safety box. Being reborn. When the image appeared before his eyes again, Xiao Yun had returned to the real world. Xiao Yun checked his physical condition. The clothes on his body were intact. Only the physical fatigue had not returned. And because of the way he died, he was blown apart by a rocket. So before dying, he only felt a brief sharp pain and soon lost consciousness. It was a resurrection that didn't suffer much. This trip in is too tiring. Feel the exhaustion throughout your body. Xiao Yun felt that he had to rest for at least some time before he could enter the forbidden zone again. Otherwise, if it's in bad shape, running knives can't touch the supplies, not to mention that your body will be exhausted. And in the meantime, he was just about to familiarize himself with this world's trading system. Among the impressions, the official trading point set up by GTI is right next door at Warehouse 8. It's not just a place to trade supplies. It is also a venue for players in the Forbidden Zone to communicate, for recruiting teammates and finding teams. However, currently, Xiao Yun had no intention of forming a team. Shit, this one didn't pull out again. Those soldiers are so good too. Each one of them is like an open lock. Just as Xiao Yun had just walked to the entrance of warehouse number 9, only two people who just happened to have failed to evacuate appeared in front of him. The two kept rubbing their heads with painful expressions. It was obvious that both of them must have been double-bombed by machine. For passers-by, Xiao Yun originally did not want to take care of them. However, upon seeing the appearance of one of them, he frowned. Zhang Wu? Who called me? Zhang Yu slowly looked up. At the first sight of Xiao Yun, he also frowned. Instantly coming closer and staring carefully at Xiao Yun for 2 seconds, his expression instantly changed to one of joy. You're Xiao Yun? No way. Why have you changed so much now? Chapter 9, Super Brain. Yes? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun was stunned. In his own mind, the other side hadn't changed much. Skinny, like you've been starving for 3 days without eating. Yeah, you've changed so much, growing so tall. And how did you become so handsome? Zhang Yu was also overjoyed when he saw Xiao Yun. The little fat man who came out with him next to him, on the other hand, had a puzzled look on his face. You? Who is this? Xiao Yun. I'm a hairy kid. Before, when I was in elementary school, we went to the back of the school every day to play Ultraman cards. Oh, Ultraman decks. I love playing them too. Seeing Zhang Yu's appearance, a smile inadvertently appeared on Xiao Yun's face as memories churned in his brain. In Xiao Yun's memory, the other person doesn't seem to have finished middle school because of his family. It was only that although he did not have a talent for learning, Zhang Yu's talent for gaming was very strong. In elementary school, he was able to make a living by playing substitute trainer and taking orders. The last time Xiao Yun saw him was at the Starry Internet Cafe in front of the elementary school. With his super high gaming talent, this guy was actually appreciated by the female owner of Starry Internet Cafe as a webmaster. Xiao Yun, who was still in school at the time, was full of envy for his life. Play a game every day and get a paycheck. What in heaven's name is such a good job? Therefore, Xiao Yun was also a bit puzzled as to how this fellow came to be here. Zhang Yu, what are you doing in the Forbidden Zone? Xiao Yun asked suspiciously. What else is there to do? Make money, of course. Zhang Yu laughed. I was going to ask what you were doing here. Shouldn't you still be in class at this hour? Xiao Yun lowered his head, looked at the school uniform he was wearing, and smiled helplessly. I should have known to change my clothes before I came. Just like you. Here to make money. Xiao Yun said indifferently. Except I have a question. Do you guys really make any money? That's for sure. Zhang Yu held his head up, looking a little proud. You can't beat the money you make in this Forbidden Zone with a normal job. The last time I successfully evacuated, do you know how much it was worth just to bring out a straight edge? 2005. The whole 2005. Zhang Yu's left hand was more than 2 and his right hand was more than 5, and his tone was very excited. It's incredible, isn't it? A straight edge for 2,500. I don't know why the stuff in the Forbidden Zone is so valuable. Anyway, he's just so valuable. You know, when I was a webmaster, My base salary was only 2,500 a month. That's a short half hour's worth of earnings that will top my month's paycheck. Xiao Yun, do you know what this feels like? It's like life has turned on. Hearing this, Xiao Yun also nodded his head silently. For the average person, the payoff for the Forbidden Zone is indeed terribly high. You know that even a single white item in there is worth thousands just because it can be exchanged for various armaments at the GTI official. Not to mention Big Gold and Big Red. That would be a real overnight success if brought out. So, Xiao Yun could completely understand Zhang Yu's thoughts. Only, Xiao Yun was surprised that they were actually able to evacuate from the Forbidden Zone? That's a less than 1 in 10,000 chance for the average person. How did you do that? Xiao Yun was puzzled. Evacuation, you say? That's certainly by. Zhang Yu raised a finger and knocked his head. Brain. Super brain. Am I pronouncing it right? Correct. Anyway, this forbidden world and the game have a super lot in common. And my super brain happens to be good at handling it all. Brother you, let's not talk so much. It's better to grab the map again. The little fat man next to him urged. Get the fuck out of here. Can't you see I'm having a good time talking to my hairy friend? Zhang Yu said and directly kicked him a big foot. Fatty rubbed his buttocks in aggravation. Seeing this, Xiao Yun also stopped chatting. After all, his own 100-compartment safety box had a time limit, and he was anxious to hurry up and finish handling the supplies before entering the map again. Alright, let's talk again sometime. I also plan to go into this forbidden world to see the situation. Aren't you coming with us? Zhang Yu was very surprised. If you're with me, you can pull out at least a handful of times a week. And if you're lucky you can make tens of thousands of dollars a week. Okay we don't need to bring outsiders. Go go go. Zhang Yu kicked him again. Compared to Zhang Yu's enthusiasm, Fatty looked very unhappy. After all, the supplies in this restricted area were already limited. Who wants one more person scrambling for supplies? Never mind. We'll get together sometime afterward. Xiao Yun laughed. To be honest, he did want to see what exactly Zhang Yu had in store for the evacuation. But right now, the goal is still to run the knife and make money as soon as possible. Okay, then contact afterward. Selling equipment. 99 new level 3 armor. For college girls, collect the 6-stage rounds, 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 collect the 6-stage rounds. Loan gear understanding. The RV is mortgaged in a second, making it easy for you to get into the picture. Xiao Yun arrived at warehouse number 8. Originally it was a place to store goods. Only when warehouse 9 became the entrance to the restricted area, it was changed into a place for GTI members to operate. Xiao Yun came in and realized that the place was very lively. On one side of the warehouse was the exchange, and on the other side were stores selling a variety of specialty snacks. The large warehouse was surprisingly overcrowded at the moment. It's becoming like a tourist attraction. Xiao Yun sighed and found a place next to the exchange to casually sit down. While resting, he was also planning to take care of the supplies he had brought out from the last handful in the meantime. Safety box, 45 out of 100. Total value, 127. 204. From what I remember, the price of supplies in this world is about the same as in the game. The era of universal knife running has passed for centuries, and the prices of various supplies have long since stabilized. Based on the estimated value of the safety box, minus a 20% handling fee, it was almost the amount of money Xiao Yun had gotten for selling the supplies. That is, if you sell all the stuff in the safety deposit box, you'll still get almost $100,000 or so. I didn't realize I could make $100,000 on this pile of crap. I can't even think about it if it comes out in big gold and red or something. But this burst rate, it seems pretty hard to get out the big stuff, Xiao Yun said to himself. After resting for a while, he hung up at the exchange and started queuing. Number 78, with 30 more ahead of us. During the free time of waiting, Xiao Yun was also thinking about the usage of this money. Changing his cell phone for a computer or something, while he would like to, was not something he should be doing right now. After all, the only way this money can be invested is to invest in yourself and become stronger. It's the only way to get more supplies in the restricted area. Although he himself had a 100-compartment safety box, he had just run down a handful of times and the box was less than half full. It would be nice to fill up the safety box every single time after the upgrade. Even if the stuffing is all green and white, that's still close to 100k each time. Xiao Yun. Just as Xiao Yun was thinking, Lu Xueqing's figure emerged from the crowd. What a coincidence. You're here at the exchange too? Chapter 10 Unlocking the S-Class Skill Pack. Well, trade something. Xiao Yun nodded his head. At the same time, he couldn't help but marvel at how good the little girl's eyes were. With all the noise in here, it's amazing that she managed to find herself in the crowd. I think I ran into you in the penalty box last hand. Lu Xueqing laughed. I was going to ask you to evacuate with me, but that place at the cement factory is just too dangerous. I saw you go into the cement factory and thought I'd wait for you for a while. I didn't expect to wait and be discovered by Asura soldiers. Lu Xueqing recounted the experience of the last game in a colorful manner. Only then did Xiaoyun realize that the last thing the two had entered was a forbidden area, according to her. Then the gunshot she heard when she opened the big insurance policy at the cement factory should have been the noise she made. Alas, if I had known it was you out there, I would have searched inside without fear. Who told you not to team up with me? Lu Xueqing hummed lightly, suddenly somewhat arrogant. If I hadn't found you at the exchange, you probably wouldn't even know it was me next to you. Kinda. Xiaoyun laughed bitterly. There was nothing wrong with what Lu Xueqing said, only, her words likewise reminded Xiaoyun. The time before supplies are refreshed is different for players to enter the exclusion zone each game. At the time, he but glanced to the side and knew there was someone behind him. Luckily, this time, I ran into Lu Xueqing. If I had met anyone else, I would have fired at myself without saying a word. But, a knife runner boy himself, he has nothing to lose by being killed. Or even get yourself killed and someone else loses a wave of bullet money. So you were successful in evacuating the last game as well? Lu Xueqing asked curiously. Nope. So what took you so long in there? Familiarize yourself with the map, Xiaoyun explained. After registering as a GTI member, each game's record will be automatically registered by the system, and the number of evacuations is publicly available, so there's no point in lying. Only, the system doesn't register how many supplies a player brings out in a game. If a good score of 1,000,000 evacuations is hit, the player needs to voluntarily report it. Like the class teacher Yu Yuya, is 1,000,000 evacuation 3 times, before the first middle school in High Bay breakthrough higher. So, Xiaoyun could safely box without fear of being discovered by others. As long as he doesn't say anything, no one can know. I should be able to make quite a bit today, so I'll buy you dinner tonight. During the chat, Lu Xueqing also exchanged contact information with Xiaoyun, and she was also thinking of bringing Xiaoyun to team up next, only that Xiaoyun still refused. As a knife runner, he doesn't start gear when he makes money. The gear you can start with won't be too good because of the 100k on hand. At best, start a 50k semi-modified Uzi, then a headset header, then a chest mount for bullets uphills or whatever. This fitting brings very limited combat power, and it's a lot of money to lose if you lose your equipment. Contact for the night then. Aha, let's not talk about it. I'm going to go sell my stuff first. Lu Xueqing waved her hand, turned her head and ran towards the exchange. And then, soon afterward, it was also time for Xiaoyun. 78. Hearing his number called, Xiaoyun hurriedly headed to the trading window, selling all of the items seized from the dam and the upper board. A total of 101. 600 Dragon Nation coins arrived. A handful of $100. 000 gains. This was still the case when Xiaoyun had only searched half of the cement factory. If you eat the whole map and evacuate a handful of millions, that's a suite of rooms a handful of times in and out of this restricted area. For others, this may seem like a pipe dream, but for Xiaoyun, with the memories of his previous life, plus the added power of the running knife emperor system, he's got a chance for 1,000,000 withdrawals with a little boost, and the so-called elevation. It's not like you're buying fancy gear with good weapons or anything. System, open the skill mall. Xiaoyun's mind moved with a thought. In the next second, a semi-transparent system panel suddenly appeared before his eyes. Skill shop, Mighty Dragon Skill Pack, Grade S50, 000 Dragon Kingdom Coins. Hacking Claws Skill Pack, Grade S50, 000 Dragon Kingdom Coins. B Doctor Skill Pack, Grade S50, 000 Dragon Kingdom Coins. Open them all to a flurry of Dryad Skill Packs. The price of each one, without exception, was 50, 000 Dragon Kingdom Coins, and Xiaoyun was surprised to find out, in addition to the Cadre skill packs for the Delta Ops game itself, the system's mall was surprisingly full of skill packs from other games. Cardmaster Money Playing Skill Pack, SS Grade 5, 000 Longwood Dollars. Bounty Binding Skill Pack, SS Grade 5 million Dragon Kingdom Coins. Lonling King Stealth Skill Pack, SS Grade 5, 000 Dragon Kingdom Coins. Seeing these familiar game characters, Xiaoyun was shocked. LOL, Golden Shovel, Pesticide, all games he played in his previous life. One's own system, surprisingly, could still unlock this kind of open-level skill. These skills may not be great when placed in the original game, but put it in the Delta game, it's the one that brings in extra money every game. Cardmaster's Kills Popping Gold, Bounty's Losing Streak Evacuating to Collect Food, and Lonling King's Stealth. Every single skill is a godly skill to run a knife. Worthy of the running knife emperor system. Xiaoyun silently sighed inwardly. The system lives up to its name. Even the skills sold in the mall are related to running knives. It also fit his habits perfectly. In his previous life, Xiao Yun was playing this kind of gold-touching game. Doesn't like to fight, just searches for things. The enjoyment is when someone else is there to fight and lose a bunch of money afterward. And the thrill of being a rat searching out big red yourself, and withdrawing in millions and millions. The skills in the system mall just fit his style of play. Besides, this world of no-go zones isn't just the world of gaming. Instead, it's a reality modeled after Delta. From an alternate parallel universe, the supplies inside are real and can all be exchanged for real money. If you can make these skills in the box, wouldn't you be able to search the whole map with every hand? Gotta make money fast and unlock all the dryad skills first. Xiao Yun thought silently inwardly. Also, it was a direct purchase of the Veron skill pack. Ding! The Mighty Dragon skill pack, S rank, has been purchased. Unlocked skill, Kinetic Energy Assist System. Unlocked skill, Magnetic Bomb. Unlocked skill, Power Propulsion. Unlocked skill, Tiger Crouch Cannon. A series of system beeps sounded, and Xiao Yun unexpectedly realized that these skills did not take up any skill bar or anything like that. With a thought in one's mind, one could unleash any skill one had already mastered. That is, if I master the skills of multiple dryads, I can use them all in one game of matchmaking? Hint, there is no upper limit to mastering skills, but each skill has a separate cooldown. It's not invincible. Xiao Yun was suddenly excited inside. There is no upper limit to mastering the skills of the cadre. That is, as long as one learns all the dryad skills. In the same game, he was able to use both my Xiaowen's Flash and B Doctor's Blood Return. Again, you can use the displacement of the Veron and the powered exoskeleton of the Red Wolf. Xiao Yun could hardly imagine it. What an exaggerated existence it would be if one mastered all the skills. By the B Doctor Skill Pack. Chapter 11, Heirloom Upgrade. Ding! B Doctor Skill Pack, Grade S, has been purchased. Unlocked skills, Efficient Rescue. Unlocked skill, Hormone Gun. Unlocked skill, Smokescreen. Unlocked skill, High-Tech Smoke Bomb. The system beep sounded. Xiao Yun spent a total of $100,000 to unlock the dryad skills of Willow Dragon and B Doctor. And beyond that, when he was just peddling the supplies, Xiao Yun did not forget to keep a copper coin. To the average person, a copper coin doesn't seem to do much. However, for Xiao Yun, it was an important prop that could upgrade the heirloom. Xiao Yun moved with a thought. In the next second, the military pocket knife appeared in his hand, holding the copper coin close. The coin is drawn into the knife the moment it touches the blade. Ding! Upgrade successful. Military pocket knife. Type, heirloom. Level, 2. Damage, 14. Movement speed bonus, 0%. Attack speed, fast. Attack distance, very short. Special skills, none. Upgrade requires, Rusty Pirate Copper Coin X3. The system panel appears. See only. The upgraded heirloom pocket knife has increased damage by 2 points. The other attributes, on the other hand, are unchanged. A level 1 boost of 2 points of damage isn't bad. Xiao Yun thought silently. After all, heirlooms don't cost money and don't drop every game. And it continues to be upgraded. Xiao Yun felt that after it was upgraded to a certain level, this small knife might turn into a divine weapon. Attention GTI members. The restricted area is about to be refreshed in 3 minutes. After Xiao Yun completed this series of operations, the announcement from the sound speakers overhead instantly resonated throughout the hall. However, the crowd around them was still talking, but not many of them moved to the forbidden zone. Xiao Yun could sort of see this. Who makes the best money these days? Certainly not the best money for Havoc and Asala. Rather, it's the players who make the best money. Ordinary people take huge risks to enter forbidden areas, extremely low evacuation rates, and ridiculously low pop rates. If you treat this as a business, you will only end up losing money at the end of the year. Only even then. There is still a succession of newcomers who want to buck the trend by relying on the penalty box. There's a saying that it's not the people who pan for gold who make money in a gold rush. It's the people who sell them the equipment to pan for gold. In this world, it still is. So, Warehouse 8 is what is crowded with so many merchants. Over 80% of them have never been in the penalty box. Most acquire weaponry at low prices and subsequently resell it. There are even some that are a little darker-minded and are in the loan collateral business. But, all of this created little effect on Xiao Yun. He's a knife runner. As long as you don't afford the equipment, you'll never lose money. Didn't think much of it. Xiao Yun was here and had been resting for 40 minutes of time. That's a whole game in between, with the next game starting in 3 minutes. The physical state was almost restored, and the skill pack of the Wyvern was unlocked. Xiao Yun felt it was time for the next matchup. Let's hope this one pops me a little more gold. Xiao Yun thought silently inwardly. Big red and gold. He no longer dared to hope. After all, this forbidden world, the burst rate is even lower than Poo Dam. just praying that this one will pop a few more gold so he can make a little more money. If we had the bounty hunter skill pack, we might be able to increase the burst rate. Xiao Yun thought silently inwardly. There are a lot of ways to boost the burst rate of the system. The bounty hunter detention was merely one of Xiao Yun's most familiar. Losing streak boosts pop and waiting for a wave of fat evacuation to collect food. Wait, so if we never evacuate, won't the pop rate keep accumulating? Xiao Yun seemed to have thought of an ultimate card bug method. Gotta try to get to 5 million fast. Xiao Yun thought silently inwardly as he stood up and walked towards the outside of the warehouse. However, just before he took 2 steps, he felt countless gazes gathering in his direction. Xiao Yun frowned. Was he being targeted by someone? Sure enough, the next second, a man wearing level 5 armor and carrying a handful of altered bison in his hand then approached. Dude, you're going to the Forbidden Zone? See the man's outfit. At first glance, Xiao Yun thought that he was coming to team up with himself, but on second thought, he had no head, no armor, and no weapons, so how could he find himself a team? How can you go to the Forbidden Zone without some equipment? Come see the results of our latest gun modification, the Mad Bison. Such a powerful weapon. For only $88,000 you can have it. Sure enough, the man immediately began to sell his wares. It's really true that players make the best money. The bison in his hand was then fitted with a woodguard and a scope. This set of modifications is less than 30,000 for a bison, and he dares to sell it for 88,000? You think you're a newcomer, so you can cut the leaks? No need. Xiao Yun replied indifferently, but he didn't realize that the next thing he knew, a succession of businessmen were coming toward him. Classmate, buying head armor? I'm cheap here. Handsome, come and buy mine. Spend more than 5,000 with me and I can even give you a back-pounding O. Brother, don't listen to them. They are all trying to make you money. But how can you go to the Forbidden Zone without equipment? Bring a knife. I happen to have more than one here. Sell you one. Seeing Xiao Yun about to walk out of Warehouse 8, the merchants by the exchange were all at once dumbfounded. It's a duck in the hand. Can't let it go. With fewer and fewer people entering the Forbidden Zone now, it was becoming harder and harder for them, the equipment merchants, to do business. It only needs to be sold for 5% less than the trading house at first, compared to the 20% commission of the trading house. This equates to being able to make a spread of 15. However, buy now, even at 15% less than the trading house, it often goes unnoticed. Some have even upped their discounts to 18% and are still hard to sell. Nah, I'll just not bring my gear. Seeing more and more people gather around, Xiao Yun waved his hand. I went into the Forbidden Zone to familiarize myself with the map, not to expect an evacuation. Hear that? The merchants around them, however, had no intention of backing away. You have to avoid enemies if you're familiar with the map, right? I've got a broken headset here. The trading houses don't even take them anymore. But there's nothing wrong with boosting your hearing range, so I'll sell it to you for a cheap $3,000. Buy a stamina pin. One pin will run half the map. 15,000. Only 15,000. Bro, even if you're familiar with the map you have to buy a backpack. Right. In case you search out the big stuff, buy a bag. Xiao Yun's explanation did not make the merchants leave. Instead, the sales pitch got even more aggressive. Seeing this, Xiao Yun was also very speechless. It's the same as making nuisance phone calls to sell. You shouldn't have ignored them in the first place. The more you ignore them, the more they sell you. Thus, Xiao Yun also stopped saying a word. It wasn't until they walked out of Warehouse 8 that most of the merchants didn't follow through. Only, there was still a girl, in hot pursuit. Want a key card? She asked in a small, thin voice. Originally, Xiao Yun did not want to pay attention, only to hear what she was selling, but it was a moment of interest. Key card? She actually has a key card? Chapter 12 Cabbage-priced key cards. Key card? When he heard what the girl was selling, Xiao Yun was instantly a little surprised inside. This is the type of item that is definitely considered a top-of-the-line item in Operation Delta. Not taking up space while still being extremely expensive. Possesses only the key card. It's the ability to enter some special rooms and search for top-notch supplies that no one else can search for. Take the key card for Dam Zero for example. The two most expensive red quality key cards. The price has reached $3 million for the building manager's office and the technical room of the substation. Most of the other Zero Dam gold cards cost around $1 million. And even the purple cards are worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. Only, these types of items, in and of themselves, are very valuable in the game. In a world where everyone runs knives, can anyone really touch a key card and still evacuate safely? Xiao Yun felt that there were only a few, so key cards must be more expensive than in-game. Only, one can't afford it now though. But in the future, when you're making money, key cards are definitely the way to go. After all, The probability of brushing big gold and big red inside is higher than outside. And it's easy to make a wave of blood. You have a key card? Xiaoyun turned his head and sized up the girl selling cards in front of him, only to see that she was about the same age as herself. The looks were pure, different from Lu Shueqing's kind of sweetness, but rather a soft temperament. At the moment she was wearing a JK uniform, her eyes hiding as if shy. Only the key card for Dam Zero. Just the key cards for Dam Zero. What key cards do you have? Basically all of them, but only the ones in the manager's office in the East Building, and the Substation Institute more often. What? The words of the card-selling girl almost caused Xiaoyun's brain to short-circuit. What do you mean by more key cards for the manager's office and substation? Is it too expensive and no one is buying it? However, very quickly, Xiaoyun reacted. This world is still a bit different from the game world. Although most of the supplies are priced the same as in the previous game, the price of key cards, however, is much lower than the game. The biggest reason for this is the low evacuation rate of players. The average person buys a key card and brings it in, and basically can't get out. No key packs, no safety deposit boxes. Buying a key card to get into a restricted area is a case of giving money away. And this forbidden zone has such a low pop rate. The odds are that you won't make much money even if you open a key room. And beyond that, and then there's the most important, and deadly, point. That is, no one in this world knows the combination to the big safe. The big safe won't open and neither will the computer. In this case, even if someone bought a key to the manager's room in the East Building and managed to get in and open it, the supplies that could be opened then were just a large weapons case, a chest of drawers and a suitcase. In comparison, for the people of this world, some keycard that searches servers and chassis is a lot more expensive than this East Building manager's office. Manager's office, East Building, how many tickets? Xiaoyun asked. 30,000. Ha! Xiaoyun was instantly shocked. He had thought that this key card was cheap, but he hadn't thought it was this cheap. Ah! The card girl seller was instantly a little worried that she hadn't overpriced herself. 28,000 is fine. Or 25,000. Okay, $25,000. You name it. Xiaoyun hemmed and hawed. Since the other party cut the price, he was not polite. $25,000 for the manager's office in the East Wing. Ah! This would have been unthinkable in a previous life. And so it was. Xiaoyun also opened his account directly without saying anything. What was stored inside was the pocket money and year-end money he had saved since he was a child. No more, no less, just under 25,000. After buying this card, one's assets can literally be zeroed out. Thinking of this, Xiaoyun also suddenly felt some flesh pain. It doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt. 1 gold coin will pay for itself. Xiaoyun inwardly consoled himself. Thanks. Thank you. The card-selling girl was suddenly excited when she heard he was going to buy a card. After pulling out the collection QR code and waiting for Xiaoyun to make the payment, he took out a card collection booklet from the little bear doll's satchel. This is the kind of card collection book that would normally be used by players who play tabletop card games. Instead, she has a card collection book that is filled with key cards, large and small. This is a proper rich woman. Seeing that she had several pages of key cards for the manager's room in the East Building, Xiaoyun was shocked. There are 16 cards on one page of this card collection, and she, surprisingly, has 3 full pages of the manager's office in the East Building. And there seem to be more cards in the substation tech room. That's even at 20,000 apiece. That's millions of dollars in assets, too. Except for the substation and the manager's office, that has keycards for other classes. According to her, those cards were more expensive than the manager's office and the substation tech room in the East Building. Who would have thought? The little girl in front of me in her JK uniform and carrying a bear satchel. Surprisingly, they are little rich girls who carry millions of assets around with them. By the way, add a wiki. Xiaoyun suddenly spoke. It was his way of coming into this world and taking the initiative to add girls to his prestige. Before that it was always someone else who initiated it. Keep coming back to you if you buy a card afterward. Aha, yes. After getting the manager's room card, Xiaoyun held it in his hand and played with it for a while. Ding! A flick of the wrist sent out a soul-washing, crisp ringing sound. 25,000 apiece for the East Building manager's office. It's simply too good to be true. Feel the cold temperature of the keycard in your hand. The texture of the metal. Xiaoyun instantly felt that this world might be heaven. A paradise for knife runners like him. Then if there's nothing else, I'll go to the forbidden zone first. Said. Xiaoyun also waved his hand and bid farewell to the card-selling girl. The card-selling girl seemed to still be immersed in the joy of a successful transaction. And with a smile on her face, she also waved her hand at him. Only, after Xiaoyun walked away, she instantly reacted. Wait, why is he going into a restricted area without any gear? He just bought a key card, so he won't drop it in there later. Will he? Say, has he ever entered a forbidden zone before? It's worrying. Orangevale neighborhood. A kiosk at the entrance. Xiao Qingtian was originally sleeping drowsily in his boss chair, but the next second he was woken up by the sudden ringing of his cell phone. Alert, bank card number 114514. Spent $25,000 with a balance of $34.80 at McMacca's. Holy shit, what the hell? Xiao Qingtian was suddenly awakened. Hurriedly, he opened his cell phone and checked for an alert from the bank. Good thing it wasn't my bank card. Wait, isn't this kid at school at this hour? What's with the $25,000 spent all of a sudden? Or at some McMac store? The more Xiao Qingtian thought about it, the more wrong he felt. Logically speaking, Xiao Yun should be in school at this point in time. How is it that the savings card he was given earlier would suddenly use up all his savings? This happened without warning, and it also left Xiao Qingtian unprepared. Although it was told to Xiao Yun that he could take the New Year's money or whatever he received for the New Year's festivals and spend it himself, but all along, Xiao Yun had only saved this money and would not spend any large sums. This caused Xiao Qingtian to frown. This kid, did he dye the Ultraman deck again? Xiao Yun sighed. He didn't know at this point that he had alarmed his dad about his wild spending. Right now there was only one thing he wanted to do. Run the knife. Make money. You have entered Dam Zero. Current location, Dam Zero, north of the visitor center. This burst, confidential. Time to end this game, 29 minutes, 21 seconds. Hint, please complete the evacuation before time runs out. Upon receiving the news of this matchup, Xiao Yun was instantly somewhat surprised inwardly. How do you get into a classified dam by yourself? Chapter 13 Confidential Dams. Where did this come from for me? Is this still Pooba? How come I'm all outfitted with nothing and giving me dry secrets to come? The confidential machine brother shall not kill me. Upon receiving the information about the explosive rate of this game, Xiao Yun was inwardly surprised. In the Delta game, there are 3 difficulty levels in the touchdown mode: General, Confidential, Top Secret. The normal field has the lowest pop rate and has no gear restrictions, and can be accessed with 0 value of war gear, and classified and Top Secret have a higher burst rate, along with stronger enemies. Most notably, the classified and Top Secret modes require the value of the equipment to be up to par to gain access. This also means that while the burst rate is high, the penalty for death is also quite severe. However, when it comes to this world, the rules are changed. Difficulty modes are randomly refreshed. Take for example this one from Xiao Yun, with 0 gear on the whole body. It's surprising that it went straight to classified difficulty. 0 cost confidential running knife? 666. If this is a serious maneuver, $1 million withdrawal is within reach. Excited hearts. Trembling hands. One must know that the current Xiao Yun was no ordinary person. Having unlocked the skill packs of Veron and B-Doctor, he is GTI's strongest special agent at the moment. With a wave of his hand, Xiao Yun summoned the military knife. For the goal of this game, Xiao Yun was no longer satisfied with casually searching around the birth point and then moving on to the next hand, because he didn't know when the next refresh to the classified dam would be. At this point, he suddenly remembered the 3 sets of teams he had seen at the entrance to Warehouse 9 before he entered the dam last time. They just seemed to be waiting for Dam Zero to refresh the classified difficulty while waiting at the gate all morning. It is now 10 in the morning in real time. That team probably waited all morning for the classified dam that's here now, but it's about time for them to come in, I guess. Xiao Yun thought silently inwardly. In addition to that team with 3 sets, other teams with starting equipment are presumably joining the matchup. This ups the difficulty of this game a lot. Although Xiao Yun had a safety box and could not need to evacuate, but if he tries to eat the whole map, he's definitely going to run into other teams. Gotta get a weapon for defense. Think about it. Xiao Yun's brain instantly simulated a map of Dam Zero. At the same time, in just a few seconds, the best route appeared in his mind. First, go to the visitor center and mix tobacco knives a machine brother. Once you've got your equipment, make sure there are no other players around. If you don't have it, just cool eat big insurance and computers. If there's someone, then take advantage of the chaos and eat the big insurance and computers in a cool way. Current location, south of Dam Zero Visitor Center. This burst, confidential. Time to end this game, 29 minutes, 18 seconds. Team Wang, please instruct. With a tip-off from an intelligence officer, the half-loaded team that Xiao Yun had seen at the beginning of the game had also quickly entered the matchup. The leader, Captain Wang, instantly became serious as well. All silencers, right? Loaded. Equipped. Captain Wang carefully analyzed the handle. This location of the visitor center is honestly not a good location, because being the furthest from the evacuation point on the left means more danger on the way. Okay, let's be careful for now and clear all the Asura soldiers from the outskirts of the visitor center. Then gather information and see if we can attack the visitor center. Remember not to get attached if there are others. After all, Chen Era's team, it's likely that they've entered this matchup as well. Yes, roger that. Both team members nodded in confirmation. Confidential difficulty is bound to bring out a lot of pro teams. Even the official pro teams are probably on their way. This is a dangerous matchup. Captain Wang raised a 12-minute spirit, and then led the team to begin to check 1 point by 1 point. Bang! However, just as this small group slowed down and carefully circled the outskirts of the visitor center, a sudden explosion caused Captain Wang's mind to be instantly confused. What's that sound? Asura rocket soldier? Nope. The sound of this explosion is completely different from the sound of a bazooka. And the location of the sound was right in the middle of the visitor center. Captain Wang, there seems to be someone inside. What to do? Should we go over there and take a look? 2 team members rushed to help analyze it. Captain Wang was also frowning at this time, thinking about the possibilities. Although in this world, humans have less than 1% of Dam Zero developed, but some of the most basic information is still known to most people. Take for example the information about hostile members in the visitor center. Captain Wang knew that there was a rocket soldier and a shield soldier in addition to the ordinary Asura soldiers. Both are not to be messed with. After encountering the existence of a careless, directly GG. However, the immediate situation seems to be, there are people who are not only not afraid of these 2 particular hostile soldiers, but not even afraid of other teams around them. With no information, it was just a straight shot into the visitors center. This situation, even Captain Wang, a 10-year veteran of the Forbidden Zone, had never encountered it before. Captain, what do we do? Make up your mind as soon as possible, the 2 team members urged. All of them were thinking of letting Captain Wang give the order for the next step as soon as possible. Let's abandon the visitors center. Captain Wang frowned and came to an unacceptable conclusion. What? Abandon the visitors center? Where else would we go? Yeah, there's a concentration of supply points here, and we're more familiar with it. What's more, we're coming in right off the bat, and searching the visitor center is the most advantageous strategy. The 2 players murmured. Captain Wang instantly frowned and launched a fire. Shut up. Do you guys think you're talking about something I can't think of? If it were a normal matchup, we'd definitely be able to eat this visitor center. The question is, do you guys think the explosions you just heard are normal? This statement was made. The 2 players looked at each other, not knowing what to say. Indeed, they also realized that the loud noise was not normal, but the 2 couldn't analyze why it wasn't normal. There may be an official team down for this matchup. Captain Wang sighed, then opened his mouth to explain. That noise just now, it wasn't a rocketeer. That can only be some kind of military weapon. Only official teams can use these special props. Only they would dare to go straight to the visitor center like a ransacking without any information. This statement was made. Fear surfaced on the faces of the 2 players. They had seen the power of the official team before. Whenever the official team goes out, it's all gold heads and armor. Fully modified rifles with full props. More importantly, their fighting qualities were also incomparable to ordinary people. Not to mention the gold head and armor. Even if each person only carries a pistol, there is a high probability that the official team will be able to clear the entire Dam Zero map. No wonder Captain Wang chose to give up so quickly. So he had taken this into consideration. But Captain Wang, what are we going to do if we don't attack the visitor center? A team member asked with some concern. Chapter 14 Rat-Mouse Evolution. Right, Team Wang, if we don't search the high resource areas, won't we get up with this equipment for nothing? Since they're an official team, if we communicate with them, they shouldn't beat us, right? Hearing this, Captain Wang almost lost his temper. The official team doesn't hit people. Are you kidding me? In this forbidden world, the human heart is the least trustworthy. Although it's true that if you talk to the official people, the other side can stop. After all, backstabbing an official team was an illegal act in this world. GTI allows ordinary people to challenge official professional teams, but what it doesn't allow is sudden betrayal after a ceasefire between the 2 sides. It would indeed be safer to deal with a professional team, but only if you can deal with him. With their fighting qualities, ordinary people were almost seconds away from showing their heads. So, veterans of the Forbidden Zone generally don't risk dealing with them. A piece of equipment is too much of a loss if you drop it. I know a spot to play the field. Captain Wang took a deep breath and then said, obviously, he knows this too. Try not to take risks when you can in the Forbidden World. You can find an Asala campground by going all the way southwest of the visitor center. There are not many supplies there, but there are not many corresponding enemies, and it goes all the way down that road to the little substation. Captain Wang calmly analyzed. The 2 members of the team, however, could only nod their heads in resigned agreement. After all, they also didn't want to give away their equipment, which was $100,000. Inside this game, they're all here to make money. What's the point of fighting? And so it was that this half-loaded team headed towards the route designated by Captain Wang. Only, what they don't know is this. It wasn't any official person who was rampaging through the visitors center at the moment. That way, there's a basic guarantee of safety. Xiao Yun made his way to the second floor of the visitor center. Along the way, he mixed smoke without injury to knife a common soldier to death. Lightspeed then seized his opponent's entire body of equipment, including a scoped M16A4 rifle, 3 heads and 3 armors, as well as a green backpack and ammo hangers. To Xiao Yun's surprise, this little soldier was wearing triple armor and shooting level 3 bullets. This outfit is probably better than other players. Subsequently, Xiao Yun passed through the stairs again and climbed up to the second floor. Faced with a rocketeer about to fire, he came up with a magnetic bomb plus power propulsion to pull away and give the rocketeer a red herring. The explosion heard outside just now took place during this time period, and after rushing into the second floor of the visitor center, Xiao Yun did not touch the insurance first. Instead, he locked on to the shield trooper's position, followed by a downward plop and a bullet sweep of the leg to annihilate him, only to still take a bullet in his own shoulder along the way. Luckily, it was protected by tertiary armor and didn't leave any trauma. Xiao Yun stabbed down a hormone needle, and his body quickly recovered as before, and while searching for shield soldier items, the equipment that appeared in it even made Xiao Yun's eyes light up. Equipment, D6 tactical helmet, damaged. Protection level, 4. Durability, 36 of 36. Price, 46,239. Equipment, samurai bulletproof undershirt, damaged. Protection level, 4. Durability, 52 of 52. Price, 68,204. A shield soldier with 4 armor and 4 heads. This Asura is rich. Xiao Yun sighed and also put his head in armor all over his body. The equipment has been upgraded again. At this time, Xiao Yun was already 4 sets plus 3 levels of ammunition. Who would have thought he entered the picture empty-handed? With this outfit, it would be nice to take it out. Xiao Yun thought silently in his heart. Unlike the exchange in the game, the exchanges in this world do not limit the durability of helmets and equipment. No matter how low the durability is, you can still put it up for sale on the trade house and sell it for as much as you have. So, stripping this set of 4 from the shield soldier is like popping 2 small golds. With such a smooth start, Xiao Yun could not help but consider the evacuation. After all, there's more to running knives than just the idea of filling up the safety and taking the next one. There is another one, which is a normal search and a normal evacuation. When you do this, you can eat more resources and bring out more value. Not to mention, the novice mission that the system handed Xiao Yun was also one that required a successful evacuation. Only, the evacuation is all to be considered afterwards. It was imperative to take advantage of the fact that there was no one else in the visitor center, and while the surrounding Asura soldiers were still on guard and not rushing in, hurry up and finish opening the 2 big insurance policies in the visitor center, plus the 2 computers. The 4 heads and 4 armor are just a windfall, and the big safe, that's what this operation is all about. Xiao Yun's plan at the start of this one was to slam search all the way through the restricted area with the skills of the 2 dryads he had unlocked. When you meet someone, you give them a tiger squatting cannon, and the end of the day is a red packet. All the bullets that are snapped from the man machine are stuffed in the safety box, and nothing goes to waste. The big safe can be opened a couple times. Big deal is that you die and then re-enter again on this map. Others might have concerns, but Xiao Yun, who entered the map at 0 cost, had absolutely no worries. Become a damn rat king before becoming the emperor of running knives. Think about it. Xiao Yun quickly locked onto the location of the high material point on the second floor. There was a large safe outside the door to the center VIP room and a computer on a table by the window. So without saying a word, Xiao Yun ran furiously towards the big insurance. In the meantime, Warehouse 9 entrance. A black BMW pulled up and a boy wearing the same school uniform as Xiao Yun walked down. Only, it was different from Xiao Yun who entered the map in a bare suit. This person's whole body gold armor and gold head, and in his hand, he also held a very exaggeratedly shaped full conversion M4. This person was none other than Hai Bei No, one middle school's most recent hot topic figure, Li Wenjie. Just a little while ago, he passed his 18th birthday and was old enough to register as a GTI member. Ordinary people, at this time, would often choose to finish their high school exams, receive the newbie standardized roles issued by GTI, and exchange a piece of equipment before entering the forbidden zone. However, the world of the rich is different. As soon as he turned 18, Li Wenjie's parents equipped him with a top-notch set of equipment, a fully modified M4 with a level 5 armor, plus a bullet-mounted backpack and ammo, is worth almost 2 million in total. On top of that, the family even hired 2 escorts for him. Both were from professional teams with a 30% evacuation rate solo and 50% in groups, protected by 2 escorts. Levanti also made several easy evacuations at the classified difficulty of Dam 0. Each time, the proceeds were around $300,000. Due to the high attrition into the map as well, you can just about get away with not losing or gaining money on each one. Only, for these few actions, Levanti was clearly dissatisfied, because he wants to do more than make money. He wants to hit the resume of a $500,000 evacuation at a time. In this world, the evacuation rate itself is low, and evacuating with $500,000 of supplies on your person is incredibly difficult. The average person has a good chance of crossing the class line if they've had one of the hundreds of thousands of evacuations. Take, for example, Levanti at this time. He's usually good though, and could go to a double top school on a normal college entrance exam. But if you have the experience of evacuating millions, you will be able to skip the college entrance exams and be admitted to the top institutions in China. Wenjia, this confidential dam is a rare opportunity. If you miss it, you'll probably have to wait until tomorrow. With 2 top escorts protecting you, I'm sure you'll be fine this time. In the driver's seat, Levanti's parents droned on. Chapter 15, 100,000 a minute. Don't worry, Dad. Mom, I'll make it. Levanti smiles warmly when he faces his parents. However, when he turned his head and looked around at the players who were also trying to enter the forbidden zone, he was instantly replaced with a look of disdain. A bunch of stinking maggots. Let's see if I enter the map to kill you or not. He hemmed and hawed, then led the 2 escorts straight into Warehouse 9. You have entered Dam 0. Current location, Dam 0, substation. This burst, confidential. Time to end this game, 27 minutes, 21 seconds. Hint, please complete the evacuation before time runs out. Access the Dam 0 map. Li Wenzel's birthpoint for this one was in the middle of the substation. He had just gotten a good look at his surroundings when the rocket soldiers on the second floor had long since locked onto his position and were about to raise the bazookas in their hands. Shit! Such bad luck! Li Wenjia clenched his teeth as a fire raged within him. Well, at that moment, a silenced gunshot instantly rang in his ears. In the next second, a 5.56 by 45mm bullet went through the rocketeer's head. Boss, please instruct the next move. The escort was seen to be 2 white men, dressed in military uniforms and sunglasses, looking like GIs from a lighthouse country. The actions of one of them just now had proved the strength of the 2. This kind of combat quality was undoubtedly the existence of a descending blow when placed in the tiny high bay city. Clear all obstacles around the substation. Okay, the order was given, and the 2 men went their separate ways. The corners of Li Wenji's mouth couldn't help but raise as he watched this. His own gold armor and gold head with a class 4 ammo M4A1, plus 2 escorts who were also similarly equipped. What does anyone else in this matchup have to fight themselves with? Time to end this game, 27 minutes, 17 seconds. The other side. Xiaoyun ended the search of the visitor center and managed to open 2 large safes in 2 computers. And the results did not disappoint him. 2 gold coins and a wineglass each came out of the large safe. And 2 computers came out with a design drawing and a memory stick. On average, that's 1 small gold out of 1 supply point. Other than that, there are some silver coins, bullhorns and stuff. This was indeed the normal burst rate of the classified dam, and Xiaoyun was able to accept it. After all, he himself doesn't have any props that increase his luck, or increase his burst rate yet. Didn't expect to come out with a big red or anything on my own right off the bat. Safety box, 10 out of 100. Total value, 292,478. See only, just 3 minutes into the game, the total value in Xiaoyun's safety box had reached an exaggerated figure. 290,000. That's enough money to get Dad a brand new Xiaomi Su7. And, that's just the value of the supplies in the revenue safety deposit box. If you counted the level 4 head armor on his body, Xiaoyun had already earned 400,000 in this game. Of course, that's only if he succeeds in evacuating. This money, it's not enough. Xiaoyun inwardly considered silently. His aim now was to touch $5 million worth of supplies as soon as possible. Then take the $5 million that came to you and go buy the SS rank skills in the system mall. Earlier he had estimated, whether it's the Master of Cards skill pack, the Bounty Detention, or the Lonling King Stealth skill pack, the revenue that can be generated for yourself is far greater than the $5 million needed to make the purchase. Especially the Bounty Hunter Detention. The more times you lose, the more rewards you accumulate. Perfect fit for running knife play. So, this was why Xiaoyun was rushing to make money, wanting to earn enough to cover the $5 million before his 100 compartment safety box expired. Redeem the Bounty Hunter bond and save up for a big losing streak. This also means that he has to make enough $5 million in one day to do so. Got to get a grip. Xiaoyun planned silently within himself. At the same time, the brain was instantly simulating a map of Dam 0. By now he had finished searching the high-value supply points in the visitor center. And the next step, Xiao Yun looked at the 4 sets he had on him, as well as the building manager's office room card in the security box. Since you're going to make a lot of money by eating the high-level resources of the full map yourself, the next goal, then, is 1. Administrative jurisdiction. Single 3. Pounding. Administrative jurisdiction. In the parking lot, a young girl whose school uniform couldn't hide her aubergine figure was currently lying on her back in the grass, carefully observing everything around her. No good. How did this one give me birth to this position? Lu Xueqing lay on her back in the grass with a nervous look. Like Xiao Yun, she also entered this confidential zero-dam matchup. Only, unlike the others, she didn't choose to enter after learning about the burst rate of this one. In contrast, if Lu Xueqing had known that this one was classified difficulty, she wouldn't have chosen to enter this map. It's over. It's over. I've always heard that this administrative district is dangerous as hell. Moreover, this matchup is still an administrative precinct of classified difficulty. If I die here, it's going to cost me all the money I've made all day. Wow. Lu Xueqing carefully held the Uzi in her hand, only to see that the Uzi in her hand at this time has already undergone a wave of modification and upgrading. Switched to a Uzi stock, equipped with holographic sights, and added a utility silencer tube. This wave of modifications has brought the price of a gun to about 60k, plus all the triple armor and 3 heads on my body, bullets and medicine and stuff in my bag. Lu Xueqing had brought a full 150,000 supplies with her on this wave into the map. That's the equivalent of taking a small car with you. And Lu Xueqing was just an ordinary worker's family, not a rich kid. If we can't evacuate this one, we'll lose a lot of money. Better to stay here a little longer. Hopefully by then someone will have come and cleared the place of all the soldiers and searched the stuff and left. In that case, I'll be able to make a smooth evacuation, and maybe even pick up a little bit of slack and make a serious profit. Please, please, please don't find me. Lu Xueqing prayed, and just then, a series of intense gunshots also rang out on the outskirts of the parking lot. Thump, 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 thump dash. There was a jumble of gunfire, and it sounded like this was at least a full formation arriving. They quickly finished clearing the Asura soldiers around them, and then swept the entire parking lot of supplies as well. Immediately afterward, a few people also walked in the direction of the main building of the administrative precinct. At this point, Lu Xueqing was lying on her back across from the security room and the parking lot, leaning against the wall in a grassy area. When she saw the trio walking past, she was instantly a bit surprised as well. Li Manchul? Isn't that the rich kid from the second class next door? I heard he took the last few days off just to come and fight a $500,000 evacuation in the restricted area, but it's been 3 or 4 days, and it's not over yet? Lu Xueqing thought inwardly, while at the same time, she was hesitant to step forward to greet her. Although she didn't know Li Wenjie, she was after all a classmate from the same school. He was wearing a school uniform, so the other person should recognize him, right? Think about it. Lu Xueqing just wanted to poke her head out and say hello towards them, but she didn't expect that in the next second. A big hand directly pressed on her head, pressing her back into the grass in a deadly manner. How could there be someone in this grass where he was crouching? Had he himself been discovered long ago? Lu Xueqing was startled and turned back in a hurry. However, an unexpected figure was seen. Xiao Yun? Seeing the other party's face, Lu Xueqing was instantly relieved. Only inwardly, he was very puzzled as to when he had appeared behind him. Shoo! Xiao Yun signaled her to be quiet, and then his eyes stared at Li Wenjie and his group with a deadly stare. Chapter 16, The Running Knife Method. Okay, now you can talk. It wasn't until Li Wenjie and his group had entered the administrative precinct and had begun the firefight with the humanoids that Xiao Yun slowly opened his mouth. Xiao Yun, why are you here? Lu Xueqing spoke in doubt, but more than that, she was curious. She had thought she had been careful enough to observe the movements around her. However, he still did not expect that Xiao Yun would be able to come behind him without any movement and silently. In other words, it's that I thought I was old enough to be 6, but I didn't realize that someone was even older than me. I was just outside the administrative precinct when I saw a couple of Li Wenzel's men coming out of the substation. Xiao Yun explained. Then I went around the back of the parking lot and came over and saw you here. Geez, you're almost as good as invisible. Lu Xueqing's eyes were filled with admiration. How the hell did that happen? Teach me this. Let's talk about it afterward. Can I worship you as my master? Master, you must teach the religious children. Okay, 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 wait until after. Xiao Yun smiled bitterly and wondered why this Lu Xueqing was so persistent. But the next second, he had a serious expression. Let me ask you, did you just try to go out and meet him? Lu Xueqing nodded with a puzzled expression. What's wrong? Is there any danger? Of course it's dangerous. Xiao Yun sighed lightly. If it wasn't for the fact that on the way to the administrative precinct, he saw what Levanti did. He might as well have said hello to the other guy before he came in. After all, as far as he was concerned, everyone was here in the Forbidden Zone to make some money, and we're all in the same school. There's no need to target each other. What the hell is going on? Lu Xueqing looked puzzled. Looking at Xiao Yun, he must have discovered something on his way here. But what the hell is that? Why was Xiao Yun, at this moment, so wary of Li Wenjie? We'll talk about it when we get out. Anyway, this guy is completely untrustworthy, Xiao Yun said indifferently. He is someone who will go out of his way to willfully harm the interests of others for his own benefit, if not for his own. That bad? Hearing this, Lu Xueqing also frowned slightly. In that case, it's a good thing you stopped me then. Xiao Yun smiled faintly before opening his mouth to state his plan. Lu Xueqing, do you know what the essence of this game is? Games? Hearing this word, Lu Xueqing was a bit surprised. I didn't expect Xiao Yun to treat this forbidden world as nothing more than a game. That's too handsome. The fact that the forbidden world, which was so difficult for normal people, was nothing more than a game to him showed that he was definitely very powerful. Lu Xueqing is not talking nonsense. Rather, he thought so after seeing the 4 heads and 4 armors on Xiao Yun's body. One must know that Xiao Yun was entering the Forbidden Zone on his first day. Lu Xueqing, on the other hand, had come so many times and had never worn the 4 heads and 4 armor. Master. Lu Xueqing's call for this master was even firmer. What is the essence of this game? She asked. The essence is the collection and processing of information. Xiao Yun analyzed it head-on. You just have to have enough information to make an accurate enough judgment. It's not even necessary for you to have all the information. Just compare it to the enemy. You only need to have more information than your enemy, and you can defeat an enemy 10 or even 100 times more powerful than you while wearing not being able to scrape together 10,000 worth of equipment all over your body. Hearing this, Lu Xueqing was instantly a bit surprised. What he said seems to make sense, but what exactly is the reasoning? Lu Xueqing still had a puzzled expression. Well, briefly, Xiao Yun rubbed his eyebrows and continued to explain. Like what we have now. We are now? Exactly. Xiao Yun's gaze looked towards the administrative precinct, and at this moment, gunshots continued to be heard inside. Apparently, Li Wenjie's team was in the middle of a fierce firefight with the human machine. A smile could not help but appear on Xiao Yun's face when he thought about what he was going to do next. For example, if we are now, Li Wenjie is in the light and we are in the dark. Although the members of their team are wearing 5 heads and 5 armors and are equipped with powerful weapons, we can defeat all of them by striking in the dark. Is this really possible, master? Hear that. Xin Xingshue's emotions were also agitated for a moment. All this time, she had been a sewer rat in the middle of the Forbidden Zone. Hide when you see people. Hide when you hear the slightest movement. She hadn't thought at all that she would be able to defeat Big Brother Golden Armor one day. And according to Xiao Yun's way of thinking, it seems that it really can. Trust me. Xiao Yun smiled faintly. Very dependable and calm. Things like being a rat squatting man had been done countless times in his previous life. Not to mention 5 sets, even 6 sets of Big Brother. He has squatted to death quite a few times. Only every time before, it was only when he was forced into a desperate situation while running the sword that he was forced to explode. And now the initiative. A first for him. Not for any other reason. Just for the divine punishment for what Li Wenzel had just done. But master, what should we do? If they're coming out of the substation, the evacuation point should be on the left side of the map. If we go around now, we might get caught. Lu Xueqing's worry was not without reason. At this time, a group of people from Li Wenjie was in the middle of the administrative precinct. Going around under their noses is indeed unlikely. And to go around the outside, let's not talk about whether or not we'll have time. It would be bad if the other team found out. Only, Xiao Yun had obviously anticipated all sorts of situations. They won't go through the regular evacuation point. Xiao Yun smiled mysteriously, then got up and began to move. Come on, go somewhere with me. Meanwhile, on the other side, Haicheng First High School. At the end of the penultimate class period in the morning, the senior head of year gathered the class teachers together for a meeting. The guaranteed spots for this year's Qingbei University have just come down. We, Haibei First Middle School, have a total of 3 spots this year. This particular opportunity has not usually been available to our school in past years. Here, we all also have to thank the homeroom teacher of senior class 3, MS. Yu Ya. The classroom teachers snapped and applauded as the grade level director finished his speech. So, the next thing is about the distribution of places. Director, I think Lu Xueqing from our class should unquestionably deserve a spot. Rocket class, the homeroom teacher of the first class, spoke up at this point. She excels in all subjects and is first in her grade on every monthly test, pulling away from second place by a significant margin. And she's not just going to study either. She's been going into the restricted area regularly since the second semester of her senior year for practice exercises. So far, she's had a single evacuation rate of over 25% and it's steadily increasing. This statement was made. The classroom teachers, too, nodded silently. Indeed, Lu Xueqing's hard work and talent was evident to all. And to that, the head of year nodded. Lu Xueqing does have the highest overall rating, even without a $500,000 evacuation experience. She deserves a spot. So, what about the other candidates? This statement was made. Chen Ping, the class teacher of the second class of the top class, was also not pretending to be modest. Pushing up his glasses, he stood up with a smug look on his face. I think that Li Wenzel from our class deserves a spot. Chapter 17. Oh, Li Wenjia? That's something I've never heard of. At the sound of that name, the head of year froze. It was because although Li Wenjia was a student in the top class, he wasn't much of a top student in terms of academic performance. Usually the studying is just sloppy and the exams are in the middle to lower part of the class. Compared to Lu Xueqing, he originally didn't have much presence among the teachers. Only, just in recent times, several of the teachers in the office, however, have recognized the name. For no other reason. It was because Levanti entered the restricted area and managed to complete the evacuation. At first, everyone found it unbelievable. Only after learning about his family, everyone had no more doubts. Li Wenjia's father is the owner of Lei Jian Group, which single-handedly monopolizes 15% of the construction building materials in Hebei City. It can be said that half of the new town being developed in the North Sea city was built by their family. The Li family was so wealthy that it was also a top 5 existence in the entire Hebei City. Only, the Li family has a fatal flaw. That is, their family, to date, does not have a single GTI member above platinum. This also led to the fact that the Li family didn't have any Forbidden Zone-related industries. This is the era of the Universal No-Go Zone and the Universal Running Knife. The industries spawned by the fall of the Forbidden Zone have long been at the heart of the financial economy. Whether it's the property market, stocks, currencies, the financial value of everything is deeply affected by the no-go zones. School districts are outdated, and the popular speculation is now on forbidden housing. The group's stock rises and falls on how much value the company unearths from off-limits areas. The value of the currencies of individual countries is even more affected by the material in the forbidden zone. So, in this day and age, the ability of a group to gain a foothold in the area and become an evergreen for a century relies on an understanding of the economics of the exclusion zone. Whoever masters the economics of no-go zones will master the entire market. Director, that's generally what happened. Chen Ping, the class teacher of the second class, briefly introduced Li Wenjia's situation. And knowing that Li Wenjia was actually the crown prince of Lei Jian Group, the grade director was also very shocked inside. I see, our school even has this kind of talent. Indeed, since it's Li Wenzel, I believe that getting $500,000 to evacuate won't be a problem. Even 1 million evacuations is not out of the question. The 3 spots that are guaranteed will be able to leave him one in name only. 2. The head of year nodded silently. 2 forms were then given, one to each of the 2 classroom teachers. The guaranteed place in Qingbei was left at this point. So, the third candidate. Does anyone have any thoughts so far? Director, I think Lu Shurhan from our 4th class is good. A female homeroom teacher spoke up. Although our 4th class isn't a top class, her grades are the best in the regular class. Lu Shurhan has been in the top 5 in her grade every time she takes a test, and I think that's something to be encouraged. After all, there are 3 spots here, so it can't be just for the top class, right? The female homeroom teacher spoke. A few of the classroom teachers nearby, but they were whispering below. Lu Shurhan? It's that girl who usually likes to wear makeup and dress up, right? I've heard that she seems to be the school beauty of our school. School girl? That's not bad, with such good grades. For Lu Shurhan, the impression of a group of classroom teachers was just 2 words. Beautiful. The usual makeup and dress up is quite star-like, and both the body and face value are of model level. The only thing the classroom teachers didn't expect was that she was doing well academically as well. Normally, girls who like to wear makeup and dress up are usually not fond of studying. However, in Lu Shurhan's case, it was breaking the stereotype. Not only did he excel in his studies, but he was also multi-talented. The school held cultural performances, sports festivals and whatnot, and she was there. Moreover, Lu Shurhan has taken a leave of absence during this period of time and seems to be preparing to enter the Forbidden Zone as well. The female homeroom teacher of Class 4 added, if she's not too bad in the penalty box, too, let's suggest that the third candidate be confirmed as her. This statement was made. The head of year nodded silently as well. The condition of the school flower Lu Shurhan was indeed qualified enough. There were those with better grades than her, but it made sense to reserve a spot for the regular class. Right. just as the third slot was about to be finalized. Chen Ping, the teacher of the second class, however, suddenly opened his mouth. Mr. You, didn't a student from your class go to the restricted area as well? Seeing as how it hurt when you granted the leave, I'm sure he'll be able to do well in the penalty box as well, right? Why don't we put this third spot on hold and wait for that student from your class? Chen Ping's words were full of yin and yang. The mockery in the words, however, was only audible to Yu Yuya. She frowned and stared at Chen Ping angrily. This dead old baldy, he really knows how to dig a hole for others to jump into. Oh, Mr. You have a candidate for your class too? The head of year snapped and asked. As the grade level director, of course he wants as many good students as possible. Of course, this excellence is mostly about the excellence of the penalty box results. In this era of universal running knives, the direction of education has moved closer to the penalty box. The entire educational system is designed to produce talent in the forbidden areas. Although at the high school level, the school only requires students to study theory and does not require the ability to evacuate from a restricted area. But if a student is able to accomplish this move, it's the equivalent of completing a college course early. The guaranteed places in Qingbei are also intended for this purpose, preventing students who have clearly developed the ability to search for an evacuation in a restricted area from being buried in the system by failing to perform well on a test. Director, Mr. Chen Ping was joking. Yu Yuya forced a smile and held back from losing her temper in front of the crowd. Although she wanted to take off her high heels and align the heels to slam them hard at Chen Ping's face, she still tried her best to restrain the urge. That boy in my class. Ah, he's just going to take his chances. Ha ha ha, Mr. You is really modest. Who doesn't know that you are a GTI diamond cadre with millions of withdrawals? The head of year said with a smile. It was obvious that he didn't understand Yu Yuya's explanation. Instead, they still think that Yu Yuya is being modest, but it was normal. After all, Yu Yuya was a special existence among this group of homeroom teachers. The grade level director naturally expects too much from her and his students. Your students. Of course we are relieved. It seems that this third spot will have to be reserved for now. Then we are adjourned. Master, what are we doing here? Lu Xueqing asked with a puzzled expression. Just a moment ago, Xiao Yun had led her all the way across the parking lot. Then came the container and entered the interior of the dam behind it. It was a good thing that all the man machines along the way had been cleared, and the two had arrived without disturbing anyone. Don't you know what this place is for? Xiao Yun asked rhetorically. I don't know. Wow. Lu Xueqing looked innocent. She'd never been in a precinct search before and was afraid of getting caught in the middle of a fight. If this one hadn't been a classified difficulty, with the Asura soldiers standing in dense positions, she would have slipped away. Bad. Do people in this world not even know how to pull the gate and withdraw? Seeing Lu Xueqing's reaction, Xiao Yun looked a little nervous for the first time. Only the next second, a siren wailed overhead. Attention! Someone has activated the dam's industrial elevator. You are now able to evacuate through the elevator opening inside the dam. Chapter 18, Sit the fuck down. Okay. Hearing the broadcasting sound coming from above his head, Xiao Yun finally breathed a sigh of relief. He brought Lu Xueqing to the pull-out evacuation point. In order to squat Li Wenji's team, it's reasonable to say that squatting people go 2 for 3. Either they killed them all, or there was a disconnect in the opposing team, and the other two didn't dare to come in next after killing one. In any case, it was able to grab the supplies and then evacuate safely. Delta is a game where the advantage of racking guns is immense, especially in the administration building. It often happens that 20 minutes into the game, the two sides in the east and west buildings are still fighting each other. Not to mention, it's a real world with no dryad skills. There is no Speedclaw skill to take information or Red Wolf WYRM skill to make a breakthrough. It's even harder to force your way through someone else's rack point. This, too, was precisely the basis on which Xiao Yun dared to come to squat 5 sets. Lu Xueqing and her own Uzi, which was a leg-sweeping artifact in its own right. It only takes 0.4 seconds, no matter what set you have. Just sit down for me, and with the enemy in the light and me in the dark, we have both an information advantage and a gun racking advantage. Once Xiao Yun played out this wave of tactics, it could be said that it was a steady meal. Not to mention, other people didn't have the dryad skill, but Xiao Yun did. But I still have a tiger cannon and smoke grenades. Xiao Yun was 99% sure that as long as Li Wenji's team arrived this wave, he would be able to kill them all. The only 0.1% chance of failure is unless the gun in your hand blows up. It's a good thing they knew to pull the plug and withdraw, or our plans would have gone out the window. Xiao Yun secretly rejoiced, though his own plan was seamless. But the best laid plans will go down the drain if Li Wenzel's gang doesn't even know about the dam's pullout and evacuation. Master, what is pulling the gate and withdrawing? Just then, Lu Xueqing also asked in confusion. Xiao Yun looked at the time. At this time, Li Wenjie and the others should still be searching within the administrative district. Listening to the movement around him, it was also very quiet. Thus, Xiao Yun began to patiently explain to Lu Xueqing. Ha ha ha, John, this is going to make us crazy. Yeah, David. I didn't realize there were so many people with gear on this one. Administrative jurisdiction. The two Lighthouse Nation escorts excitedly licked the packages of the enemies they had just killed. Yet Li Wenjie, who was standing on the side, was silent. Damn, these two white dogs are lucky. He grumbled darkly. If I had known, I wouldn't have signed a guaranteed contract with them. This is great. Over $500,000 in supplies all going into their pockets. Li Wenjie was depressed inside. In this world, escorts don't turn over all their supplies to their gold masters, but have a variety of contracts. And what Levanti signed with the two Lighthouse State escorts was a guaranteed $500,000 contract. Simply put, two escorts bailed him out of a handful of $500,000 withdrawals. As long as it's not reached, it's escorted until it's evacuated. And if there is a portion of the supplies over $500,000 in a given matchup, then it would be equally divided between the two escorts. And Li Wenjie, who was the gold master, would not be able to share any of the benefits. Even with a contract on these terms, the price given to two escorts is not low. $200,000 Longwa dollars for one person, adding up to $400,000. And even if the contract seems so lossy, it's still Li Wenzel's parents who spent their connections to get it. Will your backpacks fit? Let me pack some if it won't fit. Watching the two escorts divvy up the weaponry was very much coveted by Li Wenjie. If you can get a share of the supplies yourself, this puts a good chance of 1,000,000 evacuations. However, the two escorts, didn't even look at him, pretending as if they hadn't heard him. Seeing the other party's attitude, Li Wenjie instantly turned a little red warm. Hey, I'm asking you too. Oh, sorry, we don't understand Chinese. Oh, yes, me too. John and David proceeded to lick the bag beautifully. Shit, Li Wenjie was so angry that he wanted to hit someone. These two people obviously usually speak Chinese better than they do, but now they are pretending they don't know how to do it? But at this point, he also realized that it was impossible for him to get another share. This John and David carry a big red bag each, and they can eat even more supplies. Sir, please go pull down the gate, John said suddenly as he licked his bag. Don't you speak Chinese here? Sorry? Shit. Li Wenjie gritted his teeth in anger. If I hadn't been unable to beat them, I would have done it long ago. Although the three were teamed up to enter the restricted area, that didn't mean they couldn't harm each other. This is different from the game. After all, the Forbidden Zone is a real world, and bullets don't disappear into thin air when they hit your teammates. But there was no way around it. Who made the two escorts too strong? Both of them are GTI Diamond level cadres. If Li Wenjie wants to make a move, at most one will kill the other in seconds and the other will kill him back at the speed of light. TMD, Levanti cursed angrily. However, at this moment, even though he was already seething with anger, he couldn't do anything about the two escorts. Just had to dutifully go pull the gate and get ready to evacuate. They're coming. Damn elevator evacuation point. Xiao Yun gave Lu Xueqing a wink, and the two of them instantly quieted down. What followed was a series of hurried footsteps. From the sound of the footsteps, you can analyze that the team is standing very close together, basically either walking side by side, or walking with their feet in front of them. David, how much is this one worth to you now? Around $800. 000. How about you? Ha, that's not bad. I got a fully converted gun. This one evacuated for 1.2 million. Thick gift crab. So can't you just get a new car after this single? Chatter came through the door with a strong Western tone. Obviously, it was Li Wenzel's team that came. Xiao Yun instantly relaxed as well. It seemed that they were not alert to their surroundings and were still chatting so comfortably. Ready. Xiao Yun gave Lu Xueqing a previously agreed upon gesture, and the other party immediately compared it to an okay. The two men then took their respective Uzis and began aiming for the legs. Soon, a team of 5 heads and 5 armors with several guns on their backs walked in, only to see the two gringos picking up weapons that couldn't be put down. They all hung directly outside their backpacks, while Li Wenjie was slightly shabby on his body. The three of them walked side by side, not taking the slightest notice of the dangers lurking around them. Thump, 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 thump dash. Several people had just reached the door when a series of gunshots rang out across the damn evacuation point. WTF. IK. Before Li Wenjie's shocked voice ended, his own people had already disappeared into Dam Zero, and while David and John next to him reacted, they couldn't pull out their guns in time and were melted by Uzi's pedicure in a flash. Master, We really did it. Looking at the pile of equipment on the ground, Lu Xueqing jumped up in excitement. When Li Wenjie opened his eyes again, he had already resurrected to the entrance of Warehouse 9. He was still in shock at this point, and the two escorts next to him were also in dismay. What the hell? What the hell? Our evacuation has failed. The half-kneeling David was the first to react and slammed his fist down hard on the ground. Chapter 19, Capturing the 5 Sets. What the hell is this? Why is there an ambush at the evacuation point? Unbelievable. We're so well equipped, and we were killed by them in a split second? This is definitely not something an ordinary Asura soldier can do. It's not something a player can do either. Could it be a boss-level enemy? It can't be. Said would only be in the precinct building, not at the evacuation point. Warehouse 9 entrance. David and John argued. Neither man knew exactly what they had encountered at the dam's evacuation point. Even though they are all diamond-level GTI cadres, they have never been in this situation. Are you two Sabe? We've been ambushed. Li Wenjie cursed in exasperation. How? We're diamond level. How can we be ambushed? Even if it's a real person ambush, it's impossible to kill us all in seconds. Yeah, we didn't last a second. David and John murmured. It was clear that neither was willing to accept their defeat. This is a fat handful. One for $500, 000, one for $800, 000, and one for $1. 2 million. The three combined for $5 million in supplies, a handful of which earned the average person a lifetime's worth of money. Yet how could they not have expected to fold at the evacuation point? Fuck! Who the hell ambushed us? Li Wenjie's eyes flashed with anger and he was furious. A successful evacuation on this one would have secured his guaranteed spot. But the team had an accident at this crucial time. If you miss this classified difficulty Dam 0, the next one will be tomorrow at least. And Levanti has heard that the admission quota will be finalized in the next few days. If you're unlucky and don't refresh the classified difficulty for a few days, the guaranteed spot will go to you. Who on earth dares to ambush us? I must find them. Definitely. Li Wenjie roared angrily and hurriedly walked towards his BMW. Master, we're rich. We're rich. Looking at the parcels and equipment scattered all over the ground, Lu Xueqing jumped with excitement. Since registering GTI as a cadre member and entering the Forbidden World, it was the first time she had beaten another player. The first time she had the right to taste licking the bag. And it's not a small target to beat this time. Instead, it was a team of Li Wenjie's team who wore level 5 head and level 5 armor and carried an unknown amount of resources on their bodies. Well, time is running out at the evacuation point, so let's lick the bag. Xiao Yun also hurriedly urged at this moment. Although, the original plan at the beginning was to search the entire map for great insurance and computers, but as it stands, plans have changed. After killing Li Wenjie's team, the supplies he could bring out himself were already no less than 1 million. Their equipment and weapons, in particular, are definitely worth more than the big insurance and computers that drive the entire map. So at this point in time, the option to withdraw becomes the best strategy. There's no point in risking death by searching again elsewhere. Master, you lick it first, and I'll just get the rest. Although Lu Xueqing was excited at this time, she still knew how to be very polite. After all, you came up with the plan, you arranged the tactics, and we simply can't beat this fully loaded team without you, not even to think about it. Good disciple, knows what he's doing. Seeing that Lu Xueqing was so understanding, Xiao Yun knew that he hadn't misjudged anyone. When Lu Xueqing did not shoot after seeing herself in the first game of the sparring match, Xiao Yun knew that she was definitely a good rat. Thus, Xiao Yun was also nonchalant. Straight away, he picked up the large red bag they had dropped, and subsequently stuffed all the supplies he could inside into his safety box. Safety box, 82 out of 100. Total value, 812, 875. Only to see that Li Wenzel's team had searched for quite a few supplies. Most of them are predominantly blue quality, with some purple quality. And these supplies and the level 4 ammo they were carrying added up to directly bring the total value of the safety box to over $800,000. Afterward, Xiao Yun checked the 5 sets of the 3, eventually surprised to find all but 2 of the 5 sets on the escorts had minor wear and tear. The set of 5 on Li Wenjie's body, surprisingly, hadn't lost any durability at all. Is this what you get for hiring an escorts boss? Xiao Yun expressed great envy. He then very enviously wore a brand new set of 5 of Li Wenjie's for himself. Equipment, DICH-1 tactical helmet, new. Protection level, 5. Durability, 40 of 40. Price, 231,096. Equipment, HVK-2 body armor, new. Protection level, 5. Durability, 105 out of 105. Price, 500,259. Worthy of being a rich kid. Buying the best and most expensive ones for all 5 armors. Xiao Yun silently sighed. Subsequently, Xiao Yun tucked another 5 sets on the ground into the big red bag, directly filling the big red bag so full that it couldn't hold anything. He then followed the example of a few of Li Wenji's men before him and hung the fully converted gun on the outside of his backpack. To his some surprise, the guns were not bad, except for 3 fully modified M4s worth about 400k. Surprisingly, there's also a fully modified G3 worth 300k and a half modified Victor worth 350k, and a 100,000 full chain Uzi picked up in Li Wenji's bag is a bit less than impressive, but it's $100,000 after all. Xiao Yun still hung him on his big red bag. This time, the big red bag he was carrying was filled with 6 guns at once, together with the 5 sets in his bag. The weight made it a little hard for him to stand. If only all this weaponry and equipment could be stuffed in a safety deposit box, Xiao Yun thought silently inwardly. So he had no choice but to unload a G3 and the cheapest Uzi he could find to barely hold up the weight of his backpack. At this point, he could no longer count how much he had actually earned this hand, and could only wait until after the evacuation to slowly count it. All in all, so many things with a total value of at least over $2 million. It's up 5 sets. Why don't you have a 5-stage bullet? While licking the bag, Xiao Yun was also puzzled. The people of this world still have to improve their understanding. What's the new understanding, master? Hearing this, Lu Xueqing curiously came up and asked. This is complicated to say the least, so I'll tell you about it slowly later. Aha! Right. Here, you go ahead and put these 5 sets on. Xiao Yun put the large red packet that he had organized aside and then picked up the lowest durable set of 5. Don't look at this set of 5 sets of low durability, but the value of a set also reaches $300,000 to $400,000. If it wasn't for the fact that Xiao Yun's safety box couldn't hold it and the backpack couldn't move, he wouldn't have necessarily given it to Lu Xueqing. How expensive this is. It's okay, I can't wear it out anyway. And here's a red bag and 2 guns for you to take with you. Thank you, master. Lu Xueqing nodded and hurriedly took the backpack. He beautifully put the 2 fully modified guns into his bag, and then received the 5 sets handed over by Xiao Yun. Ha! The 5 armor this geezer is wearing smells like fox. Just after getting 5 sets, Lu Xueqing smelled a strong odor. She frowned instantly, carrying the 5 sets away from her with a look of disgust. Can I not wear it? You can't take it out without putting it on, can you? But it really stinks. Wow. Seeing Lu Xueqing's face of reluctance, Xiao Yun was instantly somewhat helpless. That big red bag of hers already had a lot of supplies stuffed into it, and 5 sets no longer fit. And now with the last minute left at the dam's evacuation point, there was no more time for her to be capricious. You're not wearing it, are you? I'll put it on for you. Xiao Yun had a bad smile on his face as he took the 5 sets and stepped closer to Lu Xueqing. The tonic. My tonic. What? You guys even failed to evacuate this time. Warehouse 9 entrance. Li Wenji's parents were incredulous when they heard what had happened to him. Chapter 20, The Substation Past. Dad. Mom. I didn't think someone would be so devious as to squat at the evacuation point to shade us. Levanti went back to the car and cried to his parents. At the moment, he had put away his angry side and acted very aggrieved and helpless. You guys have to help me find out who did this. Li Wenji's parents' expressions were all very surprised when they heard this. It occurred to them that this time, Levinson might not have come up with enough 500,000 to evacuate. I only didn't expect that Li Wenji would fail to evacuate. You know, the escort they hired this time was a GTI Diamond Cadre. This rank is placed all over the world, ranking in the top 0.1% of experts. Li Wenji's parents had spent a lot of connections to find them to escort him at that time. Yet this is the same team that is so strong and fully equipped. Yet they were killed off at a tiny high bay city. Damn zero? This situation is also very unimaginable to them. In this high bay city, it is reasonable to say that there will not be a team above the diamond level. So who on earth is so capable? It's okay, Wenji. The loss is just a small amount of money. Your mom's right. The little bit of gear that fell off, Dad can just buy you another set. If we fail this time, it's the equivalent of those 2 escorts mission not being over. So we'll just try harder next time. Indeed. That thought will also allow them to take you 2 more times. So don't feel too bad, son. Li Wenji's parents did not blame him, but instead were very concerned. Although this wave of Li Wenzel lost millions of dollars in the penalty box and a chance to evacuate for $500,000, but for the Li family, these losses are insignificant. It's just like an ordinary person dropping a dollar coin. They will only feel a little bit sorry for it instead of going through half a day's heartache. However, the man who dared to ambush my son must be found out for him, Li Qinshu said coldly. As the second in command of Lei Jian Group nowadays, the resources he could mobilize were only under the old man Li Lei, and now his own son, inexplicably, has been ambushed by someone else. Not only did he lose $1 million outfit, but he also lost a chance to evacuate for $500,000. Li Chenshu vowed to absolutely investigate the matter. We'll go home first. Having said that, the Levanchers started their car and left the area. Phew, finally I can get this outfit off. Just after returning to the entrance of Warehouse 9, Lu Xueqing hurriedly took off her 5 sets. Master, will you hold it for me? How am I going to help you carry it when I'm carrying so much on me? Xiao Yun was speechless for a while. This Lu Xueqing, just how much do you dislike the 5 sets worn by other foreigners? But these 5 sets do smell pretty bad, and if you pass a dog, you'd have to foam at the mouth and roll over if you took a whiff. Welp, you're covered in the smell of fox. Xiao Yun came close to Lu Xueqing and smelled it, and immediately pinched his nose. In fact, it's not that exaggerated. Lu Xueqing's side is still fragrant. It's just a deliberate attempt to tease her. Sure enough, it caused Lu Xueqing's little face to turn red and look like she was on the verge of crying. Nasty, nasty, nasty. Lu Xueqing's shyness was very cute, but Xiao Yun did not tease her anymore. After all, the equipment and supplies brought out right now would have to go to the exchange to be organized for sale before they could be sold. And just then, the Wang team and their group, who had a previous encounter, were slowly walking over. What are you? Seeing the equipment on Xiao Yun and Lu Xueqing, especially seeing the fully altered Uzi hanging on Lu Xueqing's backpack, Team Wang immediately frowned. Captain Wang, were they the ones who went back on their word and sneaked up on you? The scout who had gone into the map naked to see the pop rate asked. No, not them. Captain Wang shook his head and sized up the 2 people in front of him. Xiao Yun and Lu Xueqing were wearing the same school uniform as Li Wenjie. Only the feeling they gave off was different from Li Wenzel. Without a hint of arrogance, Captain Wang immediately ruled out the possibility that they were working in a gang. Master, you know them? Lu Xueqing asked. Looking at her opponent's aggressive appearance, she was also scared and took 2 steps back. It's okay, it's not here to trouble us. Xiao Yun calmed Lu Xueqing and pulled her behind him. At the same time, it was remembering what he had seen and heard in the middle of the last handful of matchups, in the last handful of classified dams. To put it simply, Li Wenjie had an encounter with Captain Wang's team. By the time Xiao Yun finished touching the visitor center and arrived at the substation, these 2 teams had already begun the gun racking session with each other, with no one letting anyone in. And seeing that the 2 teams were about to clash, Xiao Yun also hit upon the idea of harvesting the remnants of the game. When the 2 sides finished fighting, one team was dead, and the other team was pulling their teammates to hit status. That was the time for Xiao Yun to strike. Xiao Yun, who had 2 S-rank skill packs, was completely certain that he could do all of this. Only, to his surprise, the 2 teams racked and racked, but negotiations began. They intend to work together for a win-win situation, dividing up all the resources of this matchup. This Xiao Yun is helpless. If you don't fight, why should I eat? Are you going to go in there and eat bullets? Thus, Xiao Yun lowered his footsteps, intending to grope his way out. However, just as he was just rounding the perimeter of the substation and heading toward the administrative precinct, in the main building of the substation, however, there was a sudden burst of intense gunfire. It's a situation where you don't even have to think about it. Someone has turned against you. When he saw Li Wenjie's team walking out of the substation in a beautiful manner, Xiao Yun instantly understood everything. This was why he would have Lu Xueqing be wary of Li Wenjie. This man cannot be trusted. Now get this. Xiao Yun recounted all of this to Lu Xueqing, and Lu Xueqing's expression changed from curiosity to doubt to anger. I didn't realize that this person, Li Wenjie, would be so untrustworthy. While angry, she was also very grateful to Xiao Yun. Luckily at that time, there was Xiao Yun to stop her. Otherwise, if she went out to greet Li Wenjie, she would probably be shot into a hornet's nest in less than 2 seconds. There was a little bit of guilt in my heart for robbing them of their gear, but now it's completely gone. Lu Xueqing laughed. Look at your gear. Did you cut them off? That's right, and it's a bit of revenge for you guys, Xiao Yun said with a faint smile. Captain Wang sized up the 2 men with a look of disbelief. These 2 were able to beat a team with 5 sets of gear, or 2 against 3. Is this something humans can do? You guys actually killed them? That's worth at least $1 million to bring out. Ugh, envy. Several members of the team led by Captain Wang expressed their envy. Being able to hunt a team of 5 sets, that gain would be at least $3 million. And there's still 2 people, splitting the $3 million equally. This handful of gains are enough to lay flat for the rest of your life. As ordinary people, Captain Wang's few people were very envious. But you guys have to be careful. With their character, they shouldn't let you go so easily. Just then, Captain Wang was reminding. Chapter 21 Mission accomplished. How? Upon Captain Wang's reminder, Xiao Yun's brain also raced and thought of some possibilities at the same time. It is indeed possible that Levante will come back with a vengeance. Only it is unlikely that he will come back with a vengeance. The first thing was that they did not see Xiao Yun and Lu Xueqing's faces clearly when they struck them down. The second thing is that everything is random in the Forbidden World. Birth points are randomized, routes are randomized. So even if he intends to take revenge, it's hard to find the opportunity. Look at the gear he's wearing, and he's brought 2 foreigners as escorts. The family's conditions are definitely not within your reach or mine, Captain Wang said in a very serious manner while pointing at Xiao Yun's school uniform. Special, you still go to the same school. The other side is likely to use some of their connections to make sure that you two are the ones who did this, and then find a way to take retaliatory action. Hear that? Xiao Yun also frowned. Captain Wang, as a mature middle-aged man, considered things very realistically indeed. With the background of the Li Wenjie family, it wasn't really difficult to access the surveillance around Warehouse 9. As soon as they saw themselves go in naked and come out wearing 5 heads and 5 armor, they could identify the target straight away. If he was in the Forbidden Zone, Xiao Yun would not be afraid of their retaliation. After all, he had a 100-frame safety box, so even if they killed him, he wouldn't lose anything. But if the other side is not martial and takes action in reality, Xiao Yun would have to be wary and careful at every turn. Thank you for the reminder, Captain Wang. Xiao Yun sincerely thanked too. Had it not been for his reminder, he might not have thought of this himself. Harm, just call me Wang Chang. Captain Wang smiled faintly and patted Xiao Yun's shoulder. So young to have managed to evacuate from the Forbidden Zone, and to evacuate with so much equipment. You guys are young and talented. I was at your age, and I didn't even dare to enter the Forbidden Zone until afterward, when I really ran out of money. Wang Chang said with a somewhat despondent expression on his face. If it weren't for life, he probably wouldn't have touched the Forbidden Zone in his life. Although there is a high return, the risk is higher, like the last matchup, for example, which directly cost him small hundreds of thousands of dollars in assets. Uncle Wang, we'll go to the exchange to deal with the supplies first. After a brief chat, Xiao Yun also left with Lu Xueqing. Although Wang Chang was not a bad person, this was not the time for small talk. He was going to find out just how much of a gain the evacuation had amounted to. Ding! The current mission is complete. Reward, randomized security box experience card X1. Obtained mission, successful evacuation from the Forbidden Zone once and with a total value of 100,000. When Xiao Yun arrived at the exchange in Warehouse 8 and found a seat, the system beep suddenly sounded. If it wasn't for the system reminding me, I'd almost forget there was such a thing as a quest. Xiao Yun thought silently inwardly. In fact, when he entered the Forbidden Zone this time, he wasn't thinking of doing a quest. All he could think of was to hurry up and earn more money to buy the SS rank skills in the mall. While he now had a 100-frame safety box, he wanted to hurry up and try out the Blessed Binding skill pack. Whether or not it would add bursts to his matchups, as he thought it would, the original intention was still to open the safe and computers in Totally Tutu, and see if I could open the building manager's office as well in the meantime. But I didn't expect to come across such a good opportunity. Squatting to Li Wenjie's team, and at the same time mistakenly completed the task. Master, no one seems to be at the exchange right now. Lu Xueqing ran over and reported excitedly. We should be lined up soon. Xiao Yun turned his head to see that there really wasn't much of a queue on the exchange side. Probably caused by the fact that Dam Zero in the previous game was so difficult that most people were unable to evacuate. By the way, is Dam Zero the only map of the restricted area here at Warehouse 9? Xiao Yun suddenly asked. Aha! Each restricted area entrance corresponds to a different restricted area, and the entrance on this side of Warehouse 9 in the North Harbor of High Bay is the one that goes into Dam Zero. On top of that, even if it's the same map, Dam Zero, each entrance to the restricted area is different. For example, the entrance to the forbidden area in Tenant Mountain leads to another Dam Zero. Lu Xueqing patiently explained. And listening to these words, some memories of this world surfaced in Xiao Yun's mind. Just as Lu Xueqing said, the Forbidden Zone entrances are scattered around the world, and each one enters into a different matchup. So even if it's the same normal difficulty Dam Zero, there's a difference between high and low difficulty areas depending on the area. Generally speaking, provincial capitals are more difficult to exclude from the zone when they are densely populated. And some marginal cities, towns, and rural areas, including some wilderness exclusion zones, are less difficult. It's just that the difficulty isn't as low as it could be. The overall difficulty of the Forbidden Zone tends to correlate with the blowout rate of the matchup. The harder the matchup, the higher the pop rate tends to be. In the Dragon Kingdom, the Forbidden Zone with the highest difficulty and explosion rate was the Forbidden Zone in the capital city of Dinghai. There was a collection of experts there, and ordinary people who wanted to enter the Forbidden Zone would have to rock the boat and queue up. Only GTIs above the diamond level have the privilege of being exempted from the queue. It seems that this world's cadre segment is important. Thinking of this, Xiao Yun also thought silently within himself. The dryer segment, an officially certified ranking mechanism of the GTI organization. Unlike the game in the previous life, in Delta games, the best way to move up the segment is to kill players. It's easy to move up to the Blackhawk segment with a little bit of daring in the game and a guaranteed kill per hand. In this world, however, the segmentation mechanism is different. GTI, as a global organization, does not encourage members to kill each other. It is only in the form of a test, and the price of the supplies brought out in the evacuation determines the level of the segment. The specific criteria change from year to year. However, given what people in this world knew about the Forbidden Zone, Xiao Yun felt that it was easy to locate a diamond level with his own strength. It seems that if you want to get rich, you still have to go to the big city. Xiao Yun sighed silently. Lots of opportunity in big cities, little opportunity in small counties, no opportunity in rural areas. I didn't realize that even in this world of universal knife running, reality is still so realistic, but it's good to know that in this world, I have strength and opportunity. You guys are also students of Haicheng First High School? Just as Xiao Yun was ruminating, a cool voice suddenly came from behind him. Xiao Yun felt unfamiliar with this voice. At least it was not someone he recognized. However, Lu Xueqing by her side was a bit agitated. Sure Han, you came to run the knife too? Well, after all, there's a fight for a guaranteed spot. Lu Shurhan sat across from the two of them, her gaze looking up and down on Xiao Yun. She was seen not wearing her school uniform today, wearing a white jumper on top and a khaki skirt with knee-high socks of the same color underneath. The outfit looked very trendy, and seeing her long curly hair, some information flashed through Xiao Yun's mind at once. Lu Shurhan, isn't this the school beauty of Haicheng? No. One middle school? As a student of the same school, Xiao Yun was often able to see her in school, only it was the first time he was sitting so face to face and in close proximity. This girl's temperament is outstanding from a distance. Close up is very eye-catching, indeed worthy of the word kernel flower. Only, what Xiao Yun did not expect was that the other party just looked at herself twice and a strange smile appeared on her face. You guys, are you here on a date? Lu Shurhan narrowed her eyes and smiled as if she had seen through some secret. Chapter 22 Information Leakage. You guys are definitely here on a date, aren't you? Lu Shurhan said with a smile on her face, listening to the conversation between the two. They seemed to be friends who had known each other for a long time. One of them was a school bully and the other a school beauty. Both of them were striking existences in the school, so it was normal to recognize them. So Xiao Yun did not say anything and just observed Lu Shurhan's expression. No, you're mistaken. Lu Xueqing waved her hand and hurriedly tried to explain. The innocent girl's cheeks flushed a little when she heard talk about relationships. Only in Lu Shurhan's eyes, it became an ironclad proof to validate her own guesses. Oh, okay. Aha! Lu Xueqing nodded, while that Lu Shurhan's face was still smiling. That's obviously not meant to be believed. Xiao Yun was instantly somewhat helpless. This Lu Xueqing was also too simple. Just at that moment, the exchange also called his queue number. Alright, I'm going to go ahead and sell my stuff, so you guys talk. Xiao Yun waved his hand and went directly to the trading window selling area. Honorable GTI cadre, what would you like to sell? The waitress at the counter asked politely. Sell these first. Saying that, Xiao Yun also raised the large red packet that was filled to the brim. It contained a set of 5 heads and 5 armor, and had 4 full conversion guns hanging from it. As soon as the items were brought up, the counter girl's eyes widened in surprise. Sir, are these all for sale? Right. Xiao Yun paused and then added, by the way, backpacks are for sale too. You please wait a moment. I'll go to the back office to check the information about the supplies. With that, the counter girl turned her head to drum up the computer, and there was a crackling sound. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yun was also somewhat helpless. Obviously technology is so advanced. Do you have to manually check the price of buying and selling supplies? No specialized scanning equipment or anything? Long time, sir. This will scan the value of the supplies for you. The counter girl completed the operation and pulled out something like a supermarket scanning gun. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yun was instantly alert. Isn't this clearly a scan-worthy device? What was she just, exactly, checking out? You're checking up on me? Xiao Yun asked coldly. Ha! No. The teller sounded visibly flustered. We're official GTI staff and won't divulge information about the cadres. Despite her attempts to appear calm, her speech became noticeably faster and looked suspicious. Xiao Yun instantly associated it with what Wang Chang had just reminded him of. This Li Wenjie actually really intends to investigate himself. But when you think about what he did in the penalty box, it seems like it would be out of character to do otherwise. Thinking of this, Xiao Yun also smiled faintly. It's okay, you keep working. The counter girl nervously took a dry swallow. not daring to say another word as she looked down and scanned the value of the supplies. However, while scanning, the counter girl's expression became more and more surprised, because the value of the equipment is also too high. Was this really brought out in one matchup? Sir, the value you've brought out of this evacuation, in total, has totaled an incredible $7 million. What? $7 million. Hear that number. The staff at the counter next to him was suddenly shocked. $7 million? This wouldn't be worth it even if I sold it. Holy shit. Big list. With such a high value, this is even more ruthless than when the official team came to clear out the goods. With an exclamation of surprise. Soon, everyone around him heard about this incident and gave him a surprised look. The surrounding people were even more shocked when they saw that Xiao Yun was only a student. He actually searched for $7 million in supplies? So young? What a hero. Young man, are you still single? Auntie will introduce you to someone. As soon as the news came out, a number of people had already leaned this way in the middle of the hall. Only, Xiao Yun was frowning all of a sudden. I thought we said we wouldn't give out personal information. Sir, I'm sorry. He glared at the counter girl and questioned seriously. Yet all that was received in return was a flippant apology. Xiao Yun very much suspected that this counter girl was doing it on purpose. Although he didn't know what her purpose was, it was definitely the Li Wenji family that was behind it. Warehouse may 8th be large, but people pass quickly. As soon as word spread that he had sold $7 million supplies, he immediately became the center of the entire room's attention. Xiao Yun greatly disliked this feeling of being watched by a group of people. It's okay to be looked at like that in reality, but if he was in the restricted area, if he caused such a big commotion to the others in the match, he would be no different from the prey being targeted. Master, what happened? Hearing the commotion coming from Xiao Yun's side, Lu Xueqing also rushed over. At the same time, Lu Shurhan followed. Nothing, the sale caused a bit of a ruckus. What do you mean? How much did you sell the supplies for? Lu Shurhan frowned slightly and asked in a somewhat puzzled manner. Instead, Xiao Yun's next reply was the one that instantly shook her to the core. Not much. $7 million. What? $7 million. Lu Shurhan's eyes widened at once, and a pair of beautiful eyebrows flew up. I heard Lu Xueqing say that you didn't come at the same time before entering the 2 forbidden zones? 2 evacuations and you brought out $7 million in supplies. This is simply too much. It's the first time I've ever heard of someone being able to bring out so many supplies. Shoo. Okay. Stop it. Xiao Yun hurriedly covered Lu Shurhan's mouth. He could clearly sense that he had been targeted by a group of merchants around him. If Lu Shurhan kept talking like this, she might have to be delayed by these people for how much time? Time was precious, and he was in a hurry to hurry the next hand. After all, it takes 5 million to unlock SS rank skills. Let's get out of here. Seeing that the bank card had arrived, Xiao Yun left Warehouse 8 with the 2 girls. Xiao Yun? Surprisingly, it's him? Meanwhile, on the other side, Li Wenjie returned to the family's luxurious villa and soon received a call from his father. In order to investigate who was squatting himself at the evacuation point, his parents also took it upon themselves to make separate appointments with a few of the top brass of GTI's Hebei City branch. Only he didn't expect the news to come so quickly. I remember. He was in the 3rd class next door. Doesn't usually talk much. Looks so unassuming. Why? Why does this kind of trash dare to come and badger me? Li Wenji gripped the cell phone with an unconscious force, nearly crushing the screen. You wait. Alert. Bank card number 114514. Transferred $2,702,947. 00. Balance $2,702,981. 80. Holy shit. The entrance to the Orange Vale neighborhood. Xiao Qingtian in the convenience store received a text message reminder and was instantly awakened. He counted the balance minutely, formatting millions and millions and millions. $2,700,000 arrived. Could it be that I won the lottery? Shit. Why is it a bank card for Xiao Yun? This kid. What the hell is he doing? Looking at the balance on the text message, Xiao Qingtian immediately sucked in a breath of cool air. Chapter 23 Continuing installation despite risks. Seeing that it was his son's bank card that arrived, Xiao Qingtian's heart was even more shocked. What the hell? What's going on? Just now the bank card spent tens of thousands of dollars in a brain. Xiao Qingtian did not pursue. After all, it was Xiao Yun his own money. Even if he did take it to buy Ultraman decks, Xiao Qingtian wouldn't say anything. But, this sudden transfer of $7 million, but directly to Xiao Qingtian whole blind. That's a lot of money. This isn't some kind of scam text message, is it? Xiao Qingtian hurriedly opened the software to verify it. However, the numbers displayed on the mobile banking app are also exactly as alerted in the text message. 10 million, 100,000, 100,000, 100,000, 100,000, 100,000, 100,000, 100,000. Xiao Qingtian counted again, his heart beating faster with each digit. It's really 7 million. Unbelievable. Where did this kid get so much money? Shouldn't he be in school at this hour? Think about it. Xiao Qingtian was also unable to hold back the doubts in his heart and hurriedly called Xiao Yun. All that came out of the phone was a beep that was temporarily unavailable. At this moment, Xiao Yun was beside the forbidden area, which was generally shielded from signals. Only, at this time, Xiao Qingtian did not know this. Shit, something can't have happened to this kid, can it? Xiao Qingtian's heart was suddenly a bit flustered, but on second thought, what could happen to this Xiao Yun kid? Soon, he calmed down. Better ask the teacher. Saying that, he also hastily opened the parent group and found the class teacher Yu Yuya's wizards. A voice call was then called. Hello? Oh, it's Xiao Yun's parents. Yes, he did take the day off and is not at school right now. Reason? He said he was going to take his chances in the forbidden zone. Is it okay? Okay, I'll hang up on my end then. In the office, Yu Yuya hung up the prestige call and let out a sigh of relief. To be honest, when she saw Xiao Yun's parents call, she was a bit flustered inside. After all, he had indeed been a bit hasty when he had granted Xiao Yun his leave slip. Neither asked the other parent nor considered anything else. Okay, the person on the other end of the line is not calling to be held accountable. I wonder, did the boy get anything out of going to the forbidden zone? Yu Yuya silently worried about Xiao Yun, though she just took over the class this year for her first time as a classroom teacher. But the experiences of her classmates in her previous school days were imprinted in her mind. Yu Yuya remembers her senior year of high school. Having just turned 18, she was just as impatient as Xiao Yun to register as a GTI cadre. He also asked a few of his close friends to join him and planned to explore the Forbidden Zone. Yet the sinister nature of the Forbidden Zone was beyond their expectations. Not only were they subjected to artillery fire there, but they also had to run the risk of dropping their supplies. There are students who are not well themselves. While death in the Forbidden Zone can bring you back to life, there are still some psychological problems when you come out, especially after being betrayed by a fellow. Those are things I should have let go of a long time ago. Yu Yuya slumped on her desk, her eyes a little dull. And just then, Chen Ping, the homeroom teacher of the second class, was the one who came through the door and stared at her with an unsuspecting look on his face. Mr. You don't know what happened yet, do you? Chen Ping had a bad smile on his face. With his bald look, he looked treacherous. Seeing him, Yu Yuya instantly lost her good looks. Chen Ping, what's gotten into you again? Ha 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 ha. Yu Yuya, you only dare to make faces at me now. Chen Ping laughed in a very arrogant manner. You've really taught a good student. Have a fart. Yu Yuya coldly said. Xiao Yun from your class is in big trouble. What happened to him? Hearing Xiao Yun's name, Yu Yuya couldn't help but feel a little worried. Is he in some kind of danger? Yu Yuya lightly bit her left index finger, thinking about the possibilities. Only, what Chen Ping said next was something that she had not expected at all. He ambushed Li Wenjia's team in the middle of the Forbidden Zone and killed all of their one fully loaded team. What? Hearing this, Yu Yuya was a bit surprised. Xiao Yun was able to tackle a fully loaded team? However this was done. It's amazing, but isn't that good news for yourself? Xiao Yun had destroyed a fully loaded team, which meant that he had at least 500,000 evacuation or more this hand. Even if you're a little more skilled at licking packs, you're perfectly capable of evacuating in the millions. If Xiao Yun could evacuate once in a million, the last guaranteed spot in Qingbei could be up for grabs. Although Xiao Yun's usual grades were not good, the ability to evacuate from the restricted area was much more important than grades on paper. The guaranteed places given by Qingbei University are also used to select exactly these kinds of students. If he does, he might be able to evacuate by the millions. Haven't you understood the situation? The one he's messing with is Li Wenjia. Seeing that Yu Yuya did not have much of a reaction, Chen Ping suddenly had a disdainful look on his face. Alas, Mr. You are still too young. Wear this first. North Harbor, Sea City. In a corner, Lu Shirhan found 2 sets of clothes and handed them to Xiao Yun and Lu Shueqing. The whole of Warehouse 8 is now looking for students in school uniforms, and you won't be able to continue into the restricted area if you're recognized. Thanks. Xiao Yun took the clothes, intending to change on the spot. Earlier he had sold a wave of supplies on the exchange, only it hadn't sold out. The 5 sets I had on me, the stuff in the safety deposit box, I didn't have time to sell. Xiao Yun roughly calculated that if these things were sold together with the 7 million he had sold before, his total gain from this hand would be close to $4 million, only 1 million short of purchasing SS level skills. Only, due to the locker sister blurting out the information that he had sold 7 million in supplies, the people in Warehouse 8 were now all over him. Some are businessmen, trying to sell something. Some of them are knife runners, trying to hold on to their thighs. There were also some unsuspecting people, each planning something. Therefore, Lu Shirhan thought of going to a souvenir store to buy 2 sets of clothes for the two to change into. With a change of clothes and a mask, it would be hard for anyone to recognize them. Wait. Just as Xiaoyun had changed his clothes and was planning to take off his school pants, Lu Shirhan, red-faced, hurriedly stopped him. You're not going to just switch, are you? And what else? Xiaoyun ignored the risk and continued the installation. Hooligans. Lu Shirhan hurriedly covered her eyes for fear of seeing something dirty. Hey, I'm wearing fall pants, okay? Xiaoyun had a blank stare. It's not like you're wearing just a pair of panties on such a cold day. Besides, does he look like he'd be a hooligan? Master, you're wearing gray fall pants too. Lu Shueqing suddenly spoke. Does it? Me too. Wearing gray fall pants too. Saying that, Lu Shueqing swished her pants down as well. Next to Lu Shirhan cannot bear to look at. You guys this also put on a couple of fall pants. That's enough of you. Hurry up and change. Change your clothes and put on a mask. Only after wearing the same commemorative t-shirt, the two of them, Xiaoyun and Lu Shueqing, looked even more like a couple. Lu Shirhan clenched her teeth as a wave of jealousy surfaced in her eyes. How did you become an assist yourself? Okay, now can you tell me how the hell you guys managed to bring out so many supplies? Lu Shirhan forced herself to hold back the small jealousy in her heart and asked. Chapter 24, such and such. So and so. So and so. So it is. That's right. Lu Shueqing recounted the last handful of experiences to Lu Shirhan. And hearing that Xiaoyun had actually led Lu Shueqing to crouch to death a team of Li Wenjie, he managed to get to eat a few million in supplies. At the same time, it was also a report on the evil deeds of Li Wenjie. After listening to this, Lu Shirhan's eyes towards Xiaoyun could not help but become much more complicated. I usually see you get pretty bad grades, and I thought you didn't know anything. Lu Shirhan looked at Xiaoyun and a faint smile appeared on her face. I didn't realize that you had deep pockets. The usual grades? Xiaoyun was instantly a bit puzzled. How did this Lu Shirhan know her usual grades? But that's not the point right now. Now all he had to do was get rid of the supplies in the safety deposit box. After the last matchup, his 100-gallon safety box was almost full. If you don't clean it, it's not going to be easy to run the knife next time. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. I still have things to sell, Xiaoyun said indifferently. I have to go back to the exchange. He looked at the time. It hadn't really been that long. The last classified dam matchup should still be a few minutes away. He was also just in time to dispose of the supplies in the safety deposit box before the next hand started. By the way, you guys better take care of the 5 sets first. Lu Shirhan reminded at this time. The last game just ended, and the odds are that the only people who brought out 5 sets were you guys. If you keep wearing them, or take them to sell, people will soon recognize you. In particular, there are probably quite a few people in Warehouse 8 who have been paid off by the Levinsons by now. This statement was made. Xiaoyun immediately frowned slightly. Indeed, as Lu Shirhan said, the 5 sets on her body now were dangerous. It's like having a tracking device on both of them. Just keep wearing the outfit, or take it to a sale, and the counter girl at the exchange will immediately recognize herself again. Only, it didn't matter if Xiaoyun was recognized. After all, that counter girl's operation earlier had probably memorized her transaction ID. One's record of buying and selling things at the exchange was expected to reach Li Wenjie's side every now and then. Like to spy? Then I'll let you have a good look. Xiaoyun smiled faintly while having a plan in his heart. At this moment, with the Dryad skill unlocked, his ability to run the knife is greatly improved. I wonder how that Li Wenjie would react if he saw that he didn't buy any equipment and brought a bunch of supplies out of the middle of the forbidden zone. However, it's still necessary to protect Lu Shueqing. Xiaoyun thought of this at the same time. Although her own information was exposed, Lu Shueqing wasn't. Given Li Wenjie's character, he wasn't someone who would take pity on a girl. If he learned that Lu Shueqing was his teammate, Lu Shueqing would definitely be targeted as well. Master, what should we do? This set of golden armor and golden head won't be unsellable, right? Lu Shueqing inquired with great concern. It's okay, just put the 2 sets of 5 home for now and come back another day to sell them. But how do we send 5 sets back? Xiaoyun was silent. Lu Shueqing followed in silence. Only after less than 2 seconds of silence, the two of them coincidentally turned their heads to look at Lu Shirhan on the side. What for? What are you looking at me for? Hey, you guys talk. Lu Shirhan was a bit overwhelmed. You guys don't want me to take these 2 dirty pieces and hide them in my house, do you? Shirhan, I know you're the best. Lu Shueqing hugged Lu Shirhan and pampered her in a gentle and delicate manner. No no no. Wouldn't I be in cahoots with you then? Master, say something too. Seeing that her pampering offense did not work, Lu Xueqing hurriedly turned to Xiao Yun for help. Xiao Yun sighed helplessly. Although he wasn't the type of person who liked to trouble others, and he was already very grateful that Lu Shihan had helped him bring the clothes and mask he used to hide his identity. But in the current situation, it was true that only Lu Shihan could help them. Big schoolgirl Lu. Xiao Yun slowly opened his mouth. Very difficult to speak. Just think of it as for Lu Xueqing. Okay? Take the 5 sets back to your house. With that, Xiao Yun stretched out a fist. Godkin, you're still playing with stems at a time like this. Lu Shihan was amused by his actions. Still, he smiled and touched fists with him, then took the 2 men's gear. Okay, but I said yes. This is the last time I'm going to help you guys out. Once again coming to the exchange. This time Xiao Yun deliberately changed the counter. Sure enough, after changing clothes and putting on a mask, the counter attendant did nothing extra. She scanned all of the supplies that Xiao Yun had brought and subsequently deducted the taxes, quickly completing the transaction. A total of $690. 943.75 has been wired to your account. The deal is done. Xiao Yun looked at the amount on his account and it had come to a staggering $39 million. Even Xiao Yun himself was very surprised by such a fast earning speed. It's also thanks to a bit more luck with this one. First, they ran into confidential difficulty, and then they ran into Li Wenzel's team. In one fell swoop, I had saved up more than 3/5 of a cent. Master, we're going to be rich. Back in the rest area, Lu Xueqing also completed the transaction. I made $800,000 on this one in addition to that set of 5. So much money, wow. This is the first time I've seen so much money. This way, I won't have to worry about tuition and living expenses when I go to college. Lu Xueqing said excitedly. At the moment, her eyes were curved and she was as cute as a cat. Xiao Yun also couldn't help but roll her head. Well, I have to move on to the next matchup, Xiao Yun said indifferently. Master, I'll go with you too. That won't work. Why? Are you abandoning me, master? Lu Xueqing froze in place with a pitiful look. And after this period of time, Xiao Yun was also able to sense that Lu Xueqing was a very simple girl. As a teammate then, she follows directions without lacking understanding and is a trustworthy teammate. Xiao Yun also wanted to run the knife happily with her. But, based on the current situation, Lu Xueqing was bound to arouse Li Wenji's suspicion if she continued to stay with him. He himself wasn't afraid of being targeted, but it wouldn't be good if Lu Xueqing was targeted. Well, I won't abandon you. After all, you've recognized me as your master. Then why? Seeing Lu Xueqing's expression of reluctance, Xiao Yun was also patient and explained to her, and it was also very understanding. And after understanding Xiao Yun's intentions, it was in a much better mood. I see. Let's split up then. Leaving Warehouse 8, Xiao Yun did not rush to continue into the restricted area. Just a moment ago when he was dealing with supplies, he stopped by to buy a few things. Material, copper coins. Rarity, green. Price, 2,326. This was a key prop for upgrading the military knife. And it was cheap anyway. At over $2,000 apiece, Xiao Yun simply bought 20 of them. With a thought, the heirloom knife appeared in his hand. Xiao Yun placed 3 copper coins onto the blade, and in the next second the coins were devoured. Ding! Upgrade successful. Military pocket knife. Type, heirloom. Level, 3. Damage, 16. Movement speed bonus, 0%. Attack speed, fast. Attack distance, very short. Special skills, none. Upgrade requires, Rusty Pirate Copper Coin X5. After leveling up to 3, it doesn't change except for the damage. And the materials for upgrading are, again, pirate coins. Without much thought, Xiao Yun also continued to strengthen. Chapter 25, Conceptual Divine Attributes. Ding! Upgrade successful. Military pocket knife. Type, heirloom. Level, 5. Damage, 20. Movement speed bonus, 10%. Attack speed, fast. Attack distance, very short. Special skills, none. Upgrade requirements, Silver Coin X1. The system panel appears. After spending another 12 coins, the military pocket knife was also upgraded to level 5. Seeing the attributes of the knife at this moment, Xiao Yun was instantly very surprised. 10% movement speed bonus. That's a perfect way to counteract the negative slowing effect of advanced armor. In Delta games, the higher the level of head armor, in addition to having a higher defense effect, it also reduces movement speed and opening speed. Some tactical helmets even block the field of view and reduce hearing range. In reality, these negative effects are even more pronounced. For example, after the last handful of Xiao Yun put on the 5 sets and carried the big red bag on his back, he was directly heavy and couldn't even run. not to mention shooting. The heirloom knife that Xiao Yun had gotten in front of him, however, had increased the shift speed bonus attribute after upgrading. Xiao Yun took 2 steps to try it out and realized that it was indeed much faster than before. In reality, 5 sets of weight is high, so it makes sense to reduce movement speed. But does it make sense to increase movement speed? The ability of this family heirloom seems to be stronger than what I thought before. Only at this moment did Xiao Yun realize that this was properly a concept god. If you upgrade it a couple times, it adds a double move speed. Wouldn't one run faster than Bolt? System, can I get any other heirlooms? Xiao Yun also asked at this time. Hint, the next heirloom will be unlocked when the heirloom is upgraded to the full level of 100. A long way to go. Xiao Yun sighed silently. This military pocket knife of his had cost 16 copper coins just to upgrade it to level 5, totaling over $30,000 now. And after level 5, you have to start consuming silver coins to upgrade. Xiao Yun reasonably surmised that after level 10, he should need to use gold coins to upgrade. And after you get to level 15 you don't know. If you want to get stronger, you'll have to make money fast. Xiao Yun thought silently inwardly. Gotta make another million quickly so I can unlock the SS rank skill pack. Said. He was also quick to arrive at the door of Warehouse 9. You have entered Dam 0. Current location, west of Dam 0 administrative jurisdiction. This burst, average. Time to end this game, 28 minutes. 42 seconds. Hint, please complete the evacuation before time runs out. Xiao Yun once again entered the map naked. He also sighed instantly when he saw that the burst rate of this one was on normal difficulty. It seems that the classified difficulty isn't that easy to encounter. Although it was an ordinary dam, Xiao Yun was also certain that at least 500,000 were evacuated. As long as he unlocked the SS rank skill that could increase the burst rate, then even on normal difficulty, he would be able to get his food and pull in his supplies. Didn't think much of it. Xiao Yun glanced at his surroundings while the game map instantly appeared in his mind. The berth was well placed, opening directly next to the administrative precinct. This position is also generally called the number 1 position in the West Wing, and it's not uncommon to run into a few mannequins along the way. Let's borrow some gear from Chicken first. With this thought, Xiao Yun directly ran towards the precinct, cross over the security booth to the construction site. An Asura soldier, straight around the corner. Come on, let's practice. The Asura soldier roared, followed by a direct elbow strike. Xiao Yun managed to dodge it, and just then, another Asura soldier behind him came flying over. An elbow strike plus a big flying kick hit Xiao Yun's chest hard. Click dash. With a crisp ringing sound, Xiao Yun sighed in dismay. This machine takes an elbow and connects with a front stomp, straight to his own bone crushing. Young men don't speak of martial virtues. Taking advantage of the gap in his movements, Xiao Yun hastily threw out a smoke bomb and mixed the smoke to stab him twice in the head. Then finding the right opportunity, he quickly tackled another soldier. White knives in, red knives out. Everything is so real in this forbidden world. It was only that Xiao Yun had long been accustomed to the deaths of others, but what he wasn't used to was being crippled in his opening round, or by a common Asura soldier. This man machine has gone crazy. Wasn't it fine in the first 2 games? Why is this one suddenly so fierce? Planner, and you say you didn't enhance the mannequin. Xiao Yun pulled out a medical needle, clenched his teeth, and ruthlessly gave himself a shot. Although he was usually quite afraid of needles, if he didn't get himself treated at the moment, he might just die. If he dies, he can't rejoin this matchup. Gonna have to wait 30 minutes before I can continue into the penalty box. Xiao Yun absolutely could not tolerate this waste of time. He had to earn enough money to purchase skills as soon as possible. Only while he was healing, he was calming down. Start thinking about the reason for all this. It's clear that even on the previous classified difficulty, the human machine was a random knife. How did this suddenly get so much stronger? It was important to know that at this time, Xiao Yun had a 10% shift speed bonus from the heirloom. He didn't want to let the man machine get close. There was no way the man machine could elbow him. Could it be that the strength of the soldiers in this forbidden world is just as strong as the game when it comes to strength? Obviously not. After all, there is no planning in this world, and every Asura soldier is real. If anything, the classified mode, because of the abundance of supplies, has more and stronger Asura soldiers in it than normal. What is this normal difficulty Dam 0 with such strong soldiers guarding at this time? Why did Asala put a heavy guard on the administrative district? Could it be, there's a big red in here? Looking at the administration building in front of him, Xiao Yun was instantly alert. Although he didn't know enough about this real forbidden world, the kinds of things he had encountered so far seemed to fit the game's mechanics. At this point, he relied on his experience to determine that there were definitely high-value materials in the administration building. Definitely no more bullhorns or ladyboys or whatever in the safe. System, open them all and purchase the Speed Claw skill pack and Red Wolf skill pack, Xiao Yun decisively ordered. Ding! Hacking Claw Skill Pack, S rank, and Red Wolf Skill Pack, S rank, have been purchased. Unlocked skill, Hide and Silence. Unlocked skills of Flash Rover. Unlocked skill, Data Flying Dagger. Unlocked skill, Signal Breaker. Unlocked skills, Tactical Slide Shovel. Unlocked skill, Triple Hand Cannon. Unlocked skill, Smoke Bomb. Unlocked skill, Power Exoskeleton. A series of system beeps rang out. Xiao Yun consumed 100,000 funds and did not hesitate to purchase 2 special agent skill packs again. He did this to make sure that this stuffed all the supplies in the administration building into the safe. I'd like to see what goodies this puts your Asala heavy defense guarding. You have entered Dam 0. Current location, east of Dam 0 administrative jurisdiction. This burst, average. Time to end this game, 28 minutes, 23 seconds. Hint, please complete the evacuation before time runs out. Meanwhile, on the other side of Dam 0, Li Wenji's figure appeared in this game at the same time, only to see that for some reason he didn't have 2 escorts with him, dressed in 4 heads and 4 armor, with a semi-modified MP5 in his hand. He arrived alone, and the first moment he came in, he pressed the radio communication device on his helmet. Wang Chang, get ready for action. With that said, an evil smile appeared on his face. Chapter 26, You've fallen into a trap. Okay, report back as soon as you have any news. The same scene in Dam 0, north of the barracks. Wang Chang, also known as Captain Wang, also wearing 3 sets and holding a classic UZI, he took orders from Li Wenzel. At this point, he and the 4 cadres under him had each entered the pairing. The purpose of their operation was not to touch gold or to evacuate. Rather, it was to find out Xiao Yun's location and report back to Li Wenji. All of this was organized before the game. Although in the last handful of games, Captain Wang's team had just suffered the betrayal of Li Wenji and dropped their entire body of equipment. But, there's no way around it. He's giving too much. Levanti promises to make up for all the losses from the last matchup if he agrees to help. And he promised to give Wang Chang a bounty of 100,000 alone. And if he killed Xiao Yun, the bounty would be doubled. Originally, Levanti could have gotten someone stronger and more professional to do the job. The purpose of doing so was merely to disgust Xiao Yun. I'm sorry, little brother Xiao Yun. Wang Chang sighed deeply. According to the rules of the Forbidden Zone, disembark without asking about the ship. Even if he had a beef with Li Wenju, he couldn't and wouldn't dare to offend Li Wenju to death completely. Of course, this was nothing more than Wang Chang's self-congratulatory statement. Only by brainwashing himself in this way could he reduce his guilt towards Xiao Yun. With that thought, he also turned on the radio function of his headset. Brothers, look around and report to me once you discover Xiao Yun's movements. Bang! While Wang Chang was communicating with the team, there was a loud bang, but it suddenly exploded from the administrative precinct. Why is this moving again? This ringing sound was not the first time Wang Chang had heard it. Such a loud blasting sound, coupled with the fact that he was wearing a level 3 helmet that boosted his hearing range, he could hear the direction of the loud noise clearly. There's another official team on this one? Are the officials in High Bay City so diligent? No, it shouldn't be them. After all, it's not like I saw anyone in uniform when I was at the warehouse door. Wang Chang stroked his chin, thinking carefully. Could it be that this is the commotion Xiao Yun made? Is that possible? Think about it. Wang Chang frowned, intending to head to the administrative district alone to investigate. Shit, I didn't realize this one had a jail size. In the administration building, at the corner of the stairs on the outside of the West Wing, Xiao Yun hurriedly gave himself a medical injection, then quietly listened to the movements around him. He hadn't realized that the administration building for this matchup was still guarded by the chief of the guard, Saeed. Said is one of the 5 leaders of the Asala Guard, the big boss of Dam 0. Due to the skill set is so perverse, super long-distance solitaire coupled with tumbling locks, so that as soon as the player enters the administrative precinct, he enters the cell and starts to go to jail. So people send nickname Jail Big. Just now, Xiao Yun had also fought with him. Without the reminder of the game's music, he was also perilously close to being shredded by the jailbait. Luckily, on the way up the stairs, I heard sharp footsteps and I enjoy my wrath. Xiao Yun was then alerted and directly threw a magnetic bomb, then jetted away. That's how you don't get a straight second from Saeed. You're running out of time. No time to play hide and seek. Just then, Saeed's voice came from above his head as well. What to do? Xiao Yun pondered the solution. Just knifed 2 mana warriors and he got an M870 sprayer instead. Only a level 1 white bullet spammer is not at all threatening to jailbait. What's more, at this point, he had no head or armor. Trying to go gun to gun against Said is a pipe dream. One can only try to mix smoke knives him. Xiao Yun thought silently inwardly. If it was in the game, he had knifed Saeed hundreds of times. Even with a strengthened Saeed with a melee skill set, he can still win with a steady knife. Only just don't know Could you accomplish this operation yourself? In reality? Thump, 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 thump dash. Just as Xiaoyun was holding his breath and preparing for Saeed's arrival, a series of fierce gunshots, but from the location on the first floor of the east building. You think you can hide? As soon as the voice came out, Saeed also instantly shifted his tracking target. From the sound of his footsteps, he could tell that he had begun to run towards the location of the east building. It seems that some unlucky person is going to suffer. Xiaoyun let out a sigh of relief. Since the east building was coming, there was no need for him to fight Saeed at this time. Even if you want to fight for your life, wait until you're done touching the big safe. Not for a moment did he mourn for the dryads of the east building. Xiaoyun immediately rushed up the stairs and ran towards the location of the large safe room on this side of the pull point. The coffin board is ready for you. Get out. A soldier kills from the second floor link. However, Xiaoyun was quick on his feet and directly understood him with a data flying dagger. Push open the door to the room. Soon he was in front of the large safe. Seal the smoke and crouch down. Xiaoyun directly began to enter the password to unlock the large safe. An explosion? What was that? Go back a minute. Li Wenjie arrived at the parking lot outside the east building and immediately heard an explosion coming from the administrative precinct. The voice was unfamiliar to him. After all, he didn't usually study much, and knew very little about what went on in the Forbidden Zone. And entering the Forbidden Zone is just a matter of these 2 days. At the moment, he thought that he didn't know about the explosion because he knew less. If he had waited to learn more, he would have been surprised. Still can't figure out what kind of explosion it was myself. Forget that for now. Let's search the administration building for something. With that, Li Wenzel cleared the Asura soldiers all the way to the east building. Only as he engaged the soldiers, he quickly realized something was wrong. That is, the soldiers in this matchup seemed to be more powerful than any of the previous ones. If it was done before, with Dam 0 on normal difficulty, he could enter the precinct's main building without injury even on his own. But this one, several shots were taken on the way. He even encountered a heavily armored machine gunner on the floor of the east building. Although Li Wenjie usually didn't listen to the lectures much, he knew the power of this thing. The armor of the whole body could not be broken even by a level 5 egg. The Gatling in his hand is an even bigger killer. Realizing that he was no match for him, Li Wenjie slipped into the main building in a hurry when he wasn't looking, and the machine gunner wasn't unresponsive, nearly getting shot through by the machine gunner as Levanti came around the corner. If it wasn't for the protection of his tertiary armor, at this moment, he would have just restarted the next hand. Shit, what's going on here? Just after arriving on the first floor of the east building, Levanti began pulling bandages and applying medical packs. At this moment, he is unaware that an even more dangerous existence is approaching quietly. You fell into a trap. A mid-air roar came from the stairway, and in the next second, a death-like presence descended upon him. Chapter 27, All Gold. You fell into a trap. Holy shit, what the fuck is this? Seeing the sudden appearance of the guard soldier said, Li Wenjie trembled in fear. The medical bag that was being punched in his hand almost fell to the ground as well. However, not waiting for him to stabilize his medical bag, the wrath of Jin Dai poured right down on him. Thump, 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 thump dash. He fired as fast as any gun Levanti had ever seen. A pike hit in less than half a second. Li Wenjie's head was directly penetrated by a series of bullets. The first bullet opened a hole. The second bullet expanded. And after the third bullet, the brain matter and blood directly gouged a floor. Such a horrible shot. Such a devilish appearance. Before he died, Li Wenjie instantly remembered his name. Chief of the Guard, Saeed. By the time Li Wenjie opened his eyes again, he had already returned to the entrance of Warehouse 9, and the 4 sets and weapons on his body fell out of sight with his death. Shit. Li Wenjie was so angry that he cursed. This Sima Saeed. Is this something that people can beat? Even if both of them, John and David, came, it would probably be hard to be his opponent. Unless all 3 were all 5 sets and then rack their guns in the same position. There's no chance of a kill. No. Why would normal difficulty refresh Saeed? Levanti was very confused. This set of equipment for myself, although I can't say it's top notch, I guess, but a set of 4 plus weapons and stuff would be worth a total of $600,000 to $700,000. It's only logical that there's little pressure to enter a dam on normal difficulty with this kind of equipment. As long as he didn't fight hard with others, he could easily override the administrative precincts alone if he killed one wave after another. However, why? Why is that? From the soldiers he encountered along the way, Li Wenjie began to notice that something was wrong. The strafing of the machine gunners around the corner was even more frightening. Entering the Forbidden Zone for so many days, it was the first time that Li Wenjie felt that the map of Dam 0 was so stressful. Now Wang Chang and the others can't be reached either. I also wonder if these guys will take the mission seriously after they can't reach me. Shit. The more Li Wenji thought about it in his heart, the more angry he became. Originally, he was supposed to go home and rest after today's classified dam. When the next classified difficulty opens up again, he'll come back with 2 escorts to kill. However, it favored the time when he did not bring 2 escorts and came to seek revenge on Xiao Yun. Just met with this accident. I'm so fucking stupid. I've gotten myself into trouble by screwing someone else. Li Wenji was so ruthless that he even cursed himself. I'm definitely taking those 2 white-skinned pigs with me next time. And it doesn't matter if I have to pay extra. Xiao Yun, wait for me. Just as Li Wenji was fuming to himself and breaking his own defense, in the administration building at Dam 0, Xiao Yun also managed to open the first large safe and started searching for the supplies inside. Material, shiny pirate gold coins. Rarity, gold. Price, 58,231. Material, Asala specialty wine glasses. Rarity, gold. Price, 62,941. See only. The safe didn't come out with a big gold or red, but it did come out with 2 small golds, worth more than $100,000 combined. For Dam 0 on normal difficulty, that's a pretty good pop rate. This one sure has the goods. Xiao Yun was also aware of this change in the burst rate. Hastily, he made up another smoke at his feet, then turned on the computer on the table next to him. Material, information, design drawings. Rarity, gold. Price, 67,964. Another little Kim. Xiao Yun hurriedly took out the design drawings from his computer. Then with a thought, he pulled out the black suitcase, put 3 small golds on it, and it was soon in the safety box. This one's at least a small gold game. Maybe even a big red one. In that case, it might be possible to evacuate in millions. As long as we earn over $1 million, we'll be able to unlock the SS rank skill packs. Xiao Yun thought silently inwardly. And just then, the originally quiet East building. But suddenly there was a series of fierce gunshots. You fell into a trap. The roar of the guard officer said was able to be heard even by Xiao Yun, who was far away in the West building. Apparently, the people from the East building had an encounter with Saeed. The gunfire quickly subsided. Listening to the movement in the East building, Xiao Yun knew that there was a high probability that the people over there were karma. And Xiao Yun also took the opportunity and hurriedly ran towards the balcony on the other side of the West building. That side had the other large safe and computer in the West wing. And there was a high probability that the valuables that the Asura soldiers were sworn to guard were in it. What are you? When he encountered an ordinary soldier on the road, Xiao Yun killed him with another data flying dagger. However, when he had just reached the balcony, it was Saeed's voice that came from the aisle connection between the 2 floors. Where are you, little rat? Boo-hoo! Jail big incoming. Hearing this voice, Xiao Yun, who was just about to unlock the large safe, stopped his movements. The current situation seemed like the only place he could fight jail to the death. Xiao Yun quickly touched the door and closed the door to the room. As soon as Jin Dai opened the door to the room, he practiced his tactics. Hello? Lavanti, can you hear me? Hello? What's the deal with this Li Wenzel? The other side. Wang Chang followed the sound of the explosion to the construction site on the west side of the administrative precinct. Just as he arrived, however, he saw the bodies of 2 Asura soldiers. He looked down to examine them and realized that the 2 bodies were not killed by the bomb, but by stab wounds. One of them was also stripped of all of its equipment in one fell swoop. Could this also be Xiao Yun's handiwork? Wang Chang inwardly analyzed silently. He had not seen Xiao Yun before this matchup began, and so there was no telling what equipment the opponent had brought into this matchup. The 2 bodies in front of us died not from gunshot wounds, but from stab wounds. Could it be that Xiao Yun had fucked them over with just his sword? This is unbelievable. Wang Chang inwardly sighed. It's an era of universal knife running. But very few people actually carry a knife right into the penalty box. It's not that no one does it, it's that the risk is too high. After all, ordinary people in this world didn't have safety boxes or experience in close combat fighting. The ones who killed all the Asura soldiers with their swords, besides the official members who had been soldiers, were also masters who would normally train in close combat fighting techniques. And as far as he knew, this Xiao Yun was nothing more than an ordinary high school student. It seems he's not as simple as I thought. Fighting skills, demolition techniques. This is all a bit beyond my knowledge. No wonder he was able to wipe out Li Wenji's first team. Wang Chang was very shocked inside. At the same time, he was also determined that this Xiao Yun had talents that ordinary people could not reach. Someone with this talent wouldn't have been defeated by Li Wenji, much less be stuck in this tiny high-bay city. When he goes to college, with a little training, he might be able to go to the big battlefield to make a mark for the Dragon Kingdom. Still, let's not think about that much right now. Wang Chang sighed deeply. Regardless of Xiao Yun's future, the current him needed this amount of money from Li Wenji. So, he also tried to contact Li Wenzel once again. wanting to report on the findings from this side. However, no matter how much he called, there was never a message from the other side. This Li Wenjie won't hang up, right? Wang Chang frowned, somewhat incredulously. P.S. Is anyone reading this book? The new author begs for support. After 80,000 words to start the daily burst of 4 chapters. To ensure that the readers greatly read the cool. Beg the readers greatly daily to catch up with more, not to feed the book. Chapter 28, The Golden Clock. This Li Wenjie won't die inside this ordinary dam, right? Wang Chang felt a bit unbelievable when he thought of this. He didn't know about Xiao Yun's equipment, but he knew about Li Wenzhou's equipment. That be played on normal difficulty. All equipped with 4 heads and 4 armor. Using a semi-modified MP5 still equipped with tertiary bullets. This equipment is more than enough to beat even classified difficulty. Not to mention the fact that it's a normal dam with not many people in it itself. Even if he was alone, how many people inside this ordinary dam could stop him? As soon as they heard the sound of that MP5's gunshot ringing out, everyone was walking around. If you see his 4 armor, it's even more so if you don't even dare to stay around him for a second longer. With his kind of equipment, how could he possibly fold inside this ordinary dam? Probably a bad signal. Wang Chang thought silently inwardly. Only, looking again at the precinct building in front of him, he was in deep hesitation. Should we go in? Just when he was so hesitant, an image was flashing through his mind, only to see a black figure like a ghost wandering between the 2 Asura soldiers, collecting 2 heads between his hands and knives. Forget it, it's too dangerous. Wang Chang shook his head and dismissed the idea of going in to find out what was going on. At this time, he no longer had the same attitude towards Xiao Yun as he had before, but instead, a wave of awe was born in his heart. This young man, he couldn't see through himself. It's better to wait until we contact Levante before we discuss it. Material, clock. Rarity, gold. Price, 199,972. Finished. Send the clock. Seeing the items opened out of the large safe, Xiao Yun immediately sighed in dismay. The big insurance opens a seat clock. Doesn't that mean you're going to give yourself a clock? Luckily, though, at this point he had a whole 100 compartments of safety boxes. Even if you die, things don't fall out. And after driving so much with big insurance, well, it's been out of the way once. With 4 frames of small gold, this is a good clock. Compared to those 4 $100, 000 humorous 4 brothers, military explosives, mobile cables, DSLR cameras, military binoculars, the seat clock is already considered the best of the 4-frame little gold. Better come and see what's in Set's bag. Looking at Set's corpse at the doorway, Xiao Yun could not help but have a smile appear on his face. I didn't realize that it was easier to mix smoking knife death row big in this world than it was in the game. Smoke a letter. People a mix. Powered exoskeleton activated. Drone flashbang launched. A flurry of slashes went down, and Jailda was directly chopped to the ground. Of course, it's also possible that one can use multiple dryad skills on their own. Saeed was powerless to fight back and collapsed right in front of the computer room. It's cold. Cough. Cough. Ah. Ouch I go. You're still awake? Saeed's body twitched a few times, with remnants of consciousness. Although he was unable to move at this moment, his gaze was still dead set on Xiao Yun. Not pray. Next time, I will defeat you. Hearing this, Xiao Yun immediately frowned. Next time? Is there a next time when you're obviously going to die? Suddenly, as if something had occurred to him, he hastily grabbed Saeed's shirt and yanked him to his feet. You know you can come back to life? Dash. The only thing that responded to him was Saeed's ghost-like laughter. Soon, though, Saeed was completely out of breath. Looking at the scene that was happening in front of him, Xiao Yun's brain was instantly racing while feeling a little numb. A barrage of unreasonable information about this world also continued to pour into his mind. If the Forbidden Zone is a real world, then why does it refresh after each matchup? Why do the entrances to the exclusion zone in different places correspond to different matchups? Is this a real world? Or a game world that just got real? And the Saeed who just died in front of him, listening to his tone, it was as if he knew he would be resurrected the next time. Xiao Yun's brain raced. The irrationality of the manifestation before his eyes was impacting his understanding of this forbidden world. Headache. A sharp pain filled Xiao Yun's brain as if to force him to stop thinking about it all. Why are the supplies in the Forbidden Zone so valuable? And how did the Forbidden Zone form? GTI. What the hell is being planned? The moment Xiao Yun realized in a trance that this world did not seem as simple as most people perceived it to be. But to pursue the secrets of the higher planes, one must stand higher to do so. GTI. The only clue so far can only come from this. Xiao Yun organized his thoughts. GTI. A huge organization that spans international boundaries, definitely holds some secrets, like the combination to the big safe. For example, Is it true that no one has ever tried it out in the 100 years since the Forbidden Zone has descended? To fully understand what the world is all about, you have to climb to a high position among the GTIs to do so. Not platinum, not diamonds, and even Blackhawk might be in the dark. One had to become above the pinnacle. A minority existence of only a few hundred in this world. In order to be qualified to know all of this, it seems necessary to pay attention to the segment levels in GTI. Xiao Yun thought silently inwardly. But these things can only be left for later. Right now, all he could do was to keep making money and improve his strength. With such an unlimited strength-boosting plugin like the system on his body, Xiao Yun had complete certainty that he would be able to explore the secrets of this world. Now, just take a quick look at what's in Set's bag. Once it was time to lick the bag, Xiao Yun was once again happy inside. There are 3 things he enjoys most about being a Rat Pack player. Lick the bag, drive the insurance, and give red envelopes to passers-by. And licking the bag is the first thing that makes him happy. Equipment, explosion-proof helmet. Protection level, 3. Durability, 6 of 19. Price, 3,334. Equipment, samurai bulletproof undershirt. Protection level, 4. Durability, 52 of 55. Price, 74, 299. Weapons, M249 light machine gun. Accessories, M249 navigator woodguard. Steel rifled retractor. VFG night foregrip. M249 Elite Skeleton Stock, purple. Price, 115,098. Since it was Dam 0 on normal difficulty, Jean Dai wore nothing more than 3 heads and 4 armor. It's not worth much, but it's handy for running knives. Xiao Yun quickly changed his equipment and weapons while disassembling the level 4 bullets and placing them in the safety box. Subsequent searches of his backpack were met with little blues and purples. After placing everything into the safety box, Xiao Yun also checked the condition of the safety box. Safety box, 12 out of 100. Total value, 483,977. Nice gain. Xiao Yun finished his search beautifully. At this point, counting Saeed's equipment, the total gain for the hand had come to 700k. But there's still quite a bit of room to go before the target of 1 million. So Xiao Yun was not in a hurry to pull the gate and evacuate, but instead searched the entire west building, and then headed towards the location of the east building. Why is there a body here? Xiao Yun came to the east building from the first floor. After searching the first floor empty, he was just about to walk up to the second floor when he saw a bunch of equipment dropped by players. Since Li Wenjia had been dead for a long time, his body was also resurrected and teleported to the entrance of Warehouse 9. Therefore at first glance, Xiao Yun had not associated it with him. For sets plus MP5. That's good gear. Who's so rich? As Xiao Yun examined the identity plate on the ground, Li Wenjia's name appeared on top of the token. Li Manchul? How did this be die here? Chapter 29 East Building Manager's Office. The moment he saw the other party's identity plate, Xiao Yun was instantly a little puzzled, but when he thought again about what had happened earlier, he burst out almost laughing. It turns out that the unlucky guy who was killed in the East Building was Li Manchul. Seeing as how, in retaliation for what happened to the last handle, Li Wenjia had already led the team and was on the move. Only, his actions were such that Xiao Yun felt somewhat beckoned to laugh. This is a set of 4 heads and 4 armor, plus MP5s, with the same 3-stage ammo. How can you get hundreds of thousands of dollars for one outfit? Results? 1 foot in the main building. The next he's fucked by jailbait. This. Let's just say the rich really know how to have fun. Xiao Yun even felt helpless for the equipment he started with and sighed softly. This Li Wenjia's behavior is a complete waste of equipment. If these 4 sets were given to him, he could walk across the classified dam. But seeing that the person who died in the East Building was Li Wenjia, his whole mood was much better. Better keep searching. Said. Xiao Yun also went straight up to the second floor and went straight to the computer room on the east floor. He hadn't searched for anything good on the first floor, and he didn't believe the second floor was still empty. After all, this is such a powerful mana, and there's a jailbait Saeed sitting in the middle of it. What they are guarding is definitely not as simple as a seat clock. Material, Metal of Merit. Rarity, Gold. Price, 82,213. Material, Information, Design Drawings. Rarity, Gold. Price, 67,964. Soon, Xiao Yun opened the large insurance and computer in the computer room. But to his surprise, the supplies stored inside were only small gold. Especially since the big safe just held a mere gold coin. Though it's nice to have 2 small golds open on normal difficulty. But that kind of burst rate is clearly not matched by the strength of the mannequin. The first floor has been searched, as well as the darkroom and computer room. Then the rest of the place. It'll be in the manager's office in the East Building. Manager's office. East Building. It is the place with the highest burst rate and the most high-value resource points in the entire Dam 0. Inside, there is not only a large safe and computer, but also a small safe and several suitcases. Even the little couch in the bedroom is refreshed with little reds like gold bars and Rolexes. In addition to this, there is even a manager's room key room. Inside, 2 large safes, a computer, and a large weapons case. Many of Xiao Yun's big reds and big golds in his previous life were opened from the key room of the manager's office in this east building. What with the human avatars, tank models, and infantry vehicle models, Xiao Yun had driven out of it. However, later on, due to inappropriate game planning, people directly and secretly nerfed the burst rate of the grand safe. This also led to the fact that after the revamp, Xiao Yun opened his manager's office and lost money every day. Good on. In a world where everyone runs knives, the key room of the manager's office in the east building is considered a high-risk, low-reward place since the average person doesn't know how to open big safes and computers. Even the key card for the manager's room in the east building only cost $30,000 apiece in the market. And Xiao Yun, who knows the password of the big safe, can say that opening the manager's room can be said to be a sure thing? And it is a blood money. If only the humanoids were actually guarding some valuable material, then there's a good chance that it's in the middle of this manager's office. Xiao Yun thought silently inwardly. The manager's office is divided into 2 floors, inside and outside, with the outside bedroom and counter being the insurance-free location, while the inside, which requires a keycard to open, is the actual manager's office? Xiao Yun first listened to the surrounding movements and made sure that no one was around. Then he went straight into the perimeter of the manager's office and started searching hard. After the big safe and the computer were opened, there were 2 more small golds, and to Xiao Yun's surprise, the weight of lifting the small safe was very heavy. He shook it gently, and a muffled thud came from inside. There's definitely a big one in this little safe. Does it? Material, ceremonial dagger. Rarity, purple. Price, 93,404. Groovy big dagger. Seeing the supplies and the small insurance policy, Xiao Yun's hanging heart finally died. Thought it was something big. That's it? Originally in the game, searching for 6 frames of something that turned out to be something like a large dagger was disgusting enough. I didn't realize that in this real forbidden world, he'd change his ways to disgust me one more time. Xiao Yun was so angry that he wanted to give this big dagger a straight skim, but when I calmed down and thought about it, the big dagger was pretty valuable. Anyway, he now had a 100-compartment safety box, and there was no shortage of space to store his items. It's even a little more profitable to open this big dagger than it is to open a small gold. It's much more comfortable to think of it that way. Xiao Yun took a long breath. Only, at this point in time, he had finished writing free insurance for the entire main building of the precinct. Whether it's a big insurance policy, a computer, or a small insurance policy, neither saw any sign of red-level supplies, so it seems that there is only one possibility left. Thinking of this, Xiao Yun made a movement of his mind. A card with a black background and a gold border, showing a noble and luxurious atmosphere, appeared in his hand. Let's see what's hidden in here. With that, he swiped his key card. Drop. The unlock was successful and the door to the manager's office in the east building was opened. Xiao Yun also didn't say anything and directly rushed in to slam the search. Eagle. 2, 3. There appears to be a situation over here. Administrative precinct. On the site outside the west building, Wang Chang opened his radio call and called his 3 team members. Captain Wang, what's wrong? What's the situation? Have you found Xiao Yun's trail? The 2 team members asked. At this time, 3 members of Captain Wang's team were still running around all over Dam Zero. It was said that they were looking for Xiao Yun's whereabouts, but only that the 3 of them had coincidentally taken the fielding route, searching for their own things in their own way. After all, it's true that what you earn goes into your pocket. Li Wenzel compensated them for the loss of the last game and provided the equipment for this game again. Anyone who doesn't search more when there's a good opportunity like this is an idiot. There's bad news, Wang Chang said in a heavy tone. I can't get in touch with Li Wenzel's side, so I'm wondering if we should continue our mission. This statement was made. The 3 members of the team were instantly somewhat incredulous. What's the situation? How come we can't get in touch? Grass. This Li Wenzel won't back out again, will he? It shouldn't be. He's called us with the money. We're not going to pay this back. This Li Wenzel, shouldn't he be dead? No. Forsets can die playing normal difficulty. Ha, it's hard to say. What if we meet a master? Or maybe, it's meeting Xiao Yun. It's really possible. After all, Xiao Yun can even fuck over 6 sets. Shit. So what now? The 3 members of the team spoke in a heated discussion. Only in reality, the search for supplies in their hands didn't stop. Only Wang Chang stood at the precinct site, not daring to go in and search, and not wanting to just walk away, so calmly analyze it all. I have some clues on my side. Xiao Yun is most likely inside the precinct. I'll go. Then what's the point? Just fuck him. Yeah, there's a bounty for killing him. Nos. 2 and 3 said. Upon hearing this, Wang Chang but snorted coldly. Kill Xiao Yun? Easy to say. With his skill, he himself didn't know if he would be enough to fight him even if he gathered all 4 members of his team. These 2 players, I'm afraid, are not waiting to try to lick their equipment after they die. Only, regarding Xiao Yun's information, Wang Chang did not reveal too much. Eagle, what's your position? Just got out of the visitor's center. A low and cold voice came from the headset, and it was none other than the Freeman Eagle who entered the Forbidden Zone individually every handful of times to check the burst rate. He was Wang Chang's hairdresser and also the smartest person in the team. Therefore, Wang Chang intended to discuss this matter with the 2 of them alone, especially the information about Xiao Yun. With the strength of his blade that killed 2 soldiers, and the loud blasting commotion, maybe the Eagle would know something. You come to the precinct site. Be careful on the road. Okay, be right there. Chapter 30 Rolex in the toilet? Current location, Dam 0 East Building Manager's Office. This burst, average. Time to end this game, 22 minutes, 49 seconds. Nearly 8 minutes passed in the game. And at this time, Xiao Yun, after searching almost the entire precinct building, was also finally able to make a discovery in the manager's room in the East Building. Material, quantum storage. Rarity, red. Price, 277,293. Shipped out. When Xiao Yun unlocked the computer in the manager's room and saw the supplies stored in it, he was thrilled inwardly. Finally out of the red. And it's still at Dam 0 on normal difficulty. A single compartment with close to 280,000 supplies can easily be included in even 2 safe deposit boxes. Not to mention the fact that Xiao Yun was still using a 10 by 1000 grid safety box at this time. Xiao Yun pulled out the uniquely shaped pure white USB flash drive and placed it into the security box. The whole time his hands were shaking from excitement. And the reason why Xiao Yun was so excited, the main reason for this is not out of little red. Rather, it is because this quantum storage confirms that one's previous speculations were alright. Sure enough, there's definitely something big in this heavily guarded matchup. In the middle of the Forbidden Zone, the pop rate of each matchup is a mystery. Some bureaus search the full picture to see the backpack for $300,000. There are also innings where there's a small gold on one touch and a small red on the other, as in this one, for example. And after corroborating his previous speculations, Xiao Yun would be able to predict the blowout rate of this matchup based on the strength of each human machine. And this quantum storage, it seems, is not simply a little red. I heard that someone brought out experimental data before, and the information stored in it directly made technology take off for an era. This thing, it's possible that it's more than just 280,000. Xiao Yun inwardly surmised silently. I've never seen a red item before when I was on the trading floor. Now it seems it's not that no one has ever driven one, but it's not in mass market circulation. You can't sell such important supplies at a loss. Gotta take it back and study it before I can do that. Didn't think much of it. Xiao Yun continued to search the manager's office, and during that time, he also came out with some small gold and purple. Only having just been out of red, he wasn't that surprised. Safety box, 78 out of 100. Total value, 132,047. As Xiao Yun searched the entire administrative precinct, he opened every container he could. The total value in the safety deposit box, 2, surpassed the 1 million mark, reaching 1.32 million. Together with the M249 dropped by Jail De, the 4 heads, 4 armors and MP5s seized from Li Wenjia's body had a total value of close to 1.8 million. And it was only a third of the way through this matchup. A mere 10 minutes. 10 minutes to make $1.8 million. Needless to say, the penalty box is indeed a place of opportunity. It's just that ordinary people don't have the experience or the safety box to take advantage of any more opportunities. Xiao Yun, on the other hand, was in the right place at the right time. What's with the sudden urge to go to the bathroom? Just after walking out of the door of the manager's office, Xiao Yun felt a sudden urge to urinate. He then remembered that he was the one who felt thirsty when he was just searching for something and saw a bottle of lemon tea on the table. So he picked it up and drank it. Although it was a purple material worth tens of thousands of dollars, but this was a critical time. Xiao Yun did not feel any pity, but he never thought that the 500 milliliters of lemon tea would be so effective as a diuretic. He even felt that even an old man who couldn't pee due to Parkinson's disease could have a free flow after drinking the lemon tea brought out from this forbidden area. I should have known to drink Coke. Xiao Yun did not have time to regret and hurriedly ran towards the West Building. Although there was no one around at the moment, he was a man of honor, and this kind of problem had to be solved in the bathroom. Due to clearing out the mannequins along the way, Xiao Yun did not encounter any danger. However, just as he opened the third door to the restroom, a shiny object, however, was sitting squarely on the toilet lid. Material, valuable mechanical watches. Rarity, red. Price, 212. 479. Holy shit. I can't believe the restrooms are painted Rolex. Xiao Yun was immediately shocked. This, along with the previous supplies, brings the total value of this one straight to 2 million. He hurriedly put the watch in the safety box and then rushed to open the toilet lid. His body shivered violently. At this moment, the pleasure of touching Xiao Hong and the pleasure of urination gradually disappearing were intertwined. Xiao Yun had never felt so refreshed before. What is this man machine thinking? That he would put such high-class supplies in the toilet? Could it be that Saeed forgot his watch here when he went to the bathroom? No. Doesn't he use a pocket watch? Or is the most dangerous place the safest place? Xiao Yun never expected that just as he was preparing to pull the gate to evacuate, there would be an unexpected gain. A handful of regular dams yielded 2 small reds straight away. If this were to spread out, one wouldn't even know how many people would be envious and jealous. You know, in this world of universal knife running, but there are still countless people who have never even seen Xiao Jin, not to mention taking those supplies out. Most people, even if they come out with a little purple and gold, have the life to search for it, but not the life to carry it out. Suddenly a light footstep came down the stairs. It could be heard that the other party had tried desperately to minimize his movements, but Xiao Yun still clearly captured the voice. Someone's coming? Xiao Yun was alerted in his heart, and at the same time, he set up his M249 machine gun in front of his body to ensure that he would be able to fire the moment the enemy appeared. At the moment he was also glad that he was in the habit of checking his manpack. Just cleaned out the administration building and picked up a lot of 5.56 secondary ammo. One's current 4 heads and 4 armor should be better equipped than all the players on the map. It's just that the bullet rating is a bit low and it's hard to kill in seconds. What to do? Take the initiative? Xiao Yun frowned slightly as he secretly planned inwardly, listening to the footsteps next door. I think they're just coming up the stairs. If he himself had rushed up at this time, once Red Wolf and Willow's skills were on, with double acceleration, he should have been able to catch his opponent off guard. But, it's better to be careful. Think about it. Xiao Yun's mind moved, only to see Speedclaw's signal breaker pulled out from his hand. Without needing to think, he aimed at the next hallway and quickly pressed a few buttons on the decoder. 2 yellow tracking lines that only he could see appeared at his feet all of a sudden, and then the information of the other 2 appeared on the decoder. 2-3 sets? That's not too hard to beat. But this person, why does he look a bit familiar? Since there are no special agents in this world, the signal decoder shows the avatar of a real person. Isn't this Captain Wang? Seeing one of the avatars on the decoder, Xiao Yun instantly frowned slightly. If it was Captain Wang, Xiao Yun did not want to start any conflict with the other party. Not because they couldn't beat it, but because they had some pity for each other. After all, they only lost a lot of value last hand when Li Wenzel backstabbed them. And his own supplies searched are almost the same. When the time comes to fight 2 lousy 3 sets, Xiao Yun is also lazy to bring out. Only, Xiao Yun wasn't sure if the other party would just shoot after seeing him. If the other guy really had that in mind, Xiao Yun didn't mind either, letting them see their firepower. In particular, at this time, Xiao Yun had already unlocked the skills of 4 special cadres. You don't even have to shoot yourself. You can play them to death by throwing props. Thus, Xiao Yun also spoke directly through the wall and faintly. Captain Wang, what are you and your teammates doing sneaking around in there? This statement was made. Wang Chang, who was on the stairs, heard Xiao Yun's voice and broke out into a cold sweat. Shit, how did he know he was here? P.S. Some readers have complained that it's not enough to read every day. So the author has decided to update 3 chapters a day starting tomorrow. The amount of large tube full. Please catch up on your reading. Please don't feed the book. And please use your love for free. Chapter 31, Is There Any Law? Don't smother me and think I'm bluffing. Let's put it this way. You're on the stairs right now with no one but you following you around. And you're both triple-headed and triple-armored. Am I right? See the delay next door. Xiao Yun also did not have the patience to spend time with him and directly opened his mouth to remind him. And what he doesn't know is this. Right now. Right next door. Xiao Yun's short 3 paragraphs almost scared Wang Chang into giving his knees. Brother, how do you know all this? Wang Chang was a little broken inside. He had originally planned to take Eagle and the 2 of them sneak into the administration building and come up to poke around and find out what was going on. I'm halfway up these stairs, and you're telling me you even know what kind of armor I'm wearing. Just give me the pin number. He was quietly groping and climbing the stairs, but as a result, he was suddenly called by Xiao Yun, and Wang Chang felt as bad as if he had been caught as a thief. How did he know he was here? Is it possible that, in fact, at the beginning, Xiao Yun had noticed his presence and had been waiting here for a long time? Wang Chang didn't dare to think much. Xiao Yun's ability had far exceeded his imagination, and he even felt that anything that happened was normal. Shit, how did he know we were here? Eagle lowered his already low voice and asked with great suspicion. I don't know. I told you this young man is not simple. Wang Chang frowned, his heart already flustered. The only explanation at the moment was that Xiao Yun had already known that he would come here. Could it be that Li Wenjie was killed by Xiao Yun? Wang Chang inwardly forced himself to analyze. Shortly after entering this matchup, there was no contact from Levante's side. With his equipment, normal people couldn't beat him. To say who in this common dam is most likely to kill him, it could really be Xiao Yun. Could it be that Xiao Yun and Li Wenjie had met long ago and then learned from Li Wenjie about their purpose this time? It's over. It's all over. Wang Chang was a little alarmed. Li Wenjie's plan was likely to be exposed. And then the fact that he had been bribed was also likely to be known by Xiao Yun. The reason why Xiao Yun was standing here was to wait for him to come over and kill him. Wang Chang was bitter inwardly, especially after seeing Xiao Yun's methods. He was very clear that he and Eagle were definitely not Xiao Yun's opponents. The 3 sets that Levante just backed up are going to be lost again in this one. Xiao Yun, is it you? Wang Chang asked with the last vestige of luck. After all, maybe Xiao Yun's presence here was nothing more than happenstance? Cut the crap and say what you're here for, Xiao Yun coldly said. Hearing his tone, Wang Chang's hanging heart finally died after all. The plan was definitely exposed. Let me explain. The only way for Wang Chang at this point was to find a way to explain and then sincerely apologize. Even if he was killed by Xiao Yun, at least it relieved him of his anger. Otherwise, he'll be chased by him as soon as he enters the penalty box in the future. And that could be even more terrifying than Li Wenzel. Li Wenzel's 2 escorts are certainly strong, but just avoid them once you find out. However, Xiao Yun, this person, had unfathomable means. Wang Chang would rather be held in hatred by Li Wenjie than be an enemy of Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun, Wang strongly pretended to be calm and said slowly, actually, I don't want to do this, but you know, right, people can't help themselves sometimes. The jungle isn't about fighting and killing, it's about the human condition. Hearing this, Xiao Yun immediately frowned. What's this big brother gabbing about? What's with the jungle and the accident? Is this guy out of his mind? Although Xiao Yun knew that people of their age did like to talk about rivers and lakes and whatnot, but what's he pulling this useless stuff for when he asked himself what he was doing in the administrative district? Xiao Yun sensed that he seemed to be a bit weak. Why is that? However, very quickly, Xiao Yun associated something. Li Wenjie came to the restricted area to snipe himself. So could this Wang Chang be as well? Could it be they're in cahoots? That's not right. Hasn't this Wang Chang just been betrayed by Li Wenjie once? How come he's working with him? But it seems like that's the only explanation. With the information linked together, Xiao Yun could only think of this possibility. Li Wenjie just got squatted to death by himself last time, and this time he started 4 sets into the map, obviously coming to get himself into trouble. And with this Wang Chang's weak-hearted attitude, there is a high probability that he has already been bought by Li Wenjie. Otherwise, after hearing that it was his voice, he would have been very happy to run into a familiar face and have a chance to cooperate. For a few short seconds, Xiao Yun then analyzed what happened from the other party's odd attitude. I see. Xiao Yun sighed lightly and then spoke indifferently. Little brother Xiao Yun, can you forgive us? Wang Chang asked under his breath. Although he knew that he was a bit of a deadbeat for saying this, having lived to this age, Wang Chang had long since put down his face and all that. For the sake of his family, for the sake of his life, he has to keep his job in the Forbidden Zone to do so. While hearing his begging words, Xiao Yun only smiled coldly. It was clear that he had helped someone else to kill him, and now he had the nerve to ask for his forgiveness. Is there any law? Is there a law up right arrow down right arrow? If I let them go for nothing, I'd be a big asshole. Fuck. Team Wang, why talk to him so much? Why don't we just kill him? The eagle suddenly cursed in his heart and opened his mouth. There are 2 of us now, and we're still afraid we can't beat him? Kill him and take his token, and go straight to Li Wenjie to collect the bounty. With the Li family's power, this kid will not be able to make it in the Forbidden Zone sooner or later. It hadn't waited for Xiao Yun's reply. The eagle, who was only a wall away, was then going to come right up with his gun? Eagle, don't! Wang Chang just wanted to warn, yet the eagle had already rushed to the corner of the stairs. It appeared that he was about to collide head-on with Xiao Yun, yet after arriving at the 2nd floor, the eagle's figure suddenly stopped. Only the eagle looked around, but neither saw Xiao Yun's figure. Ha ha, Team Wang, the kid got away. I told you, there's 2 of us, he wouldn't dare go against us. You just can't concede to this kind of student who's used to being in school. You just have to scare him. Is that really true? Captain Wang was a bit skeptical within himself regarding the eagle's words. Could it be that he had overestimated Xiao Yun? Just as he was thinking that, He was the one who suddenly heard one bouncing off the wall next to his own, seemingly bouncing towards the eagle's position. Boom. Ouch, I'm going. After a muffled sound, a powerful stream of air swept over the blasting point. The tiger crouch cannon. The eagle was defenseless and was blown straight to the ground. Although I originally didn't intend to let you guys off the hook either. But seeing as you guys want to find a fight as well, I'll let you have it. Thump. 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 Thump dash. Xiao Yun's cold voice came from the other end of the aisle, followed by the whistling sound of the M249's gun. It was as if he was possessed by Saeed at this moment, hunting all living beings that stepped into the precinct. Evacuation successful. Duration, 26 minutes and 21 seconds. The Council's harvest, 242-3048. P.S. 3 shifts today, with 2 more chapters to follow. Thanks for the gift support from the readers. Chapter 32, you're the one who should get out, right? Evacuation successful. Duration, 26 minutes and 21 seconds. The Council's harvest, 242-3048. Opening his eyes again, Xiao Yun had already returned to the entrance of Warehouse 9. After killing the 2 Wang Changs, he didn't rush to withdraw. Instead, the 2 main resource areas, the cement plant and the substation, were searched in their entirety. It was just a pity that even after searching these 2 resource areas, nothing big came out of them. Even the big safe and in the computer, combined, didn't open a single small gold. Now that's more proof that the previous inference was correct. During his search, Xiao Yun also deliberately paid attention to the strength of the Asura soldiers in these 2 places. It's a far cry from the administrative districts, so to speak. Hey, Xiao Yun, right? And just as Xiao Yun was thinking about walking towards Warehouse 8, preparing to sell everything to redeem the SS grade skill packs, Li Wenjia's figure, however, slowly walked from not far away. Levanti? At the first sight of him, Xiao Yun instantly remembered what happened to him in his last matchup. This unlucky guy started 4 sets and ended up getting jailed for big seconds just as he entered the administration building. Guess he spent more time buying gear than he did entering the restricted area. Thinking of this, Xiao Yun could not help but laugh out loud as well. Hey, what are you laughing at? Nothing. Something happy suddenly came to mind, Xiao Yun said indifferently. Although he didn't know why Li Wenjia was looking for himself, he thought that it must be because of what happened in the previous rounds. Now in reality, Xiao Yun was not afraid of what he would do to himself. After all, this was a society based on the rule of law. What's more, right now Xiao Yun's hand was carrying a jailed M249, while Li Wenjia was in a barehanded condition. If there is danger, it should be Li Wenju who is in danger. You don't ask me what I want with you? Seeing how calm Xiao Yun was, Li Wenjia seemed to be affected by his aura as well, and the anger that was originally in his heart had calmed down quite a bit. Looking for me to pay for your gear? Bullshit. Levanti was very disdainful. I have a 6-figure allowance a month. Would I be that bad? I'll take those 5 sets as a reward for you, and I want you to pay for it. You poor bastard? Yes, 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 yes. If you can't beat them, you say you don't want to win. If you give away your equipment, you say oops. It doesn't matter. Li Xiao's pattern is big. Xiao Yun smiled faintly and said with dark sarcasm. I thought that Li Wenji would be angry, but I didn't expect him to laugh openly. Of course, how could this young pattern be the same as you commoners? Hearing this, Xiao Yun immediately raised his eyebrows, hoping the bastard thought he was complimenting him. The equivalent of the first half of the sentence did not understand. Only understand a pattern of chanting? It feels a little anticlimactic. However, looking at his great intelligence, Xiao Yun was also suddenly relieved. He was arrogant and cocky, but simple-minded. This kind of person might be something that Xiao Yun could utilize in the future if he had the opportunity. Okay, I'm going to go sell supplies if nothing else, Xiao Yun said, and intended to ignore him and leave directly. The 2 million or so supplies that this brought out would be more than enough to purchase SS rank skill packs even if they had to deduct the 15% transaction tax, along with the funds from before. On top of that, the mission is a third of the way through. After 2 more million evacuations, Xiao Yun would have 2 random safe box experience cards. By the time he completed a few more quests and the experience cards were opened together in a row, he didn't believe that he wouldn't be able to open a safety box that was bigger than 100 frames. Ha ha ha, Xiao Yun, don't pretend. Li Wenji suddenly laughed grimly. Didn't you come to the Forbidden Zone for the guaranteed place in Qingbei? A guaranteed spot? Hearing this term, Xiao Yun was a bit puzzled. Qingbei is the top university in the Dragon Kingdom, and I'm just a knife runner. So what's Qingbei got to do with us? He came to the restricted area to make money. What's with the Qingbei or not? Irrelevant. However, just as he was thinking this, a burst of vague memories came out of his mind. Guaranteed places. It does seem like there is such a thing. In this age of universal knife running, College majors are in tune with the times. Today's popular professions are no longer any computers or civil engineering or doctors or teachers. Rather, they are majors related to the forbidden zone, such as running knife economics, forbidden zone medicine, forbidden zone material science, and so on. It is easy to find a job after graduation as long as you have graduated in a relevant field. You mean our school still has a guaranteed place in Qingbei? Xiaoyun felt somewhat incredulous, though in his current situation, there was absolutely no need to think about getting a job in the future. After all, there's the Emperor of Running Knives system, so wouldn't it be a waste not to run knives? A part-time job? I'll never work in my life. However, the matter of going to college was something Xiaoyun was still looking forward to, especially in this world where all people ran knives. He would like to see what the universities in this world would be like. How much longer do you have to pretend? Isn't that why you're here? Li Wenjie sneered, thinking that Xiaoyun was still in disguise. Let's just say that if you work with me, I'll make sure you get a guaranteed spot. One of the 3 guaranteed spots is definitely for Lu Xueqing, the first in her grade. Not only does Lu Xueqing have excellent grades, she has also had several 300,000 evacuations in the Forbidden Zone, and to be honest, I think she's much better than whatever that schoolflower is. Levanti elaborated. When talking about Lu Xueqing, it was as if he was trapped in his own world. Oh, you like Lu Xueqing? Ahem. What like or dislike? How vulgar. Lousy, that is appreciation. Li Wenjie said this on his lips, but his face was red. Seeing Li Wenjie's deadpan denial, Xiaoyun also felt amused. If you have a crush, why don't you admit it? And Xiaoyun felt even more amused. If Li Wenjie knew that the one who killed him at that time was actually not Xiaoyun, but Lu Qingxue, I wonder how he would feel. There are 2 spots left, and whoever can be the first to complete the 500,000 evacuation will secure a spot. As long as you work with me, when I'm done with the 500,000 evacuation, I'll make sure you reach it just as easily. Levanti was very confident. From the expression on his face, it was hard to tell if it was half fake. Only with the man's backtracking attitude towards things, anyone else would be skeptical of his words. And, more importantly, does Xiaoyun like his $500,000 of evacuation? A casual touch on the last puba is over $2 million in the safety deposit box. Is there any need for cooperation? Not to mention, now that Xiaoyun had saved up enough money, he was ready to exchange for SS rank skills. Forget it. Xiaoyun responded indifferently, so he did not intend to continue to pay attention to Li Wenjie and directly walked towards warehouse No. 8. Hey, Xiaoyun, stop pretending. I know you and I get 5 sets of that. Afraid I find you so evacuation results deliberately did not report. It doesn't count if you didn't report your GTI numbers. You can't get a guaranteed pass. Do you really think you're that lucky to get another handful? Hey, don't you go. Shit. Levanti's voice grew farther and farther away until it disappeared. However, what Xiaoyun did not know was, after he left, a beautiful figure was the one that suddenly appeared from behind Li Wenjie. I've told you, he's not going to work with you, is he? Lu Shirhan walked in front of him with her hands behind her back and a smile on her face. Indeed, I should never have come to talk to him. The cheeky thing. Li Wenjie stared viciously at Xiaoyun's back as if he wanted to tear him apart hard. So, according to the plan, it's the 2 of us who squeeze him out of his guaranteed spot, right? Lu Shirhan said with a faint smile. Hearing this, the corner of Li Wenjie's mouth also gently raised. Humph, since he refuses to drink until he's done, I'll make him regret it for the rest of his life. Wow, young Li is so awesome. Lu Shirhan clapped her hands very cooperatively. However, there was always a hint of contempt in her eyes when she looked at Li Wenjie. Stupid. It's you who should be squeezed out of a spot. A total of $1,804, 590.80 has been wired to your account. Xiaoyun arrived at Warehouse 9 and completed the transaction. This matchup, again, he didn't choose to report GTI. Most of the stuff, after all, was brought out in a safety deposit box. As for the safety box, except for the 2 small reds that were not sold, Xiaoyun exchanged all of the equipment on his body along with all of the supplies inside the safety box for all of the Dragon Kingdom coins. Xiaoyun looked at his bank account and the deposit had come to 1 million, which was just enough to buy the SS rank skill pack. Xiaoyun was also very excited inwardly when he thought about the power of SS rank skills. System, open them all. After 2 matchups, that extensive list of skills reappeared. Chapter 33, Unlocking the Bounty Tie. Losing streak opens. Skill shop. Cardmaster money playing skill pack, SS grade 5, 000, Dragon Kingdom coins. Bounty detention skill pack, SS grade 5, 000, Dragon Kingdom coins. Lonling King stealth skill pack, SS grade 5, 000, 000 Dragon Kingdom coins. Expand. Open the store screen. The first 3 of the SS rank skills were the same as before. When Xiaoyan wanted to browse the other skills, he realized that the expand option could not be clicked. System, what's going on? Reminder, the store interface has encountered a bug and is being urgently fixed. Hint, completion of 3 missions will speed up the restoration process. Shit, so unreliable? Xiaoyan was instantly somewhat speechless inside. Come on, you're the system, how can it still be buggy? And this means of speeding up the repair was surprisingly the completion of system tasks. Isn't this the same as playing one of those little app games that makes you click on ads to regain your stamina? Use system, don't you want me to complete the mission by just saying so? The system did not respond. However, it was because it did not respond that Xiaoyan suddenly had the feeling that he had been arranged by the system. Forget it, I wasn't thinking of redeeming other skills anyway. Xiaoyan sighed. The bounty custody losing streak seems too powerful at the moment, and it has an ability that complements its own running knife playstyle. Even if he saw other SS rank skills, Xiaoyan estimated that he would choose bounty detention. System, purchase the bounty custody skill pack. Ding! Bounty Hunter Binding Skill Pack, SS grade, has been purchased. Skill acquired, Disarming Raid, Quinn. Skill acquired, Gunfire Negotiation, Plank. Acquired skill, Raining Bullets, MS. Doom. Acquisition of Special Item, Bounty Chest, Forbidden Zone Special Edition. Bounty Treasure Chest, Forbidden Zone Special Edition. For every game you fail, 2 random supplies will be placed in it. The more games you fail, the luckier the supplies you place in it. Successful evacuation will open the treasure chest. Limit, 12 consecutive losses. A series of system beeps sounded. Seeing the series of skills that were unlocked, Xiaoyan was instantly a bit surprised inwardly. I didn't realize there was a windfall. Originally, he had thought that this skill pack was just a bounty's bonding effect. I didn't expect to learn all the skills of the bounty unit after purchasing it. Isn't that just straight up invincible? Though in the Golden Shovel game, none of the bounty custody pieces are individually strong. After a losing streak, it's often necessary to pair up with other restraints in order to successfully close the dish. But put it in the real world, and it's all divine skill. Disarming Raid, the next shot you fire will ignore armor and paralyze the target. Gunfire Negotiation, the next shot you fire will earn you a shiny pirate gold coin if it successfully kills the target. Bullets Raining Down, the last 3 rounds you fire will become loose bullets and inflict wounds that cannot be bandaged. Xiaoyan checked a glance at the skill descriptions, only to see that the unlocked skills were all improved by the system and could be easily utilized in the middle of a real battle. Skill-specific damage, on the other hand, is related to weapon and bullet level. The skills, themselves, are all firearms-related skills. It doesn't seem to count as a supermodel in a world where everyone runs knives. It seems that the main thing about this skill pack is the treasure chest. Xiaoyan thought silently inwardly. Looking at the clock, the last handful of matchups had almost just passed. Xiaoyan was also not to be delayed and immediately planned to try out his newly unlocked ability in the Forbidden Zone. Due to the limitations of the restricted area, the only way to move on to the next game is to wait for each game to finish. Thus Xiaoyan could not go on a brainless losing streak. What should be searched should still be searched, and then it should all be put in a safe and taken out when you die. In short, as long as you don't complete the evacuation, you'll stay on a losing streak. According to the experience of playing Golden Shovel in my previous life, the bounty losing streak starts qualitatively from 7 consecutive losses, 80 or 90 in the back. Every wave will have something good. I wonder what rewards will be stuffed into the treasure chest after 12 straight losses. Xiaoyan arrived at the entrance of warehouse number 9. I just saw that the time had reached 11 o'clock in the afternoon, and the people gradually became more and more crowded. A number of them were teams like Wang Chang's that made a living out of the restricted area, with uniform equipment that looked quite professional. And to Xiaoyan's surprise, as the last game was about to end, 2 familiar figures suddenly appeared at the warehouse entrance. Ha ha ha, I'm evacuating. Brother it's really right to follow you. Little Fatty Long, didn't follow the wrong person. I've said it all. Follow me and the pack will take you to earn. Think about what to eat tonight? Have a barbecue buffet. I'd been craving barbecue lately. Okay, then let's go eat river bottom tonight. Isn't that fondue? Only to see that the ones who appeared at the entrance of the Forbidden Zone were Xiaoyan's hairy youngster, Zhang Yu, and little Fatty that he had brought with him. And listening to their conversation, the 2 had managed to complete the evacuation. It just looked like they didn't have any equipment on them, no weapons, and they didn't look like they had touched anything good. Sure enough, upon closer inspection, he saw that Zhang Yu was carrying a horn mill larger than his head in his pocket. This thing is green quality, takes up 4 squares in the game yet is only worth 4,000 bucks. So you can say it's a dog to take. In reality, however, the 4,000 $000 is comparable to a month's income as a webmaster. Although Xiao Yun was also someone who had experienced great storms and a handful of millions. However, seeing Zhang Yu and Fatty's excited expressions, he was still infected by their joy. Only, Xiao Yun was just standing in the crowd, silently watching them appear and silently watching them leave. Everyone's path is different, and the path one takes is one that no one else can take. There was a sudden vibration from the cell phone. Xiao Yun opened it to see that it was a message from GTI. You have successfully registered as a GTI Cadre member. Please download the app as soon as possible to complete the Cadre certification to enjoy the segment benefits. Official website. It's long since registered and I can't believe I'm just sending a message now. Xiao Yun smiled helplessly. It seemed that there were quite a lot of people registering for GTI every day. Taking advantage of the fact that it is not yet in the picture, he quickly logged into the official website, downloaded an exclusive app called Dragon GTI, and successfully logged in. Only the interface of the app was similar to the game interface in the previous life, with black and green as the background color. And there isn't too much content in there, other than some news and newbie tips. It's information about its own stats. Name, Xiao Yun. Affiliation, Hebei City Branch, Yunhai Province, Dragon Kingdom. Total battle, 0. Evacuation rate, 0%. Take-home value, 0. Game record, none. Segment, none. Since the previous matchup had not been reported, Xiao Yun's information was also blank at this time. And due to curiosity, Xiao Yun also searched for information on the few people he knew. Name, Lu Shueqing. Affiliation, Hebei City Branch, Yunhai Province, Dragon Kingdom. Total battles, 42. Evacuation rate, 38. 9%. Value brought out, 714. 6K. Game record, hidden. Level, bronze 4-inch. Name. Affiliation, Hebei City Branch, Yunhai Province, Dragon Kingdom. Total battles, 8. Evacuation rate, 75. 0%. Take-home value, $619. 4K. Game record, hidden. Level, black iron 2-inch. No wonder Levanti hates me so much. Seeing his dryad panel, Xiao Yun was somewhat understanding. Combined, his previous matchups have been smooth sailing relying on those two foreign escorts, only without the 500,000 evacuation. And the 2 times the evacuation failed were both related to Xiao Yun. He'd better pray he doesn't run into me next time. Xiao Yun smiled faintly. The people who put this one together won't be so lucky. Though, a new game opened just in time, and the teams ready to go entered the restricted area one after another. Xiao Yun followed behind the others and once again entered Dam 0. This matchup is just the right time to try out the new skills of the SS-ranked bounty custody. You have entered Dam 0. Current location, Dam 0, Southwest Evacuation Point. This burst, confidential. Time to end this game, 29 minutes, 55 seconds. Hint, please complete the evacuation before time runs out. The moment he entered the forbidden zone, Xiao Yun was instantly somewhat surprised. Surprisingly, I'm experiencing classified difficulty again. Chapter 34, Crispy College Students. I can't believe it's the classified dam again. Seeing the difficulty of this game, Xiao Yun was also a bit surprised. The restricted area will have one matchup every 30 minutes, 2 games an hour, and a total of 48 games will be played in a day. According to the probability given by GTI, the probability of classified difficulty at the entrance to the North Harbor exclusion zone in the north of the sea is at is 2%, averaging a handful of classified dams a day. And the more cadre activity there is, the higher the probability of encountering difficult matchups. In the previous game, the map difficulty was left to the player's choice. You are free to enter classified or top secret maps as long as your rank is up to par and your war value is up to par. For example, both maps, Box and Space Base, have a minimum difficulty of classified. However, in this world of universal knife running, more than 90% of the world's exclusion zones are the 2 maps, Dam 0 and Longbow Creek Valley. Bakshi and Space Bases, on the other hand, are only found in a few densely populated, cadre active, developed cities. In particular, the top secret difficulty of space bases is off limits and will only be found in the capital city of each country. To enter the top secret spaceflight, it is even more important to have a GTI segment of diamond or above. The matchup itself, there's already a lot of people coming in, and when it comes to classified difficulty, it's expected to attract another large group of people on the spot. There's probably not much chance of searching for anything this hand. Xiao Yun thought silently inwardly. Since it was noon, there were more people coming to the restricted area. There were over 30 people seen at the entrance to Warehouse 9 alone. With that many people crammed into a 0 dam, it would be a bloodbath. It's scarier than the game planning to sneak people into the Tower of Babel. And with this one being a classified burst, there's bound to be a fully loaded team like Levante's sniffing around. For the average person, this matchup will be hellishly difficult. The map is full of people everywhere, and there is basically no possibility of evacuation. Only, for Xiao Yun, who possessed the running blade emperor system, the scene in front of him, however, was just right for him to play. There are 3 things he enjoys most about being a running knife rat. Lick the bag, turn on the exemption, and give the passerby a bonus. Since this one is a feeder game, it just so happens to be an early Happy New Year congratulations. Just in time to try out the new skill now. Xiao Yun thought and rushed directly in the direction of the cement factory. No sooner had he taken 2 steps than the sound of intense gunfire came from the direction of the cement factory. It sounded like more than 2 teams were fighting, and the intensity was on par with a major battlefield. AK. The Scar. What's with the bison? Listening to the sound of gunfire, Xiao Yun, with his experience in his previous life, also instantly analyzed the weaponry of the other cadres in the cement factory. None of them sound muzzle-loading. None of them should be worth much. Xiao Yun was slightly disappointed. Although he heard the AK, an expensive and advanced firearm, the other party didn't even have a muzzle-loader, so it was obvious that he just hadn't modified it much. Just as he was analyzing the movement in the cement factory, there was a slight sound of footsteps coming from the site under construction next to the code room. Xiao Yun instantly found a nearby grass cover and crouched in, then secretly observed the enemy's movements. Are we going into the cement factory? Maybe we can go in and talk some sense into it. Shoo, keep your voice down. There might be someone nearby. 2 young men with dyed yellow hair slowly walked out from the entrance of the construction site in progress. The 2 men wore no helmets, both wearing the secondary armor of their human machines, and each had a pistol in their hands. It's the most used configuration by this world's cadre with first-class ammo, and at less than 10,000 a set, it can significantly increase evacuation rates. The secondary armor protects against some of the attacks from the Asura soldiers. The pistols have some counter-attacking ability, and the helmets are not worn because not many people are that accurate of a shot to get a headshot and good luck. Honestly, our major is too hard. Who's good enough to go into a restricted area for their senior internship? Stop complaining. Aren't most majors the same? Who looks at your test scores these days? The restricted area is the biggest exam room. Also, I just don't know if we can evacuate for 100,000 once if we play 10 hands. Then it won't be hard to find a job that pays about 8,000 a month. We have to evacuate. This hand costs us 10,000 or so. If we can't evacuate, we'll lose a lot of money. That's right. And isn't this a classified explosive rate? Maybe we can even mold something or something. Maybe we'll evacuate 100,000. That's gonna be a blast. The 2 men murmured, but their voices grew louder. It was so loud that even Xiao Yun, who was squatting in the grass next to him, felt that it was a bit noisy. Big brother, didn't you 2 say before to keep your voices down? How can you take 2 steps and forget? However, listening to their conversation, Xiao Yun was also aware that they were 2 senior students, to have to enter a restricted area in order to graduate successfully. Only, they fantasize about the beauty of this matchup that's about to fall apart. Xiao Yun smiled wickedly and directly pulled out a magnetic bomb and threw it over. Hey, holy shit, what hit me? One of them exclaimed. You help me out? What is this thing? Why is it stuck to you? Drip 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 drip. Not waiting for the 2 to react, an increasingly urgent alarm sounded from that magnetic bomb. Holy shit, it's a bomb. Run. The 2 reacted, yet it was too late. Bang! A loud explosion rang out, and one of the male college students who had been glued to the bomb directly exploded in place. The other man ran a few steps, but was also caught by the force of the bomb. Dash. He was blown to the ground, the excruciating pain causing him to scream his lungs out and the gun in his hand to fall out. Seeing this situation, Xiao Yun also sighed helplessly. What do you think you're running around blindly for? Wouldn't you not have to suffer this if you just resurrected? With that, Xiao Yun slowly walked out from the dense tropical grass. Due to the long cooldown time of the magnetic bombs, he wanted one bomb to send the 2 away and another for later. Seeing that there was still one person in front of him who was crippled and not killed by the explosion, Xiao Yun could not bear to see him suffer. So with a thought, the heirloom knife appeared in his hand. You. Looking at Xiao Yun's approach, only resentment remained in the eyes of the male college student who fell to the ground. This dead old man. It's so shady. Dare you to tell me your name? On the verge of death, he also put down harsh words. Oh, what can you do with a name? Xiao Yun asked curiously. My brother graduated from martial arts school. If you dare to mess with me, I'll bring someone to beat you to death. Yeah, I'll tell you then. Xiao Yun smiled faintly and walked over to him. My name is Li Wenjia. I'm in Haibei First Middle School, so keep that in mind. The heirloom dagger ran through his chest, but it couldn't take away the hatred in his eyes. Now there's a gun. Xiao Yun picked up the weapons dropped by the two men and collected the ammunition. As for their secondary armor, it's been blown up beyond repair, so don't bother. Weapons, G17. Accessories, none. Price, 4,800. Both men carry the same weapons and are equipped with first-class ammunition. Ugh. It's not as well equipped as the mannequin. Xiao Yun sighed helplessly. However, although these two pistols were not worth much, they were of great use to him who had unlocked the Bounty Hunter skill pack. Unlike the Dryad skills, several of the skills in the Bounty Custody skill pack have to be shot to be activated. What Xiao Yun valued most was the captain's gunfire negotiation skill. Whenever you kill a target using this skill, a shiny island gold coin will be dropped. That's $50,000 worth of petty cash. A first-class bullet in a G17 is only $30, whereas if you negotiate a kill with gunfire, or even a killing machine for that matter, it becomes $50K straight up. Xiao Yun had just thought so when another burst of footsteps came from the side. Chapter 35, The Fierce Cement Factory. Shots fired? Get out of there. Hearing the familiar lines, Xiao Yun could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Luckily it was a macho who came. With such crappy equipment on his own, even though he had the Dryad skill boost, it would be really hard to mess up if he encountered a real-life team with more than AAA. It's not that you can't beat it, it's that it's inconvenient to use new skills. The four cadre skills converge in one, even if the hand is a G17. Encountering a half-loaded formation Xiao Yun is also easy to deal with, but it becomes a bad maneuver to use gunfire negotiation to finish off enemies. Just in time. Try your skills with this machine. Thinking of this, Xiao Yun also took advantage of the fact that the Asura soldier had not yet realized himself and raised the G17 in his hand to aim. Surrender raid. Xiao Yun's mind moved, and the bullets that were fired unexpectedly emitted an eagle cry in the air. Ah dash! The bullet managed to hit, striking the Asura soldier straight in the abdomen and penetrating his armor. The paralysis took effect and the Asura soldier froze in place for a split second, the gun in his hand dropping to the ground. Quickly, though, in about 1.5 seconds, the paralyzing effect passes. Seeing him trying to pick up the gun on the ground, Xiao Yun also fired several shots towards his arm. Bang! 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 Xiao Yun fired 4 shots, calculating the damage in his brain with each shot. All it took was one last shot and he could have ended this macho's life. And for this last shot, Xiao Yun also directly intended to launch the gunfire negotiation. Bang! A sound like an attenuated version of artillery rang out, and the bullet broke the Asura soldier's arm directly, spinning several times in the air before falling. Material, shiny pirate gold coins. Rarity, gold. Price, 58,231. The Asura soldier fell to the ground and a gold coin appeared in Xiao Yun's safe. It's kinda convenient to just put it in the safe and not have to search the body. Xiao Yun came next to Brother G's corpse and examined the equipment on him. Equipment, explosion-proof helmet, damaged. Protection level, 3. Durability, 18 of 18. Price, 10,334. Equipment, standardized bulletproof undershirt, damaged. Protection level, 3. Durability, 34 of 34. Price, 20,488. Weapons, Car 15. Accessories, M4 expanded 45 round magazine. XRO rapid response scope. Price, 58,984. See only. It's amazing that the machine guys in this remote place are wearing 3 sets and shooting grade 2 ammo. And the Car 15 he was using came with 2 blue accessories on it. This classified difficulty machine is even richer than a knife runner. Xiao Yun was very emotional. Those 2 brittle college students just now, what they were carrying only added up to $20,000, which wasn't worth as much as one of Machine's guns. This killing might as well be a killing machine. Without saying anything, Xiao Yun directly put on the 3 sets and equipped the second bullet Car 15 of the Machine Brother. At this point, even if he was facing a team of 4 sets, with the 2-bomb Car 15 and skills in hand, Xiao Yun could easily deal with it. Meanwhile over at the cement factory there was still gunfire, even more intense than before. Without much thought, Xiao Yun also intended to go over to join in the fun. The new year is coming up and we need to celebrate with some red envelopes for the big guys. Damn, why are there so many people here? Captain, I'm dying. I'm hit aya. Hold on. We have the advantage of playing high and low. They won't be able to keep up with us for long. How many teams are there here? Why are there people everywhere? Captain, I can't top that. I'm going to dose. Go get the medicine. I'll hold you up. Second floor of the cement factory. A half-loaded squad is standing dead center in the location next to the large safe. Only the nearby airline case and the 2 weapons cases had been touched and emptied, while the large safe remained untouched. The 3 men were dressed in the cheapest human triple suits and looked battered and torn. while the entire squad was still fighting hard against the other teams underneath, especially the leader of this squad, a long-haired man with determination in his eyes. "We must kill our way out of here and complete the evacuation of this operation," the long-haired man ordered. "Roger that." Yes, 2 team members responded. And there was no other reason why the long-haired man wanted to kill his way out so badly. The airboxes feel out the good stuff. He was the first to arrive at the cement plant, and before the crew had even arrived, he was alone, fumbling a top-shelf 6-compartment large cargo out of the airbox. 6 frames of big stuff. Could it be EV batteries? Yes, that's right, under the hood. If it was Xiao Yun who touched this thing, he might have put it into the safety box with great disgust. However, for most of the ordinary cadres of this world, it's a big, top-of-the-line treasure for the value. After all, people in this world, after coming to the Forbidden Zone, backpacks licked full, there is no need to care about any space, and an electric car battery, which costs up to $70,000, can be brought out right back to 3 sets of twice the cost, so as long as the supplies are priced high, they are good. Brothers, all of you, hold on. The long-haired man had a half-modified Dux 74U at his disposal and was frantically strafing the spot below where the man had appeared. At this point, he couldn't care less about the accuracy of his shots, and was only pursuing a fire coverage. It doesn't hurt to hit a first-class bullet anyway, and at this point, a loud blasting sound also rang out from below. Holy shit, what the hell? Weren't the Rocketeers cleared in the first place? Could it be that the Asura forces have sent reinforcements? Damn it! Hearing this voice, the 2 team members immediately panicked. The original classified difficulty machine is very vicious, and the rocket soldier is a very tricky presence. If you took a shot from him, you wouldn't die outright, but you'd still be half mutilated. If you don't carry a surgical kit, getting blown up is no different than dying. It's finished. If there are a few more rocket soldiers, we won't be able to get out alive even if we kill everyone in the cement factory. Even if we can get out of the cement factory alive, what about the dangers we encounter along the way? I don't want my whole outfit to explode to someone else. Bad luck. Really bad luck. We've obviously intentionally entered the map after the appearance of classified difficulty. How can this one still be classified difficulty? The 2 team members instantly lost their fighting spirit, and the firepower in their hands gradually weakened. The long-haired man suddenly frowned, very apprehensive inside. It was already bad luck to go into the map and find out it was classified difficulty. Their squad originally only wanted a half-suit, happily touching random things then withdrawing as quickly as possible without getting into a fight with another team. However, it was only due to the greed of the long-haired man himself, who had to come up and open the big airbox, that the team was placed in such a situation. Brothers, I am sorry for you. The long-haired man was very self-conscious. I may not be your captain after this matchup. I have no talent for command. Captain, don't say such things. We'll make it to the evacuation. You'll always be our captain. Brothers, you guys. Whoa, the long-haired man cried out in pain. For some reason, the scene suddenly became melodramatic. Only the long-haired man himself knew that he wasn't moved to want to cry because of his teammates' motivation. Rather, it's the thought of losing all my gear, along with $70,000 in electric car batteries. It was so hard to see such a high value of purple materials for once. How could he be willing to do so? However, he really had no choice. Captain, is it suddenly calmer around here? Suddenly, a member of the team snapped and asked. The long-haired man's sideways ear was surprisingly true to his word. The sound of the original fierce engagement was close to disappearing at this moment, and the gunshots were even fewer. Could it be that it was Asura's reinforcements that defeated all the other teams? The long-haired man's eyes suddenly lit up, and inevitably he was all a little excited inside. In that case, they might actually be able to escape from here. Bring an electric car battery. Escape from the cement factory together. P.S. The author is catching a plane today. Chapter 3 is a little late. There will be another one later. Chapter 36, Humph. Want to escape? Brothers, hold on. We might actually have a hope of killing our way out. Realizing the change that had occurred on the scene, the long-haired man was also instantly sparked with hope. We may have no hope of beating the other teams, but the Asura soldiers we can still defeat. Even if the other side has a rocket soldier, we can successfully take it down by dodging his attacks while hiding behind cover and waiting for a chance to counterattack. Brothers, whether we die or live depends on this wave. Suddenly I feel lit up. We must kill the cement factory. With the long-haired man's encouragement, the 2 players also rekindled their fighting spirit. Boom dash. Just then, another violent blast rang out, and the sound came from just below the feet of the 3 of them. I didn't realize we had a team squatting at our feet. This team is too shady. They haven't missed a single shot in all this time. I'm afraid we'd have been cunned by this team at our feet if the Asala forces hadn't spotted them. Great! It's the Asala forces. We're saved. The good news just keeps getting better and better. The long-haired man was also becoming more and more convinced that he could escape with the electric car battery. As soon as this one can be evacuated, he decided that he would celebrate by buying an electric car when he got home. 70,000 for an EV battery is enough to buy several Maverick EVs. Meanwhile, the trio's feet. After Xiaoyun cleared a whole team of old sixes, he hastily gave himself a medical injection. I didn't realize that this cement factory was hiding so many people. Xiaoyun could not help but sigh. Just now, he seized 3 sets of Jigo and then killed his way into the middle of the cement factory. On the way, he stole his back and killed a team hiding behind sandbags and racking their guns directly, and seized quite a bit of 5.56 secondary ammunition from them. This was followed by the use of detection, probing the team in the dormitory building of the building's cement factory, and 2 flashbangs were taken down in a direct onslaught, and based on the gunshots, it was originally thought that there would be only one team left upstairs, but I didn't realize that there were masters beside this cement truck. A team of old sixes crouched in a line, straightening and racking the stairways on either side. Luckily, this team's marksmanship was abstract, and they didn't know how to sweep their legs, so Koka shot hard towards the top of Xiaoyun's tertiary armor. Xiaoyun only blocked the smoke bomb, and then the Tiger Squad cannon magnetic bomb came out in unison, and due to the position of the 3 people squatting together, they were directly taken 3 kills by a bomb. Only, what made Xiaoyun feel pity was that he had killed so many people, yet he had never even seen a set of 4 or more, and the guns in their hands are worse than one another. Even if you don't change your gun, you don't even bring a scope. Even the bullets that were shot were the cheapest grade 1 rounds. The equipment is not as good as machine. However, Xiaoyun was able to understand this. After all, the average person in this world didn't have much experience with forbidden zones. You can casually play hundreds or thousands of games in the game, whereas to play 100 in reality would take at least a couple months. And most people just don't have that kind of money to spend on trial and error. Thus, after killing so many people, Xiaoyun had only swiped 3 gold coins by relying on his gunfire negotiation skill, and the rest had no gains at all. But luckily with the bounty skills under the hood, I still made some money at least. Xiaoyun relaxed his mind and continued the battle. The biggest value in this matchup itself is among the big insurance and computers, which are containers of high explosive materials. As long as all the people in the cement factory were eliminated, Xiaoyun would have time to open the 2 large safes and computers here. Thinking of this, Xiaoyun also dashed towards the 2nd floor of the cement factory. Just now, listening to the gunshots from above, Xiaoyun had already analyzed all the weapon configurations of the trio. 1 modified AK-74U and 2 M16A4S. That AK-74U is equipped with a silenced muzzle instead. I just don't know how well it's been modified exactly. Thump, thump, thump. Xiaoyun stepped on the tin stairs and ran up step by step. When he was about to reach the 2nd floor, he also hurriedly set up his gun, not giving the other party a chance to sneak attack and so on. Only, what he never expected was that the team of 3 up here didn't rack themselves. Instead, he chose to escape in the opposite direction, up the other side of the staircase from the opposite plumber's place. This team is going to run? Xiaoyun was a bit unable to understand. 3 against 1, what are you guys running for? Holy shit, it can't be shipping. With a jolt, Xiaoyun instantly thought of this possibility. If it was in the game in his previous life and he saw a full formation team encountering someone who still did not fight but chose to run away in panic, Xiaoyun would be able to determine that the probability was that they were shipping out and wanted to run. Only the safe on the 2nd floor of this cement factory they didn't open. So what good things could they open? Xiaoyun came to the 2nd floor of the cement factory and scanned the surroundings. Wait, airline box? Is this team out of coffee beans? Or another big red, like a military artillery shell or something? After them. Xiaoyun instantly made an immediate decision. Anyway, the big safe is sitting here and it won't run away on its own long enough to arrest the team that got away. Looking at the long-haired man, the 3 of them had already descended to the 1st floor, gradually moving away from the firing range of Xiaoyun's CR-15. Xiaoyun also made an instant decision and directly jumped down from the 2nd floor of the cement factory. No! How come there are still living people in this cement factory? Holy shit, is he crazy? He must have broken his leg jumping down from such a height. Such a chase. That's crazy. The 3 long-haired men also heard the commotion coming from behind them. In fact, just now, they hadn't figured out the cement plant. Thought it was the Asala force that actually sent reinforcements and fucked all the other teams. However, they didn't expect it. It wasn't an Asura soldier who had fucked up the rest of the team, but someone even more terrifying than Berserk Machine. There, Xiaoyun landed on the ground, and the powerful air currents cushioned the act. Only this real world was too much for inertia. Xiaoyun still had a weak knee and kneeled on one knee. Wait, he fell to his death? Don't run. Let's see what happens first. The long-haired man instantly realized the difference on this side, and hurriedly asked his two team members to stop. However, as he turned his head and scrutinized the scene before him, he realized that Xiaoyun was also staring straight at himself, and the look in his eyes, as if it was like a hungry wolf seeing fleeing prey. Holy shit! Run! It was too late for the long-haired man to comprehend, his instinctive reactions telling him that the man in front of him was very dangerous. Seeing that they were about to reach the south exit of the cement factory, as long as they ran 2 more steps and turned a corner into the corner, they could turn back and rack Xiaoyun to death. However, how could Xiaoyun let them succeed? With a blast of jet, power propulsion, and a squeeze of the right hand, the exoskeleton activated. With a thought, Xiaoyun held his heirloom knife and his speed rose by 10% again. The speed of Xiaoyun under the triple acceleration was as terrifying as it was. In just a few seconds instantly, he arrived directly behind the 3 long-haired men. Humph, trying to escape? Xiaoyun blocked the 3 people's line of sight with a single smoke, and then waved his small knife as if he was dancing in the smoke. Chapter 37, A famous teacher makes a great student. Dam 0, south of the cement plant. Xiaoyun slowly walked out of the office with a very disappointed face. I had thought something of value had come out. Shit, it turned out to be a battery. That 74U was only loaded with a few green accessories too. Pure and simple, a team of interceptors. Xiaoyun complained. Just now, he took over 3 sets of Jigo and killed his way into the cement factory. Saw the second floor run away and originally thought they had come out with something good. As a result, after chasing up and killing, 3 people can't come up with 100,000. It was all green and white, and the only thing of value was a battery. And the equipment of these 3 is even more outrageous. A single-digit durability level 3 human head and a dozen points of durability level 3 armor wouldn't even be able to scrape together classified war gear if they were in the game. The only thing worth anything is a slightly modified AK-74U worth $30,000. It was a good thing that when he killed this team, Xiaoyun deliberately used the gunfire negotiation replacement shot, counting the cooldown. It was used exactly twice for 2 gold coins. That's what makes it kind of rewarding. This one is classified, but it feels so poor. Xiaoyun walked out of the cement factory and observed the situation around him. If there's no one around, he's going to have to start eating the cement factory. It looks like no one should be there. Xiaoyun saw a few machinists on the plumber's floor, all on alert at the moment, patrolling all around. They must have come from somewhere else, hearing the shots from the cement factory. If there had been anyone on this side, the Asura soldiers would have spotted them ahead of time. Eat. Without saying a word, Xiaoyun drilled headfirst into the cement factory and darted towards the location of the big insurance and computer. Current location, Dam 0 Visitor Center. This burst, confidential. Time to end this game, 25 minutes, 55 seconds. The other side of the map. Levanti, with 2 foreign escorts, entered the matchup as well. Only this hand. Li Wenji's equipment obviously became much worse. 4 heads, 4 armor, and a half-modified UZI. Even the gear isn't as good as the upper handle regular dam. There was no way around it. Although the Li Wenji family had money, the funds were basically in the hands of the old man. Li Wenji parents, even if you want to give him with a full set, a set will be close to 2 million. The too short time is not get out of so much money. After all, Levanti has lost close to $6 million in the penalty box. This includes money for equipment, and a large expense for hiring an escort. And even though Li Wenji was poorly equipped, he easily cleared out the rest of the team in the visitor center under the leadership of the 2 powerful escorts. 2 escorts with a boss, and a diamond-level escort, can be said to walk sideways in the restricted area of Haibei City. Only, it was the same as Xiaoyun's side. Killed a bunch of people, and none of them had equipment on them that was worth anything. Li Wenji scrambled around and only managed to come up with 50,000 worth. It can be a long way from 500,000 evacuations. These people are too poor too. Killing them won't even bring back bullet money. Yeah, there's not much in the way of advanced containers in this visitor center. We're losing a lot of money on this one. The 2 escorts, John and David, also complained. And you have the nerve to complain. Levanti instantly went a little red warm. The last handful of classified dams. You guys, but a little more careful. I'm 500,000 evacuation is all there. It's all your fault for chatting there and making others pick up millions for nothing. You 2 losers. You were bragging about how great and powerful you were. But in the end, you couldn't even beat a high school student. Listening to Li Wenji's insults, the 2 escorts also shut up and didn't say anything. That handful of failed evacuations was indeed a mistake on their part. The 2 also didn't realize that there would be people squatting at the pullout and evacuation point after the administrative precinct was cleared. and I don't know what kind of bullets that person shot, but in one go, he gave all 5 sets of seconds. Boss is fine, just make it up to you when you blow the order. Yeah, we have to take you hard on this one. The two geezers were in a pretty good frame of mind. Li Wenjie, on the other hand, had already been red-warmed by Xiao Yun. Why? Why does this guy get a million evacuations on his first day in the penalty box? You've been in the box so many times yourself, with 2 diamond escorts, and you end up blowing a single 500,000 evacuation. But okay, at that time, when signing the contract, Li Wenjie's parents kept a watchful eye. If you blow the order, add 200,000 worth to the guarantee. That is, the two now have to take Li Wenjie 700,000 to evacuate once before the mission is complete. No more bullshit with you guys. Business is business. Li Wenjie calmed his mind. Then an evil smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Oh Xiao Yun, I should thank you. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have known there was such a disgusting way to squat an evacuation site. David, John, let's head to the evacuation point right now and crouch down. Kill everyone that comes. Yes, sir. Roger that. Saying that, Li Wenjie also led the two towards the evacuation point in the eastern part of the visitor center. Material, solid-state drives. Rarity, purple. Price, 34,223. Material, metal of merit. Rarity, gold. Price, 82,213. Material, information, military intelligence. Rarity, purple. Price, 12,692. Supplies, Asura specialty jugs. Rarity, purple. Price, 25,004. Xiao Yun continuously opened all the large safes and computers in the middle of the cement factory. However, after opening so many high-explosive containers, there was nothing big to be seen. A few small golds came out. That's a normal burst rate. It's just that after all that driving, how come we haven't seen a single big gold or little red? Don't even ask for big red anymore. You've got to give me one of those. Big Kim, right? Even if it's a seat clock. Xiao Yun sighed helplessly. Can't search. Can't fight. Can't withdraw. This is simply the true portrayal of the ordinary cadres in this universal running knife world. But, Xiao Yun had another second thought. Since there's nothing in the big safe, could it be hidden somewhere else? Just like in the last game. There's a little gold and purple hidden in small and large safes and computers. As for the two big reds Xiao Yun searched, one was opened from the manager's office and the other was touched from the toilet lid of the restroom. If any other person came, there's a 99% chance that they wouldn't be able to touch these two little reds. Is this place just like the game, where Big Red can come out anywhere but the safe? Xiao Yun stroked his chin and thought seriously too. In the cement plant, the resource points with the highest pop rate would have to be the two aero boxes, and both of the air boxes in this handful had been opened by someone else, and nothing major was recovered from their pockets. Right, the cement truck. Xiao Yun suddenly had a flash of inspiration. How did you forget about this stuff yourself? In his previous life, when he was running knives with his friends, he was searching cement trucks every day, and from the cement truck, he drove a lot of big gold and red military shells, smoothbore rifles, fossilized dragon claws. The dynamite packs are even more open to the point where they can't even fit in the warehouse. Thinking of this, Xiao Yun also did not hesitate and hurriedly ran towards the nearest cement truck. Press the button and the blender starts to blend. A shape he knew all too well then fell to the ground along with the cement. Material, military explosives. Rarity, gold. Price, 128,362. It's really something. Chapter 38, 10,000-foot gold bar. Seeing military explosives appear, Xiao Yun hurriedly stuffed him into the safety box, fearing that others would peek in. Though as a 4-frame gold, it's a bit lower than the others, but at least it's a little big gold. What do you mean by little big gold? It's the little big gold, or the big little gold. All in all it's just not a big gold. What a shipment in the cement truck. Xiao Yun sighed. The world really is just like the game. It will ship anywhere but in the safe. Could it be that the Asala soldiers felt that the more dangerous the place, the safer it was, and that's why they didn't stuff the big safe? But they certainly don't think about it. These cadres who came to the Forbidden Zone can't even open a big safe or a computer. Otherwise, they'd have changed their tactics for sure. Whatever the situation is now, Xiao Yun, who had gotten a taste of the sweetness, also hurriedly headed to the location of the next cement truck. There are 3 cement trucks inside the cement plant and another one outside the north gate. Xiao Yun opened the second cement cart and out came a white right-angle ruler and a white cable. Without even taking a second glance, Xiao Yun continued to go drive the third cement truck. A little better this time. Out came a cordless portable drill. Although it was a small blue with 2 frames, it was worth 32,000. Much more than a cow horn or something. Safety box, 23 out of 100. Total value, 788,078. A glance at the value in the safety box had come to $780,000. And still, the main credit for this comes from the gold provided by gunfire negotiations. Keep up the good work. Xiaoyun didn't think much and went straight to the north gate of the cement factory. After driving the last cement truck, it was time to get into the administrative precinct and take a look around. I wonder, will they hit the precinct again this time with Levanti? Xiaoyun thought silently inwardly. This puts a dam on confidentiality, and Levanti and the others must have been all loaded into the chart when they received the news. Should I squat them again? But having already squatted at a pull-out evacuation point once last time, odds are the other side will be wary this time. We'll talk about it when we meet. Xiaoyun thought silently inwardly and also arrived at the last cement truck. Press the button to start mixing. Originally, Xiaoyun did not hold any expectations for it, yet it was on the contrary the most competitive. The moment he saw the flash of golden light, Xiaoyun could not even believe his eyes. Is this the legendary gold bar? Xiaoyun hurriedly picked it up with a heavy feeling in his hand, wiping away the remaining cement on the exterior. A dazzling golden light flashed out from it. Material, gold bars. Rarity, red. Price, 339,803. It's really a gold bar. Gold bars were actually driven out of the cement truck. This thing had never been driven out of a cement truck in his previous life when he played games. Only went into the dam vault to pick up a few after blowing the dam up while doing the wallbreaker quest. This one gold bar mustn't be 1000 G. Now that the price of gold has risen like this, if this is taken directly to be melted into gold, it must not be more expensive than the full trade price? Thinking of a good idea, Xiaoyun was secretly happy inside. Only thing is, you still have to take it to a trading house to see the price first. The price of the supplies labeled by the system is the most recent transaction record on the market. And Xiaoyun remembered that when he had sold his supplies last time, he had specifically paid attention to the trading information of the GTI exchange in High Bay City. It seemed like there wasn't a single transaction record for red-level materials in the entire city of High Bay. Maybe it could fetch more than the marked price. Maybe even take it straight to auction. Xiaoyun thought silently inwardly. Didn't linger too long. With all the supplies from the cement factory eaten up, he was also heading towards the administrative precinct. Right now, he's about as close to a chicken claw stream as you can get. As long as greed doesn't kill you. Greed to death. When you're in a situation where you really can't beat him, just die to him. Anyway, all the good stuff is put in the safety deposit box, and the equipment on your body doesn't add up to tens of thousands of dollars. And even if he didn't get killed, Xiaoyun would still end up finding a machine brother to finish himself off. After all, one still has to eat a bounty losing streak. Team Wang, what's the situation over here? In the administrative jurisdiction, a stout man with a shaved head found Wang Chang. The two teams met without firing a shot and obviously knew each other. The bald man was Zhang Sun, the owner of the gym that Wang Chang had previously recognized. After hearing about the money to be made in the Forbidden Zone, he also led a group of fitness trainers to form a small team and began to mingle in the Forbidden Zone. The three of them were themselves physically a bit stronger than ordinary people, and with the number of people they knew, they were often able to successfully evacuate from the restricted area. And for this matchup, Zhang Sun chose to come and meet up with Wang Chang's team directly after seeing them. To be honest, I'm hesitant for us to go in. Wang Chang's brows were furrowed as if he was thinking about something. When did you become so hesitant? Zhang Sun was very puzzled. As far as I can remember, Wang Chang has always been a fierce man. What with entering or not entering the administration building, the old him didn't even have to think about it. But any consideration for 2 seconds is disrespectful to strength. Yet it's only been a few days. Wang Chang then had a few more wrinkles between his brows, and his thoughts became many. Team 1, you have 3 sets in one team and we have 3 sets in one team. Can't you still beat this administration building? It's a tough one to call. Wang Chang sighed lightly. I won't hide it from you. There are a few high school students from Haicheng First High School who have been making a lot of noise lately. So you'd better hide if you see them. Ha? High school? Hearing Wang Chang's words, Zhang Sun instantly laughed. No dude, you're even afraid of high school kids now? Nowadays, high school students don't even have gym class, and they're all so petite and weak that they can't even run 2 steps without gasping for air. Is this Forbidden Zone something those buggers can play with and understand? Wang Chang, at this moment, you're afraid you're not joking, right? Zhang Sun asked with a smile. Obviously, he didn't believe what Wang Chang said. If you want to say there are masters, then fine. It's somewhat believable. You're going to say a couple of high school kids can blow them away? Isn't that a joke? But Wang Chang didn't explain too much and just patted Zhang Sun's shoulder. There are people outside of people, and there is a sky outside of the sky. And sooner or later you'll come to understand that. 2. Pull 78 down. If I can't even beat a high school kid, I'll eat a set of 56 bullets, Jiang Sun said, observing Wang Chang's expression. Yet the other still frowned with a worried look. Seeing this, he also stopped making things difficult for the other party. If you don't go into the administration building, pull back. Guys, get to work. Saying that, Jiang Sun brought 2 pugilists and rushed directly into the administration building. Team Wang, what do we do then? A team member asked. Go search the containers in the back, and when you're done, get ready to evacuate. That was quite a fight. Xiaoyan arrived at the periphery of the precinct just in time to brush shoulders with 2 teams of Wang Chang Jiang Sun, and at that moment, fighting had erupted in the administration building. Listening to the constant sound of gunshots inside, the corner of Xiaoyan's mouth gradually hooked up. It's almost New Year's Eve, so it's got to be festive. Without much thought, Xiaoyan activated an exoskeleton and rushed directly into the administration building. P.S. The author has been on the bus all day, and his computer broke down when he got home. I apologize to everyone. From tomorrow onwards, I will update 4 chapters every day, and I guarantee that I will have enough to last me. 39. Military missile computers. There's a fight going on over at the East Building. At least 2 teams. 1 team in the computer room on the West floor, 1 team over by the elevator, and 1 more on the first floor. Shit, why are there so many people in this administration building? West Building at the pull point. Chang Sun swapped ammo while 2 of his teammates shot cheap first aid kits. Just a few moments ago, a team of their sluggers stormed into the administration building and got into a firefight with the team in the aisle. As a result, just after the team from the elevator killed one, another team came from the direction of the toilet next to it and almost killed Jiang Sun. Luckily, I was wearing 3 sets and didn't get pierced by someone's first-class rounds, so I hastily ducked to the pull point to replenish my status, and 2 of his teammates were so beaten up that they ducked to the pulling point. Only in this way, several teams in the West Building are also directly into the racking of guns. Whoever moves first is unlucky. Boss Jiang, I want to touch the server. One of the team members snapped. Anyway, it's over. Might as well search something first. That makes a lot of sense. Anyway, no one is doing anything rash right now, and the pull points are unsearched. The server is in the middle of the forbidden zone, and is considered a high-level material point. If you touch a computer motherboard, or a wide-angle lens or some other high-value material, it's time to give up the fight and prepare for evacuation. Boss Sun, I request to be allowed to touch the server. Jiang Sun was just about to nod when another team member suddenly yelled, I've killed people on this one. He hasn't done anything and he wants us to rack guns and touch servers. It doesn't make sense. You fart. That man's armor was clearly shattered by me, and you just mended it with 2 rounds and collected it for him. So what? I call that critical damage. You know, if I hadn't done those 2 shots, that guy would have gotten away. You obviously only know how to K-head. You K-head monster. I've been putting up with you for ages. I only saw that these 2 people were called Jiang Sun Jiang Boss and Jiang Sun Sun Boss, making it seem as if Jiang Sun was not 1 person, but 2. Alright, shut up all of you. And as he watched the 2 players bicker, Jiang Sun was instantly enraged. What time is it? And these 2 are still fighting over such trivial matters? Listening to their boss Jiang and boss Sun shouting again, I'm going to be schizophrenic myself. And their team, but each of them came in with 50,000 in equipment. If these 2 idiots get fucked over by someone else because of infighting, they're going to get fucked over themselves. You guys get your asses to the gun rack. I'll search the server. Jiang Sun gave each of them a kick and ordered after kicking them. Hearing this, the 2 team members, though reluctant, could only obey the instruction. Only the 2 had just reached the door when they saw the chassis on the floor, but they fought again. Boss Sun, then the chassis should always let me touch it, right? You get out of here. You K-headed monster. The chassis is mine. Boss Jiang, let me touch it. Shut the fuck up. Jiang Sun was a little uptight with anger, and his 2 large chest muscles rose and fell violently. At that moment, there was also a violent gunshot from outside. I can hear that someone on the West Wing side has made a move. In addition to himself, there were 3 other teams in the West Wing. While they fought, they had time to search themselves. There are so many people around, and you're still infighting here. Sooner or later you'll get me into trouble. None of you are allowed to touch any of the material points in this game. You can't touch any of the supply points in this game, so just rack your guns. Seeing Jiang Sun get angry, the 2 team members did not dare to say anything more, only though it was closed. The eyes glared at you and me, obviously still in a secret battle. Jiang Sun sighed very helplessly. The 2 members of his own team were kind of what he had brought up with him. From rookie fitness enthusiasts to fighting national bodybuilding competitions, the bond between their mentor and apprentice was originally very strong after more than a decade together. However, After starting to enter the penalty box, they slowly changed. The two do not think of win-win cooperation, but only personal gain. If it weren't for Jiang Sun, the master, directing them, there's no telling how much they'd have to give away in the penalty box. What a pain in the ass. Jiang Sun sighed as he began to search the server as well. Capacitance. A little green. Not bad. It's kind of earning back the first grade bullets that were shot out. Memory card. A blue item. Jiang Sun immediately brightened up. If this is brought out, AAA earns back its attrition. Jiang Sun continued his search. Yet what he found next made him gasp out in shock. Holy shit! Seeing the items that appeared in the server, Jiang Sun burst out in shock. Out of the money. Looking at the rectangular object in his hand, Jiang Sun was inwardly thrilled. Isn't this the legendary military missile computer? I'm told that this is an important material in military use, capable of automatically predicting and adjusting the trajectory of missiles. It can be used for both precision guidance and missile countermeasures. If this kind of important material was submitted to GTI, the prize money alone would be about $100,000. Maybe then the city will also give themselves a special commendation meeting. All kinds of reporters come to interview, on the local headlines, and then when you have name recognition, you'll still be a little gym owner? Celebrities from all walks of life might come and find themselves in a private fitness program. As long as we bring this out, we can say that we have a great future when the time comes. Of course, all these things are still just Jiang Sun's imagination. He's still a little conservative in his dreaming, and still can't get away from being a fitness instructor. In fact, if we could actually get this thing out there, we might get an invitation to join an official team. The training methods, restricted area information, operational safeguards that the official teams have at their disposal. That's what's really priceless. Boss Sun, touch anything? Did you touch a purple item? That's a fortune. Both team members were curious when they heard the commotion coming from Jiang Sun's side. Why don't you say something, Boss Sun? Holy shit, it can't be out of the gold. Both men realized this at once. It wasn't like they hadn't touched out purple level supplies before, and had even taken them out a few times. But then Jiang Sun didn't react that way when he brought out the purple supplies. That can only be out of the gold. So the two guns did not have the heart to rack a strong desire to know what Jiang Sun opened. Alright, let's show you guys. Jiang Sun sighed. At this point, he was just pretending to be helpless. The ASOS computer motherboard was then pulled out and displayed in front of the two team members. After all, that military missile computer. There was no way Jiang Sun would let these two idiots see it. With the intelligence of these two goods, it was possible that they would backstab themselves at that time in order to snatch this little gold. Holy shit, it's a computer motherboard. This thing must be worth tens of thousands of dollars. It's enough for a set of equipment. Don't worry, Boss Jiang, I will cover your evacuation. Yeah, we'll make sure to cover your evacuation, the two team members said loyally. I am relieved to have disciples like you. Seeing that the two did not suspect anything, Jiang Sun also smiled with relief. It's good that there's no doubt. Otherwise Jiang Sun, a muscle builder, wouldn't be good at lying. We'd better keep our voices down now and feel our way down the side stairs. Once we get to the first floor, where there is plenty of cover, escaping from here will be very easy. Just be careful not to get ambushed around us on the way, and we might even be able to search for more supplies. Jiang Sun plans to. His brain was on overload at the moment, and this was the best method of evacuation he could think of. Yes, understood. Okay, I got that too. Okay, you guys get it. Wait, no? Jiang Sun suddenly trembled. Didn't he only have two team members? How come there's one more person responding to this? What the hell? Chapter 40, what are you waiting for? Which one of you just promised more? Jiang Sun asked in a bit of a panic. No, aren't there just three of us here? Two members of the team replied. This time, there wasn't a third reply. Could it be that you heard wrong? Jiang Sun doubted himself. Okay, then we'll stick to the plan. Y'all got it? Understood. Copy that. Okay, Captain. Shit, who's on the side? This time, Jiang Sun was sure he hadn't heard correctly. There was indeed a third voice besides his own, and the location of the voice seemed to be right outside the door. I've been listening to you guys gabbing here for half a day. Are you withdrawing or not? A young voice came slowly through the door. Jiang Sun and the three of them immediately went on alert, and hurriedly raised the weapons in their respective hands, erecting them straight at the doorway. How did you get here? Jiang Sun's heart was shaken. At this time a fierce battle was breaking out all around, with the sound of gunfire. And this man in front of me, he came straight here? Did he not get caught on the road? Wait, where are the shots? Jiang Sun listened to his surroundings again and realized that the entire west building was awfully quiet. Even if there was a little sporadic gunfire, it came from the east wing. That's not right. Obviously there were several gunshots going off outside when you were searching the server yourself. Why did it stop all of a sudden? And without waiting for Jiang Sun to ponder what the hell was going on, the two team members were already standing at the door. One left and one right, forming a crossed gun line. Anyone outside will be beaten right into a sieve by someone on the other side, no matter which side they come in and look at first. Seeing this, Jiang Sun was also instantly energized. These two players of their own are still very reliable when it counts. I'm warning you, wherever you came from, leave here and we won't give you a hard time. Aren't you guys going to rush? Punch what? You think we're stupid? You're designated to be out there racking your guns. Jiang Sun didn't have the good sense to say. Only, what he didn't realize was that the people outside weren't afraid to rack their guns at the moment. If you guys aren't going to rush, I'm going to rush. Come on. You punch one so I can see it coming. Jiang Sun's words just fell. A set of triple grenades shot straight in towards the doorway's position. Not good. There's a bomb. Bang, bang, bang. 3 companies of grenades exploded one after the other. The 2 players at the door rushed to dodge. However, one of them was blocked by the other, and directly collapsed to the ground. In the next second, his body also turned into ashes and slowly floated into the air. That's dead. The engagement hadn't even begun for more than a second when a team member was killed directly by a grenade. Where do ordinary cadres get bombs? Is this an official? Seeing the scene in front of him, Jiang Sun's heart broke down a bit. The only weapons and equipment an ordinary person can carry into a restricted area are the weapons and equipment of the restricted area. And special props like smoke bombs and grenades are special weapons that can't be searched for inside the restricted area and can't be traded on the market. Only the luckier ones can pick them up from Asura soldiers. But they're very rare themselves, and not many people are able to take them out when they basically pick them up. And this guy outside the door, he came up with 3 grenades. What is the origin of this man? Boss Jiang. He sounds so young. He can't be official. The only remaining member of the team reported back. Only it's even more unthinkable that it wasn't an official. Wait, you said he was young? Does that mean? At this moment, Jiang Sun suddenly remembered what Wang Chang had reminded him of before entering the administration building. Could this person outside the door be the badass high school student he was talking about? Originally, Jiang Sun only thought this was a joke. Yet now he was completely convinced, because another triple grenade was thrown through the door. It bounced off the wall and landed squarely at the feet of both Jiang Sun. Shit! Jiang Sun does a front flip and manages to avoid some grenade damage. The member of his team, however, was not so lucky, and when Jiang Sun raised his head, he realized that the person outside the door had now come to him. Happy New Year, big guy, and congratulations! Xiao Yun was holding a magnetic suction bomb with a faint smile on his face. Without waiting for Jiang Sun to react, it was a bomb that was directly attached to his body. Drip 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 drip. With an increasingly urgent siren, Jiang Sun stood up, intending to raise his weapon and fight the man in front of him. However, at this time, Xiao Yun silently closed the door to his room. Bang! A loud blasting sound rang out and silence fell over the entire pullout point. And I don't know what I'm doing in there on the rack. I'm waiting for CD. Are you guys? Xiao Yun laughed helplessly. Current location, Dam 0, Visitor Center East Evacuation Point. This burst, confidential. Time to end this game, 18 minutes. 43 seconds. Meanwhile, on the other side, Li Wenji's team had waited at the evacuation point for close to 10 minutes, yet they hadn't even seen a single evacuee. That's not right, is it? It's only logical that at this point in time, there are already some teams ready to withdraw. Why isn't there anyone? Boss, do we have to keep waiting? John and David asked. According to their character, they originally intended to take the initiative. After all, the two were diamond-level GTI cadres, and they crushed the field in terms of strength, and the equipment they started with was the best in the field. Regarding the last failure, the two just thought that they were careless and didn't take it to heart. Only since Li Wenji gave the order, the two of them could only listen to their boss's command. Don't worry, we'll wait. Levanti bit his finger, determined to wait all the way at the evacuation point. It's impossible for this handle to be evacuated without anyone. Moreover, it's absolutely impossible for Xiao Yun to die inside. Boss, are you going to specialize in squatting someone? Just then, David was also puzzled. Yeah, the guy who squatted us to death earlier has entered this matchup. Boss, have you ever thought of a question? Don't sell yourself short. Just fart. Have you ever thought about what if the guy's birth point is on our side? Wouldn't he have to evacuate from the other side of the evacuation point then? Upon hearing David's words, Li Wenji was silent for a while. Asterisk 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 asterisk. When Li Wenji reacted, he only had to be filled with anger for a bit. Yeah, what if Xiao Yun's exit point isn't this way? Then wouldn't you be a clown if you brought someone to squat here? Boss, Why don't we just pound away? TMD. Pound it. In the administrative jurisdiction. Xiaoyun silently licked the bag on the floor of the West building. But the more he licked, the more disappointed he became. Since there was no battle value limit to enter the restricted area in this world, many people didn't start their gear and came in with a pistol with some level 1 ammo. As for Xiaoyun, he had killed so many people in the West building, and apart from the few gold coins that he had exploded from using his skills, he hadn't gained any benefits at all. The last 3 bags. Looking at the 3 piles of supplies at the pulling point, Xiaoyun was also pinning his hopes on the trio. It seemed like they had just been searching for something here when Xiaoyun was also right outside the door, listening to the commotion inside. It seems like something good has come out of it. But, when I think of the team at the cement factory before, they drove to an electric car battery as a baby. Xiaoyun also did not report much hope. Yet it's at times like these that God always surprises you cold. Material, military missile computer. Rarity, gold. Price, 92,336. I'll go. Really shipped? Seeing the item in front of him, Xiaoyun was instantly somewhat surprised. Chapter 41, Pretending to be anything. This big guy actually has something on him. Pick up the military missile computer on the floor. It's a small gold, but it's very thick. Some of the displays and buttons on it were also unintelligible to Xiaoyun. As I recall, this kind of military-type material seems to be quite valuable. Let's ask at the exchange when the time comes. Xiaoyun did not think much about it and took it back into the safety box. The reason why he wasn't as shocked as Jiang Sun after getting this item was mainly because he didn't know the value of this item yet. After all, having just arrived in this world, Xiaoyun hurriedly entered the forbidden zone to run the knife. He only had a relatively superficial understanding of things in this world. The chassis hasn't been searched yet. Xiaoyun just wanted to leave and head to the east building to continue giving out red envelopes to passers-by, only to find that the room outside the pull point didn't even have the chassis open. Material, USB flash drives. Rarity, blue. Price, 8,910. Xiaoyun opened the chassis. In addition to a blue rarity USB flash drive, there were CPU graphics cards and whatnot inside, but they were all models that could be bought in reality. None of them were high-value materials exclusive to the Forbidden Zone. It stands to reason that this stuff can be taken out too, right? Xiaoyun thought carefully. It's reasonable to assume that anything in the restricted area will be able to be taken out. Only those that are recognized as rare materials or special items in restricted areas. And while there are no supplies inside the case in front of me, the video card is a 4080 Ti, and the memory sticks are fully inserted with two 16Gs. That's tens of thousands of dollars to match an identical computer in reality. It just so happens that we're short a computer at home, so bring it out and try it out. Xiaoyun thought in his heart and also tried to put it into the safety box. Safety box, 41 out of 100. Total value, 122,0458. The chassis fit in successfully, taking up 4 compartments. Yet the value didn't add a dime. Only the attempt was successful, and Xiaoyun was somewhat surprised. I can't believe I can actually take it out. To put it that way, that is if there is enough space. Wouldn't those mixer trucks, vans and whatnot on the road be just as good to take out? Xiaoyun stroked his chin and secretly thought to himself, while those things are realistically available, they are also very expensive. That one mobile mixer truck would cost tens of millions. Wouldn't it be awesome if you could take all the mixers out of the dam yourself? Holding this thought, Xiaoyun also decided to test the waters. If anything could really be taken out in a safe, that moving dam zero is really not a joke. By the time you push yourself, even the entire administration building will be moved out for you. And the only thing to consider now, it's all about how much safety box space you need to move a mobile mixer truck. Thinking of this, Xiaoyun also glanced in the direction of the east building. You guys go ahead and play. I'm going to check the parking lot. With that, he hurriedly ran towards the first floor. Team Wang, it's out of stock. Rear of administrative precinct. Container area. Wang Chang led the 2 people in the squad other than the Eagle and searched the container area for half a day. None of the 3 had been to this place more than a few times, not being very familiar with the material points here, and not daring to make a relatively loud noise for fear of attracting people from the administrative precinct. As a result, almost halfway through the opening, the 3 of them hadn't finished searching the place yet. What's out? Hearing the shouts of his teammates, Wang Chang also rushed over. Only the other side was a pitted area in a container with a large medical kit and an airbox. The team member, on the other hand, was standing next to the airbox waving his hands in excitement. Team Wang, it's shipping. Shipment. I know you shipped. What exactly did you ship? Look, the team member said, laboriously lifting a black package with a blue armor icon painted on it from the airbox. It's an armor repair kit. That's right. This thing is worth old money. I'll go. You're lucky to have this thing open. Hurry up and load him up. This puts us ready to evacuate. Wang Chang was very excited. Looking at the size, it was still a repair kit for a level 5 armor, worth over $100,000. It's worth more than coming out with a little gold. Thus, Wang Chang was also immediately ready to evacuate with the two of them. There might be people fighting in the visitors center right now. It's too dangerous. Let's go to the bag drop evacuation side. Yes, roger that, Wang Chang said, and the three of them began to move. Just as the trio stepped out of the container and were about to reach the parking lot, on the first floor of the east building, however, there was a sudden burst of footsteps, followed by a figure darting away from their eyes. The opponent was so fast that even Wang Chang didn't see his face, and the other guy didn't seem to notice himself, running all the way into the middle of the parking lot. Holy shit, this guy Bolt, what just went by? The two team members were surprised. The man was simply too fast, and when he ran, he seemed to be so fast that he distorted the air currents behind him. This guy is creepy, let's just take the long way around. Wang Chang was alert, though I don't know what strength that person had and what equipment they started with, but at this speed, he could barely even keep up with his eyes, let alone aim to keep up. It was estimated that even if they racked their guns in advance, they wouldn't be able to touch each other for a second after a barrage of bullets, and so it was. Wang Chang also took two team members and circled around from the outside of the parking lot to the easternmost exit of the precinct. Just when Wang Chang was relieved, thinking that he could escape this place of wrongdoing, a few hurried footsteps, however, came running in unison again. Take cover and get down. Wang Chang was the first to lie down in the grass at the entrance, and the two team members also found cover. Lie down in the grass and take a look at the team. The person at the very front driving the road was surprisingly wearing 5 heads and 5 armors. Wang Chang took a closer look. Good lord, aren't those the 2 escorts of Li Wenjia? Sure enough, Li Wenzel was following them as well. Is there movement around? David snapped. The fight was pretty intense in the administration building, but I'm not sure about the surrounding area. Hey, why are you running so fast? Be careful. Have you forgotten how you lost last time? Sorry sir, we'll make sure to keep you safe this time. The 2 escorts slowed down at once. At the same time, he raised the gun in his hand and began to cautiously search the surrounding area for any movement. Seeing the other party's action, Wang Chang, who was lying in the grass, suddenly didn't even dare to take a breath. Originally, he was still thinking that he could emulate Xiaoyun's previous operation and squat the opposite side in the grass, but now he had absolutely no chance. Seeing the other party's vigilant searching movements, he was probably going to find himself soon. Maru Spice, but it's better to die yourself. That armor repair kit wasn't on his own, so as long as 2 team members managed to evacuate it wasn't a loss. Just as the laser from David's gun swept into Wang Chang felt that he was about to die. In the middle of the parking lot, however, there was a sudden running movement. David turned his gun around in a hurry and took aim toward the parking lot. Chapter 42. He still has Shem. Boss, watch out. There's someone in the parking lot. Listening to the commotion, it seems to be just one person. How dare he run around with so much fanfare? Hearing the commotion in the middle of the parking lot, John and David were instantly alert. Because of Li Wenjia's reminder, the two were very cautious at this time. The moment they heard the commotion, they turned their guns and aimed in unison at where the sound was coming from. And at this point, Wang Chang, who was hiding in the bushes, was also lucky to escape. Just a moment ago, the laser on David's gun had even been pointed at his head. Only because of the commotion from someone in the middle of the parking lot, David's eyes were drawn away and not in the direction the laser was pointing. Otherwise, at this moment, Wang Chang would have been shot into a hornet's nest. Although he had just escaped from the Ghost Gate. At this time, Wang Chang still did not dare to act rashly. They had to wait for the people in the parking lot to encounter Li Wenjia's team and fight on both sides before they had a chance to take advantage of the chaos to escape to the evacuation point. And so it was. He was also following the direction in which Li Wenzel's group had left, secretly observing the movements in the parking lot. When we meet Li Wenjia's team of full formation, I guess the guy who just entered the parking lot is going to be out of luck. Wang Chang thought silently inwardly. Although that person was fast, Li Wenzel's 2 escorts weren't covered. An ordinary man's gun might not be able to keep up with him, but 2 escorts definitely could. And at this point, Li Wenjia's team already had information about the man's location, while the man was still making movements. Wang Chang was suddenly a little nervous inside. At this point, it looks like the guy in the parking lot may not last long. One had to signal the moment they exchanged fire and get the team to follow them and escape. Sure enough, there's someone. David. Fire. Thump. Thump, 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 thump dash. A series of gunshots rang out, and by the sound of the commotion, there was a direct fight in the parking lot. Move. Wang Chang gave orders to the 2 team members through the headset on his helmet. He then took the lead and fled the dangerous place with his head in his hands. Only one member of the team did run out with them, yet there was a delay in seeing the other. If it was a usual situation, Wang Chang might have left this teammate behind. After all, it's a fully loaded team in there. You can't even beat them if you have to. Only the one who was left behind by Wang Chang at this moment happened to be the one carrying the armor repair kit. Captain Wang, I can't run away. What's going on? Wang Chang stopped at the exit, found a cover, and hurriedly inquired. They're fighting right next to me. Right next door to me. I'll make too much noise if I run. I'll get caught. The team member reported with a slight sob. I could hear that he was in a great hurry himself. Take it easy. We'll watch your back over here. Wang Chang frowned and hurriedly gave a hand signal to the team member next to him. Subsequently, the two men then plopped down at the eastern entrance to the parking lot and peered left and right. Only, it didn't matter if he didn't look, but when he did, Wang Chang saw a scene that shocked him, only to see that smoke had risen from the parking lot at some point, and amidst the smoke flames appeared, and a bomb began to explode in quick succession as if for no money. Thump, 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 thump dash. 6 blasts came in a row. And it wasn't over. This was followed by a series of rapid-fire alarms sounding. Bang! This one sound was even more drastic than everything before it. And hearing this loud noise, Wang Chang instantly recalled something. This explosion sound. Why does it sound so familiar? Have I heard that somewhere before? Holy shit! Recalling the scene when he heard this explosion before, Wang Chang's heart was like a river turning over. It's Xiao Yun. This blast. It's definitely him. How could one suddenly forget something so important? Obviously the previous two. Wang Chang had been so impressed with the explosion that it was close to being etched into his DNA. However, when I suddenly heard it at that moment, it still took a moment to react before I recalled it. If it's Xiao Yun, it's really hard to say who will win or lose here. But where the hell did he get all this stuff with the smoke and the grenades? Wang Chang pondered silently within himself, but could not come up with an answer. In short, this young man had many secrets in him, and his tactics would always be beyond his own guessing. Soon, the gunfire in the parking lot then subsided. Only Wang Chang knew that the battle was not over, because after all this fighting, all you see on the ground is a body. Looking at the gold head in armor, the person who died turned out to be one of Li Wenjia's escorts. This Xiao Yun, he actually took down a 5-set escort in a head-on clash. Seeing this scene, Wang Chang's heart was even more shocked. He had heard it from Levanti before when he was working with him. The 2 escorts that his parents had arranged for him to be able to secure a place at Qingbei University were both diamond-level cadres, and were at the top level in the world. This was the reason why Wang Chang had to work with Li Wenjia before. At that time, he felt that if he didn't cooperate with Li Wenjia, he wouldn't be able to make a good living inside the forbidden zone in his life. However, what he didn't expect, was this. Instead of offending Li Wenjia, he seemed to have offended an existence that he could not afford to mess with even more. 2. Be careful. They're not done fighting yet. I know. One man is dead on the fully loaded team side, and the remaining 2 seem to be taking cover and hiding. So, hearing the report from his team members, Wang Chang could not help but revisit the environment of the battlefield. Although Li Wenjia's side was attenuated, the other escort's equipment and strength also crushed Xiao Yun's existence. Although Xiao Yun had used props like smoke bombs and grenades to steal the death of one person, the rest of the battle would be difficult. It's hard, is it? Just as Wang Chang was thinking this, the battle in the parking lot changed again. Buzz off. Just over the parking lot, a small craft suddenly floated into the air. Wang Chang raised his eyes and looked at it before he could see the thing's appearance clearly. In the next second, it radiated an intense flash of light, causing Wang Chang's eyes to go white directly. With the loss of sight, even the sense of hearing became blurred. Captain! Captain! It wasn't until a few seconds later that Wang Chang was slowly able to hear the voice coming from the headset. 2. What's wrong? Wang Chang asked in a hurry. Li Wenzel's team seems to have been attenuated again. Geez, what the hell is that guy in there? What? Wang Chang was instantly even more shocked, especially after knowing that the person in the parking lot was Xiao Yun. How dare this guy take the lead and get 2 kills in a 1-2-3 match against 2 5-sets and 1 4-set? At first the first hit was understandable to him. And how did the second one die? Could it be that weird flying machine just now? Thinking about the effects of that thing, Wang Chang was suddenly a little shaken inside. That thing, obviously, is a flashbang, and a flashbang with drone intelligence on board. Xiao Yun must have learned of Li Wenjia's location through some means, and used the flashbang to accurately blind them before taking the kill. 2. Forget about the commotion inside. Run! Wang Chang ordered in a panicked tone. P.S. 4 more to offer. A total of close to 10,000 words. Can be the author exhausted? Thanks to the readers of the tolerance and support. Ask for a free power with love. Chapter 43, Revenge at Last. Current location, parking lot outside the east building of Dam Zero Administrative Precinct. This burst, confidential. Time to end this game, 18 minutes, 24 seconds. In the parking lot, Lee Wenja looked at the fallen equipment on the ground and laughed maniacally. Ha 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 ha, finally, Xiao Yun, I've finally killed you once. Focused on gaming two white-skinned pigs over there. Didn't think I'd come around this way? Did you? Damn you. Spoiled my chances of a $500,000 evacuation, caused me to drop so much gear, and now killed my escort. But you were never my match. Never. Xiao Yun's corpse had long since disappeared, yet Li Wenzel was still frantically venting his anger at the package he dropped. I can see that he did die a bit of a death these last few handfuls, and he's a bit mentally unbalanced. And at this point, Wang Chang's number 2 team member just arrived at the parking lot exit of. I had just escaped with my life, and before I could celebrate, I was shocked at the commotion in the parking lot. Team Wang, the person who just fought with Li Wenja and the others, was it actually that Xiao Yun? You just realized? Wang Chang smiled helplessly. How can this guy watch the battle for half a day and not know who's in there? No wonder he was able to kill 2 diamond-level escorts. He does have power. It's just a pity that he still fell under the gun of Li Wenju. Wang Chang and 2 of his teammates looked regretful. Originally, he had watched Xiao Yun fight 1 against 2 and kill through 5 sets of escorts. Wang Chang thought that he was going to fight 3-1 and directly destroy Li Wenju's team. A bridge like the weak over the strong has always been something people want to see. However, the results were unfortunate. Xiao Yun defeated the 2 escorts, but still fell under Li Wenju's gun. Let's go. It's not a good place to stay. Wang Chang sighed and took 2 of his team members to prepare for evacuation. No matter what, how Li Wenja and Xiao Yun were going to fight was their personal vendetta, and Wang Chang only seeks to evacuate peacefully and make money with his crew. Only, what everyone doesn't know at this point is this. The reason why Xiao Yun died wasn't because he really couldn't beat Li Wenja. Rather, he has his own calculations. Time to go back to before heading to the parking lot. Xiao Yun finished cleaning up the west wing of the administration building and was about to go to the parking lot to find a truck or a mixer to try out the upper limit of his safe. However, before he left, he suddenly thought of something. It's about time for this fight. And it's about time for dinner when we get out. Or why don't we just find someone to give it away after the trial? The original purpose, anyway, was to activate the bounty bond's losing streak reward. Thinking so, Xiao Yun also suddenly had an idea. With this empty backpack of his, wouldn't he have nothing to show for it when someone else kills him? Gotta have some kind of reward for killing your own people for that. Think about it. Xiao Yun also casually searched the neighborhood, and then stuffed his backpack with small cheap junk. Boxed candles, angle grinders, basic protein powders. It's loaded with big, heavy stuff that straight up stuffs the backpack to the point of bulging. And Xiao Yun's plan was not purely for the purpose of harming people, but rather, he retained some kindness. If the person who kills you is a team that starts with good equipment, then opening your backpack and looking at a bunch of junk will definitely disgust them for a while. And if it had been a rat or mouse that killed him, these would have been sold for a lot of money if he had taken them out. Thus, Xiao Yun put on his backpack and went directly into the parking lot. And in the meantime, Li Wenzel also just about gave up on the idea of squatting at an evacuation point. With 2 escorts, it went all the way to the middle of the administrative precinct. As soon as they reached the middle of the parking lot, however, the trio heard a commotion coming from inside. Just a man standing next to the truck, groping left and right, not knowing what he was doing. Xiao Yun. Seeing his face, Li Wenzel instantly recognized this person. It was none other than Xiao Yun, who had caused himself to give away millions of equipment in the previous 2 matches. Xiao Yun, finally I've caught you. So it was then that Li Wenzel ordered the 2 escorts to launch an attack. Although technically speaking, Li Wenja's second death was not caused by Xiao Yun, but he asked for it himself. He wanted to snipe Xiao Yun, but ended up being fucked to death by Jinda before he even entered the administration building. However, Li Wenja was not reasonable at all and blamed Xiao Yun for everything. Only, originally, Li Wenja thought that since he had brought 2 escorts with him and had determined Xiao Yun's location, he should have been able to casually kill him in place. What he never expected, however, was that they had failed. Xiao Yun's reaction was extremely fast and used a bunch of props that Li Wenju had never even seen before. First you seal the smoke bomb, then you blow up the mine when you're done. Then it was C4 and flashbangs again. The 2 escorts had been played by him since the start of the battle and were all down in a minute. It's a good thing Levante didn't just sit back and wait. While the 2 sides were exchanging fire, he sneaked around to Xiao Yun's back. He then found the right moment to launch a sneak attack on Xiao Yun. This move was finally effective against Xiao Yun, and Li Wenja easily shot him down even with his poor marksmanship. Xiao Yun, you still died in my hands. Looking at the packages on the ground, Li Wenjie was very proud inside. At the same time, there was a great deal of excitement within. Let's see what goodies you've searched in your backpack. In Levante's vision, since he appeared here, it meant that he had most likely already cleared all the people in the administration building. And at his level, I'm sure he's searched for a lot of good stuff. There's definitely no less than $500,000 in the bag when you eat in the entire executive mansion. Thinking of this, Li Wenjie rubbed his hands together in excitement. You've hit the jackpot yourself with this wave. Once he killed Xiao Yun, he might be able to fulfill the 500,000 evacuation target himself. And the evaluation of Qingbei's guaranteed qualification is just a matter of these 2 days. Xiao Yun missed this game of classified dam. And even if he was stronger later, he wouldn't be able to complete the 500,000 evacuation. After all, for Levante, a handful of regular dams, clearing the map with all the searches is only 300,000 tops. Top 400,000. No more. As long as no classified difficulty follows, one's guaranteed spot is secure. Xiao Yun, you're so unlucky. Thinking about it, Levante also scoffed mercilessly. Now everything you've searched for is all mine, said. Li Wenjie also made sure that there was no movement in the surroundings before examining Xiao Yun's dropped items, directly ignoring the 3 heads and 3 armors he dropped. This thing isn't worth much even if it's brand new. Li Wenjie directly picked up the bullet hanging that Xiao Yun had dropped and then searched for it with an expectant face. After searching for the bullet hang, Li Wenjie didn't look too good. This was because Xiao Yun only had a white trash medkit amongst his bullet hangers, or one that he had used half of and only had 48 durability points left. Other than that, there was surprisingly nothing in the middle of a large blue bullet hang. No way. This kid is definitely hiding something. Li Wenjie picked up Xiao Yun's backpack. This backpack was obviously stripped from an Asura soldier. Green quality with minimal space. It felt heavy in my hand when I lifted it and seemed to hold a lot of stuff. Sure has the goods. Li Wenjie was overjoyed and hurriedly opened his backpack to check the supplies in it. Chapter 44 Reward for Losing Streak. TM. What's all this? After opening the backpack that Xiao Yun dropped, Li Wenjie instantly shouted in excitement, and directly dropped his backpack to the ground with one hand, not because it shipped, but because it licked sure, only to see that the bottle of protein powder placed in the bag was directly shattered, and countless powders flew into the air. Cough. Li Wenjie nearly choked on the powder and coughed. This dog Xiao Yun. Cough. You don't search for the good stuff. You put this stuff inside your backpack. Is this man poor and crazy? This Hook 8 is a classified bureau. Confidential difficulty pops. Confidential bureau, you cannot touch the gold and purple even if it. To the bag stuffed a bunch of green and white garbage dry chicken hair. Li Wenjie was instantly a bit furious. One should know that this time, he had lost 2 more escorts in order to kill Xiao Yun. However, after killing Xiao Yun, what he had in his pocket didn't add up to enough money for a few rounds of ammunition. And with their own escort gone, how else is this going to be a 500,000 evacuation? Li Wenjie was so angry that he couldn't breathe a little, and immediately felt his brain spinning. Lean. This Xiao Yun. Could it be Laozi's nemesis? Why does it feel like every time I meet him, nothing good is going to happen? If it wasn't for him, I would have already. Thinking about the experience of these few handfuls, Li Wenjie's head felt buzzing. And what pissed him off even more was the attitude of his parents. Originally, at the beginning, when Li Wenjie reported to his parents that he was squatted to death by the people from the evacuation point, his parents also took the attitude that this matter should be pursued to the end. However, after finding out that the other person was just a student, and a student from the same school as Li Wenjie's parents began to slack off on the matter. And as for their attitudes, Li Wenjie was also a bit confused. Originally there was talk of avenging his own hate. Why is it that after finding out that it was Xiao Yun, they suddenly didn't make the next move? He had to find Wang Chang, a few unreliable people, and as a result, the money was spent and the mission failed. The set of 4 that I spent my own pocket money to get was even more so when I got into the administration building and got fucked by Said and dropped out of the matchup. All of this, everything is Xiao Yun's fault. Xiao Yun, wait for me. Li Wenjie roared towards the sky. Hint, you have lost all supplies outside the safety box. Being reborn. After a brief beep, Xiao Yun once again returned to the entrance of Warehouse 9. I didn't realize that Li Wenjie and I were so destined to be together. The corner of Xiao Yun's mouth lifted slightly as he thought about what had just happened. The moment that Levante saw him, he was just mad as hell to come and fuck him. And Xiao Yun died as he wished. Logically. In fact, long before Li Wenjie's team arrived at the parking lot, he had turned on his detector and scouted their arrival. Only for the sake of the bounty losing streak, he went along with the performance of it all. By now, Li Wenjie should have opened my backpack. And his expression must be wonderful. Xiao Yun had a bad smile on his face. By the time Li Wenzel saw his backpack of rags, he was probably going to have a meltdown. There's no way around it. That's what happens when you kill rats and mice. And after this respawn, except for the hint of supplies dropping, there were other messages coming from the system. Alert, bounty bond activated. Low-grade fuel and vitamin effervescent tablets have been placed in the bounty chest. Current losing streak, 1. Material, low-grade dyes. Rarity, blue. Price, 17,912. Material, vitamin effervescent tablets. Rarity, blue. Price, 10,046. With the system panel appearing. Looking at the two supplies that were placed into the treasure chest, Xiao Yun was also somewhat surprised. I can't believe it started with blue supplies? According to the magnitude of the bounty bond's burst rate increase, after 3 consecutive defeats, the rarity of the supplies should be raised to purple. After 5 times, it should just be putting in gold supplies. So with a 12-game losing streak, wouldn't that open up a bunch of big reds? Think about it. Xiao Yun was also excited inside. In the middle of his previous games, he was always careful to try to make sure that he maximized his earnings per hand. Doing so can be very rewarding, but it's still a tiring trip. Now with the bounty bond as a guarantee, there is also the gunfire negotiation, this gold explosion magic skill. One can finally ignore the risk and run the knife as one pleases. Only, for the losing streak to stack up fast, there's a necessary condition missing right now. It's also taking too long to refresh this handful of forbidden zones, and the probability of getting out of the classifieds is too low, so we'll have to go somewhere more convenient. Xiao Yun thought silently inwardly. At the same time, he also took out his cell phone and opened the map software, only to see that there was also an entrance to the restricted area about 9 kilometers away from the North Harbor of Haichang. The map is Longbow Creek Valley, with the same 2% probability of appearing classified. Only, what surprised Xiao Yun was, the location of the entrance to this forbidden zone was surprisingly shown to be on the sea. Xiao Yun turned his head to look. There was nothing else to be seen on the sea but ships of all kinds. Could it be that the entrance to this forbidden zone is on one of the ships at sea? Xiao Yun immediately frowned. Originally, his plan was to find the nearest box and then go back and forth between the 2 boxes to swipe his losing streak. But the nearest no-go zone would be too much trouble if it was at sea. At a time like this, Xiao Yun also couldn't help but sigh. It's still a big city that's good. Even in this world of universal knife running, there were more restricted areas in big cities than in a third-tier city like North Sea City, and the locations were more densely packed, with a higher probability of secrets appearing. If Xiao Yun was in Jinghai City right now, there would be less trouble if he walked a few steps away from a forbidden zone, which was as numerous as a bar. It seems that the place in Qingbei still needs to be actively fought for. Xiao Yun thought silently. Although with the current level of technological development, one could indeed just take an airplane and fly to Jinghai City. But the problem is that the past is also a mobile population. Do not settle. No household registration of other people's restricted areas are not open to you. And when you get to college, you can settle in. It's only in the name of going to the penalty box then. Thinking of this, Xiao Yun also glanced at the time. After so many matchups at noon, the time has only come to 12:18 p.m. It's done. Let's go home and have dinner first. Xiao Yun took a cab, and on the way, he thought about how to brag to his dad about his gains in the Forbidden Zone when he got back. Sorry boss, we failed again. Warehouse 9 entrance. David and John looked frustrated. I can't for the life of me figure out where the hell he pulled out all those props. It's smoke grenades and grenades again. And so many of them. Where the hell did he get them? To be honest, if it was purely against a gun, he'd never be a match for me. Yeah, this guy is so crafty. At this moment, they had already been beaten by Xiao Yun and lost their temper. The tone was more just whiny grumbling with little real meaning. Enough. I don't want to hear any more of your explanations. Levanti looked at them angrily. It's easy for you guys to die in there, and I'm going to help bring your gear back. That Xiao Yun is obviously that good. But it turns out you two are even better. It's a good thing I took him in, or we'd have lost a lot more on this one. Li Wenzel had an angry look on his face. However, hearing his words, John and David looked at each other, both of them a little incredulous. What, boss? You beat that guy. Chapter 45 Rat Arsenal. Do you guys even deserve to be called escorts? It's totally relying on the boss to lead. That guy wore 3 sets of 3-stage bullets that hit a human machine, and you two fronted up and managed to get fucked by him? I'm going to tell my mom to check you both out right now. Get your ass back to the lighthouse state right now. Right now. Just completed the evacuation and returned to the door of Warehouse 9. Levanti then gave the 2 escorts a scolding. It's nice to have another classified dam, only for these 2 to die violently again. Wait, boss, you mean, you killed that guy? John asked. somewhat incredulously. Bullshit. How else did I get out of the administrative district alive? Lee Van-chul said without a trace of humor. Hear that? John and David both looked at each other with some disbelief. What's wrong with that guy? How come he hits us so hard and then goes soft when he meets the boss? The vegetable? I don't know. I'm still trying to figure out where he got all those props. Smoke grenades are understandable, but things like grenades aren't available to ordinary people in the Dragon Kingdom, are they? And did you notice that that smoke grenade of his is way too long too? And it seems to be sealing up wherever he wants as if it's at his command. Indeed, if it weren't for his long line of smoke bombs blocking my view, I would have killed him long ago. David and John were discussing in English, and Levanti was beside himself and didn't understand, only to be followed by a very sincere apology from both men. After all, it's not as simple as losing money if this order is ruined. Both men's reputations in escort circles will also be in tatters. It would be a laugh if people knew that the two of them would roll over if they hit a small-town classified dam. It won't be easy to get a big order like Lee Wenzel's when the time comes. I'll give you one last chance, Lee Wenji said coldly. According to the contract, your escort's guarantee has been mentioned at $900. 000. Next time the classified difficulty still flips, then don't blame me for being ruthless. David nodded silently. Instead, John was suddenly presented with an idea. Right, boss, why don't we try playing in a different penalty box? Hearing this, Lee Wenja originally wanted to scold him. Playing in a different penalty box. Wouldn't that be the same as directly conceding to Xiao Yun? But after calming down and thinking about it for a while, he realized that it seemed like the safest way to go. After all, the most important thing now is still to take a guaranteed 500,000 evacuation once and mix it up to qualify for a guaranteed transfer. Not to mention, previously, Li Wenjia had bragged to the school's flower Lu Shirhan that he wanted her to get the guaranteed qualification as well. If he continued to fight with Xiao Yun like this, let alone letting Lu Shirhan get the qualification, it's hard to even get a guaranteed ride on your own. Luckily, in the last matchup, Li Wenzel beat Xiao Yun to death. Otherwise, if he gets 2 escorts for 5 sets, he's probably evacuating another million. Change which penalty box? Levanti asked. I've heard that there's a cruise ship called Ocean Spectrum on this side of Northport that has the entrance to the restricted area of Longbow Creek Valley, and there hasn't been a classified difficulty over there today, so I guess it's pretty much brushed up this afternoon. When the time comes, we'll go over there first to familiarize ourselves with the map, and then we'll start moving when we encounter the classified difficulty. What do you think, boss? Levanti pondered for a moment, then nodded silently. Okay, then, as you say. Xiao Yun took a taxi back to the neighborhood where he lived, only he didn't go straight home, but toward the convenience store at the entrance. This is Xiao Yun's own family opened a convenience store. Usually during the day dad guard the store. Nighttime will change him to guard, and his dad, Xiao Qingtian, goes out every day to fish and play pool and go to the internet cafe at night. It was very unsettling not to return until the early hours of the morning. Dad, what flavor of instant noodles are we having for lunch today? Just after walking into the convenience store, Xiao Yun asked as usual. However, ever since he entered the door, he saw Xiao Qingtian standing behind the cash register with his eyes deadpan. What's wrong? Xiao Yun was a bit uncomfortable being stared at and awkwardly scratched his head. Did Dad already know about his leave of absence? Xiao Yun just wanted to explain that he wasn't taking leave to go out and fool around. Unexpectedly, Xiao Qingtian opened his mouth before him. I heard from your homeroom teacher that you took a leave of absence to go to the restricted area? Oh, yes, Xiao Yun replied. Also, you've had your 18th birthday. Xiao Qingtian sighed, then slowly turned his back. Xiao Yun did not know what he was thinking. He just felt that his reaction was a bit strange. It stands to reason that ordinary parents would not let their children go to a restricted area. After all, the stakes are so high in the Forbidden Zone that going there is like gambling. While the Forbidden Zone gave everyone the chance to start from scratch and get rich, it also ruined many people and left most of them with broken homes. Why didn't you tell me in advance before you went to the Forbidden Zone? Xiao Qingtian asked. With that, he slowly walked towards the back of the convenience store. Ugh, it's not because I'm afraid you'll worry. Xiao Yun scratched his head awkwardly. What was on my mind was that if I had said that, would my dad have said yes? That's why they chose to take the results directly. The money he had made from running knives this morning was enough to pay for the convenience store for 10 years. If he came back at this time to report to Xiao Qingtian, I'm sure he wouldn't say anything. You come here. What's wrong? Xiao Yun followed him to the back of the convenience store. There are 2 shelves set up here selling everyday items that don't look like anything special. What are you waiting for? Help me move the shelves. Saying that, Xiao Qingtian raked up the left shelf with one hand. Seeing this, Xiao Yun also hurriedly went over to move the shelves on the right side. Only after the 2 shelves were moved away, A giant iron door suddenly appeared in front of them. What is this place? Seeing this iron gate, Xiao Yun was immediately a little shocked inside. As far as he could remember, he had never seen this place before, much less that there was such a huge iron door at the far end of his kiosk, and the style of the iron gate in front of this eye. It's like a vault inside a dam. Looks like you've been inside the innermost part of the dam. Seeing Xiao Yun's reaction, Xiao Qingtian immediately looked relieved. As expected of my Xiao Qingtian's son? No, Dad. You this? Come on. Look what I've got for you. Xiao Qingtian pressed his palm to a certain place on the wall, and the sound of unlocking came from the other side of the iron door. As the iron door slowly opened, a bedroom-sized armory also appeared in front of Xiao Yun in front of his eyes all of a sudden, only to see that the not-so-big room, but put 2 rows of display cabinets. Inside the rows and rows of hearing head, from the 1st level to the 5th level, in addition to the absence of the 2nd level of hearing head, each of them are placed at least 2 or 3 rows, and above the innermost wall was a wall full of running knife weapons. G18, half-modded UZI. Victor. Each gun was modified to look like the right one. Seeing the armament in this room, Xiao Yun was stunned. It's a rat and mouse paradise. No, Dad. You didn't steal these, did you? Chapter 46, The Schoolgirl's Mercedes-Benz. No, Dad. You didn't steal these, did you? Xiao Yun had just finished being skeptical when his head immediately received a punch from Xiao Qingtian. Looking down on your dad like that? Do you think I'm a loser who only brags and fishes all day? It's still true. Xiao Yun recalled his impression of Xiao Qingtian. I can't say it's unproductive, but it's not an upwardly mobile thing to see, and he almost never talks about the penalty box. Who would have thought that he would have hidden so many treasures in the kiosk? Only on second thought. The fact that he can avoid talking about things related to the penalty box instead means that he understands the penalty box very well. It's the same as taking a test where you pick all the multiple choice questions and end up with a 0. The only way to avoid all the answers is to know the right answer. Could it be that all along, Dad was actually secretly in the forbidden zone as a rat and mouse running knife, taking away the house to eat, only that he was hiding it from himself for so many years? Okay, I know what you're thinking, but there are some things that I'm not intentionally keeping from you. Xiao Qingtian slowly spoke. There are many things about the forbidden zone that you need to explore on your own. I'm old now, and I don't have much heart left, so all I can offer you is this equipment and weapons, and my years of experience in the forbidden zone. Do you know what the essence of this game is? Upon hearing this question, Xiao Yun immediately cried and laughed a little. That phrase, why does it sound so familiar? Wasn't this the exact same thing he had said to Lu Shueqing before? I know. It's the collection and processing of information. Xiao Yun replied indifferently. Oh, why do you say that? As long as the information is crushed, you can win with the weak and win with the few. And that's the key to running knives. Because you can't be sure you have the best gear if you don't wear 6 sets into the map. And you always have to envision the enemy being more powerful than you are in order to come up with the most stable way to play. Hearing Xiao Yun's reply, the smile on Xiao Qingtian's face intensified. He didn't expect that his son would comprehend the essence of running knives in just one day. Since you know all this, I have nothing more to teach you. No, you have nothing to teach here? Xiao Yun was instantly somewhat speechless. That's all he wanted to say, isn't it? But on second thought, it's understandable. Things like running knives are known after 100 hours in the game. Whereas for people in this world, it may yet take years or even decades of experience. Thinking about this, Xiao Yun also became more skeptical about Xiao Qingtian's experience. What exactly did he do before? How could he have such a deep understanding of the forbidden zone? Except it's clear that he's not going to give an account of these things now. However, I should also warn you, Xiao Qingtian's expression was suddenly serious, and his tone was also serious. Be sure to watch out for GTI, especially the top members. Dad told me to watch out for the GTI. What does that mean? After lunch, Xiao Yun stood at the entrance of the warehouse waiting for the car, his mind thinking all about Xiao Qingtian's words. After saying watch out for the GTI, he couldn't explain how. Xiao Yun could sense that Xiao Qingtian might have some kind of grudge against GTI, and the reason he chose to open a kiosk and live a quiet life may have something to do with the GTI as well. As for the things in Dad's armory, Xiao Yun did not take a single thing. After all, what good equipment do you want to start with if you're purely running knives? And the stuff in Dad's arsenal looked like a big, visually appealing pile full of stuff. But in reality, the total value is probably less than $2 or $3 million. Normally, Xiao Yun would not have started his equipment to enter the map. There is no need to start gearing up unless you are encountering a high-level exclusion zone with a battle value limit. Otherwise, even if it's a classified bureau, going in to take over a personal machine and loading it with 3 bombs would be enough to fight. After all, High Base City, such a small city of the third line, Likely one jet as up fully loaded is estimated to be no more than 10. Those who have the money to start with 6 sets or even more nearly non-existent. And even if they encountered a fully loaded team, Xiao Yun would be able to beat it with the high probability by virtue of his skills and them circling around to fix their feet. The imperative now. Still heading to the Forbidden Zone to brush off a 12-game losing streak in bounty custody before thinking about a few games of $1 million evacuation. One is to make money out of Big Red, and the other is to get a guaranteed spot in Qingbei. And by the way, complete the task of getting the new safety deposit box experience card. Having already experienced the power of SS rank skills, Xiao Yun was also determined to earn more money and take down the other 2 SS rank skills. As for the rest, wait until afterward. And to complete Bounty's 12-game losing streak. During the meal, Xiao Yun also studied the 2 forbidden zones in the North Harbor of Hai Bay in passing. One in Warehouse 9 and one in a yacht on the ocean. If you rent a yacht to go back and forth, it's all about 20 minutes round trip. Xiao Yun would only need 3 hours to get it done if he was sending losing streaks back and forth between the 2 sides. Xiao Yun, this way. Just as Xiao Yun was thinking about it, there was a black Mercedes-Benz parked across the road, and Lu Shurhan poked a head out of the back window and waved at Xiao Yun. Only at this moment, she had changed her clothes, a light pink long-sleeved shirt and a black halter skirt, plus she had combed her makeup and tied up her hair on both sides in a ponytail, looking like a character from an anime. Why are you here? Seeing her appearance, Xiao Yun was instantly a bit surprised. Came to get you to the Forbidden Zone, ya? No. How did you know my house was here? I asked Mr. You. Lu Shurhan laughed. Hearing this, Xiao Yun was speechless. Ya? This guy, even casually gave out his home address. It's going to be a disaster if we meet someone who comes to the door looking for trouble. I've even called a cab on the software. Gee, why don't you just return the order? Alright. Xiao Yun helplessly cancelled the order and got into the schoolgirl's family's Mercedes. The man in the driver's seat was seen wearing sunglasses and white gloves and a suit, and looked to be their family's dedicated chauffeur. Big schoolgirl Lu. I didn't expect you to be from a wealthy family as well. That's for sure. Can't you tell by the bag I usually carry and the shoes I wear and all that? That's not really paying attention. You. Lu Shurhan was instantly a bit angry. And Xiao Yun did not know what she was angry about. Only she puffed up that way. Not a bit of the reserve of being a schoolgirl in school, but rather a kind of contrasting cuteness. I heard you ran into Levante again this morning? Didn't lose anything, did you? Nope. Rather he looks like his gear is getting worse. He's even wearing up 4 sets. Ha ha ha. That didn't bankrupt you. His family's so rich, he'd still be broke? This you do not understand. Their family rich is rich, but this kind of big business, most of the money in the hands of the money into the market, which someone lost a few million a day still do not hurt meaning his parents won't give him money to play? You could say that. Anyway, you're screwing Levante over. Xiao Yun and Lu Shurhan chatted and soon arrived at the North Harbor of Hai Bay. Just after the car stopped, Lu Shurhan looked at Xiao Yun with an expectant face. Nah, wanna team up with me? Chapter 47, Some brothers, some don't. Hey, is the refusal so dry? Lu Shurhan was a bit stunned. But never mind. I was just asking. I didn't ask the driver to drive here to pick you up specifically because I wanted to team up with you. Oh. With that, Lu Shurhan let out a light hum and twisted her head to walk towards Warehouse 9 herself. This schoolgirl. Why do I feel like I can't read it? Xiao Yun scratched his head, not understanding what she was up to at all. Logically speaking, with Lu Shurhan's condition, she shouldn't need to find herself to bring it, right? Even if you don't get an escort, there are tons of people lined up if you get an expert to take you for free. And after her own refusal, she walked away quite dryly. It's really like she said, as if it was as simple as mentioning it off the top of her head. Forget it, don't think about it. Xiao Yun sighed. Right now, he had no intention of forming a team. After all, a man running a knife can eat up all the resources around him. What's more, he has a 100-gallon safety deposit box. Even if you die, you can still take all the supplies out. Unlike the others, anyone else who dies in the box will lose all their gear. Xiao Yun first came to the exchange at Warehouse 7, emptied all the contents of the safe deposit box first, sold it for a total of about 800k, and came to 900k on the card. Of course, the design drawings, gold coins and little reds that he had picked up in the previous matchups, as well as the military missile computers, Xiao Yun did not sell them directly. Instead, it was stored in the bottom of the safety box, which was, after all, the safest place to be. With a little setup, the system doesn't calculate the price of these already acquired supplies, except that they still take up a few squares of the safety box. As handy as the safety deposit boxes are, it would be nice to have a warehouse system. Xiao Yun couldn't help but miss the large warehouse in the game. Although the warehouse is often full, You really can't do without it. Q, yes. Host, yes. Hint, there's certainly more than just the game with such a great warehouse. Hint, as long as you continue to upgrade your heirlooms, you'll be able to unlock other types of heirlooms once you've upgraded to level 100. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Xiao Yun was somewhat surprised. I didn't realize it was really there. The system is quite capable of hiding. Meaning, the next unlocked heirloom is the big warehouse? And when Xiao Yun asked this question, a brand new system panel, however, suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. Current list of unlockable heirlooms, special headset hearing head, G18C improved, elite tactical magazine hanger, special manufacturing service, tactical warehouse, so luxurious? Seeing one of the heirlooms displayed on the panel, Xiao Yun also became more and more greedy the more he looked at it. And according to the system's description, these are just the currently unlockable heirlooms, meaning wait until later. There may be more variety. Without saying anything, Xiao Yun once again lined up his number in the exchange and prepared to purchase the upgrade supplies for the heirloom knife. Based on previous experience, it took a total of 1 plus 3 plus 5 plus 7, a total of 16 coins, to go from level 1 to level 5. As for the gold coins, Xiao Yun had already scored 9 by relying on the gunfire negotiation skill. Just by 16 more silver coins and 7 more gold coins to level the knife to 15. A total of $567.853 was spent. Thank you for your purchase. The trader packed the items and handed them to Xiao Yun, who hurriedly looked for a corner with few people and started upgrading the heirlooms. Ding! Upgrade successful. Military pocket knife. Type, heirloom. Level, 10. Damage, 30. Movement speed bonus, 20%. Attack speed, fast. Attack distance, very short. Special skills, none. Upgrade requirements, gold coin x1. Silver coins are consumed. As expected, just as Xiao Yun thought, the next thing consumed by upgrading was gold coins. Ding! Upgrade successful. Military pocket knife. Type, heirloom. Level, 15. Damage, 40. Movement speed bonus, 20%. Attack speed, fast. Attack distance, very short. Special skills, none. Upgrade requirements, Asala specialty wine glass x1. Upgrade complete. The damage of the heirloom knife had reached an outrageous 40 points. What's 40 points of damage? The M7, a T0 level marksman in the game, does 38 points of damage? Looking at the damage alone without looking at the frequency of attacks, this mere level 15 heirloom knife has more horrific damage than even the M7. And the movement speed bonus of the knife was directly increased to 20%. 20% acceleration, which was equivalent to having been able to perfectly counteract the slowing effect of a heavy armor like the 5 heads 5 armors. And what was even more surprising to Xiao Yun was, from level 15 onwards, it's surprising that you only need to consume wine glasses to continue leveling up. Originally, he was all set to take the seat clock upgrade in the back, and it was a much better deal with a wine glass upgrade next time. Xiao Yun sighed, although he also wanted to directly level up the heirloom knife to 100, but the financial conditions didn't allow it. At this point, ascending to level 15, together with the copper coins he had bought earlier, had cost him 600,000. Upgrading to level 100, not sure to how much it will cost yet. Better make more money. Looking at the more than $300,000 left in his account, Xiao Yun had mixed feelings. The penalty box running knife is money earned and spent quickly, but it's worth the investment to make more money in the future. After all, the heirloom upgrade was a permanent attribute that wouldn't fall off even if you died. It's a much better deal than buying some 5 full conversion gun set. And Xiao Yun's next plan, it's about renting a small yacht and starting to send a losing streak back and forth between the two penalty areas. Looking at the time, it was now 1:05 p.m. A new no-go zone has just opened on both sides. If it was faster, it would only take 3 hours. Try to get it done by 4 o'clock. Thinking of this, Xiao Yun also immediately began to act. Alert, bounty bond activated. The pirate telescope has been placed in the bounty chest. Current losing streak, 2. Asura's Fashion Weekly. Mocha coffee pot has been placed in the bounty chest. Current losing streak, 3. Information, military intelligence. Signaling rods have been placed in the bounty chest. Current losing streak, 4. High output crushing pliers. GS5 handle has been put into the bounty box. Current losing streak, 5. An hour later, Xiao Yun traveled back and forth between the two zones, dropping a magnetic bomb at his feet as soon as he got in, and then falling back to sleep. Due to the fact that the forbidden zones were open for a handful of times in half an hour and 2 times in an hour, and Xiao Yun swiped each other between the two forbidden zones, along with the previous one loss. He quickly swiped to 5 consecutive losses. After 4 consecutive losses, bounty custody started to come out with purple items. Odds are, after a 6-game losing streak, they'll start coming out with little gold. Keep up the good work. Xiao Yun cheered himself up. This was clearly a tough challenge. The operation is very easy and simple, but the hard part is the race against time. Boss, don't refuel yourself. You might as well refuel the yacht. It's been a few trips back and forth and the fuel level has gone straight to the bottom, so we'll have to stop at the shore for a while to refuel. And aren't you tired from all this running back and forth to the yacht? The yachtsman grumbled. After so many years of sailing, this is the first time I've seen this kind of back and forth. The problem is that you're not transporting goods or people either. So you're just running dry here. So you're pulling the yacht across the street? Yeah, the yacht still needs gas. Forgot about that. Xiao Yun suddenly realized this, which would delay himself quite a bit. So what's to be done? Do we dock on the shore for a while? That's easy. I'll just charter another ship. Won't I? Chapter 48, You're so despicable. Another car? Boss, we agreed on 3 hours before. You have to give me the money. Okay, 1,000 an hour. Here you go. Xiao Yun very generously swept the code and transferred $3,000 to the crew. If this money had been in his previous life, half a month's salary would have gone out of his pocket. Yet in this world of universal knife running, it's just a little greenback. Compare that to the money spent on upgrading heirlooms and buying skills. That's as much money to spend as a mosquito leg. Boss atmosphere. The crewboy took the money beautifully and pulled up to the shore to get ready to refuel. Xiao Yun casually found a small vacant yacht on the beach and was just about to get on board directly when he was stopped by the crew of this vessel. This ship is already booked, you look elsewhere. Alright. Xiao Yun didn't count much. After all, as a tourist attraction, there were many small boats here. 20 or 30 of them alone were docked on the shore. Refinding a boat. Xiao Yun was just about to get on board when the crew was issuing another reminder. I'm sorry, the ship is booked. What's the situation? Xiao Yun was a bit puzzled inwardly. Could it be that there were so many people coming to travel today? And seeing his confusion, the crew of this ship explained to him. Actually, all these boats leaning on the shore were booked just now. So if you want to take a boat tour, you'd better wait for the night. Come back tonight? You're kidding. You want me to spend double the time on something that can be done in 3 hours? And these boats on the shore were booked, but there was no sign of anyone boarding them. Xiao Yun instantly sensed that something was wrong. Big brother in detail. Xiao Yun directly transferred $500 to this crew member's big brother and tried to inquire about this side of the news. And after receiving the money, the other party did not hide it and directly told Xiao Yun what he knew. Let's just say what I know. The boat is actually all wrapped up in one today. I heard that guy is the crown prince of some group that's going to visit the Forbidden Zone. To avoid people disturbing him, he paid double the price and chartered all the boats on this side. The crown prince of the group? This group you're talking about. Isn't it called Lei Jian Group? Yeah, that seems to be the name. Sure enough, it's him. Xiao Yun was instantly somewhat speechless within. Why does this Li Wenjie use dirty tricks? Knowing that you can't beat yourself, you simply run to the restricted area on the ship and physically block it right off? Is this something a normal person could do? I have to say, this rich kid with money is really capable of doing bad things. I should have known to give him a beating when he went in the first couple innings. Xiao Yun thought silently inwardly. Xiao Yun. However, right at this moment, Lu Shirhan's voice came from the side. She was seen sitting on a medium-sized yacht and holding a Lei Jian Group's employee card in her hand. Don't just stand there. Get in the boat. Lu Shirhan said with a faint smile. Current location, Longbow Creek Valley, Diamond Queen Hotel. This burst, average. Time to end this game, 23 minutes. 48 seconds. Ha ha ha. It's so cool. This no man's land is too good. Among the Longbow Creek Valley hotels, Li Wenjie's team finished searching the entire hotel, and immediately laughed maniacally. Due to his outsider tactics, there were only a handful of dryads on the ocean spectrum, and since Longbow Creek Valley was another map several times larger than Dam Zero, the odds were that these guys wouldn't touch each other unless they came in and swiped together. So that led to Levante coming in with 2 escorts and eating the high resource area all by himself. I should have thought of that one. Geez, why didn't you guys warn me? Li Wenjie searched for supplies while chatting to the 2 escorts. David and John looked at each other without speaking. Who knew you could be so fucking rich? Outside the tourist yacht. Small, medium and large 3 models. A total of nearly 100. All by Li Wenjie package. An all-inclusive hour can be close to $500,000. And Li Wenzel still offered twice the price to bag it. That package of yachts is more than double his goal of $500,000 to evacuate. You guys hurry up and search for me? I'm so close to accomplishing my goal. But let me remind you. You've blown up the list twice. And you're not done with your escort. Not a single one of you will escape until 900,000 are evacuated. Since Longbow Creek Valley is a large map, there are a lot of resource points. Even on normal difficulty, it's not hard to search for 500,000 supplies. What's more, Li Wenjie, but there were two other fighters to help. It's not out of gold, but there's a bunch of little purples and blues, and the total value is pretty significant. At this moment, Li Wenjie, who had finished searching the hotel, had already searched more than $300,000 of supplies. This 500,000 evacuation should take it. I also wonder if big schoolgirl Lu has come yet? Li Wenjie thought silently inwardly. Before that, he had reached a cooperation agreement with Lu Shihan. After completing the 500,000 evacuation, help her complete one as well. The main reason for doing so was not to help Lu Shihan, but to squeeze out Xiao Yun's guaranteed place. Not only do I want to disgust you in the forbidden zone, I want to hit you even harder in reality. At that time, you can only watch Lu Xueqing and I go to Qingbei. Inseparable, you and me every day. Just you wait for me. Ha 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 ha. Li Wenjie smiled wildly, fantasizing about the unattainable future. The two escorts next to him looked on, but they were quite speechless. He's a rich kid. He's really no good. Big schoolgirl Lu, how come you have an employee card from Lei Jian Group? Then, of course, it was given to me by Levanti himself. The other side, Xiao Yun, who had boarded the yacht, met up with Lu Shihan once again. The other party seemed to be consciously waiting for him as if he was waiting for himself, causing Xiao Yun to feel a little strange. He always felt like he was surrounded by people who seemed to be keeping secrets from him, and the only person Xiao Yun could read right now was instead only Li Wenjie. He asked you to help against me too? Although Xiao Yun didn't know what Lu Shihan was thinking, he knew what Li Wenjie was thinking. Sure enough, Lu Shihan nodded. So, having learned of this news, Xiao Yun was not surprised. It was only that since Lu Shihan would appear in front of his eyes, it meant that she hadn't done anything wrong, at least for now. But yeah, I don't trust him to deal with you. Lu Shihan smiled faintly. The sea breeze gently blew through her hair. She elegantly raised her hand to wisp it. It felt like she wasn't like a cadre who came to run the knife. Instead, she was like a model who came to the seaside to shoot the cover of a fashion magazine. All in all, I'm not going to help him. You just have to think about how to deal with Li Wenzel. Come on, what's the point of thinking about dealing with him? Xiao Yun smiled faintly. Honestly, he hadn't even thought about how to deal with Li Wenjie. But as it happened, Li Wenjie himself would deliver himself to be killed every time, causing Xiao Yun to be a little embarrassed. Then, Lu Xueqing squatted him with me. I don't think Li Wenjie knows about it yet, right? I don't know, but even if he knew he probably wouldn't do anything. Also, he seems to have a crush. Xiao Yun thought about his previous meeting with Li Wenjie. Once the other party talked about Lu Xueqing, that intoxicated look on his face. TSK. Tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. is when the final guaranteed spots are determined. Lu Shihan suddenly said, "You're going to have to take your chances." Chapter 49, 2 visits to the hut. Tonight should be the last chance. By the time we get to 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, after the student assembly, the spots are finalized and submitted. By then the school won't give you a spot even if you make $1 million withdrawal. Lu Shihan reminded. Although she knew that Xiao Yun was very strong, she was always not quite at ease. After all, as far as he knew, Xiao Yun had already made too many enemies in the Forbidden Zone. There was more than one Li Wenjie who wanted to target him at this time. It's just that a lot of people don't have the means or the guts. Don't worry, there's no rush. Xiao Yun smiled faintly. When you're done with your own losing streak reward, it's time to strike. When the time comes, directly carry a big red bag. Go to the dam to scrape the land. Use the gunfire negotiation to hit the gold. A handful of counting is 20 minutes. At least it is also 70 to 80,000 on the million. To take this guaranteed place in Qingbei is instead the easiest thing to do now. Now then, can you team up with me? Just then, Lu Shihan invited again. Big schoolgirl Lu Ah, why do you want to team up with me so badly? Xiao Yun was a bit helpless. Why was this Lu Shihan fixated on himself? What's so good about yourself? Can't you change it? And looking at the state she's in, she's going to have to look twice. However, Xiao Yun suddenly thought of something and shivered violently. Big schoolgirl Lu, you're not trying to help Li Wenjie screw me and team up with me to get me killed. Nonsense. What do you take me for? Lu Shihan was suddenly furious, crossing her arms and pouting her little mouth. Forget it if you don't want to team up with me. I won't look for you in the future. Really? There's such a good thing. Xiao Yun laughed freely while Lu Shihan was flustered. Why do you seem to be quite happy about it? That won't do. Then I'll have to pester you every day from now on. Hey, you're being a bit unreasonable. Xiao Yun sighed helplessly. This big school flower Lu was also too capricious and had to pester herself to play with her. Alright, though I don't know why you're so insistent. It would take a while to refuel the yacht he had chartered, and he couldn't go back and forth both ways in the meantime anyway, and one doesn't make money by picking up a little green and blue crap anymore. It's not a big deal to take Lu Shirhan for a handful of fights. However, Xiao Yun also did not forget about his plan. The losing streak is still a losing streak, and getting the top bonus of 12 consecutive losses is the only way to make a lot of money. When the time comes, she'll just find an excuse to die herself, and then she'll just let her evacuate herself. Okay, then it's a deal. Lu Shirhan couldn't hide her happiness and the smile on her face was constant. But I'll say in advance, out of big gold and big red everything goes to me, and you came out with big gold and big red. You sure are better than I thought. Hey, are you listening or not? Don't worry, I simply want to team up with you to start a game, and then everything that comes out will go to you. And by the way, I can even buy you equipment. The equipment won't be necessary. Faced with Lu Shirhan's reply, Xiao Yun was instantly confused. Her behavior of not seeking fame or fortune was what made Xiao Yun even more confused about her purpose. Originally, Xiao Yun thought that she was thinking of teaming up with herself because she wanted her to take her to have to eat a handful. Now it doesn't seem as if that's the case. This made Xiao Yun feel even more puzzled as to what she was doing in the end. Potions 8. Madam and sir, it's here. The medium-sized cruise ship docked next to the ocean spectrum, and the crew across the street put up a ladder. Lu Shirhan took the lead to climb up. Xiao Yun then followed. Climbing the ladder inevitably have to look up. But Xiao Yun forgot that she was wearing a skirt today. The breeze revealed the bottomed lantern bottoms in them. Pity. Hey, what are you pitying? Come up quickly. After climbing onto this huge cruise ship, the two Xiao Yuns also arrived in front of the entrance to the Forbidden Zone. The entrance to the restricted area here is right on the deck, and while it's clearly supposed to be a crowded afternoon, there aren't many people in sight at this time of day. The original map, Longbow Creek Valley, was not as popular as Dam Zero itself because the map was too large and the resource points were scattered. Coupled with the fact that they had been so messed up by Li Wenjia, the few people present were also equivalent to a pack house. With the teams that are in the map right now, I don't think they can even come up with 18 people. Are you a two-man team? Xiao Yun and Lu Shirhan had just arrived at the entrance of the restricted area when a slightly older uncle hurriedly ran over with his but in a hurry. Seeing that none of you have brought any equipment with you, why don't I start some for you? Of course, it would be great if this beautiful woman would preferably accompany me for dinner at night. Roll. Lu Shirhan coldly said. Okay. The older man left in a hurry. Xiao Yun did not expect Lu Shirhan to have such a domineering side and felt somewhat handsome by her. Okay, let's go into the restricted area. Wait. Are you sure we're going in with nothing? Seeing that Xiao Yun was about to enter the map naked, Lu Shirhan immediately panicked a bit. If you don't even carry a gun or equipment, won't you be defenseless if you meet a little enemy? No. What other gear do you carry for running knives? Well, I believe you. Lu Shirhan thought for a second that it seemed like Xiao Yun had entered the map without equipment before, so she nodded her head silently. Well, just don't hold me back when the time comes. Hey, can't you be nice to me? Xiao Yun sighed and didn't bother with her. Where's the bad attitude in telling the truth? However, the uncle who had just been scolded away, standing on the sidelines and seeing this scene, was clenching his fists. Shit, this kid, he doesn't even cherish having this kind of superb beauty beside him. If it were up to me, I would have been 1,000 times or even 10,000 times nicer to her. You have entered the valley of Longbow Creek. Current location, southeast of Longbow Creek Valley Huffaker Radar Station. This burst, average. Time to end this game, 21 minutes, 19 seconds. Hint, please complete the evacuation before time runs out. Enter the Longbow Creek Valley. Due to the previous delay, more than 6 minutes had passed by the time he came in. And with this handful of matchups, the two were lucky enough to make it to the Havoc Radar Station. This is the refresh point with the most supplies in the Longbow Creek Valley, with all the fixed supply points combined being more than the Queen's Hotel. Xiao Yun, where are we going to search this one? All at your disposal. That must be searching the radar station. That's a no-brainer. But isn't this place dangerous? The soldiers in there are all Havocs, and that's an elite unit. Lu Shirhan was instantly worried. They're not like those guerrilla forces in Asala. They're all professionally trained and mostly better equipped than Asala's complete cadre killers. Is it that scary? Listening to Lu Shirhan's description, Xiao Yun immediately cried and laughed a little. Although brother Kaoseung Ji was indeed terrifying, he wasn't scared like this, was he? But on second thought, yes. Although Lu Shirhan was a reigning school beauty in school, she was nothing more than an ordinary person when she came to the Forbidden Zone. Not to mention it's a girl, who's kinda at a disadvantage in terms of strength and stamina and all that. She could obviously live her life without food or clothing, and choosing to challenge the Forbidden Zone was quite a courageous thing in itself. Right now, Xiao Yun's only worry was whether she could keep up with his pace. Don't be laughing when you die of exhaustion halfway through a map run. Heard something moving. It's like there's a noise. Just then, a Havoc soldier's voice, however, came from the main entrance. Hearing this voice, Xiaoyun instantly felt that this handle was stable. That's a solid one. Stabilized? Steady where? Chapter 50, I'm a master? Hearing the Havoc soldier's voice, Xiaoyun straightened up and called for stability. In this map, Longbow Creek Valley, there is a small detail to determine if the radar station has brushed a boss or not. It's all about whether the refreshed Kijo here is from the Asala camp or the Havoc camp. If it's from the Havoc camp, it means there's no Reese in this radar station. And if it was from the Asura camp, it meant that Reese had led the Asura soldiers to capture the radar station and was currently in the main building of the radar station. Since this radar station didn't have Reese, ordinary soldiers weren't much of a threat to Xiaoyun. Xiaoyun was afraid that if he just went up to the main floor, he would encounter Reese coming over and giving himself an elbow. 1 dry elbow crushes a ratty dream. 3 dry elbows crushes a full formation. Where the hell are we? We've been spotted by the soldiers. However, at this point, Lu Shurhan, who was on the side, but the voice of the Havoc soldier was scared half to death. Xiaoyun didn't bother to explain to her and directly rushed towards the direction where the sound came from. Enemy sighted. All hands on deck. The Havoc soldiers heard the commotion and rushed to raise their guns and take aim. Before he could fire his first shot, however, a thin swarm of smoke enveloped his vision. Subsequently, Xiaoyun's footsteps rapidly approached. How dare you? The Havoc soldier fired several shots in the direction from which the sound came. However, the 20% shift speed bonus of the heirloom saber allowed Xiaoyun to easily dodge the opponent's gun line. In the next second, the hand rose and fell. Xiaoyun exploded his head with a slash, and the Havoc soldier fell straight to the ground. 40 damage headshots. Scary as hell. Xiaoyun, are you alright? Are you alright? Lu Shurhan saw the scene not far away and also rushed over. Thinking to myself, isn't this the end? Take a knife and rush towards the soldiers. This will be a big handicap even if you don't die. It's over. It's over. This one can't be over so soon. Lu Shurhan was instantly worried inside. Xiaoyun said he'd play around with him, but he didn't say for how long. This guy, he's not going to just give away the opening and then go start the next game himself. Lu Shurhan was so angry that she wanted to cry. However, when the smoke cleared, she saw Xiaoyun standing quietly over the corpses of the Havoc soldiers, and had begun to lick the bag and put the soldiers' head armor on. What's wrong? Xiaoyun saw the flustered Lu Shurhan and was puzzled. Xiaoyun, can you me? Can you talk properly? No. I'm surprised you took care of the Havoc soldiers so quickly, and with no equipment? Lu Shurhan was very shocked inside. She wouldn't dare to go head to head with the Havoc soldiers even if she was up to her equipment. And this Xiaoyun had easily disposed of him in a few seconds? If I can't handle this problem, why am I even mixing with the forbidden zone? Xiaoyun said with a faint smile. Damn, you're loaded. Lu Shurhan hurriedly ran to Xiaoyun's side, and at this time, she looked at him with a slight look of admiration. That smoke bomb just now, it wasn't a soldier who made it, was it? Could that be your secret weapon? No comment then. What the hell? So mysterious. Lu Shurhan looked Xiaoyun up and down, her eyes filled with curiosity. No wonder Lu Shuecheng admires you so much. So it seems like you still have something. And in the face of Lu Shurhan's compliments, Xiaoyun was also somewhat speechless. Big sister, you're just cutting a human machine yourself. Isn't this a basic operation for a running knife player? How can this be blown up? Although Xiaoyun already understood the average level of this world, he was still very uncomfortable. What? I'm actually a master? Alright, I'll get you another set of gear and then we'll go into the main radar station building. Aha! Current location, Square Peace Room at Longbow Creek Valley Queen's Inn. This burst, average. Time to end this game, 20 minutes. 52 seconds. Boss, we're done searching over here. Should we evacuate? In the Queen's Hotel, Li Wenzel's group hadn't met anyone after killing a few soldiers, and had easily completed their search. And the total value of all the supplies stuffed into Li Wenzel's bag came to $380,000. One of them also came out with an Asura specialty wine glass, which was the first time Levanti had ever seen Xiaojin. Previously, that classified dam escort had opened a gold coin, but at that time, the value of Li Wenji's bag had already reached 500,000, so it was privately swallowed into his own bag after some bragging. Evacuation. Evacuation my ass. I don't even have $500,000. So boss, which place to search next? David asked calmly. He had long since adapted to his rich boss throwing a tantrum. After all, he was a noble GTI diamond cadre, and he didn't bother with douchebags in general. Let me ask you, where else on this map is there a lot of resource points besides the Queen's Hotel? That's the radar station, I guess, but that's too far away. David replied tersely. Say boss, shouldn't this be something you guys learned in middle school? You're asking me about this too? Long-winded. Levanti cornered him directly with the butt of his rifle. which did little damage and was extremely insulting. Answer if you're told to. It's not like I don't know. I'm just testing you guys. Oh, that's right. Boss is awesome. Alright, let's just go to the radar station and search some more. We should be able to get enough supplies for 500,000 after that, Li Wenjie said, and his eyes gradually grew grim. He had begged his parents for a long time for the money he spent on chartering all the yachts this time. Just thinking that he had actually lowered his voice in front of those two losers made Li Wenjie feel very sick. It was the kind of thing he didn't want to have to do a second time. This operation is not allowed to fail. But boss, we're all poorly equipped this hand, so we won't be able to cope if a boss is swiped over there. Yeah, we're all in 3 sets. And the soldiers inside that radar station are wearing 3 sets, and if there's a Rex, his guards are even harder as a wall, so we don't have much of an advantage. No dude, is there a wall as a piece of equipment in the Forbidden Zone? Li Wenjie said with a slight mockery. If I say go search, what's all the talk for? You're the escorts. I'm the boss. All follow my command. The other side. Xiao Yun and Lu Shihan arrived at the experimental building, the one on the opposite side of the main building to the west. After killing a few machine brothers along the way, both of them had taken over the 3 heads and 3 armors, and were also equipped with a weapon each. Xiao Yun used the classic Uzi, and as luck would have it, that machine had a barrel installed. Instead, Lu Shihan picked an M870 spray and will use it, although in the game it's a sewer that no one uses. In the real world it is indeed the most suitable weapon for ordinary people to use, but all the way here, I haven't encountered any other dryads other than the man machine. We have to thank Li Wenzel for the package. Or else this radar station would have to fight at least 3 teams. Xiao Yun thought silently inwardly, and next to Lu Shihan, her spirit was unusually high. Xiao Yun, I've never thought that the Forbidden Zone could still be fought like this. None of the Havoc soldiers along the way seem to have lasted more than a second in your hands. You really are awesome, like Lu Shueqing said. I approve. Lu Shihan playfully gave a thumbs up, but was rewarded with a blank stare from Xiao Yun. Alright, there's quite a lot of supplies here too. Let's search separately. Aha! With Xiao Yun around, Lu Shihan wasn't at all afraid of encountering Havoc soldiers again. So too, he began to search boldly, opening whatever he saw. Xiao Yun, however, not long after they separated, Lu Shihan shouted out, "What again? Goodies opened in the airbox. Check it out. Shipped? I guess it's still a big one by the way she sounds so excited. A shipment out of an airbox. Does it say?" Xiao Yun, who had just finished searching the chassis, also rushed over. P.S. Recently a lot of people read this book of the young author, but also a lot of criticism, as the author of the I humbly accept, sometimes indeed is not as smart as the readers greatly, and as an author, the only thing I can do is to update every day fiercely, so that readers who like this book greatly read comfortably and enjoy. Today's 4 shifts of 10,000 words are presented. This is the same amount of updates every day from now on, so I hope that readers will continue to support this book. Chapter 51, Coffee Beans. What's out? So excited? When he heard that Lu Shihan had shipped out, Xiao Yun rushed over. She was seen lying on her back in the airbox, with both legs exposed outside. When she heard Xiao Yun come over, she also crawled out with a twist. Xiao Yun, look at this. With that, she held up a large solar panel. Material, solar panels. Rarity, blue. Price, 33,720. What a load to count out. Xiao Yun covered his face. Child, you are invincible. Opened an airbox and picked up a solar panel and considered it a treasure. Thought it was out of some big red. At least you have to get a gold before you get excited? What's so exciting about this one solar panel that takes up space and is worthless? Isn't this good enough? But this thing can sell for tens of thousands of dollars. It's enough for me to buy a bottle of perfume. Lu Shihan, however, was not affected by Xiao Yun's words and held the solar panel as if it was a treasure. The solar panel was almost a meter long, but the good thing was that it was able to be folded in half, which made it easy to take out. Is it surprising that a bottle of your perfume costs tens of thousands of dollars? Yeah, it's normal, right? Xiao Yun sighed lightly. He didn't understand the world of rich girls. No wonder she always had a light fragrance that smelled high class and not vulgar. Xiao Yun, this is for you. It's quite valuable after all. Lu Shihan wanted to supply Xiao Yun with the solar panels, but was rejected with a wave of her hand. You might as well carry this thing yourself. I'm too lazy to load it. Oh, well, I'll take that as you spoiling me and wanting me to earn more favors you. Xiao Yun was helpless. How could this big school flower Lu be so capable of brainstorming? But whenever a little purple came out, or but a little blue that didn't take up a position, Xiao Yun laughed it off without any hesitation. This crappy solar panel in a safety box is an insult to the safety box. But all this airbox has besides the solar panel is a packet of coffee beans in a somewhat strange color. Ugh. What bad luck. Lu Shurhan sighed with a regretful expression. Even got my skirt dirty trying to search this airbox. So, wait, coffee beans? Hearing the keyword, Xiao Yun suddenly shook. Is it coffee or coffee beans? Coffee beans? Ah, a golden item if you bag coffee. I remember that can be worth a lot of money. Coffee beans? No sis. You opened a coffee bean in your regular longbow airbox? You're out of coffee beans? Show me? Xiao Yun hurriedly asked. Coffee beans? But a top-quality material capable of synthesizing a level 6 head and level 6 armor. In the previous game, this stuff was forbidden to trade. And once searched, it means being able to hand-rub a set of red head and red armor and transform directly into a future warrior. Technically, this stuff can be worth more than some big red and gold. After all, big red and big gold don't always make it out of here. Whereas Coffee Bean manages to make it out of here even with only a 2-compartment safety deposit box. Originally, Xiao Yun hadn't thought about the aspect of her coming out red. However, when he heard Lu Shurhan say that there was something strange about the color of that coffee bean, Xiao Yun instantly felt that 8 or 9 was not far off. This is supposed to be a green item. I don't remember it being worth much, Lu Shurhan said and also plopped into the airbox once again. This was followed by a bag of premium coffee beans in a red and orange color scheme, which also appeared in her hand. I don't feel it's worth anything. I didn't even bring it with me. It's really coffee beans. Xiao Yun was inwardly shocked when he saw what she had in her hand. Sis, you almost just missed out on millions. Moreover, what made Xiao Yun feel puzzled was that Lu Shurhan's grades were not bad by any stretch of the imagination, and the materials were basically distinguishable. How can you not know about coffee beans? It's really average. I'll tell you what. You give it to me and I'll take it out. Xiao Yun lied without turning red in the face. Only at this time, he was still very shocked inside. Normal difficulty touching coffee beans. What kind of probability is this? Okay, here. Without much thought, Lu Shurhan handed Xiao Yun the coffee beans. Material, coffee beans. Rarity, red. Price, 165,834. Xiao Yun's hands were trembling when he received the coffee beans. I didn't realize she really didn't know the value of coffee beans. He hurriedly stuffed the coffee beans into the security box to make sure he could bring them out without any problems. And then, Xiao Yun was suddenly turned around. Is there a possibility that the world's coffee beans can't make 6 heads and 6 armors? Thinking of this, Xiao Yun was suddenly frozen after collecting the coffee beans. Hey, what's wrong with you? Not feeling well? Seeing Xiao Yun's abnormality, Lu Shurhan was also concerned. Lu Shurhan, let me ask you a question. Xiao Yun pondered and asked in an aside. Do you know why the supplies inside the Forbidden Zone are so valuable? That's of course because of the ability to redeem special armaments. The higher the value of the item, the better the thing he can redeem. Hearing this, Xiao Yun instantly came to hope. In fact, he had made some guesses before that the prices in this world were likely to be linked to war preparations just like in the game. Only the exchange channel should be grasped by the GTI officials, while ordinary people would only be able to trade supplies and armaments in the market. That's what led to an oddity. It's an LED lamp in the middle of the Forbidden Zone that can be sold for 2,000 or 3,000, which is worth hundreds of times more than a lamp in reality. Could it be that GTI officials are able to exchange supplies for armaments, and that's why the stuff in the Forbidden Zone is so valuable? Xiao Yun muttered. That's right, Xiao Yun. You usually don't study properly, do you? There are 2 official ways to make and redeem GTIs. One is to trade with people in the Forbidden Zone. The other, on the other hand, relies on the study of information-based materials in the Forbidden Zone, which leads to the study of manufacturing technologies and techniques. Say, Xiao Yun, you're obviously so smart. Why don't you love studying? Could this be the legend? That geniuses don't care to walk the paths others have traveled? But it's a good thing you did well enough in the penalty box to get a guaranteed spot, or I'd have had to fill you in sooner or later. The corners of Lu Shurhan's mouth rose lightly, her smile like a warm sun. And hearing this, Xiao Yun smiled helplessly. So all the stuff in this world is written in textbooks. Xiao Yun had originally thought that these things that he didn't know might be some kind of secret. He never realized that his lack of knowledge was caused by not studying properly. But at least now, he knew the world in a much different way. Since GTI officially has a channel to redeem war chests, the coffee beans are definitely worth far more than the system's labeled price. Even more than Big Red. Unless there's a possibility. It's that at this point in time, GTI hadn't gotten the research information on the hexagons and hadn't been able to build them yet. But it's only a matter of time before it's researched. In particular, this world had the arrival of Xiao Yun, the big red and gold that others have trouble bringing out. He easily, casually runs his knife and gets countless. It always feels like, all of a sudden, I have some special mission now, Xiao Yun muttered. Back to reality. Though this one has got itself a top-tier supply that can retreat since the thunder. On the yacht side, though, refueling will take a while. He could only continue to run on both sides of Warehouse 9 and the Ocean Spectrum liner when it was refueled. At this point, Bounty Custody has swiped to 5 straight losses, and with this one that's 6 straight losses. By then it would only take another hour and a half to swipe the 12 loss bonus. And with this longbow, it was still necessary to bring Lu Shirhan to search for something. Come on, let's go into the main building. With that, Xiao Yun also took the lead and walked towards the radar station building. Boss, there's something wrong with this radar station. Meanwhile, on the other side, just outside the gates of the radar station, John was alert. He pointed to the body of a Havoc soldier in the doorway, then locked eyes with David. There's been a visit here and it may have gone into the radar station. Oh, I didn't think anyone would dare come to this place? Li Wenji raised his eyebrows, a little surprised. Since he had bought out the yachts that could reach this restricted area, there could be no more than 20 people aboard the Ocean Spectrum at this point. Many of them are also traveling and are not GTI cadres, and the danger level of the radar station is well known to John and David. The two had warned Li Wenju to be careful before, but they ended up coming anyway. Boss, I'm afraid there's an expert on this one. Otherwise, why don't we just retreat? Chapter 52, Killing the Machine Gun Man. For now, it's better to be safe and search for other supply points, then just evacuate. That's right, boss, let's take what we can get. The 2 Lighthouse State escorts have advised Levanti. However, Li Wenju was originally considering leaving, but as soon as he heard that there was an expert, he was instantly energized. What kind of expert can be more expert than you two? I think you guys don't want me to evacuate for $500,000. Go straight in and do it. I don't believe there's anyone other than Xiao Yun who can beat you guys. Xiao Yun is over at damn zero, and the person here now is at best a half-suit with a bit of skill, so whoever wimped out is a grandson. Hear that? John and David, too, were feeling very helpless. Couldn't be persuaded at all. They also didn't expect things to turn out this way. This boss of his own family, at first, did listen to them. After that evacuation was lost, however, the two were completely voiceless. This caused the two to be very stifled as well. This morning that put clearly thinking that after playing this single, you can give yourself a vacation, just in the Dragon Country travel tour or something. It turned out that everything went wrong behind the scenes. If they failed a few more times, they'd both be up so much equipment that they'd even lose money on their orders. But what can be done now? This Li Wenju wanted to go to the radar station, and the two men couldn't even pull it. Tell you what, let's be careful and platoon points past each place. Well, that's slow, but it's kind of a safer and more secure way to go. John finished talking to David and turned to Levanti, and Levanti sighed. There was no way around it. There was indeed too much to lose before and it was a rare opportunity. It makes sense that two escorts would want to play conservatively. Okay, let's do what you guys say. And I don't want this supply of mine to fall in a restricted area again. Current location, main building of Longbow Creek Valley Huffaker Radar Station. This burst, average. Time to end this game, 17 minutes, 25 seconds. Xiao Yun and his duo entered the main building of the radar station. The Havoc soldiers that he encountered on the road. Xiao Yun also directly swept his legs and pushed them flat all the way. It also triggered a couple of gunfire negotiations during that time, hitting quite a bit of gold. Xiao Yun, why are you so powerful? So many Havoc soldiers, and you act like you know where they are. You took them down before they could even react. Lu Shirhan, who had followed her all the way over, was also very shocked at this moment when she saw Xiao Yun's maneuver. Xiao Yun's marksmanship and awareness were both heights that were difficult for ordinary people to reach. It was hard for her to imagine how this boy her own age could be so skillful. Xiao Yun, why is your marksmanship so accurate? Could it be that your family has a special shooting range for you to practice your gun regularly? Don't get any ideas. I'm not some rich kid. Xiao Yun laughed helplessly. In fact, his marksmanship is at an average level, which is why he chooses to hit his legs when clearing a human machine. Otherwise, if you're a better shot, it's just like in the game, with an easy two-shot headshot from the machine scanner. Only, due to Xiao Yun's experience with the game in his previous life, the 4 maps of the Forbidden Zone were as if they were engraved in his mind, and thus he knew where the soldiers were refreshed at each point, coupled with listening to the voice. That's why it was typed out with the kind of effect Lu Shirhan saw. There's not much time left in this matchup, so we'll have to hurry up and search. After entering the main building of the radar station, Xiao Yun also went straight to the 3rd floor. I'll clear the soldiers in front. You search the supplies in the back. Search as many as you can, and if you can't fit them in, look at the price of the supplies and replace the ones that aren't worth anything. Got it? That I certainly will. Okay, I'll see you later then. Xiao Yun said and left Lu Shurhan in the first floor hall. There weren't a lot of supply points here, but they were spread out, all in a few rooms around the area, and there was enough for her to search for a while. Xiao Yun himself, on the other hand, ran directly towards the safe on the second floor. I'm just kidding. I'll take you for a ride, but you can't eat from the big safe. What's more, Lu Shurhan shouldn't know the password to the big safe. If he opened the big safe by himself and she peeped into it, then in the future this forbidden area of Haibei City will have to have one more person to rob the insurance with him. I should have known I'd have to keep a set of keycards. Xiao Yun sighed at once. If you had your own keycard for the drone platform, you could have had 2 more insurances. Cards are cheap in this world again, so buying them is not a bad idea at all even on normal difficulty. And if you swipe a drone, it's a bloody good deal, mainly because he's been so busy today going into the penalty box one after the other. I'll have to get more from the girl who sold the card earlier when I end my losing streak. Turning a few corners, Xiao Yun also made his way to the 3rd floor. Sure enough, it's the same as at Dam Zero. The 2 big insurances here are also in the same inning at the same time, so it seems like Longbow Creek Valley is a little more well stocked. Only, with such a large map, catching up is a problem. If we search the whole map here, we'll probably die of exhaustion. Xiao Yun thought silently inwardly as he opened the safe. The map Longbow Creek Valley is one of the biggest maps even in the game. You have to worry about action timeouts just to search the full map in the game. Putting it in the middle of this real no-go area is even more nonsense. Unless, if the safe was stuffed full of stamina pins, we might be able to search more. But that shit's too expensive. So let's forget about it. Material, Asala Specialty Wine Glasses. Rarity, Gold. Price, 63,296. Material, Dancing Girl Charm. Rarity, Blue. Price, 12,062. The first insurance gain was not bad. The golden wine glass was exactly the upgrade prop Xiao Yun needed to upgrade his heirloom knife right now. And the dancing ladies. Well worth $10,000. Xiao Yun made a jet and relied on his acceleration to get in front of another big insurance in seconds. However, just as he was about to start unlocking it, several of the Havoc soldiers upstairs were also aware of the commotion and ran down the back stairs. Someone's trying to make a mess. Found their location. Enemy sighted. They're here. Xiao Yun originally did not intend to pay attention. The big deal was to steal a cigarette to finish the big insurance and leave. Yet in the midst of the group of macho feet, he heard a heavy and slow movement. Machine gun guy? Longbow Creek Valley on normal difficulty has surprisingly refreshed Machine Gun Brother. This caused Xiao Yun's heart to burst with joy. A heavily guarded place. There might be a big shipment here. Steady. Stand your ground. Sure enough, behind a few ordinary soldiers, the heavily armored Machine Gun Brother slowly approached with his blue flaming Gatling raised. Let's just take care of Machine first, Xiao Yun thought and also directly pulled out his heirloom dagger. Facing a Machine Gun Brother, using a gun is rather more dangerous, because his helmet was overrated and more resistant to being punched than the average soldier. Plus this is the real world of the Forbidden Zone and everyone who enters it is flesh and blood. If he was hit by his Gatling a few times, Xiao Yun would be half mutilated if not dead. Xiao Yun had already tested it before. Painkillers and medical injections can only shield the pain temporarily, but damage to a body part can still affect mobility. It doesn't directly transform into Dreadnought after the fight like in the game, and you can act normally as long as your blood level doesn't drop to 0. Thus, Xiao Yun was not careless. Aiming first at the common machinist's position, a Tiger Crouch cannon was fired, knocking the common soldier out of his stasis. Another flash drone that temporarily incapacitates Machine Gunner. Then with a thought, the military knife appeared in his hand. Right hand cupped fist, powered exoskeleton activated. Come on. I'm right here. When Xiao Yun arrived in front of the machine gunner with a sliding shovel, he passed the stiffness time and just wanted to shoot. Yet with a flash of cold light, the military pocket knife had stabbed him in the head. The first slash breaks right through the defense, and the second slash sends machine gunner to hell. When the surrounding Havoc soldiers came back to their senses, they were immediately shocked by the scene before them. Chapter 53, A Well-Trained Team. What happened? The squad leader was actually taken out by a running knife boy? See machine gunners fall. The 3 common soldiers who came down with him were also instantly a bit surprised. The cadre in front of him rushed up with a knife and actually took out their big brother directly. Oh, I didn't think you guys would be surprised? Looking at the dismay on the faces of the 3 Havoc soldiers, Xiao Yun only smiled faintly. Sure enough, it was just as he thought. The soldiers in the middle of the Forbidden Zone are equally aware of the existence of another dimension. That would be interesting. Don't panic. Finish him off. There was no waiting for Xiao Yun to think more. Being a well-trained team, the 3 soldiers immediately sprang into action. They each found cover to set up their guns and formed an encirclement around Xiao Yun. You'll see the error of your ways later. A Havoc soldier called out and was about to open fire. However, Seeing their actions, Xiao Yun was even more excited. It's amazing that they even set up tactics. This Havoc squad was clearly different from the ones encountered outside. The more powerful machine is, the more good stuff this means. Xiao Yun wanted to see what goodies were hidden in an ordinary longbow radar station that could brush out machine gun soldiers. Prepare to fire. The Havoc soldier gave the order. And Xiao Yun was quick on his feet and threw out a direct shot of smoke to hide his figure. What's going on? Smoke? When did the GTI cadre work on this stuff? Without waiting for the Havoc soldiers to be shocked, Xiao Yun once again began to move. The next second, a swarm of drones broke through the smoke. And the 3 Havoc soldiers had just seen the power of the flashbang. And when they saw this oddly shaped piece of machinery, they subconsciously assumed it was the same move. They twisted their heads in unison to dodge, only to find that the imagined flash of light did not come. Following the swarming drones was a long line of smoke. And this smoke seemed to be under Xiao Yun's control as it twisted and turned to cover all 3 of their positions. What is this? Put. A Havoc soldier was puzzled. But Xiao Yun had already arrived behind him. The heirloom knife that deals up to 40 points of damage is a direct one-shot kill against a normal Jigo. What the hell? Ah! As the second machine suffered, the smoke gradually began to dissipate. The last Havoc soldier left in the squad had trembling hands and was so nervous that he could no longer control his breathing. Even though he had endured incomparably harsh training and completed countless missions, yet the scene that was happening in front of him was something he had never seen before. Is this dryer in front of me a human being or a ghost? This action of his was even more terrifying than the legendary said. The chief of the Asura Guard. In a moment of crisis, he realized he couldn't stay in the same position for too long. So with a quick roll, he went to a nearby bunker and took cover. What to do? He pondered the response. However, in the next second, Xiao Yun's triple grenades were already fired, precisely covering his hiding place. Bang! Bang! Bang dash! With the sound of 3 series of blasts, the last Havoc soldier was killed. Phew, it's been a long time since I've fought such an exciting battle. The unharmed Xiao Yun wiped the sweat from his forehead and said with great sighs of relief, "It's a shame this last Kijo died so soon. I was going to force a bit of a walkover and negotiate a finish with gunfire. Alas, a bloody loss of $50,000. Xiao Yun was still reflecting on his maneuvers in this wave, and it still wasn't detailed enough. But this advanced bit of macho does feel harder to fight than the real thing. That's true. Well, let's see what treasures are hidden here," said. Xiao Yun also came to the large safe and began to unlock it. 6DFUP. This time, Xiao Yun had this password dead in his mind. Soon the large safe opened. A brilliant golden light also poured out from it. Material, local specialty jewelry. Rarity, gold. Price, 398,896. Dakin. The first sight of the items stored in the large insurance policy. Xiao Yun's eyes widened at once, and he could hardly hide his excitement. That's 6 frames of Dakin in the game. A level above a seat clock. And the existence of large daggers in the insurance that are also 6 frame sizes makes this item very rare. At least after Xiao Yun had searched so many big insurance policies, this thing had appeared once or twice. It's less probable than having a small red. It's just a good thing that in this real world of the Forbidden Zone, searching for things is a direct view of the object itself, much like an open-air supply refresh point. So when searching for a big 6-frame gold, you won't be grossed out by a big dagger that is also 6-frame. Hey, Xiao Yun! Xiao Yun! Are you alright? And just as Xiao Yun opened such a big thing, behind him, at the entrance to the second floor, but suddenly came Lu Shirhan's voice. Xiao Yun was quick on his feet and placed this large string of jewelry into the safety box. This was followed by slamming the door of the large safe shut. Flawless operation. Are you done searching down there? No, it's not. Xiao Yun, are you alright? I heard that there seems to be a lot of enemies over here. What are you doing up here without finishing your search? I told you not to worry about me. You search your own. I was worried about you. Lu Shirhan was very aggravated, and the smile at the corner of her mouth became very forced. Go search yours and call me when you come out with the big red and gold. Ow. Xiao Yun did not pay attention to Lu Shirhan, but turned around and ran towards the location of the drone platform in a flash. In Longbow Creek Valley on normal difficulty, without swiping the keycard, there are just 2 airboxes underneath the drone platforms. One is directly below the platform and the other is at the rear. The other 3 rooms, 2 of which require a keycard to open, are also currently unsearchable. Is there this one possibility? Since that squad just went down from here, the high-value supplies they were guarding were here? Xiao Yun pondered silently inwardly and also began to search for the airbox. The speed of his search was now much faster than the first one into the Forbidden Zone already. Xiao Yun still remembered that when he entered the restricted area at the beginning, it took 3 to 4 minutes to search an airbox. Instead, this was a time of experience, and the search was completed in just over 10 seconds. Material, electronic thermometer. Rarity, blue. Price, 15,335. Material, gunpowder. Rarity, blue. Price, 23,070. Two blue items appear. Gunpowder is fine. It's blue, but it can be made in a lot of things, so it's worth as much as some of the smaller purples. And electronic thermometers are humorous. The size of 4 frames is the price of even 2 frames of gunpowder. Screwing 2 dancing girls killed him in seconds. Let's just have Lu Shurhan pick up this thermometer later. Placing the gunpowder into the safety box, Xiao Yun hurriedly headed to the back of the drone platform. If it was a normal knife run, Xiao Yun, who had a 100-frame safety box, would definitely have something to stuff. Only, at this point, he was busy on a losing streak, running both ways between the 2 penalty boxes. There was no time to dispose of the contents of the safety deposit box during this period, so space also seemed valuable. Otherwise, when the time came, in case there wasn't enough space when opening the bounty chest, and the high-value materials fell all over the place, it wouldn't make the surrounding people's eyes red. Xiao Yun, I'm done searching down here. And just then, Lu Shurhan's voice came from the bottom of her feet. Shipped? Xiao Yun asked. Chapter 54, Drone Platforms. Out. A big purple item came out. Lu Shurhan's voice came from the foot. Originally, Xiao Yun had hopes for her luck, but now it seemed that he had overthought it. Guess fumbling with that one coffee bean had burned through all her luck. It's not another electric car battery, is it? Ha, how did you know? Well, it's worth something, so bring it here for the offering. Humph, what kind of attitude is that? Lu Shurhan grumbled with her mouth, but she still ran up, and at this time, Xiao Yun had also finished touching the second airbox. Material, bone saw. Rarity, blue. Value, 20,851. Material, logs and planks. Rarity, green. Value, 4,375. Material, paint brushes. Rarity, white. Value, 1375. Hits. This isn't right. Seeing the items that exploded out of the airbox, Xiao Yun immediately had some difficulty accepting them. Brother machine gun, what have you been guarding? Look at the pile of crap in your airbox. It doesn't add up to what a set of your heavy armor is worth. You've worked your asses off to guard this place for this piece of shit? Xiao Yun sighed helplessly. It seemed likely that what they were guarding was really that big safe outside. After all, that big string of specialty jewelry cost $400,000, and it was still an Asura specialty. And to be in Havoc's territory was the equivalent of a trophy for Havoc's camp. Xiao Yun, is your backpack free? I'll give you everything. As soon as Lu Shurhan came up, she was putting down the green bag of the man machine she had picked up on the road and fumbling for items from it, and glancing at the things in her bag, which were all little blues and greens. Xiao Yun waved his hand. Never mind, just give me that big purple. Okay. Lu Shurhan pulled out the big purple electric car battery weighing 9.23 kilograms, occupying 6 compartments of the backpack, and worth $70,000 from her backpack. And Xiao Yun also took advantage of her inattention and put it into the safety box with a whoosh. Well, your backpack should have a place by now, and you'll take whatever is in these 2 safety deposit boxes. Really? Lu Shurhan was instantly a little delighted and hurriedly rummaged through the airbox. When she saw that there was actually a blue item inside, she was also a little excited inside. Xiao Yun, although you have a pretty bad attitude, you're still quite good to me. What's good about it? Xiao Yun covered his face and didn't know what big schoolgirl Lu was thinking. You can be so happy eating your own leftovers. I think we've searched everything here, right? Let's go. Lu Shurhan put all of her things into her backpack and pulled the shoulder straps, like a child out for a spring trip. While Xiao Yun was just about to leave, when he passed by the drone platform, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. That man machine squad, this puts protection on. Could it be? On top of the drone platform? How can you not have a key at this time of year? Xiao Yun could only be anxious, but there was nothing he could do. By the way, 4-2. Xiao Yun raised his eyebrows and suddenly had a very bold idea. Since it's 2 people on their side then, is it possible for Lu Shurhan to pat herself up and then just slam the drone platform without swiping? Looking at the height of the drone platform, about 3 meters, whereas Xiao Yun was 1.8 meters or so tall, Lu Shurhan looked to be about 1.7 meters and was wearing thick-soled shoes. This solution. It seems to work. Big schoolgirl Lu, come over here for a moment. There's something that troubles you. A rare smile appeared on Xiao Yun's face when he looked at Lu Shurhan. Current location, entrance to Longbow Creek Valley Huffaker radar station. This burst, average. Time to end this game, 14 minutes, 19 seconds. Boss, why don't you search this place for supplies, and we'll help you set up your guns. After a bit of lineup counting, the 2 escorts led Levanti into the first building at the entrance to the radar station. And seeing that the 2 were now so alert, Li Wenji was also very satisfied. It's a little slower, but at least it's safe. These two diamond-level cadres racked their guns left and right, but any fly that flew past would be shot directly by the laser aim. That's right. That's more like it. That's more like an escort. Thinking about how you guys used to hang around, don't you feel kind of ashamed of yourselves before? Rack your guns properly for my lord. I'm going to search. Li Wenji smiled with satisfaction, then hurriedly started searching around. This area is considered the outskirts of the radar station, but there are still a few low-value material points to search. And after Li Wenji opened a toolbox, he also screamed out in excitement at once. Holy shit! You can ship from a place like this. What's out? John asked curiously. Don't mind what you shouldn't. Stand your guns up, Li Wenji said, excitedly pulling out a pair of high-output crushing pliers from his toolbox. It's a purple material, worth more than $20,000. You know, before, Li Wenzel had searched all of the Queen's Hotel and didn't even find a few purple items. And with the addition of this crushing pliers, it's one step closer to the goal of 500,000 evacuations. Ha 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 ha, great, this rap is really cool. Levanti laughed out loud. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel that he had made an incredibly good decision in chartering all the yachts. The $1 million or so wasn't wasted. And more to the point, after this 500K evacuation, there's still time to open another one next time. The next handle, Longbow Creek Valley, was also a no man's game. If you can do 500,000 evacuation, this seniority, absolutely secure the Qingbei guaranteed qualification. Thinking of this, Li Wenji's smile also became even more arrogant. Is our boss crazy? I don't know why he can be so happy when he comes out with a crushing clamp. What a disgrace to the rich kids. The two escorts murmured. Xiao Yun, are you done yet? Hurry up. Don't worry, it'll be up soon. Radar stations, drone platforms. Xiao Yun stepped on Lu Shurhan's shoulder and made a strong effort to reach the drone platform above. Holding on with both hands, with a push, he soon climbed on top of the platform. Lu Shurhan felt the pressure on her shoulders disappear and also sat on her butt. I don't know what you're doing. It took me half a day to find the right angle, but I'm exhausted. Don't argue. It's critical here. Climbing onto the drone platform, Xiao Yun also had no time to care about Lu Shurhan. It has a large safe, 2 air boxes, and a field of open refreshment spots. Xiao Yun first checked the refreshment points on the ground and made a surprising discovery. Just in the middle of the 2 partitions, a drone lay silently. Material, military drones. Rarity, red. Price, 523,670. I'll go. It's really something. Quickly putting the drone into the safety box, Xiao Yun was instantly excited. What did you find? Hearing him move, Lu Shurhan was also instantly a bit curious. It was clear that this Xiao Yun wouldn't even be shocked to open a purple item. Could it be that he opened up gold supplies on it? Xiao Yun, does that mean that you've offered gold? I'll tell you later. Hey, what the hell? Lu Shurhan knitted her eyebrows lightly, the corners of her mouth slightly turned away. Being below the platform, she was also unable to see what was going on above. While Xiao Yun did not come down for half a day, Lu Shurhan was also very curious inside. Hey, what exactly did you search for? Easy. Searching for something. Come on. Okay, I'll do it as soon as I can. I'll go. Another shipment. As another exclamation came from Xiao Yun, Lu Shurhan spun in place anxiously. P.S. 4 more for today. Thank you, readers, for your support. Ask for some free power with love, and ask to catch up on your reading. Please do not feed the book. The daily reading is really important to the small author. The author can only do every day to explode more. Readers, please read The Great. Chapter 55, brand new 5 sets. Hey, what the hell did you search for? Don't tell me you're out of gold. I haven't seen gold in so long. How come you're so lucky? Hey, you talk? Hello? Hearing the news of Xiao Yun's shipment, Lu Shurhan was spinning around anxiously underneath the drone platform. This drone platform, Lu Shurhan hadn't been up there either, and didn't know what some of the material points were up there, much less what good things Xiao Yun was touching up there. What the hell did he feel out? Listening to his excited tone, it definitely wasn't as simple as purple supplies. It's at least a gold material, and possibly a large gold material. However, what Lu Shurhan could not have imagined was that the things Xiao Yun had searched for were not ordinary supplies. Equipment, heavy assault vest, new. Protection level, 5. Durability, 125 of 125. Price, 294,886. See only. A huge set of body armor sits in the airbox of the drone platform. And then another airbox was opened and a brand new level 5 head appeared in it. Equipment, H09 explosion-proof helmet, new. Protection level, 5. Durability, 45 of 45. Price, 202,031. A brand new set of 5 heads and 5 armor. This adds up to a whopping $500,000 worth, which is worth as much as the little red one you just picked up. Originally, Xiao Yun had opened the large safe without shipping it, thinking that the drone on the ground was what that Machine Gun Brothers squad was guarding. I didn't realize that once I searched the airbox, there were masters. Only, when he opened 5 heads and 5 armors, Xiao Yun was a bit depressed. This stuff, like weapons, doesn't fit in a safe. And now that Xiao Yun was on a losing streak, the big red that came out of the bounty treasure chest by then would definitely be worth dozens, if not hundreds, of times more than this. This one has big gold and little red again, and even coffee beans. A proper big red game. Top secret space burst doesn't even have a higher rate than this one. How is it that when you start giving away back-to-back losses yourself, you get this kind of high explosive innings? But, the good thing was that this put Xiao Yun wasn't alone in the restricted area. Just have Lu Shirhan bring it out directly later. Big schoolgirl Lu, I remember you need to play a handful of 500,000 evacuation too, right? After putting the 5 sets on, Xiao Yun stood on the platform and asked, yeah, or else with my grades, I'd still have to rely on a bit of luck if I wanted to go straight to Qingbei. Lu Shirhan sighed and replied, according to the past results of Haibei No. 1 middle school, there are only 1 or 2 people who get into Qingbei University every year, and they are all top schoolmasters. And although Lu Shirhan was in the top 5 in her grade, the gap between her and the first and second was still huge, and her total score was 20 to 30 points less than the others every time. Unless the college entrance examination is a stroke of luck, there is basically no hope of going to Qingbei by examination. It was also for this reason that after hearing that there were 3 guaranteed places in Haibei No. 1 middle school this year, she didn't hesitate to come to the Forbidden Zone. How many thousands of dollars worth of supplies do you have on you now? Xiao Yun asked. Wait for me to see. Lu Shirhan glanced at her backpack, calculating the total price of the supplies based on the table of values of the supplies she had previously memorized for school. About 120,000 or so, all some blue and green supplies. Lu Shirhan finished her calculations and answered honestly. Enough. Xiao Yun came to the edge of the drone platform, then leapt and jumped directly onto the airbox below. A fall at this height wouldn't break a leg, even if it wasn't a wyvern. Originally, Xiao Yun wanted to try triggering a climb at the edge of the airbox after a wave jump, but thought better of it. Don't put this kind of operation only in the game to experiment in reality. You put this gear on and you should have 620,000 supplies if you evacuate later. By the way, have you turned on the battle logging feature of the GTI software yet? It's on. Xiao Yun said and just wanted to take off the 5 sets. Just then, however, he was to hear what appeared to be a series of gunshots erupt from the radar station. Someone's here? Xiao Yun frowned. Fortunately, he had opened his level 5 head, which increased his hearing range by a certain amount. That's what captured the subtle movement outside. We'll have to move fast since we've got people coming. Xiao Yun had to send Lu Shirhan to the evacuation point first before he could end this matchup since thunder. Put it on. Xiao Yun hurriedly took off the 5 sets and handed them to Lu Shirhan. Seeing this brand new set of equipment, Lu Shirhan froze for a moment. This Xiao Yun went up for a trip. How come his equipment has changed? Wait, no, isn't this a brand new set of 5 heads and 5 armor? I can't believe you searched a brand new set of 5 up there. Lu Shirhan was instantly a bit shocked. This set of equipment can add up to $500,000 in value. As long as you can bring it out, the Qingbei guarantee is basically a sure thing. Don't get me wrong. I'm just asking you to take it out and do the books. Didn't I say at the beginning, out of the gold and out of the red goes to me? Xiao Yun said indifferently. It wouldn't have mattered if he was now tens of billions of dollars in assets if he had given her these 5 sets. But the problem is that one is very short of money now. $500,000. And that's just enough to get the heirloom knife up to level 20. What supplies you need to upgrade after you reach level 20 is unknown. I know that. After all, it was agreed upon in the beginning. But are you really going to let me have this opportunity? Hurry up and put it on. What's all the talk for? Then I'm not welcome. Lu Shirhan put on a golden armor and a golden head. Feeling the sudden increase in weight on her body, she was still a bit incredulous at this point. With this outfit on, and the supplies in the bag, the total value could be $600,000. How difficult a $600,000 evacuation would be, she certainly knew, and what Lu Shirhan didn't expect even more. Although Xiao Yun has not been treating himself very well, but actually surprisingly still cares about himself well. How else would you help yourself to a $600,000 evacuation? Xiao Yun, I remember your GTI data is still all 0. Why don't you turn on the record? Well, Xiao Yun scratched his head. In fact, He was going to open the record to try it out before, only to take a look at the tips on the software. After opening the battle record, it was surprising to see that 20 consecutive games had to be counted. Xiao Yun thought that GTI's official move should be an attempt to put an end to the behavior of brushing the win rate. For example, some people who get a big hug choose to open a match record, and that way the evacuation rate can easily be swiped high. It was only that this mechanism still seemed to Xiao Yun to be only against the gentleman but not the villain. For example, if you're like Li Wenzel, you can just call 2 escorts to come in, and 20 evacuations would be a breeze, assuming, of course, that one doesn't run into ones. Later, there's no rush, Xiao Yun said indifferently, appearing very relaxed. If other people were like this, Lu Shirhan might think it was pretentious. However, after seeing Xiao Yun's strength, her heart only felt envy. He's pretty casual about trying to get a $500,000 evacuation. It's not even impossible to just complete 1,000,000 evacuations with a little bit of luck. Where are we going next? At this moment, Lu Shirhan was already completely listening to Xiao Yun. It's true that you can get food by hanging out with him, and Xiao Yun also looked at the time. This match was about to end in 9 minutes. It's probably too late to do the mission for Operation Iron Dome. It's about time to evacuate. By the way, come with me later, don't go out the front door. The other side. Li Wenjia searched all the way outside and, escorted by 2 platoon points of the escort, finally reached the gate of the radar station. This body, the radar station has really been in someone. John looked at the bodies of the Habak soldiers at his feet and was instantly alert. Boss, I'm afraid this team is better equipped than us if they can kill their way into the radar station. Yes, a normal person would have to wear at least 4 sets to kill a radar station. The 2 escorts analyzed it and were already disillusioned. While hearing this, Li Wenjia was instantly agitated. Isn't that just right? At this point, he was completely stuffed with his backpack, even killed a few soldiers on the way and picked up a couple of guns to hang on his backpack for what it was worth. Even so, the total value of this one just reaches $420. 000 only. 80,000 short of the 500,000 evacuation target. Unless one searches for purple or higher items, there is also no room for optimization in the backpack. The weapons and equipment on the body, on the other hand, can be a different story. If I can beat this team to death in 4 sets, my $500,000 evacuation is assured. Charge them hard for me. Saying that, Li Wenjia also rushed straight into the middle of the radar station's main building. And at this point, what he doesn't know is this. At this time, Xiao Yun and Lu Shirhan, who had finished searching, happened to pass by them from the side passage. Chapter 56, Why are you so skillful? Li Wenjia? I didn't realize he was still in this matchup. When she heard the voice coming from the doorway of the radar station, Lu Shirhan immediately frowned. Originally, she thought that the Longbow Creek Valley was so big that she wouldn't run into a team with Li Wenjia. If he had just gone through the front door, he might have died if he had shown his head. Thinking of this, Lu Shirhan was also very grateful to Xiao Yun. If he hadn't warned him to go through the side door, his $600,000 evacuation would have gone down the drain. Xiao Yun, could you have heard their movements before? It's a wonder this can't be heard when they're out there killing machines shooting that loud. Xiao Yun was somewhat helpless. I don't know why people in this world don't like silencers when they go into restricted areas. Don't they realize how dangerous it is when they reveal their location information? And I've heard that the 2 escorts Li Wenzel hired are still diamond-level cadres, so it's not that hard to move up the GTI ladder. Is it? Okay, let's get to the evacuation. You're not going to go after them? Seeing that Xiao Yun was planning to withdraw directly, Lu Shirhan was also a bit puzzled. Logically, with all the problems you've had with him, shouldn't you just beat them into evacuating by now? 3 other people are there. How am I going to beat them? Xiao Yun had a helpless look on his face. This Lu Shirhan, what in the world did she take herself for? It made it seem as if Xiao Yun could casually strike out and wipe out all of Li Wenjia's team 1 by 3. While that seems to be true, right, facts aside, wouldn't you be a clown if you rushed up and gave it away? I don't believe it. Lu Shirhan crossed her arms and grunted lightly. I'm sure you can beat it. You just don't want to kill them. To be honest, I can't understand some of it. Don't you hate Levanti? Hate him? There's no need. Xiao Yun smiled helplessly. This Li Wenjia sends himself equipment all day long. Why do you hate him? And now this rule of law society. Can he still AC4 to his whole family to blow up? If I were you, I'd kill him every time I saw him. Lu Shirhan's temperament was suddenly like a different person, and her tone was very cold. Xiao Yun was a bit puzzled when he saw this. How did this Lu big school flower feel that she hated Li Wenjia even more than herself? How about this? You give me back my 5 sets and I'll go in and kill them. Xiao Yun laughed. That won't work. I've got 600,000 more to evacuate. And look at their gear. they're wearing all 3 sets. I guess killing them wouldn't be worth the $600,000. Seeing Lu Shihan's enlightenment, Xiao Yun also patted her 5th grade head. In the Forbidden Zone, there are never winners and losers. There are only earners and losers. Only when you think about this can you understand the mystery of running knives. Just so you know, let's go and evacuate. Why is it so quiet here? Indeed, it's awfully quiet. 2 escorts, one on the left and one on the right, opened the way in front of them, protecting Li Wenjie to the 2nd floor of the radar station. Yet along the way, they hadn't heard any movement. Based on the temperature of the bodies, a few soldiers at the entrance should have died not long ago. How come there's no movement here? John, come look at this. David, who had led the way up to the 3rd floor, called out. John frowned and hurried to follow. Coming to the 3rd floor, however, he was met with an incredible sight, only to see the body of a machine gunner lying naked on the ground, the heavy armor on his body being stripped off. The scene was unusually bizarre, and on top of that, there were the bodies of 3 Havoc soldiers, dead in 3 different locations. They were similarly disheveled and had obviously had their bodies searched after death. Seeing this scene, John's brain went a little down. That's too much information. That team, they managed to beat the machine gunners? Unbelievable. Isn't the armor of this machine gunner impenetrable to bullets? Did he kill it with a headshot? John was inwardly very shaken. What kind of aiming ability and equipment would it take to kill it? Shit. This whole floor is licked clean. Not even the green ones. Subsequently, Li Wenjie also came late after searching the 1st floor. When he saw the 2 escorts freeze in place, he became very angry. What are you guys doing here? Li Wenjie just wanted to accuse the 2 escorts, but he also saw the bizarre scene in front of him. Holy shit! Machine gunners! Isn't this thing an invincible existence? How did it die here? This is what you took out. Li Wenjie looked at the 2 escorts incredulously. Why didn't I see before how you guys were so capable? Boss, neither one of us has ever fired a gun. Do you think it's possible we killed this? John was somewhat speechless. What's wrong with your boss's brain? Meaning, this team inside killed the machine gunners? John and David both nodded. At the same time, an inexplicable fear was born in the hearts of the 2, because they couldn't imagine how that team had broken through the machine gunner's armor. Now, at least there's good news, David said slowly, trying to remain calm. The team hasn't moved until now, so I guess they've left the radar station. As a battle-hardened diamond-rated escort, David had once tried to kill a machine gunner. At that time, in order to specifically for the purpose of dealing with him, David specially prepared the M4A1's grade 5 bullets, and even when equipped with level 5 ammo, he barely managed to kill a machine gunner by crouching and ambushing in advance. The machine gunner's head was as hard as iron and the Gatling in his hand was so powerful that David fought as hard as he could to overcome it. At that time, but if the machine gunners had reacted and started firing, David would probably have been accounted for there. Are you stupid? Lousy said to kill this team have to eat. How deaf are your ears? Now that they've run away, where else am I going to get food? Levanti cracked up. The anger in David and John's hearts rose and went out. If it wasn't for the fact that Li Wenjie was their boss, they would have shot him twice. This retard is simply in a state of bliss. That team, however, is still here, but they're the ones who have to eat it. Don't worry, boss. There's a supply point here they must not have searched, John said, hastily pulling a black and gold key card out of his pocket. There are just 2 of these keycards in this map. Longbow Creek Valley. One is used to open the King's Room at the Queen's Hotel, and the other is the drone platform at the radar station in front of us. Don't worry, boss. They definitely don't have the key card for this drone platform. And that drone platform is going to have quite a few supplies refreshed on the ground in addition to the 2 air crates. Once the card is swiped later, you go straight up and search the place and you'll have to eat it straight away. John said so. Li Wenjie's mood, too, was much better. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and take me to swipe my card. The other side. Xiao Yun brought Lu Shihan to the evacuation point and started calling for the evacuation helicopter. Just 10 seconds later, the helicopter will arrive at this evacuation point and then lower the ladder. The moment they pull up the climbing ladder, the dryads will be back in the real world. You evacuate first. I remember there's something left to accomplish. After Xiao Yun finished speaking, he also didn't care what Lu Shihan said and turned his head to run. Xiao Yun. Lu Shihan tried to call out, but the other party didn't pay any attention. Really? What's the point of going when you've obviously evacuated? Xiao Yun ran further and further away. It wasn't until he saw Lu Shihan complete her evacuation that he suddenly sighed in relief. At that point, when he walked to the evacuation point, he was almost ready to evacuate straight away. Luckily, a flash of insight reacted to the fact that he was coming off a losing streak. After all the hard work to eat this losing streak, don't let me down when the reward comes. Xiao Yun inwardly prayed, and at the same time, he was also directly using the skills of the Velociraptor. pulling out a C4 and sticking it on his face. This was followed by the use of the bee doctor's skill, a medical needle stuck in the arm. In this way, one can realize painless self-mind and leave this world without pain. At this point, he surprised even himself with the skillful movements of his self-thunder. Drip 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 bang. There was a loud bang, and the world before Xiao Yun's eyes gradually blurred. Hint, you have lost all supplies outside the safety box. Being reborn. Opening his eyes again, Xiao Yun had already returned to the deck of the ocean spectrum ship, and at that moment, a system beep sounded in his head. Alert, bounty bond activated. Wide-angle lens. Asura's specialty lanterns have been placed in the bounty chest. Current losing streak, 6. Asura featuring a lamp? Seeing this unfamiliar name, Xiao Yun was instantly somewhat surprised. Chapter 57 GTI News. What's an Asura specialty lamp? Seeing the bounty reward for the 6 consecutive defeats, Xiao Yun was also a bit puzzled. Wide-angle lenses he knew were 2 compartments of supplies in the game, worth about $60,000. And this Asura featured a carrying lamp that he hadn't seen in his previous life. Could it be that this world has more supplies than the previous game? Just as he was thinking this, Lu Shurhan took 2 cell phones and came to him. Prior to entering the restricted area, valuables on your person are stored in a storage box at the entrance to the restricted area. And before this matchup started, Xiao Yun also put his cell phone together with Lu Shurhan's. Xiao Yun, GTI seems to have updated with new supplies. Really? Let's see. Xiao Yun took his cell phone and just opened the app when a piece of news popped up. Thanks to the tireless efforts of the cadre, we have discovered a new batch of supplies from the Forbidden Zone, which has been updated in the chart. Aside from that, the map in the Forbidden Zone seems to have changed, so please be careful in your exploration. Cadre. Xiao Yun clicked on the jump link and indeed found the information of the Asala specialty lift lamp on the supplies icon. Asala specialty lift lamp, purple item, today's trade price, 36440. And just then, a beep came from the system. Alert, the skill shop has been updated with new cadre skill packs. Skill shop, deep blue skill pack, S rank 50, 000 Longua coins. Deep blue? What kind of cadre is this? The moment he saw the system mall, Xiao Yun froze a little. How's this for updating a cadre you've never heard of? Could it be that it's a game update from the previous world? After a little thought, Xiao Yun quickly came to this conclusion. According to previous conjectures, the 2 worlds are likely to be as related as Zhuangzhou dreaming of butterflies and butterflies dreaming of Zhuangzhou. The Forbidden Zone in this world was just a game in the previous world, and the world of the previous world is most likely nothing more than a movie or novel or something in this world. Originally, this was only Xiao Yun's conjecture, but what happened now was something that convinced him of this even more. I didn't realize that the previous version of the game had been updated. I wonder, too, what kind of dryad this deep blue is. Unlock the skill packs when the time comes and see what some of the skills are. Xiao Yun thought silently inwardly. Right. Lu Shurhan. 5 sets back to me. Current location, Longbow Creek Valley Radar Station Drone Platform. This burst, average. Time to end this game, 8 minutes, 24 seconds. In the middle of the penalty box, the 2 escorts led Levanti to the drone platform. John got a little excited when he saw that the 2 elevators hadn't been swiped. Boss, this place sure hasn't been searched. Then what are you waiting for? Swipe your card and let me on. Levanti couldn't wait to command to. At this point, he had 420,000 in supplies with him. As soon as this drone platform is searched, the odds are that the evacuation of 500,000 supplies will be accomplished. The thought of it also made him very excited. After all this effort and money, it's finally time for me to see hope. You, and you, get down there and rack my gun properly. If this young man touches something good, the red packet will not be spared for you. After John swiped his card, Li Wenjia also rushed to the elevator. Pressing the button was overwhelming. With the completion of the 500,000 evacuation and the family connections, a guaranteed spot is probably on the line. At that time, what Xiao Yun, how crazy he is now. When he can't go to the forbidden area of Jinghai City, his lifetime ceiling will be set there. Xiao Yun, when I finish evacuating 500,000, I'll immediately go and hinder you. Levanti grinned grimly, and at the same time, the elevator rose to the top. Levanti couldn't wait to get onto the drone platform, looking at the supplies at his feet, but they were all just green and white quality ones. He didn't look around much and walked straight to the airbox. When he came to an airbox, but was instantly a little puzzled. Why is this airbox open? John, have you ever driven a drone platform before? Drove it? Why? Does the airbox on the drone platform open by itself? How can that be? This electric elevator is smart. Can that airbox still be smart? Hearing this, Li Wenji became even more puzzled inside. So what's the deal with both of these airboxes being opened? Holy shit, boss, what's wrong? This place has been driven over. When Li Wenjie said this, John and David were both startled at once. Don't scare me, boss. How can this be driven over? Yeah, I checked the elevator before. No one swiped their card. Then come up here and see for yourselves. What's going on here? Hear that? John and David ascended the elevator and instantly saw the two opened airline crates. The two of them glanced at each other, both seeing the incredulity in each other's eyes. Is this haunted? This can't be right. The two escorts were shocked, and Li Wenjie turned his head to see an even more shocking scene. Only the large safe on the drone platform, surprisingly, was also in an open state. Why is this big insurance policy on too? What? John and David craned their heads to look at it. The big safe was seen with the door wide open and its contents nowhere to be seen. How can this be opened? Who could this be that knows the code? Thick gift crab. It's definitely haunted. What the hell is going on here? This radar station. I sensed something was wrong from before I came in. Could it be the officials? At David's words, John instantly calmed down as well. You mean, there's an official GTI team involved in this operation? Most likely, but we didn't see any suspected official cadres while we were out there? The official people aren't that ostentatious. They must all be on secret missions and dressed in civilian clothes before they leave the house. While David and John discussed it, Levanti was in a daze. Hey, what are you guys talking about? It's impossible to open the big safe even if it's official. At this statement, the two escorts but laughed. You don't really think that the officials would not know the combination to the big safe, do you? Then why didn't he announce it? Nonsense. How could the officials publicize such important information even if they have it? When these words came out, Li Wenjie was immediately shocked like a bolt from the blue. Yet at this point he was even more exasperated. The chance to evacuate yourself for $500,000. Gone. It's fucking official GTI. Boss, although you're rich, I still advise you not to go against the officials or your group will die without knowing how. Looking at Levanti's face, which was so angry that it was twisted, David even knew what he was thinking. Riding the yacht, Xiao Yun returned to the land. Lu Shirhan planned to leave after dealing with the harvest of this hand, and the two of them bid farewell here. Xiao Yun came to the location where the yacht had refueled earlier, only to see that the crew member was already lying on the yacht sleeping. I'm out of the red. I'm out of the red. He. All that could be heard was him muttering dreamy words under his breath and daydreaming. Hey, wake up. The crew member woke up with a start, and the moment he saw Xiao Yun, he also instantly realized that it was just a dream before. Ooh, it's your fault I lost my big red. You're nuts. Xiao Yun was somewhat speechless. If this guy wants big red, why doesn't he go to the penalty box and touch it himself? What are you dreaming about? Is the gas filled yet? Adding up. Okay, let's get on with it then. Alert, anti-bond activated. Digital camera. CPU has been placed in the bounty box. Current losing streak, 7. Alert, anti-bond activated. Military binoculars. Boxed ear coffee in the bounty chest. Current losing streak, 8. Alert, anti-bond activated. Fuel cells. Military satellite communication instruments have been placed in the bounty chest. Current losing streak, 9. More than half an hour later, Xiao Yun ran back and forth between the two boxes to complete the trifecta once again. Just see that after 6 consecutive losses, from the 7th consecutive loss, the bounty hold gives something very valuable. It was even more so when it was on a 10-game losing streak and gave it right to POTUS. A fuel cell, 6 compartments of big gold, worth $400,000. Another military satellite communicator, although it only occupies 4 compartments, costs a whopping $550,000, plus the other little gold that came out earlier. After this half hour or so, Xiao Yun's gain was equivalent to a handful of million withdrawals, and that's not even the limit of the bounty hold. According to the rules, after the big gold, the next two think he's going to start putting out red quality supplies. Go on. Xiao Yun commanded the crew and continued to run back and forth between the two penalty areas. P.S. 3 shifts today. Take a vacation for the new update. Readers won't blame me, right? Chapter 58, Preparing to collect vegetables. Alert, anti-bond activated. Quantum storage. Experimental data has been placed in the bounty chest. Current losing streak, 10. Alert, anti-bond activated. Ventilator. Smoothbore exhibit in bounty box. Current losing streak, 11. Alert, anti-bond activated. Top secret server. Reinforced carbon fiber plates have been placed in the bounty chest. Current losing streak, 12. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Xiao Yun returned to the North Harbor of Haibei. After an afternoon of running back and forth between the two zones, he was finally able to complete his bounty 12-game losing streak, and the reward of 12 consecutive losses did not disappoint. From the 10th consecutive defeat, red supplies began to be placed in the bounty chest. Quantum storage. experimental data. Both of these are single compartment little reds, both priced around 250k. And if the information stored inside was of research value, there might be room for a premium on these two supplies. The 11th consecutive losing respirator, the smoothbore, and it's all about the big red in 4 frames. The respirator is worth $450, 000, and the smoothbore is $750, 000. Together, they are worth a whopping $1. 2 million, and at the 12th straight loss. It was also finally the first time Xiaoyun had seen big red in this world. Material, top secret server. Rarity, red. Price, 218-9874. Material, reinforced carbon fiber board. Rarity, red. Price, 215-6486. Both of these top-tier supplies are big 3x3 reds in a previous game. Xiaoyun remembered that in his previous life, he had once picked up a carbon fiber board in the ordinary Longbow Creek Valley when he was running a knife, and he was immediately chased by a bloodhound. Since then, for close to 500 hours of game time, he hadn't seen the big red again. I didn't realize that the regrets of my previous life would be made up for in this world. At this point, all it takes is one successful evacuation to open the bounty chest and bring up all the big red inside. By the way, system, what's the mission now? Xiaoyun suddenly asked. He also remembered that in order to unlock more SS rank skills, he needed to complete 3 quests to come. Current mission, complete 3 evacuations and defeat 5 soldiers per evacuation. Seeing this quest, Xiaoyun felt a bit familiar. I don't think that's what he remembered from his previous mission. Opening the system backpack, I found that in addition to the bounty treasure chest, there were already 2 safe deposit experience cards placed in it. It looks like the previous action has been done over the last mission. That said, the current mission is the 3rd in the system. Once you have completed this quest, you will be able to check out the other SS rank skills in the mall. Let's collect the vegetables and then upgrade the heirloom knife. Xiaoyun thought silently inwardly. The most necessary expense right now is still getting the heirloom knife to level 100. Then prioritize unlocking warehouses and putting the supplies you've acquired that you want to keep into them. Only, Xiaoyun did not rush into the forbidden zone. After all, he was still wearing the 5 sets that he had asked Lu Shirhan to help bring out in the last handful. He first went to the exchange and sold the 5 sets and some unimportant supplies. It sold for a total of $720, 000 after taxes, and with the money left over from previous upgrades, there was $1, 080, 000 left in the deposit. Xiaoyun bought another 15 Asura specialty wine cups, which, along with the one he had opened earlier, was just enough to level up the heirloom knife another 5 levels. And with that purchase, another $960, 000 went down the drain. Xiaoyun's bank account was suddenly left with only $120, 000. Originally, he was thinking of contacting the young girl selling the cards to buy a set of keycards for Dam Zero. Now at best you can buy a substation tech room. And at the time of the transaction, Xiaoyun noticed that the counter girl who had deliberately divulged her transaction information in the morning had disappeared at this time. In her place, a younger man took her place. By the way, where's that counter girl who was here this morning? I'm not sure. I heard it was fired. I just transferred from somewhere else and I don't know what it was. Xiaoyun nodded his head silently and did not feel confused. After all, the prohibition against disclosing client trading information is a basic ethic for traders. With all the cameras staring around, they must have caught the commotion she made this morning on tape as well. I also don't know how much money Li Wenju's family gave her to make her prefer to lose what amounted to an iron rice bowl job, but also to make such a mess. Whatever. Upgrade first. Didn't think much of it. Xiaoyun searched for a corner with no one in it, and the general pulled out with his pocket knife, preparing to upgrade. Shirhan, you seem happy today? In the black Mercedes, the driver was a little surprised to see the smile on Lu Shirhan's lips from the rearview mirror. I was under the impression that she hadn't smiled like that in a long time since high school. Is it because of Xiaoyun? Humph. Get over it. He's pissing me off. Lu Shirhan complained at once. He doesn't even think of me as a schoolgirl. He doesn't know how to have any pity. Inside, they opened up a set of gold head and armor for me to wear, and I thought they were so good to me that they were going to give it to me. As a result, I was allowed to bring it out to make up a $600,000 evacuation, and then had to go back after it was over. So stingy, Lu Shirhan grumbled, but with a smile on her face. Looking back on the matchup, it seemed like the most fun experience in a while. Lu Shirhan smiled and laughed, but suddenly sighed. Only, he still didn't recognize me. After so many years, Shirhan, you've changed so much. It's only natural that he wouldn't recognize you, right? I know, but I still wish. Lu Shirhan sighed again and looked at the scene outside the car window. The downtown area was filled with bustling stores all the way through. She seemed to have thought of something, and her eyes turned cold. By the way, how's that trader from Warehouse 8 doing? She has already explained that it was a small leader of the exchange who instructed her, and she wasn't the only one who received the order at the time, except that it just so happened that Xiao Yun arrived at her window to trade, so I can only say that it was bad luck, the driver said, handing over a document on the passenger seat to Lu Shirhan in passing. It records the Li family's connections in the High Bay City GTI, as well as some sensitive events. Through this person, she pointed out, she is also finding out part of the Li family's network of connections in the GTI in High Bay City, and the rest should all be identified in 3 days tops. Lu Shirhan nodded her head gently. From the information, it appeared that although the Li family was dominant in High Bay City, it was far from being able to reach the level of covering the sky with only one hand, especially the second in command, Li Chunshu, the father of Li Wenjia, dared to do only a few illegal hooks, and lose money to set things right in many cases. Only, when she saw a familiar name, Lu Shirhan was frowning. Chan Ping? It's that homeroom teacher of Li Wenjia's class, right? Seeing this, Lu Shirhan pondered. Ding! Upgrade successful. Military pocket knife. Type, heirloom. Level, 20. Damage, 50. Movement speed bonus, 20%. Attack speed, fast. Attack distance, very short. Special skills, none. Upgrade requirements, merit medal X1. Upgrade complete. Just see that nothing else has changed with this upgrade, other than the damage boost. And I wonder, what level is the next shift bonus going to be? Xiao Yun thought silently inwardly. The next upgrade material for the knife is the merit medal, at 82,000 apiece. It's a lot more expensive than the other small golds. Getting to level 25 would require 16 merit medals, costing another 1,300,000. Short of money, really short of money. Xiao Yun grumbled and also opened his cell phone. I was just about to contact the girl who was selling the card when I saw that there was suddenly an additional friend request. Schoolgirl of the Imperial Department applied to be added as a friend. Seeing this nickname, Xiao Yun immediately twitched the corner of his eye. Chapter 59, Selling Kamehameha. Royal Schoolgirl, we have successfully added as friends. Now we can start chatting. Royal Schoolgirl, Xiao Yun, I've arrived home safely. Oh. Lu Shirhan used an anime character avatar with long black hair and a cold face. Xiao Yun was helpless. The difference between this avatar and his own temperament was too great, right? Lu Shirhan himself, hair slightly curly not to mention. The character is even more, and high cold imperial sister cannot relate. At most is a Japanese sweet girl. However, after looking at his Sasuke avatar, Xiao Yun also did not make any comments. The strongest man in the Uchiha family, who asked you? Royal Schoolgirl? Hey, don't you care about me? Don't you even act? The strongest man in the Uchiha family, well, busy. Xiao Yun silently replied and did not continue chatting with her. After all, he still had a bunch of big red and gold existing in the bounty treasure chest that he hadn't raised. When the time comes to evacuate the wave and raise these things, the money for the heirloom knife to level 50 should be there. Although the bounty detention was lucrative, Xiao Yun did not want to come back a second time for the time being. After all, it's too tiring, running back and forth between the two sides of the penalty area. Just the few steps taken at the entrance of the penalty area were almost exhausting Xiao Yun. Unless after arriving at Qingbei University, with the density of the forbidden zones in Jinghai City, it was estimated that there would be a situation where 2 or 3 forbidden zones would appear together in a pile. It can still be manipulated when the time comes. Unless, by the way, doesn't the Card Master's skill pack have a teleportation skill to it? Xiao Yun suddenly thought. He clearly remembered that there was such a skill pack in the SS rank skill store before. If only it was also like the Bounty Custody, where you are able to learn all the skills after unlocking it. Then he might be able to learn the Card Master's move to teleport all over the map as well. Using it in the game, Xiao Yun was able to directly search the administration building, teleport directly to the substation, search and then proceed to teleport, and put to use in reality. He's also able to teleport directly between the two zones, practicing seamless knife running. When you think about it that way, this skill is also a god skill. Hello, I'm coming. As Xiao Yun thought silently, the JK girl who had sold the card also appeared in front of him. She was seen pulling out the heavy collection of cards from her cub satchel, and then flipping to the location of Dam Zero. What kind of card are you getting this time? How much for the substation tech room? Xiao Yun asked directly. It's not that you don't want to buy the other cards, but cards like substation tech room, which comes with a big insurance policy, are more cost effective. After all, people in this world don't open big safes, and the substation tech room is the equivalent of one less supply point for the average person. It's going to be a little more expensive with this card, the card-selling girl said, also taking out a substation tech room. How much more expensive is it? Xiao Yun was a little nervous. After all, He's got 120,000 on him right now. It would be embarrassing if I couldn't afford it later. 90,000 apiece. Hearing this price, Xiao Yun froze once again. Thought it was more or less expensive. 90,000 apiece. That's not like giving it away for nothing. Only, seeing him freeze, the card-selling girl thought he thought the price was too high, hastily explaining, "Little brother, there are 2 servers in this card, and the table swipes some electronic-type supplies, too, and some people have picked up wide-angle lenses. It's easy to make back the money. 90,000 apiece is already 10% below the exchange price. I'll make a 5% commission money, otherwise I'd be losing money if I sold it to the exchange. How about an auspicious price? 88,000? Before Xiao Yun could say anything, the card-selling girl stared at him with a pitiful look. "Please, buy my card. Buy. I'll buy." Xiao Yun sighed helplessly. It's not like he said he wouldn't buy it, and the girl even cut herself another one. "It's how afraid you are that you won't be able to sell these cards. Thank you, you're such a sweetheart." With that, the other party also handed Xiao Yun the card. "By the way, what's your name? Just call me my. If you didn't tell me, I would have thought it was my Xiaowen." Xiao Yun thought silently inwardly. At this point, however, the key card to the substation tech room arrived. Xiao Yun also did not stop for much longer and directly walked towards warehouse number 9. Master? Just got to the door of warehouse 9. Xiao Yun then saw a familiar figure running towards him. The last ban has just ended, only to see Lu Xueqing wearing 3 heads and 4 armors at this time, holding a PTR-32 in her hand, with a face of excitement. Master, I've finally succeeded in taking over my body by following the method you told me. And I've accomplished 500,000 evacuations on my own. There's no need to worry about a guaranteed spot now. Lu Xueqing said as she showed Xiao Yun the loot in her backpack, only to see all blue items inside, with a few occasional purple items. Most of all, it was the 2 rifles hanging from the backpack, AG-3, and August, plus a PTR-32 in hand. The 3 guns were not modified, but together they added up to a price of $150,000. Together with the supplies in the backpack, it was just enough to get past the 500,000 evacuation. Not bad. Keep it up. Xiao Yun smiled faintly and was also happy for her getting to eat. In fact, Xiao Yun had sensed where this young girl's talent lay from the very beginning. She entered the forbidden zone single-handedly every time and managed to evacuate surprisingly often. Put in this world, most people can't even evacuate 1,000 handfuls of times. She's properly a rat holy body but that could be because she usually studies well. After all, most of the people in the restricted area can't even recognize a map. As for Lu Xueqing, she was able to steadily test at the top of her grade, so it was clear that her understanding of forbidden zones was beyond the vast majority of people. Boss Jian, found it. Boss Sun, that's her. And just as the 2 were talking, the 3 uninvited guests were also walking slowly towards the 2. Shit, you're the one who fucked us in the administration building last time, aren't you? You little shit. Jiang Sun rubbed his fists together, anger written all over his face. In the middle of the last matchup, the trio had gotten up quite a bit of gear and were ready to pounce on the administration building. However, Prison University didn't run into it. Other teams didn't run into it, but they ran into Lu Xueqing, whose birthpoint was at the entrance of the West building. Lu Xueqing was also calmly analyzing the information of the 3's footsteps, taking advantage of the fact that they thought no one was there and started to separate to search, and disassembled the 1-2-3 into 3 1-2-1s. Moreover, with the help of the leg sweep that he had learned from Xiao Yun, he had also easily taken over 3 people. Why are you blaming me for your own carelessness? Lu Xueqing spat out her tongue, surprisingly unafraid in the face of these 3 muscle-bound men. You little brat. Jiang Sun was so angry that he just wanted to give her a hand to grab and scare her. However, with a glance, he saw Xiao Yun standing next to him. You're the high school kid. At the first sight of Xiao Yun, Jiang Sun immediately looked like he had seen a ghost. His 2 team members also scratched their ears at once and turned their heads away in embarrassment, as if this matter was not related to them. What are you doing? Xiao Yun asked suspiciously. For these 3, he certainly had an impression. A couple of bombs at the dam pull point killed these 3 earlier, and picked up a military missile computer from them. And with the 3 of them being so muscular, it would be hard for Xiao Yun to forget. Nothing. Seeing Xiao Yun, Jiang Sun immediately lost some of his energy. Before, Wang Chang had warned them to be careful of this high school student. After meeting inside the penalty area, Jiang Sun also understood Wang Chang's meaning at once. If you mess with this, you won't be able to have a good time in the forbidden zone in the future. By the way, that missile computer of yours, did you turn it into GTI? Jiang Sun suddenly asked. Chapter 60, so exaggerated. A military missile computer? What's it going to GTI for? Hearing Jiang Sun's words, Xiao Yun was however a bit puzzled. You can either research and study this stuff yourself or take it and sell it. Isn't it a loss to turn it into GTI for free? What? Master, you acquired a military missile computer? When Lu Xueqing, who was next to her, heard this, she was instantly very surprised as well. This caused Xiao Yun to be somewhat puzzled at once. This thing is no more than a $100,000 chink in the armor. Is it? Lu Xueqing a handful of 500,000 have brought out 100,000 things even if it is worth money, but not so surprised into this? Master, don't you know? Know what? Xiao Yun was instantly puzzled. Military materials like military missile computers are going to be famous if you can bring them out of a restricted area. This thing is a necessary strategic material for the big battlefield, and it's very rare, but supply can't spell consumption in the big battlefield. For military missile computers, I remember that if you turn in a GTI, you get 100,000 in prize money alone, and if your GTI segment is below gold, it's directly upgraded to gold, and above gold it's upgraded by one small segment. If you can bring out this thing, you'll be the headline in Hebei City tomorrow. Master, you're going to be famous, Lu Xueqing said, and her eyes were filled with admiration. He did not expect that Xiao Yun, who had only been running the knife for a day, would be able to bring out this level of supplies. Is it that much of a stretch? And when Xiao Yun heard these words, he was instantly somewhat surprised. Military missile computers, in his case, are already considered very, very small gold. I didn't realize that this alone was worth far more than I thought. Then, if one of his military drones pulls out at that time, he must not directly scare the death of the North Sea City GTI official. You're lucky to get out of that one. Jiang Sun sighed. To be honest, that thing was opened by me, but my words, I guess it's hard to bring it out. Indeed, Boss Jiang is right. At our level, there's a good chance we drop that thing in the restricted area. Anyway, as long as it's brought out, it's all a contribution to the great battlefield of the Dragon Kingdom. At this time, Jiang Sun's few people also had their patterns open. By then, they were pretty much depleted. If it was on them, they would probably run into a macho on the way out of the evacuation and just take it down for them. Alright, I didn't realize this thing had such a high value, Xiao Yun said indifferently. Wait for me to look into it. There's no rush to give it to GTI yet. Well, that's up to you too, Jiang Sun said, and also took his two brothers away. And Lu Xueqing, who was next to him, was also very worried. Master, are you really not going to turn it in? I'd turn it in if I could, but now's not the time. Ha? Why? Facing Lu Xueqing's question, Xiao Yun did not tell her what he thought. After all, any sane person in their place wouldn't let go of this opportunity to become famous. Only when I think of the sentence "beware of GTI" that Xiao Qingtian said earlier, Xiao Yun then felt that he still had to be cautious about many things. Without further ado, Lu Xueqing, I'll go into the picture first. Aha! I'll go to the exchange and sell some stuff first, Lu Xueqing said, waving goodbye. Remember our agreement. I'll buy you dinner tonight. You have entered Dam Zero. Current location, underneath Dam Zero Administration Building East. This burst, average. Time to end this game, 29 minutes, 55 seconds. Hint, please complete the evacuation before time runs out. A new round of matchmaking begins. As this time, instead of fighting a losing streak, we're evacuating to collect the food. Xiao Yun was also planning to search openly to see if he could find something good. I didn't expect to be so lucky with this one. Being born directly at the junction of the East Building and the parking lot, next to the blue car manhole cover. Without much thought, Xiao Yun also headed straight for the big insurance. With this matchup, he'd have to at least eat his way through the administration building, then go to the substation and swipe both keycards. Better make $1 million or so, just enough to upgrade the heirloom knife as well. I had originally planned to sell the big red in the bounty chest and just upgrade the heirloom, but after hearing Lu Xueqing's explanation earlier, he too decided to stay a little longer. Get moving. After formulating the route for this turn, Xiao Yun's map of Dam Zero immediately appeared in his mind. In the next second, he made a power thrust and rushed right into the middle of the administrative precinct. Meanwhile, on the other side, aboard the ship Ocean Spectrum, Levanti and two escorts sat in the lounge, morale very low. By now the traffic had been lifted and there were a lot more people running knives inside the penalty area. Li Wenzel was also unable to eat the whole map alone with pleasure like before. What to do? The highest we've gotten this afternoon is the 400,000 evacuation from the official team we met earlier. If we don't finish the 500,000 evacuation today, there's no hope for a guaranteed spot tomorrow. Li Wenji pulled his hair like a madman, his expression very painful. Obviously so much effort has been made. Why is it still not working? Xiao Yun, who had restrained himself, had found a way to avoid it. Everything that could be used to evacuate for $500,000 was used. Why is it that even at this point, we are still one step away from reaching our goal? Levanti couldn't quite figure it out. Don't worry, boss. The classified mode in Longbow Creek Valley hasn't been refreshed yet today. There's still a chance for everything. Yeah, when the classified difficulty is refreshed, we'll be sure to take you hard. The two escorts comforted. At this point in time, they were also feeling somewhat helpless. Having once taken on so many missions in the Dragon Kingdom, he had never encountered such a tricky situation. These handfuls were successfully evacuated though, and the two made back a bit of their previous losses. But it's still a long way from accomplishing the goal. What's more, the two have already bombed the single twice. At this point it has to be evacuated with 900,000 Levanti to complete the mission. Roll, all of you. To Dolu. Just when Li Wenji just wanted to get angry, the cell phone ringtone was suddenly ringing. He took out his cell phone, and when he saw the three words Jiang Kursen, he was suddenly a little surprised. Hello? Why are you calling me all of a sudden? Sis? Brother? I'm ready to return home. Get ready to greet me with gifts. Jiang Kursen is Li Wenji's own sister. Only by taking their mother's last name, the two were easily misunderstood from a young age. Gifts? Gifts your ass. Your brother is worried sick right now. What's happening to you here? Gee, things are too complicated for you to understand. We're not going to hire two of our Lighthouse State escorts here and still end up not being able to complete the 500,000 evacuation and be on the verge of failing to get a guaranteed spot. Are we? The caller laughed slightly. And hearing this, Li Wenji's face was instantly a bit shocked. It was only logical that his own sister, who was studying abroad, should not know about these situations. How can you say it with such precision? You guessed? Of course not. Or what do you think I'm doing back home all of a sudden? The caller suddenly laughed. Material, Horn's wall decoration. Rarity, purple. Price, 17,348. Material, pirate scimitar. Rarity, purple. Price, 21,772. Oh yo! Bull dagger. Xiao Yun, who had finished opening the two large insurance policies in the manager's room of the East Building, said so. P.S. Today is still 3 shifts. The reason will be posted later and the author has something to say. To give you all a dip? I wish you all happy every day. Chapter 61 Substation Technical Rooms. No wonder no one buys these key cards. See the bullhorn plus dagger combo coming out of the large safe in the manager's room on the east floor. Xiao Yun also sighed. This was the normal burst rate of Pu Dam. But the good thing is that the access card for the manager's room in this east building only costs 25,000 apiece. And it can be opened 20 times on normal difficulty. So even if it's a handful of bullhorns it's still enough to make a profit. In this handful of matchups, Xiao Yun searched the entire administration building. However, the burst rate is back to what it was at the beginning. How the search is green and how the search is white. It's hard to even get a small blue or purple out. Could it be because of the small number of people? Xiao Yun thought silently inwardly. It was about 5 p.m. when I entered the map. At this point in time, many people had already gone to eat, and the entire Dam Zero was very quiet. Even in the administration building, Xiao Yun had only encountered a rat who was running a knife. Only just one look at him and the next second he was killed by machine. After Xiao Yun had finished clearing the entire building of machine, he did not hear any movement around him. North Harbor should be considered one of the more popular entrances to the Forbidden Zone. Are there even so few people? Xiao Yun felt somewhat helpless. Sure enough, if you want a high burst rate, you still have to go to a big city. 2 maps in particular, Spaceflight and Bakshi, are classified at the lowest difficulty level. If you come across top secret spaceflight and don't go in with war preparations, it's going to be a crazy cool meal. Unlike this regular Zero Dam, half a day's search is going to starve the rat out. But it's good that there's no one. Just happened to have just opened the battle log. This one is just right for more searching and evacuating with more supplies. Xiao Yun thought silently inwardly. Just before this matchup came in, Xiao Yun had also opened GTI's battle record function in advance. Once this feature is turned on, 20 consecutive battles in the back will be recorded. And keeping track of war serves several purposes. One is to record the value of materials at the time of evacuation. When the evacuation is successful, the GTI software will automatically detect the supplies carried on the body and calculate the total value. Xiao Yun would need at least $1 million to secure a guaranteed place at Qingbei University. And the other thing it does is earn segment points based on performance. The current Xiao Yun didn't have one, and the segment was only the lowest Black Iron 5. That said, was there a Black Iron segment in the game in my previous life? It seems like the minimum is Bronze 3. Could it be that because the people in this world are too good at cooking, another separate segment has been carved out, and 5 segments have been specifically set? Xiaoyun thought silently, but suddenly made an unexpected discovery. When was there a gap here? He had just come out of the manager's office and onto the easternmost aisle. I was just about to leave here and head to the substation to see if there was any good stuff to brush up on in the tech room. After all, I just bought the room card, so I'm not opening it for nothing. And just then, Xiaoyun realized that a gap had appeared on the ground leading to the dark door at some point. Xiaoyun approached and saw that going down from here would just land him in the equipment receiving room. Could this be what the previous GTI announcement said, that the map has changed? Xiaoyun thought silently inwardly. Walking further, Xiaoyun realized that an underground passage had unexpectedly appeared on the first floor of the east building. He was about to go down to check it out when a macho voice came from inside. Who's sneaking around? Upon hearing this voice, Xiaoyun instantly began to be on guard, because it wasn't the voice of a normal Jigo, it was that of a fire-breathing soldier. This thing does a ridiculously high amount of damage per second, and the flames can do multiple damage after attaching to the body. Even the top experts are prone to the possibility of a rollover if they are not paying attention. There's always a few desperate ones looking for trouble, the Spitfire said, his footsteps getting closer. Xiaoyun, on the other hand, did not dare to be careless and hastily threw a flashbang when the opponent was about to reach the corner, followed by C4 and grenades being fired at the same time. Drip 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 bang bang bang. A series of explosions rang out, and the oil canisters on the Spitfire's body exploded directly. It's burning me. Can't. It's so hot. The Spitfire screamed and soon fell in flames. Hearing that he had lost his voice, Xiaoyun was also finally relieved. This damn Zero, when did it become so dangerous? There are rocket soldiers on the second floor, fire-breathing soldiers on the negative floor, and the possibility of brushing the jail big. How bad would this be if anyone else came? Xiaoyun did not think much and quickly searched the underground area of the administrative district. The east building here connects to the west building, with some low burst rate supply points in between, and a computer. Material, information, design drawings. Rarity, gold. Price, 67,964. Xiaoyun didn't expect that he hadn't searched anything in the entire administration building. Instead, a small gold opened up in the computer in this underground area. One more computer is one more chance. Okay, I'll keep this place in mind. Xiaoyun thought silently inwardly. If we attack the administration building afterward, this underground passage may work wonders. Come on, something strong. Xiaoyun came to the substation. Without saying a word, just shoot the rocket soldier upstairs first. Xiaoyun didn't know how many times he had been killed by this thing in his previous life. Every time, I was just about to enter the main substation building when the thing came out of nowhere. One shot, and you're straight up with a big cripple and a broken arm and a broken leg, coupled with the fact that there was also a shield soldier and an ordinary soldier inside. This back and forth attack. Xiaoyun had died here at least 10 times in his previous life when he was playing with the Weilong running blade. Defeating the rocket soldier, Xiaoyun directly turned on the powered exoskeleton without saying a word, followed by a jet propulsion that was to charge inside the administration building. When he encountered Brother Machine and Brother Shield on the road, Xiaoyun also directly took them away with a single slash, without the slightest bit of procrastination. Coming to the second floor, he didn't search the other containers first, and went straight to the windowsill where the Rocketeer had died, then peeked through the glass window of the tech room to see what was inside. It's also a little trick of the game that all rooms that require a swipe, as long as they have glass, you can see outside the glass if there's something swiped on the table. However, at this look, Xiaoyun was instantly overwhelmed. Just a white room card, lying quietly on the table in the tech room. I'm going. Out comes the room card. Xiaoyun hurriedly twisted his head and ran back to the entrance of the substation technical room, then swiped his card to enter. Material, Eastern District Suspension Bridge Keycard. Rarity, gold. Price, 148,400. East End Drawbridge. Xiaoyun hurriedly put the key card away in the security box. This thing, it's a must-have key card for hitting space. The space base map is relatively special, although the birth points are scattered around the map, but the high resource points are all concentrated in the middle of the core area. The 3 birth points in the east, on the other hand, are the equivalent of 1,000 soldiers crossing a wooden bridge since there is only one passage to reach the central area, and there is also a group of people swiping on that passage. Refreshing at this kind of birth point is no different from going to jail, and is also jokingly referred to by players as the jail bit. The birth point furthest away from the passage, and the one with the lowest survival rate, is known as the jailer's big bit, while the other 2 are called jailers 2 and jailers 3. While the boss of the administrative precinct, Saeed, is also known as jail big, the 2 are diametrically opposed in meaning. One is too powerful to be called a jailbird, and one is too jailbird to be called a jailbird. However, with the key card of the East End Suspension Bridge, things would be different. Simply swipe your card to open the East Side Drawbridge, and you'll be transformed into the number one fastest seat from the black room in the core. The black market has countless high-resource material points and even a staircase that leads straight to the president's room in the center. So with the East End Drawbridge card, jailbait instantly becomes the number one spot in the president's room. Only, when he saw the price of the East District Drawbridge, Xiao Yun was suddenly stunned. $148,000? Is the system missing a zero? Shit. Forgot that key cards in this world aren't worth anything. Xiao Yun suddenly woke up and said, after all, there are no key packs or safety deposit boxes in this world. If you can't evacuate, you'll fall inside after one brush. The original 1,480,000 key card, according to the price of one swipe, is not 1,480,000. Forget it, keep the card for yourself. Xiao Yun sighed. Chapter 62 Bounty on Vegetables. Evacuation successful. Duration, 27 minutes and 59 seconds. Council harvest, 823,048. After coming out of the substation, Xiao Yun searched again for small substations, cement factories, even the birds' nests on the road were all emptied for him. Before evacuating, another search of the visitors' center was done. However, the results of this search were unsatisfactory. The proceeds of this handful only totaled 820,000. Most of them were small blues and purples, with the few gold coins still coming from gunfire negotiating the kills of minions. And after completing this evacuation, Xiao Yun's GTI record changed. Name, Xiao Yun. Affiliation, Hebei City Branch, Yunhai Province, Dragon Kingdom. Total battle, 1. Evacuation rate, 100%. Value brought out, 823,04K. Game record, hidden. Level, Black Iron 5-inch. Looking at the updated battle results, Xiao Yun also nodded his head silently. For $800,000, taking the guaranteed spot should be enough too. Or should we go a little more steady and make $1 million out of it? Forget it, if I really make $1 million out of it, I guess I'll have people watching again. Xiao Yun thought silently inwardly. It is important to realize that the most important thing to avoid in running a knife is being noticed. Xiao Yun had already been very unassuming with his string of actions today. If it was known again that he had $1 million a trip to the Forbidden Zone and $1 million a trip to the Forbidden Zone, he would not be targeted to death. Except for now, that's not even the main thing. Most importantly, it was that Xiao Yun had finally completed the 12 consecutive defeats of the bounty custodian to close the dish. Sure enough, as soon as you open your system backpack, the bounty chest displays an openable message. However, Xiao Yun was not careless. First, he went to the exchange and emptied the entire safe deposit box of little blue and purple and gold. Except for little red, who didn't sell. Everything else that could be sold was sold. The last put up $820,000 in supplies and sold it for $720,000 after tax. With the money left over from before, the card is just shy of $750,000. Only after doing all this did Xiao Yun open the bounty treasure chest. Alert, the bounty chest has been opened. Top secret servers, reinforced carbon fiber plates, respirators and other items have been placed in the security box. Total value, 722,2903. Upon hearing the system beep, Xiao Yun immediately sucked in a breath of cool air. In one fell swoop, we made over $7 million. Carbon fiber plates, top secret servers. These two big reds seem to have very few records of appearances. If this is sold, it's definitely worth more than $2 million apiece. Looking at the items opened from the bounty treasure chest, Xiao Yun thought silently inwardly. After all, in this world of universal knife running, even a dryer bringing up an experimental data would be a news headline the next day. Not to mention this pile of big reds from Xiao Yun. If the news was released, it would at least shock the nation. Only, at this time, Xiao Yun was suffering from a lack of sales channels. After all, there's no record of the transaction on the exchange, and none of these big reds know who they're being sold to. And to say that it will be handed over to GTI, Xiao Yun is afraid that they will be inappropriate people. Don't get to the point where you think the average person doesn't understand the value of Big Red, and it would be hilarious to just give a few tens of thousands of dollars plus an award to get rid of it. What's the best way to get cash for all this stuff? Xiao Yun looked at the contents of the safety box and was also a bit worried. After the bounty chest is opened, the Big Red takes up a lot of space in the backpack. The two 3x3 Big Reds take up 18 frames of space straight away, plus a couple other reds, and the two small reds that were opened earlier, as well as the coffee beans and drones that came out of the last longbow, and the military missile computers that came out of the previous one. A 100-compartment safety box takes up a full 30 compartments. Right now, Xiao Yun hadn't unlocked the warehouse, and the heirloom knife had only just risen to level 20. These things take up space if you don't sell them, and turning them into GTI, I think, might be risky. Maybe someone else had the same experience? After all, it's been so many years, there must be a lot of people bringing out the big stuff. Not to bring out the big red, but at least the experimental data will bring out a little. Thinking of this, Xiao Yun also took out his cell phone and started searching for the keyword experimental data. Sure enough, immediately I saw a couple of messages from people asking questions. Title, what to do when a newbie runs a knife for the first time and brings up experimental data. Title, just freshman year. The system roll running knife results and accidentally bring out the experimental data. How to do? Title, I found a lab data inside my son's room. What should I do with it? Please? All these questions, all of them smell strongly of pretense. Xiao Yun was a bit helpless. Were these people really brought out or fake? But the truth of the questioner is irrelevant. What matters is the answer below. Xiao Yun didn't think much about it and casually found a point and went in. Anonymous user, thanks for the invitation. It's better if you bring out the experimental data or just hand it over to GTI. You can get a generous bounty, and if the information in it is valuable, it might even help Dragon State science and technology progress. Anonymous user, it's useless to keep this in your hands if you're a regular person, so you might as well just give it to GTI. See only. Most of the comments are talking about giving things directly to GTI. However, such a neat reply, which were still all anonymous users, was something that Xiao Yun could not help but feel a little skeptical about. This couldn't be a comment from GTI's own hired mercs, could it? Thinking of this, Xiao Yun also stopped looking at Gaozhan to reply. Instead, I just clicked on sort by time, and the newest few comments were really different. Big Face Cat QWQ, what's up with the high praise comments? Isn't it a pure loss of money to just turn this stuff into GTI? Owner, take it from me. It's best to find a local auction house and put this stuff up for auction. Poor Tom, this is the kind of high-value material that even if you submit it to GTI they won't study it properly. Just kidding, they're just a local organization that manages the cadres. How would they know about technology? At the end of the day, it's still not resold at a high price to the Dragon Academy of Science, or some other tech company for research. You might as well just sell it directly to the Dragon Academy of Science. They'll give a reasonable price, so that the middlemen don't have to make a difference in price. Grandpa Cow against all odds, National Material Underground Auction House, Private Exchange, Black Market, Contact, XXXXXXXX. Seeing the latest few comments, Xiao Yun immediately frowned. According to them, GTI turned out to be just a second-timer. Low prices are charged for high-level materials turned in by cadres, which are subsequently sold at high prices to science academies and technology companies. Looks like Dad was right about being careful with the GTI. Only, GTI does more than that. For sure, Xiao Yun thought silently inwardly. How much money would one lose going out if he or she just turned them into GTI? And it just so happens that the comment section underneath this question is full of auction house contact information. Xiao Yun casually added one, and after the other party briefly inquired about the area, he directly sent the address. 3rd floor of the Ocean Spectrum liner? Ha! Isn't this the location of that restricted area in Longbow Creek Valley? Seeing this address, Xiao Yun was also very surprised. I didn't realize that the underground exchange in Haibei City was right next to the Forbidden Zone. Only, it's not going to be dangerous, is it? Xiao Yun frowned. According to GTI's regulations, it is against the law to trade materials privately, while no penalties will be handed out. They are not officially protected either. If the private transaction encountered renegotiation, the goods are not the right board and so on, you can only accept the bad luck. Forget it, let's not risk it. Xiao Yun thought silently inwardly. This kind of underground trading house itself wanders in the gray area, and when the time comes to be blackmailed, it's over. Since the Academy of Sciences also accepts it, it's better to find a way to submit it directly to the Dragon Academy of Sciences. Xiao Yun said and also inquired about the URL of the Dragon Academy of Science. P.S. 4 shifts of 10,000 words will resume from tomorrow. Chapter 63 The Dragon Academy of Sciences. Dragon Academy of Science, dedicated to the cutting-edge field of global science and technology, targeting the core battlefield of economic development, responding to the major strategic needs of the Dragon Kingdom, and taking the lead in reaching a leap forward in science and technology. Opening the official website of the Academy of Sciences, Xiao Yun was the first to see such a slogan, worthy of being the Dragon Academy of Science. The pattern came up at once. Xiao Yun sighed inwardly. Not one of the slogans on this homepage mentions no-go zones, but they contain them everywhere. In this era of no-go zones merging with reality and running knives for all, whether it's cutting-edge technology or economic development, it's already deeply tied to the Forbidden Zone. The world's many academies of science are the intermediary institutions that connect the technology of the Forbidden Zone with the technology of reality. The Dragon Academy of Sciences is one of the most authoritative and influential academies in the Dragon Kingdom. Selling high-level materials directly to the National Academy of Sciences is definitely the best way to handle it. Xiao Yun thought silently inwardly. According to the information he had previously found out, the Dragon Academy of Science had been acquiring large quantities of special materials from the Forbidden Zone, especially for precious materials of red quality and above. The purchase price is only higher than the market price. Not to mention, selling supplies to the Dragon Academy also helps the development of science and technology in the Dragon Kingdom and the world. Therefore, Xiao Yun no longer hesitated and directly clicked on Contact Us on the homepage, and then immediately jumped to a special interface. Address, Xiqing District, Jinghai City XXXX. Contact number XXXX. Contact email XXXX. Unsurprisingly to Xiao Yun, the Dragon Academy of Science was located in Jinghai City. When I opened the map, it was even right next to Qingbei University. Thus, Xiao Yun simply edited an email saying that he had red quality forbidden area materials that he wanted to sell, and attached his contact information, sending it directly to the mailbox of the Dragon Academy of Science. I just sent it out and immediately received an email reply. Dragon Academy of Science, your email has been received and staff will respond within 30 to 60 business days. I can't believe it's going to take 30 days for a response. What a busy staff at the National Academy of Sciences. Xiao Yun sighed. And seeing this, he was in no hurry. Anyway, the guaranteed places in Qingbei and so on come out tomorrow, and there are still about 2 months to go before the college entrance exam. When the college entrance exams ended in 2 months, Xiao Yun would be able to go to Jinghai City to personally visit the National Academy of Sciences during the summer vacation. Although the address was known, it was definitely difficult for ordinary people to enter such a place. However, Xiao Yun believed that when he pulled out a top-secret server at that time, someone would definitely help him lead the way. Buzz. Right at this moment, Xiao Yun's cell phone suddenly vibrated. When he opened it, it was a message from Lu Shueqing, asking him what he wanted to eat at night. Thought the National Academy of Sciences wrote back so quickly. Xiao Yun sighed. It seemed that he had overthought things, but looking at the time, it was also time for dinner. It's done. Let's eat first. In the evening, Xiao Yun arrived at Lu Shueqing's home. He completely did not expect that when Lu Shueqing said she wanted to invite for dinner, she did not go to an outside restaurant, but invited herself to be a guest at her home. Master, you're here. Sit down. Only Lu Shueqing, wearing an apron, was busy in the kitchen. What Xiao Yun did not expect was that Lu Shihan was also in the middle of the kitchen, helping to prepare dinner. Why are you here? Seeing Lu Shihan, Xiao Yun was instantly a bit surprised. What? I can't come? Lu Shihan's small mouth was a little irritated. Shihan has helped us so much. Of course I invited her over too. Lu Shueqing turned back towards Xiao Yun with a faint smile, but in order to prevent the shredded pork with green peppers in the pot from frying, she did not say too much and hurriedly turned back to stir fry. Alright, Shihan. You go and chat with Xiao Yun. I'll just be busy here. Smelling the gusts of fragrance wafting from the kitchen, Xiao Yun also felt a wave of warmth that he had not felt in a long time. In this world, he had always followed his father. Growing up, every day I either went out to eat or made some instant noodles at the family kiosk. Only occasionally when Xiao Qingtian caught 2 fish would he cook them at home. However, Xiao Yun didn't like to eat it. The fishy odor was too heavy. Say, Padawan, aren't your parents home? Xiao Yun asked. Well, they're not. Lu Shueqing replied with a faint sentence. Seeing that she was busy, Xiao Yun did not disturb her. Lu Shueqing's family lives in a somewhat remote location, a 2-bedroom floor room in a neighborhood on the edge of the suburb of Haibei City, and it is also obvious from the decoration of her home that her family should not be very well off financially. Xiao Yun also found it hard to blame her for taking the risk of traveling to the Forbidden Zone and being so careful in it when she was clearly doing so well in her studies. But at her evacuation rate, it's quite an improvement for the family. Xiao Yun, don't talk about your family with Shueqing. Lu Shihan gently elbowed him and said as low as she could. Yukari's parents, who left her a long time ago, have always lived with her grandmother. And just last year, her grandmother became very ill and had to stay in the hospital. Hearing this, Xiao Yun was also shocked in his heart. I didn't expect Lu Shueqing, the grade 1 school bully, to have such a complicated situation at home. If Xiao Yun had known this earlier, he should have given her more of the supplies from that handful today. However, it is better to teach a man to fish than to teach him to fish. Xiao Yun had taught Lu Shueqing some knife-running techniques, which was a disguised way of helping her. Okay, everyone, let's eat. Lu Shueqing finally prepared the last dish and greeted the two of them as they sat down. Yummy. Just as soon as he moved his chopsticks, Xiao Yun gave a thumbs up. He couldn't praise Lu Xueqing's cooking skills enough. In particular, a braised beef dish made him, who ate instant noodles every day, feel as if he had come to a peach feast in the immortal world. Master, I'm really thankful to you today. Without you I probably wouldn't have made that much money in a year. Especially the running knife mine technique you taught me. It really is a little bit of everything. I don't know how to thank you, but I'm pretty good at cooking, so I thought of inviting you to my house. I was afraid it wouldn't be to your taste, but I'm relieved to see that you like it. Lu Xueqing said and also gave Xiao Yun a piece of braised beef in his bowl. If you like it, I can make it for you every day. Oh, is that really okay? Lu Xueqing replied with a red face. Lu Shurhan, who was next to her, however, suddenly glared at Xiao Yun. Hey, don't let Yukari Tian trouble ya. Ahem. Yes and yes. Xiao Yun smiled awkwardly, and inwardly felt some pity. When I think about how I used to just eat different flavors of instant noodles every day for a change, what kind of life was that? What a blessing it would be to have such a delicious meal every day. Hey, Xiao Yun. Lu Shurhan picked up a chopstick of shredded pork with green pepper and stuffed it into Xiao Yun's bowl without refusal. Thank you for helping me with the 600,000 evacuation today. 2. I'll keep an eye on the situation on Li Wenzel's side. Based on his current results, the highest he's ever recorded was 400,000 evacuations, far short of the target for a guaranteed spot, so we can rest easy for now. Hearing this, Xiao Yun also nodded his head silently, though he had no interest in other people's business. However, since they were going to the same university, it was better to be classmates with Lu Xueqing and Lu Shurhan. It can't be helped, after all, that Li Wenzel is just too retarded. By then, if he breaks into any trouble, he will also be corrupting the reputation of Haibei City. By the way, what's that running sword mine technique of yours? Teach me one too? Just then, Lu Shurhan suddenly opened her mouth and asked, Good fellow, the figure is poor, isn't it? Chapter 64, The bigger the storm, the more expensive the fish. Lu Shurhan, I'm confused. Your family is clearly not short of money and the guaranteed spot is taken. Why are you still thinking about the forbidden zone? Night. Xiao Yun and Lu Shurhan arrived at the entrance of Warehouse 9 and asked in a very puzzled manner. Previously, when they had dinner at Lu Xueqing's house, Lu Shurhan had asked Xiao Yun about the running knife heart technique. It was only that Xiao Yun did not explain it to her at that time, thinking that it was all something inadequate. As a result, he didn't expect big schoolgirl Lu to be unusually persistent, and had to pester himself to teach her. So it was that the two of them also arrived at the entrance to the restricted area of Warehouse 9 after eating. Lu Xueqing, on the other hand, was packing up her things at home, and when she heard that she had to visit her grandmother in the hospital in the evening, she didn't come along with her. What are you talking about? I didn't just come to the forbidden zone for the sake of bailing out, Lu Shurhan said, only to see that she hadn't seen her in a while, but she had changed her look again. The black drawstring waist suit, wide leg pants and loose pleated white shirt with long slightly curled black hair looks a little light, and the only thing that remained the same was the big black bow at the neckline. Xiao Yun couldn't help but sigh. Rich people are really good. So many beautiful clothes a day. You're not in it for the bonding credentials. Are you in it for the love of it? Xiao Yun was puzzled. There was originally a slight hint of sarcasm in his words. After all, for people in this world, entering the forbidden zone could really be playing with their lives. Although it can be resurrected, the pain suffered in the midst of the forbidden zone cannot be avoided. One mistake can leave permanent and incurable mental scars. Just like when foreigners come to the dragon state, they will have an emergency when they hear the sound of fireworks set off around them, which very much affects their life and work. However, what Xiao Yun did not expect was that Lu Shurhan was nodding her head in acknowledgement. You could say that. I do like the feel of the forbidden zone. Alright. Xiao Yun didn't dwell on this issue much. Currently, in his opinion, this big schoolgirl Lu had completely come to the forbidden zone to find excitement. Xiao Yun was not in a position to say much about this mentality. Each person who registers as a GTI cadre member and chooses to enter the restricted area has their own different reasons for doing so, and Xiao Yun's purpose was very simple, and that was to run the knife to make money. Let's go. It looks like there are a lot of people now. Go in and see if the burst rate will increase a bit. Most of the dryads work during the day and run knives in the restricted area on the side at night. So now, even though it was dark, there were more people in the restricted area than in the afternoon. This was good information for Xiao Yun. The more wind and waves, the more expensive the fish. The more people in the forbidden zone means the higher the explosive rate in it. So after everything was prepared, Xiao Yun took Lu Shurhan and entered the restricted area, and not long after the two had just entered, Li Wenjia's figure, too, slowly appeared at the entrance of Warehouse 9. Hey, Jiang Kurson, Are you sure you can evacuate with me for $500,000? Only to see that he didn't have 2 escorts with him on this visit. Instead, he brought a young girl in a Western-style aristocratic school uniform with short shawl hair. Only to see this young girl's outstanding temperament, especially a pair of peach blossom eyes, is very beautiful, with the tear mole in the corner of the eye is even more distinctive. The only regret is the height, which looks to be about 5 feet 5 inches, compared to Li Wenjie, who was a meter or so tall next to him. The two of them were only a year apart, but Jiang Kersen looked just like an elementary school student. Don't worry, this map of Dam Zero, I've run out 1,000,000 evacuations in the lighthouse state itself. Not to mention the fact that there's no one in this high base city that's a match for me. The reason your 2 escorts failed was because the play was too aggressive. Jiang Kersen analyzed it head-on. What do you know? You don't know what kind of people your brother met today. Never mind. You go on. Levanti sighed. Originally, he wanted to talk to Jiang Kersen about Xiao Yun, but thinking about it, there was no need for that. Wouldn't he look like a piece of trash if he said he couldn't beat a classmate? Moreover, counting the time, Li Wenjie had not seen Xiao Yun for half a day. It is assumed that Xiao Yun has earned enough to evacuate 500,000 and retreat early. Then I can talk. Jiang Kersen pulled out a cyan-colored lollipop from her pocket, tore open the package and took it in her mouth. You said that the one who came to run the sword in High Base City didn't have much money and equipment on him in the first place, and on average a person would only have 30,000 war chests at most. You start with 5 sets. You start with 4 sets, and you can't get the cost back on the 3-stage bullets you hit. Not to mention trying to evacuate by killing 500,000 people. You're limited to the supplies you can bring out in the first place, and in the second place killing 10 people is only 300,000 at best. Searching for high supplies to wrestle a handful of luck is the right way to think. Hearing this, Li Wenjie was also silent for a while. If it was someone else who said that, that rebellious mind of his would definitely not think at all about whether it was divided into right and wrong, and would open his mouth to start retorting. But the person in front of him was his own sister, Jiang Kersen. She had been a genius-like existence since she was a child, learning whatever she could quickly, and her understanding of forbidden zones was even beyond normal. It was with this in mind that her family sent her to study in the Lighthouse State. After all, in the Lighthouse Kingdom, the capital city of Los Santos was able to enter the Forbidden Zone as soon as it reached the age of 16, a full 2 years before the Dragon Kingdom. There are even areas where it's more like 14 or 12 years old to enter a restricted area. And during these 2 years in the Lighthouse Country, Jiang Kersen's segment had even reached the same diamond level as the 2 escorts, even Diamond 3, a little higher than 2 escorts. Originally, Li Wenjie's family was expecting the appearance of such a forbidden genius. The old man Li Lei put his hopes on his children and grandchildren, hoping that someone would be able to lead the Li family to greater glory. Only, even though Jiang Kersen was so outstanding, this expectation was something that could not fall on her. After all, her last name was Jiang, and she was a woman. Although Li Wenjie's parents didn't think so, the entire family and group, including the old man, did. Okay, stop grinding and get in the picture. Jiang Kersen seemed to have sensed what Li Wenjie was thinking, and her expression suddenly became somewhat unhappy. She crossed her arms over her chest and strutted towards the restricted area with her eyes closed. You have entered Dam Zero. Current location, northwest of Dam Zero substation. This burst, average. Time to end this game, 26 minutes, 49 seconds. Hint, please complete the evacuation before time runs out. Enter the restricted area. Xiao Yun glanced around. It was a good location. The administrative precinct is in the front and the substation is in the back. Whether you're going to the administration building or the substation, this is the #1 spot. Only, since this wasn't the first map to go in, it doesn't rule out the possibility that someone has already entered these 2 high-resource locations. Alright, Xiao Yun, can you tell me now? Lu Shurhan asked curiously as soon as she arrived. It was evident that she was very curious about the running knife mine technique that Lu Shueching had mentioned. Well, I'll keep it short then. Xiao Yun spoke as he walked slowly towards the substation. The most important ability in the Forbidden Zone is the ability to process information. What do you mean? Like, look over there, Xiao Yun said and pointed to the location of the northwest entrance of the substation. There was a security booth there, and an Asura soldier, too, was patrolling around. What does it say about a soldier here? Explain. Let's see. Lu Shurhan stroked her chin and pondered with slightly furrowed brows. What does that mean? Doesn't it mean there's a soldier here? Wrong. Xiao Yun threw a data flying dagger, and the Machine Brothers standing guard instantly received a boxed lunch. It means that no one in this matchup has ever gone in through this entrance, or else it would have been either him or this Asura soldier who died. Xiao Yun faintly explained. Oh, I seem to understand a bit when you say that. Lu Shurhan had just finished speaking when Xiao Yun was already changing into one of Brother Machine's raggedy equipment. and then threw an M870 spray to her. And at the same time, a gunshot came from the administration building. Okay, so let me ask you, what does it mean now that guns are going off in the administration building? Chapter 65, wrong. Guns are going off in the administration building, which means someone's going in there, receiving the M870. Lu Shirhan couldn't wait to answer. Originally, he thought that the answer would definitely be correct this time, but he did not expect Xiao Yun to shake his head. Wrong. How is it wrong again? Guns went off in the administration building, but did you hear the location of the shots? When Xiao Yun said this, Lu Shirhan immediately sucked in a mouthful of cool air. How could he even tell the difference? You know, the gunshot that just rang out was just a split second ago. In the administration building, there was the sound of 2 rounds going off. Lu Shirhan could only roughly hear a movement, but could not distinguish the location of the gunfire at all. I haven't really heard which position. Then I'll tell you that the gunfire just came from the parking lot outside the east building. And it wasn't from players, it was from Asura soldiers. You can even hear that? Hearing Xiao Yun's reply, Lu Shirhan was instantly somewhat dumbfounded. At this point she was too busy to manage her expression and her little mouth dropped open in surprise. The gunshot that just went off was clearly the sound of an unmodified M16. This weapon does not have a continuous fire mode, only single shot and triple shot modes. Unmodified. It is very difficult to control and cannot be handled by an untrained layman. Only some expert cadre of people with overly normal aiming abilities would choose to modify this gun for use. Most of the dryads who come to run knives in the restricted area of the North Sea City are not going to buy this gun, Xiao Yun explained. At the same time, he was leading Lu Shirhan into the substation through the northwest door. Just as soon as he came in, he looked towards where the Rocketeer was refreshed. Since Xiao Yun had just used his flying dagger to resolve the soldiers without making a sound, the machine buddies in the middle of the substation were also unaware of it. Xiao Yun then slowed down his pace and slowly approached towards the main building of the substation. Planned to wait for the position to be about right, then throw darts to tackle the rocket soldier overhead. But you're relying on that to determine that the gunfire in the parking lot wasn't a dry run? What if someone did start an M16? Lu Shirhan, who was following behind Xiao Yun, asked. Ugh, you don't have much enlightenment. Humph. Lu Shirhan was a little emotional, but she still honestly followed Xiao Yun. You say it or not, didn't you notice that the parking lot went silent after the 2 gunshots? In the face of Lu Shirhan's question, Xiao Yun was asking in return. You mean someone was killed by a soldier in the parking lot? Wrong. Still wrong? The parking lot of the East Building, an area densely populated by Asura soldiers, is an area where ordinary people are bound to encounter a large number of soldiers when they go in. Isn't that a dead end? There's also the possibility that the man ran away. Then I wasn't right. Lu Shirhan was so angry that she wanted to pick up Xiao Yun's arm and bite him. One is clearly right, only incompletely so. As a result, Xiao Yun was still wrong. How is it that you never seem to get it right from the beginning? Why was this Xiao Yun so exasperated when he spoke about things? Anyway, I've said all that. Did you get it? Understood, but only a little. So, you mean, to discern the enemy's position and actions based on the information around them? Wrong. How still wrong? It's not just about discernment. It's about anticipation. Do you know what that means? Hearing this, Lu Shirhan's silver teeth were about to clench. Discernment and prejudgment are clearly one and the same. Wouldn't being able to discern the enemy's position make it possible to anticipate the next move? One is clearly right. Is this Xiao Yun a stereotypical personality? Every time he says the wrong thing. Xiao Yun, you want to fight, don't you? Lu Shirhan's teeth ground with a thief's clatter as she pinched the back of Xiao Yun's neck. Xiao Yun stumbled and hastily rubbed the back of his neck. I didn't realize that Lu Shirhan's small hands were so cold despite her 37-degree body temperature. When that hand touched up, Xiao Yun almost thought that he had been shot in the back of his head. Ugh, look, big schoolgirl Lu, you're in a hurry again. Xiao Yun sighed lightly. At this point the two were successfully approaching the main substation building, and the rocket soldiers overhead just happened to be paying attention to the eastern entrance and didn't notice them. Well, you can explain afterward if you still don't understand, but I'm going to start searching hard. Fierce search? Lu Shirhan was puzzled by the word. Isn't it normal to slug it out? What the hell is a slam search? Something hot. Catch it. Just when Lu Shirhan was puzzled, her footsteps slowed, and the rocket soldiers overhead instantly noticed her presence. The rocket launcher in the hands of the bazooka immediately finished loading and instantly took aim at where she was. Done. Lu Shirhan raised M870 and just wanted to fight to the death. But I didn't expect the next second. Xiao Yun swung his right hand and a flying knife directly penetrated the rocket soldier's head. Let's go. Into the substation. Ha! Oh. Seeing this scene, Lu Shirhan froze a bit. This Xiao Yun, why did he use a move he couldn't understand again? You have entered Dam 0. Current location, east of the substation. This burst, average. Time to end this game, 25 minutes. 17 seconds. Hint, please complete the evacuation before time runs out. Meanwhile, on the other side, Li Wenjie and Jiang Kersen followed closely behind and entered the Dam 0. And not coincidentally, the location of their handful is also around the substation. Let's go. Search the substation. See only. Li Wenzel's equipment for this start also seems to be very economical. A set of 3 for no more than $50. 000. And even the helmet isn't even a hearing head. Add in a loaded single price 93R pistol with secondary ammo, and you don't get more than 100 grand all over your body. Originally Li Wenjie is not going to start so shabby equipment, at least have to come to a 4 sets with 3 bombs, but it is Jiang Kersen requirements. Jiang Kersen said that this was the best equipment for making money, and that the price/performance ratio was pulled full circle, although Li Wenjie is not convinced, but after all, counting on her to take himself $500,000 to evacuate, but also can only agree. Hold your horses for a moment and observe your surroundings. Jiang Kersen pulled out the lollipop with a boop, and then headed towards the northeastern part of the outskirts of the substation. There is a shelf in that location, and when you climb up you can observe the entire substation. Instead, Li Wenjie snorted when he saw this. What's there to observe? Wouldn't someone just fuck him? Are you stupid? We have enough equipment to fight anyone with this? Jiang Kersen sighed and continued. And there's only 2 of us. What if we run into a 3-man team? Yao! Jiang Kersen was very helpless. How did she get herself into such a little cutie? Brother? No wonder leading 2 diamond-rated escorts from the lighthouse states couldn't complete a $500,000 evacuation after days of fighting. Anyone else who encounters this kind of boss who doesn't think about anything and just thinks about attacking when he enters the map, who can stand it? Come on, let's go observe the rocketmen first. Said. Jiang Kersen was also leading Li Wenjie to the shelves in the northeastern part of the substation. Li Wenjie climbed up easily, while Jiang Kersen was small, and it took him a long time to get up. Seeing this scene, Li Wenjie's heart cooled halfway. This sister of hers, it seems like she's pretty reliable when you listen to the things she says, but the physicality can't keep up at all. Rocketeer's dead. This place should have been in. Jiang Kersen said, picking up the lollipop again, and as Li Wenjie fixed his eyes on the substation, there was indeed a pair of figures in the substation. It appeared to be a man and a woman, except that the woman quickly left the window, and when the figure of the man inside walked over to the second-floor windowsill and started licking the Rocketeer's bag, Li Wenjie immediately stared with wide eyes, his heart incomparably shocked. Shit, why this shit again? Chapter 66 Blade Servers. This one? Which one is this one? Jiang Kersen naturally saw Xiao Yun's figure, but as for this man, she didn't recognize him at all. Moreover, being far away and Jiang Kersen being somewhat nearsighted, it was even more difficult to even see each other's faces, and next to him, Li Wenjie looked as if he knew this person. You recognize? More than recognizing, the moment Li Wenjie saw Xiao Yun, his pent-up anger that had been building up for a day also suddenly erupted. This bee is a birth. He started squatting me at the evacuation point when the classified difficulty was refreshed early this morning. The original one I'd been able to evacuate for 500,000, and the 2 escorts are even more like 800,000 for one and about 1 million for the other. Yet just after pulling the gate from the administration building and preparing to evacuate from the dam evacuation point, I encountered this birth thing. He didn't know what kind of weapon he was using and gave us a burst. 3 sets of 5 all fell inside. Li Wenjie was just furious when he talked about Xiao Yun, while Jiang Kersen beside him listened. She didn't empathize with him. Instead, the more he listened, the more curious he became, and his eyes glazed over a bit as he listened. There are even more outrageous. The latter few I was looking for him specifically in order to seek revenge, but I didn't even go in the administration building, and I directly encountered Saeed being smashed by 3 shots. What's that got to do with him? Hearing this, Jiang Kersen was suddenly somewhat speechless. This old brother of his really can't do anything, but is the first to cause trouble. Why do you have to mess with someone who runs a knife normally? And being squatted and pissed off for a bit is even. You made a stupid mistake yourself and got fucked over by Saeed, and you're blaming someone else. Xiao Yun? This brain circuit. Jiang Kersen was a little glad that she was the second child in the family at this point. If he himself had been born first, he might have been as bad in the head as he was. All in all, the man is bad. Bad. I didn't hear it. Jiang Kersen booped and pulled the lollipop out of her mouth. But hearing you say that, this Xiao Yun is a talent. What did you say? Li Wenjie somewhat suspected that he had heard wrong. This sister of hers, why is she a bit of an arm candy? It's okay. Jiang Kersen didn't explain, but quietly stared at the second floor of the substation. only to see that Xiao Yun on the second floor of the substation was squatting in front of the window, not knowing what he was doing. And in the next second, he suddenly was realizing something and rushed into the main building. Seeing this scene, a trace of excitement flashed across Jiang Kerson's face as well. It seems as if he's spotted us. Why do you sound as if you're having fun? Li Van Chul asked suspiciously. And Jiang Kerson just smiled faintly, not intending to explain. Go. Where to? Could it be that you want to touch base with this Xiao Yun? Good. Sister. I support you. Levanti was suddenly agitated. If the two escorts could not defeat Xiao Yun, could their own sister not? Don't look at her. She was a shooting prodigy as a child. Both have won the junior division at world-class shooting competitions. If he bumped into Xiao Yun, there would be good consequences for him. However, what Li Wenjie didn't expect was that Jiang Kerson suddenly gave him a handful of knives to the head. You're silly. They've searched everything here. Why are we still going over there? So where are we going? Go to the administration building. It has the most supplies. Jiang Kerson smiled faintly and walked to the front. At the same time, his mouth whispered Xiao Yun's name. Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun. I remember. I wonder what kind of abilities someone who can make my brother's life difficult with two escorts has. Perhaps he is the same as those geniuses? Ship out. Ship out. In the substation, Xiao Yun was very excited when he came back from the ledge. What's out? Lu Shirhan asked with some surprise. Big red. Big red. Big red? Hearing this term, Lu Shirhan froze for a moment. Then, she also reacted with a pang. Was it out of red supplies? Where is it? Let me see. Don't you worry. I'll bring it out right away. With that, Xiao Yun also directly swiped the key to the substation's technical room. When he'd gone out earlier to search the body of the rocketeer, he'd actually been more primarily looking through the glass window to see if he'd swiped anything on the table in the tech room. So, what Jiang Kerson saw of Xiao Yun quickly running into the substation was not because Xiao Yun had discovered them. Rather, it was because Xiao Yun saw the shipment in the technical room through the glass. I was thinking that the last one swiped a keycard for the East End suspension bridge, and this one is still damn zero on normal difficulty, so it shouldn't ship again. Yet things went beyond his expectations. Just a big black pile of red quality supplies sitting on a table in the tech room. Blade servers. At the first sight of this thing, Xiao Yun instantly recognized it. In his previous life's game, Xiao Yun had also peeked into this top-tier Big Red's existence from the same location amongst the Poo Dam. Only that time, he just happened to run out of tech room keycards and didn't buy a new one. So after that game, Xiao Yun also understood a profound truth. With this type of key room where you are able to look at the supplies through the windows, you can do without the key swipe, but you can't do without it. And I didn't expect to come to this world and get out on the first day of running the knife. Material, blade servers. Rarity, red. Price, 1440240. A big red worth over $1,040,000. Xiao Yun hurriedly picked it up and stuffed it into the safety box. Xiao Yun, can I come in? What's going on? Just then, Lu Shirhan was also curious. At the same time she was very puzzled inside. This Xiao Yun, how come he ships every hand? And this one came out as a big red quality one. Lu Shirhan had never even seen this level of material. Even if you've seen it, it's in textbooks and on some news and short videos. And this Xiao Yun, surprisingly, directly searched for one as soon as he came in damn zero. This luck. One look for you. Just one look for you. Oh. Xiao Yun hemmed and hawed and also arrived in front of the technical room door. At this time, all the machines in the substation had been cleared by Xiao Yun, and the place was still safe. And this real world of the forbidden zone, Lu Shirhan couldn't just shove Big Red into her backpack with a small touch of her hand. Even if someone else came, Xiao Yun could just stuff it into a safe so that no one else could touch it. Thinking of this, Xiao Yun also directly rested the blade server on the ground. Is this? The moment she saw this thing, Lu Shirhan was a bit confused. How come I'd never seen such a big black box before? Nope. She instantly remembered one of the top supplies from her memorized supply list at the time. Blade servers. Xiao Yun surprisingly came out with a blade server. Well, I can put it away. With that, Xiao Yun also hurriedly lifted the blade server and closed the technical room door. By the way, I unlocked the door to prevent Lu Shirhan from coming in. The first time he came out with this Big Red, he couldn't give anyone more than a second look. Hey, Xiao Yun, am I reading this right? That's definitely a blade server, right? Hey, say something. Open the door. Open the door. At least let me see it again. P.S. Today's 4 more to offer. A total of close to 10,000 words. Thanks to the readers all the way to read. The author also resumed the daily 4 from today. I hope that readers do not abandon the book. Do not feed the book. The daily reading is really important to the author. By the way, I'd like to ask for some free love power generation. Chapter 67. But then again, that's right. River Kagome. The two of them, Li Wenji and Jiang Kursen, came into the administration building and launched a search. Along the way, Jiang Kursen's handful of 93 rupees could be described as precise and elegant. But any Asura soldier that appeared in front of her eyes would be shot through the head in a trio of shots in less than a second. Li Wenji was also very surprised inwardly. This sister of his was simply comparable in strength to those two escorts. Even she was using the 93R, a pistol that wouldn't have made that shot in the place of those two escorts. Grandpa has booked the highest class private room at the Ho Chi restaurant for the evening. Why don't you come? Levanti asked. Humph. That old man is hypocritical. I see him the most. Why are you talking about Grandpa like that? It's not like you don't know that old man. Stubborn and obstinate. Clearly doesn't want to recognize me as his granddaughter. But then he ends up watching me make a name for myself in the Lighthouse Kingdom and falsely maintains a relationship. Jiang Kursen coldly said. It was clear that they were both family members and that she had a talent that was even more impressive than Levanti's. But just because her last name was Jiang, the old man had always remained detached from her. When Li Wenji was born, Li Lei was waiting outside the maternity ward. Jiang Kursen grew up, but the old man has not once hugged her. Alas, you must have misunderstood Grandpa. Listening to Jiang Kursen's words, Li Wenji scratched his head, not knowing what to say. By the way, it's a good thing there's no Saeed in this administration building. Levanti changed the subject. You don't even know how scary that Saeed is. The last time we met, it was 3 shots. 3 seconds for me. Come to think of it, that feels like it's the same as if you were killing regular soldiers. Jiang Kursen listened quietly, not bothering to answer him. This old brother. He can't even find something to talk about. How could she, a diamond-ranked cadre member, not know the terror of Saeed? Realize that it doesn't matter if it's the Dragon State or the Lighthouse State. Even the school textbooks say so explicitly. If you encounter a Said, the only way to deal with it is to run away. An existence that was able to kill Said was at least an expert of the Black Eagle segment or above. And even if they were, it would be difficult to do it in a solo situation. The only time you can touch base with Saeed is when you get up to full armor in full formation. And just as Jiang Kursen was thinking this, she was suddenly shocked by the items in front of her. She was opening the small safe outside the manager's room on the east floor, which, unlike the big safe that required a code to unlock, could be opened by all, and was considered the highest burst of supplies a normal person could open. And after opening it, a golden light spilled out from it. Originally, Jiang Kursen thought that it was open to gold coins, thinking that Li Wenji should have no problem evacuating 500,000 this time. However, when the small safe is fully opened, just a smoothbore rifle made of pure gold, just sitting in the middle of a small safe, Jiang Kursen sucked in a breath of cool air. Even for her, who had been involved in countless forbidden areas in the Lighthouse State, this was the first time she had ever seen the thing. While in the Lighthouse State, the only little red she opened up was the gold bar. That's still a top-secret difficulty encountered while participating in a space base. Opened from a small insurance policy in a black room. It was only that there were too many experts on this map, and that matchup Jiang Kursen had also encountered a strong enemy and did not succeed in evacuating. And there's more than just a price difference between a gold bar and a smoothbore. Although the gold bar is worth a lot of money, but 1 has no process technology and 2 have no scientific research value. Even if you bring it out of the penalty box, it's still only going to sell for 300,000 or so. The same can't be said for smoothbore guns, although it is also an artifact. However, it is cast at an extremely high level and is of great artistic value. In the world, there are only 3 exhibits of smoothbore guns that people have successfully brought out of restricted areas, and each one is on display in the world's leading museums. The owners of these smoothbore guns are renting them to museums for up to $700,000 a year for display. That is to say, the average man who owns such a smoothbore can lay his hands on an income of $700,000 a year for doing nothing. $7,000 for 10 years, and $70,000 for 100 years. That's the equivalent of what it would take to open a brick and mortar store in the city of Haibei. Even with this economy, it's much more than a storefront, and it was such a top-notch crafting class material that was surprisingly appearing right in front of Jiang Kursen at this moment. What's wrong? River Kagome? Li Wenji was currently searching the computer room on the 2nd floor of the east building. When he heard Jiang Kursen's movement, he was a bit puzzled. It's fine, just search yours, Jiang Kursen said, hastily putting the smoothbore gun into her backpack. After collecting it, it was hastily pressed on with other supplies to prevent it from being seen. Ugh, what bad luck with this one. How can I search it? It's all green. I'm only at 120,000 so far, and I'm nowhere near a 500,000 withdrawal. Jiang Kursen, do something. Levante's grumbling voice came from the distance. While hearing this, Jiang Kurson waved her hand indifferently. What business is it of mine if you can't search? Shit. You said you'd take me out for $500,000. Well, I'm not taking you into the administration building. So who knows if you can't search for something? Then aren't you searching too? Give me all the goodies you search later. I don't believe I won't be able to come up with 500,000 to evacuate, Li Wenji said and continued his search. While hearing this, Jiang Kurson laughed. Although this time he came back, it was commissioned by his parents to bring Li Wenji $500,000 to evacuate. Originally, accomplishing this task was not a difficult task for Jiang Kurson. It's only 500,000 evacuations. Even on normal difficulty you have a chance to do it. Moreover, this is still a forbidden area in Hebei City. Ordinary people don't even dare to enter the high-resource area. And if they enter, they will be killed by the small soldiers. But then again, since it opens to Big Red, that's a different story. Of course he can't be given something so valuable. The smoothbore counts for 700k worth after you take it out. And picking up something else at random can be $1 million evacuation. 500,000 evacuation was of little value to Jiang Kurson, but $1 million was a different story. 500,000 and 1 million evacuations can be more than twice the difference between the two. But more than 10 times, Jiang Kurson can guarantee that she can evacuate 10 handfuls and have 3 handfuls of 500,000 evacuation. But she can't guarantee that she can evacuate 100 handfuls and have 1 handful of million evacuation. So, Jiang Kurson silently put the smoothbore gun away and didn't tell Li Wenji that he had opened out Big Red. By the time this matchup was over, she would have moved up at least 2 more small segments in her GTI bracket. Xiao Yun opened the door. Let me take a look again. I haven't seen red quality supplies yet. You'll let me have a look. It's not like I'll lose value by having a look. Lu Shirhan was at the door of the technical room, tapping urgently on the door. Just a moment ago, Xiao Yun pulled out a huge black box from somewhere. I thought it was some kind of little gold or something, but then I fixed my eyes on it and it was great. It's not a blade server. This thing is a rare Big Red in the whole world. A blade server the size of a chassis provides computing power that is comparable to the top supercomputers in various countries. Especially now is still the golden period of rapid development of artificial intelligence. It's safe to say that as soon as people bring one more server out of the penalty box, AI development speeds up a whole lot. Where's the commotion? Here comes trouble. And just as Lu Shirhan knocked on the door, the 2 Asura soldiers outside the substation were also suddenly aware of the commotion here. Xiao Yun, some soldiers are coming, Lu Shirhan hurriedly reported. However, what she did not expect was that Xiao Yun did not open the door for her to go in and hide. Instead, he stood in the doorway and spoke in some panic. Ah, what about that? I've got valuable supplies on me. What if they die? Or else you can go and finish them off. Chapter 68. I got it. I got it. What? Ah, didn't you take care of 2 Asura soldiers with ease? No way. Back then it was unburdened and stress-free. Now that I'm carrying such important supplies on my back, I'm scared. It's better for you, Senior Colonel Lu, to take care of these 2 soldiers, Xiao Yun said indifferently. You're scared of a hammer. Do you sound scared? Hearing what Xiao Yun said in the technical room of the substation, Lu Shirhan was immediately infuriated and laughed. Obviously he dealt with the minions, who had no ability to fight back at all. He wasn't like this when he just killed his way into the substation. Saying you're scared at this time, isn't that a trick? You, Lu Shirhan gasped in anger. She was now seeing that this Xiao Yun just had to practice with herself and Soldier Asura. Okay, if I just lose it later, it's all your fault. Go. Xiao Yun lightly said. By now, he had long since finished searching the substation tech room. Other than a blade server sitting on the table, it's just a few little blues and purples. The only thing that came as a surprise was a big shipment out of the big safe. Material, ceremonial dagger. Rarity, purple. Price, 93,404. Still, the safe is big enough to hold everything. This thing is close to 100k a piece. Much better than Kogain or whatever. The reason why Lu Shirhan was locked out was because she didn't want her to peek at the scene where she unlocked the big insurance policy. Although after such a long time of contact, Xiao Yun was not afraid of Lu Shirhan grabbing the big insurance with himself. But it's the stuff that's a pain in the ass to explain. After all, who would have thought that he, an ordinary person, would know the combination to the big safe? Did you say you were guessing? The hell with it. Xiao Yun was trying to avoid this situation, or else she would have to think about things again when the time came. Remember what I told you before. Xiao Yun had just opened the door when he saw Lu Shirhan rushing towards the first floor in a huff. So he reminded him what was said before. Upon hearing these words, Lu Shirhan was however stunned. She instantly thought of Xiao Yun's several mistakes along the way. If we go by his words, the so-called running knife mind is to capture the information around you in time and analyze and process it. Not only do you have to judge the enemy's current information, but you also have to anticipate the enemy's possible movements. Thinking of this, Lu Shirhan suddenly had the feeling of an electric current running through her brain. Epiphany. Could this be the legendary feeling of an epiphany? Get the fuck out. Who? How dare you? Just then, two Asura soldiers also circled around from outside the substation and entered the main substation building through the broken wall below the platform. And Lu Shirhan, who had just come down the stairs at that moment, was a wall away from them. At this moment, Lu Shirhan was holding an M870 fitted with a grade 2 armor-piercing solo bullet. This setup can do one-hit kills if you hit a machine brother above the chest. But once two soldiers came down, even if they killed one of them in seconds, they would be counterattacked by another Asura soldier. What to do? Lu Shirhan's brain raced. At this point it was too late to change positions, and it was at that moment that she was noticing a shelf sitting on the wall to her right. Unlike the other bunkers, the shelves are hollowed out in the middle, allowing you to go through the gaping section and aim your shots from the center. That might work. Lu Shirhan hurriedly set up her gun and poked out ahead, aiming at the center of the shelf. The next second, an Asura soldier did walk slowly with his gun, and it was his cautious searching of the spot that just gave Lu Shirhan time to aim. Bang! Dash! A single secondary solitary round was fired, and the soldier who came in first fell straight to the ground. You're done. Another soldier heard the commotion and rushed out from the same position, and since Lu Shirhan's gunshot had already exposed his position before, he also instantly locked on to his target, and carrying the bison was just aiming a volley of shots in Lu Shirhan's direction. Thump! 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 A series of bullets were fired, and although most of them hit the shelves, there was still a bullet that went to Lu Shirhan's head. It was fortunate that Xiaoyun's previous kill of the shield soldier had allowed her to pick up a level 3 bulletproof helmet, which had saved her little life. Hiss dash! Lu Shirhan's head felt buzzing as she received a powerful blow to the head. At this point in the game, though, there was one more goal on the field that hadn't been addressed. She, too, rushed a probe and took care of the last target with a single shot. Well played. Xiaoyun slowly walked down the stairs. Previously, Lu Shirhan's performance had indeed impressed him, especially since Lu Shirhan was almost shot in the head. It made Xiaoyun pinch his cold sweat. Luckily everything was a surprise and she managed to kill two Asura soldiers. What's wrong with you? Xiaoyun walked down the stairs, only to see Lu Shirhan crouching on the ground, covering her head in pain. Headache. It hurts. Lu Shirhan's eyes reddened at the corners of her eyes as she took off her bulletproof helmet. All that was seen was a large swelling on his forehead, and his nose seemed to be irritated as a stream of blood flowed from the bottom of his nose. Seeing this big school flower Lu being beaten up, Xiaoyun also snorted out a laugh. Hey! No looking! Lu Shirhan hurriedly turned her head and wiped her nosebleed. However, this action did not clean the blood away, but instead painted the side of her face red with it. Okay, just evacuate out. Xiaoyun was helpless for a while. It was true, though, that Lu Shirhan had always looked radiant in school. It must have been quite a shock to be seen in such a sorry state by myself. However, Xiaoyun couldn't do anything about it. Who made you have to team up with me to come to the Forbidden Zone? This is great. Make a fool of yourself and cry when you're seen. Does your head still hurt? Xiaoyun sighed and asked somewhat helplessly. Ouch. Lu Shirhan squatted on the ground, hesitant to get up. It'll only be okay if Xiaoyun touches his head. Hearing this, Xiaoyun's eyelids twitched. Why is Lu suddenly pampered? Without saying a word, Xiaoyun directly pulled out a medical needle, followed by a remote shot towards her but, how come it feels like something stabbed me? Lu Shirhan got up in shock and realized she was still alive. That didn't hurt, did it? Xiaoyun put away the medical needle and asked. It seems like it really doesn't hurt anymore? Xiaoyun, what did you do? Just gave you a shot for the pain. You're lying. Even if it's a pain-killing injection, how can it work so fast? Forget it if you don't believe me. Lu Shirhan looked at Xiaoyun with a grudging expression, and was somewhat dissatisfied within. This guy, it would kill you to explain more. Seeing how you just operated, you should have understood something as well. At this time, Xiaoyun also faintly said, You say that indeed. Thinking back to her operation just now, Lu Shirhan also felt a bit unbelievable. Surprisingly, he had actually killed two Asura soldiers himself, and it's still a harmless kill, and it's just a swollen head, which doesn't affect the follow-up at all. With this ability on his own, there was a high probability that he would be able to evacuate in the future even if he entered the Forbidden Zone alone. Think about it. Lu Shirhan seemed to suddenly understand why Lu Xueqing respected Xiaoyun so much. Come on, now that you've got it, it's almost time for us to evacuate, Xiaoyun said indifferently. Seeing him take the lead and walk towards the outside of the substation, Lu Shirhan was feeling as if something was missing. By the way, that blade server of yours. Shit, why is this one only $200,000? The other side. Li Wenji and Jiang Kursen let out a sigh of lamentation as they searched through the administration building. Chapter 69, A Touch of Madness. How come the burst rate is so low when there are so many people on this hand? There must be at least 4 or 5 teams just coming to the administration building. With us, that's almost 20 people. And the rest of the local teams combined, there can't be less than 50 people on this zero dam. If not more. With so many people, it's logical that a random search should result in a bunch of purples. Why is the burst rate so low? Li Wenzel grumbled as he searched. It's different from the substation side. This puts in an administrative district that pours in a lot of people. There was a part of the group that was up in gear. Level 2 armor and level 2 head. With a Uzi in their hand or something that looked like it had been stripped from a mannequin. Only most of them are a $5,000 pistol with some ammo and not much combat capability. And the thought process of these people running the knife is completely different from that of Li Wenji, Xiao Yun and the others. They came in with a $5,000 pistol for the purpose of killing an Asala soldier, followed by taking all the supplies on their bodies and then evacuating as quickly as possible. Don't tell me, it's not very productive, but you can still make some money this way. G usually wears level 2 armor, just enough to have 20 or 30 durability for a headshot kill, and can be sold for a little over $1,000. A level 1 chest and backpack adds up to 4 or 5,000. Together with the guns dropped by G, even the cheapest M870 that would be 5,000. If the submachine gun rifle is directly 10,000, that's close to $20,000 in gains when you put it all together. Even Machine would be rich if he still had supplies in his backpack. That's why there are a lot of people who choose to get up a small pistol and just come in and take over the machine. It only takes 4 to successfully evacuate one, which is a 25% evacuation rate. Just a solid little bit of money. And for Li Wenju and Jiang Kursen, these knife runners are clearly not creating much of a threat. Half of them, before they even reached the administration building, were taken care of by Asura soldiers on the way. The other half, even if they had desperately entered the administration building, were casually killed by Jiang Kursen when she heard the commotion. Only, even if they killed these people, there was nothing of value on them to pick up. This also led to the fact that Li Wenji searched the entire east building. With the addition of quite a few things that Jiang Kursen had given him, the value in the backpack only managed to reach $200,000. Just search more. The west wing hasn't been searched yet. Jiang Kursen whistled and said leisurely. However, inwardly, the idea of retreat was already being fought. At this point, she was carrying a smoothbore gun worth $700,000 a year in the middle of her backpack. And that's with a weaker cadre of HBPs. It's such a great opportunity. It must be withdrawn. Besides, even if this one doesn't finish the 500,000 evacuation, there are other ideas. Other ideas? What ideas? Hearing this, Li Wenja was instantly very curious, especially when he saw that Jiang Kursen was not in a hurry and looked very sure of herself. I'll tell you if you give me Xiao Yun's contact information. Shit, where do I get his contact info? Li Wenja was so anxious that he wanted to hit someone. What does this Jiang Kursen want with Xiao Yun's contact information? These two didn't even know each other before. Didn't they just mention it themselves? Holy shit, you don't like him, do you? Are you out of your mind? I haven't even seen what he looks like. How can I possibly like him? Jiang Kursen glared at Li Wenja. This brother of his, he is really talking out of his ass. And I really don't know what kind of brainwave he has. Then why do you want his contact information? Just a little curious. Okay, but I really don't have his contact information. That's not negotiable, so I'll tell you when you ask. Jiang Kursen said, also walking towards the west building. After searching the west wing, she was ready to pull the plug and evacuate. As for whether or not Levanti would continue, it was none of her business. Jiang Kursen, you what be? I really believe in your evil. Wait until I want to get his contact information. The guaranteed places are gone. Levanti cursed angrily. When he got angry, he also didn't care at all that Jiang Kursen was his own sister. Any kind of profanity comes out. What did you say? Jiang Kursen turned around violently, and the muzzle of the 93er was directly pressed against his head. Curse again if you can? I was wrong. Kagome. You put the gun down. Li Wenja instantly conceded. He knew that if he said anything more, the sister of his really might shoot. This maniac, once before in reality, had his head blown off with a water glass? Home dad and mom he is not afraid. The only afraid of his sister. You should still be playing the good boy in front of mom and dad right now. And to be honest, I wouldn't have come back to help you this one time if my mom hadn't approached me. Jiang Kursen said coldly. The muzzle of the gun slowly lowered. Seeing this action, Li Wenzel was also relieved. At the same time, a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He himself had just been nearly killed here by his own sister. Why can't you keep your mouth shut? Cursing those two escorts is fine, but cursing this Jiang Curson, she is really going to beat herself to death. However, did not wait for Li Wenjie to celebrate 2 seconds. Jiang Curson is switching down the muzzle of the gun. Suddenly gave him feet up 3 shots. Ta-da! A trio of shots were fired, 2 hitting the same spot on Levante's left foot. Awad dash. Li Wenjie let out a pained scream. Jiang Curson, you're crazy. You're the one who called me names first. I've apologized to you. Aeon, how am I supposed to keep searching things when you're like this? Didn't you get painkillers on the way in? Jiang Curson coldly said. You need me to remind you of such a trivial matter? I don't know how you hang out in the forbidden zone. Li Wenjie was daring to speak up at this point. This sister of his own is the devil. Without saying a word, he pulled a bottle of painkillers out of his chest hanger, then took one out and swallowed it in one gulp. The pain in his feet disappeared instantly, and Li Wenjie squatted on the ground to put on a bandage. Pull the gate and withdraw. I have a feeling you won't be able to search $500,000 anyway, Jiang Curson said, also carefully observing the dynamics of Li Wenjie's expression. But whenever he had the slightest intention of trying to resist, Jiang Curson's shot was definitely more accurate and faster than his. She knew Levante too well. This was a person who could tell his inner emotions from his face. And at the moment, there was no more anger in his eyes, only conviction. Seeing this, Jiang Curson pulled out another lollipop from her pocket, this time a pink peach-flavored one. With a mouthful, he headed for the pull-out evacuation point. It's a deal. When you give me Xiao Yun's contact information, I'll tell you the method to be able to evacuate 500,000. Damn it, where can I get Xiao Yun's contact information? Li Wenjie was very broken inside. He had been so difficult for him before, and now he was asking himself to lick his face and go to him for contact information? Evacuation successful. Duration, 12 minutes and 38 seconds. Council Harvest, 168-8297. Xiao Yun returned to the entrance of the Forbidden Zone. He was also very happy with the gains of this handful. Since the GTI software's record-keeping was previously turned on, the results of this matchup were automatically recorded in it. 1,680,000 evacuation. With this score, it should be a sure bet for a guaranteed place. Xiao Yun thought silently inwardly. Saying that, he also opened the software to check if the battle record had been recorded properly. And at this time, Lu Shurhan, who had just come out, had also regained her beauty. She pouted and stared at Xiao Yun with some anger. Chapter 70, What are you doing? Name, Xiao Yun. Affiliation, Hebei City Branch. Yunhai Province. Dragon Kingdom. Total battle, 2. Evacuation rate, 100%. Value brought out, 2511. 33k. Game record, hidden. Level, Black Iron 5-inch. How come the segment hasn't been raised? Seeing his GTI panel, Xiao Yun was also a bit puzzled. I've brought such a big load out myself. You don't say directly to me to Platinum Diamond. At least it's a promotion of a few small paragraphs, right? How is this all evacuated twice and still Black Iron 5? There's a delay in GTI battle records, and segments have to be manually reviewed in the background. Lu Shurhan, who was on the side, explained. I see. That's good. I thought there was a bug. Xiao Yun sighed in relief. Just as he was about to walk towards the location of the exchange, he saw Lu Shurhan next to him with her arms crossed, staring at himself dead in the face. What's wrong? Xiao Yun was puzzled. Xiao Yun, do you know what a great thing you've done? Greatness? What greatness? Why can't I understand what you're saying? See, you really don't know. Do you? What do you mean? Do you think I'm great because I taught you some Forbidden Zone tricks? Of course it's not that. Lu Shurhan sighed. It seemed that Xiao Yun was completely unaware of the value of that big red that was opened. Even Lu Shurhan had reason to be suspicious. Someone like Xiao Yun, who usually didn't attend classes properly, might not even know his price. He doesn't think that the Blade server is just a little something in the hundreds of thousands or millions, does he? Otherwise, if he knew the value of this item, he would never be so calm. Let's talk somewhere else. Lu Shurhan took Xiao Yun by the arm and then forcefully dragged him to a corner. The lighting here was dim, and both men facing each other could only vaguely see the outline of each other's faces. Xiao Yun, you've brought out the Blade server. Aren't you excited at all? Excited? Where do you see that I'm not excited? Xiao Yun laughed. Come on, I see you're completely ignorant of the value of this thing. Saying that, Lu Shurhan also began to explain. You know about artificial intelligence, right? That's what we call AI these days. AI don't look like it's been developing fast these past few years. However, it's now entering a bottleneck. The arithmetic power provided by ordinary computers is no longer able to keep up with the speed of AI advancement. So it is not the level of technology but the hardware arithmetic that is now limiting the development of AI. And the blade servers you just brought out are just enough to make up for that. If this thing gets to the Academy of Sciences, our Dragon Kingdom's AI technology will definitely take a leap forward. Lu Shirhan spoke with a straight face, and Xiao Yun was instantly confused by what he heard. This blade server is so strong? How can a mere piece of black lump have so much influence on the world? Although he could hear that Lu Shirhan's words were somewhat exaggerated. After all, to develop AI technology, where is this one blade server enough? But even so, he understood at once the importance of this big red material for the real world. How do you know all this stuff? Does your family have an Academy of Sciences staff member? Xiao Yun was puzzled. At the same time the thought crossed my mind that it would be convenient. After all, he was worried about having a bunch of big reds in his safety deposit box and no avenue to sell them to the Academy. Stupid nah. It's all written in the textbook. Told you not to study hard, right? Lu Shirhan said helplessly. But if you want to rent out blade servers to the Academy, I can get my family to help you. You mean this thing can still be rented? Of course. It would be a loss to sell such an expensive thing directly. It's usually rented out to the Academy of Sciences. The price I remember is 1.2 million a year. Right. Just under 100,000 a month. So that's how 1.2 million is calculated. Xiao Yun was instantly somewhat surprised. One thing he had always wondered was how the price of supplies was calculated when evacuating with this big red. So the 1.2 million for the blade servers isn't a sale price. It's a 1-year rental price. But when I think about it, that's normal. After all, when sold normally, this stuff is sky high. Hey, what are you guys doing sneaking around in there? And just as Xiao Yun was thinking carefully, a strong light from a flashlight, however, suddenly shone into the corner, and an Uncle Hat, too, appeared later. A lone man and woman. Don't play around out here. It's all monitored. Uncle Hat seemed to realize what was going on and shut down at once, while Xiao Yun also walked out of the alley with some embarrassment. Lu Shirhan found it amusing and had a smile on her face. Sorry about that. Xiao Yun hurriedly apologized. It's useless to explain at a time like this, and hurrying away is the best option. Wait. Oh, you're that Xiao Yun. Uncle Hat recognized him at once, and as Xiao Yun took a look, he also felt that this person looked somewhat familiar. You're the eagle? Yeah, it's me, the eagle hemmed and hawed. Not expecting to catch Xiao Yun here. Say you are really fierce that put all don't know to you how to do it. With a what props directly to me blew over. Ha ha, while the eagle was laughing, Xiao Yun was feeling a little creeped out. Wasn't this guy Wang Chang's teammate before? I didn't expect him to be a hat uncle. The man must be holding a grudge after killing them with his own one. Look at the way he's smiling now. It's completely unnatural. Luck, ouch. Which is luck? Who would have thought that you, a high school student, would be so powerful? Egu, we are forced to serve our old age. The eagle patted Xiao Yun's shoulder while praising him in an exaggerated tone. And I did not expect you this girlfriend so beautiful just want to engage in small actions then do not come to this kind of place ouch. You made so much money today. A good open room cannot? Hearing this, Xiao Yun's face turned green. Fearing that Lu Shirhan next to her was angry, she directly choked with the eagle. What he didn't expect, however, was this. Next to her, Lu Shirhan was covering her mouth and snickering, not looking angry at all. I'll let you keep pissing me off. Now you're sanctioned. Lu Shirhan elbowed Xiao Yun with a gloating expression. Alright, big schoolgirl Lu, say something for me. It's okay, it's puberty. Uncle understands. Eagle's deliberately elongated pitch and quirky tone was very contrasting compared to his attire. However, early love is still not okay. This matter I must report it to your Haicheng First Middle School. How do you know I'm from Ocean City First? Li Wenji told me. Did you forget? Only after Eagle said this did Xiao Yun remember this. Done. It's all over. If this scandal gets out, how can I hold my head up in front of my teachers? Uncle. And just then, Lu Shirhan also stepped forward. Only her eyes were unusually firm, as if she had made up her mind about something, and then she slowly opened her mouth. Definitely report this to the school. P.S. 4 more to go. Ask for some freebies. Chapter 71, Difficulty in Separating. I would have done it even if you hadn't told me. That would be great. Lu Shirhan had a satisfied look on her face. Better have the whole school informed and criticize us both severely. Big schoolgirl Lu, you've had enough. Xiao Yun crumbled a little. What is this big schoolgirl Lu thinking? If the gossip about herself and her got out, those suitors and crushes of hers wouldn't beat themselves to death. But, at this moment, Xiao Yun was not afraid of others looking for trouble. After all, the skills unlocked through the system can be used in reality. Once the exoskeleton is activated and the heirloom knife is pulled out to accelerate. Big deal. If I can't fight, I can't run? Besides, at this time, Xiao Yun, but he already had the experience of a million evacuations. If the school side knew about it, even if they thought Xiao Yun was in early love, they would turn a blind eye. After all, he and Lu Shirhan were both adults and would be graduating from school in 2 months, so the school wouldn't put too much pressure on them. Forget it, whatever you guys want. Xiao Yun spread his hands and said helplessly. Leaving Warehouse 9, Xiao Yun first arrived at the exchange, cleaned up the last wave of supplies other than the blade server and sold it for 350k. With the previous deposit, the account balance is also just under $1. 1 million. To upgrade the heirloom knife, you'll need to earn another 200,000 before you can do so. Thus, Xiao Yun was also planning to run another knife at light speed and earn $250,000 before directly withdrawing. Lu Shirhan originally wanted to follow along, but her dad called and told her to go back early. Before she was ready to leave, Xiao Yun also handed over the blade server to her. For this reason, Xiao Yun also specifically kept the mannequin backpack that he had searched for in the matchup and had Lu Shirhan put it on his back. As for the other great reds, Xiao Yun was in no hurry to strike. Even if it was given to Lu Shirhan, he still felt uneasy. After all, she didn't know what kind of character her family had, so it wouldn't be good if she attracted unnecessary trouble when the time came. Ugh, it's so sad to see it go. Xiao Yun patted the backpack that Lu Shirhan was carrying, his eyes full of lingering love. At $1, 2 million a year, there's no telling when we'll get that money. If it's a one-time 2 million, you can at least level up your heirloom knife a few times. What? We'll see each other at school in the morning anyway. Why are you so sad? Lu Shirhan's cheeks were slightly red, and her tone became very gentle. Clearly there was some misunderstanding. While hearing this, the corner of Xiao Yun's eyes twitched. I mean shedding blade servers. Hey! Lu Shirhan reacted instantly. This guy, it turns out, is shedding blade servers. Am I not as important as a blade server as a first schoolgirl? You. She clenched and unclenched and unclenched and unclenched her little pink fists, and Xiao Yun just smiled awkwardly. How could he have known that Lu Shirhan would misunderstand? Forget it. Lu Shirhan sighed lightly. I'll help arrange for the rental of the blade servers, so don't worry. Okay, I'll wait for your good news then. As in the morning, Lu Shirhan had a special driver to pick her up. When the black standing standard Mercedes-Benz stopped in front of him, Xiao Yun did not approach either. Xiao Yun, see you at school tomorrow. Lu Shirhan hurriedly opened the window when she reached the car and waved at Xiao Yun. Remember not to oversleep tomorrow morning. Oh, there's a student assembly at 8 o'clock. And the most important thing that should happen then is the announcement of the guaranteed spots. Hearing this, Xiao Yun nodded his head silently. Originally, he had only come to the Forbidden Zone to run knives and make money. And even the matter of the guaranteed spot was something that Li Wenjia had told him. Everyone else had started their preparations in advance, but only Xiao Yun had started entering the Forbidden Zone today. I didn't think it would be such a good time to stumble upon it. Material, medical drones. Rarity, blue. Price, 35,205. Material, capsule coffee machine. Rarity, purple. Price, 39,113. Material, military intelligence recording. Rarity, blue. Price, 26,445. Evacuation successful. Duration, 6 minutes and 29 seconds. Council harvest, 353,021. Xiao Yun quickly finished gathering enough supplies and once again returned to the entrance of Warehouse 9. He resurrected this matchup in the western part of the visitors center, and in order to make a quick exit, he was not bothering to open the big safe or computer in the visitors center. Instead, he chose to play the field all the way to the barracks, the small substation, the minefield, and searched all the way to the western part of the map, below the cement factory. Just as the random evacuation point opened, Xiao Yun looked at the safety box with enough value, so he did not continue to search and directly chose to evacuate. On the way, he killed a few machines, except that the gunfire negotiation skill was still not that well grasped, requiring the last shot to turn on the skill before the enemy died. So this Xiao Yun also only scored 2 gold coins. If I had been more skillful, I would have hit a few more gold coins and evacuated another 500,000. This hand, at $350. 000. It's poking and prodding even after the 15% tax. Xiao Yun thought silently inwardly. The time was now almost 9 o'clock in the evening, and if it was normal, Xiao Yun would still be in school at this time for his evening study. It was thanks to a world like the Forbidden Zone that Xiao Yun could no longer suffer. And right at this moment, a system beep sounded in his head. Ding! The current mission is complete. Reward, randomized security box experience card X1. Obtained mission, defeat guard Chief Saeed once. Hint, SS Grade Mall has been unlocked. After completing 5 quests, SSS Grade Skill Mall will be unlocked. SSS Rank Skills? Upon hearing the system's prompt, Xiao Yun was somewhat surprised. Originally, I thought that SS Rank Skills were already invincible, but I didn't realize that there were still experts. Only, even SS level skill packs? They cost 5 million apiece. How much does that SSS skill cost? 500 million? Who can afford this? It's a lot of money to spend. Xiao Yun sighed helplessly. Although he makes more money running knives, he spends more. The good thing about all this spending, though, is that it's not a meaningless waste of money, but a real boost. Thinking of this, Xiao Yun was not complaining so much. After all, no one else could spend this money if they wanted to. Otherwise, with the financial power of the Li Wenju family, they would have been able to raise a top-level expert at the drop of a hat. System, open the skill mall. With a thought from Xiao Yun's heart, a translucent mall panel appeared before his eyes. Power Boy Extreme Speed Skill Pack, SS Grade 5, 000, 000 Longwood dollars. Ultimate Hunter Transformation Skill Pack, SS Grade 5, 000, 000 Dragon Kingdom Coins. Golden Scale Dragon Money Fighting Skill Pack, SS Grade 5 million Dragon Kingdom Coins. Only to see that most of the SS Rank skill malls full of SS Rank skills were from games from the previous life. Among them, however, was a large portion that Xiao Yun had not heard of, and thus did not know the specific skill effects. So many skills. The mall was completely unlocked, and Xiao Yun felt dazzled just by looking at it, and his selection phobia was coming out. He waved his hand to close the mall panel in a hurry. I didn't realize that there were so many types of skills in the mall. Wouldn't that mean that whatever ability you want, you can find it through the mall? But there's also no money yet for now, so it's better to wait for what type of skill is needed later before specifically purchasing the corresponding skill pack. Xiao Yun thought silently inwardly. Anyway, let's get the knife up to full strength first, said. Xiao Yun also proceeded to Warehouse 8, preparing to trade in the exchange. However, just at that moment, a familiar voice came from behind. Are you ready to do what you were commanded to do? Young Li, don't worry, this is simple. Xiao Yun turned his head to look. Only Wang Chang somehow ran into Li Wenjia again, and the two of them were discussing something at the entrance of the restricted area. Chapter 72, Crashing and Falsifying Accounts. Let's see. 4 sets, half-modified M4S, 3 sets of 3-stage ammo, plus a purple quality chest rig and backpack. Great. This set should be more than enough to put together $500,000 when you add it all up. Li Wenjia checked the equipment on Wang Chang, while he himself was wearing the 3 sets of 93R from the last hand. Only the helmet is a change of headset hearing head, and will pull Wang Chang to the same channel. Should I say no? It's still my sister who's smart enough to even think of such a method. Young Li, your move is indeed brilliant. But, what if there's an accident? What accident? Wouldn't you go in there in that outfit and let a regular soldier beat you to death? No. I mean, things like crashing a car and falsifying accounts. Shoo, you retard. You keep your voice down. Before Wang Chang could finish his sentence, Li Wenjia hurriedly interrupted. At the same time, he was also a bit angry inside. This Wang Chang was really a big fool, daring to say anything here. If the people around here hear it, they'll have to report themselves. Li Wenjia almost wanted to give Wang Chang 2 slaps on the lips, but for fear of attracting the attention of the people around him, he could only forcefully suppress his inner anger. It's fine to discuss the matter, but could you please not put it out there directly? I'm sorry, Xiao Li. I understand. Seeing Wang Chang react, Li Wenjia was also relieved. At this time, although there were only the two of them at the entrance of the Forbidden Zone, everyone else had already entered the Forbidden Zone ahead of time. But there are still a lot of pedestrians coming and going not far away, so I can't say which one is a GTI staff member. It would be bad if they came to investigate the situation then. Anyway, you mustn't ever tell anyone about us crashing the car and making false accounts. But Young Li, you said it yourself. Shut up. These two, what are they doing here? Looking at the two people, Li Wenjia and Wang Chang, who were in the distance, Xiao Yun was instantly puzzled. These two, are they planning something evil again? However, Xiao Yun was not interested in knowing what they were going to do. Anyway, the impression was that nothing that either of them had to do seemed to go well. I'm not entering the Forbidden Zone next anyway, so I'll just pretend I didn't see it, Xiao Yun thought inwardly. And just as he stopped to observe, a young girl with a lollipop in her mouth was slowly approaching. You curious about what's going on over there? Jiang Kersen appeared from behind and asked as soon as she walked up to Xiao Yun. Not curious. Xiao Yun gave her a somewhat strange look. This was a beautiful and very characteristic girl, with short shoulder-length hair down to her collarbone and a silver halter dress paired with a slightly shorter black patent leather jacket that shimmered and reflected light inside and out. She looked very futuristic. Only, Xiao Yun did not have this person in his impression. None of my business, Xiao Yun replied indifferently. They look totally intent on doing something bad with that sneaky look, don't you think? Jiang Kersen smiled faintly, smiling somewhat mysteriously. The words came out as if she knew what was going on Li Wenzel's side. Xiao Yun ignored her question and glanced at Jiang Kersen's pair of knees that were somewhat red from being exposed to the cold wind and came up with a very nonsensical sentence. Aren't you cold with so few clothes on? What's it to you? Jiang Kersen was speechless for a while and hurriedly took a small mincing step, moving away from Xiao Yun's side. All the while thinking in my mind that this guy is definitely a pervert. Why else would a nice person chatting suddenly stare at someone's legs? Just as Jiang Kersen was in a state of panic, Xiao Yun was smiling faintly. That's not right. What's it my business what those two are up to? After saying that, he directly turned around and left. After freezing for a second, Jiang Kersen reacted. What he just did turned out to be just a ruse. Jiang Kersen froze in place alone, and the lollipop in her mouth almost fell out from shock. A few seconds passed before she slowly came back to her senses. Interesting, this man is really interesting. The smile on Jiang Kersen's face grew even wider, her stunningly beautiful face gradually looking insane. She fished her cell phone out of her leather jacket and fingerprinted it to unlock. Inside the chat box was a string of contact information from Li Wenjie, as well as Xiao Yun's student ID photo. She opened the GTI software and looked up Xiao Yun's information based on school and class name. The next second, an unbelievable series of numbers appeared before her eyes. Name, Xiao Yun. Affiliation, Hebei City Branch. Yunhai Province. Dragon Kingdom. Total battles, 3. Evacuation rate, 100%. Value brought out, 2864. 33k. Game record, hidden. Level, Black Iron 5-inch. Seeing this exaggerated panel again, Zhang Ke was still overexcited, his heart thumping. First day in the restricted area. 3 games against each other. And you can evacuate them all. The total value of supplies brought out is even closer to $3 million. If this kind of data can be maintained. It's the only one of its kind in the world. Jiang Kersen put away her cell phone and tried to calm herself down. I didn't expect a trip back home to be so rewarding. At this time, the two of them, Li Wenjie and Wang Chang, also happened to walk into the penalty area. Jiang Kersen couldn't help but recall Xiao Yun's dashing turn of his back again. And compared to Li Wenjie, it was simply heaven and earth. Is it a genius I'm interested in but meeting for the first time? Or is it a blood brother who was family but extremely mentally retarded? Ugh, it's so hard to choose. Jiang Kersen pulled her jacket, a bad smile on her face. Ding! Upgrade successful. Military pocket knife. Type, heirloom. Level, 25. Damage, 55. Movement speed bonus, 25%. Attack speed, fast. Attack distance, very short. Special skills, none. Upgrade requirements, pure gold lighter X1. 1,300,000 spent out. Xiao Yun purchased 16 merit medals, and the general used his knife to level up to 25. A quick look at the balance in the account also leaves just shy of 100k. Only this time, the damage bonus was noticeably slower with this upgrade. Originally, it increased damage by 2 points per level, but this time it only increased by 5 points for 5 levels in a row. In contrast, however, the movement speed bonus is a slight increase, whereas it originally added up to 20% and then didn't go up. Now it's a 1% increase per level. Xiao Yun was very satisfied with this point. After all, after 30 points of damage, it's a slash against a normal macho headshot. And with a 5% movement speed bonus, it's crucial. Paired with the power propulsion of the Velociraptor and the power exoskeleton of the Red Wolf, one's movement speed would become even more terrifying. The next upgrade requires a solid gold lighter? It's okay. Xiao Yun let out a sigh of relief. Pure gold lighters are likewise occupied with a compartment of small gold, and are priced even lower than the earlier merit medals, at just over 50,000 apiece. It's also become a bit easier to get the heirloom knife up to level 30. Why don't you go home and sleep first? Xiao Yun sighed darkly and then planned to take a taxi home. However, just after opening the taxi software, he suddenly stopped the movement of his hand. It's 9 p.m. The night is still long. Do you really want to go home now? Xiao Yun asked himself. How do you sleep at your age? I have to go to the school for the student assembly tomorrow morning anyway, so I'll be able to catch up on my sleep by moving a small bench and sitting for a while then. At this point, it's just a matter of swiping my phone when I get home anyway. How about doing something more meaningful, like running knives? Shit. Fuck it. Running knife. Without saying a word, Xiao Yun continued to walk towards the entrance of the Forbidden Zone. Chapter 73, A Night of Madness. Early morning. A hint of sunlight had just emerged from the edge of the clouds when Xiao Yun walked out from the restricted area. 6 o'clock. Almost. It's almost time to go home and wash up and get ready for school. Xiaoyun glanced at his cell phone and muttered to himself breathlessly. See only. At this time, he was wearing a big black eye. All night last night he was running the knife like crazy in the middle of the penalty box. Running the knife like crazy. And when it was nighttime at Dam Zero, the sky inside was surprisingly dark. Only high-resource areas such as administrative jurisdictions and substations have flashing lights. During the night, Xiaoyun traveled back and forth between the two worlds of darkness. At this time, the darkness faded and day came, and he finally saw a ray of sunlight as well. And it was a rewarding night for him. It hadn't occurred to him before that most of the cadre preferred to operate at night, though the light is dim at night. At night the Asura soldiers have to sleep. The soldiers took turns standing guard and taking turns on sentry duty, and the strength of the army was considerably weakened compared to the daytime. And in contrast, the burst rate is also much higher after more people. Although he had been playing a normal dam all night, Xiaoyun still touched two small reds. Material, Spinosaurus fossil. Rarity, red. Price, 350,040. Material, experimental data. Rarity, red. Price, 240,258. The fossilized Spinosaurus was driven out of a cement factory mixer truck, and the experimental data on where it was shipped is even more exaggerated. It's on the first floor of the small substation, the room with the chassis, and it wasn't even felt out of the case. It was felt out of that little delivery box next to the case. Yes, it's the little square cardboard box. Xiaoyun never expected that he would be able to touch Xiaohong from this material point. It is important to realize that the point explosion rate of supplies like small courier boxes is extremely low. In other words, if you were in the game in your previous life, you would come to the small substation and probably leave after touching the chassis, and the small express box would not even look at it. It was good that Xiaoyun had a delicate mind. If he also didn't open this cardboard box like others, he wouldn't be able to open this experimental data. Ugh, it's a shame we haven't seen Saeed all this night, Xiaoyun murmured in a tired tone. The next system task is to kill Saeed once in a matchup. However, Xiaoyun ran the knife for a night, but he did not see Saeed once more. But other than that, Xiaoyun one night is also almost every hand more than 500,000 evacuation. Out of the red that 2 more searches, 2 million evacuation, close to 10 hours of raking in $12 million. And utilizing this money, Xiaoyun had also managed to perform a wave of epic upgrades to the heirloom knife. Military pocket knife. Type, heirloom. Level, 50. Damage, 80. Movement speed bonus, 50%. Attack speed, fast. Attack distance, short. Special skill, armor piercing, ignores defense level. Upgrade requirements, military binoculars X1. Straight from level 25 to level 50. The damage had reached an exaggerated 80 points. And the movement speed bonus is even more terrifying, coming directly to 50%. The current Xiaoyun could be said to have a speed more terrifying than a sprint champion if he was equipped with a military pocket knife. It was also the case that participating in the Olympic sprint competition did not allow the knife to be carried. Otherwise Xiaoyun would have taken it directly and casually. The reason why the upgrade stopped at level 50 was also an unexpected reason for Xiaoyun. It's not because there's no more money, it's because there's no more stock. Until you upgrade to level 50, the upgrade material has been some single frame of small gold, high-speed SSDs, programmable processors, little gold coffees and whatnot. Once you've upgraded to level 50, it's time to start upgrading with 4 compartments of gold items. Though the military telescope thing is only twice as expensive as a small gold, a little over $100,000. But the Warehouse 8 exchange at North Harbor, north of the sea, simply doesn't have a stock of 16 military binoculars. As a result, Xiaoyun still had a balance of more than 7 million after consuming 5 million to upgrade, but ran out of upgrade space. Tired. So tired. I wonder if this thing will work. Xiaoyun looked at the red syringe in his hand and hesitated a little. Material, physical enhancers. Rarity, purple. Price, 48,775. What he held in his hand at the moment were 3 physical enhancers that he had scavenged in the restricted area. The price of one was as high as 50,000, and Xiaoyun did not choose to sell it, but wanted to keep it to try the effect himself. In the game, this shot works to speed up stamina recovery and increase the stamina cap. Logically speaking, now that Xiaoyun was feeling physically labored, sticking a needle should also work. I'm just not sure, though, that this stuff will clear up physical fatigue. And as a forbidden area product, Xiaoyun did not need to worry about side effects at all. So then, he too was ruthless and took the little red needle and stuck it into his hand. 50,000. Xiaoyun still felt a great deal of pain. This 50,000 a syringe. He himself did not even spare it in his previous life in the game. When opened in a medical kit, they are existences that have to be tucked away in a safety deposit box, and at this point, he couldn't care less in order to recover his status. It seems somewhat effective? After sticking the needle, Xiao Yun was suddenly shivering. For a moment, the brain seemed to wake up quite a bit, and the body, which had already been somewhat numb, could even smell the salty smell of seawater in the nostrils at that moment. After casually moving it twice, Xiao Yun was clearly certain that the injection had done its job. I didn't realize this thing was so sick. If this is used to give the students preparing for the college entrance exams to tie one in a night, their grades in the college entrance exams shall not be doubled. But it's 50,000 a shot, and no one's that rich to be able to sprint for 100 days. The ones who really have that kind of money are probably all like Li Wenzel, and they don't need to study hard either. Xiao Yun sighed helplessly. The injection did work, and it didn't help that I was starting to ramble on about it myself. By the way, the safety deposit box should be expiring soon, right? Xiao Yun suddenly thought. At this point, he had already completed 3 quests, and there were 3 safety box experience cards lying quietly in his system backpack. And I myself opened the newbie pack yesterday morning, around 9 o'clock. Randomized safety box experience card, used to obtain a random specification safety box experience card. A condom? Xiao Yun raised an eyebrow when he saw the item's introduction, but soon he understood the system's intention. When you use the random experience card, you get a fixed specification safety box experience card. This way, you can avoid the situation where you don't use up your last experience card and waste it by opening the next one. In that case, try opening one first? Xiao Yun thought inwardly. It's an experience card when you open it anyway, so as long as you don't use it won't consume time. Open one and just try your luck. I'll drive. With a thought, the number of experience cards in Xiao Yun's system backpack instantly changed from 3 to 2. At the same time, a brand new experience card with a blue icon appeared next to it. Get props, 32 by 32 security box, 1-day experience card. Seeing the items that appeared in the system backpack, Xiao Yun immediately sucked in a breath of cool air. Not buddy. Chapter 74, 1000 compartment safety box. 32 by 32 safety box, 1-day experience card. Open it to get a 32 by 32 safety box with a 1-day expiration date. Looking at the blue experience card lying quietly in the system backpack, Xiao Yun felt an incomparable shock inside. 32 by 32? How much is this? 3 and 3 get 9. 2 and 3 get 6. 2 and 2 get 4. 1024 compartment safety box. No. System, you're this. Xiao Yun was too shocked to speak for a moment. One just opened it casually, and it actually opened a 1000 compartment safe. Hint, this safety deposit box experience card is of blue quality, and above that there are 3 levels of quality, purple, gold, and red. Safety box experience cards are graded, 10 by 10 or less is white, 10 by 10 to 30 times 30 is green, 30 by 30 to 50 times 50 is blue, 50 by 50 to 70 times 70 is purple. 70 by 70 to 90 times 90 is gold, and 90 by 90 or more is red. The higher quality the safety box, the lower the probability of it appearing. Please host complete more tasks to get more experience cards. In addition, a higher probability of obtaining a randomized safety box experience card can be obtained by conducting a lottery in the mall. So please pay attention to this on your own. The system beep sounded slowly, and Xiao Yun's heart, which had just calmed down somewhat, was once again beating violently at this moment. Isn't that the same as fumbling for supplies in the penalty box? White is the lowest level and red is the highest. Green and blue have the highest probability of appearing, and to increase the probability you will have to go to higher difficulty restricted areas. Exactly the same. Doesn't that mean I just have to turn on random cards? The odds are that all you'll open are 10 by 10 to 50 by 50 safety deposit boxes? Shit. Turns out the 10 by 10 safety box is actually the smallest gear. Xiao Yun was very shocked inside. I thought the 10 by 10 safety box was already invincible. That's over 1,000 compartments of safety boxes. This is really going to bring out the big truck. Xiao Yun thought silently inwardly. In the previous matchup, it was Xiao Yun who ran into Li Wenjie in the parking lot and intentionally gifted him the hand that started the losing streak. Xiao Yun tried to put the minivan in the parking lot into the safety box, and what he never expected was that this operation would actually work. It's just that the minivan takes up so many compartments that it's surprising that it needs a 20 by 30 space. 20 by 30, that's 600 frames of space. At that time, Xiao Yun did not even dare to think about it and immediately gave up on the idea. And the situation at hand seems, what he or she had in mind in the first place could really come true. A 1,024-gallon safety deposit box. Good lord, that's a real way to empty the entire damn zero of supplies. Even stuffing a minivan into it, there's still over 400 compartments of space left in this safety box. What more warehouse do you need? What big red can't stuff in this blue quality safety box? I want to run the knife again so bad. This one. 000 compartment safe. I don't even know how good it's going to be when I get in there later. I had been worried about not having enough space before, and I thought Big Red was taking up space by putting it there. But now it's 10 times the space straight away. If this is a running knife, I'll stuff the white ones. I'll stuff the green ones. I'll stuff them all in whatever I can find. Even if a compartment averages 3,000 bucks. Stuffing it all in, that's still $3 million. No, can't think about it anymore. Can't go back into the restricted area or I'll be late later. Xiao Yun thought silently inwardly and also hurriedly intended to go home and prepare to go to school. If today was a normal day, feel free to take the day off. But today happens to be an important day. Later the school will hold a general meeting of teachers and students. Nominally a general mobilization for the college entrance examination. But in fact the most important thing is to announce the list of guaranteed admissions to Qingbei University. With a record of bringing out the blade server, Xiao Yun knew that this guaranteed spot would definitely not run away. So, he also did not think much, and directly opened his cell phone taxi software. Back home, just after arriving at the entrance of the neighborhood, Xiao Yun was the one who saw the familiar vehicle, as well as the familiar license plate number. In the black Mercedes sat someone he was also very familiar with. Hey, Xiao Yun, why are you so slow? Get in the car quickly. Lu Shirhan looked at herself from the back seat and waved her hand. And behind her, Lu Xueqing surprisingly emerged with a smile on her face. Master, hurry up. We'll be late if we don't go. As you can see, both are very happy today. Wait for me. In a minute. Xiao Yun also waved his hand in a hurry and hurriedly rushed into the kiosk. Dad seemed to wake up extra early today. Xiao Yun had just walked into the kiosk when Xiao Qingtian was sitting in the boss chair looking at his cell phone. Running knives all day last night? Aha. Xiao Yun nodded his head and responded as he came into the bathroom, hurriedly picking up the soap next to the washstand and rubbing it all over his face. It's good to work hard, but you have to be careful not to exhaust your body. I know. Xiao Yun brushed his teeth and responded with difficulty. Say, why did you suddenly hook up with that little girl Lu Shirhan? Cough cough dash. Xiao Yun almost choked on the foam in his mouth. Dad, you know Lu Shirhan? Nonsense. You guys were. Okay. There's not much time left. I have to hurry. Xiao Yun changed into the school uniform jacket that he had asked his dad to take down in advance and put it on while walking towards the Mercedes. Looking at his back, Xiao Qingtian was also full of smiles. This kid, come to Haicheng First High School. Before the teacher-student conference, Xiao Yun was also obediently attending classes. It was a bit of a shame that he didn't have homeroom teacher Yu Yuya's class this morning. It stands to reason that you should know about my evacuation. Xiao Yun thought silently inwardly. A couple of million withdrawals is already beyond Yuya's accomplishments. I also wonder how they looked when they were discussing guaranteed spots. Xiao Yun, I heard that you went to the Forbidden Zone yesterday as well? After school, several students, both male and female, also curiously gathered around Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun, did you really go to the Forbidden Zone? How's it going in there? Exciting? It hurts to be shot at, doesn't it? The students had questions, and listening to their questions, Xiao Yun also realized that it seemed that his grades had not spread among his classmates. It seems, at least for now, that no one in the class has asked about their evacuation data. It's okay, better than that rich kid in the next class anyway. Xiao Yun replied with a faint smile. Rich kid? You mean Li Wenzel? Ha ha ha. Xiao Yun, you're too good at jokes too. Well, anyway, you look in good spirits. Keep up the good work. The students only took it as a joke. The bell rang and everyone scattered again. Soon, the second class was over. The time came to 8:40, and Yu Yuya slowly walked into the classroom. Okay, everyone bring your own little benches and follow the class president to the playground. Listen up, all of you. No running around later. Just follow the group obediently. Anyone who wanders off will be standing in my class from now on. As soon as Yu Yuya said this, the students all moved their small stools and began to speak their own words. And after arranging the class affairs, Yu Yuya also turned her head and looked at Xiao Yun with eyes full of smiles. Xiao Yun, you won't need to carry a small bench. You come with me. After saying that, Yu Yuya took the lead and left the classroom. Xiao Yun hurriedly followed, and just as he reached the classroom door, he saw Yu Yuya looking at him with a smiling face. You, what are you trying to say? Looking at this kind smile, Xiao Yun all of a sudden felt a little uncomfortable, and what Yu Yuya said next was even more unexpected. Xiao Yun, it's not that teacher loves to gossip, haha. I just want to ask you. Ask me what? When did you and the big girl at our school get it on? P.S. 4 shifts are up. The author is trying to create image drawings of the heroines using AI drawing. I don't know if you like it to be more realistic or anime style. Remember to comment below this paragraph. Chapter 75. The key question is the question. Upon hearing Yu Yuya's question, the smile on Xiao Yun's face froze. This. What kind of question is that? Wasn't it logical that one shouldn't be discussing the forbidden zone with oneself at this time? He himself had just completed the evacuation of more than 20 companies and brought out 10 million in supplies. You should be shocked to see this achievement even if anyone came here, right? Why did this Yu Yuya ask about herself and Lu Shirhan as soon as she came up? You too. You don't pick a good spot for a date, and you get caught by Uncle Hat doing something bad. Yu Yuya sighed, but the corners of his mouth were still full of smiles. But you're not bad, kid, to be looked at by the school's flower of our school. Mr. Yu, it's a misunderstanding. Come on, don't pretend. I saw you two get out of a car this morning. Yu Yuya's smile was intriguing. Xiao Yun, on the other hand, was helpless at the moment. That's a big misunderstanding. Originally, I thought that the eagle was just talking, but I didn't realize that it had actually informed the school. If the whole school is informed about this during the teacher-student conference, then I won't be able to go to school anymore. However, originally, Xiao Yun had also planned to take a leave of absence to go to the Forbidden Zone to run the sword directly after the meeting. Okay, it doesn't seem to have any effect. At this point, there are still 2 months to go before the college entrance exams, and by the time the summer vacation is over, it will be another 2 months. In these 4 months before going to Qingbei University, he could have leveled up a set of heirlooms all the way to 100 himself. When the time comes, heirloom headphones head on, heirloom G18 in hand, into the top secret is just crazy to eat. If it wasn't for the fact that living people couldn't fit in safety boxes, Xiao Yun would have had to at least fit the old lady in as well. I really didn't expect you to evacuate from the Forbidden Zone, though, and there will be 1-800-000 evacuation. To be honest, I was a little shocked when I saw your numbers. How could you evacuate for 800-000? Usually, when I look at your grades, I feel like you're the one who's going to lose the standardized paper after you receive it after the exam. It's more than not disappointing, it's exceeding expectations hundreds of times over. Yu Yuya glanced sideways at Xiao Yun with a slightly deeper meaning in his eyes. While hearing her words, Xiao Yun was suddenly stunned. 800-000 to evacuate? Isn't that your own worst stat? Can't say it's the worst, not in the top 3 anyway. She didn't see the $2 million withdrawals in the second half of the night, and the near $2 million withdrawal from the Blade server? However, Xiao Yun thought on second thought that the teachers were also off duty at that time, and only the teacher on duty would stay in the building to manage the students' evening study. Then my guaranteed place in Qingbei should be secure, right? Xiao Yun asked the most crucial question. This was his main concern at the moment, and he didn't want anything to go wrong somehow. Of course, 800-000 evacuations aren't stabilized. What will be? Alas, it's just a shame. Pity? Pity for what? Before Yu Yuya could finish his sentence, the two of them arrived at the playground. I saw that the stage built for the last school sports day had not yet been dismantled, and it was filled with rows of school leaders. All right, class 3 gather over here. Yu Yuya hurriedly arranged the class. Xiao Yun, you stand behind with me later. Okay. Xiao Yun was helpless. I just said I didn't have to carry a small bench, so I thought there was some kind of VIP guest spot, and end up standing at the back of the class? Have you made a merit or a mistake? Xiao Yun. Soon the other classes were in place. Lu Shirhan had just arrived at the playground when she captured Xiao Yun's position and waved at him while shouting loudly. And when she shouted that, the students around her nearly dropped their jaws in shock. This is big schoolgirl Lu? Holy shit, when did she get so perky? Is this still that iceberg schoolgirl? I'm not dreaming, am I? Isn't that Xiao Yun from class 3? How does he know big schoolgirl Lu? Neither of these two have ever crossed paths before, have they? I heard that Xiao Yun also went to the Forbidden Zone yesterday, so maybe he ran into him in the Forbidden Zone? Holy shit, that can't be right. I should have known I'd go too. I want to be friends with big schoolgirl Lu too. Are they as simple as friends? The surrounding students were talking. All of them were very unbelievable. The usual Lu Shirhan. It was like an iceberg in school, beautiful and unapproachable. Both boys and girls who are close by, no matter how good they usually are, will feel so inferior in front of her that they can't stand it. And Lu Shirhan seems to have noticed this, and usually doesn't interact with any of her classmates at school. However, at this moment, Lu Shirhan was actually taking the initiative to greet a boy. What kind of sci-fi picture is this? Hey, I just said hi to you, why didn't you even reply? Lu Shirhan walked over with a big stride and an unhappy face. I responded. Didn't I smile at you? That counts as a response. Lu Shirhan was speechless. Well, there's good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Just a smile on her face. wondering why she was so happy. And you're selling out. Xiao Yun sighed. I should have known that I shouldn't have even smiled a little when I smiled just now. It was purely a smiley face given too much. Good news. The good news is that the blade servers you asked me to please were rented out very quickly, and the other party offered a higher price. Lu Shirhan said. Her left hand compared to 1 and her right hand compared to 5. $1.5 million? Well, $1.5 million a year. Xiao Yun was slightly surprised, not expecting this to be done so quickly. And what's the bad news? The bad news is that someone from the Academy of Sciences has offered to see you. That's bad news too? You caught me. Actually both are good news coming up. Xiao Yun covered his face. This big schoolgirl Lu is so boring. It's so obvious that you can just say it, but you have to beat around the bush. She doesn't think she's funny, does she? Okay, it's almost time to start, so I'm going to go to class 4 first. Lu Shirhan said, jogging away. I'll come back for you after the list is announced, and we'll go to the Forbidden Zone together later. As we approach the entrance exams, we have to face a very critical issue. That is, what we call the key issue. And the key issue for us is, as we say, the crux of the matter. On the stage, the principal delivered an important speech. The students below, on the other hand, were drowsy listeners. It's a very low information density speech, and it's just too hypnotizing. At this time, the several school leaders next to him seemed to be unable to listen to him anymore and whispered a few words in his ear. Soon, the microphone was then turned over to the senior yearbook director. Thanks to Ms. Yu Yuya's arrival, our school has 3 guaranteed places at Qingbei University this year. Here it comes. Here's the point. Been waiting for this for a long time. Hurry up and announce it. At these words, the students below were quite refreshed. The first one should be that rich kid Li Wenju, right? Package of other people have money. A few million to buy some equipment to go in is not a mess to kill. And I've heard that he's also hired 2 escorts that are about as strong as Yu Yuya sensei. This configuration, TSK, I can't even imagine how miserable the people running knives in the restricted area are these days. Say, isn't that schoolgirl from class 1 there too? She should be able to get a spot as well. But she definitely can't compare to Li Wenzel is all. There was a lot of talk among the students. Except for a few people from Xiao Yun. At least half of the students, after hearing about the whole guaranteed spot thing, were ready to try out the Forbidden Zone. But some of them are still underage, while others can't even get a vacation granted. So out of the entire senior age group of over 800 people, only no more than 200 ended up in the restricted area. And all of these people, at the moment, are in varying degrees of anticipation within themselves. What if you get lucky and pick one? After all, no one knows if anyone can complete the 500,000 evacuation or not. If it's none of those, it's a short one. Only, what they didn't realize at this point was that there were at least 3 other mountains pressing down in front of them. Even if there had been a couple of successful evacuations, there was no chance of an election at all. And based on repeated discussions among the faculty group, the school has finalized the list of 3 students. Next, the 3 students will be announced by their grades in descending order. First place, Senior Class 3, Xiao Yun. Final score, 1,680,000 evacuation. The whole room was in an uproar when these words came out. 1,680,000 evacuations. Is that a statistic that a human being can put up? And at this time, at the very end of the 3rd class, Yu Yuya was also staring at Xiao Yun next to him with a shocked expression. Chapter 76. This entry is Gue. 1,680,000 evacuation? Xiao Yun, what is this? Wasn't your score 800,000 evacuations? The school got it wrong. Hearing the results promulgated by the grade director, Yu Yuya was instantly very shocked. Be aware that the entire map in the Forbidden Zone has limited supplies. In particular, most of the forbidden areas in Haibei City were on normal difficulty, with the highest being classified difficulty. 1,680,000 evacuations. That's as much resources as the entire damn Zero map combined. This kind of data, even Yu Yuya couldn't do it. What's more, Xiao Yun was still just a student who had just turned 18. Yes, that's the figure. And in the face of Yu Yuya's doubts, Xiao Yun only smiled faintly. That 800,000 evacuation you mentioned was played in the afternoon. This 1,680,000, is the highest figure. You're not kidding. Yu Yuya was inwardly overwhelmed. However, the results given by the school can do no wrong. So, she also hurriedly flipped open her phone and opened the app. And it didn't matter if he didn't check. Once he did, Yu Yuya's hands were shaking. Name, Xiao Yun. Affiliation, Haibei City Branch. Yunhai Province. Dragon Kingdom. Total battles, 20. Evacuation rate, 100%. Value brought out, 13. 303. 72K. Game record, hidden. Segment, platinum 1 inch. 20 war games. 100% evacuation rate. Up to tens of millions of dollars worth. Xiao Yun's segment, on the other hand, had directly reached platinum 1, just one step away. His GTI segment would have rivaled Yoya's as a diamond-level cadre member. This, Yu Yuya's lips trembled. What was happening in front of me was unbelievable. Originally, the reason why she wasn't that surprised this morning was because she had already heard yesterday that Xiao Yun had killed Li Wenjia's team in the restricted area. Based on his relationship with Lu Shirhan, Yu Yuya rightly assumed that the two had teamed up to do it. After all, Lu Shirhan's name was also on the list this time. With her family's power, it would be trivial to find a more powerful escort. Still, Yu Yuya didn't expect it. This Xiao Yun was actually able to hit such amazing numbers as 20 consecutive withdrawals. And that's what happened in just one day. Xiao Yun? Which immortal is this? Don't know. Do we have this guy in our school? Shit. $1,700,000. That's not more than an ordinary person makes in 10 years. It's too much to hit that figure. That's something even that rich kid from class 2 can't do, right? Well, what if someone else is number 1? How in the world does this operate? This forbidden area, how to search to be able to so much evacuation? It's too much this too. More than $1 million of evacuation. Is this still an ordinary high school student? 666. This guy is hung. In the meantime, the surrounding group of students, who also could not hold back their inner shock, were talking about it. Many of the students in the third class even turned their heads to look over. Nobody? You really evacuated? Holy shit. I didn't realize you had deep pockets. Those numbers, TSK, it's an honor for Qingbei University to have recruited you. Nobody talk. Yu Yuya forced the class to maintain order. Yet where was anyone quiet? At this moment, the murmur of the entire room even overshadowed the 2 large stereos on the stage. So Yu Yuya just had to walk to the front and patrol back and forth in the class. Luck. And in the face of his classmates boasting, Xiao Yun just smiled back. I had expected this scene before I came to school myself, but he's not a kid anymore. Making a spectacle of himself in front of the whole school was something he didn't really feel. Nowhere near as crisp as opening a 1000-gauge safety deposit box this morning. Holy shit, that's a 32 by 32 safety box. That's not much more enjoyable than all this meaningless bluster. For Xiao Yun, the actual benefits were the most important. Since the guaranteed place in Qingbei has already been confirmed by Yu Yuya, he is quite frank. This damnable Xiao Yun. Next to him, Li Wenjia from class 2 sat in the first row and resentfully glared back at Xiao Yun. He had never expected that Xiao Yun would be able to complete the 168 million evacuation. And more importantly, this news Lu Shirhan surprisingly didn't tell him. Otherwise, how could Li Wenzel let him make a spectacle of this? At this very moment, it was only then that Li Wenji slowly realized why Lu Shirhan had to inquire about the progress on his side for a while. It turned out to be waiting to give Xiao Yun a report. This pair of dogs. Grass. Damn it. Li Wenji cursed angrily, yet no one cared. He glanced left and right and headed for the back. Master, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Xiao Yun's results have just been announced. Lu Shirhan and Lu Shuecheng, too, walked over in pairs. Lu Shirhan, on the contrary, had already known about this achievement, while Lu Shuecheng had a surprised expression. In his eyes, he was even very worshipful. You should be okay with that too, right? Xiao Yun asked with a smile. Of course it's no problem. I'm a $500,000 evacuation, Lu Shuecheng said with a confident smile. Originally, the highest she'd ever recorded, which was a couple of 300,000 evacuations, and with her usual grades, the guaranteed spot was already in her hands. And seize the hand of Li Wenjia. Get a set of gold armor that has been broken. Reverse the false accounts. And only more than 400,000 did not reach 500,000 evacuation. Only after that, she relied on Xiao Yun's method again and also managed to complete the 500,000 evacuation on her own. By all accounts, it's also a solid take. Grass. Lu Shirhan, you traitor. And just at that moment, Li Wenjia also arrived over here. He only saw that he just wanted to scold Xiao Yun and Lu Shirhan. Yet the moment he saw Lu Shuecheng, he was suddenly a little trembling in his tone. I'm sorry, Lu Shuecheng, I'm sorry. I didn't know it would be like this. You're Li Wenjia from class 2? Why are you suddenly saying sorry to me? Lu Shuecheng stared with wide eyes, somewhat puzzled. Lavanti, what's wrong with you again? Xiao Yun was also frowning. This Li Wenjia was crazy, right? It's a nervous wreck when you come up here, and you feel like a psychopath. Holy shit, you don't even understand what's going on yet, Li Wenzel said with a pained look on his face. However, just as he was about to explain something, the head of grade also coughed twice in a hurry. Alright, everyone be quiet and quiet. We'll move on to the announcement of the list. The head of the grade continued to speak, covering the voices of several people. Second place, Lu Shurhan, Senior Class 4. Final score, 720. 000 evacuation. The whole room was in an uproar again when the news came out. Holy shit. Big schoolgirl Lu. Big schoolgirl Lu went to the Forbidden Zone too? Oh my god. She bailed out of Qingbei too. I'm going to take the Qingbei exam too. I'm going to take the Qingbei exam too. Although the score was a fraction compared to Xiao Yun, the murmurs in the room were still no less than the announcement of Xiao Yun's results. After all, Lu Shurhan's reputation was there, and just the identity of school flower was enough to discuss. Third place, Senior Class 2, Li Wenjie. Final score, 670. 000 evacuation. Ugh, it's really Li Wenzel. There's no way around this rich kid money ability. I didn't realize he was only ranked third. TSK. Looking at it like this, Xiao Yun seems even more NB. The crowd was talking, and the very back of a group of students. When Lu Shurhan heard this list, she immediately looked at Xiao Yun next to her with a shocked expression. 3 spots. Me, you and Levanti. Doesn't that mean? She turned her head and glanced at Lu Shueching. The other party froze in place, obviously not expecting this outcome either. Xiao Yun's face turned blue as he stared at Li Wenjie dead in the face. Lu Shueching, listen to my explanation. It wasn't supposed to be like this. It's all Xiao Yun's fault. This damn Xiao Yun. And you, Lu Shurhan, why don't you tell me about his real evacuation? Levanti went nuts with a flurry of bites. Instead, the next second, he felt like he was having trouble turning his head. His hair hurt even as a large hand suddenly pressed down on his head, grabbing his hair. Levanti, what the fuck did you do? Xiao Yun's tone was slightly angry. Chapter 77 The Wrong World. What have I done? And I have to ask you what you've done. Is your $1 million clean? Do you believe yourself when you say it? Even though Li Wenjie was being held down by Xiao Yun's head, he still had a cocky face. I can prove that Xiao Yun has no problem with this score. Next to her, Lu Shurhan replied indifferently. On the contrary, you, obviously 500. 000 evacuation is difficult. Why suddenly come to a 670? 000 evacuation? Do you have a clean record? Crap. Faced with Lu Shurhan's question, Li Wenjie hesitated for 2 seconds before answering. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that he did use illegal means. Only. For Levanti. No matter what Xiao Yun and Lu Shurhan said about him, he didn't care. The only person he cared about the most was Lu Shueching. Lu Shueching, I really didn't know it would be like this. Lu Shueching lowered her head, and the crowd couldn't see the expression on her face. Xiao Yun didn't dare to look at her and just stared at Li Wenjie dead in the face. I should have thought of this when I saw him with Wang Chang last night. If I had stepped in to stop it at the time, I wouldn't be in this situation. The guaranteed place in Qingbei, which Li Wenjie got through illegal means, is squeezing out Lu Shueching's place. Xiao Yun. I'm fine. Lu Shueching walked next to Xiao Yun and pulled on his sleeve. Xiao Yun turned his head to look at her, only to see that there was no sadness or grief on her face. Instead, as before, he smiled gently. I'll study hard during this time, even if I don't have a guaranteed spot. I want to go to the same college as you, and Shurhan. So, I'll be cheering. Fuel, Xiao Yun, who had participated in the college entrance examination in his previous life, certainly knew that no matter which world it was, the college entrance examination was extremely strict and cruel. A school like Qingbei, which is the #1 school in the country, is not something you can get into just by pumping gas. Even if she had been first in her grade, there was still the possibility of mistakes on the entrance exam. Especially, now with this kind of thing, if your mind is affected, you are likely to play poorly when the time comes. Lu Shueching, it's fine. My family is rich. I can help you. Levanti said suddenly. I can help you change your nationality and become a foreign student. By then, with your grades, you can casually enter Qingbei University. Xiao Yun punched Li Wenjie straight in the stomach, lifting his head as he threw him to the ground. Listen to yourself. Are you speaking human language? Xiao Yun. Ignore him. Let's go. Lu Shueching hurriedly pulled Xiao Yun back and then gave Lu Shurhan a look. Yeah, let's go to the penalty box and ignore him. The two of them were holding one of Xiao Yun's arms while they were afraid that Xiao Yun would do something out of the ordinary again. After all, this is a critical time for further education. It would be hard to end it if something happened here in Li Wenzel. Li Wenjie, I'm telling you, I won't follow the same crooked path as you. Lu Shueching turned around and said seriously. After a few people left, only Li Wenjie was left lying on the ground. Am I wrong? I just want to go to the same college as Lu Xueqing, but why is she the one squeezed out of the spot? What's the point of this Sibei University without her? Am I really wrong? Ka Chao. While Li Wenjie was mumbling, a light footstep was slowly approaching. You're right, how could you be wrong? Only to see that Jiang Kurson had arrived here at some point. With a lollipop in his mouth, he looked at Li Wenjie on the ground with a smile on his face. Jiang Kurson? Why are you at school? Won't you come in wearing a school uniform? Jiang Kurson laughed. What just happened? You saw it all? Well, how so? Jiang Kurson crossed her arms with a look of pretending to think. In any case, it's not you who's wrong. It's that Xiaoyun who's right. The wrong one? Yeah, and that schoolgirl from your school. From what you're saying, they're conspiring against you, right? That's right. I didn't think she'd betray me. So yeah, how could the fault be yours? My silly brother. Jiang Kurson squinted her eyes and laughed. A pair of peach blossom eyes curved into a crescent moon, and the tear mole at the corner of her eye seemed like a star next to her. And hearing her words, Li Wenjie also suddenly came to a realization. Right. Yes, it's all Xiaoyun and Lu Shihan's fault. It's all because of them, causing Lu Xueqing to lose her bailing qualification. I'm not wrong. It's not me who's wrong. I'm the one who's right. They're the ones who are wrong. Xiaoyun, don't let this matter affect your mood. Even if I don't have a guaranteed place, I can still get in through the college entrance exam. I'm a good student. I'm not even upset yet. You don't have to be upset for me. Car. Lu Xueqing sat in the middle of the back seat, comforting Xiaoyun along the way. The two people next to her, whether it was Xiaoyun or Lu Shihan, both had a grave expression on their faces at this moment. Although both of them were locked in for a guaranteed bid, the appearance of Li Wenjie was something that neither of them had expected. This guy didn't know what tactics he had used to top off Lu Xueqing's guaranteed qualification. Check. At that moment, the driver in front of him also asked softly, Xiaoyun, what do you think? Lu Shihan asked. There's something wrong with Lavanti. Xiaoyun said with great certainty. Just last night, when he himself saw Li Wenjie and Wang Chang together in that one match, he definitely thought of some way to violate the rules. Is it a crash deal with Wang Chang? The two men were equipped for a change, and both came out with big hundreds of thousands of evacuations. Or maybe it's even simpler. The two of them meet at an arranged location and Li Wenjie just kills Wang Chang. That would require evidence and clues even if the two were found to be playing against each other. If there's a problem, then we have to find out. Lu Shihan said faintly. It's just that, even if the means by which Li Wenzel cheated are found out and reported up, it's also 2 months from now when the departments run through the process. At the time, at best, Li Wenjie will be disqualified from bailing out. But it's not like the bailing out will be vacant. Lu Shihan sighed. Given the current situation, it seemed that Lu Xueqing could indeed only rely on her own efforts if she wanted to go to Qingbei. Geez, don't worry about me so much. Lu Xueqing was also at a loss for words at this time. She had been a little sad to miss out on the bailout. Still, she didn't want her friends to follow suit compared to her own sadness. By this time, the car was just arriving in Northport. Let's all go to the penalty box and run knives together. To switch the mood, Lu Xueqing got out of the car and hastily suggested. Oh yo, Yukari, you're so cocky now. Running a knife is a casual thing for you? Lu Shihan laughed. At this time, Lu Xueqing's performance in the restricted area was indeed above his own. She was also very sad that a girl who worked so hard didn't qualify for guaranteed admission. It's all because Master taught me well. Master. Lu Xueqing looked towards Xiaoyun, and a sudden pang of heartache ran through her heart. It's obvious that you've helped me so much, but I still haven't been able to get this qualification. It's not your fault. You've worked hard. Xiaoyun touched her head and let out a long sigh. This Lavanti. Come on. Let's damn run the knife. Aha. Master, wait for me to buy some equipment first. Lu Xueqing said, intending to walk towards the exchange, and just as she was about to leave, she was pulled by Xiaoyun. It's okay, no need to get up your equipment. Master will take you on a big wave. Chapter 78, Picking up gold bars at the dam. You have entered Dam 0, current location, sandy western part of the administrative jurisdiction. This burst, average. Time to end this game, 28 minutes, 38 seconds. Hint, please complete the evacuation before time runs out. Xiaoyun's group entered Dam 0. It was still early in the day, and there weren't many cadres coming to the restricted area, and a handful of them couldn't touch a few people. In this case, the biggest danger is the Asura soldiers inside. Master, is it really okay if we don't afford equipment? Just after entering the figure, Lu Xueqing was very worried and asked. Don't worry, the piece of taking over the body. Your master is a professional. Taking over? Hearing this word, Lu Xueqing also froze. Haven't read metaphysical fiction and don't quite understand the meaning of the word. However, just from literal analysis. She felt that Xiao Yun should be trying to snatch other people's equipment. Master, what is our plan? Our plan is to get one person to get a set of man machine gear and then storm the administration building, Xiao Yun said with a smile. Although he and Lu Xueqing were already quite familiar with each other, it was still the first time the two of them had teamed up. The one before that was technically just a matchup that happened to come up in the game. And at this time, Lu Xueqing, of course, was also unaware of Xiao Yun's ability. But, before he started to run the knife, Xiao Yun also made a movement of his mind. System, purchase Luna and Ularu skill packs. Ding! Luna and Ularu skill packs, S rank, have been purchased. Unlocked skills, enemy tracking. Unlocked skill, enhanced fragmentation grenade. Unlocked skill, electric shock arrow. Unlocked skill, scouting arrow. Unlocked skill, long time in the field. Unlocked skill, rapid congealing bunker. Unlocked skill, compound incendiary bomb. Unlocked skill, patrol missile. A series of system beeps came down, and Xiao Yun once again mastered a bunch of powerful skills. Once the unlocks were done, he was left with only compulsion, Old Black, and the new hero's skills unlocked. Let me do you all. Just then, an Asura soldier patrolling outside the sands had also heard the commotion inside. Master, the Asura soldiers are coming. Let's find a place to hide. Hearing this voice, Lu Xueqing instinctively wanted to find a place to hide. Take it easy. Xiao Yun smiled faintly, only to see that in his hand, a fragmentation grenade had been pinched at an unknown time. Where is the little brat going to hide? Asura soldiers appeared from the entrance at once, and he had just seen Xiao Yun for the first time when a grenade had already landed on his head. Holy shit! Grenade! Bang! Without waiting for Ji to dodge, the fragmentation grenade burst at the bottom of his feet. Go! Lick his gear! Xiao Yun smiled faintly and took the lead. And when Lu Xueqing, who was next to him, saw this scene, her eyes went wide. In the past, when she had entered the Forbidden Zone on her own, she had avoided the Asura soldiers when she could. I didn't expect Xiao Yun to take care of the soldiers so easily. Master, you even brought grenades. That's right, I'm actually Jade-faced Hand Thunder King. Hey, you're running knives and you still have to play with stems. Lu Shurhan hurriedly followed along, examining the soldiers' body together. Got an M870? As she watched the two of them in action, a smile appeared on Lu Xueqing's face as well. Sure enough, coming to the box and running a knife was the right choice. For them, it doesn't matter what happens in reality. Just run the knife together and everything will be fine. At the same time, in Lu Xueqing's heart, she was also secretly determined. You must get into Qingbei yourself. Definitely. Apprentice, come on. Xiao Yun took the two of them, and one of them licked a Machine Brothers outfit outside. Then just as he was about to enter the administration building, he turned his head, only to find that the dam of the handle had been opened. Dam 0 was located just north of the administration building, next to the pull-out evacuation point. Normally, you need to take the wall breaker quest to be opened, and in a small number of matchups, the opening here will be blown right out of the water by fighters. Master, where are we going? Take you to touch the gold bars. Xiao Yun hemmed and hawed and acted mysteriously. On normal difficulty, there is no small safe in the middle of Dam Zero's vault though, but the refresh points on the ground have a high probability of refreshing gold bars. In his previous life, Xiao Yun had picked up countless gold bars inside a normal dam during the S1 season, which were enough to pile up half a small stash box. It just seems that after the S2 season, the dog planner changed the burst rate. After this, Xiao Yun had not picked up any gold bars in it for a long time. But, in this real world of the Forbidden Zone, however, there is no curated interference. Xiao Yun estimated that there was still a chance that the gold bars would be refreshed inside the dam's vault. Gold bars? What gold bars? Hearing this word, Lu Shurhan was also very curious. It's not that red item, is it? Yes, it's what you think. Hey, why did you have to bring Lu Xueqing to pick up gold bars as soon as she arrived? You haven't even brought me to pick up gold bars. Nonsense. She's my disciple. Can you two be the same? Xiao Yun laughed. At this moment, he also truly recognized Lu Xueqing as his disciple. Not for her cooking, of course, but to appreciate her as a person. Although they had only known each other for a day, the bond between them was already deep. And the same seems to be true for Lu Shurhan. Shurhan is fine. I'll give it to you later if Master picks up a gold bar for me. Lu Xueqing also laughed innocently. My good Yukari. Hey, you're not allowed to give it. That gold bar is over $300,000. Just give and take. Xiao Yun instantly broke down a little. This good disciple was not listening anymore. This Lu Shurhan is really a demoness. Taking advantage of her disciple's stupidity and sweetness, she will bully her every day. Of course, it's all in jest. Xiao Yun knew that the two were just having fun and fooling around. I'll clean up the soldiers first. You guys wait for my message. Xiao Yun led the two to the entrance of the dam. Inside the machine brother is really too much. He was afraid that the two people went in and did not do anything before being a second. So after leaving a comment, he cut out the heirloom knife in his hand. At this time, the heirloom knife had been upgraded by him to level 50. With 80 points of super high damage, the movement speed bonus is a staggering 50%. The exoskeleton activated with a squeeze of a small hand. Thus, Lu Shihan and Lu Xueqing only saw Xiao Yun swishing into the dam. Master, he has always been this fast? I don't know. It doesn't seem like it was this fast before. Ah, what has he been through all this time? Ah, did you mess with Shihan? And I wondered. Okay. After a moment passed, Xiao Yun once again returned to the entrance. Lu Xueqing, look. I picked this up inside. With that, Xiao Yun also pinched a golden coin in his hand. I had wanted to play with it in my hand a few times like the golden wolf. Outcome. Don't have that skill. Almost played it off and made it really kind of ugly. It could only be honestly placed in front of Lu Xueqing for some display. Shiny pirate gold. The moment she saw this thing, Lu Xueqing was also instantly surprised. That's 50,000 worth of golden materials. Not bad for a schoolteacher. Recognizing it at a glance. As he said that, Xiao Yun also glanced at Lu Shihan who was next to him. Unlike someone who looks at a black box any half day. Hey, you want to fight, don't you? Lu Shihan clenched her pink fists. This Xiao Yun cajoled the child and then cajoled the child, but also gave himself a pull to step on. Master, you're really awesome. It's the first time I've seen golden supplies. Lu Xueqing was also filled with shock at this time. Ugh, that's nothing. The best is yet to come. With that, Xiao Yun also took the lead towards the dam. Let's go. Master will take you to touch the gold bars. P.S. The author is sick today. A little dizzy. Update a little late, but still 4 more to offer. Today's content is mainly excessive plot. We'll soon enter a new round of running knives, then there will be new skills and new maps. I implore readers to watch patiently. Do not feed the book. Catching up on reading is really important to the author. Chapter 79, Don't K my head. Master, did you kill all these? Inside the dam, Lu Xueqing followed Xiao Yun all the way forward. It was a shock to see the corpses of the dead Asura soldiers sprawled around them. One must know that Xiao Yun had just come in for less than a minute. In this short minute, he had actually killed all the soldiers inside. That's efficiency, comparable to a human meat grinder. Master, how on earth did you do that? This is too strong. Just practice more. Xiao Yun smiled faintly. After all, hundreds of hours of gaming in his previous life weren't for nothing. He had memorized the location of every soldier on the map. And in this forbidden world, the soldiers are smarter than the human machines of the previous world. When they heard the gun go off at the door, they would gather around and save Xiao Yun a lot of time. And while cleaning up Brother Machine, Xiao Yun also made an unexpected discovery. That was his own gunfire negotiation skill, which was surprisingly triggered by a knife. Although the description of the skill is next shot, it should really say next attack to be accurate. If you use the heirloom knife, you can kill an ordinary soldier with a single headshot, and you can also perfectly grasp the rhythm of the skill. Thus just now, although he had only killed 7 or 8 minions, Xiao Yun had scored 5 pirate gold coins. Material, shiny pirate gold coins. Rarity, gold. Price, 58,231. Gold coins are more than just something you can sell. They're also a necessary prop used to make sets of 6 along with premium coffee beans. It was only that Xiao Yun was currently unclear as to whether this world had developed the process of making 6 sets or not. Right. Lu Shihan. While walking, Xiao Yun asked. Earlier, you said that the GTIs would make deals with people from the Forbidden World? How did that work? Well, I've heard that GTI holds various special entrances to forbidden zones that allow them to enter different worlds. Like the large battlefield used for military maneuvers and drills between countries is one of those special forbidden zones. But I'm not too sure about the specifics. Listening to Lu Shihan's explanation, Xiao Yun also nodded his head silently. If the forbidden zone is a complete real world, then is there a possibility? With these skills that he had unlocked now, would their corresponding special cadres also appear in the forbidden zone? Or even appear in the real world? After all, GTI was an organization that linked the two worlds, and since people in the real world could enter the forbidden zone, those in the forbidden zone should also have a way to come to the real world. If that's the case, Xiao Yun had to catch Uluru out and beat him up. After all, this dryad's skills are so disgusting. You can also throw fire and fire missiles for long-range blasting. Xiao Yun didn't know how many times he had been killed by Uluru's bombs at evacuation points in his previous life. However, it wasn't so much Uluru's fault as it was the fault of the players who took him to crouch evacuation points. In the previous life of the game, the players who play Uluru squatting evacuation point is also affectionately called a berth. By the way, Master, I heard that your GTI segment has risen to platinum level? Lu Xueqing suddenly asked. What's wrong? That's awesome. I heard that after the segment level rises to Black Eagle, you'll be qualified to enter those special restricted areas. That's useful news. Xiaoyun pondered and also led the two to the entrance of the vault. In front of you is an underground passageway that leads to the dam vault after a flight of stairs. And just as he arrived, he heard the sound of soldiers coming from the vault. Did you hear that? There's a sound. Determine the location first. The soldiers in the vault sensed the movement outside. While Xiaoyun was just about to make a move, Lu Shirhan carried M870 and stood in front of him first. Hey, take a break and rest. I'll take it from here. Yeah master, you just killed so many. Don't get exhausted. Lu Xueqing said, also carrying the Uzi she had picked up from the mannequin and followed behind Lu Shirhan. Well, it's in your hands. Xiaoyun sighed helplessly. Actually, he wants to say, don't K me head. With 3 soldiers inside, he could have hit at least 1 gold coin if he had launched a gunfire negotiation. But seeing how passionate the two were, it was all he could do to force a wave of rest. Never mind. You guys are happy. Thump, 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 thump. A series of intense gunshots rang out in the vault. Next, Lu Xueqing and Lu Shirhan also ran out from inside. Xiaoyun originally thought that the two men were triumphantly ghostly armor, and just wanted to go inside. But to his surprise, the two ran out but scrambled to hide behind him. Master help. Can't get it right. Can't get it right. The soldiers in here are too strong. And at the same time, there was a taunt from Machine inside. Tickling the master. I want you to pay in blood. Don't try to run. Seeing this situation, Xiaoyun's eyelids twitched and his expression was helpless. So the two of you together can't even handle 3 regular Jigos? And that's not even the vault for the Wallbreaker quest. To encounter the Wallbreaker mission, this vault is guarded by Asura machine gunners. When Machine Gun comes, he'll kill you both. It still has to be me. Xiaoyun sighed, lifted the bison and charged into the vault. Thump, 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 thump dash. Gunfire negotiation triggers and a gold coin falls into the safe. Only although he had secured one as soon as he came in. But seeing that the other 2 Jigos were looking for cover and hiding, moving even more swiftly than those soldiers outside, Xiaoyun also instantly realized that something was wrong. Under the strong guard, there will be big gold and red. Xiaoyun instantly understood why Lu Xueqing and Lu Shirhan were beaten and fled. It turns out that the one guarding the vault inside is Brother Superhero Machine. But the Dryad skill that Xiaoyun had just unlocked would work perfectly at this moment. Xiaoyun aimed behind the bunker where the 2 soldiers were hiding, and an incendiary bomb on one side was thrown out. Hot hot hot. The incendiary bombs burned one at a time, directly refining a machine brother on the spot. One of them reacted backwards while the flames had already attached themselves to his body, staggering and running 2 steps before still falling to the ground. Well, come on in, Xiaoyun said indifferently. At this moment, he couldn't wait to see what treasures were hidden inside. Master, wait first. What's wrong? Shirhan's been shot. I'll give her some emergency treatment first. Lu Xueqing's voice came leisurely from behind. Xiaoyun also frowned and hurriedly turned back. Just as he walked up from the stairs, he saw the blood shimmering on Lu Shirhan's arm. Lu Xueqing was beside her to help bandage her while she frowned slightly, forcing herself to endure the pain. I'll be fine. Just wait until the evacuation is out. You guys go in first, Lu Shirhan said in a calm tone. And seeing this scene, Xiaoyun also. You don't want to get shot by a soldier. It would be a shame if it got out. Master, you've gone too far. Shirhan is injured and you're still saying that. Lu Xueqing instantly fought for her and got a little angry. However, Lu Shirhan was smiling slightly. It's okay, he usually talks like that. But Master isn't like that to me. When these words came out, Lu Shirhan fell somewhat silent. Okay, I'll do it. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit awkward, Xiaoyun also walked over to her side and squatted down, then pulled out a slab of painkillers from his pocket. Eat it. Lu Shirhan took the painkiller and swallowed it without hesitation. However, as soon as Xiaoyun opened his mouth in the next second, she had some regrets. By the way, this medicine is $2,000. Remember to turn me when you go out. Chapter 80 Solar Panels and Solar Discs. Master. Seeing this scene, Lu Xueqing also glared at him with some anger. Can't you be nice to Shirhan? I even gave her such expensive painkillers, and it's still not good for her? You're going to piss me off. Facing Xiaoyun, Lu Xueqing appeared to be a bit tongue-tied and could not speak to him at all. Lu Shirhan, who was next to her, however, laughed softly and hastily touched her head in a burst of appeasement. Alright, your master is just trying to piss me off and tease me. He's actually quite nice to me. Why didn't I see that? Lu Xueqing was puffed up and did not understand at all what Xiao Yun was thinking. And Xiao Yun did not say anything at this time, pulling out another roll of bandages from his pocket. Lifting Lu Shihan's arm, he slowly helped her wrap it. This won't hurt anymore, will it? Oh, well, thank you. Lu Shihan thanked with a somewhat unnatural expression. At the same time, it was also felt that Xiao Yun was actually a meticulous person. Afraid of the pain when he bandaged the wound, he gave himself a painkiller before he started to treat the wound. At the moment, in her eyes, the man in front of her overlapped once again with the impression in her memory, and it was at this time, Xiao Yun pulled Lu Shihan's wrist, but he felt a somewhat protruding object with a somewhat strange feel. Looking down, it turned out to be a string of obsidian strings that Lu Shihan was wearing. The obsidian shone so brightly it looked like glass. Previously did not see Lu Shihan wear this string of jewelry. At this time a look, Xiao Yun but feel a little familiar. This string, what's wrong? Lu Shihan raised her eyebrows, seemingly a little surprised. It's expensive, isn't it? And it's not good to drop it in a restricted area. Humph. It's up to you. Lu Shihan hastily drew back her left hand and grunted lightly. What's wrong with this Lu? Just now she was all smiles. Now why is this little face falling down again? Xiao Yun was very puzzled inwardly. He was becoming more and more unable to understand this woman. Well, master, let's go in together and touch the gold bars. Seeing Lu Shihan's injury stabilized, Lu Xueqing also hurriedly opened her mouth. If I do manage to touch the gold bar, I'll go to the gold store and have it pounded into a set of jewelry to use as a dowry when the time comes. You're all about the dowry now? Xiao Yun was somewhat surprised. Sister, you're only 18 years old. Should we not think about it so much? That's true. Or what if I can't get married when the time comes? Absolutely not, Xiao Yun said decisively. To be honest, Lu Xueqing's face value is not inferior to Lu Shihan. Only it is not the kind that is beautiful at first glance, but with some cute. Especially the body is very material. Plus she was gentle, got good grades, and was so considerate. It's also in high school. When you meet Lu Shihan, you'll be overwhelmed by her aura. Waiting to go to college, classmates' aesthetics came up. How she must also be A and Lu Shihan level school flower level. And on top of that, she cooks well. That's the most important thing. You don't have to worry about getting married at all. Okay, do you two want any more gold bars? Lu Shihan crossed her face and hurriedly urged. Walk to the middle of the vault. Xiao Yun's afterimage was swept, and the supplies on the ground around him were instantly in his eyes. Material, sun discs. Rarity, green. Price, 5,239. Materials, ancient sphinx statue. Rarity, green. Price, 5,278. Material, African drums. Rarity, green. Price, 4,466. Shit, is the burst rate so real? Xiao Yun was instantly somewhat helpless. There are 4 points of bare material refreshment in the middle level of the vault, 2 to the left and 2 to the right, each separated by a wall in the center by 2 rows. While Xiao Yun scanned the first row or so of material points, the ones that were refreshed were all big greens. These raggedy knickknacks are just like that Iwu small commodities. Inexpensive to look good, take out a little use. However, Xiao Yun did not expect that Lu Xueqing's eyes were glowing after seeing these things. Wow, got rich. I didn't realize there would be so many goodies inside the vault. With that, she also hurriedly picked up the pile of little greens on the ground and stuffed them furiously into her backpack. Yukari, you're starving too. Lu Shihan, who was next to her, was also a little hard to restrain herself when she saw this scene. Xiao Yun, on the other hand, let out a light laugh. And you're talking about someone else. Didn't you take a solar panel as a treasure then? Hey, that's a real baby. Okay. Lu Shihan immediately looked unconvinced. Solar panels are miles above these green supplies. Okay. Xiao Yun was helpless. Although at this point in time, in his perspective, Lu Shihan was as good as 50 steps in front of Lu Xueqing. But whether it's a sun dish or a solar panel, they can install it if they want to and have fun. As for Xiao Yun himself, there was only one purpose. That's gold bullion. The human machine inside just now was so fierce that it almost gave Lu Shihan an arm to dry out. There's no way a man machine this fierce is guarding this place without something inside. Sure enough, Xiao Yun took 2 more steps forward and took a look to his left, only to see a golden strip lying so quietly on the ground. Material, gold bars. Rarity, red. Price, 333,903. The moment he saw the gold bar, Xiao Yun subconsciously wanted to go up with a jet acceleration and put it in his pocket. But it was good to see that in the end reason restrained instinct. In my previous life, when I was playing Dragon Running Knife in the game, I kept grabbing gold bars from my teammates as soon as I got to the damn vault. and I almost conditioned myself to do so. Lu Shueching, come over here. Master, wait. I'll stuff another one. Don't you pick it up. You come over here and look at this. Xiao Yun was all of a sudden anxious for her. This Lu Shueching stupid, if it were any other teammate, would have given this gold bar in his pocket. Come on, come on. Lu Shueching hurriedly ran all the way over. The moment she saw something on the ground, however, her eyes widened. Whoa, it's a bullhorn. We're going to be rich. Right. Not right. What bullhorn? Xiaoyun looked down and saw that there was indeed a horn charm placed on the other side of the gold bar. Who told you to look at that? This one. This way. For the first time, Xiaoyun felt anxious, and it wasn't even because of himself, but because of someone else. And after he corrected him, Lu Shueching also finally caught a glimpse of the golden item on the ground. Real gold bars. When she saw the gold bars on the ground, her eyes instantly glazed over like rabbit knife that little toy. There's really a gold bar? Let's see. When Lu Shurhan in the back heard this news, she also rushed over to gather around. There's really a gold bar. This thing, it should be worth more than $300,000, right? Lu Shueching, pick it up. We have to search somewhere else. Xiao Yun also hurriedly urged. Master, this is really for me. Really for you. Great. Lu Shueching hurriedly ran up and pocketed the gold bar. It was the first time she had seen red quality supplies, and the joy on her face needed no expression. And seeing Lu Shueching's joyful expression, Lu Shurhan was very envious for some reason. Xiao Yun, get me one too. It's just a vault, where there's so many gold bars. Xiao Yun sighed helplessly. This big schoolgirl, Lu, would really try to make things difficult for herself. That's one gold bar. How are we going to get her another one? However, when Xiao Yun turned around, he just planned to go deeper into the vault and search the table in front of the safe. This long table was also a bare refreshment point for supplies, and Xiao Yun in his previous life had picked up quite a few goodies here. And at that moment, the moment he turned around, another system panel popped up on the ground on the other side. Material, gold bars. Rarity, red. Price, 333,903. I'll go. It's still there. Chapter 81. So many gold bars. Wow. There really is a second gold bar. Seeing the appearance of the system panel, Xiao Yun was also instantly somewhat surprised. This little Fuba vault could have two gold bars? At the same time, he was marveling at the benefits of having a system. With this ability of the system, one didn't even see where the gold bars were. The system panel popped up. There was no possibility of missing supplies. Nope. It's like there's more than a second one. As Xiao Yun approached, another system panel popped up in front of him. Material, gold bars. Rarity, red. Price, 333,903. Wow. There are actually two more gold bars here. That's a total of 3 gold bars. This damn vault is so rich in supplies. Xiao Yun was a little unsure of what to say for a moment. As for Lu Shurhan, who was next to her, she was instantly very shocked when she saw this incredible scene. 1 vault, 3 gold bars. Those 3 gold bars add up to $1 million in supplies. Is this still Puba? You know, a handful of Puba. Even if you search the whole map, the resources of the whole map added up to 700, 000 or 800, 000 would already be considered a good burst rate. And this handful of zero dams is worth $1 million just in gold bars swiped inside the vault. Xiao Yun, why do I feel that you are so lucky? Just then, Lu Shurhan also stared at Xiao Yun with a suspicious expression. Why is it that when I run my own knife, it's hard to even see purple supplies every time, but as long as I'm with you, how come I feel like there's gold and red in every handful? Are you turned on? Hearing this, Xiao Yun also had an innocent look on his face. I did hang myself, but it wasn't a burst rate hang. If he could really increase the burst rate, he'd want to. Previously, I had thought that the bounty ties were able to boost the popping rate of the matchups, but it turns out that I didn't realize that the losing streak was affecting the popping rate of the bounty chests, and not the popping rate in the forbidden zone. The reason why Xiao Yun was able to find the good stuff all by himself was simply because he knew which spots were easy to swipe gold. The gaming experience from his previous life. This was Xiao Yun's most valuable thing. Of course, it wouldn't work without a safety box. Running a knife would be too inefficient. Well, since it would be convenient to have 3 gold bars here, 1 for each person. With that, Xiao Yun picked up the 2 gold bars on the ground, took one for Lu Shurhan. Hey, let go. Lu Shurhan had originally received the gold bar with a smile, but she realized that the gold bar was viciously clamped by Xiao Yun. Hastily, he patted his hand before he finally let go. Ugh, that hurts. It doesn't hurt if you give it to Lu Shueching, but it hurts if you give it to me? Do you want to be so double standard? Lu Shurhan was infuriated. This Xiao Yun, why is he gentle with Lu Shueching? Wasn't it just a meal she cooked last night? And that's all it took? Thinking of this, Lu Shurhan also had a plan within her heart. She can cook, can't she do it herself? When I do something, I'll make sure you're dead to rights. After picking up the gold bars, Xiao Yun also searched ahead. There wasn't much to swipe on the table. It was all just little green quality crap. Only when he turned his head to look at the safe, he had some inward thoughts all of a sudden. As per the setting in the previous game, the safe here can only be opened after taking the wall breaker quest. And on the way to opening the safe, countless soldiers will be refreshed to interfere. Not only ordinary Asura soldiers, but also shield soldiers and machine gunners would swarm out of the stairway. And you can't open all of the safes each time they are refreshed. Such a large row of safes, but only 15 safes can be opened. However, at this moment, Xiao Yun was in a real world of forbidden areas. This big row of insurance is right in front of us. There's no wallbreaker quest, but can't you try to open it yourself yet? Lu Shueching, you're the school bully. Let me ask you guys a question. Xiao Yun slowly spoke. What's the problem? Lu Shueching's head tilted, a bit puzzled. The safe inside this vault, do you know how to open it? It's not really written in this textbook. Lu Shueching thought carefully for a while and realized that there was really no record about this place in the textbook. Even the description of the inside of the vault is scarce. All the book says is that there are a lot of soldiers here and that ordinary people should enter with caution. Ordinary people would have to be wearing 4 heads and 4 armor and shooting level 3 bullets as a team to challenge this place at least to have a chance of success. So, Xiao Yun nodded his head silently. Indeed, there were many soldiers here and the location was very advantageous for the Dryads. This machine brother rolled right into the surrounding cover after hearing the man and started racking points left and right, easily racking the normal man to death. For the average person, the textbook explanation is quite correct. If you don't have 4 sets, don't come in here and bump into them. Master, it just occurred to me when you said that, we're loading this one into the chart naked. Lu Shueching was suddenly very excited. This matchup, we even stripped the head armor and weapons from the soldiers. 0 cost to run a knife. Doesn't that equate to 0 risk? 0 wear and tear? Master, you're the only one in the world who can do this kind of thing. Lu Shueching's eyes were glowing as she looked at Xiao Yun with a face of adoration. She was exaggerating a bit when she said that, but it was really something. Ordinary people come to the Forbidden Zone. Without equipment even evacuation is a luxury. Even the somewhat powerful Dryads don't dare to enter the map naked. And for Xiao Yun, he's got the dry skills and the safe again. Especially since the safe I just opened was still 1024 compartments. If you want to say a 6 sets of Big Brother may still be afraid of you. Ordinary Asura soldiers, that is not a kick to death? The safe here, I assume it's the same as the big safe outside, where you have to crack the code? Lu Shurhan, however, didn't forget about business. Seeing that Xiao Yun was somewhat floored by the compliments, he hurriedly reminded him, I'll try. Without saying a word, Xiao Yun tried it on his hand, only to find out that the safe here was opened in a completely different way than in the game. The unlocking of the safe in the previous game was actually a mini-game. Simply press the button when the cursor moves to the appropriate position, and the crack will unlock itself once it reaches 100% progress. The safe in this restricted area, on the other hand, must be cracked with the help of special electronic equipment. It can only be cracked open after a special electronic device is hooked up to the combination lock. We'd better go. The safe here is not for us to open, Lu Shurhan said. Next to her, Lu Shueching also nodded. It seemed to both of them that the safe could not be opened in any way. Well, don't look. If you're any good you can still blow it up for it? You're kinda right. Hearing Lu Shurhan's words, Xiao Yun also heatedly smiled. When he played the game in his previous life, he wondered if the safe could be blown open by a Dryad's bomb. But that's the kind of thing you just have to think about in the game. There's no way around it. The code is written that way. And when it came to this real forbidden world, Xiao Yun was also finally given the opportunity to operate. Do you remember what I am? Xiao Yun asked with a mysterious face. Jade-faced Hand Thunder King? Wrong. How wrong again? Actually, I'm Daedara the Demolition Artist. You think it's fun to play Terrier, don't you? Not much more. Xiao Yun directly pulled out a C4 and affixed it to the safe. Chapter 82, Can't you open the insurance without breaking the wall? The bomb is going off. Run! Xiao Yun prompted a cry and hurriedly pulled Lu Shurhan to run out of the explosion range. Wait for me. Lu Shueching, who was next to him, also hurriedly ran all the way, fearing that she would be affected by the bomb. At this point, the two of them were already not surprised by the special props that Xiao Yun had suddenly pulled out. It would be unusual for him to run out of props in his pocket at any point. Xiao Yun's backpack was just like Doraemon's little secondary pocket, so he could pull out some rare contraptions anytime, anywhere. Bang! After a loud bang, The C4's powerful blasting power had really taken effect. Only the door of the safe was broken all the way through the blast. So powerful. Seeing this scene, Lu Shurhan was also very surprised. If this were used against the enemy, it would kill a lot of people. That's too powerful. Didn't they say that the safe door can't be blown open with ordinary explosives? At this time, Lu Shueching, who was a school bully, was also very puzzled. She distinctly remembered the textbook writing about the safe in the restricted area. Whether it's the big safe in the high resource area or this safe right here. The textbooks mean that several types of explosives have been officially tested, but without exception they are not powerful against these materials. These safes in the restricted area are suspected to be made of some kind of special steel with ultra-high density structure, the strength and hardness of which are 100 times tougher than real steel. Instead, the C4 bomb that Xiao Yun used in front of him directly blew up the safe in a series of explosions. Insurance on. Xiao Yun hemmed and hawed and hurriedly greeted the two of them as they opened the safe. This row of safes is one small safe by the burst rate, and just the ones that Xiao Yun had blown up with a single bomb were far more than what could be opened by a wallbreaker quest in the game. Warning! Enemy intrusion inside the vault. Warning! Enemy intrusion inside the vault. And right after blowing the safe, a voice warning announcement also sounded above the heads of the crowd. Listening to the commotion outside, the broadcast seemed to be ringing out from more than just inside this vault. Administration building, parking lot, Western Sand. Throughout the administrative precincts, the same siren was sounded. Predictably, a large force of Asura soldiers was coming towards the vault. Hurry up! Hurry up! Someone's coming! Xiao Yun hurriedly urged. With all this commotion, there's a good chance that there will be other cadres heading this way. When the time comes, there is bound to be bloodshed in this vault. You guys drive the insurance. I'm going to intercept the Asura unit. Said. Xiao Yun was also not nagging and went straight to the door to stand guard. It was very simple to deal with ordinary soldiers, but in case the shield soldiers and machine gun brother came, with the strength of both Lu Shueching and Lu Shurhan, they would definitely meet and lie down directly in seconds. In particular, Lu Shurhan's arm is still injured, although it has been bandaged. This is the real world and the damage to the area can't be completely healed, and it still affects movement when bandaged. Therefore, he also gave the task of opening the insurance to the two. Master. Lu Shueching was a little worried. Just when she wanted to say something, Lu Shurhan next to her was the one who pulled her back. Shueching, let's open the safe and leave the outside to your master. In the meantime, in the middle of the administration building, as a blasting sound rang out in the middle of the vault, countless Asura soldiers were also on alert. In the midst of this, a man in a cloak and a red mask was scurrying from building to building. The blasting sound? I like it. This movement excites me now. Where are you, little rat? I'll follow the trail to you. Hurry up and do them. They're not nice to mess with. Don't mess with them. I can't take it anymore. Among the vaults, countless footsteps converged on the entrance to the staircase. Xiao Yun also frowned when he heard their movements. Listening to the footsteps, there were at least a dozen Asura soldiers outside, far more than in the game. And right at this moment, a system beep was sounding in Xiao Yun's mind. Hint, trigger hidden achievement quest. Mission name, can't open the insurance without a wallbreaker? Completion of the achievement task will result in a rare safe box experience card. The sudden system beep caused Xiao Yun to be somewhat surprised. Manually blew up a vault by myself and surprisingly triggered the hidden achievement. Achievement was something that Xiao Yun had heard about when he activated the system. I thought it was a system that relied on quantity to pile up, such as killing 100 soldiers and bringing out 100 small gold. But I didn't realize that the trigger conditions were so complicated. If he hadn't had a bold idea and directly blown up this safe, he wouldn't have known when he would be able to trigger the hidden achievement quest. This hidden achievement task only had a description and no specifics, making Xiao Yun somewhat puzzled as well. Take a step and see what happens. Xiao Yun thought silently inwardly. Anyway, as long as you evacuate safely after opening the safe, odds are you'll be able to complete this achievement. While thinking internally, the Asura soldiers organized the first wave of attack. Only 4 soldiers were seen moving forward in a group, extremely fast, as if they wanted to forcefully break through the building. However, with Xiao Yun standing guard, how could a breakthrough be that easy? Xiao Yun directly threw out an incendiary bomb, and the machine buddy was then burned and wailed. I'll destroy you. 2 of the machines that stepped on the incendiary bombs were directly burned alive, and the flames from their bodies were passed on to the 2 men in front of them. See only. The 2 soldiers tried to force their way through even though their bodies were burning with flames. This kind of perseverance is only possible for an Asura soldier to be so courageous. Now is not the time to lament. Xiao Yun held the bison and aimed precisely. Straight up. A series of leg sweeps knocked the 2 machinists to the ground. Where's the little brat going to hide? Watch me pull you out. 4 more soldiers then formed a line and pressed in towards the entrance of the building. And this time, Xiao Yun also changed his tactics. A flash teleprompter was thrown directly towards the entrance of the building. It's an unplanned weekend flashbang that bursts into flashes extremely fast. Soon the 4 soldiers were left with nothing but a blank slate before their eyes. Bang! Bang! Bang dash! Xiao Yun activated the bouncing like rain skill, and the 3 rounds of bison bullets directly transformed into scattered bullets. Precision leg spray. Although the 4 soldiers stood in 2 rows, they still couldn't withstand the sweeping leg spray, and right after they died, outside the vault was yet another series of footsteps from far to near. And reinforcements? Xiao Yun was a little surprised inside. This himself had killed 8 soldiers, and the opposing side's reinforcements were actually still arriving at the battlefield in a steady stream. It seems that this hidden achievement isn't that simple. If an ordinary person were to deal with this scene, I'm afraid that even after the bullets are finished, they may not be able to clear these soldiers. The odds are that they will end up being drowned alive by a sea of Asura soldiers. Luckily there are a lot of props. Xiao Yun found the right moment and fired a stun arrow at the entrance of the building. The 2 soldiers who were just about to wait for their chance to move were directly electrified out of their forms, and their red outlines were displayed in Xiao Yun's field of vision. They backed away in a hurry and waited until the electrified arrows expired. And right at this moment, Xiao Yun happened to have his grenade already thrown in front of the 2. Bang! An explosion rang out, and the 2 machinists fell to the ground at once. At this time, the commotion outside was much smaller. The other soldiers, not far away, were still some distance away. Did you get the good stuff? Xiao Yun just turned around to inquire. However, he didn't expect to wait for a response that wasn't from both Lu Xueqing and Lu Shirhan. Only a mid-air roar could be heard, which entered Xiao Yun's ears from outside the building. Here's your comeuppance. P.S. 4 shifts are offered. Thank you all for your gift support. The author will continue to work hard. Chapter 83. Okay, stop it. That voice, could it be Saeed? When he heard the commotion coming from outside, Xiao Yun was instantly somewhat surprised. That voice was definitely Big Saeed, the jailbird of Dam Zero. But this is the vault. How did he get here? According to the experience of the game in his previous life, Saeed would only be looking for players in the administration building, and wouldn't have traveled this far to do so. At best, they chase the player around the administrative precinct, and the player won't be chased as long as they hide in the container at the back of the precinct. But the situation at hand, Saeed was chasing him right over the container and into the middle of the dam. Could it be caused by the fact that instead of using a wall breaker, I just used C4 to blow up the vault door? Xiao Yun pondered inwardly and casually added another incendiary bomb towards the outside. Xiao Yun was not worried about Saeed's arrival. Instead, he was somewhat excited. The latest quest released by the system was to defeat Saeed once. He'd been running knives all night last night and was worried that he hadn't run into Saeed. I didn't expect to run into it on the first play this morning. Just knife Saeed now and get another random safe box experience card. Combined with the experience card rewarded for completing the hidden quest, you won't have to worry about your safety deposit box for a few days. In time, it might even be possible to open a higher space safety deposit box. When the safety box is a little more high spec, it'll totally work as a warehouse. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. In the meantime, Saeed stood outside the stairway opening, an incendiary bomb thrown with precision, only to see the incendiary bouncing off the wall and landing just below Xiao Yun's feet. Holy shit, that's a hell of a fire throw. Fortunately, Xiao Yun reacted quickly and hurriedly changed his position. Cutting out his heirloom pocket knife in his hand, he moved quickly from the left side of the building entrance to the right. I knew you were here. Come out, you coward. Saeed's voice came from outside. Xiao Yun was pondering how to respond, but he did not expect someone to suddenly tap his shoulder. Turning his head, Lu Shirhan and Lu Xueqing had unexpectedly arrived behind him. Only 2 people were seen carrying 2 heavy backpacks each, which were already stuffed to the brim. Finished opening the safe? Xiao Yun asked. The incendiary bomb he threw at that point just about ended, and he hastily replenished it with a volley of electrified arrows, continuing to stall the foes. Master, it's all opened. So many good things were opened. Oh, what's coming out? Bull horns, gold medallions, pirate telescopes. Okay, don't say it. Listening to Lu Xueqing's report, Xiao Yun was instantly somewhat helpless. Don't report on these worthless things, okay? But now that she said that, I guess after opening all those safes, I didn't even see a little gold. It's frustrating, but that's the way it is with the popping rate of Puba. The 3 gold bars brushed on the vault floor were probably the limit here. Xiao Yun, how are we going to get out now? Lu Shirhan asked with some concern. Listening to the footsteps outside, it was obvious that there was a large group of Asura soldiers outside. As several heavy footsteps approached, Lu Shirhan was also aware of the presence of machine gun soldiers. There are even machine gunners? It's going to be even harder to escape. Lu Shirhan frowned slightly, and Lu Shueching next to her didn't look too good either. Only Xiao Yun, at this moment, still had a calm face. What's so bad about going out there? Just kill all the soldiers? Kill them all? Is that realistic? That's a machine gunner. What happened to the machine gunners? Don't underestimate him. Bullets can't penetrate his armor. Even the head armor is hard to break. This thing is meaty, Lu Shirhan hurriedly reminded. Only, what she doesn't know is this. Back in that previous matchup with Longbow Stream Valley, Xiao Yun had long ago demonstrated the strength to kill Machine Gun Brother in seconds. Seal the smoke, hit the flash, and 3 slashes to the head. It's even easier to deal with Machine Gun Brother than it is to deal with an ordinary soldier. After all, a normal machinist is nimble and will fidget after being flashed, while a machine gunner is bulky and will just stand still. Only at that time, Xiao Yun had encountered the machine gun soldiers on the second floor, while Lu Shirhan was still searching on the first floor. Therefore, the other party was also completely unaware of Xiao Yun's methods. Alright, just keep your eyes peeled. Xiao Yun finished speaking and was about to make his move. And the next second, outside, Saeed suddenly spoke, startling Lu Shirhan and Lu Shueching. You can't hide forever. Ah, that voice can't be Saeed. How did Saeed get here? It's over. It's all over. The two men were instantly more alarmed. Lu Shueching, in particular, was so frightened that she looked for a corner to crouch down with her head in her hands, while her heart was beyond despair. What's going on here? How do you open a safe and turn around and get blocked inside the vault by Saeed? It's a tonic. For the first time in his life, he touched Little Red. The tonic dropped here. Xiao Yun, what the hell are we going to do? Xiao Yun? Lu Shirhan twisted her head to look, only to find that Xiao Yun had already disappeared. At the same time, a long line of smoke spread outward from the bottom of the stairs. Seeing this scene, Lu Shirhan was instantly a bit shocked inside. You don't think so? Xiao Yun really needs to touch base with this bunch of Asura soldiers. It's over. It's really over. However, Lu Shirhan was just about to despair. Immediately afterward, a series of screams from the Asura soldiers came from outside the passageway instead. Dash. Bang. Only the sound of several explosions were heard among the screams of the soldiers. The footsteps outside instantly subsided quite a bit, leaving only the voices of Machine Gunner and Saeed still coming in. It's too late for regrets. I'll feed you to the dogs. Shit, how dare you hit me? I'm a little pissed off. Dash. Soon. However, a muffled sound came from the machine gunner, and the machine gunner also instantly fell to the ground. Hearing the commotion outside, Lu Shueching, who was originally squatting in the corner, also raised her head with a surprised expression. Someone's coming to rescue us? No, it was your master who killed out. Lu Shirhan had a shocked look on her face at the moment. The smoke from the entrance to the building had not dissipated, and from the sounds of the commotion outside, it was within this extremely short period of time that Xiao Yun had unexpectedly rushed straight out to wipe out all of the enemies except for Saeed. What's more, not a single gunshot had been fired outside in the meantime. How the hell did that happen? Did Xiao Yun finish off the group of soldiers outside with just the bomb and the small knife in his hand? Master, sure is awesome. At this moment, Lu Shueching also noticed the gradually subsiding commotion outside. Her heart was equally shocked that Xiao Yun was able to kill under such conditions. Only, at this time, the two of them were still a little worried inside, because it was the Saeed left outside that was the most difficult being to deal with. Meanwhile, beyond the passage, Xiao Yun used almost every prop he could get his hands on to clean up the machine outside. There are just too many machines coming in this wave. At this moment, a field of corpses lay outside the vault. Some were killed by Uluru missiles, some by triple grenades, some by C4 and grenades, and there were even those who were bloodied by stun arrows and fire, and were directly collapsed to the ground by the flashbulb flashes. And in order to deal with Saeed, Xiao Yun had specially left a smoke bomb. At this moment, the smoke on the field gradually dissipated. Xiao Yun pulled out his sword and was preparing for the final showdown. However, what he never expected was, the moment the smoke dissipated, the red mask was already close to his face. This is my revenge. Only to see Saeed holding the Red Lord. The cold aura flashed and stabbed hard towards Xiao Yun's neck. Chapter 84. An eye for an eye. A tooth for a tooth. Seeing Saeed's movement, Xiao Yun instantly used power propulsion to forcefully pull back his stance. However, it happened so suddenly that Saeed's clawed blade still slashed across his neck, and for a moment blood spilled from under the skin. Even Xiao Yun did not expect this scene to happen, and a few cold sweats could not help but appear on his forehead. If he had reacted slower just now, his own head would have been chopped off. At the same time, Xiao Yun was also a bit puzzled within himself. When did this Jinya strengthen? He remembered that the last time he'd seen Saeed, He hadn't been able to use a knife for that matter. Stuck himself in the doorway to mix a smoke, and a couple of knives killed him. However, just now, Said's action, as if he had already anticipated that he wanted to mix smoke out of the knife, he struck out in advance to counteract it. Is that all you got? Said spun his clawed blade in his hand, his tone dismissive and mocking, only to see that he had long since dropped his PKM machine gun, and it looked like he was going to have a 1v1 knife fight with Xiao Yun. This lunatic. It was too late to put on a bandage, so Xiao Yun hastily gave himself a medical injection, the ability to slowly regain blood while shielding from pain. Although the real world did not have the concept of a blood bar, after Xiao Yun's experimentation, the medical needle could indeed allow one to last a little longer in a bleeding situation. That's something I learned from you, Said sneered, and upon hearing these words, Xiao Yun was instantly somewhat shocked. He clearly remembers every one of Said's lines from the previous game, and this one, not being one of his lines. You sure remembered me. It wasn't until the words came out that Xiao Yun reacted to the fact that the man in front of him wasn't a string of data code. Instead, it said, the chief of Asala's guard, a true avenger. At the same time, Xiao Yun was more than certain that he did have memories of every matchup. After his own mixed smoke knife killed him last time, it was obvious that he was prepared this time and almost succeeded in countering it. In other words, the bosses of this forbidden world would continue to learn and grow from their battles. The only reason why he wouldn't have used a knife before was because no one had ever struck him like that before. I told you, this time, I will defeat you. Said charged out violently, the clawed blade in his hand once again coming towards Xiao Yun, only to see that Said's speed at this moment was actually on par with Xiao Yun, who possessed the heirloom knife. His figure was like a ghostly ghost, exuding a strong sense of oppression. Xiao Yun dodged woefully, while pondering, how exactly should he deal with the strengthened Said in front of him. The opponent had lost his firearms, but he was just as terrifying with the Red Lords. Sparring with him was a complete physical fight, regardless of whether it was Xiao Yun's or Said's sword. It only took 2 slashes for the opponent to die directly. And how could Xiao Yun, an ordinary student with physical fitness, be able to spar with Said? The skills that can still be used now. There, Xiao Yun suddenly brightened up. There's also a real trick to restrain Said. Without saying a word, he backhandedly pulled out the bison. Ha ha ha. Have you given up? Seeing this scene, Said, who was lunging towards Xiao Yun, felt a chuckle. He was equipped with level 4 armor and level 4 head at this time. Xiao Yun's submachine gun could not kill him with a single blow no matter which part of the body it hit. Instead, at this distance, the Red Lord in his hand was able to manage a single strike. Die little rat. At that time, the tip of Said's knife was only 0.01 millimeters away from Xiao Yun. However, as a bullet was fired, Said's body instantly froze in place, and his limbs twitched even more slightly. Surrender raids. With that one bullet just now, Xiao Yun directly used this skill. Ignores armor and paralyzes enemies. Xiao Yun did not expect that the only skill in the bounty hunter skill pack that he had overlooked would be able to work in such a critical situation. It seems that you still failed to defeat me this time, Xiao Yun said, his hand rising and falling. The heirloom knife's armor-breaking effect was activated, and it stabbed directly into Said's heart. I lost again. Xiao Yun drew out his knife and watched as Said fell into a pool of blood, and the other party stared at the bison in Xiao Yun's hand as if he was dead in the water. Before he died, he finally used his last breath and muttered a sentence under his breath. Shall live for the next time. Hint, complete the achievement task. Get rewarded, random rare security box experience card X1. Ding. The current mission is complete. Reward, randomized security box experience card X1. Obtained mission, 3 evacuations in Longbow Creek Valley. A system prompt rang in his head. Xiao Yun did not have time to check the details before Lu Shihan's voice came from the stairway. Xiao Yun, are you alright? Hearing the commotion outside calmed down. Lu Shihan also ran over in a panic. Lu Xueqing followed closely behind. Master, are you alright? Only carrying a backpack stuffed with a large pocket of stuff, she was clearly moving a little slowly. As soon as they came up from the vault, the two of them saw a bloodstain on Xiao Yun's neck, and the blood had dyed the entire chest armor red. On top of that, Said was seen on the ground in a pool of blood. It's amazing that he actually beat Said. Master, why are you hurt? Too late to be shocked. Lu Xue worried. It's fine. Just a fatal wound in the area. Xiao Yun smiled faintly, signaling that they did not need to worry. Where is this nothing? Lu Xueqing was very anxious and hurriedly took out the bandages from her backpack. And next to her, Lu Shihan was also hastily looking down and rummaging through the soldiers' pockets. What a time to be thinking about your broken terrier. Just bear with me. I'll get you painkillers right away. If you hadn't said anything, I would have thought you were here to snatch the bag. I'm not that bad. Lu Shihan was very helpless. This Xiao Yun, He didn't even forget to gaslight himself even with such a serious injury. Okay, I'm really fine. Xiao Yun took the bandage from Lu Xueqing's hand and wrapped it around himself. In fact, he had only suffered a small cut from Saeed's knife and a few superficial wounds, and the patch of blood on his body was not his own, but that of Saeed's outflow. Well, I should have killed all the soldiers here. So let's go to the main building and search for another wave, Xiao Yun said indifferently. Xiao Yun, are you really okay? Lu Shurhan said suspiciously. Where do I look like I'm not okay? Well, it sure doesn't look like you're seriously injured. Lu Shurhan looked up and down and realized that although he had a large bloodstain on his body, there were no other obvious wounds other than the scratch on his neck. She sighed in relief, but still searched the soldier for painkillers. Seeing this, Xiao Yun did not stop him. Instead, he stripped Saeed of his head armor first, then walked over to where he had dropped his gun and picked up the PKM. Equipment, MHS tactical helmet, broken. Protection level, 4. Durability, 21 of 21. Price, 75,882. Equipment, samurai bulletproof undershirt, damaged. Protection level, 4. Durability, 48 of 56. Price, 91,299. Weapons, PKM light machine gun. Accessories, none. Price, 56,006. This Jinyet is so stingy. Xiao Yun's eyelids twitched when he saw the weapon that Saeed had dropped. How can you have a gun that doesn't come with accessories? Could it be that he had thought that this one was going to be in a knife fight with himself and deliberately started a naked gun? And Xiao Yun just wanted to continue his search to see if he could bring out Saeed's sword as well. The Red Lord's claw blade, placed in the game of the previous life, was a kryptonite prop. If this was placed in this forbidden world, it must be worth more than Big Red. However, when Xiao Yun took a closer look, he realized that the Red Lord in Set's hand had disappeared. Red Lords don't drop? Xiao Yun frowned. Could it be that this Red Lord was just like his own heirloom? Found it. And just then, next to her, Lu Shurhan suddenly let out a cry and rummaged through a soldier's pocket to find painkillers. Xiao Yun, open your mouth. Only Lu Shurhan came to Xiao Yun's side and smiled as she opened this board of painkillers and passed a small white pill towards his mouth. I don't eat. Xiao Yun waved his hand. Why don't you eat? You want to take the painkillers against the $2,000 you had before. Lu Shurhan froze for a moment, then tugged on Xiao Yun's collar. You feed me. Chapter 85, Saeed, you lie to me. Fine. I'll eat. Xiao Yun sighed helplessly. He had said that he was fine, but Lu Shurhan was still so persistent. But the clumsy concern wasn't off-putting. Especially, this person in front of him was also Luda's schoolgirl. Looking at her stunningly beautiful face, Xiao Yun knew how, and associated it with another side of the scene. One day he was sick lying on the hospital bed. Lu Shurhan smiled and brought a bowl of medicinal soup. De Lang, it's time to take medicine. I'd rather not eat. No, you have to give me this medicine today. Lu Shurhan huffed and puffed, poking Xiao Yun's mouth with the medicine pellet. Then you say, please take your medicine. My lord. Sir, please take your medicine. Are you evil or not? Hey, obviously you told me to say it. Xiao Yun couldn't argue with him, so he still opened his mouth and received the painkiller, then swallowed it in one gulp. However, I didn't expect you to actually be able to defeat Saeed. Seeing Xiao Yun take the painkillers, Lu Shurhan was relieved. Looking at Sed's corpse on the ground, her heart was also extremely shaken. A boss of Sed's level was in existence that gave even the official teams a headache. He's as good a shot as a headlock spike, and even if the official team is wearing 5 sets of gold bullets, he's still going to roll over if he's not careful. However, the Xiao Yun in front of him was the one who killed him. Lu Shurhan was completely unable to imagine how he did it. With Master's strength, I guess after this one is over, he can be promoted to the diamond segment. Lu Xueqing also reminded at this time, being able to kill Sed, we might be able to directly upgrade to Diamond 2 or Diamond 1, and then we won't be far from the Black Eagle. I'll go. You didn't say so. Hearing this, Xiao Yun was also instantly a little excited. Diamond 1 for killing Sed? How in the world can that happen? Then wouldn't a few more normal matches and an upgrade to Blackhawk give you access to those special restricted areas? Only, I didn't open the battle log. Xiao Yun wailed. Why don't you open it? Lu Shurhan had a helpless look on her face, completely unable to understand what Xiao Yun was thinking. That's too bad. Lu Xueqing also felt a great pity. After all, the GTI software's record of battles will only record my own battles. Members of a group will only have a group record only, not someone else's evacuation carry value, dry boss kills, or anything like that. Now that Xiao Yun did not turn on this function, it was equivalent to directly losing this record of killing Saeed. No one else could impersonate it if they wanted to. It doesn't matter though. It feels like with your strength it's only a matter of time before you upgrade to Blackhawk. Lu Shurhan sighed lightly. Before, he only felt that Xiao Yun's strength was beyond his peers. In that Longbow Creek Valley, the marksmanship and awareness that Xiao Yun had displayed was far beyond what his peers could achieve. However, it was only after this game started that she realized that Xiao Yun was not as simple as she thought. Facing heavy defense outside the vault, only one person managed to break out, and even that is with a double defense of machine gunners, and said, "This is the kind of thing that I don't think anyone would believe if I told them." "Then Master, are we going to evacuate now? Or should we continue the search?" At this time, Lu Xueqing was the one who asked. She was not as shocked as Lu Shihan. It was because when they first met, she knew that Xiao Yun was strong and powerful. "Or why don't we just evacuate? I'm worried about you," Lu Shihan said. Although Xiao Yun had said that he was fine, the blood shimmering on his body was still scary. Lu Shihan couldn't help but think. He had fought with Saeed. What if he had suffered internal injuries and suddenly vomited blood later? But it was obvious that Lu Shihan had overthought it. Not only was Xiao Yun fine, the adrenaline that he had just inspired after fighting with Saeed had instead caused him to be filled with motivation right now. Now that even Saeed is down, let's go search the administration building once and for all. With that, Xiao Yun also rushed towards the administration building with impatience. Under heavy defense, there must be treasures. He was convinced that this matchup had come up with Saeed, and that the burst rate was definitely not that simple. There's no way the vault is going to give away 3 gold bars. Material, solid-state drives. Rarity, purple. Price, 34,223. Material, a Sala-style water bottle. Rarity, purple. Price, 25,044. Material, a Guard classified files. Rarity, purple. Price, 21,457. Where's my big red? After searching through the administration building, Xiao Yun immediately broke his defenses somewhat. As it turns out, he was the one who overthought it. There's nothing good at all in this administration building. Saeed, you don't even have big red in your admin building. What are you doing lying to people all the time? There's just a bunch of little purple ones, plus a bunch of little blue ones, and the entire administration building was searched down, plus the containers in the back, and the parking lot. Xiao Yun also did not care what was white and green. All of them were stuffed into the security box of 1,000 compartments. And yet the safety deposit box can't even be stuffed. This Saeed. This one won't come specifically to seek revenge on me. Shit, did he learn about the last time I stuffed protein powder into my backpack? Xiao Yun crumbled a little. It's not enough to eat. It's not enough at all. Nope, this one is definitely still available. Unconvinced, Xiao Yun took the 2 men and searched the cement factory again. Outcome. The best thing we found was 2 bags of cement on the ground. Material, 1 package of cement. Rarity, blue. Value, 54,937. The cement factory has cement. Makes sense, right? Reasonable as hell. Xiao Yun, I can't. I'm really tired. Master, I'm dying too. Let's go evacuate. Lu Shihan and Lu Xueqing were panting. After running all the way from the administrative precinct to the substation and searching for such a long time, the 2 men were also a bit exhausted. Seeing this, Xiao Yun was also in some difficulty. After all, this matchup, a few people's exit points are on opposite sides of the map. Due to Xiao Yun's extremely fast searching efficiency, there was still plenty of time at this point. Only looking at the 2 women's panting appearance, Xiao Yun was not going to let them go around in a big circle again. Go to the substation to search again. Search the visitor center again. And then evacuate from the evacuation point in the western part of the visitor center. Safety box, 688/1024. Total value, 2399074. See only. This took Xiao Yun to finish searching the 2 high resource areas, and he also forced the wallbreaker's safe to open. A good deal of that money was also scraped together with gold coins from gunfire negotiation explosions. Yet even then, the handful only made a measly $2.4 million. It seems that some other means of hitting the money has to be added. Xiao Yun thought silently inwardly. After upgrading the heirloom dagger last time, there were still more than $7 million in the deposit. Together with the $1.5 million that the Blade server had rented out, Xiao Yun had plenty of money to buy an SS rank skill. But, as things stand, it's better to evacuate. Come on, let's go to the administrative precinct and pull the plug on the evacuation. Evacuation successful. Duration, 27 minutes and 47 seconds. Council harvest, 263-1252. $2,600,000? The evacuation was successful and Xiao Yun returned to the entrance of Warehouse 9. However, the system's display of the council's harvest was a bit of a surprise to him. How come there's more than $300,000 extra? Oh, jail big outfit. Xiao Yun then thought. Successful evacuation on your own brings out more than just the supplies in your safety deposit box, and the gear on your body, and the items in your backpack. Come on, master, let's go to the exchange and sell something. At this time, Lu Xueqing also looked very happy. I have to say, the master is just streaming beer. This one didn't have to do anything. Laid back and accomplished in 800,000 evacuation. And the same goes for Lu Shurhan next to her. Ugh, if only the admissions were announced a day later. Lu Shurhan sighed. Yeah, Xiao Yun nodded his head silently. Just then, however, there was a vibrating sound from the cell phone. An unfamiliar number called. A local one from North Sea City. Hello? Xiao Yun picked up the phone and was a bit puzzled inwardly. However, after hearing the other party's voice, he was suddenly frowning. Hello, remember me? Only Jiang Kursen's voice could be heard, coming from the other end of the phone. By the sound of my voice, it should sound familiar to you, right? P.S. 3 shifts. The author today to adjust the work and rest. Early to bed and early to rise. First of all, take a vacation. Tomorrow normal 4. Thank you for readers have been reading. Noted that many readers said that the daily update is not enough to see. The author adjusted the work and rest carefully consider the rules of the increase. As long as the readers support, the author is absolutely explosive more and more constantly. 86. Meetings. What are you trying to say? Xiao Yun instantly recognized the voice on the other end of the phone. It was the girl who had suddenly struck up a conversation with herself last night. In fact, from the first time they met last night, she had given Xiao Yun a strange feeling. At last night's meeting, she seemed to be alerting Levante's side to the fact that she was making a small move. Only at that time, Xiao Yun chose to ignore it. You want to talk about Levante? Hey, what's the rush to get to the point? We haven't even gotten to know each other yet. The caller laughed softly. My name is Jiang Kursen, and you've already seen me last night. Well, say it. Won't you introduce yourself? Since you're making this call, it means you already know who I am. Xiao Yun said indifferently. However, I did not expect that just after the sentence was said, a somewhat maniacal laughter came from the other end of the phone. Ha ha ha, you sure are smart, unlike my stupid brother. Levante is your brother? Xiao Yun raised an eyebrow, not anticipating this. After all, Jiang Kursen and Li Wenju looked nothing like each other, especially since there was a huge difference in height. Xiao Yun hadn't really associated it with that. Since he's your brother, I'm going to hang up now. Why? I don't think that you would tell me your brother's secret. I can tell you, but only if you don't say I said so. Hearing this, Xiao Yun raised his eyebrows. If it was Jiang Kursen, there might be a key clue to Li Wenji's offense. The reason he felt that way was not an unsupported guess. After all, it's suspicious that Levante suddenly hit a withdrawal close to $700,000. Doubt number 1. Without encountering classified difficulty, Li Wenzel would not have been able to hit this figure even if he had 2 escorts to protect him. Even if he emptied Dam 0 on normal difficulty and went into the map with a big red bag on his back, he'd still have a hard time opening purple and gold quality supplies because he can't open the big safes and computers to optimize his backpack. Even with a backpack of blue and purple, at best, you'd be able to scrounge up 300,000 in supplies to evacuate. Suspect number 2 is his meeting with Wang Chang last night. The two were sneaking around the entrance of the Forbidden Zone last night, and Xiao Yun did not think that they had come to find trouble for themselves. After all, Wang Chang's skills had already been seen by Li Wenjie. Trying to be a threat to yourself is arguably nonsense. Thus, Xiao Yun guessed that the two were most likely crashing for a deal. Crash deliveries of supplies and brushing up on evacuation values are officially and explicitly prohibited. This can be more serious than trading supplies privately or something. Private trade in supplies, in fact, it is the same as dumping cigarettes to sell. The official turn a blind eye will pass. And crashing to brush high-value evacuation, which is related to the rating of the segment, the data of the cadre. So it's not just a violation of GTI regulations, it's a violation of the law, which can lead to detention. As for the possibility that it's possible for Levante to go into the map with 2 escorts and then get really lucky and touch out the good stuff in the box, Xiao Yun felt that it was possible, but not very likely. This was because last night, apart from the one match between Li Wenjie and Wang Chang together, Xiao Yun could have been at Dam 0 for the whole of the following all-nighter. I haven't seen Levante in the penalty box, and I haven't seen him in front of Warehouse 9. He wasn't even at Dam 0 last night. Heavy suspicions, coupled with Li Wenjie's strange attitude towards Lu Xueqing this morning, Xiao Yun speculated that in all likelihood, he had crashed with Wang Chang, swiped so close to a 700,000 evacuation for a guaranteed spot, and of the 100 possibilities, at least 99 point to him crashing the deal. The only remaining possibility, it was Levante who took 2 escorts in the middle of the night and went off to pound the other restricted areas. If it was really him who had opened something good and thus gotten this score, Xiao Yun would not have cared. but if he had used irregularities, Xiaoyun could have spared him once at that time and would not have spared him a second time. Previously, Li Wenjie had inquired about his information through illegal means, and the main reason why Xiaoyun had disregarded it was because he was penniless at that time and had no capital or connections. But that's not the case now, not to mention the fact that his own dad might be hiding his identity, or the strength of Lu Shurhan, the $1,000 lady's family. Let's just say that the pile of ultra-rare red materials in his safety deposit box would immediately draw the attention of the Dragon Kingdom officials and GTI officials as soon as it was revealed. At that time, not to mention Li Wenjie, even Li Lei, the oldest member of the Li family, would not dare to act recklessly in front of him. The big red in his backpack was what was now Xiaoyun's bottom line. Hello? Xiaoyun was just about to ask Zhang Kurson for some information when he realized that the phone had already been hung up. Fooled? Just as Xiaoyun was thinking this, his own prestige was suddenly popping up with a message to add a friend. The avatar is a picture of a cyan lollipop and the ID is a face emoji. Seeing her avatar, Xiaoyun remembered that Zhang Kurson seemed to be eating this candy last night as well. After adding a friend, the person sent a video straight away. Ovo, I'm interested in you, so consider this a meet and greet. See only. The image in the video was exactly what he had seen himself last night. Li Wenjie and Wang Chang meeting at the entrance of Warehouse 9. Only the angle from which it was taken was very close to the two. It's as if the crew was filming a scene and intentionally set up a camera next to them. Xiaoyun, we want to go to the exchange to rest. Will you go? At this time, Lu Shurhan, who was next to her, asked. She and Lu Xueqing were exhausted after following Xiaoyun east and west last put. I'd like to get my supplies out right now, lie down in the lounge, and have a nice glass of ice Americano. Oh, I want to. Hearing Lu Shurhan say this, Lu Xueqing's eyes also glowed. Good BFF, this is too much enjoyment. It's very relaxing just to listen to it when you're tired. Wait, Lu Shurhan, come take a look at this first. Xiaoyun was frowning slightly at this time, his expression somewhat serious. Lu Shurhan walked over with a puzzled look on her face. However, when she saw the picture in Xiaoyun's cell phone, she was instantly somewhat surprised. This is. Meanwhile, in a shooting club, Zhang Kurson put away her cell phone, put on her goggles, and raised her pistol just to randomly fire at the 5 targets at a distance of 25 meters. Oops, you're in the wrong position for this. It's impossible to hit. The coach next to him was just about to warn. However, when he looked up, he was instantly shocked. Holy shit! Only to see that the 5 bullets that Zhang Kurson had randomly fired had all hit the target, and the bullets hit very close to the center of the circle. It was no longer an accuracy that could be achieved by luck, and the coach was in a cold sweat. 25 meters of rapid fire can be this accurate. May I ask your name? What a great name. Step aside. Just then, Li Wenjie was the one who came excitedly. Sister, you're really going about it the right way. It's a real surprise for me to come back this time. Levanti hammed and hawed. He was able to get a guaranteed place in Qingbei, all thanks to this method Zhang Kurson gave him. And seeing him arrive, a smile appeared on Zhang Kurson's face. Only, the smile wasn't at him, but meant something else. Don't worry. There are more surprises waiting for you. Chapter 87, Rushing Awesome Yet. What surprise? You'll see when the time comes. Zhang Kurson smiled, casually dropping the pistol in her hand. The coach next to him saw this and was inwardly shocked. This girl, not afraid of the pistol knocked out even so. She is not afraid of pistol fire. The coach hurriedly made a sliding shovel and steadily caught the gun that Zhang Kurson had dropped. Yet look up and, yikes, why is the insurance on? Too bored at home to go knife running? Zhang Kurson said, intending to leave out of the shooting club. Go, you must. Wait for me to call in an escort. Let's go pound damn zero. Levanti said very respectfully. However, when he thought of Lu Xueqing failing to get the guaranteed qualification, he looked a bit despondent. Ugh, it's just a shame. Unfortunately what? It's just a pity that Lu Xueqing's guaranteed spot is gone. Hearing this name, Zhang Kurson instantly recalled it. This morning at the playground, he did see a beautiful woman standing next to Xiaoyun, and one of them, the woman with slightly curly hair and somewhat fashionable dress, was surprisingly no worse than herself. It only looked like she appeared to be close to Xiaoyun. Could she be the Lu Xueqing that her brother liked? If she can't go to Qingbei, why don't you go and stay with her? Zhang Kurson faintly said. Li Wenjie was a bit confused by this and reacted only after a long time. Right, sister, you're still smart. Big deal. I don't want the guaranteed spot. Li Wenjie's tone was excited, like Copernicus was ecstatic about discovering a new continent at that time. When the time comes to see which school she got into, I'll directly find a way to go to that school to accompany her. After all, after hitting a handful of 670,000 withdrawals, coupled with the family's connections, It shouldn't be hard to get into any school other than Qingbei. Looking at the incomparably excitedly Wenjia, the smile on Jiang Kerson's face grew even wider. This Li Wenzel, he's really the ultimate idiot. It took so much effort to get a guaranteed spot, and to say no for a woman. Only, I'm afraid he didn't have the opportunity to do so. Come on, let's go fool around at Dam Zero. Jiang Kerson pulled out a lollipop from her pocket, tore open the package, and held it in her mouth. Just in time, Xiao Yun and the others should be there as well. Right, Shirhan. Rest area in Warehouse 8. Xiao Yun had just opened his mouth, but Lu Shirhan, who was drinking an ice Americano, suddenly choked. Cough cough. Xiao Yun, why are you calling me Shirhan as well? Sorry, I'm used to hearing Lu Shueching called. It's okay, this young lady has given you permission to call me that from now on. Lu Shirhan blushed and hurriedly turned her head aside. Seeing this, Xiao Yun was also somewhat speechless. Make it sound like you want to be called that. Lu Shirhan, do you know where they sell military binoculars? Call me Shirhan. Stop it, ask you business. Xiao Yun was anxious to skim her coffee. He asked her about her business, and she's here to poo-poo it. Military binoculars. Is that the big gold one worth $100,000? Xiao Yun nodded his head. Having just cleared a wave of supplies, the balance in his bank card was over 9 million. And the upgrade materials for the next heirloom knife are all probably unavailable on the exchange. At least, you can't buy it on the exchange here in Warehouse 8. As for whether the exchanges in the big cities sold them, Xiao Yun had no idea. If this is a rare thing, it should be sold on the black market, right? Lu Shirhan thought for a moment and then replied. The black market is on the ocean spectrum ship that we've been to before. Why? Are we going? A place like that? It's not dangerous, is it? Xiao Yun was a little worried. Think what you want. This isn't Lighthouse Country. Lu Shirhan felt a little funny. This Xiao Yun, does he really treat the black market as an illegal zone? Even though it's called the black market, everyone is still very disciplined and are honest businessmen. Really? Well, selling you 80,000 for 10,000 tops and ripping you off just a little bit. You call that honest? Xiao Yun's eyelids twitched. This big schoolgirl Lu, it seems like she has some kind of misunderstanding about honest people. Going or not? Let's go. Just in time for some shopping, Xiao Yun said and prepared to depart. Since the black market was still quite safe, his only worry was gone. We'll see how much is left when it's time to upgrade the heirloom pocket knife. If there were more left, one would have to consider purchasing SS rank skills. After all, there is still a lack of means to obtain supplies. If you evacuate all the way and don't go on a losing streak, you won't be able to open the bounty chest. Xiao Yun had to make sure that in a normal matchup, he also had the ability to get big gold or even big red. Master. And just as a few people were planning to move, Lu Shueching, however, cupped her coffee cup with both hands, her tone somewhat hesitant. What's wrong? Xiao Yun was puzzled. I'll probably have to go back to reviewing next, Lu Shueching said with some regret. When she said that, Xiao Yun then remembered that she still had to prepare for the college entrance exam next before she could do so. Well, come on, I'm sure you can do it. Aha! Xiao Yun and Lu Shirhan took the ship and arrived at the ocean spectrum. The place was divided into 3 floors, namely the living area on the negative floor, the entrance to the restricted area on the first floor, and the black market on the most crucial second floor. Xiao Yun arrived at the entrance of the black market, only to find that it was completely different from what he had imagined. How can I put it? When it comes to the black market, the impression is that it should be a very secretive, very dark area. However, the second floor of the ocean spectrum in front of you is crowded with vendors of all sizes, most of them laying a stall right on the ground. What's wrong? Was it very much not what you expected? But that's how the black market is. Oh, Lu Shirhan said with a faint smile. Well, it does look safe here. Shirhan, you help me look around and contact me on my cell phone if you have military binoculars. Roger that. Lu Shirhan was a little excited for some reason, and with a bounce she headed towards the one next to the stall. Xiao Yun, on the other hand, also chose the opposite direction and scanned the goods on the floor stalls along the way, only to see that the black market was richer than one could have imagined. There were more than just supplies and equipment from the Forbidden Zone. There were also goods produced in reality that one had never seen before, and one of the most popular categories is crystals or jade that claim to bring good luck. These things are pricey, yet they are the ones that many people come to ask for. Xiao Yun was also helpless, not realizing that this thing called superstition was even more marketable in this world of universal knife running. Boss, what's this? Xiao Yun saw an oddly shaped pendulum. It was a beckoning cat, but its arms were as thick and huge as Boulder Johnson's. This is the ornament that brings good luck. With him you will be lucky. The restricted area puts the shipment in. That boss marketed and caused Xiao Yun to be a bit moved. Good luck. That's a big red. No. Hold back. You must hold back. It's all a lie. It's all a lie. By one young man. With it, you'll be able to explode purple items every time you enter the forbidden zone. Seeing that the customer was a bit hesitant, the store owner also took advantage of the situation, while not buying it. While Xiao Yun heard this, he twisted his head and left. Hyper awesome yet. And put out purple. There's a deal for that. Putting out the gold yourself. They all feel like the pop rate is low. If it wasn't for the boss's words, Xiao Yun would have almost believed his ghost. Really don't think about it. The boss was a bit confused. Why did this young man suddenly turn his head and leave so dryly? Did he blow it too big? Shit. I should have said put out the blue. The owner was instantly chagrined too. Chapter 88, Almost Fooled. Selling supplies. Top of the line supplies from the forbidden zone. Walking up to a stall, Xiao Yun stopped in his tracks. Only this stall was filled with supplies brought out of the forbidden zone. Merit badges, gold cups, gold coins. Even the military binoculars that Xiao Yunjing needed were placed in a large row here. Boss, how do you sell these binoculars? Seeing this row of military binoculars, Xiao Yun was also instantly a little excited inside. If this was the right price, Xiao Yun would directly buy 16 of them, 800,000 apiece. Rub. I had heard that this black market was black, but I didn't expect it to be so black. Military binoculars that cost less than $100,000. This boss sells them for $800,000 apiece. He really doesn't know what a black hand is. This is bullying the average person who doesn't understand prices and treating customers like pigs. $800,000. Are you kidding? So how much did you say? The owner was also very forthcoming and didn't talk tough at all. Xiao Yun then realized why he had to cut the price in half when he went to cut the price. But this $800,000 a military telescope. Even if you cut it in half, you're still losing a lot of money, aren't you? 80,000. Holy shit, 80,000. You're kidding. This is more than 80,000 even if you take it to the exchange. You joked first. Xiao Yun looked at the boss's exaggerated expression and wondered if it was an act or if it was real. This thing tops out at 100,000 when it gets to the exchange and there's a 15% tax on it. So, at 85,000, you're still making a little bit of money. Okay. 85,000 is 85,000. Really, young man. With a very helpless wave of his hand, the owner flashed the collection code hanging around his neck. Seeing this, Xiao Yun was also instantly enlightened. This black market water is too deep. Just a moment ago they were asking for $800,000, and this time they cut it down to close to 10% off. If someone who doesn't know better comes here, they'll be tricked into what? And this military telescope. If Xiao Yun remembered correctly, the average price should be around 95,000. The difference would not be more than 200. Counting the 15% tax on the exchange, it would sell for just over $80,000. This owner made $5,000 a pop one way or the other and still looks like he thinks he's losing money. It's too much of an act. There's no way around it though. The trading house tax does seem a bit outrageous. Even if Xiao Yun went to the exchange in the big city to buy it, it would still be $95,000 apiece, not including the round-trip airfare and car fare. Therefore, the price of $85,000 was acceptable to him. Don't move. Xiao Yun just wanted to pick up the military binoculars to check out a glance, but he didn't expect his boss to grab his hand in a hurry to prevent him from touching it. Pay before you give the goods. That's our rule here. There are still rules in the black market? Of course I have. You don't want to break the rules, the boss said very seriously. Only, looking at his flustered expression, Xiao Yun was frowning. Is this a case of panicking for fear of damaging your goods? Or is there something else to say? Is there something wrong with the military binoculars? Xiao Yun glanced at it with a glance and held his suspicion. And he really found a problem. How come the system panel doesn't show up when this one is aiming at military binoculars? Shit, it's a fake. Xiao Yun's face immediately sank, not realizing that this black market setup was so deep. This field of golden supplies. Surprisingly, none of them were popping out of the system panel. That is to say, it seemed like a field of golden supplies, but none of it was real. Shit, waste of time. Xiao Yun angrily cursed what-be boss and hurriedly turned his head to the other stalls. I didn't realize it would take all morning to collect all 16 military binoculars. When he came out from the third floor, Xiao Yun sighed instantly. The time at this point was almost 1 in the afternoon. Collected 16 military binoculars? Finally enough to upgrade the military pocket knife. This stuff is literally harder to find than a movie. There are many stalls selling them, but at a glance, most of them are fake. At the beginning, Xiao Yun also cut the price. to the back is not that patient. The average price of almost 94,000 close to the exchange sale price. The total price of 1.5 million I'll take. Luckily, I made a lot of money running the knife all night yesterday, and the balance is also still firm at 7.5 million after this wave of spending. Xiao Yun, why did you buy so many binoculars? Walking out of the black market, Lu Shurhan was also very puzzled. You're not going to take it and peek at the next door neighbor in the shower? You think I'm a pervert? Xiao Yun was very speechless. How did this big schoolgirl Lu spit out such vulgar words from her fragrant lips? And he seemed to feel that this Lu Shurhan was not with himself for a long time. But even his personality had become a little similar to his own? Can't figure her out. Are you doing anything this afternoon? There's something else. Lu Shurhan glanced at her cell phone and seemed to be paying attention to the time. There's a fashion shoot coming up this afternoon, so I pretty much have to get ready to go over there now. Hearing this, Xiao Yun also nodded his head silently. I didn't expect Lu Shurhan to be a real model. He. Don't miss me too much when you run the knife alone. Before saying goodbye, Lu Shurhan stood on the departing yacht and said with a smile, I'm glad you're gone. One less person to split supplies with. Xiao Yun whispered, but was still heard by Lu Shurhan. Hey, how dare you be happy when I'm gone? Besides, how much can you fit in that backpack? Don't be ridiculous. Okay, you go. Xiao Yun waved his hand. Seeing this, Lu Shurhan was also holding a bellyful of gas. Her silver teeth clenched tightly as she got onto the yacht. By the way, the leader of the Haibei Academy of Science is supposed to visit you the day after tomorrow. Lu Shurhan suddenly stood up again and reminded. Got it. Xiao Yun nodded his head silently. Since it was the leader of the Academy of Sciences who had come over, he should have been interested in finding out how he was doing. At that time, he might even bring a bunch of people that Xiao Yun could not even contact normally to shush himself. After all, someone like him, who could bring out the big red supplies from the restricted area, should be the first case in the city of Haibei. Although Xiao Yun did not think so intentionally, the Academy of Sciences was likely already turning over in excitement internally. Right. Lu Shurhan just retracted her head back and stood up again. That video of Li Wenjie. Remember to send it to me later. It's not enough information but it can serve as some evidence. Okay, send you right away. Xiao Yun waved his hand, then opened his cell phone and began to operate it. And Lu Shurhan was once again retracting back into the yacht, ready for the master to sail. By the way, there's one more thing. It's over. Xiao Yun immediately clenched his fists. This Lu Shurhan, can't you finish everything at once? One last thing, Yukari asked us to have dinner at her place tonight, so don't forget. Okay, is there anything else? If you poke your head out again, I'll really hit you. Humph, even if I did, would you care to hit me? Master, steer the ship. Xiao Yun gave an order and the pilot drove the yacht away without looking back. Apparently, he was also a bit annoyed by Lu Shurhan. You have entered the valley of Longbow Creek. Current location, south of the Diamond Queen Hotel. This burst, average. Time to end this game, 28 minutes, 53 seconds. Hint, please complete the evacuation before time runs out. Xiao Yun entered the Longbow Creek Valley map nearby. After all, the entrance to Creek Valley's restricted area is right above the ocean spectrum ship. At the same time, the new mission issued by the system is to evacuate from this map 3 times. Right, let's upgrade the dagger first. Thinking of this, Xiao Yun also made a movement of his mind. The military pocket knife appeared in his hand at once. Chapter 89, the whole map can be flown. Military pocket knife. Type, heirloom. Level, 55. Damage, 85. Movement speed bonus, 55%. Attack speed, fast. Attack distance, short. Special skill, armor piercing, ignores defense level. Upgrade requirements, military explosives X1. Upgrade complete. As Xiao Yun thought, the next upgrade props needed were all small gold in the 4 compartments of the game. Only, military explosives are rather more expensive than military binoculars. At around $120,000 a pop, this upgrade will cost close to $2 million. I wonder if the upgrade materials will continue to increase in value. Xiao Yun thought silently inwardly. Even if you count on 2 million to raise 5 levels, at this time, the 55 level military knife, to raise the full will need to spend another 18 million. It would take 2 days to make that kind of money just running knives. The moment. Xiao Yun was all a bit nostalgic for Li Wenjie and his 2 escorts. If you meet them in 5 sets, you will have to eat more than $2 million. Forget it, don't think about it, eat first. With that, Xiao Yun directly rushed into the Empress Hotel. You have entered the valley of Longbow Creek. Current location, northwest of the crash site. This burst, average. Time to end this game, 28 minutes, 48 seconds. Hint, please complete the evacuation before time runs out. And meanwhile, on the other side, with 2 escorts, Li Wenji similarly entered the Longbow Creek Valley map. Boss, that sister of yours is too full of herself. That's right. Isn't it just a bit of luck to mix up a diamond pawn? She really thinks she's capable. As soon as he entered, Levanti heard the 2 escorts begin to complain. What a 78 words to say. Levanti gave one of them a direct kick in the ass. You 2 losers can say anything bad about anyone, but you're not allowed to say anything bad about my sister. Without her, how would I have gotten that $670,000 to evacuate? Che, 670,000 evacuated. What did I expect? That's right, boss. You're forgetting that we're averaging $800,000 a person for that classified administration building? The 2 escorts rubbed their asses in disdain. However, the more he listened to their words, the more angry Li Wenji just became inside. Say what? Say what? That search was for $500,000, but did you 2 take me away? Saying that, Li Wenji kicked them 2 more times. The 2 escorts were not out of breath at once. Still, there was a fire held inside. That Xiao Yun bullied them even though. What the hell is that Jiang Kurson? The 2 escorts also checked her record before opening the game. Although it was a diamond 4, a small level above their 2 diamond 5s, but looking at the field there isn't much, just a higher value brought out. Isn't it just luck to open a few goodies inside a restricted area? That's it. And you have the audacity to say that it's a liability to bring them alone. To run the knife alone? Boss, don't worry. We'll designate this one to take you to a fat evacuation, David said with great confidence. That's right. Let's search this crash site first. There are quite a lot of resources here too. John is also fully loaded. Only, the 2 slept last night and seem to have woken up forgetting what a pisser Levanti was. This shitty place is still searching. What's there to search for? Just storm the Diamond Queen Hotel and kill everyone, Levanti ordered. However, this time he ordered, but John and David were at once a little hesitant. Why does the current situation always feel like a bit of déjà vu? A sense of foreboding gripped the 2 men, and John shook his head, taking the lead. Boss, if you want to go this time, go by yourself. What for? Are you scared? What else are you 2 5 sets afraid of? Li Wenji was a bit puzzled, not sure what the 2 were thinking. At this point, the trio's equipment was very luxurious in the common field. The 2 escorts remained the same 5 sets from yesterday, while Li Wenji got a guaranteed place in Qingbei, and his parents were rewarded with a large sum of money. Again starting with 5 sets. The equipment is even a full conversion AKM, worth 700k. This kind of map is placed in the ordinary Longbow Creek Valley. Shall not be violently clear the map. However, David and John didn't respond. The 2 were directly just heading towards the crash site. Li Wenji had no choice but to follow the 2 men's asses. Unbeknownst to them, the choice of the 2 escorts was the one that illuminated a way out for them. Material, hi-fi sound card. Rarity, purple. Value, 25,425. Material, polyethylene fiber. Rarity, purple. Value, 23,427. Material, military camping lights. Rarity, purple. Value, 45,678. Xiaoyun searched all the way through the Diamond Queen Hotel. There were no bosses painted in this hotel, and I did meet a few people on the way. However, these knife runners were as dull as if they had entered a game of chicken scratch. One by one, Xiaoyun saw a girl coming in from the first floor, seemingly running the knife alone, searching carefully left and right. However, an incendiary bomb was thrown at her feet, and she was burned but looked around and didn't even realize where she was. When she had hit her stride, she began to touch in again with quiet steps. This time Xiaoyun didn't hold back and stuck a C4 towards her. As it turned out, I didn't expect this girl to be really tolerant, and she didn't say a word until she was blown up. Xiaoyun could only lick his bag with tears in his eyes and silently took the Uzi she was carrying. Another college girl coming in to fulfill a quota. Seeing the contents of her bag, it was obvious that it was a matching uniform suit. Xiaoyun also felt that it was a great pity that this kill was not as valuable as killing a machine brother. At least there's a probability that the gun machine is carrying has accessories on it. This girl, on the other hand, only had a bare Uzi gun with a novice standard roll. If Xiaoyun had known this, he might as well be a good guy and just let her go. After all, it's not easy being a college student in this world. Not only do you have to go to class and do your homework, but you also have to come to the forbidden zone to break in your senior year. If he or she had been kinder, it's very likely that he or she would have saved a miserable college student who was about to flunk out of school. Right. After killing this cadre, Xiaoyun also had a sudden thought. Isn't the card master's move the one that takes information all over the map? Xiaoyun instantly recalled the card master's skill from the game he had played in his previous life. The card master's powerful skill, aside from the passive gold hit, is the big move, In the LOL game, this is a character who develops himself obscenely in the early stages, and then has a big and then full map support type of character. Or exchange 1. Xiaoyun thought silently inwardly. After all, the full map view of the dex moves is too super modular. In this forbidden world, it might be possible to see information about other players' equipment. Even if the player in this game starts with crappy gear, they have the option of teleporting directly to a radar station to search for supplies. With a map as big as Longbow Creek Valley, the full map teleportation of the dex moves is simply a godsend. Moreover, the money-beating effect of his passive skill was exactly what Xiaoyun needed at the moment. System, purchase the Card Master Skill Pack. Ding! The Card Master Money Playing Skill Pack, SS Grade, has been purchased. Acquired skill, Lead Dice, Passive. Acquired skill, Universal Card. Acquired skill, Card Deception. Acquisition of Special Item, Destiny, Grand Move. Lead Dice, after killing a target, you will randomly receive 1/6 coins of random quality. Magnum, the next round will split into 3 widely spread rounds. Card Cheating, the next shot has one of the following random effects: Name, Bleed, Stun. Destiny, gain a view of the entire map's cadre and make a choice of teleportation. After spending $5 million, Xiaoyun directly bought this powerful skill. Only the same system improved version, combined with the improved version of the Forbidden Zone, was seen. And by now the Diamond Queen Hotel had been searched. Xiaoyun also directly opened his big move, and a picture showing the players appeared before his eyes. This is? Xiaoyun switched his vision with his mind and suddenly saw a group of existences wearing 5 armors. P.S. 4 shifts to go. My Xiaowen's new skin is out, so I wish all the readers who are following along a good hair. And I'm begging for some freebies. The author wants skins too. Chapter 90, The Sound of This Gunshot. It's a human machine. How come there are 2 geezers in this crash site? Seeing the image in front of him, Xiaoyun asked knowingly. Of course he recognized the squad in front of him. It was Levante, with his 2 foreign escorts. Only what Xiaoyun did not expect was that there would be such a coincidence. He had just unlocked the Card Master's skill pack himself, and a few people from Lee Wenzel happened to be in this matchup. Only, according to their side of the story, there was no crash at the crash site of this put. In the previous game, the crash was a special event for the map Longbow Creek Valley, much like the wall-breaking event at Dam Zero. In a normal matchup, this is a small fishing village, and if the opening animation at the start of the game shows a plane crash, then the crash site will refresh with a crashed plane. While there aren't as many supply points up there as there are in the fishing village, there will be a few high explosive rate supply points, and there may even be a possibility of brushing the open air Big Red on the ground. In his previous life, Xiaoyun had touched a flight recorder, commonly known as a black box, in a crashed airplane. I heard that there were also people who had touched military drones and other Big Reds here, except that Xiaoyun didn't often play this map of Longbow Creek Valley, so he didn't have that chance. Just in time to get Bar Uzi from Machine, and find Lee Wenzel to borrow a set of equipment. Xiaoyun thought silently inwardly. At this time, Li Wenji's team is searching separately in the small fishing village where the plane crashed. It was possible that several people were very well equipped and were not at all afraid of anyone coming around to surprise them, so they looked like they were letting their guard down a bit, as long as Xiaoyun first teleported over. And when the teleportation CD turned well after repairing the foot to kill one, sealing his smoke and stripping the equipment before teleporting away again, they are estimated to react too late to react. You guys have 3 sets of 5 anyway, so it's not too much to ask me to borrow one, right? Of course, you don't pay it back after you borrow it. Thinking of this, Xiaoyun also silently chose the location and began to teleport. Ouch I go. Look at my hand you guys. The place of the crash. In a small fishing village. Only to see Li Wenjie rummage through a pack of military explosives from the fishing boat. Rubbing his hands together and rubbing his hands together with an ecstatic look. What do you mean by strength? This is called strength. Walking around and touching a big gold directly. This military explosive is such a big piece. It must be sold for at least a few $1 million. Isn't this much more powerful than some gold coin wine glass? Lee Wenzel showed off with an excited face. It was the first time he'd ever touched Dakin, and he'd done it on normal difficulty in a restricted area. Ever since his sister Jiang Kursen came back, it really felt like everything was going well. However, scanning around, he realized that both David and John weren't even next to him, but had gone to separate places to search. David, in particular, had run up the opposite side of the hill. As such, no one cared about some of his bragging. Shit, these 2 idiots. I don't care if they get killed when they fall alone, Li Wenjie said with some exasperation. He knows it's not going to happen. It's just gaslighting. However, just as Li Wenjie was planning to continue searching, expecting to come up with some more goodies, thump, 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 thump dash, a series of intense gunshots, but from that position across the river from David. Holy shit, not really in trouble, are we? Hearing this burst of gunfire, Li Wenji was also instantly a bit flustered. Yet not far away, John was waving his hand at him. It's okay, I think it's Uzi by the sound of the gunshot. I guess it's just an Asura soldier. He can handle himself. Okay, I'm relieved you said that. So, Li Wenji searched beautifully again. Snap dash. A slight burst of gas sounded, and smoke billowed out from the hillside across the river. The smoke covered the spot in the exact direction David had just left. And that's okay? Seeing this scene, Li Wenji was also a bit nervous. It's fine. John, who was next to him, however, waved his hand again. It's just a smokescreen for the Asura soldiers. Don't worry about it. So, Levanti nodded silently. Indeed, Asala soldiers do throw special props. There are smoke grenades. There are grenades. I guess David was too strong and gave the Asura soldiers so much fright that they threw a smoke bomb and tried to escape. Thinking this way, Li Wenji also instantly did not worry anymore. And so it was. The two men stopped paying attention to David's side of the commotion and searched on their own without listening. At this point, what the two would never have expected was this. Just behind the hill on the other side of the river, David had cooled into a corpse, and Xiao Yun, who had teleported over, was currently snatching his equipment in the smoke. Equipment, Mask 1 Iron Wall Helmet, almost new. Protection level, 5. Durability, 65 of 65. Price, 158,492. Equipment, Elite Bulletproof Undershirt, almost new. Protection level, 5. Durability, 80 of 80. Price, 334,845. This is such a pervert. I can't believe it's got an iron wall helmet on it. Seeing the equipment on his body, Xiao Yun was instantly helpless. This iron wall helmet has a protection level of 5 yes though, but when you put it on, it severely obscures your field of vision, blocks your hearing, and the whole person is as good as deaf when you wear it. And because of its weight, it will also dramatically reduce aiming and movement speed. In the previous generation of the game, it was almost as if no one would start this kind of equipment except for players who had to do 3x3 quests or put together a battle-ready running knife. Xiao Yun couldn't help but wonder how this escort that Li Wenji had hired was working. Can't even buy 5 sets correctly? It's a long time to live to spend that kind of money and wear a big iron head and a personal mech just to get into the map. Luckily the gun is still good. Xiao Yun picked up the weapon he dropped and it was actually a K416 with a lot of modifications done to it. Weapon, K416 Assault Rifle. Accessories, Whisper Tactical Silencer, purple. Resonance 2 Vertical Grip, purple. K416 AB Long Barrel Combo, purple. Phantom Rear Grip, purple. Expanded 45 round magazine, Pivot Steady Stock. Price, $452,911. At $450,000, the K416 is considered a near full conversion setup. While some parts of the kit can still be optimized, the performance won't be too far off after the optimization is done. Only, this escort into Longbow Creek Valley to play K416 is still a bit of an abstraction. After all, although this thing was a rifle firing 5.56 rounds, the range was no different than a submachine gun. It's fine for hitting medium and close range, but you can't press it at all starting at medium and long range. In the game this gun, no matter how it's modified, will always just not hold down at mid to long range. Not to mention in this real world, with an average person's shooting skills and muscle strength, you don't get 2 rounds into a K416 before the recoil has to send the muzzle floating into the sky. And Longbow Creek Valley is another large map with a lot of long-range combat. K416 can't be described as assless on this map, I guess, but it's only assless. Even a submachine gun Uzi with a barrel is more stable than this thing. Therefore, after Xiao Yun put the gun away, he also snapped all the level 3 bullets inside and put them into the safety box. Li Wenji and the others might be coming over. Hurry up and slip away. With this in mind, Xiao Yun also hurriedly used his destiny to prepare for teleportation. Of course, he wasn't about to let the other two go just like that. The CD for teleportation is fast anyway, so wait for the next wave of CDs to turn. Then look for opportunities to break through one by one. No one at the radar station? Then I'm going to start eating. After making a round of the other people's locations, Xiao Yun also made this surprising discovery. So with a thought, he directly intended to teleport to the radar station. By the way, since it's a full map teleport, Xiao Yun had a flash of insight and directly chose the drone platform at the Havoc radar station. Chapter 91, Suspected Champagne. Current position, Havoc radar station, drone platform. This burst, average. Time to end this game, 21 minutes, 27 seconds. Less than a second. Xiao Yun directly teleported to the drone platform. He looked at the 2 airboxes and a large safe in front of him. Surprisingly, it worked. Divine skill. What a divine skill. Xiao Yun was incomparably shocked within. I didn't realize that Card Master's move could actually teleport directly to the drone platform. It's time to skip class again and get on the drone platform without swiping your keycard. And this teleportation skill, if it could even enter closed spaces, perhaps Xiaoyun would not need to swipe his keycard for all key rooms in the future. Gotta try that later, Xiaoyun thought silently inwardly. At the same time, it was also another way to think of running the knife at breakneck speeds. When you enter the map in the opening game, you don't do anything first, you just pass directly to the key room. After scavenging the supplies inside, and waiting for the CD to turn, it was time to teleport to the next key room again. It is both safe and efficient. By the time you finished opening the key room for the entire map, the people in this matchup are probably pretty much dead. When you do, you can either go as a ghoul licking corpses, teleport to an evacuation point to crouch, or teleport again to a big safe location across the map and go crazy with the dazzle. This teleportation skill, in this world of universal knife running, is simply invincible. Unfortunately, the only drawback is that I can only teleport by myself. Xiaoyun thought silently inwardly. This move should only be used when you're in a single row, and it's best to avoid it when you're in a group. When teaming up, this move is used as a see-through at best. Otherwise, if you teleport blindly by yourself, your teammates don't even have to play. 1,000 or so safe boxes of your own licked all the resources of the entire map. So far, this teleportation skill seems very perverse, and it even feels like there's still room for development. Xiaoyun thought silently inwardly. Whatever, eat first, said. Xiaoyun also began to search the drone platform for supplies without saying a word. Meanwhile, on the other side, after Li Vanchol and John had finished scouring the small fishing village where the plane had crashed, the two men met up and prepared to head over to the Diamond Queen Hotel. David! Where did David go? John yelled a few times but didn't hear a response from the other side. Shit, this David. Into the map also do not bring headset helmet. Now that we're separated, we can't even get in touch with each other. John grumbled, while next to him, Levanti frowned. This guy, he's not going to get fucked by Asura soldiers, is he? The burst rate of this one is that low. Xiaoyun jumped down from the drone platform and sighed very helplessly. No machine gunner or other Havoc soldiers were seen next to the drone platform in this handle. It's truly a no-man machine platform, and the burst rate on this drone platform is looking pretty ordinary. Neither the military drone was swiped on the ground, nor were the 5 heads and 5 armors recovered from the airbox. What there is just a bunch of purple quality supplies. Material, electronic jammer. Rarity, purple. Price, 12,210. Material, pirate scimitar. Rarity, purple. Price, 21,772. Material, signal bars. Rarity, purple. Price, 23,084. Xiaoyun never expected it. This drone platform, the ground doesn't paint itself with drones even. Swiped a small purple. Looked quite a big one. Picked it up and saw it was a mind jammer. Fark. This stuff, though, is a purple level rarity material. Its price, however, is not even comparable to some blue materials. 12,000 for a single compartment. And even that single compartment of low-grade fuel, alcohol lamp, costs 14,000. At this rate of explosion, when will I be able to touch the African star myself? Xiaoyun sighed helplessly, not counting the red supplies that the bounty popped. He'd been in this world for over a day now, and the only big red he'd touched was the blade server swiped on the table in the substation tech room. This thing is big, I guess, but not very valuable. 12 frames are worth $1.4 million, and one frame is over $100,000, which is not even close to gold bars or dinosaur teeth. Where the hell is this Asala and Havoc? Hiding Big Red? Forget it, let's just wait until we encounter the classified difficulty and see. Xiaoyun sighed and continued to search the radar station. Current location, the town of Amia. This burst, average. Time to end this game, 17 minutes, 58 seconds. In the town of Amia, Jiang Kurson carried a bottle of suspected champagne and leisurely walked out of a residential house. And behind her, in the middle of the civilian house, lay the bodies of 3 dryads. These people in High Bay City are too good to be fooled. Jiang Kurson had a bad smile on her face, playing with the special effects prop in her hand. Just now, this bottle of fake champagne in her hand cooperated with her to complete a good show, and all that was consumed in this scene, aside from half a set of 9x19 tertiary bullets, was the lives of 3 poor dryads. I didn't realize that a routine used badly abroad could still fool people when put at home. As soon as they saw the bottle of champagne sitting on the table, these people rushed over like crazy. These people don't think about it. Are red rarity supplies that easy to come by? The Forbidden Zone is so much fun. The smile on Jiang Kurson's face grew even wider when she thought of the unbelievable expressions on the faces of several people before they died. However, just then, her tertiary earpiece hearing head was the one that transmitted the Li Wenji signal. But, something happened. It seemed that the two were positioned too far apart, and the signal was somewhat intermittent. Report position. Jiang Kersen said softly. Crash land? Hearing this location, Jiang Kersen also turned her head at once, turning to the direction of the southwest. Past this direction is exactly where the crash site is. I told you that these two escorts are unreliable, right? The three of you in a team can still have an accident. Alas, what a disgrace to the GTI of the lighthouse state. Nosy, come on. Jiang Kersen smiled while a person's figure came to mind. To be able to make Li Wenjie and their team of 5 heads and 5 armors in full formation have an accident, I'm afraid that there is only one person who can do it in this high bay city. I've only come back to enter 2 forbidden zones, and 2 different places at that, and I didn't expect to run into him in both of them. That's a match rate. It's already at 100%. It seems that we are really destined for each other. So she put away the champagne prop in her hand and walked slowly in the direction of the crash site. Supernova Station. Xiao Yun looked at the equipment in his bag and instantly felt some regret. Oops. Fumble. How could I miss a shot and hit a helmet with this brand new set of 5? Sin. What a sin. Just a moment ago, Xiao Yun had launched another wave of surprise attacks, killed the one remaining escort of Li Wenji and managed to take over his body. Only after killing him, the backpack won't fit 5 armor with a gun in it. Therefore, Xiao Yun was also only able to bring his helmet, bullets and gun with him and had to give up that several $100,000 of 5 armor. Ugh. If only the safety deposit box could be stuffed with weapons and equipment. Xiao Yun thought silently inwardly. And yet, I didn't realize that I had just had that thought. The system's backpack panel then popped up automatically. Random rare safety box experience card. Open it to get a random safety box with special ability. Special abilities? Does that mean? Seeing the system's introduction, Xiao Yun immediately raised an eyebrow. Meaning this rare safe box experience card is still different from the regular experience card? P.S. Today owe 2 more. Very sorry. The main reason is that the author last night drew 50 million Turing bricks. Did not draw the ice dragon. A night did not sleep. Lying in bed in the middle of the night full of regret. A few months to save more than 100 million half coins results in the drawing of a charm on the spending of half. I'll be damned. Tomorrow, the author will definitely get up early to code words. The bottom of the day more 4 chapters. And strive to the 2 chapters owed today to make up back. Chapter 92 Storing Skill Cards. Random rare safety box experience card. Open it to get a random safety box with special ability. Special abilities include equipment stowage, automatic recycling, and material upgrading. Rare safety boxes are fixed in size and capacity is calculated based on 1/10 of the size of the safety box currently in use, and can be stacked with regular safety boxes. The system beep sounded. Xiao Yun was also very shocked when he learned about the ability of the rare safety box. That's an unbelievable ability. Equipment stowage. Meaning that weapons and head armor that would otherwise not fit are able to be put into rare safety boxes. Auto recovery. The equivalent of putting something in a safety deposit box will automatically sell it at the end of the match, eliminating the need to make a trip back and forth to the exchange. What's more, there are no tax deductions for the automatic recycling of rare safety boxes. Originally, in the exchange, supplies worth 10,000 could only be sold for 8,500 after tax. And if you have a rare safe with an auto recovery feature, you'll be able to sell it for the full amount. $1 million is $150,000. $10 million is $5 million. That's enough money saved to buy an apartment in the center of the city of High Bay. And the most anticlimactic of all, it's the material upgrade feature. Green materials placed in the material upgrade safety box will automatically be upgraded to blue, blue to purple, purple to gold, and gold cannot be upgraded, provided that the specifications remain unchanged. It was equivalent to if Xiao Yun had picked up a 2x3 specification 6-cell purple electric car battery and put it into a rare safety box to directly upgrade it to a 2x3 fuel cell. That's more than 5 times the price. And on top of that, Rare Safe Box has a multitude of features. Xiao Yun took a cursory look and realized that the Rare Safe Box had a surprisingly high 88 abilities. The abilities it can exert are even more powerful than one another. And most of all, rare safety boxes, surprisingly, can be stacked with regular safety boxes. Doesn't this mean that one can bring 2 safes into the game in one matchup? Random rare safe box experience card. Open. Xiao Yun no longer hesitated and directly moved his mind. Ding. Random rare safe deposit box experience card used successfully. Props obtained. Skill storage safety box. 1-day experience card. Skill storage. This safety box is capable of storing all skills unlocked by the host in the form of skill cards. Each skill card occupies 1 space, and can be selected for automatic storage outside of the game. so that the selected skill will be stored automatically once the cooldown time expires. I'll go. Seeing the system introduction, Xiao Yun once again felt shocked. Storing skill cards, wouldn't that be the equivalent of using skills without CDs? If he had saved more, wouldn't he just blow up the whole map with 100 C4s? And it can store more than just Dryad skills. SS rank skills that you unlocked yourself can likewise be stored as skill cards. If you save up 100 Destiny skill cards, you'll be flying all over the map, won't you? More to the point, since it was stored as a form of skill card, it meant that the thing might be able to be used by other people. Then why sell supplies? You could make a fortune selling skill cards, but that's just thinking about it. If such a thing as one's ability to grant special abilities to others was exposed, it wouldn't be too much of a problem for one to die fast enough. Therefore the skill card could only be used by Xiao Yun himself. It's a shame that 5 armor still won't fit. Xiao Yun was slightly regretful. There is now one Li Wenzel left on the field. Even if he killed him himself, at best he would put his weapon and 5 heads in his bag and take them with him. Otherwise, when the time comes, carry the 5 armors in your hand and teleport to the evacuation point? Seems like a good idea. When Xiao Yun thought about it, this world had the operation of hanging a gun outside of a backpack and taking it out. When the time came to carry a piece of 5 armors in one hand, he might be able to successfully evacuate as well. However, without further ado, Xiao Yun still directly used the newly opened rare safety box. In the next second, a blue quality, somewhat uniquely shaped suitcase appeared in the system backpack. This rare safety box comes in a 10 by 10 size with just under 100 compartments of storage space. Well, it's about time to get ready to prepare for the kill and evacuate. Xiao Yun thought silently inwardly. With a thought, Destiny opens up. The vision screen that was capable of a full map of players appeared in front of his eyes once again, only to see that there was a little over 10 minutes left in this matchup. There were only a handful of 4 or 5 Dryads left on the field. Only one of them, Rat, was seen crouching in one of the bushes of Sandy Run Ranch from the first time Xiao Yun used his Destiny skill. By now, the matchup is almost over, and it's still crouching there. This guy can really squat. This is not the game of the previous life. Squatting in the grass can still brush the short video. Playing the landlord. This finding a grass and squatting hard was also something Xiao Yun didn't expect. Well, where is Levanti hiding? Xiao Yun quickly switched the screen and instantly locked onto Li Wenjia's position. The last time I saw him, he and another escort were almost at the Diamond Queen Hotel. I didn't realize that when I saw him again this time, he had run back to the small fishing village where the plane crashed. Only, this time next to him, Xiao Yun was seeing an unexpected figure. Jiang Kurson. Xiao Yun immediately frowned. In that case, Li Wenzel's side wasn't a 3-man team, but a 4-man team. It was only due to the fact that there was a cap on the group that Jiang Kurson entered the Forbidden Zone alone. Looking at the handful of 93 that Jiang Kurson was holding in her hand, Xiao Yun instantly felt a hint of danger. Although it wasn't a powerful weapon, it was far worse than the weapons of the 3 Li Wenji. But she had the audacity to go into the restricted area with a 93R, so she obviously has some understanding of the restricted area. Plus, Xiao Yun had previously checked Jiang Kurson's GTI data panel and found that she was actually diamond rank like the 2 escorts. Should we go over there? Xiao Yun was hesitating a bit, but he didn't expect that in the next second. A scene happened in the middle of the screen that he didn't expect at all. It's horrible. Just horrible. That man was so godlike. I didn't even see him. And the 2 white-skinned pigs were all dead. And after killing someone, he throws a smoke bomb and his figure immediately disappears. This bee must be onto us and wants 5 sets. I guess his next target is me. You must save me. The place of the crash. In a small fishing village. Just as Jiang Kurson arrived, Li Wenjia rushed up, reporting what had happened earlier with a horrified look on his face. What had just happened was too bizarre for him. The man killed 2 escorts without even showing his shadow for a second. And the timing was just right. Just when Li Wenjia was at a certain distance from them and couldn't make up the shots. That's no way to make a horror movie. Finished? Jiang Kurson's face was calm, even with a somewhat bored expression. Apparently Levanti's description didn't faze her. Anyway, you must help me. Save you? It's not like your life is worth anything. I'm not worth much, but the 5 sets and equipment I have on me are worth a lot. It adds up to $1 million. Levanti is close to breaking down. It was so hard for myself to get a guaranteed place in Qingbei before my parents sent me some pocket money. He didn't want to lose another $1 million without making a dime on this one. I should have known that I should have just gone into the map with a backpack and let the 2 escorts fight it all out. At least then the 2 escorts wouldn't have gotten too far away from themselves to protect themselves. And what just happened wouldn't have happened. Only, it was too late for regrets. Do you want to save your life or the 5 sets you have on you? Jiang Kurson asked at this time. 5 sets. Of course. In that case, I do have a good idea. What way? Only Jiang Kursen smiled mysteriously, her smile a bit bizarre, while Li Wenjie was puzzled. The next second she directly raised 93R and aimed it at Li Wenjie's thigh. Bang! 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 Bang bang bang! Chapter 93, Blood Loss of a Gold Coin. 6 shots rang out. Li Wenjie fell to the ground, his face full of disbelief. That's what you call a solution? However, in the next second, his consciousness suddenly dissipated, and his body turned into ashes floating in the air. If you're going to keep your equipment, you might as well have me do it for you. Jiang Kursen smiled faintly. Anyway, this golden head and golden armor is definitely more useful on me than on you, said. Without saying a word, Jiang Kursen took off the 3 heads and 3 armors on her body and prepared to exchange it with the equipment dropped by Li Wenjie. Good chance. When Xiaoyun saw this scene, he immediately turned on teleportation. Though looking over there, he felt a little dazed. How come this Jiang Kursen killed Li Wenjie as soon as she came up? Although the situation was unclear, it was the perfect time to launch a surprise attack. Thus, after 1.5 seconds, Xiaoyun also teleported directly to the small fishing village, coming not far behind Jiang Kursen. This distance just happened to be the range of the K416, and with a surprise attack from behind, the opponent would be too late to react even if he had a premonition. Locking onto Jiang Kursen's back, Xiaoyun raised his gun and took aim. However, without waiting for him to press the trigger, Jiang Kursen suddenly spoke. Come out, Xiaoyun. Li Wenjie has been killed by me. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyun's hand shook. At this time, Jiang Kursen had just taken off the 3 sets on her body and had not yet had time to change into 5 sets. And it was this point in time that she knew she was teleporting? No! Jiang Kursen should have felt that she was ambushing the neighborhood and was ready to strike at Li Wenjie at any time. Come on out. I know you're around. And don't worry, the two of us aren't enemies, Jiang Kursen said slowly. And hearing this, Xiaoyun also felt that the dangerous aura from her body had dissipated. Could it be that Jiang Kursen's previous hostility wasn't directed at himself? Xiaoyun aimed at her feet and casually fired a shot. In order to ensure that the other party was not committing fraud, Xiaoyun also kept his aim and did not let his guard down. Sure enough, it's you! Jiang Kursen turned her head, and the moment she saw Xiaoyun, she couldn't stop smiling on her face. And seeing that black hole of a gun, Jiang Kursen's smile became more and more unrestrained. Xiaoyun, did you like my gift before? Xiaoyun frowned slightly without a hint of dropping his guard. The gift that Jiang Kursen was referring to should be the video of Li Wenjie talking to Wang Chang. It's not clear what means she used to film it, but it does serve as a piece of evidence that proves the two were in violation of the crash. Only, to prove that the two men acted illegally, this can only be used as supplementary evidence, not as conclusive evidence. That video does work, but it will take more evidence to prove that Li Wenzel violated the law, Xiaoyun said indifferently. Of course I do. Jiang Kursen laughed and surprisingly threw the 93R in her hand directly at her feet. This was a fishing village, and both men were now standing in the river. The pistol was just dropped into the water. Not to mention that it would be a dud, or at least the accuracy would be compromised by picking it up and firing it again after the barrel was in the water. Don't put the muzzle down. Just as Xiaoyun was about to cancel his aim and seriously talk to the other party, Jiang Kursen, however, waved her hand and hastily spoke out to stop it. What do you mean? Xiaoyun said in disbelief. Just because I've given up resisting doesn't mean I've given up my right to have a gun pointed at me. Can't understand. It means, I like the feeling. I like being held at gunpoint. Especially you. It makes my heart beat faster. Jiang Kursen's smile gradually went crazy, like she was suffering from some kind of neurosis. She tripped over the water and walked towards Xiaoyun step by step. Every 3 steps, she opened her mouth to speak. You've had a lot of trouble with Levanti. And then what? I can help you and get rid of the hidden danger that is Li Wenjie once and for all. How do you expect me to trust you? Because you can't trust anyone else but me, can you? That's not true. Or you might want to think about it. Is it his own strength that Li Wenjie relies on to make things difficult for you? Hearing this, Xiaoyun raised his eyebrows. The only threat Li Wenjie posed to himself was the money and connections he had at his disposal, yet it all stemmed from the Li family behind him. Jiang Kursen meant that she wanted to help herself get rid of the Li family? How is that possible? Although she was not surnamed Li, she was indeed Li Wenjie's own sister and the flesh and blood of the Li family. Wait, if the Li family has such a powerful cadre, why didn't they let her escort for Li Wenjie in the first place, but instead found 2 other people from the Lighthouse Kingdom? Coupled with Jiang Kursen's surname, Xiaoyun also associated something with it, only that he could not be sure yet. Looks like you've thought of something. Jiang Kursen carried her hands behind her back and walked step by step to Xiaoyun. She was in close proximity to K416, and instead of fear, her eyes welled up with an inexplicable fervor. And now you can shoot. I have something else to ask. Xiaoyun frowned. He was just about to continue asking questions, but unexpectedly, in the next second, Jiang Kurson reached out in an instant, her thumb tightly clasping the index finger of her right hand. Bang! The 5.56 bullet instantly penetrated the head, and Jiang Kurson's delicate face instantly twitched uncontrollably. Her figure then slowly collapsed. Xiao Yun took 2 steps back, panting heavily. Xiao Yun had not even regained his senses until the other party's corpse turned into ashes and dissipated. What was in front of him was really beyond his expectations. Crazy. This Jiang Kurson is absolutely crazy. Once he recalled her crazy and beautiful face before she died, Xiao Yun guessed that he would have to have nightmares at night. But there was one thing that this Jiang Kurson hadn't lied to herself about. It was true that she was not her enemy, and that malice in her body was not directed against her. Just now, Xiao Yun saw her movements and thought that she was trying to grab the gun. And yet, I didn't realize that her behavior was so unpredictable. Do we really have to work with this lunatic? Xiao Yun was instantly in a state of hesitation. Shit. I should have known I should have used gunfire negotiation. It's a bloody loss of 1 gold coin. Evacuation successful. Duration, 27 minutes and 42 seconds. The Council's Harvest, 425-8805. Back on the deck of the Ocean Spectrum, Xiao Yun was carrying a large bag of heavy firearms, a piece of 5 armor in his left hand and a piece of 5 armor in his right hand. It was forced, but managed to evacuate with 3 sets of 5. And the takeaway was unexpected. Hey, selling 5 armor? And just then, a man wearing sunglasses approached. It looks pretty new. There shouldn't be much wear and tear on the durability. Make an offer. Hey, if you want to buy equipment, don't you just go on the exchange? Don't be so nosy. $400,000. 1 whole piece for me and my brother. With that, the man pointed to the 2 men behind him. The 3 men were seen to be of equal stature and all wore similar sunglasses. And hearing the price quoted by the other party, Xiao Yun was also instantly somewhat moved. What the 3 Li Wenji dropped were elite bulletproof undershirts worn by Asura soldiers, which were only worth about 350,000 even if they were brand new. Not to mention, there's a tax deduction for taking it to a trading house and selling it at 400,000 a piece. That was indeed a bargain for Xiao Yun to pick up. You guys can't lie to me. Pay up front. Xiao Yun hurriedly went to fetch his cell phone and then opened the collection code. And seeing him move, the 3 could see some surprise through their sunglasses. You're from the Forbidden Zone? What's wrong? Nothing. At first the conversation, the sunglasses man scanned the code and soon after the 1.2 million was called. Looking on, Xiao Yun instantly felt some joy. I didn't think I'd ever come across such a pie-in-the-sky good thing. By the way, any more level 5 heads wanted? Chapter 94, What am I if you're dragon? How many level 5 heads are there? 3. Xiao Yun replied indifferently. 3? 3 sets of 5? Hearing this, the sunglasses man was a bit surprised, and the other 2 behind him couldn't help but come up and climb up. You don't look too old to be a student, do you? That's it. Boy, you didn't kill a team of 5 sets in the restricted area and bring out all the gear for them, did you? Aha. Xiao Yun scratched his head, slightly embarrassed by the question. Why are these people getting to the bottom of this? If I wasn't going to do business with them, I certainly wouldn't have answered it myself. Just by looking at the wealth of the man at the head of the group, he was probably not an idle person. Boy, are you invincible? So young, so powerful. You're going against the heavens. Yeah, want to try out for our organization? The benefits are great, and I'll write you a letter of recommendation directly if you want to come. Hey, that's enough. The man in the lead hurriedly interrupted the 2, and Xiao Yun was also listening a bit cloudy. What organization? What benefits? I was just a little floored by the compliments and didn't react. I should have known I should have asked a few questions. Big brothers, 5 more heads? 2, how much? 2 DICH hearing heads. One of the steel helmet heads is not brand new. Lost some durability but not much. Okay, pack it up for $1 million and bring it. The man at the head scanned the code and paid extremely quickly. Seeing this, Xiao Yun also hurriedly pulled out the 3 level 5 heads and offered them with both hands. This man is truly the star of his own fortune. That's nearly $400,000 more directly to yourself. By the way, do you want full conversion weapons? 3 with 3-stage bullets. Good lord, are you a wholesaler? Upon hearing Xiao Yun's words, one of them immediately became taut. You're bringing the goods. This is to eat a team fully loaded with 5 sets of which shall not be a handful of 3 million evacuation. Several of the men in sunglasses were shocked. Only they did not know that Xiao Yun had not only evacuated 3 million, but more than 4 million. But guns won't be necessary. We all bring our own. Xiao Yun nodded his head silently, looking at the several people carrying a large bag. It turned out that it contained their respective weapons. Several people changed into their 5 sets and also prepared to enter the restricted area without hesitation. Dare I ask the name of the elder brother? Xiao Yun was still a bit curious and opened his mouth to ask. Waylon. Okay, brother Wei. Wait, Xiao Yun just had doubts, but he did not realize that several people had already disappeared above the deck. No dude. Your name is really Dragon? Is that the dragon with the magnetic bomb in his left hand and the tiger cannon in his right? You're really in the real world, aren't you? It's not right. Xiao Yun recalled the man's hairstyle and looks, and it didn't match up with Wei Long at all. And looking at him, although he was strong, he was no match for a long-trained special agent like Willow, and he's not equipped with jets, is he? Not buddy. I can do tiger cannon and jet propulsion. What am I if you're Veron? What's going on here? Xiao Yun was a little puzzled inside and hurriedly walked towards the black market on the 3rd floor, trying to hurry up and sell everything I have on me and get into this new handful of matchups to see how a few people are doing. Hey, Jiang Kurson, are you crazy? The other side. A few of Li Wenji's people gathered on the negative floor. As soon as he saw Jiang Kurson, Li Wenji was filled with anger. If I give you 5 sets, won't you be unable to bring them out? Might as well the two of us work together. Come on, 2 people aren't much use. Jiang Kurson sighed with a smile on her face, thinking back to what she had just experienced, especially seeing Xiao Yun's shocked expression before she died. Her heart was also beating a little faster. It can't be helped. That man is too strong. Okay, now that you've said that. Levanti sighed helplessly. This all good equipment did not bring out $1 million to ride in again. But what the hell was that guy? Did you see what he looked like? I don't know. That guy sure is mysterious. I didn't expect that such an expert even exists in this high-bay city. Li Wenji's expression turned grim. Killing 2 escorts was purely what they deserved. One by one, they all break away from the group when they start searching for something, and deserve to be caught single by someone else. Only, what Li Wenji didn't expect was, surprisingly, even Jiang Kurson hadn't been able to survive that person's hands. Why don't we have the old den at home try to find out what's going on? Levanti said, just about to make a call. However, John, was quick to take his hand and stop his movements. What? Are you looking for a fight? Boss, it's better not to go deeper into this matter. Don't you realize that this Longbow Creek Valley is not right? John said very seriously, looking at Li Wenji's impending anger. He didn't dare to be perfunctory and hurriedly began to explain his intentions for doing so. Do you remember that Longbow Creek Valley thing from before? Of course I remember. That one pissed me off. It was so close to a $500,000 evacuation. Levanti clenched his hands into fists. Very angry. Soon, though, he thought of the bizarre scene at the radar station at the time, and the death of the machine gunner on the ground. Are you saying that this man might be an official GTI? Yes, and even with the discipline of the official GTI team, it could have been not just one person who killed us, but a full formation. Holy shit, how is that possible? Li Wenji was a bit shocked inwardly. You're telling me that the 3 of them broke us down one by one, and left no trace of them afterward, and we didn't even see them, and they were able to hold the group so tightly? Given their abilities, it's a real possibility. When John said that, Levanti also fell into a moment of silence. GTI official. Is it really that scary as hell? The GTI official and the official Dragon Nation teams are different. The official teams of the Dragon Kingdom, if they entered the Forbidden Zone, often acted in unison with a mission. As soon as they came up, it was time to cordon off the scene, and the 30 men formed a squad of 10 to start a crushing force against all enemies in the restricted area. And after the mission objective is accomplished, they will leave and no longer interfere in the affairs within the restricted area. However, GTI's team is different. They are often free to act and fight for their own goals. Regarding GTI's professional team, Li Wenji had only heard rumors. After all, they acted very mysteriously. Shit, this Longbow Creek Valley really can't stay. Li Wenji cursed angrily and immediately planned to take a boat back to Dam Zero. Compared to Dam Zero, the Longbow Creek Valley has a large map and abundant resources. It also seems reasonable that the official GTI team would choose this map as the battleground for the action. Only Jiang Kurson who knew the truth on the side, but at this time, her mouth was almost crooked with laughter. It's also GTI official. If GTI officials were really as powerful as Xiao Yun, then most of the countries in this world would probably cease to exist. Jiang Kurson, Goa? Li Wenji brought 2 escorts with him with the intention of leaving this horrible place, while Jiang Kurson was motionless in place. I'm done. You guys go ahead. Jiang Kurson waved her hand and chose to remain in this Ocean Spectrum's lounge. Let's go. Li Wenji waved his hand and left with 2 escorts. You have entered the valley of Longbow Creek. Current location, crash site, substation. This burst, confidential. Time to end this game, 24 minutes, 52 seconds. Hint, please complete the evacuation before time runs out. Classified difficulty? Seeing the burst rate of this one, Xiao Yun was also a bit puzzled. Could it be that the person who called himself Veron before was informed of the difficulty in advance and chose to buy 5 sets to enter? And I wonder if those guys are still around? Xiao Yun thought silently inwardly and also decided to hurry up. It's a good thing this time hasn't been wasted, as the rare safe deposit box has been stocked with a number of key skill cards. Thus, he also directly turned on the Destiny skill to gain insight into the vision of the entire field of Dryads. P.S. 3 shifts today, 1 ode, together with yesterday's 2 shifts, as well as the previous day's 1 shift, a total of 4 shifts are owed. Last night to make up sleep is to make up sleep. A make up to 12 o'clock in the afternoon. I'm really sorry. I'm sure the author will get up at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning to explode his liver and try to make up for it. Chapter 95 Less you weren't even at the Queen's Hotel. Su Zichuan. Is this source of information reliable? Longbow Creek Valley. As soon as the 3 sunglasses men entered the map, they burrowed into the Diamond Queen Hotel. Before they were about to enter the hotel, the 3 of them were also aiming at different positions and advancing inside in a group. If this one doesn't show up, if Reyes doesn't show up, aren't we making a trip for nothing? Don't worry, I asked ahead of time. I can't be wrong. Su Zichuan said with a faint smile. You guys don't have to worry about Reyes not showing up. Just worry about whether or not you're a match for him. Wrath is fine to deal with. It's his escort that's a bit of a problem. A man next to him said. That escort of his is more resistant than one to a beating. Especially the shield soldiers. It takes half a day to hit them with a level 4 bullet. Just playing around with class 4 ammo. I'm guessing I'll lose a lot of money again when the time comes. Alas. And GTI won't be reimbursed for it. What a ditching organization. Hearing the remaining 2 complain, Su Zichuan also sighed. Come on, stop complaining. Haven't you guys always wanted to be a wyvern? This one is the good chance. And yes, it would be worth all this loss if we got Reyes' sheet music book. If you meet someone later, prioritize the cadre. Do you understand? Of course I understand. With that said, the 3 of them also tried to keep their footsteps as low as possible, slowly advancing into the Diamond Queen Hotel. And what a few people don't realize is this. At this moment, their behavior had already been exposed to Xiao Yun's vision. Les's sheet music book? Become a wyvern? This crowd. What kind of black talk is this? How is it that I understand every word, but not all together? In the middle of the substation, Xiao Yun was filled with doubt. At this time, his head wearing a 3-level headset hearing head, is to pick up the last handful of Zheng Kursen off the equipment. And with the hearing head on, he was able to hear the voices from within the picture. Only, after a few sunglasses men spoke for half a day, Xiao Yun could only come up with a few useful pieces of information. The man who called himself Wei Long was not the real Wei Long Wang Yuhao, but a GTI cadre named Su Zichuan. The 3 of them are suspected to be officially affiliated with GTI, the pro team of the Forbidden Zone Touchdown, and the purpose of their trip, for one thing, was to crusade against Reese and obtain the music book after defeating him. Reese's sheet music book, placed in the game, is 2 frames of gold supplies, but is rarer than red supplies. There is only a certain probability of dropping it if you kill a Hell Black Shark Rex, like Saeed's hand crossbow and Mulan's brain machine control terminal. They are all tokens that only drop when you kill a boss. And in addition to boss drops, the Almighty Bird's Nest and Manhole cover also have a very small probability of dropping Reese's sheet music book, which Xiao Yun had pulled out of a bird's nest once in his previous life. But what do they want with Rex's scorebook? Could it be that by obtaining the sheet music book, one could become a wyvern like that Su Zichuan said? What are the benefits of becoming a wyvern? Is it the ability to use the skills of a wyvern? Or is it just a name? Xiao Yun silently speculated. And that's when the duration of the move was almost over. However, Xiao Yun did not choose to teleport to the side of the hotel to scout the actions of a few people, but instead chose to teleport to the drone platform, so that he could steal a little bit of food. After all, Su Zichuan and the others are GTI official people, not their own mention of UZI to fix the feet to fix the death, and those skills he had mastered. He didn't dare to use them indiscriminately in front of this group of people. Ordinary people may not be able to see something fishy, but the cadre of GTI's official intake can definitely see the oddity. But, anyway, Xiao Yun had already saved 10 Destiny skill cards. Using one after a while to see what's going on their end should also gather a lot of useful intel. Thinking so, Xiao Yun did not pay too much attention and turned around to search the supplies himself. Material, medical drones. Quality, blue. Price, 36,510. Material, consort earrings. Quality, purple. Price, 13,310. Material, liquid crystal display. Quality, blue. Price, 25,434. Is this classified? After a search, Xiao Yun suspected that this was simply an ordinary longbow. A drone platform search came down with a drone, but it was a blue-quality medical drone. It's simply a far cry from military drones, both in terms of rarity and price. And once the big insurance policy opens, there is even only one consort earring. It would be nice to have rare safes with material upgrades. Xiao Yun sighed. I have to say that the rare safety box is really powerful. Only the way to obtain it is very difficult. You can only get a one-day experience card by completing a hidden achievement, and the special features of the rare safe boxes are randomly selected. Since Dam Zero doesn't take on the wall breaker quest, completing the wall breaking will reach the achievement if you do. So Operation Iron Dome in Longbow Creek Valley, is that okay? Xiao Yun suddenly thought. In the middle of the Forbidden Zone, each map has a special action mission. Dam Zero's is a wall breaker operation, which involves using a wall breaker device to break through the dam before activating a rig to open the vault door, from which you can open the safe to obtain high-value supplies. And Operation Iron Dome in Longbow Creek Valley is similar, with a period of manning the air defense cannons east of Supernova Station after they are activated, and waiting until the cannons are fired to be able to travel to the blasting area of the storage station to investigate. Among them are high explosive material points such as servers and computers, and you can touch a few small golds at the bottom of the classified explosions. Although the value of a few small golds was nothing to Xiao Yun, but if you complete the hidden achievement, the special safe you get can be priceless. The big iron gate of the storage station. Ularus bomb should be able to blow it open, right? If you can't do it twice. If you can't do it twice, do it 3 times. I just don't believe this shitty door won't blow up, Xiao Yun said, preparing to leave after searching the large safe on the second floor of the radar station. I had looked at it earlier when I turned on full map perspective, and it was relatively safe with no dryads in the area. However, when Xiao Yun had just jumped off the drone platform, a rough and mineralized voice was coming from behind. Hear any movement? Something's wrong. There's a situation. Get your hands and feet on it. When he heard this voice, Xiao Yun immediately trembled, because the voice wasn't just any old macho, nor was it Shield's machine gun brother. Instead, it's the legendary territorial Black Shark, elbowing King Rex. No, why is he here? According to the information learned from Su Zichuan's side, shouldn't Reese be at the Diamond Queen Hotel? Did he only know that this matchup had Reyes? Not that Reyes was on the radar station? Xiao Yun frowned slightly. The way things are going, it looks like there's only one explanation. Xiao Yun hurriedly crouched down and gently stood by the wall, only to see that it was indeed Reese, who had stormed the radar station with the Asura soldiers, and was now frantically scavenging the loot here. So the big insurance and stuff on the second floor, they didn't raid that too, did they? Xiao Yun inwardly sighed in dismay. At this point, he didn't even have a gun in his hand, so it was a bit difficult to deal with Reese and his small group of guards. Xiao Yun was just about to use his skill card, a destiny teleport to another location, but to his surprise, Reese suddenly let out a roar. I see you. Come out here. Done. Chapter 96, I'm going to disintegrate you. Sneak out and get the hell out. Rear of the drone platform, Reese shouted and carried his shotgun towards Xiao Yun's side, and a few soldiers from his escort ran in front of him with their guns. At this point, Xiao Yun, who was crouching behind the wall, instantly sighed in dismay. Even if one turned on the destiny skill to teleport immediately at this moment, it would still take 5 seconds of teleportation time, a time of 5 seconds. Such a short distance was already enough for the Asura soldiers to shoot themselves into a sieve. Xiao Yun hurriedly put all the supplies he had previously touched into the safety box to ensure that he did not drop anything in case of death. Let it go. With that, Xiao Yun also stopped hiding. With a wave of his right hand out of thin air, the military pocket knife appeared in his hand. Exoskeleton activated. Xiao Yun took advantage of the acceleration and hastily changed his position. And on the way, he intentionally revealed half of his body so that he could anticipate his opponent's line of attack. Kill me. Fire at will. Leave no one behind. As soon as Reese ordered, the 3 special Asura soldiers rushed towards Xiao Yun's position. Xiao Yun did not dare to be slow in the face of these armored and thick special soldiers. In a flash, C4 is rolled. Bang, 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 bang. The 3 Asura soldiers opened fire wildly in an instant, punching dense bullet holes in the wall where Xiao Yun was hiding. It was a good thing that Xiao Yun didn't fight hard and just probed his head to throw bombs, or else he would probably have to be knocked back to reality just from this light. Drip 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 bang. C4 exploded, and while it didn't stick, it still did a decent amount of damage. The 3 escorting soldiers had all of their armor shattered in a single moment, and several wounds were blown out of their bodies that were visible to the naked eye. Stupid! You're in big trouble. Reese's roar came from behind them. From the sound of the footsteps, it sounded like Wrath was the only one left at this point, and a shield bearer at his side. The rest of the soldiers, meanwhile, were coming downstairs at the moment. Xiao Yun took this opportunity to throw a flashbang, followed by a smoke bomb. While flashbangs didn't do much for Wrath, smoke grenades were a great way to block his vision and prevent him from sneaking up on him. And the flashbangs were used against the 3 already injured minions. There's a flashbang. Damn it! I can't see. The 3 skirmishers suddenly went blank. Xiao Yun, on the other hand, also lifted his small knife and quickly resolved 2 of them. One of the remaining machines had just opened his eyes, but he didn't realize that a data dart had been stuck to his head. This Wrath's guards, so resistant to killing. Xiao Yun silently sighed. If it were a normal machine brother, the first magnetic bomb would have just blown them up. The guards of this Wrath, on the other hand, were ridiculously thick in blood. If it wasn't for the fact that his heirloom knife had high damage and carried the armor-breaking attribute, he might not have been able to handle these soldiers with a single slash. I'm going to disintegrate you. And just then, the smoke bomb faded. Risa's voice was also gradually revealed in front of Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun did not dare to be ambiguous and hurriedly added another smoke bomb. While Wrath dared not make a move behind the smoke, the shield bearer in front of him was not like him. The shield soldier violently broke through the smoke and charged, the bison in his hand firing wildly. Yet after rushing out of the smoke, he was unable to see the enemy. Strange, where is everyone? The shield soldier just had doubts in his mind, but the military knife was stabbed into his head. It turned out that Xiao Yun had long ago used power propulsion twice in a row, taking advantage of his mixed smoke to change position. It's a good thing I stored a bunch of skill cards before. Xiao Yun sighed. If it wasn't for the use of the skill card in 2 consecutive power thrusts, there was no way he would have been able to change his position so quickly. And at this moment, after resolving the shield soldiers, Xiao Yun made another section of power advance and hastily pulled away from Reese. The smoke was about to disappear at this point, and he didn't want to be crushed by an elbow from Reese. In the previous game, Reyes' elbow strike was the highest damage in the game. 1 elbow 120. No matter if you are 5 sets of 6 sets of direct seconds, normal people in the game only have a blood level of 100, and an elbow from Reese can directly hit a person's soul out. While dealing with Reese, Xiao Yun was unable to pick up his gun in time, and had to get stuck in the corner of the wall and frantically throw bombs. Drip 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 bang. Bang bang bang. Xiao Yun didn't have much else, but he had a lot of skill cards in his safety deposit box. Holy shit, there's thunder. At this point it was C4 again. Triple grenades, stun arrows, and grenades, and straight up Reyes was sweating. Even though he tried his best to escape, he still couldn't avoid the blast range of the bomb. Incoming missiles. With that, Xiao Yun fired another round of Lialu's patrol missile. Due to the difficulty in maneuvering this thing, Xiao Yun also did not choose a difficult cornering maneuver, but instead chose to lift the cannon to aim and shoot directly. Otherwise it would be funny if the missile went crooked later and blew itself up. Bang! The roving missile slammed heavily into Reyes' body, producing a series of blasts. Still not down? Again! Shoo bang! Another round of roving bullets shot out and blew up in front of Reyes. Dash! As the second patrol missile exploded away, Reese was also finally unable to resist and slowly fell to the ground. And at this point, downstairs, a group of Asura soldiers, too, arrived just in time. What? Boss Reese is actually dead. Boss, I will avenge you. The Asura soldiers screamed and rushed towards Xiao Yun. And against these enemies, Xiao Yun was very much at ease. Who dash? After a few minutes, Xiao Yun took a long breath. Looking at the pile of corpses on the ground, he also felt heavy inside. What an evenly matched battle. In order to deal with Reese and his escort, half of Xiao Yun's stored skill cards had already been consumed. Although he was unharmed after some battles, that was only barely achieved under the super high level of operation. Especially the wave of C4 picking up Tiger Crouch Cannon picking up Patrol Flyer that kills Reyes, and it's operationally challenging. And now, what Xiao Yun was most looking forward to was what good treasures were hidden in Reese's body. It stands to reason that the entire radar station would have been pretty much searched by the Asura soldiers by now. If there's any treasure, it's probably all on them. Xiao Yun swept a glance at the large safe on the second floor, and sure enough, it had already been opened. And if there's anything good in this, odds are that the average soldier will be the first to come on and supply Reyes as well. And so it was. Xiao Yun also walked over to Reese Corpse and searched carefully. Material, solid gold lighters. Rarity, gold. Price, 62,155. Material, coffee. Rarity, gold. Price, 68,503. Material, information, design drawings. Rarity, gold. Price, 67,814. A quick search showed that Reyes did have a lot of small gold hidden on him, and after emptying his pockets, Xiao Yun also felt a hard object on him. Lifting the outer jacket, he saw a brown-colored journal in front of him. Materials, Les's sheet music book. Rarity, gold. Price, 86,620. This should be what those guys are looking for. Xiaoyun silently put this thing away. It might be of great use in the future. And this is a great time to go do Operation Iron Dome. Su Zichuan, don't you think this Empress Hotel is a bit too quiet? In the meantime, Su Zichuan's group, too, had groped their way into the Queen's Hotel, cleared a few skirmishers along the way, but no sign of Reyes. A few people had felt something wasn't quite right. It does seem a bit strange, but what's wrong with it? Su Zichuan stroked his chin and thought seriously too. Right, where's the music gone in this wrath? Chapter 97, Love to Talk a Little 78. Music? What music? Hearing Su Zichuan's words, one of the team members was a bit puzzled. Reyes is a man who loves the symphony, and every time he shows up, the Empress Hotel is sure to be accompanied by a swell of classical music. Su Zichuan explained. Only, as soon as he remembered this point, he suddenly sighed in dismay. Bad. Reyes isn't at the Queen's Hotel. What? He's not in this matchup? Su Zichuan, you tricked us, didn't you? The two members of the team almost lost their tempers as they listened. However, Su Zichuan was signaling them to hurry up and shut up and listen to his command. Reyes is definitely in this matchup. Just not here at the Queen's Hotel, but at the radar station. A radar station? Isn't that Havoc's territory? One team member wondered. It's Havoc's territory, and it stands to reason that Wrath, as one of the 5 leaders of Asura, wouldn't be there. So what? Su Zichuan frowned slightly, recalling some of the rumors he had heard. But did it ever occur to you that Reyes would take the soldiers and attack the radar station? Both team members were a bit surprised when this statement was made. They did hear this rumor about Longbow Creek Valley. In some cases, Wrath would take Asala soldiers and step on radar stations, looting supplies in them like crazy. If that happens, the radar station will become a danger zone of top-secret difficulty. Only, usually, the two of them don't hit Longbow Creek Valley as much. And after all these years, he hadn't seen Rex show up at the radar station. So he just dismissed the whole thing as something like an urban legend. So all those rumors in GTI are true? Nonsense. Otherwise, do you think this whole thing was made up by bored cadres? Su Zichuan gave him a blank look, somewhat helpless. Okay, don't say anything, let's get to the radar station. There's not much time left. Is it too late to go over there? It can only be sped up slightly, Su Zichuan said, also not caring about hugging the group so tightly. By this time it was too late to cross the gun lines and search the point carefully, and he hurriedly ran in the direction of the radar station with the two men. Soon, Su Zichuan's trio arrived in the middle of the radar station. Looking at the corpses of Havoc's soldiers on the ground, several people were a bit shocked, not having experienced a big battlefield. They had never seen such a picture of corpses strewn all over the place. It was all Reyes and his men? One of them was very incredulous, and Su Zichuan frowned. Although I had heard of such images, it was only when I actually saw them that I felt shocked. Not to mention, Havoc and Asura had a deep grudge that could not be filled with these corpses. Come on, let's go up and have a look. Su Zichuan led the two to the second floor, and along the way, the three of them were careful, but they didn't notice any movement around them. It's not right. 9 out of 10. These two big insurances were opened. Could it be that an expert of the peak segment has come? Impossible. How could a peak-level expert come to a small place like High Bay City? Don't even panic. This is supposed to be the work of Wrath's men. The slightly more experienced Su Zichuan said in a hurry. There are only a few hundred people in the peak segment, and more than half of them are in Jinghai City. How could it be them? That's saying something. Wait, why are there so many bodies of Asura soldiers here? The speaker pointed to the scene on the stairs. Only the staircase leading to the drone platform was covered in the bodies of Asura soldiers, and the entire staircase was puffed open with blood. No good. Su Zichuan was shocked in his heart and rushed up, and the scene in front of him suddenly confirmed the fear in his heart. Only the body of Reyes was visible, lying just below the drone platform. Someone had arrived here earlier and killed Reyes. It can't be the work of the officials. What are you talking about? 78 words. We are the official team. Yeah, meaning, there's someone better than us in this matchup? Several people from Su Zichuan were shocked, and one of them seems to have just joined the organization, and his identity has not yet adapted to it. The pungent odor of gunpowder. Su Zichuan smelled the very strong smell of gunpowder in the air and immediately frowned. Do you guys think that the smell is very familiar? The two men shook their heads. As for Su Zichuan, he didn't say much, and in the next second, he pulled out a magnetic bomb from his backpack, and after pressing the detonation button, he directly threw it aside. Drip drip drip, bang. An explosion rang out, and the smell of gunpowder in the air got a little stronger. Now what? That lingering smell of gunpowder just now is exactly like a magnetic bomb. One of the team members reacted and was very shocked. Meaning there are other teams involved in this matchup? Most likely. Su Zichuan nodded silently. The fact that this matchup had Rex present was the result of the intel he'd spent 5 merit points to get from his superiors. Since he was able to get the intel in advance, so could the rest of the GTI professional cadre. Only, what Su Zichuan didn't expect was that this one would be taken first. This one was unlucky enough to get them a step ahead. Su Zichuan said coldly, but since he's also a dragon, the target is locked. In the entire city of Haibei, there are only 5 people who have become Wei Long. When I get back to them, I'll ask them who was involved in the match and see if he can sell you the music books. Hearing this, the 2 team members also nodded silently. Current location, storage station. This burst, confidential. Time to end this game, 14 minutes, 31 seconds. The other side. Xiao Yun happened to use the destiny skill and saw Su Zichuan's side of the field of view. I didn't realize that he could actually use a magnetic bomb. Xiao Yun was slightly surprised. Although Su Zichuan didn't carry a jet device on him, it seemed from his backpack that he had at least 2 magnetic bombs prepared. No wonder he called himself Wei Long before. So he can really give out red packets. So, it seems that wyvern is akin to a profession for them. Becoming a wyvern is the equivalent of being a transfer in DNF. And the material needed for the transfer is Reese's sheet music book. After a successful transfer, you'll have permission to purchase the prop skills of the wyvern. Presumably that's what it means? Xiao Yun silently analyzed it. What can be solidly established at this point is that all 3 are GTI's professional cadre. Segment reached Black Hawk or above, and completed the contract with GTI official, enjoying the special resource treatment. This GTI, will it get in or won't it? Xiao Yun also frowned slightly when he thought of this. At present, it seems that GTI professional players hold a lot of information and secrets that ordinary people do not know. According to Su Zichuan's chats with a few people, even the password to the big safe was monopolized in the hands of the peak-level cadre. Gotta go back and torture Dad for that. Xiao Yun didn't think much about it. Looking at Xiao Qingtian's attitude before, he should have experience with this kind of thing. We'll find out what's going on from him when the time comes, and then decide what to do after that. Might as well try to blow this thing up first. Xiao Yun walked to the iron gate of the storage station, pulling out the skill card from his pocket. 10C4S appeared in his hand in a flash. Anyway, this thing cools down fast and you can save 2 a minute. Xiao Yun also threw them to different locations of the iron gate without any heartache. Drip, drip, drip bang dash. A violent explosion rang out, and the iron door was damaged to some extent. Shit. 30 more grenades. PS, 3 shifts today. 1 shift owed. Total 5 shifts owed. Tomorrow. Get up early. Code words. Make up. Chapter 98 Supercomputing Unit. Thump, 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 thump dash. A series of explosions rang out. The steel doors of the storage station were finally blown off, shattering into numerous pieces that fell to the ground. And at the same time, a system beep finally sounded in Xiao Yun's mind. Hint, trigger hidden achievement quest. Mission name, I am Iron Dome. You will receive a rare safe box experience card for completing the achievement quest. It really works. Xiao Yun was instantly a little excited. It seems that bypassing the key quests on each map is the key to triggering hidden achievements. So it seems that Bakshi's escort doctor, Operation Folding Wings, and the Ascender at the space base are equally capable of triggering hidden achievement missions. In this way, Xiao Yun would still be able to get at least 3 rare safe box experience cards as long as he followed the law. With Reyes already down, this storage station shouldn't be too much of a risk. Xiao Yun did not think much and also directly began to search for the supplies within. Material, Hi-Fi sound card. Rarity, purple. Value, 25,425. Material, bone saw. Rarity, blue. Value, 20,078. Material, electric blasting hammer. Rarity, green. Value, 198. In just half a minute, Xiao Yun quickly finished searching an airbox. Though that's a lot slower than opening an airbox in the game, which only takes a few seconds. But for this real forbidden world, he was fast at the moment. After searching the airbox, Xiao Yun continued to move forward. Passing through a thin passageway, a server is sandwiched between shelves. Material, CPU. Rarity, gold. Value, 64,738. Material, solid-state drives. Rarity, purple. Value, 34,223. Xiao Yun pulled out 2 electronic accessories from it and directly harvested 100,000. And at that moment, the voices of the Havoc soldiers came from outside. There's the enemy. Prepare to fight. Xiao Yun hastily sped up his movements. The current situation didn't seem to make it necessary for him to tangle with the soldiers at all. Simply search for supplies quickly and teleport directly to the evacuation point by turning on your move. Safety box, 428/1024. Total value, 3640472. At this point, The space in the safety box had taken up almost half of it, and the total value of the console's supplies is upwards of $3,600,000. Most of it is the little blue and purple that this touches, as well as the coins you get from using your skills to kill minions. Since unlocking the Card Master skill pack, Xiaoyun was able to obtain 1 to 6 random coins for every enemy he killed. These pirate coins range from copper, to silver, to gold, and make up about a third of this handful of harvested supplies. Combined with the gold gained from gunfire negotiations, it's safe to say that nearly half of this matchup's gains came from SS rank skills. Prepare for evacuation after driving here. Xiaoyun thought silently inwardly and also delved into the innermost room of the storage station. Here sits an unlockable laptop, except that it seems to be larger in size than a normal laptop. The base underneath, in particular, is almost the size of a chassis. Is this computer on steroids? Xiaoyun was puzzled inwardly, but his hands were quick to unlock it. However, in the next second, the supplies that appeared in it caused him to immediately suck in a breath of cold air. Material, Mandel Supercomputing Unit. Rarity, Red. Price, 213-5824. I'm going. The Supercomputing Unit. Xiaoyun hurriedly put away the supplies in the computer. This is a top-of-the-line Big Red in 3x3 size. Also the best supplies that will come out of the computer. It's a 3x3, but it's worth more than a 3x4 spec blade server. Not to mention it's a Havoc-made black technology, which is considered a highly advanced technology worthy of GTI research in the original game's worldview, and even more impactful when placed in reality. Moreover, based on Lu Shihan's previous reminder, Xiaoyun also understood the value of this world's Great Red. The $2 million or so shown here is not sold for $2 million or so, but rented out for a year worth upwards of $2 million. After placing it back in the safety box, Xiaoyun also monitored the big reds that he had come out with from the beginning until now. 2 quantum stores, 2 experimental data, 2 gold bars, 1 each of dragon claws, pocket watches, military drones, premium coffee beans, top secret servers, carbon fiber plates, smoothbore rifles, and respirators, as well as that blade server that has been rented out, and the Mandel Supercomputing Unit that just opened up. All of these things add up to a lot of value. Xiaoyun also did not expect that the red he had put out during this period of time was actually 16, despite the old complaints about the low burst rate. Looking at it this way, I've got a pretty good burst rate. Xiaoyun was inwardly delighted, especially since he himself has opened another Mandel Supercomputing Unit here at the storage station. At this point the safety deposit box took up 52 squares of space with just the red supplies. If that 100-cell safety deposit box had been there before, half the spots would have been taken up by Big Red. It's a good thing we have a 1,000-compartment safety box now. Putting down these big reds takes up just a small corner. I didn't realize there was this big load waiting, so it's time to go, said. Xiaoyun also turned on his destiny skill and then directly teleported towards the location of the evacuation point, and at the same time, a crisp system beep sounded in his ears. Hint, complete the achievement task. Get rewarded, random rare security box experience card X1. Alert! The storage station has been invaded. Please gather all soldiers for alert. Alert! The storage station has been invaded. Please gather all soldiers for alert. Meanwhile, among the radar stations, Su Zichuan's few people were just about to turn back, when a broadcast sounded above the heads of the crowd. It's noisy. What is this? What's the point of broadcasting this when all your Havoc people are dead? The storage station was invaded? Is there anything to be invaded in that shithole? This Havoc is hilarious. He can't even manage his own radar station anymore. And he still cares if the storage station has been invaded. The 2 team members grumbled a bit as they listened to the constant broadcast over their heads. Su Zichuan, however, frowned. In all the years he had been in the Forbidden Zone, he had run no less than 1,000 races through the Longbow Creek Valley. The situation before him, however, was the first time he had seen it. The storage station. Did someone pick up Operation Iron Dome? It can't be. That mission isn't pure mush. That's right. That mission was so dangerous. The bounty was only $40,000 at the end, and there weren't many supply points that could be opened. Hitting that Iron Dome operation is a pure loss of bullet money. Not as much as a chicken feather at Dam Zero. Listening to the words of the 2 team members, Su Zichuan did not think much about it. Indeed, Operation Iron Dome was a very unworthy mission. It's just 3 computers inside and out, an airbox, a server, plus a couple of large medical kits and other supply points. Good luck touching a small gold. Bad luck a bunch of small blues. And with at least 100 Havoc soldiers to kill on the way, it's going to take a lot of bullet money alone. Honestly, I wouldn't even bother touching a poor place like that without so many soldiers guarding it. A member of the team said. That's right, and an Operation Iron Dome to make it look like it's all high and mighty, when in reality it would be nice not to lose money on bullets and equipment durability. another member of the team added. And hearing this, Su Zichuan nodded silently. This mission is so lossy and there's a risk of death. There can't really be any cutie going to do Operation Iron Dome, right? However, what a few people don't realize at this point is that the person doing this task for this matchup isn't a cutie. Evacuation successful. Duration, 25 minutes and 53 seconds. Council Harvest, 577-6296. Another handful of big multi-million-dollar withdrawals. Xiaoyun returned to the deck of the ocean spectrum and sighed silently. Ugh, I should have known to open the battle record. This shall not be directly promoted to Blackhawk. By the way, it seems like the mission now is to evacuate 3 handles from Longbow Creek Valley only. We should have a few minutes left on the next hand. Why don't we just evacuate and finish the next mission? Xiaoyun pondered and was planning to enter the Forbidden Zone once more. After all, the 1000-gauge safety deposit box is just too stuffable. If you don't bring out any good gear, it's perfectly fine to not go to the trade house and keep going in to run knives. Only what Xiaoyun did not expect was that there was someone who was waiting for him at the entrance of the Forbidden Zone for a long time. Xiaoyun, play with me? Jiang Kersen suddenly appeared with a smile on her face and handed out a lime green lollipop. Chapter 99, Difficulty in Choosing. Happy New Year to you all. Jiang Kersen? Seeing the appearance of the other party, Xiaoyun was also a bit surprised. In his perspective, this man was so godlike that he didn't think he would take the initiative to find himself. However, just as he wanted to ask something, the other party was quick on his feet and took advantage of Xiaoyun's slight opening of his mouth to directly stuff a lime green lollipop into his mouth. A strong minty flavor ran across his tongue, and Xiaoyun instantly raised his eyebrows. It's actually quite tasty? I know you want to ask me questions, Jiang Kersen said with a smile, but everything has a price, and you don't want to whore out this information for nothing. What do you want me to do? Xiaoyun already roughly understood her character at this point, but it was the understanding that made him more wary of Jiang Kersen as well. I heard that you got a guaranteed admission to Qingbei University. Why are you talking about this all of a sudden? Don't you think that the challenge here, in this part of Haibei City, is a little too easy for you? Hearing this, Xiaoyun was instantly caught up in thought. Indeed, given his current situation, the Forbidden Zone burst rate in the North Sea City was no longer enough to satisfy him. Though the ones I own are a few million evacuations, one was having to eat 3 sets of 5 full suits, and one was all but 1 supercomputing unit. Other than that, most of the sources of gain are gained by relying on SS-ranked skills. There were very few supplies that truly came from the Forbidden Zone. Even if Xiaoyun searched half of the map, it would only top out at 1 million. It would be even more rewarding to have access to the more difficult classified maps to run the knife. So, what do you want to do? Come with me to the Lighthouse Country, Jiang Kersen said. The Lighthouse State's off-limits areas are more liberal, and even tourists can enter the high-traffic off-limits areas. And as a result, there are more dryads over there, more competition, and a higher burst rate. Xiaoyun knew all of this, but he hadn't really thought about it before Jiang Kersen brought it up. But don't you have to get a visa or something to leave the country? I'll do it for you. Xiaoyun bowed his head and thought. At this point in time, there are still 2 months to go before the college entrance exam. And after 2 months of exams, it's another 2 months until college starts. It would have been a good 4 months to run knives in the top-secret forbidden areas of the Lighthouse State. Only. So what do I do with the red level of high-value materials I search for when the time comes? It's just more money than you'd make at home anyway. Jiang Kersen clearly heard the meaning in Xiaoyun's words, but did not answer positively. Wait for me to think about it. Hearing this, Jiang Kersen seemed to have expected it. Without saying another word, he simply turned his head and left. She really doesn't waste her breath. Xiaoyun sighed. This Jiang Kersen came and went quickly. Her offer, though, was something to consider. After all, the 2 maps, Bakshi and Space Base, are not available in the scenic areas of Haibei City. By the time the Lighthouse Country again opened the red quality materials, the big deal is all stuffed in the safety box, and then returned to the country to unify the processing on the line. There's no fear of being detected when going through security, and the safety box can be stored in the system backpack anyway. Hey, why are you still here? And just then, Su Zichuan and the 3 of them also managed to withdraw and appeared behind Xiaoyun. Seeing Xiaoyun, they also instantly recognized him. Kid, did you get into the game last? Didn't see you. You have the strength to kill a team of 5 sets. Why don't you come and touch us in the restricted area? Maybe beat the 5 sets back again? The 2 flirted, and Xiaoyun, who knew that they were GTI professional cadres, naturally knew that they were flirting. Just kidding, if he ran into them, he would be directly seconded without using his skills. Okay? Even with their holding and reaction speed, they might not be able to make use of the skills they have without wearing some good equipment themselves. The 3 big brothers are joking. How could I have that ability? Xiaoyun's forehead was in a cold sweat. The three of them had seen it for themselves. That wave of holding platoon spots at the Queen's Hotel was as tight as an army. Moreover, listening to their chat on the last handle, the three seemed to have known each other for not long, and they were all temporarily teamed up, which was the scariest thing of all. You guys talk, I'll head back to the main office. At this time, Su Zichuan also left early. I'm Chen Eru. He's Huang Kuan. What's your name? Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun ah. What a nice name. Ouch. I want such a handsome name too. Seeing that the other party had given his name, Xiao Yun also answered honestly. However, I did not expect that Chen Era directly took out his cell phone and just made an inquiry on the GTI software. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yun immediately raised his eyebrows. Good lord, this guy has a setup. Ouch I go. Platinum level ah. Kid, are you that strong? Let's see. Seeing Xiao Yun's GTI panel, Chen Era was also very shocked. And next to him, Huang Kuan also hurriedly came over. Shit, 20 handfuls of $10 million. One hand averages $500,000. You're human. Ouch I'll be damned. You're pretty good at this. Shit, 100% evacuation rate? You're evacuating every single one of them. 66,666. This is even better. Seeing that the two of them inquired about their information, Xiao Yun was also courteous and took a look at the information of the two of them. Name, Chen Eru. Affiliation, GTI official. Total battles, 482. Evacuation rate, 40. 87%. Value brought out, 69429. 34K. Game record, hidden. Segment, Blackhawk 5-inch. Name, Huang Kuan. Affiliation, GTI official. Total battles, 385. Evacuation rate, 45. 97%. Value brought out, 56640. 87K. Game record, hidden. Segment, Blackhawk 5-inch. Xiao Yun instantly raised an eyebrow when he saw the message from the two. Both were seen to be in the Blackhawk 5 segment, and the affiliation field was filled right in with GTI official. The values brought out of the forbidden zone were all up to $50 or $60 million, and were considered the elite of the elite among the cadres. You should know who we are, right? How about that? Ever considered joining GTI? Seeing that Xiao Yun had inquired about his information, Chen Eru also stopped hiding anything. With an arm around Xiao Yun's shoulders, he opened his mouth very enthusiastically. Xiao Yun could feel the other party's strong biceps. This person's physical quality was definitely military caliber. With your strength, ascending to Black Eagle is estimated to be a matter of a week. Let's enter the map together then. Yeah, we're both short of regular teammates right now. Huang Kuan also spoke. Then Su, what about that Wei Long? Him, he's a much higher level than us. This one is just taking us through the mission. Hearing this, Xiao Yun also nodded his head silently. At this point, however, he was a bit torn. What's with all the sudden choices at this point? You might get some useful info if you join the GTI official. Xiao Yun was also very curious about the special prohibited area in particular, and what Jian Kersen said. Going to the Lighthouse Kingdom to run the knife was also a good choice. Let me think about it. Xiao Yun waved his hand. After all, he was not too familiar with either side right now. By the way, are you still going into Longbow Creek Valley next? Chen Eru asked. Xiao Yun nodded silently, but the other party was even more excited. Tell you what, we'll both give you a hand on the next one and escort you for free. Yes, it just so happens that Su Zichuan has gone back to do his business, so with your strength you might still be able to play a role. Xiao Yun also raised an eyebrow when he heard the words of the two. Free escort? Is there such a thing as a good thing? PS1, Happy New Year to everyone. Sweepstakes one shot. Running knives out of the red every day. PS2, New Year's Day today will not be counted as owed it. A total of 5 chapters owed. Please readers do not feed the book. More to catch up on the reading. The author will start in February the beginning of the explosive mode. Every day 4 more bottom. Thank you for the support of the readers. The author will definitely make up for all the owed. Chapter 100, Are you really bailing out? When Xiaoyan returned to the deck of the ship again, the time had already reached 5 in the afternoon. During that time, he followed both Chen Arrow and Huang Kuan into the penalty area 3 times. All 3 were Longbow Creek valleys on normal difficulty, and were mediocre throughout. With 2 Dark Shadow level escorts, Xiao Yun went in and just licked the bag, not caring about anything else. The strength of the 2 men was out of Xiao Yun's expectation. No matter if it was the gunplay or the stance, they were above himself. Even their consciousness was on par with his own. A few times Xiao Yun just noticed a movement around him. The 2 men's guns were aimed in the direction of the incoming person, and the ordinary cadre could not fire a gun in front of the 2 of them, killing as if it were a killing machine. Xiao Yun, you kid is really capable of searching. Every time we enter a high resource area, The two of us haven't even touched a few resource points yet. And you come along and say that you've finished searching. Yeah, you've touched all the good stuff. Chen Ero and Huang Kuan laughed and teased. Although their tone was complaining, the two were more appreciative of Xiao Yun. After all, being fast at searching is an important talent in the middle of a restricted area. Some people take 3 minutes to touch an airline box. Others search the entire hotel in 2.5 minutes. Searching things more efficiently means more time to execute tactics, which significantly improves evacuation rates. Isn't it because I have 2 big brothers beside me to protect me, which allows me to search for supplies in peace? Xiao Yun was also polite. Say, are you really not thinking about getting into GTI? Chen Ero lit a cigarette and took a long drag. If you enter the High-Bay City GTI, I guess Su Zichuan will have to be your little brother. And then our province's forbidden area ranking will have to rise several places again. Provincial rankings? Is that still a thing in GTI? Of course, the rankings are related to the mobilization of resources in the Forbidden Zone, affecting the future development of each province. Speaking of this, Huang Kuan next to him hastily made a wink. Chen Ero was also forced to interrupt the conversation. Anyway, there are a lot of things that you can only tell if you become a GTI insider. I understand, but I have to go to college soon. Xiao Yun pondered for a moment and replied. Although Chen Ero didn't specify, he could probably guess it. Why there were space bases everywhere in Jinghai City while there were only Dam Zero and Longbo Creek Valley in High-Bay City was probably related to the ranking of forbidden areas in each province. Honestly, I feel like going to college is kind of a waste of your talent. Huang Kuan, who hadn't said anything, also opened his mouth at this time. And you haven't taken the college entrance exam yet, right? I don't know what school you'll get into by then. In case you can't even get into a junior college, isn't it a waste? But, Xiao Yun smiled awkwardly and said indifferently, but I'm guaranteed a place in Xibei. Ha? Qingbei? Hearing these words, Chen Ero and Huang Kuan froze. What the hell? Guaranteed admission to Qingbei? What's this new stuff? No buddy. I haven't heard of anyone who can bail out of Qingbei without taking the entrance exam after so many years in this High-Bay City. Now you'll see. Dude, you're really not kidding, are you? Realizing that Xiao Yun was serious, Chen Ero and Huang Kuan were instantly shocked. That's Xibei University. The number of people who can get in every year in High-Bay City is only in the single digits, and can be counted on the palm of one's hand. And this teenager in front of me is a straight bailout. Although this going to college does delay things, but then again, it would be awesome if you went to Qingbei University. Indeed, Qingbei University enrolls the best of the best every year. And there are so many experts in the Forbidden Zone in there that it's a good opportunity to train yourself. But you can still join GTI first. After all, it's a global organization. And it won't matter when you go to college. Chen Ero and Huang Kuan spoke one by one, still not giving up on pulling Xiao Yun into the fold. And Xiao Yun is also a bit helpless. These two people do not know whether they are seeking for the best, or pulling the new GTI will give them some kind of reward. But they are so persistent? Still, Xiao Yun did not refuse and exchanged contact information with the two of them before planning to take a step ahead. With the two of them escorting these few matches down, Xiao Yun was also very relaxed. I didn't open the big insurance or the computer, but I still got to touch a lot of good stuff. Material, Type E canisters. Quality, gold. Price, 56,386. Material, cellular phones. Quality, gold. Price, 61,809. Material, high-speed solid-state drives. Quality, gold. Price, 75,566. 3 small golds were opened. The canister was opened from the large medkit and the other 2 were fished out of a shirt pocket. I have to say that the experimental suit is indeed a high-burst material point. It's easy to get out of the keycard, and it's going to get out of Kogain again. When Xiaoyan played Pu Dam running knife in his previous life, he grabbed the big insurance but could not grab his teammates, and often went to open the 3 pieces of experimental clothing on the first floor. And he had touched a lot of key cards from it. Just 1 key card out, and the returns are tops for opening 10 big insurance policies. However, there was no market for key cards in this world, and no one was buying them, resulting in them not being worth much. So Xiaoyan didn't care much about these points anymore. Come to the exchange and clean up a wave of supplies. Together with the 2 million left over from the previous purchase of skills and upgrade materials, Xiaoyan's account was also breaking through 10 million once again. And the time came and went to the evening meal. I think Lu Shirhan said that Lu Shueqing called to her house for dinner. Thinking of this, Xiaoyun also took a taxi directly to Lu Shueqing's house. In the meantime, Haibei No. 1 High School. In the conference room, just after the last class of the afternoon, the principal called the entire senior class for a meeting. When this happened in the past, teachers must have complained. I was just about to go to dinner, and then you said you were coming to a meeting. This will be open at least an hour. And then the evening study teachers have not much time to eat and have to study again. Let people live. Only the crowd in the conference room today was unusually stable. Instead of complaining about the principal, there was a flurry of shock, because all the teachers heard about that amazing grade during the grade level assembly this morning. What's wrong with that Xiaoyun in class 3? 1,600,000 evacuations. That's a better figure than when I was in graduate school. Why not? I was the number one in the country for graduate school back then, and I only evacuated 1.8 million, and he's in the top few in the country for this no-zone score even for graduate school. Yeah, this kind of achievement, placed amongst the universities in the entire Hebei city, is also a rare sight for at least 5 years, isn't it? I didn't expect such a great god to appear in our high school. I've taught him the history of the Forbidden Zone before, and I remember that he either slept in class or chatted with others, but I didn't realize that he was a genius. It should be because Mr. You passed on some experience to him, or else the score for a high school student would be too outrageous. Teachers are talking about it. Yu Yuya, who was sitting in the front row, was also secretly happy at this time. Mr. Chen, at that time, I still thank you for letting the principal keep the opportunity. Yu Yuya smiled faintly and looked at Chen Ping next to her. Just see, his face is very unattractive. Want to eat the general, hard to eat. Lean. If I had known that Xiaoyun was so powerful, I wouldn't have gone up and jumped on his face. Isn't that sticking your face out for someone else to hit? A fluke. He must be a fluke. But although he thought that in his heart, his mouth was still very stiff. All right, everyone be quiet. Just then, the principal but suddenly spoke up. Clearfield North is very pleased with our school's results, and the city is very concerned about our school, and also by dragging Xiaoyun's blessings. The leaders of Hebei City are coming to visit our school tomorrow, so everyone pay attention to preparing for it. By the way, Yu Yuya sensei, the principal suddenly named names. The city leaders are particularly concerned about Mr. Xiaoyun and want to ask him if he touched anything good in the Forbidden Zone. Do you know anything about him? Chapter 101. They're strong. But I'm stronger. I'm sorry, principal. I haven't been specific, Yu Yuya replied. And after the principal said that, she reacted instantly. Why did the city pay so much attention to Xiaoyun? It was more than just him getting the top spot in the competition for a guaranteed place in Qingbei. Rather, it's his inflated evacuation numbers. 1.6 million evacuations. You know, under normal circumstances going into the Forbidden Zone, even if you're lucky enough to open a backpack of blue supplies, stuffing the backpack full would only be about $300,000. The total value could go up to $400,000. $500,000. If you search some of the little purple ones. But a number like 1.6 million was obviously not something a backpack of violets could come up with. Xiaoyun was able to hit this kind of data, and it was highly likely that he had opened a gold item in the Forbidden Zone, and it had to be a big gold. Unless he's relying on killing people in the box and killing a team of 5 full suits. Taking away someone else's guns and equipment is what makes it possible to bring out so much worth of supplies without shipping them out. But, for an average high school student, the odds are obviously slim. Yu Yuya felt that he should have searched for top-notch supplies, one of which was worth over $1 million, to reach that high a value. Then I'll trouble Mr. Yu to learn about it. After all, top-notch forbidden area materials are related to the development of every city. Speaking of which, the principal's tone was also heavy. In particular, they must never fall into the hands of other countries. I understand. Yu Yuya nodded silently. In this age of globalization, international communication is no longer a difficult task for ordinary people. If Xiaoyun had really brought out top-notch materials in the Forbidden Zone, some offshore forces would definitely try to find a way to come and trade with him when they learned of this. The city is in such a hurry to plan to visit and inspect the school tomorrow, and it must be for that reason as well. Ha, come on, what supplies could he bring out? At this time, Wang Chang next to him was sneering. Even Li Wenzel didn't bring out top-notch supplies, so he can? Mr. Wang Chang, that's a bit nonsensical. The principal was a little amused to hear this. Although your class's Li Wenjia is excellent, he only brought out $600,000 in supplies, a fraction of what Xiaoyun has. But, Wang Chang wanted to say something else, but realized that he couldn't really seem to refute it. Anyway, I don't believe he can bring out anything good. At most it's just a seat clock or something ornamental with no scientific value. Mr. Wang Chang, a seat clock is only $200,000. You mean Xiaoyun brought out 7 or 8 seat clocks? Okay, don't even say it. The principal sighed and was very helpless towards Wang Chang. But please, he can stop saying that. A couple more sentences and that literacy level is instantly exposed. Let's adjourn for now. Mr. Yu, I'll leave it to you to explain Xiaoyun's side. Yu Yuya nodded silently. Dad, Back in the neighborhood, Xiaoyun still came to the kiosk first. However, he found that Xiao Qingtian, who should obviously be very energetic at this point, was actually huffing and puffing at the moment. You're back. Only Xiao Qingtian stared at a face with dark circles under his eyes, looking very tired. Dad, what did you do? Didn't sleep well last night? It's fine. Xiao Qingtian reluctantly stood up and stretched. And seeing this, Xiaoyun also directly pulled out a physical strengthening needle from his safety box. Dad, aren't you in bad spirits? Come try this. This is $50,000 a piece of physical strengthening needles? Xiao Qingtian received the physical strengthening needle and also stabbed it on his arm without hesitation. I felt much more refreshed and my mind was quicker. You're so generous with this stuff to refresh yourself. A touch in the penalty box. That's not a freebie. Xiaoyun laughed. Xiao Qingtian touched his head and the first thing he did when he came to his senses was to subconsciously pick up his cell phone. However, it didn't matter if he didn't hold it. Once he held it up, it scared him. Numerous text messages popped up on his cell phone, and at a glance they were all transaction records of Xiaoyun's bank card account. Looking at the large amount of spending, the large amount of transfers into the account, Xiao Qingtian was instantly very shocked. Can running knives be that lucrative? It's been a day of back and forth, and the water flow is over $30 million. And by now, the balance in the account is over $10 million, close to 12 million. How did you not know that yourself at the time? Well, Dad, there's something I need to ask you. Ask. Xiao Qingtian sighed and sat back in his boss chair. I have to ask, is GTI going to get it or not? Going to have to. Upon hearing Xiao Qingtian's reply, Xiaoyun was stunned. Didn't Dad say before to be careful with the GTI? Why are you so quick to answer now? And watching Xiaoyun's expression change, Xiao Qingtian understood what he was thinking. With your current stats, you should already have someone from GTI coming for you. Xiaoyun nodded his head silently. What do you think? How strong are they? Very strong. Can you feel at ease being teammates with them? Should. It can. Right? Xiaoyun thought about his afternoon experience. With the two Black Eagle big brothers escorting him, he indeed didn't have to care about anything. When you get into the restricted area, you just search hard and don't even fire a shot. So if one day you searched for red quality supplies in a restricted area and happened to be seen by two of your teammates, would you be able to escape their siege in that game? Dad, is this the careful GTI you were talking about? Xiaoyun was a bit puzzled. I thought it was a big deal when I heard him say it was so serious before. He was certainly aware of the limited nature of this world's grouping mechanism. Unlike the grouping system in the game, the group in the game, that's a serious group. Once they are teammates, they cannot harm each other when they enter the map. And in this real world of the Forbidden Zone, teaming up would just ensure that the three of you start at the same initial point. It's not uncommon for teammates to transform into enemies if you open up high-level supplies when you're in a group. That's certainly not what I was referring to, but that's all you need to think about right now, Xiao Qingtian said seriously. And hearing this, Xiaoyun pondered for a while. They are indeed strong. Xiaoyun paused, then smiled, but not as good as me. When this statement was made, I wondered if it was a hallucination. In short, in Xiao Qingtian's eyes, a kingly aura, if any, appeared on his own son Xiaoyun. That's not something you can do by languishing in the penalty box. Every dang rat can do. Rather, it overrides the entire penalty box in countless matchups. By the way, Dad, aren't you missing a watch? Right at this moment, Xiaoyun was the one who suddenly said, what's up? Making money and wanting to buy your dad a Rolex? That's not true. Look at this one, do you like it? Said. Xiaoyun also opened his backpack and pretended to fumble around inside. In fact, the expensive mechanical watch was pulled out from the safety box of the system backpack. Ouch! It's still solid gold. Receiving the golden watch, Xiao Qingtian couldn't hide the smile at the corner of his mouth. My son has grown up and knows how to be filial to his parents. Only, after snapping the wristwatch into place, his face was suddenly changed. Wait, this can't be. Yes, it's what you think. Xiaoyun smiled faintly. Xiao Qingtian, who was sitting in the boss chair, was instantly nonplussed. Holy shit. P.S. Little flying bird here to wish you all a happy new year once again. Starting from tomorrow to resume the guaranteed 4 more 10,000 words. Thank you all have been never leave you. PS2, currently 05 shifts. Chapter 102, The Golden Watch. Xiaoyun. Did you really bring it out of the Forbidden Zone? Xiao Qingtian carefully scrutinized the gold watch he was wearing on his hand, but his expression was getting more and more shocked, because what he was wearing on his hand at the moment wasn't just any ordinary watch, but a valuable mechanical watch that he had brought out from the middle of the Forbidden Zone. The case and wristband are made of gold, with a pure gold gram weight of 132 g. The material alone is worth close to $1 million. coupled with top-notch craftsmanship and manufacturing from Havoc, makes this watch uniquely collectible. The price of just renting it out is upwards of $200,000 a year. Many big celebrities rent such an expensive mechanical watch and wear it when attending important events. It's worth a lot more than a Rolex, Patek Philippe or whatever. In all the Dakin I've seen, I've only come across red-level forbidden materials twice. Xiao Qingtian looked at the wristwatch on his hand and muttered under his breath. One of the times, it was this precious mechanical watch in solid gold. Really? Then how come I've never seen you wear one? Xiao Yun was puzzled. While speaking here, Xiao Qingtian was suddenly frowning slightly, shutting his mouth, and from his eyes could be seen that he seemed to be remembering past events. Anyway, if you like it, it's yours. Seeing this, Xiao Yun also stopped pursuing the matter and said with a faint smile, "You kid, this is a big red material from the Forbidden Zone. Why is it like an ordinary watch in your case?" Xiao Qingtian had a complicated expression. He never expected that Xiao Yun would search big red from the restricted area. Red quality supplies are not something that can be easily measured by money when placed in reality, especially in the era when the Forbidden Zone had just descended. Every red material that came out was like triggering a tsunami sweeping the world and affecting the development of society. How many people have been fighting for red materials? And how many groups have been dying for red materials? Only by now, the Forbidden Zone is 100 years old. Red-level supplies also appeared in abundance. And apart from those top-of-the-line big reds, ordinary red supplies were also able to be bought by money. Only at the official level. Some important scientific and technological materials still have an important strategic value. By the way, I've got a present for Mom. Said. Xiao Yun also pulled out a string of necklaces characteristic of Asura from his bag under Xiao Qingtian's shocked gaze. It was inlaid with several varieties of gemstones, and the chain was made of precious metals from the Forbidden World, making it look incredibly luxurious. Although it is a golden material, the value is not much different from a mechanical watch. And seeing this string of jewelry, Xiao Qingtian wasn't that much more shocked. Okay, I gave your mom several of these back then. I'll go. Dad, you're that good? It would be Xiao Yun's turn to be shocked. I thought Dad was just a little bit inside the penalty box, but now it seemed as if I had underestimated him. Even this Dakin can bring out several of these, having encountered red material twice again. With that experience, you have to be a diamond or higher cadre at least, especially in their day. Red quality supplies could be worth a lot more than they are now. If you can bring one out, it's a nationally recognized presence. By the way, Dad, what's your GTI segment? Xiao Yun asked suspiciously. There's no such thing as a segment. That's all something that's only come about in the past few years as technology has advanced. All right. Xiao Yun nodded silently. This point had not occurred to him. I'll think about Mom's gift then. Xiao Yun said that he was about to rummage in his pocket again. All right, that's it. Didn't you just say you gave away quite a bit? That's from me. Can it be the same as from you? Xiao Qingtian laughed too. Your mom would probably be shocked if she knew you were making tens of millions of dollars a day in the Forbidden Zone. Oh, Dad, you know I make so much money. Nonsense. That bank card of yours is tied to my cell phone number. Xiao Qingtian was somewhat speechless. I don't know how many text messages that bank has received in the past 2 days, so how could he not know how much Xiao Yun had earned in the Forbidden Zone? Well, then, I'll trouble you to send this to Mom. Xiao Yun scratched his head awkwardly. I had wanted to be mysterious and give my dad a sudden shock when the time came. I didn't realize that the bank card transaction information was exposed. Well, but she's busy with work right now, so I don't know if she'll get it. Dad, what exactly does my mom do for a living? Hearing this, Xiao Yun was also a bit puzzled. Compared to Xiao Qingtian, who has nothing to do all day, his own mom Dong Jinglan is very busy with work. Almost the whole year is busy with work. Only the National Day holiday and the Spring Festival will come back to visit the two. Xiao Yun had a vague impression of her, only remembering that she gave off a very serious and earnest impression and was particularly intelligent. Your mom, confidential. The family is still keeping it a secret? Xiao Yun was somewhat speechless. It's not a big deal. Why keep it a secret? Wait, confidentiality? Combining this with his impression of Dong Jinglan, Xiao Yun instantly had a bold guess. His own mom? She wouldn't be some kind of scientific researcher studying information on the Forbidden Zone, would she? Come on, don't even think about it. To tell you the truth, Xiao Qingtian sighed and then explained. Your mother is an expert in medicine, working at a medical research institute in Hebei City, specializing in all kinds of medicines and medical supplies in the Forbidden Zone. That's pretty much it. Xiao Yun was instantly a little shocked, not expecting his guess to be right. Tell me about it. Had I told you that Mom was from the institute, wouldn't I have had a place to dispose of these big red supplies of my own? It's not like I mean to keep it from you. It's mainly because your mom does have this special status and she doesn't want you to go around getting into trouble with her status. Xiao Qingtian sighed and explained. But you're an adult now, and you've proven yourself in the penalty box, so it doesn't matter if you know that. Listening to this, how does it feel like mom resents me? Xiao Yun was embarrassed, but Xiao Qingtian suddenly laughed out loud. You probably made a mess when you were a kid, and you were even more of a naughty boy in kindergarten, when there were 2 other little girls following you around every day, saying they were your little girlfriends. I still have this ability? Why can't I remember this? Don't you remember? Those 2 little girls were clamoring every day to grow up and marry you, and once they came to our house and the 2 of them almost fought. Xiao Yun searched his previous memories and realized that he could not recall any memories from his kindergarten days at all. Even memories of elementary school are very vague, with only a few snippets remembered. Only after middle school and up to now, some important things are remembered. Forget it, none of it is critical. Xiao Yun shook his head, not bothering to think that much. But Dad, since Mom is a researcher in medicine, I have a better gift for her here. That red stamina needle you just stuck me with? Xiao Qingtian raised an eyebrow in doubt. Of course not. With that, Xiao Yun also fumbled with his backpack. A respirator was then pulled out of it and placed on the cashier's table. However, what he never expected was that Xiao Qingtian was puzzled when he saw this thing. What's this? A video game? Chapter 103, a ventilator. What game console? It's a respirator. Breathing card game machine? Shit, told you it wasn't a game console. Xiao Yun was instantly a bit anxious. Why is this dad of his so uneducated that he can't even recognize all the big red supplies? Ventilator, the one used to resuscitate patients. Oh, do you get it or not? Looking at Xiao Qingtian's seemingly understanding expression, Xiao Yun was also instantly helpless. My mom is a medical expert. How come she found a husband who knows nothing about medicine? With the way he looks like he doesn't even know about the ventilator. He won't be able to figure out what's going on when he's old enough to pull out his tubes himself. Wait, I'll check, Xiao Qingtian said, also pulling out his cell phone in a hurry. Inquired and nodded plausibly. Oh, a respirator. Yes, the respirator. Aren't there tons of these at the hospital? Why did you give her this? Xiao Qingtian was still very puzzled. Only when he looked at Xiao Yun's helpless expression, his mind turned around and he suddenly had a somewhat surprised expression. You didn't bring this thing out of the Forbidden Zone too, did you? What do you say? Shit, you didn't say so. Xiao Qingtian hurriedly opened the GTI software and made a query on the 3 words respirator. Instead, the results of the query came out as a shock to him all of a sudden. Holy shit, it's a respirator. Xiao Qingtian was so shocked that his eyes widened in shock and he jumped up from his boss chair at once. He clasped his head in his hands and rubbed it hard twice, his eyes full of disbelief. This thing, it's a big red that's even rarer than this mechanical watch. You just realized? Xiao Yun smiled awkwardly. The image of my dad as being one of those worldly men was just destroyed in an instant. This big brother has been running for so many years, he doesn't even remember all the red materials, right? But switching to his perspective, Xiao Yun could understand. After all, not many people went to school back in their day, basically stopping after middle school. At best, you can recognize the gold supplies, and then run 2 more knives to get all the regular supplies as well. And when you come across something you don't recognize, you know it's a rare supply. Xiao Yun, just how many goodies did you search in the Forbidden Zone? Xiao Qingtian had a shocked look on his face at the moment. If anything, the mechanical watch was just an opening lightning strike, and the Asala featured jewelry that was somewhat pulled. Then the respirator that Xiao Yun pulled out at this time was directly a pair of king bombs. It directly exploded Xiao Qingtian's scalp. Quite a lot. Xiao Yun only replied indifferently. Red medical supplies. This is not a gift. This is chance. Is it that much of a stretch? Xiao Yun was somewhat helpless. Of course, your mom has a bit of a position at the institute, but she's never been promoted. If she had this red quality medical supply, she could totally bring a team by herself. When there are research results, casually publish an academic research paper. It will be a world-shattering existence. Maybe when the results of this research are applied to the clinic, it will also save the lives of countless patients. This isn't just being famous. This is building up great virtue. Hearing Xiao Qingtian say this, Xiao Yun also instantly realized the importance of this respirator. As a gamer who had traveled over, his understanding of these red materials was simply that they were worth money. At best, you can still exchange it for something at the Secret Service, not expecting any other use. As things stand, it seems that every red level material, when put into the real world, has a corresponding special role. Think about it. Xiao Yun looked at the other 14 red quality supplies stored in the safety box, and Xiao Yun was instantly in deep thought as well. Gotta be careful what you do with these things. They can't go to waste. Uncle Xiao, get me a bag of Zuanmen. And just then, a young man was walking into the convenience store. Before Xiao Yun could react, Xiao Qingtian was on his hands and knees, hiding the respirator under the table to avoid people's eyes. Okay, 21 bucks. 21? That's not right, is it? Why did the price go up again? Where's the price increase? It's always been this price. Okay, it was only 18 when I bought it before? Fuck off. How many years ago did you buy that? Xiao Yun. Right at this moment, that young man also saw Xiao Yun at once. Xiao Yun turned his head and was also a bit surprised. Isn't this Jiang Wu? And he was previously a hairdresser in the same neighborhood, only that he rarely contacted Xiao Yun after he moved. I've seen it a few times before at the entrance to the Forbidden Zone, and it seems to have brought out a lot of green supplies. That evacuation yesterday alone was a big few thousand, almost $10,000 anyhow. Zhang Yu, don't you even make money from the restricted area? Still smoking $20 of cigarettes. Xiao Yun smiled and also directly brought him a pack of China. Even though he didn't smoke, Huazi knew it was good when the price was set here. Don't. That's not something I'm used to smoking. Zhang Yu hurriedly pushed it back, unwilling to accept it. Speaking of which, Xiao Yun, haven't you also entered the Forbidden Zone in the past few days? How was the effect? It was okay, and made a little money. Oh yo, 666. You're not going in there for a couple days to evacuate. Hearing this, Zhang Yu also felt joy for him. I told you, you've been almost as smart as me since you were a kid, and your game playing level is on par with mine. So this forbidden area is designated to be difficult for you. Xiao Yun smiled. This Zhang Yu was really good at putting gold on his face. What kind of fighting game was he playing at the time? How could he beat himself? Only Zhang Yu internet addiction. Play a lot of time. Every day either in the game hall or in the internet cafe. Diligence can make up for clumsiness to Xiao Yun pressed down. Well, there are things to be busy with, so I'll leave you to it. Zhang Yu waved his hand and intended to leave. Are you going to the Forbidden Zone? Xiao Yun was puzzled. Of course not. I'm a person you do not know. How to work so hard? Almost got it. Earn some money to go to the internet cafe squatting. Zhang Yu smiled faintly, then turned around with the intention of leaving. Right. He turned around suddenly, his smile a little mysterious. Uncle Zhao's watch is really nice. I'd like to get a whole piece to wear every other day. Go. This Xiao Yun sent me. Where are you going to get a whole piece? Xiao Qingtian covered the expensive mechanical watch, fearing that others would snatch it away in general. And Zhang Yu waved his hand and turned his head to leave. Looking at his departing back, Xiao Yun was frowning. He had just smiled and seemed to recognize it as red material from the Forbidden Zone. And given Zhang Yu's character, what he just said about a whole piece to wear might not be a joke. Day 2. First thing in the morning, it was not even 7 o'clock when Xiao Yun was woken up by the ringing of his cell phone. Originally, last night, he wanted to tie up a stamina needle and continue to go for a knife run. However, before it even got dark, Xiao Yun felt a strong sense of sleepiness and exhaustion. Xiao Yun also chose to go straight to sleep. After all, it was hard to say if there would be any side effects if the physical strength needle thing was stabbed too much. Ya? Seeing the caller ID, Xiao Yun was a bit surprised. Picked up the phone though. Hello? Xiao Yun, why didn't you answer the phone last night when I called you? As soon as she came up, Ya's tone was a bit anxious. Chapter 104, Ya's breakdown. You didn't answer all the calls I made to you last night. I thought you'd blacked out. Ya grumbled a bit. Last night? Hearing this, Xiao Yun hurriedly looked at his cell phone call records, discovered that last night Ya did call himself several times. A row of densely packed missed calls looked a little scary. There were even calls from different cell phone numbers in between, so it was obvious that Ya was in a real hurry. What's wrong? What happened? Xiao Yun also instantly came to his senses and climbed up from the bed. The leaders of the province are coming to visit the school today, specifically named to see you. You have to come. When? How do I know when? It's not like you don't know these leaders. They could be here at any time. Anyway, you come to the school and stand by and meet when you're here. That won't work. Xiao Yun sighed. You're in a hurry to make money yourself. All he had to do was go to the restricted area and run random knives and kill Brother Machine. And it was $1 million an hour. Wouldn't it be a waste of life to make yourself go to school and wait around? Call me when the leader comes. With that, Xiao Yun also hung up the phone directly. He didn't have the time to ink with these guys. The leaders are free to see themselves, but they don't have the time to see them. At this moment, Xiao Yun is a pocket of big red, and his words are just hard. Well, go ahead and run the knife. Hello? Meanwhile, on the other side, in the office of Haibei No. 1 Middle School, Ya was instantly infuriated. This Xiao Yun, he actually hung up the phone. Ya immediately felt a wave of panic and paced back and forth in the office. This principal had explained that he had counted the high-level materials that Xiao Yun had brought out in case they fell into other people's hands. Originally, I called last night thinking I could ask for clarification, but I didn't realize that Xiao Yun didn't even look at the phone. And this morning picked up the phone. Not even say a few words, the Xiao Yun directly hung up. This time when the leader came, how could she explain it? Gu, Mr. You, this Xiao Yun in your class is really bullish. At this time, Wang Chang next to him also had a strange smile on his face. The supplies that this Xiao Yun brought out may have long ago colluded with forces outside of the country to sell things to others. You don't say. Yu Yuya was a bit anxious at once. If that was really the case, Xiao Yun would have nothing to do. But she's just poorly educated as a classroom teacher. By that time, maybe she, together with a group of school leaders, plus the principal, will all be penalized by the Education Bureau. If it weren't for the fact that you can't go into the penalty box, Yu Yuya clenched her teeth, her face full of defiance. As a GTI Diamond officer with $3 million withdrawals, she was once the most promising person in her college class to join GTI as a professional officer. Yet now, it's about to dampen the mood over such a shitty thing as school. Ordinary people in this society sometimes really can't help it, even if you are a genius. Watching the road narrow step by step, Yu Yuya's heart is only helpless. Right. Contact Lu Shirhan. Yu Yuya thought at once. Based on the past 2 days, it seemed that Lu Shirhan had specifically approached herself before to ask for Xiao Yun's information. And yesterday morning there was a special visit to the school by Uncle Hat to inform them both of their early love. Lu Shirhan should know about him. Thinking of this, Yu Yuya was no longer hesitant. Hastily, he went to another office and found the homeroom teacher of class 4. When he got Lu Shirhan's contact information, he immediately called. However, the phone rang a few rings, but it was a direct mechanically synthesized tone. Hello, the user you have called is temporarily unavailable. Why isn't she answering her phone either? At once, Yu Yuya broke down a bit. Xiao Yun, is it really okay not to answer Mr. Yu's call? In the car, Lu Shirhan asked with a puzzled expression. Xiao Yun waved his hand, signaling not to worry. And the reason why he was in her family's car was that he himself hadn't expected it. I was just about to leave the house myself this morning, and the other guy had already parked downstairs and was waiting. Xiao Yun also didn't know where Lu Shirhan got so much energy from, waiting every day to pick himself up to go to the forbidden zone. Right, Xiao Yun. While the vehicle was traveling, Lu Shirhan also hastily took out a bento box from her backpack. You haven't had breakfast yet, have you? Try this. Lu Shirhan opened the bento box, only to see that inside was a tomato spaghetti, which looked like a good seller. Xiao Yun suddenly came to a realization. He then said how the chauffeur of this schoolgirl's family drove slowly and smoothly today. So that's what this is about. Taste it. Lu Shirhan rolled up the spaghetti with her fork and handed it to Xiao Yun's mouth with an expectant face. I'll do it myself. Humph. Also ignoring Lu Shirhan's objections, Xiao Yun hurriedly snatched the fork and stuffed the spaghetti into his mouth. Please. It doesn't matter if this kind of thing is private, but now there's a driver watching. Well, Lu Shirhan was a little angry though. This was a little less than what she had planned, but it was still full of anticipation. Xiao Yun, however, raised an eyebrow after taking a bite of the pasta. Yummy, isn't it yummy? Seeing this expression, Lu Shirhan couldn't wait to ask. Well, it's not bad, Xiao Yun said indifferently. Humph, if it's good, why did you say it's not bad? Lu Shirhan was instantly very satisfied. However, Xiao Yun was bitter in his heart, because this pasta, it's got no flavor. Everyone else makes spaghetti by sautéing the tomatoes and meat sauce with a little seasoning first. However, Lu Shirhan, this tomato pasta, really just took a tomato fried in pasta. Just a hint of sweet and sour tomato flavor. Nothing else. However, looking at Lu Shirhan's expectant expression, Xiao Yun was also too embarrassed to offer an opinion. Humph, what this lady makes is fine, Lu Shirhan said with a smug look on her face. Oh, no wonder. Why do you sound a little disappointed? No. I said no wonder it's so good. Humph, that's more like it. Lu Shirhan nodded in satisfaction, while inwardly she couldn't help but think, what should I do tomorrow? You have entered Dam 0. Current location, southeast of the visitor center. This burst, average. Time to end this game, 29 minutes, 52 seconds. Hint, please complete the evacuation before time runs out. Entering Dam 0 again. Xiao Yun looked at Lu Shirhan behind him and was somewhat helpless. This Lu big schoolgirl is completely become a dog skin plaster. Can't shake it off. But it didn't matter. The two were well acquainted by now anyway. There was no need to worry about Lu Shirhan using her skills or anything else in front of her. and she didn't have to worry about her telling others. Anyway, as long as she wasn't told about the safe deposit box, everything else could be explained. Xiao Yun, where are we going with this one? Lu Shirhan asked at this time. Don't worry, let me think about it first, Xiao Yun said, but he opened the system backpack. At this point that 32 by 32 safe is nearing its expiration date. The rare safe has quite a bit of time left. As a result of completing a few quests, there are 3 more random safe box experience cards in the backpack, as well as 1 random rare safe box experience card. And after looking at the current task, it was not something that Xiao Yun could accomplish. Current mission, 3 evacuations in Bakshi. This map of Bakshi, again, is not available in High Bay. Thus, Xiao Yun still wanted to study the hidden achievement during this period of time. After all, the rewards given by the hidden achievement were too powerful. Say, is there anything else of note about this damn zero? Xiao Yun pondered and also asked Lu Shirhan. The most noteworthy part is the drain that looks like a waterfall, right? Lu Shirhan replied. That's not what I'm talking about, but something like the damn vault. Isn't that a lot? Big safes, big iron doors that can't be opened in some cases. Safes, and by the way, doesn't this visitor's center have one of those? The safe? Yeah. Xiao Yun suddenly came to a realization. Chapter 105, The Dam Busters. Big schoolgirl Lu, you're awesome. Why are you suddenly complimenting me? Lu Shirhan blushed a little at once. It was the first time she had heard Xiao Yun praise herself so honestly, and she was a little less comfortable with it. In the past, when Xiao Yun spoke, a single sentence could exasperate himself. Why the change in attitude today? Could it be that? Could it be that this morning's lovey-dovey breakfast took effect? Come on, let's just hit the visitor's center, said. Xiao Yun also rushed straight in, catching a G-brother and settling it with a dart. Here, you're going to play the M870. Xiao Yun briefly searched and also directly threw the human machine set of equipment to Lu Shirhan. Lu Shirhan hurriedly took it and changed into it, looking at him with a smile in her eyes. You're so understanding now. Nonsense. You shoot this gun all the time. Xiao Yun was a bit helpless. She didn't play with the other guns she was given before. Lu Shirhan heatedly smiled and watched Xiao Yun run away, and also hurriedly rushed into the middle of the visitor center after him. Come to the second floor where there is a green safe. And after Xiao Yun finished resolving the minions along the way and then the shield brother on the second floor, he also directly switched to 3 heads and 4 armors, letting Lu Shirhan search on her own. Xiao Yun directly came to the green safe. I don't know if this will trigger the hidden achievement condition. Xiao Yun was a bit uncertain, but still a C4 was affixed to the safe's unlocking. Drip 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 bang. A loud blasting sound rang out, and the lock on the door of the green safe was instantly destroyed. Xiao Yun, are you alright? Downstairs, Lu Shirhan's voice rang out. It's fine. Aren't you used to my maneuvers? I'm worried about that rocket man on the second floor. Didn't that get me seconds before I entered the building? Ha? When did you kill it? Lu Shirhan was instantly shocked. Just now. She was changing her equipment and didn't see that the rocket soldier was casually resolved by Xiao Yun with a flying dagger. Xiao Yun, on the other hand, did not have the time to explain to her and directly came to the safe to try to open it. Hint, trigger hidden achievement quest. Mission name, Dam Busters. You will receive a rare safe box experience card for completing the achievement quest. Dam Busters? Seeing the name of this achievement, Xiao Yun was also momentarily stunned. Why not call the visitor center Ralph? But the Dam Ralph? Does it mean that one has to do all of Dam Zero's quests to destroy the iron doors of the supply room and the quests to get the safe supplies in order to complete this achievement? Well, that's got to be fast. With that, Xiao Yun also hurriedly opened one of the small safes. Supplies, Dancing Lady Charms. Rarity, Blue. Price, 11,362. Material, Pirate Binoculars. Rarity, Blue. Price, 11,515. Material, Primary Bullet Production Parts. Rarity, Blue. Price, 20,878. A series of safes opened down, and Xiao Yun was near despair. What kind of explosion rate is this? But fortunately, without the quest limitations in the game, Xiao Yun was also able to open this entire large safe all the way through. An entire large safe which contains 3x5, or 15 smaller safes. After opening all of them, Xiao Yun saw a bull's horn, and the rest were all blue materials. Xiao Yun. And just at that moment, Lu Shirhan downstairs was the one who suddenly came out with a shriek. What's the situation? Someone's coming? Is this an accident or a shipment? Xiao Yun hurriedly looked in her direction, only to see that Lu Shirhan was behind the service counter on the first floor of the visitor center, holding up a small card in her hand. Materials, Substation Dormitory Keycards. Rarity, Blue. Value, 4,410. Only to see her fumble out a keycard. Only the cheapest of the keycards. Put in a world where there are no safety deposit boxes, key cards are even cheaper. $4,000 a sheet for substation quarters. This is not even to mention shipping. Out of a small blue have to drive back to the capital. Xiao Yun, take a look at this key card. Lu Shirhan ran all the way, intending to come to the second floor to share the joy. However, Xiao Yun was a direct one over the glass fence and landed directly on the first floor. This gave Lu Shirhan a fright. Yikes, how did you just jump off like that? Is your leg okay? It's okay, it's just this much height. What, this bit of height? This is close to 3 meters. Lu Shirhan was astonished and hurriedly lowered herself to touch Xiao Yun's calves and knees. She was also finally relieved when she was sure it was okay. Big schoolgirl Lu, I'm going to call the police if you keep touching me like that. Humph, I'm just worried about you. Lu Shirhan lightly grunted, a little angry. We're not outsiders. Can't we just touch ourselves? That doesn't take advantage of me. Xiao Yun laughed. Where to take advantage of you? You straight man. Lu Shirhan was furious. If you want to feel disadvantaged, why don't I just let you touch it back? Really? Xiao Yun glanced down, only to see that Lu Shirhan had changed her outfit again today. A black jumper with shorts, a pair of long legs bare and exposed. Hey, you're really going to touch it? No looking. Lu Shirhan hurriedly covered her leg and looked at Xiao Yun with a puff of air. It's not like you can't touch it if you want to. There might be other people here. Wait until we get back to the car. As she said that, Lu Shirhan's cheeks were also slightly red. But say yes. I'll only let you touch it. Xiao Yun burst into tears. You can't even see a human machine in this visitor center, let alone someone. When we get back to the car, won't that still have a driver? No way. I'll have to take driving lessons when I have time. I'll have to get my own car. In my previous life, I would have dared to consider Volkswagen and other cheap brands. And since you've come to a world where all people run knives and make so much money, you do have to buy a nice car. Should I buy a Ferrari? Or should I buy a Lamborghini? Forget it. This isn't the time to think about that. Xiao Yun said and also arrived in front of the door of the supplies room. Now that you've opened the safe, if the mission isn't over yet, suggesting that this hidden achievement might be as good as one thinks, one would have to do all the similar quests in Dam Zero to get it. And so it was. Xiao Yun also did not say much and directly affixed a C4 to the door of the supplies room. Drip 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 bang. A violent blast rang out, yet the iron door to the supplies room shook only slightly. Wow, this won't even blow up. Lu Shirhan looked on and was also a bit surprised, and Xiao Yun pulled her behind him. Get out of the way. I'm going to start opening up. After saying that, Xiao Yun directly turned on the patrol missile at a safe location and blew it straight towards the iron door of the supplies room. Captain Wang, do you hear me? Just then, directly below the visitor center, a small team was slowly groping around, and it was none other than Wang Chang's group. Only the trio's equipment was noticeably worse. The second head of the man machine, 2A, carries a small $5,000 pistol in his hand. Probably broken, that's why they chose to enter the common Zero Dam. It's a voice that I've come to know all too well. Wang Chang faintly said. He had heard this explosion in the visitors center more times than he knew what to do with. It's definitely Xiao Yun in there. What then? Do we still take a detour to that barracks? No. Wang Chang smiled faintly. We know Xiao Yun now. It's not like we're strangers. Captain Wang, what do you mean? There's a thigh you don't hug? P.S. 4 shifts. From today onwards to resume 4 more. The author will never break his promise. Before the odes slowly make up. Please read more. Don't read more. Don't feed the book. P.S. 5 total shifts owed. Chapter 106, half of the supplies. What is this place? I don't think it's ever been covered in the textbooks. When she entered the supplies room of the visitor center, Lu Shirhan observed her surroundings with a curious look on her face. There's not a lot of supply points here. Just 2 chassis plus a large weapons case. However, it was something Lu Shirhan had never heard of. No way? The textbook doesn't talk about an operational mission to destroy the steel door to the supply room? Xiao Yun was puzzled. Oh, it's this one. Lu Shirhan suddenly came to a realization. Xiao Yun did not say much, but quickly searched the supplies inside. Material, USB flash drives. Quality, blue. Price, 10,047. Material, cameras. Quality, blue. Price, 11,073. Material, military explosives. Quality, gold. Price, 129,352. Xiao Yun was also a little surprised when he saw the military explosives in the large weapon case. This is exactly the material needed to upgrade military pocket knives at the moment, and I didn't expect a puba to open up. Together with before, when they killed Li Wenju's team in the Longbow Creek Valley, they also seized a military explosive from them. Now, Xiao Yun only needed to buy 14 more to be able to upgrade another wave of military pocket knives. These you load first. Xiao Yun handed Lu Shirhan some of the green supplies he had searched for and directly asked her to put them in her backpack. After all, mosquito legs are also meat. With a backpack of green out or can earn big tens of thousands of dollars. This big schoolgirl Lu let her driver drive to pick herself up every day. And this money was considered to be paying her gas bill. Hee, you're so good to me. Lu Shirhan prettily put away the radiator and mechanical hard disk, as well as a few other small greens. Xiao Yun was also sweating a bit. This big school flower Lu was really good at fooling around. A couple of little greens made her so happy. And just then, outside the next door, however, came the sound of footsteps of a group of people. Xiao Yun frowned slightly before he had the chance to turn on Speedclaw's grand move for detection. Unexpectedly, Wang Chang's voice came from right outside the door. Xiao Yun, it's you, isn't it? Wang Chang. Hearing this familiar voice, Xiao Yun immediately relaxed his guard. It's not that I don't think they'll harm themselves, but I don't think these guys are much of a threat. Even if they wore 4 sets of 5, could they carry Xiao Yun's bomb package? Xiao Yun, who's out there? How do they know you're here? Lu Shirhan asked with some concern. It's just someone I've seen before in a previous game. I guess I heard the commotion of my blasting and recognized it was me here. Xiao Yun replied indifferently and then turned his head to ask, what do you want with me? Xiao Yun, I saw your GTI data. You're amazing. Wang Chang, through a door, described it outside with his hands in the air. 100% evacuation rate. Over $10 million in supplies. Good man. You've made more in the past 2 days than in our entire lives. And then what? I'd say we're not fighting anyway. And since we've run into each other this hand, let's let the previous grudges go. Besides, Eagle and I were killed by you before. Hearing this, Xiao Yun also felt a little amused. At that time, the two helped Li Wenju to deal with himself. Xiao Yun originally didn't even think about that. But as a result, the two themselves were exposed as they chatted. As a result, the mission was not accomplished. But he gave himself a lot of equipment. I was going to say if you're that good, can you take us? Wang Chang continued. Take you guys? What's in it for you? We'll split half of the supplies we search for when the time comes, Wang Chang said in a self-consciously generous manner. However, upon hearing this, Xiao Yun shook his head straight. What kind of supplies can they search for when their team can't even remember the supply points? At the end of the day, at best, a handful of down searches will result in a 100,000 or so small blue and green. With a bit of luck with a small purple, topping out at 200,000, bringing such 3 burdensome people and still sharing 100,000 at best, Xiao Yun might as well kill 2 more human machines. After all, it now has the steady gold drops of gunfire negotiations and the random 1 to 6 coins from the card master passive skill. Killing a human machine might make more than this single business. I can take you this evacuation, and you don't have to share your supplies with me, but you have to tell me something for me, Xiao Yun said indifferently. Boss Xiao Yu say, what did you and Levanti get together for the night before last? Xiao Yun asked coldly. When these words came out, Wang Chang immediately trembled. This Xiao Yun, could it be that he knew about Li Wenju looking for him to crash the deal? It's not right. It was dark and windy. No one should have noticed them. And when it came to bumping trades in the penalty box, it was specifically chosen to go and hide in the pipes below the cement factory. Make sure no one is around before you start the deal. Boss Xiao, what do you mean by that? Playing dumb and not telling. Ha, Boss Xiao, don't make it difficult for me. Even if I have any dealings with him, I can't say anything. Wang Chang was immediately in a very difficult situation. You also know the power of Li Wenju's family. If I tell him, he won't be able to kill me. Hearing this, Xiao Yun also sighed helplessly. Wang Chang is nothing but an unlucky guy. There is no need to make things difficult for him. Even if he didn't look for Wang Chang, Li Wenju would have looked for someone else to crash the deal. It just so happened that he had worked with him that day. It's okay if you don't, but you have to do something for me, Xiao Yun said indifferently. Yesterday he and Lu Shirhan went to the black market and went through a lot of trouble to find 16 military binoculars. It's too much of a hassle to do this kind of thing on your own, so it's easier to leave it to someone else to find out. The only thing you have to watch out for is not to buy a fake. However, with Eagle's identity, Xiao Yun was not too worried. Once that Uncle Hat's uniform is on, who dares to sell fake goods directly to him to get inside? At this point, Xiao Yun believed that they could still do it. Boss Xiao, what's the errand to be run? You don't want us to get Li Manchul killed. We wouldn't dare then. It's a law and order society now. What to think? Xiao Yun was instantly somewhat speechless. This Wang Chang was their last time to talk about what Jianghu and what society. I guess I really watched too many Hong Kong movies. I want you to go to the black market later and buy something for me. Isn't that Eagle Uncle Hat? Take him with you. I'm afraid of being cheated. That's good to know. Wang Chang smiled and agreed, and at the same time, Xiao Yun also directly pulled open the door. He only saw Wang Chang standing at the door with two of his team members, nodding his head as soon as he saw him, and seeing Lu Shihan next to her, she was even more praised. Ouch! This is Boss Xiao's girlfriend, isn't it? Eagle said it last night when he was drinking with us. It's really as beautiful as heaven. Do I feel like I've seen it in a magazine before? Holy shit, it can't be any big star. Several people praised them repeatedly, and Lu Shihan took Xiao Yun's arm with a smile on her face. What the fuck? Xiao Yun frowned and glared at her. It's a bargain to have such a beautiful girlfriend like me. Big schoolgirl Lu, you are really giving me face. Xiao Yun was somewhat helpless. I don't know if this action of hers was to support herself in front of Wang Chang's few people. Xiao Yun also had to sigh that this Lu Shihan's emotional intelligence was high. Okay, stop. Let's keep moving. You three just search behind us, said. Xiao Yun was also leading a few people, heading in the direction of the substation. There's a safe at the substation's pull point, and odds are it's also the one you need to break open to complete the achievement quest. By the way, out of the gold and out of the red you have to give it to me. Don't make me come and get it myself. Chapter 107, God is to be looked up to. Xiao Yun's few people came all the way to the substation, encountering a few Asura soldiers on the road. Wang Chang's few people then rushed to find a cover to hide, ready to aim and fire. However, he didn't expect Xiao Yun to just carry a knife and casually throw a smoke bomb and go up to the Asura soldier and cut him to death. This operation, can you understand it? I can't see it anyway. I'll go. This Xiao Yun has too much guts. He's really not afraid of getting shot. Where did he get all those smoke grenades? It couldn't all have been seized from the soldiers, could it? Never mind where you got the smokescreen. Just tell me if you were given a smokescreen, would you dare to play it that way? Then I really don't dare. If I'm accidentally shot, even if it hits a non-critical part like an arm or a leg, it's probably hard to walk to the evacuation point alive. So the others are masters? Ouch me. This alignment, God, is to be looked up to. At that time, when they saw this scene, several people, Wang Chang, were very shocked. As ordinary people, how have they ever seen this kind of operation? Take a knife, go up there and fuck over the soldier. If they were in their place, even wearing 3 sets and carrying a rifle would be false. After all, if you accidentally get shot, the first thing that happens is that it affects the next action. Hitting the hand that can't be searched, hitting the leg that can't be run. The second is the unbearable pain. Without painkillers, ordinary people may pass out from the pain. This, coupled with the constant bleeding from the wound, greatly reduces the survival rate. All of these were for Xiao Yun, but they were all easily solved with a single medical needle. With the Dryad's skill, his strength was already a world away from normal people. Okay, don't just stand there. You guys go search the little substation. Xiao Yun brought a few people to the fork in the road between the large substation and the small substation, and also ordered Wang Chang's trio. Boss Xiao, we don't dare to search without you. When Wang Chang heard the order, he was a bitter man. There are at least 2 or 3 Asura soldiers in that little substation. And what if someone comes? You guys, Xiao Yun sighed. The word waste didn't have the heart to say it. After all, they are just ordinary people, and it is normal for them to have this worry and concern. Then you guys can follow me and eat the rest of mine. Well, said. Xiao Yun was also not nagging and directly used his knife to break through the barbed wire fence and entered the substation. Put in the game. This breakable barbed wire would have to be dissolved using engineers and with a high-temperature flamethrower. However, since Xiao Yun's military knife had been upgraded, it was able to cut easily. Looking at the small knife in Xiao Yun's hand that sharpened iron like mud, Lu Shihan immediately showed surprise. Xiao Yun, this sword of yours isn't simple, is it? And Wang Chang and the 3 of them were all of a sudden a bit surprised. I'll go. This knife is so sharp. This sword is not dull at all after killing so many soldiers. Boss Xiao is really powerful. This casual tool is an existence we can't understand. Xiao Yun did not pay any attention to a few people. Instead, he rushed in and cleared out all the shield and rocket soldiers inside. 1 pawn left for you. Saying that, Xiao Yun did not care about the hands and feet of a few people. Quickly, he made his way to the second-floor bay window and peeked over the tech room table. But alas, nothing good came out of this table. Xiao Yun also did not say much, and with a jet landing, he rushed towards the pull point. Hey, wait for me. And just then, Lu Shihan's voice came from behind. What for? And you ask? I don't know those guys. Aren't you embarrassed to leave me there? Lu Shihan complained. Xiao Yun sighed and looked at the time. 8 minutes have now passed in this matchup, and to complete the achievement, Xiao Yun still had so many points to explore. There is a supply room in the administration building, a supply room in the small substation, a supply room plus a safe in the cement plant, and a safe in the barracks. This bringing Wang Chang with such a bunch of tired people. The time feels completely too late. Hey, Wang Chang, you guys wait in the substation when you're done searching, and I'll bring you to evacuate when I'm back from finishing up. Xiaoyan shouted towards the substation. No problem, boss Xiao. After receiving this reply, Xiaoyan also intended to speed up his speed, but this Lu Shirhan froze and wanted to follow him, so he had no choice. Are you sure you want to follow me all the way? I'm a fast one, aren't I? Can't you run slower? No, I'm still in a hurry to search other places for supplies. Are supplies more important than me? Lu Shirhan was instantly a bit angry, and Xiaoyan also raised his eyebrows. Lu Shirhan, you guy, even if you know that you can't compare to Big Red, you still want to ask questions? However, it wasn't impossible for her to follow herself if she had to. Only, don't blame yourself. Xiaoyan first gave himself a physical strength needle and then a weight-bearing needle. Then he came directly to Lu Shirhan's side and put his left arm around his shoulder to give her a direct hug. After slightly letting her down, she picked up her thighs with one right hand and picked her up in a full princess carry. Hey, what are you doing? Lu Shirhan's face was red, but she didn't resist. I told you, I'm fast. Xiaoyan smiled faintly. The exoskeleton then activated with a squeeze of his right hand. At that instant, Xiaoyan rushed towards the pull point with a flying speed while holding Lu Shirhan. Hey, why are you running so fast? Lu Shirhan was afraid that she would fall from Xiaoyan's hands and hurriedly reached out to hold her neck, and after stabbing the stamina needle, Xiaoyan also only felt that this big school flower Lu was light and fluffy to hold. I have to say that although Lu Shirhan looks slender, there is still meat where it should be, and it feels good to hold. And based on Xiaoyan's experience of touching the supplies for so many days, she was only about 45 kilograms, weighing at most 2 military artillery shells. It was only when they reached the doorway of the pull point that Xiaoyan slowly lowered her down. You searched this room for supplies. I'm off to break open the safe. Lu Shirhan's face was red and her voice was as small as a mosquito. I don't know if it was because it was so exciting just now, but her heart was thumping at the moment. He was also absent-minded when searching for supplies, and his eyes kept glancing over to Xiaoyan's side. Xiaoyun, was busy completing the hidden achievements and did not notice her reaction. That's a whole string of quest points waiting to be blasted on their own. Having just arrived at the pull point, Xiaoyun directly had a magnetic bomb affixed to the door of the safe. Drip, 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 bang. Get him. Get to know him. The coffin board is ready for you. And this time, by not clearing out the surrounding soldiers ahead of time. As soon as the safe was blown up, all the Asura soldiers around the substation, inside and out, surrounded it. This number, I'm afraid it's not easy to deal with. Xiaoyun frowned and thought silently. It's not that you can't beat it, it's just a waste of time. Quick, help me open the safe. With a command from Xiaoyun, Lu Shirhan also hurriedly ran to the side. The two men quickly opened the safe, and when they were done, they didn't care what supplies came out. They all shoved them into their bags, and just then, the surrounding Asura soldiers surrounded them. Lu Shirhan, let me ask you again, are you sure you want to follow me? At this time, Xiaoyun also asked with a smile, and Lu Shirhan didn't say anything, just nodded silently with a red face. Well then, hold on tight. With that said, Xiaoyun directly a long smoke sealed towards the opposite doorway, followed by immediately using the power exoskeleton skill card stored in the rare security box. Once again, he picked up Lu Shirhan in his arms and ran towards the administrative precinct at a rapid pace. Where's the man? Where are they hiding? When the smoke cleared, the Asura soldiers who had gathered around were dumbfounded. Chapter 108, The GTI of Grooves. They must have found a place to hide. Watch me pull you out. If you can hide the first day, you can't hide the 15th. Asala soldiers have searched the pull-out evacuation point in the far northeast of the substation. However, after some searching, he didn't even see a single silhouette. At this point, all that remained of the pull point was a large safe that had been broken open, and a pile of missing supplies in it. Shit, let them get away. This is the end. The officer will kill us. It's okay, don't panic. We didn't put anything good in the big safe for this matchup anyway. Also, the most valuable thing seems to be a gold medallion. Give it to them. Anyway, if he runs to the end, I guess the odds are that he'll be caught by the rest of our brothers too, and the supplies won't be brought out. Several Asura soldiers murmured. Suddenly, however, one of the soldiers was the one who noticed something strange. Holy shit, this isn't right. How did this big safe all get opened? No way. Didn't GTI agree to open up to 8 cabinets at a time? Really? Come and see. As he exclaimed, a crowd of Asura soldiers gathered around the large safe. Looking at the rows of flush emptied safes, they were shocked. It's not good. It's not good. And just then, several Asura soldiers, who were patrolling outside the visitors center, also ran over in a panic. What's the situation? The Asura soldier at the substation asked. The supply room and safe in the visitor center have been broken into, and took all the supplies from the entire safe. What? Xiao Yun made his way to the administrative precinct. There was a material room here, and Xiao Yun planned to strike after clearing the human machines around him. The plan for the next route was to go from the administrative precinct, the barracks, the cement plant, the small substation, breaking open all the steel doors of the supply rooms and the steel doors of the safes along the way, and taking the contents of all the supplies inside. Hey, Xiao Yun! Just as Xiao Yun was about to affix the magnetic bomb and prepare to blast the iron door of the supplies room, next to her, Lu Shurhan, however, slowly opened her mouth. What's wrong? You don't think I'm too heavy, do you? Lu Shurhan said with some concern. Recently, she had been eating delicious food every day at Lu Shueching's house, and her weight had come up a tiny bit. A normal person would basically not be anxious about any of this, but for Lu Shurhan, who strictly controlled her figure, it was a bit of a worry. Where's the weight? Aren't you light? Really? Xiao Yun smiled and nodded. Crap. At that time, he had brought out 3 sets of level 5 head armor, plus a full conversion gun. What's this Lu Shurhan's weight? I even think you're too skinny. Why don't you eat more in general? Xiao Yun asked as he affixed the bomb. He. I didn't realize you cared so much about me. Don't worry. I'm in good health. That'll do. Without much ado, Xiao Yun directly entered the supplies room after the bomb exploded. The supplies room in the administrative precinct is particularly stuffed. A computer, a large weapons case, 2 chassis, a server, and 2 lab coats. Xiao Yun quickly searched and also touched a few small purple. Material, solid-state drives. Rarity, purple. Price, 34,223. Material, memory sticks. Rarity, purple. Price, 26,581. Supplies, Xingjin lemon tea. Rarity, purple. Price, 15,149. It's lemon tea, eh? That said, will the lemon tea in the Forbidden Zone be better than the real one? Seeing Xiao Yun touch the lemon tea from his lab coat, Lu Shurhan was also instantly curious. While hearing this, Xiao Yun raised an eyebrow. When he remembered his last experience with lemon tea, he shook his head in disbelief. This lemon tea isn't exciting. Well, that's true. It's worth over $10,000 after all. Lu Shurhan nodded silently. Obviously, she doesn't understand the power of this stuff yet. Without further ado, let's head to the next stop. Aha! At this point, Lu Shurhan was already very self-conscious. Hurriedly, she ran to Xiao Yun and gently took his neck, and her eyes were no longer shy, and with a smile on her face, she stared straight at Xiao Yun. What are you looking at? Look again and I'll kiss you. Xiao Yun threatened. You kiss it. It's not like you're not allowed to. Lu Shurhan had a bad smile on her face and wasn't afraid in the slightest. And while she was making such a mess, it was for Xiao Yun that she wouldn't be able to straighten it out. Forget it, not with you. Yo, are you blushing? Scream again and I'll throw you off. No. Current location, main substation building. This burst, average. Time to end this game, 12 minutes, 32 seconds. The other side. In the middle of a substation, Wang Chang lit a cigarette, and the 3 of them stared wide-eyed. This boss Xiao, where did this run off to? Captain Wang, you even brought cigarettes? Oh, I forgot to store it when I came in. Saying that, Wang Chang also gave one to each of the 2 men. The 3 of them had waited here for more than 10 minutes since Xiao Yun left. Luckily, no one came by to search the substation during that time, and the 3 were not in any danger. Still, the long wait created doubt in the minds of the 3. You guys, Boss Xiao won't leave us behind and evacuate by himself, right? How could it be? He's got us on an errand later. Yeah, I don't think he'd fuck up that much either. But what was he doing away for so long? He brought his little girlfriend. Does that mean? When these words came out, the 3 middle-aged men immediately looked at each other and smiled with an expression of I get it. Alas, it's understandable. After all, in this forbidden zone, the body heals when you get out and there's no risk of hitting the mark. The youngsters nowadays play really flowery. Why didn't I think of this operation? No, one day I'll have to bring my girlfriend to try it too. Holy shit, that's going to be exciting to do that in this forbidden zone, isn't it? I can feel it just thinking about it. I just happened to search a beauty magazine here. Why don't I lend it to you? Roll on. As the 2 players chatted, Wang Chang also had a bitter look on his face. Alas, it's good to be young. Xiao Yun, I suddenly remembered something. Xiao Yun and Lu Shurhan arrived at the last stop, the small substation. As long as you break open the supplies room here, the hidden quest achievement should be considered complete. And at this time, Lu Shurhan was suddenly thinking of something with a serious expression. What's wrong? This afternoon, our experts from the North Sea Institute wanted to come and see you, Lu Shurhan said. Even though that Blade server was rented out in our family's name, the other party wanted to know what was going on, so I had to tell them about you. Doesn't that matter? It's okay, it's not like they're bad people. Xiao Yun smiled faintly. By the way, you still haven't paid me for the Blade server. Oops. It's not that they haven't made the payment yet. You're still not at ease. It's not like I'm going to steal your money. Lu Shurhan laughed. And what's mine is yours. I'm your girlfriend anyway. When did this happen? How come I don't know? Xiao Yun was instantly somewhat puzzled. This Lu big schoolgirl is in what moth? I don't admit it. Humph. I've admitted it and you still won't admit it. Okay, don't argue. It's critical here. As the blasting ended, Xiao Yun hastily focused on the system's beep. However, the imagined tone of the completed quest did not come. What's the situation? Xiao Yun was instantly puzzled. Could it be a system bug? Nope. There's another mission site in Dam Zero that I haven't visited myself. How could one have overlooked that place? Chapter 109, Swiping Money. Lu Shurhan. I'll leave the searching here to you. I still have to go somewhere. Call me Shurhan. Okay Shurhan. Please sis you search. Humph. Lu Shurhan was a bit upset, but searched the small substation's supply room. Xiao Yun, on the other hand, did not dare to be slow and hurriedly rushed towards the northeastern part of the substation. There's a hidden quest spot there, and it's placed in a game that is refreshed every hand. Go down through an underground entrance where there is a hidden supply room. And the reason why the system hadn't passed on a prompt to complete the mission must be because that spot hadn't been searched yet. Gotta pick up the pace. Xiao Yun looked at the time. At the moment there are 6 minutes left until the end of the game. Later on, he still had to go back to the substation to pick up Wang Chang's people and evacuate to the evacuation point in the far southwestern part of the map. And time was very short. However, when Xiao Yun was about to reach the entrance of the last supply room, he found a group of Asura soldiers surrounding the place. It was a large black mass that looked like it had to be at least 40 or 50 soldiers. Machine's gone crazy, hasn't he? Seeing this scene, Xiao Yun was also very surprised inwardly. What's going on here? Brother Qi is having a meeting here? I've never encountered such a situation in my own previous life. Playing so many games. This line of man machines surrounded the place as if they were deliberately preventing themselves from accomplishing their mission. Could this be part of the mission? Xiao Yun was too late to wonder within himself. It just so happens that so many machinists are here. So isn't that a cool swipe of gold? You're surrounded. Xiao Yun's figure had just appeared when a group of Asura soldiers raised their guns and aimed towards him. However, without waiting for them to fire, Xiao Yun released 3 long, inflected lines of smoke in succession, enveloping the entire venue. Holy shit, it's the bee doctor? This can't be a team of bee doctors. Damn, a bunch of tumors. The Asura soldiers saw the smoke grenades and cursed bitterly. However, upon hearing their reactions, Xiao Yun was very puzzled. They just, said bee doctor, right? Could it be that the special cadre in the game in the previous life would also take part in missions in this world? Nope. Even if they did exist in this world, there would only be one of them. There can be no such thing as a team of bee doctors. As the Asala soldiers say, could it be that it's because they've met someone like Su Zichuan? Xiao Yun thought inwardly. Su Zichuan is able to use magnetic bombs and calls himself Wei Long. Apparently the bee doctors that the Asala soldiers were talking about were most likely referring to GTI's professional team members. Whatever. Swipe a wave of money. Said. Xiao Yun also pulled out 10 gunfire negotiation skill cards from the safety box. This was something he had purposely prepared before, in order to wait for such a wave of opportunity. And mixed with the smoke, Xiao Yun a probing arrow was shot into the sky. At once, information about all the Asura soldiers on the field came to the surface. Xiao Yun calmly positioned himself, holding a military knife, and opening his skills was immediately followed by a headshot. Ding! Lead-filled dice triggered. Gain 3 wacky pirate coins. Ding! Gunfire negotiation triggered. Gain 1 shiny pirate gold coin. Killing a minion yields upwards of 80,000 straight away. Xiao Yun did not hesitate as his figure moved again. Swish! A swing of the blade went straight through the helmet and blew Machine's head off. Ding! Lead-filled dice triggered. Gain 2 shiny pirate gold coins. Ding! Gunfire negotiation triggered. Gain 1 shiny pirate gold coin. Earn it. Xiao Yun was inwardly joyful. This slash directly exploded another 3 gold coins. Only at that moment, the machine buddies in the smoke were firing at random in a frenzy. I can't take it anymore. I'll kill you. Come on. Fight head on if you dare. Thump, 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 thump dash. The machine buddies instantly transformed into Berserker Jigo, frantically firing at random around them. However, Xiao Yun had long since flung himself to the ground. and these fires did not cause the slightest damage to him. Instead, the soldiers killed a number of their own men due to the frenzied firing. Shit, don't you guys kill each other, then I won't be able to swipe the money. Xiao Yun was instantly anxious and hurriedly searched for a CR-15 assault rifle, then shot towards the machine buddy. A pair of 5s, a pair of Ks, holy shit, I'm 1 on 5 and you're on K. Are you human? It can't be helped, it's only how many cards? Who told us we don't have all the cards? The other side. In the middle of the main substation building, Wang Chang and the three of them had gotten so bored that they started playing landlord with the searched white playing cards. Although this hand several people only picked up 10 or so poker cards. One person's hand to take 4, the landlord to take 5. But waiting for Xiao Yun's time is too far. Several people still play with a lot of fun. King Bomb. I won. Captain Wang smiled and took away the green supplies around the two men. It seems that this game of poker has everything, except not enough cards, and not a little bit of what you should have to play poker. No, you can draw a king bomb with just a few cards like that. Shit, Captain Wang, you're open. The two players grumbled. This guy only has 4 cards in his hand. How can you play if the landlord draws a king? And this king bomb wasn't even a big or small king, but 2 big kings, which split a single move and crushed everyone else to death. However, just as a few people were giddy with the intention of going on to the next round, only a short distance to the northeast, but there was a violent exchange of fire. Holy shit, what's going on here? Firecrackers on New Year's Eve? What's the scale of this firefight? Asura and Havoc fighting? Man, this sounds like it must be at least a couple dozen people, right? I thought this was a big battlefield if I didn't know. This is outrageous? What the hell is going on over there? Wang Chang's few people were immediately shocked. From the sound of the gunfire over there, it sounded like a big melee of at least a couple dozen people. How many people would have to run into each other for such a violent fight to break out? Instead, there was a blasting sound from the place of the firefight. Bang! Bang! A series of explosions rang out, really similar to the atmosphere of New Year's Eve. It can't be that Boss Xiao has encountered something, can it? When they heard this explosion, several people also had a sudden heart attack. This explosion was clearly Xiao Yun's handiwork. He was the only one who could cause such a massive explosion in the middle of a restricted area. Except for Asura's rocket soldiers. Captain Wang, why don't we go over and take a look? One of the team members suggested. And at this moment, Captain Wang was also frowning with a pensive look. Don't panic, Boss Xiao should be able to handle it. Can it really be done? Why don't I feel like it? With all this commotion, he's designated something big has happened. In a battle of this magnitude, it's possible to kill him with random shots. Captain Wang, we'd better go over and take a look. Both players have started to panic. Without Xiao Yun, how could a few people arrive at the evacuation point peacefully? This one has been hanging out at the substation, but the trio did a lot of searching on the way. At this point the average person was carrying close to $100,000 in supplies, and it would be a fortune to take it out. And thinking about the situation in front of him, Wang Chang was also very torn. If you go, you might die yourself, and if you don't go, Xiao Yun might die, and if Xiao Yun died, the probability was that he himself would not survive the evacuation point. It's a dead end whether we go or not. Shit, let's go over there. With that, Wang Chang rushed out of the substation with 2 team members. PS1, 4 more to offer. Some time ago, busy in the Spring Festival. Update a lot less. Read a lot less. Please still read the readers in the read more read and then raise the book small bird can only go to the street to ask for food uhu. Oh, the number of chapters in the guarantee of 4 per day at the same time. The follow-up must make up. I hope you more tolerance. PS2, currently 05 shifts. Chapter 110, don't die. Boss Xiao. Boss Xiao. Where are you? Boss Xiao? Are you okay? Wang Chang and the 3 of them rushed towards the place where the gunfire erupted. However, just after walking next to the pull point, I realized that there was no way out of the substation next to it. I thought there was a shelf here. That shelf is out there. In and out only. Scratch that. Then we still have to go around. Wang Chang's few people circled around and left through the gap in the wall to the southeast of the substation. However, just as they came out of the substation, they were met with a shocking sight. Just outside the substation, corpses were strewn all over the ground. The bodies of Asura's soldiers. The further they went, the more bodies of soldiers piled up all the way. How did so many people die here? That's not right. Where are all the soldiers around the substation? Could it be that Xiao Yun has just been fighting so many soldiers? A few people looked at the corpse-strewn scene in front of them, but they did not see Xiao Yun's figure, and they were very shocked inwardly. It's just that after encountering so many enemies, will Boss Xiao still be alive? With so many soldiers, Boss Xiao shall not be fucked to death. Wang Chang's brows were tightly locked while he was also very worried about Xiao Yun's situation. Although he had seen Xiao Yun's means of cleaning up the Asura soldiers before, it was basically against a single or against 2 or 3 that could be solved that way. At this point, there were dozens of corpses on this ground, so one could imagine that the total number of enemies must be even higher. What the hell is going on here? Why are there so many soldiers outside the substation? Wang Chang pondered inwardly, but could not come up with an answer. It stands to reason that the entire map of Dam 0 on normal difficulty wouldn't have this many soldiers combined. Moreover, judging from past experience, the strength and number of soldiers were correlated to the surrounding burst rate. Yet the scene before us was a field of corpses of more than 50 people. We didn't find anything good in this substation, did we? Why are there so many soldiers here? You guys quickly go rummage around and see if there are any identity tags that Xiao Yun dropped. Wang Chang ordered at once. With the scene in front of them, they didn't know whether Xiao Yun was dead or alive right now. After all, in the middle of the forbidden zone, the body of an agent would dissipate in an instant after death, leaving behind only the equipment on his body and an identity plate. Xiao Yun, however, was wearing equipment that had been stripped from the human machine, and could only ascertain survival information by looking for an identity plate. Captain Wang, here's the ID card. One of the team members made a discovery and hastily exclaimed. Wang Chang frowned and hurriedly walked to his side. He picked up the identity plate on the ground and took a look, but he finally sighed in relief. Luckily, it's not Xiao Yun's. Only the name on this identity card was someone Wang Chang did not recognize. It was probably some unlucky cadre who had accidentally passed by and gotten caught up in the fight. Captain Wang, there are still identity tags here. And 2 of them. Another member of the team reported back. Only, none of them are Xiao Yun's identity cards. And it seems that the equipment that has risen on his body is all 3 sets. Hearing this, Wang Chang immediately frowned as well. Does that mean Xiao Yun is alive? Looking at the corpses on this ground, Wang Chang was also more shocked inside. If Xiao Yun was still alive, it would mean that he had not only killed this large group of Asura soldiers by himself, but had also taken care of this team of 3 sets of teams in passing. Can one person really be that powerful? Time is running out. Let's wait here for a while. If Xiao Yun doesn't show up in a minute, we'll head to the evacuation point ourselves. Wang Chang inwardly doubted while ordering. Bang! And at the same time, a violent blasting sound rang out. The location seems to be just a few feet away. Current location, Substation Eastern Underpass. This burst, average. Time to end this game, 4 minutes, 27 seconds. At the same time, just below the feet of Wang Chang's few people was the underground passage. Xiao Yun blasted the last material room door open, and the system also finally transmitted a prompt. Hint, complete the achievement task. Get rewarded, random rare security box experience card X1. Luckily it's in good time. After doing all this, Xiao Yun was finally relieved. Let's find Wang Chang and the others to rendezvous first. With that, Xiao Yun also walked towards the ground. This is a good takeaway from the matchup. Not only did you complete a hidden achievement, but you also swiped a huge wave of soldiers and made a ton of money. At this point, the safe deposit box is worth 2 million coins just from skill swipes. Together with this bunch of supplies recovered from the safe and the supplies room, the total value came to 2.8 million as well. It's just a shame that the only thing that's a shame is that this matchup didn't touch the red level supplies. It seems that the soldiers around here are merely here to interfere with my mission, and not to guard any valuable materials. Xiao Yun inwardly analyzed it silently, and when he walked to the ground, he saw that several people, Wang Chang, had arrived at some point. Wang Chang, why are you guys here? Xiao Yun asked suspiciously. Boss Xiao, great, I knew you were still alive. I knew Boss Xiao would be fine. Boss Xiao, let's evacuate quickly. I've searched almost $100,000 on this one. Seeing Xiao Yun, Wang Chang and the others were very excited as if they had grabbed a life-saving straw. What do you mean I'm alive? Who told you I was dead? Wang Chang scratched his head, smiled awkwardly, and pointed to a patch of corpses on the ground. Go. Xiao Yun also did not say much and hurriedly led several people towards the small substation. The gain from this handful was enough, and when he met up with Lu Shirhan, he planned to take a few people and withdraw directly. Xiao Yun, come here quickly. Just after arriving at the substation, I only saw Lu Shirhan jumping up and down on the second floor, waving her hand and shouting, "What's wrong?" Xiao Yun hurriedly went upstairs alone, leaving Wang Chang and a few others to wait on the first floor. Didn't I open a key card to a substation dormitory earlier? Well, then what? Then I opened it up and guess what came out of it? Shipped? Hearing Lu Shirhan's words, Xiao Yun also raised an eyebrow. The only places to swipe supplies in this part of the substation quarters are the bare supplies on the table, and a cabinet with 2 layers of supplies only. If this place is shipping out, I guess it's just the desk swiping the key card. If the key card is out, this Lu Shirhan can touch 2 in a row. This 0 damn key card so much? Come on, don't sell yourself short. Just tell me, Xiao Yun urged. Time was now running out, and the few people rushing to evacuate would have to hurry. Otherwise it would be funny to be seconds away from getting lost later. Look, Lu Shirhan rummaged through her backpack and pulled out a dark object with a very peculiar appearance and shape. Camera? Seeing what she was holding in her hand, Xiao Yun was also instantly a bit shocked. Chapter 111, The Red Camera. Material, camera. Quality, red. Price, 619,968. Where did you drive this thing? You can still touch this in a substation dormitory? Looking at the supplies in Lu Shirhan's hands, Xiao Yun was also instantly somewhat surprised. There's only one desk and one cabinet in this substation dormitory, right? How can it produce a big red? This key card. Xiao Yun hadn't opened it much when he played the game in his previous life. It's been opened at least 100 times, on both classified and normal difficulty dams, yet I've never seen a keycard even once, let alone a big red. The best thing that opened up was a gold lighter swiped on the table, a frame of small gold, over $60,000. Even he suspected that the place wouldn't ship at all. Found it in the cupboard. I wasn't expecting it. Lu Shirhan's expression was very excited and she hurriedly handed the camera to Xiao Yun. This is red material, right? It should be worth quite a bit of money. Take it. You're giving it to me? Xiao Yun froze when he finished the camera. It wasn't him who asked for it, it was Lu Shirhan herself who gave it to him. Last time, although he had gotten a high-grade coffee bean from Lu Shirhan, it was something Xiao Yun had managed to trick him into getting. Moreover, Lu Shirhan herself didn't know the value of this thing, and it wasn't even possible to say if this world could build a level 6 set, so Xiao Yun was at peace with cheating. Now that Lu Shirhan took the initiative to give it, Xiao Yun was a little embarrassed. Didn't you name both gold and red supplies? Lu Shirhan blinked, her expression somewhat intriguing. That expression seemed to say, now you know who's important, Big Red or me? And looking at her complacent face, Xiao Yun also smiled faintly. It's better if you take this, after all, you opened it. Alright, I said I'd give it to you. Take it, time is running out. Let's get to the evacuation. Said. Lu Shirhan also pulled Xiao Yun as she was heading towards the location of the evacuation point. Xiao Yun, on the other hand, also put the camera in the safety box, and his heart was somewhat complicated. He didn't expect that Lu Shirhan would be so good to him. I just opened the big red and gave it to myself without saying a word. If he was a male, Xiao Yun could not wait to take a blood oath with him on the spot and directly tie the peach orchard as a brother with a different surname. But Lu Shirhan is a woman. What should we do? Evacuation successful. Duration, 29 minutes and 33 seconds. The Council's Harvest, 349-1048. Returning to the entrance of Warehouse 9, Wang Chang and his group were suddenly very excited. Yes, this one earned it. This forbidden area really doesn't open a pot for a year. It opens a pot and eats for a year. What I earned this handful is enough to replace my car. Thank you, Boss Xiao. Thank you, Boss Xiao. Seeing how excited the few people were, Xiao Yun was also puzzled. How much did you all make? I made $120,000. A whole $120,000. Ha ha, I've got more than you. I made $160,000 on this one. Brought out several Asala soldiers' guns. I'm $180,000. Not bad. After the two team members finished speaking, Wang Chang also replied indifferently, and listening to their report, Xiao Yun was somewhat helpless. All three of those guys combined don't make as much as one of their own cameras is worth. That backpack full of stuffed supplies turned out to be just over $100,000, and I guess all the stuffing was some little blue and green. Seeing how happy they were, I thought they were driving something good. But then again, Boss Xiao, you're still awfully strong. Wang Chang recalled the earlier scene at this time and also sighed. You killed all those soldiers by the substation? Not so much. They started shooting like crazy when they saw me, and a good chunk of it was their own people killing each other. Xiao Yun laughed. At the same time inwardly also feel helpless. If not these machine brother indiscriminately shooting a bunch of their own people, their own estimate can still brush a few 100,000 more $1 million gold out. I see. So you killed that team of 3 sets of dryads as well? The third set of dryads? Who? Upon hearing Wang Chang's words, Xiao Yun however instantly raised an eyebrow and was somewhat puzzled. You didn't see anyone come over when you were swiping gold coins over there yourself, did you? And it's still a team of 3 sets. Not impressed at all. Seeing this, Wang Chang also hurriedly handed out 3 identity tags and handed them over to Xiao Yun. And upon seeing the name of the first identity plate, Xiao Yun immediately raised his eyebrows. Qian Gang? Isn't that the name of our school teacher? Seeing this name, Xiao Yun was instantly a bit surprised. Qian Gang. He remembered the name as one of the homeroom teachers of the sophomore age in Haichang No. 1 middle school. although he hadn't taught Xiao Yun, because he had taken psychology as his major in college. He was very concerned about the mental health of his classmates in school, and he was also a little famous on the short video platform. Plus he was young, and he was also very famous among the students. And as Xiao Yun proceeded to look down, the name on the next name tag also surprised him. Yang Chongwen, isn't this their grade master? This man was sitting next to the principal at the meeting yesterday morning, announcing the acceptance list of Qingbei. Looking at these two name tags, Xiao Yun was already feeling that something was wrong. Does that mean it's... Xiao Yun remembered the phone call Yu Yuya had made to himself this morning. He said that some leaders from the city were coming to visit the school for inspection and told himself to go to the school and wait for the meeting. This isn't coming to arrest me in the forbidden zone, is it? Xiao Yun was instantly a little nervous inside. The third name tag turned over, however, and he was relieved. Luckily it wasn't Yu Yuya, but another teacher at the school. Okay. Xiao Yun hurriedly took a deep breath. Luckily it wasn't Yu Yuya, and the three male teachers were fine even if they came to arrest themselves. Just don't go. Otherwise, if Yu Yuya had given herself a soft touch, Xiao Yun might have really been hooked to the school. And based on the previous situation, it seemed that Xiao Yun had not seen these three people when he was dealing with the Asura soldiers. One can only suspect that they were killed by the Asura soldiers before they arrived. By the way, Boss Xiao, what is the thing you want us to help purchase? Just then, Wang Chang also asked. Xiao Yun didn't nag much and pulled out a military explosive from his backpack and handed it to him. It's military explosives? Well, you guys should have made enough for today. Just go to the black market and buy 14 military explosives for me. And remember to call Eagle. How much? Hearing Xiao Yun's words, Wang Chang was immediately somewhat shocked. 14 military explosives? I remember the stuff costing over $100,000 apiece, right? Well, but on the black market, you should be able to haggle. Boss Xiao, what are you doing buying so many military explosives? It's not to blow up the school, is it? Wang Chang was shocked too. What do you care? Just go buy it. Xiao Yun was instantly somewhat helpless. What does Wang Chang think about all day? Bombing schools are out. How old is this? What's the grudge against the school? Alright, you guys go ahead and make your purchases, and come to me for the check afterward. Xiao Yun waved his hand and said. While the words fell, Wang Chang's few people had no intention of moving. The three of them first looked at each other, then looked at Xiao Yun with an embarrassed expression. Seeing this, Xiao Yun immediately frowned. Don't tell me you guys can't even come up with $1 million or so. Ha! Chapter 112, Caught in the Act. Boss Xiao, we really can't come up with that much money. Yeah, the proceeds from the last hand we added up to less than $500,000, which doesn't add up to enough to buy it. I couldn't even get that much of a loan on my house. Wang Chang and the three of them were in great difficulty. That's $120,000 for one military explosive. 14, that's close to 2 million. The three of them plus the Eagle can't come up with that much money anyhow. Okay, I'll transfer it to you. Xiao Yun was instantly somewhat helpless. These dudes have been in the penalty box for so long. It seems like they don't make any big bucks. No wonder this put so much joy in a person picking up some little blues and greens and bringing out 100,000 or so. And at this point, not counting the supplies that this brings out, Xiao Yun's account also had $12 million left in it. Thus, Xiao Yun did not nag much and transferred 2 million to Wang Chang for him to purchase supplies. Wang Chang, you guys won't run away with the money, right? Say what? Hearing this, Wang Chang was instantly displeased. Even if I, Wang Chang, were to be struck by heavenly lightning, I wouldn't do such a treacherous thing. I'll testify that Captain Wang may be a bit of a dish, but the character part is still very secure. Right. And besides, Boss Xiao, we'll have to eat after you from now on. I didn't say I was taking you guys afterward. Xiao Yun hurriedly brushed aside the relationship. Taking someone into the penalty box is just too much of a hassle, especially with outsiders. A bunch of your own skills are not good enough to perform. Otherwise, if this front one had teleported all over the map, it would have blown up all the supply rooms and safes in less than 10 minutes. Alright, you get to the black market. You have to finish the mission today. Roger that. After Wang Chang and a few others left, Xiao Yun also arrived at the exchange. As for whether they would roll up the money and run away, Xiao Yun didn't think so. As they say, they are counting on eating on their own in the future. The haul that took them out of the evacuation had been far more than they had expected going into the map in the first place. Wang Chang was not a little cutie. He naturally knew which was more important, to flatter himself or the $2 million in the district. Make a wave of shipments on the exchange. Other than the camera, this puts all the other supplies brought out for sale. The counterman of the transaction also looked shocked when he saw a table of gold, silver, and copper coins pouring out of Xiao Yun's backpack. It's a coin collector. This backpack of coins is more exaggerated than those who are engaged in antique collecting silver dollars. Wait for the deal to close. Xiao Yun's account was also credited with another $4 million. The $2 million that had just been spent was made up again, and the amount in Xiao Yun's card reached another $4 million. Xiao Yun, you still remember that some experts from the institute are coming over this afternoon, right? In the rest area, Lu Shurhan asked. Remember, why? Didn't the last handle just happen to bring out a camera? It's just in time to rent it to them. Lu Shurhan laughed. Xiao Yun nodded his head silently. There was no problem if Big Red was leased to the Haibei Research Institute. Although it was a local research institute, the technology and scale was definitely not comparable to the Dragon State Research Institute. But anyway, that side could not be contacted for the time being, and Xiao Yun was in a hurry to use the money. You're Mr. Xiao Yun, right? And just as the two were chatting, a male teacher who wore glasses and looked a bit quiet and thin was the one who found the place. At the first sight of him, Xiao Yun also remembered his name. Qian Gang, the young male teacher who was famous at school. And this one is so pretty. She must be Lu Shurhan, the school beauty of our first middle school. You're a student at our school? Lu Shurhan was a bit puzzled and didn't recognize the person in front of her. Xiao Yun, on the other hand, was a bit helpless. This Qian Gang appeared here. He must be trying to get himself to go back to school, but it looked as if he had come alone, and the other two teachers were off somewhere, probably splitting up to look for himself. Xiao Yun thought inwardly. Mr. Qian Gang, you're here to run the knife too? Out of politeness, Xiao Yun still greeted. Hiya, don't mention it. Last put this zero damn I don't know what happened. A bunch of soldiers surrounded the outside of the substation, and we got beaten up when we passed by. It's bad. Qian Gang was very helpless. A set of 3 is not a small amount of money for their public school teachers. If it wasn't for the fact that the school subsidized teachers' access to the restricted area, he would have probably lost half a year's salary on the equipment he dropped in the last hand alone. Can I sit down and talk for a minute? Have a seat. Qian Gang sat down next to Xiao Yun and surveyed him with an expression of appreciation on his face. I have to say, student Xiao Yun, you are really something. As a high school student, you were able to hit a score of 1.6 million evacuations, which is quite astonishing when placed in the entirety of our Haibei city. Okay, I know you have something to say. Xiao Yun waved his hand. He didn't expect Qian Gang, a big man, or a teacher older than himself, to praise himself with a face of adoration like a little fangirl here, making him a bit uncomfortable. Student Xiao Yun is just smart. In fact, it's not that I'm looking for you for anything important. It's just that Ines, Yu Yuya's side can't contact you and is a bit anxious. Qian Gang said with a smile. After all, some leaders are coming to school today, and they're here specifically for you. And Ms. Yu Yuya as your homeroom teacher can't reach you, so you should be able to understand her worry, right? I know, but I don't have time to wait around at school. I understand. After all, you possess such great talent, and you should be in a hurry to get to the Forbidden Zone even now. Or so. Qian Gang had a very gentle attitude and asked in a consultative tone. Anyway, the leaders and they don't know when they will come. And when they do come Mr. Yu's side will also contact me. I see that there seems to be only 2 of you in your team. Or else I'll follow you around later, and bother to make a trip to the school together if the leaders arrive? Oh, that's fine. Hearing this, Xiao Yun also nodded his head silently. After all, it was the city's leader who wanted to see him, and he couldn't say no. Bringing Money Gang along just seemed like the best way to not waste time. And as for the matter of teaming up, anyway, he had already brought Lu Shurhan, the sticking plaster, so it didn't matter if he added one more person. Just don't blame yourself for leaving him behind if he can't keep up with you later. Really? Great. Qian Gang was instantly very excited, as if he had succeeded in chasing a star. I don't know how many students are going to be envious when they can team up with a great god like student Xiao Yun. Okay, Mr. Qian, this is weirdly needy of you too. Before Xiao Yun could say anything, Lu Shurhan, who was next to him, could not stand it a bit and hurriedly pulled Xiao Yun towards her side. This teacher can lick too well. Goosebumps were rising just from listening to what he said to Xiao Yun. And seeing this, Qian Gang scratched his head in embarrassment. This moneybolt, is he really a teacher? As the contact came down, Xiao Yun was also puzzled. This Qian Gang seemed to be different from those other teachers who were condescending in the face of their students, treating them as if they had great respect. I don't know if it's specifically for himself, or if that's just his personality. That's right, Mr. Xiao Yun. It was at this point that Qian Gang also asked an important question of concern to the school and its leaders. The supplies you brought out before, they shouldn't be of low quality, right? Can you share them with me? Before? It did bring out some precious supplies, but are you talking about the last one or the 1.6 million evacuation one? Ha! The top handle? When he heard Xiao Yun's words, Qian Gang immediately showed surprise. Mr. Xiao Yun, how many thousands of evacuations did you guys have last hand? 3.5 million. What? Qian Gang immediately looked incredulous. Chapter 113, 3.5 million evacuation. Student Xiao Yun, you're not joking with the teacher, are you? Qian Gang looked at Xiao Yun and the two of them with a surprised and very unbelievable expression. You guys on put 3.5 million to evacuate. So wouldn't that be 1.75 million for one person? When these words came out, Lu Shirhan was smiling faintly. Mr. Qian, it's not the two of us combined who evacuated for 3.5 million, but Xiao Yun alone evacuated for 3.5 million. Ha! Qian Gang's eyes immediately widened, filled with shock. 3.5 million evacuated. That's more than double the 1.6 million evacuated earlier. How did this happen? You'd have to say the classified dam has a high burst rate and the cadre is well equipped if it's okay. Killing a team of 5 sets, plus searching for stuff with a bit of luck, does get you to 3.5 million evacuations. But the thing is, he was there in the last game, right? Isn't the upper handle an ordinary dam? How come there are so many valuable supplies? No lie. I've opened the battle log. You can check it yourself. Xiao Yun also laughed. In fact, after talking to Xiao Qingtian last night, he decided to join GTI to see what happened. And to join GTI, the Blackhawk segment is an indispensable threshold. Therefore, early this morning, Xiao Yun also directly opened the match records, thinking to raise the segment level as soon as possible. 3.5 million. That's amazing. Wait for the teacher to see. Said. Qian Gang was also a bit disbelieving and opened the cell phone app to check. Name, Xiao Yun. Affiliation, Hebei City Branch. Yunhai Province. Dragon Kingdom. Total battle, 21. Evacuation rate, 100%. Value brought out, 16798. 28k. Match record, only today's matches are displayed. 801-0 normal difficulty, 349-1048. Segment, platinum 1 inch. 3.5 million evacuated. Seeing the data displayed on the app, Qian Gang was shocked. It was really the same as what Xiao Yun had said. He had brought out $3.5 million in supplies from that matchup this morning. Student Xiao Yun, you brought out such high-value supplies. What in the world? What level of supplies has this been searched for? Qian Gang was greatly shaken inside. That previous 1.6 million in supplies. The school estimated that Xiao Yun had touched the big gold, plus killed a few teams to acquire equipment to reach that much value. However, with 3.5 million worth in front of you, that's a lot more than just golden supplies. That's gotta be touching the red stuff. And, not just any little red, but at least a big red worth over $1 million. Only that would explain him bringing out such high-value supplies. Speaking of which, Xiao Yun, I'm also curious as to what you're driving into. Right at this moment, Lu Shirhan, who was next to him, was also a bit puzzled. Logically speaking, if it's just that one camera, it can't have such a high value, right? What? The camera? Qian Gang instantly captures the keywords. In normal times, ordinary people would only subconsciously think that it was some kind of filming equipment when they heard the words of the camera. In the immediate situation, however, the word camera is the only one that points. That's the top supply in the forbidden zone. The red level camera. Xiao Yun, is it true that you guys brought out the camera from the forbidden zone last time? Really? Do you want to see it? I'd really like to see it, but if it's inconvenient it won't be hard for you. Although Qian Gang was shocked beyond belief, he still maintained the necessary politeness. After all, the red level of material is something that affects the whole society. If Qian Gang had such a precious material in his hands, he wouldn't have taken it to just anyone. I feel like you're not a bad person, Mr. Qian Gang, so I'll show you if you want to see it. Xiao Yun smiled faintly and also pulled out the camera from his backpack, and at the same time, he was coming up with a way to rationalize the fact that he had so much big red in his safety deposit box. The difference between swiping gold from the forbidden zone is just enough to say that you've touched the red supplies yourself. In this way, the red supplies gained from opening the bounty chest are just enough to offset the difference in value of the gold brought out. And for the gold coins you sell on the exchange, just say you saved them before. The big deal was to say that Dad had left it to himself. After all, Dad had been so good at one time, so no one would probably suspect anything. This is really that red material. The moment he saw the camera, Qian Gang was shocked and stared wide-eyed. He held his glasses with his right hand and adjusted the angle, fearing that his eyes were generally blurry. As I recall, the value record for red level material is based on renting it out for a year just to spread it out. And this camera has a value of $600,000 recorded at GTI. When he thought of this, Qiangang immediately looked at Xiao Yun with an unbelievable expression. Doesn't that mean that the actual value of this camera could be $6 million or more? Exactly. Xiao Yun nodded his head silently. This Qiangang is worthy of being a teacher. He just knows what he's talking about. The average person might see this camera and wonder what brand it is. Is it Sony or Canon? And he instantly recognized the value of the camera. By the way, I touched this camera. Oh, I'm lucky, aren't I? Just then, Lu Shirhan was also frantically inviting credit. Student Xiao Yun. Student Lu Shirhan. This is something extraordinary. You guys must keep it safe. We know if you don't tell us, Xiao Yun said helplessly. From Qiangang's reaction to seeing Big Red, it seemed that this teacher was not a bad person. Without showing a hint of greed, he reminded Xiao Yun that this item was worth a lot. It was no wonder the school had sent him to follow them. He really didn't have the personality to annoy anyone. Student Xiao Yun, have any foreigners contacted you recently? Right at this moment, Qiangang also suddenly asked a question. At this moment, what he was most worried about was Xiao Yun selling these materials to foreign organizations. Although not explicitly prohibited by law, it is a serious problem for organizations such as schools that are affiliated with the crown. And Xiao Yun understood his concern when he heard this question. But if he wanted to talk about foreigners, he did meet the two escorts of Li Wenji. By the way, doesn't Jiang Kurson, who came back from the lighthouse country, count too? No. Xiao Yun still replied. That's good, even though I know you won't. As a teacher I'd like to warn you, don't do the wrong thing for the sake of a small profit. Well, the things have been shown to you and things have been promised to you. So let's not delay now. Let's go to the Forbidden Zone? Xiao Yun smiled faintly and put the camera away. After all, although this place was clean, the exchange was crowded, and it would be bad if some other passerby saw it. Okay, by the way, Mr. Xiao Yun, I wonder if you guys know anything about this map of Bakshi? Baksh? Hearing this, Xiao Yun immediately became interested. Of course I know, but isn't there no such forbidden area in the city of Haibei? Haibei City doesn't have it, but Longjiang City next door does. PS1, 4 shifts to go. I'm sorry for the late update today, but I've been watching the live stream for a while. Plus these two transition chapters. The rhythm is on the slow side. The rhythm of the chapters starting tomorrow will be fast. Please readers great patience to catch up on the reading. Fade Bird appreciated. PS2, currently 05 shifts. Chapter 114, Longjiang Impression City. Longjiang City? Hearing this place, Xiao Yun was also slightly surprised. This is a city in the next province, except that it is very close to Haibei City. 20 minutes by high-speed rail and an hour and a half by car. It was only that it was not a provincial capital city. And Xiao Yun did not expect that place to have Bakshi as a map. The allocation of exclusion zones for each region is based on the local GTI material rankings. And by entering the top 100 cities in the country, you will get the exclusion zones for this map of Bakshi. And by entering the top 50 cities, you will get the space bases. Seemingly sensing Xiao Yun's doubts, Qiangang also explained. Xiao Yun nodded silently, roughly understanding the information. Then if we go to the restricted area in Longjiang City to run the knife, will the supplies we bring out be counted as Haibei cities, or Longjiang cities? Nobody counts because we're not GTI's professional cadre. So, Xiao Yun instantly understood why Qiangang had made this comment. After all, teachers are also considered public officials, and if they add to the achievements of cities in other provinces, the leaders in the provinces and cities will certainly have opinions. How about it? Xiao Yun, go over and take a look? At this time, Lu Shirhan was also a bit eager to try. This map of Bakshi is said to be difficult to evacuate, and since Longjiang City can have a restricted area of this map, it means that the dryads over there must be more powerful. At the same time the explosive rate inside the restricted area will also be higher, and there's a better chance of touching Big Gold and Big Red. What? You want to go too? Sure, who wouldn't want to touch more Big Red out? Seeing that big schoolgirl Lu was now this obsessed with the Forbidden Zone, Xiao Yun was also very sighing. This was definitely an addiction. Anyway, if the leaders come by then, how about we take the high-speed train and then transfer to a cab and get to the school in half an hour? Want to come along for the ride? So what's the point? Let's go, Xiao Yun said and hurriedly got up. Since even the ones who were teachers weren't worried about delays, what were they worried about? Xiao Yun and his group took the high-speed train and quickly arrived in Longjiang City. And when they arrived, a few of them didn't say a word and took a cab directly to the entrance of the forbidden area of Bakshi. Only the entrance to Bakshi was in the middle of the largest shopping mall in Longjiang City, Longjiang Impression City, where there were many pedestrians coming and going, and most of them were wearing at least 3 sets of equipment. And the people who were shopping and those who were running knives had almost reached a 50-50 split. It's surprising that so many people here have come to the Forbidden Zone to run the knife. Seeing the people along the way, Lu Shurhan was also very surprised. When you compare this Longjiang Impression City with the North Harbor in Hebei, the North Harbor side has become a niche treasure location. Of course, that's just for knife runners. For regular tourists, North Harbor is still pretty crowded. Pick up the escort, pick up the escort. Platinum 2 toes 1 now. There is no little brother to take me team ah. Evacuated supplies divided in half. Half-loaded running knife ah. There are no rats teamed up to eat together. The entrance to the Forbidden Zone was at the most central location of the entire square. A huge man-made fountain. There were a lot of people gathered around, and most of them were recruiting teammates. What a hoot! Seeing this scene, Xiao Yun could not help but sigh. This top 100 city is different. There are at least thousands of people coming around to run the knife inside and out. Can you fit so many people in a map as small as Baksh? Seeing so many people around, Xiao Yun was excited and slightly worried at the same time. Even counting the Tower of Babel area, the entire map of Bakshi is only a medium-sized map. With 10 teams stuffed in the game, this map is already crowded with 30 people. And according to the setting of this world's Forbidden Zone, the hundreds or even thousands of people in front of us who entered the map would have to be crammed into the same matchup. You can't go 2 steps without running into someone, or 2 steps without a fully automated bush. Can you? Don't worry, it looks crowded right now, but it won't actually be that crowded. Qiangang also explained at this time. Although it looks like there are so many people over here, most of them are looking for their teammates. They won't go into the map until they find their teammates, and when they do find their teammates they might break up after a fight. True, Xiao Yun very much agreed. According to the experience of the game in his previous life, running knives were indeed like this. Most people are selfish in this kind of only earn and lose game, and even if they find teammates, most of them will have to break up after playing no more than 2 games. Not to mention this real world of the Forbidden Zone, where real money is used to enter the Forbidden Zone. So in that case, how many people are there in a handful of matchups? Roughly? 200 or 300. Tops. No, that's quite a lot. Xiao Yun was speechless. 200 or 300 people crammed into a bakshish. What a scene that must be. It's okay, the main thing is that everyone won't enter the map at the same time. They all enter in batches. For example, there are 50 people entering the map in the opening. After 5 minutes there may only be 10 left. Then at this time there will be another 50 people entering the map, in which there are people who will be eliminated very quickly. And the ones who went in the beginning may have already been evacuated, which is equivalent to 10 minutes although there are 100 people entering the map. But after 10 minutes there will only be about 10 people left. I get it when you put it that way. Xiao Yun nodded at once. Otherwise, I would say that Qiangang is a teacher, and immediately analyzed the situation to understand. That means that the bakshish here, while not so crowded as soon as you go in, is a constant stream of people coming in, hitting one wave and then another. That's if the forbidden area is searched for a wave of stuff to evacuate. At best you'll run into a couple teams, but if you're going to keep clearing the map in there then there won't be enough bullets to do it. This is a situation that lends itself very well to fighting a losing streak. The best plan for running knives on this map is to just go in and teleport to a high resource area and frantically search for stuff, dead or alive. Anyway, Xiao Yun had a safety box, so it didn't matter if he was killed by someone else. When you come out, you should eat and drink at the surrounding malls, play some pool and surf the net for a while, and then go back in when the next game is on. And you can eat the bounty chest's losing streak bonus when you die, so it's like a double whammy. It was only that now that the battle record was on, and with Lu Shurhan and Qiangang both in tow, Xiao Yun still wanted the battle record to look good. Just as Xiao Yun and the few others were watching by the fountain, a single figure of all shapes and sizes was suddenly appearing around the fountain. Ugh, holy shit, how lost. It's time? I didn't even notice. Shit, big bald head, it's your fault. If you guys hadn't taken so long with us would we have gotten lost? You're the ones racking at that evacuation point. So be it. Nobody's going anywhere. Not buddy, I had pocket of things hundreds of thousands of dollars As a result of this put how no one pulls the gate A bunch of crazies. All of them. Holy shit. I've got over $50,000 worth of equipment. Only this time out there were more than 20 people. It seems that the last put the action time out no one pulled the gate. All lost inside. When they came out, the group was in an uproar, with no one letting anyone in. Only a few of the self-admittedly unlucky ones waved their hands, ready to go get up their gear and enter the next round of the exclusion zone. It seems that this place is indeed miserable. Seeing this scene, Lu Shurhan also frowned slightly. A new round of matchmaking should have just begun. Come on, let's go in and see what's going on. With that, Xiao Yun took the lead and walked forward. Wait, Mr. Xiao Yun, we haven't even gotten up our equipment yet. You have entered Baksh. Chapter 115, you're in Bakshi. You have entered Baksh. Current location, southeast of the Bakshi Naval Museum. This burst, confidential. Time to end this game, 29 minutes, 55 seconds. Hint, please complete the evacuation before time runs out. Enter the restricted area. After only 5 seconds of opening the game, Xiaoyun's few people appeared in the middle of the map. Mr. Xiaoyun, why do you think you're so sloppy? We haven't even started our equipment yet. This is coming in. Isn't this matchup a waste? Just after entering the restricted area, Xian Gang was all grumbling. While there are no entry ticket restrictions to the restricted areas of this world, weapons and ammunition are a guarantee of evacuation. This was especially not a large map like Longbow Creek Valley, where both the soldiers and the cadres were more spread out. This is Bakshi. This is a place where there's an Asura soldier 2 steps away and a half uniformed, fully armored team 5 steps away. Entering Bakshi can't afford equipment, so it's not for nothing? There's no need to gear up. Wouldn't it be a loss if you dropped your gear? But, don't talk yet. Xian Gang was just about to question, while Xiaoyun was keenly aware of the movement not far away. At this point in time, several people were positioned near the container next to the former evacuation point at the Tower of Babel, and just as he landed, Xiaoyun heard the sound of a group of people talking in the containerized area. We'll have to be careful with this one. There sure are a lot of people around this museum. It's fine. We should be able to crush it with our equipment. Just be careful to line up some points to pass. Anyway, we're in 4 sets. We're just asking that we don't run into Big Brother in 5 sets, and everything will be fine. Alright, later if no one's around, let's go in and search something, then just pull the plug. We can't afford to drop these 4 sets inside. Yes, now these 4 sets of a set of price increases up so expensive. This if dropped a set I'm going broke. Come on, who doesn't know you drive a Maybach? Big deal. Go bankrupt and sell the car. Yeah, don't you have a set of villas in the suburbs of your city with more than $10 million? When the time comes to sell them all, have enough for more or less 4 sets of 5 sets. You guys are crazy. Running knives is just a hobby for fun. You're asking me to sell my car and my house? That's killing me. Xiaoyun's quiet step slowly approached, and he also heard the conversation of a few people. I have to say, the people in this high-class restricted area are just rich, one by one in villas and luxury cars. Up a set of 4 sets of 4 or 500,000 just come into play. And having heard the conversation of several people, Xiaoyun also turned his head and gave a wink to Lu Shirhan in the distance. Lu Shirhan instantly understood what he meant and returned an okay gesture. What does he mean? Xian Gang asked in disbelief. At this time, they were still far away and could not hear the team's conversation, nor did they know Xiaoyun's intentions. He said to get us a good outfit. Ha? What do you mean? Xian Gang was instantly even more puzzled. How could one not understand the exchange between these two? How can you get a set of equipment when you can't enter the penalty box empty-handed without being kicked to death as if you were a dingo on the side of the road? MS. Lu Shirhan, what exactly does he mean? Don't worry, you'll see it soon enough. Lu Shirhan smiled mysteriously, while Chen Gang was a bit puzzled. However, when he looked back, Xiaoyun's figure had already disappeared. Where did Mr. Xiaoyun go? Chen Gang just had doubts in his mind. The next second, the container was already filled with smoke. No one could be seen. Only someone could be heard howling in pain through the smoke. Ah, my eye. Holy shit. What's so white? There's a fire. There's a fire on the ground. It's burning me. The wailing in the container continued, and Xian Gang was suddenly dumbstruck. What's all this? The string of fireworks flashed so brightly that those who didn't know better would have thought they were playing CS. However, the wailing soon subsided. As the smoke dissipated, Xiaoyun's figure slowly stepped out from it. Come over here and pick up all the gear. What's going on here all? Seeing the scene in front of him, Xian Gang was instantly dumbfounded. Wasn't Xiaoyun still dressed naked and went in empty-handed just now? How come you come out now with a 4 set on and a Victor in your hand? And by the look of that Victor in his hand, it looks like he's changed it quite a bit. That's a gun that costs at least $300,000 to $400,000. Come on. Not waiting for Xian Gang to be shocked, Lu Shirhan, who was next to him, was jumping and running over. Unfortunately, this team isn't a fully loaded team of 4 sets. Xiaoyun sighed. Just one of this group started with 4 sets plus a half-modded Victor. The others one with 3 sets and one with 3 heads and 4 armors, using poor weapons, and Xiaoyun naturally stripped off the fattest set. Equipment, GT1 tactical helmet, almost new. Protection level, 4. Durability, 40 of 40. Price, 100,964. Equipment, samurai bulletproof undershirt, new. Protection level, 4. Durability, 80 of 80. Price, 182,557. Weapon, Vector submachine gun. Accessories, Whisper Tactical Silencer, purple. Vector Rapier Extra Long Barrel Combo, purple. Vector Expanded 40-Round Magazine, purple. Practical Vertical Grip, Practical Vertical Stock, Holographic Scope. Price, $447,664. This outfit alone is worth more than $700,000. Xiao Yun was also very shocked inwardly. It was still better to be in the advanced forbidden zone. The people who went into the restricted area were wearing such good gear. It's less than a minute into this opening and it's all 700,000 in, which is the equivalent of touching 2 gold bars. It's just a pity that Xiao Yun does not have a safety box that can put equipment now. Otherwise it would be a lot of money just to kill people and fight for equipment. Even if searching for something a big red is not out, a handful of them are also a lot of money. Still, it's questionable whether this one will be successfully evacuated. Bailout Classified Difficulty Bakshi. The cadre of cadres who just entered this restricted area must be crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Maybe there are quite a few GTI pros in this one. Xiao Yun was confident that he could casually evacuate. After all, a bunch of skills were stuck in his hands. However, Lu Shirhan and Shen Gang were not so good. Xiao Yun, this is for you. Lu Shirhan put the 3 heads and 4 armors of one of them on, but handed over the weapon she had picked up. Weapon, Warrior Submachine Gun. Accessories, Russian Submachine Gun Precision Silencer, purple. VFG Night Foregrip. Practical AK Rear Grip. AK Stock Buffer. AP 5000 Reflex Scope. Price, $99,097. Evaluation, suitable for newcomers. You're still evaluating the system? Seeing the extra information on the system panel, Xiao Yun was also speechless. In the game this gun is suitable for newcomers even if it is. In reality this gun $100,000 a hand, which newcomers can afford to shoot however, this $100,000 a gun and so heavy, Xiao Yun was also not interested in carrying it, and it's still hitting secondary ammo, which is not at all as impressive as Victor's primary ammo pedicure. Keep it, it's not a hard gun to use, you can try it. Well, then I can use it. Lu Shirhan put the gun in her hand and tried her aim. And it was at this point that Qian Gang came running all the way over. Student Xiao Yun, you killed someone so quickly? Just seeing his face of incredulity, especially looking at the set of equipment left on the ground, he instantly understood what had just happened. It's been less than a minute, and you've destroyed a team all by yourself. And that's without starting your equipment. Chapter 116. Why don't you believe it? Gee, it's easy. First this, then that. No? You mean you actually killed this fully loaded team with just a smoke and fire flash? After Xiao Yun's explanation, Qian Gang's face became even more shocked. He'd thought about Xiao Yun's great running blade and knew he'd be lucky to touch Big Red from the box, but he had never thought that Xiao Yun was also so powerful in a fight. This opening game is less than a minute. Bare armor directly destroyed a team of full armor team. This is still human? Alright, Mr. Qian Gang, you can quickly change into this outfit. Xiao Yun pointed to the 3 sets on the ground, as well as a PTR-32 rifle next to it. He also had no time to explain to Qian Gang at this moment, because he saw another group of people not far away. It was only that the team had average equipment on them, and the direction they were moving was towards the periphery of the museum, and it did not look like they were planning to enter the museum, so Xiao Yun did not have the intention of killing them. It's not like there's much money in killing it anyway, so you might as well search for more stuff. Is this set of equipment really for me? This is what you fought down? Fellow Xiao Yun, come on, we still have to search the museum for supplies. Xiao Yun hurriedly urged. Hearing this, Shen Gang also hurriedly suppressed the curiosity and shock in his heart and hurriedly changed into his equipment. Equipped with a PTR-32 rifle, he was considered to have completed his evolution at this point. This PTR-32, the alteration seems to be quite good. This gun is worth at least more than $100,000. Are you sure you want to give it to me? Mr. Qian Gang, the words are dense. Xiao Yun smiled faintly. Then with a thought, he directly turned on the Destiny skill for full map perspective. At a cursory glance, I could only see that the game had been open for more than a minute, and there were surprisingly at least 10 other teams on the field besides the one I had killed. This high-level forbidden area is really hot. If it were to be the forbidden area in High Bay City, a few of them added up wouldn't necessarily have so many people. Xiao Yun silently sighed in his heart while analyzing the images he saw. In all, we saw 12 teams, all 3-man teams, adding up to a total of 36 people. 4 of the teams were in the Tower of Babel, all with 3 or more sets of equipment. 6 teams playing on the periphery, one with worse equipment than the other. Instead, there were 2 teams that were already in the museum about to encounter each other at this point. Seeing this image, Xiao Yun also hurriedly checked their equipment information in detail. Just see one of the team has a 5 sets. holding a full conversion K416. Two team members but both are bad equipment. Looks like an escort in a tow too. The other team is more balanced. 3 are 3 heads and 4 armors. The weapons are changed in a strange way. Waist shooting MP5. 6 times the mirror M870 spray change sniper. Full change G18. A look at this team of 3 are more understanding. Is that the spray to change the sniper's genus is a bit of a hunt? The people in this museum are not simple. Xiaoyun silently sighed. But fortunately, several people had entered the museum and were met with a siege of Asura soldiers, and hadn't searched much yet. If you go over there now, when you get there both of their teams should just happen to have cleared the museum of machines and be ready to engage. And you don't encounter much on the way, unless someone suddenly joins the matchup at this time and just happens to refresh next to it. Come on, let's go to the museum and get something to eat. With that, Xiaoyun also took the lead in advancing. Holy shit, what the hell just happened? How did we come back to life without seeing the people? No, dudes 4 sets, dudes Victor it all fell in, next to the fountain. After the group that had just been killed by Xiaoyun resurrected, they were all very shocked inwardly. A few people got up their gear this time, ready to come to the restricted area to fish for a wave. However, who would have thought that just after entering the forbidden zone, they would encounter an event as horrifying as a paranormal event? In less than a minute's time, several people had been brutally murdered, and they didn't even see what the person who killed them looked like. Another smoke bomb, another flashbang, another incendiary bomb. Are we being surrounded by Asura soldiers? That's not right. Do Asura soldiers use flashbangs? This is too weird. I just feel like my brain fell right out after being flashed. No, aren't you wearing 4 sets? How could one shot dry rot your head armor? That cold touch. I even felt that it wasn't a bullet, but a cold dagger. How is it possible? Don't you scare me. What kind of dagger can fuck up your level 4 head in one slash? Several people looked at each other and kept talking about the encounter. There were a few people next to them who were just about to enter the restricted area, and when they heard these 3 people talking they also came to inquire about the situation. What's the situation? Why does it sound so mysterious to you guys? 4 sets went in and were dry shattered in less than a minute? Not really. In the face of the crowd's questions, the old man in the 4 sets was also a bit emotional. Don't believe me. There's something weird in this one. Don't go in there if you've got good equipment. You'll be in for a world of hurt. The 4 sets of old brothers admonished very sincerely. While penalty box runs are just a hobby for him, he hasn't run a lot of them over the years. It was the first time he'd encountered this opening minute of being directly fucked and crushed, and shattered or unarmed. Anyway, you guys up with good gear for this one have to worry about it. Don't be like me and go in there and die and lose everything. My 4 sets. The 4 sets of old brothers spoke and wailed again. The 4 sets of this loss and Victor combined, plus chest mounts, backpacks, medicines and whatnot, cost close to $1 million. If this trip dies, half a year of business is wasted. However, in the face of the 4 sets of old brothers' well-intentioned exhortations, there was no one around to listen. What kind of weird stuff? You're not awake, are you? That's right. You guys aren't going to try to make up lies to keep us out, are you? Let's go. Let's go. Let's ignore these psychos. With that said, the cadres around them entered. Seeing this, the 4 sets of old brothers were also very helpless. I've told you that this bakshi is not right. There's more than something weird in it. It's just dirty. How come you guys just don't listen when I tell you? Material, radio. Quality, purple. Price, 24,410. Supplies, fresh orange flavor energy gel. Quality, purple. Price, 18,775. Material, blood pressure monitor. Quality, purple. Price, 36,691. Enter the east wing of the museum. Xiaoyun turned on his horrifying claw move and swept around towards his surroundings, but found no one there. And listening to the commotion over in the east building, there was a machine gun brother frantically strafing the 2nd floor, while the 2 teams seen earlier seemed to be fighting over there. Seeing this, Xiaoyun also hurriedly led the 2 of them to launch a search. Xiaoyun, the gunfire over there is so intense. Is it safe for us to search here? Qiangang followed Xiaoyun's ass and searched all the way. However, the movement coming from the 2nd floor was a bit alarming to him. They're fighting. When will they search if not now? But wouldn't it stand to reason that the most basic of Forbidden Zone running knife studies must not address the hidden dangers around the area before searching? That's too theoretical for you. Xiaoyun immediately felt helpless. This Qiangang as a teacher had the feeling of being stupid in reading. And just then, there was a rush of footsteps coming from the entrance of the west building where they had just come in. Look at that. Sure enough, someone's coming. With that, Qiangang hastily raised his gun and took aim, preparing for the coming danger. However, into the museum walks but an ordinary Asura soldier. Xiaoyun sent a flying dagger to him to take him away. while looking at Xiangang in a slightly speechless manner. You're Hakimi, so capable of stress. Chapter 117, Dark Psychology. Student Xiao Yun. I'm doing this for our safety, okay? Xiangang replied in a weak tone. Xiao Yun was also very helpless. This Xiangang was shocked. He was not scared by the enemy but was scared by his teammates. But it's understandable. After all, when you're a teacher, you're usually busy with work, and you don't have much time to go to the Forbidden Zone itself. Plus, the teacher's pay scale, while a bit higher than the general population, was average when put in the context of the cadre of people who came to the Forbidden Zone every day to run their knives. Xiangang's experience in the Forbidden Zone was probably just going into it for a while when he was in college to get his diploma. Alright, just listen to me next. I'm the captain, you're the captain? You are. Xiangang smiled in embarrassment. Although he was a teacher, it was undeniable that his strength in the restricted area was indeed inferior to Xiao Yun. And the difference, it's visible to the naked eye. After all, whose good guy can take out a bunch of full formation teams by entering the map naked? Therefore, Xiangang was not mouthy and accepted the criticism with an open mind. Alright, next you guys search the -1 estate floor. There shouldn't be anyone there. Roger that. Xiao Yun had searched the west building for almost everything. There were no valuable supplies, and a few small purples were searched. According to the current situation, there were two teams at war on the second floor of the east building, and Xiao Yun definitely couldn't help but steal a few backs. So after arranging Lu Shihan and Xiangang to search for supplies on the negative floor, Xiao Yun also slowly approached towards the second floor. Thump, 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 thump dash. As soon as he got to the second floor, there was the sound of intense gunfire from next door. Eat a gun. Machine Gun Brother's voice came out, only to see him lifting his Gatling and sweeping wildly. And in the room where the large safe was kept, Xiao Yun also heard the voices of a group of people who were discussing. Brother Escort, what are we going to do here? Once this Machine Gun Brother blocks the door, there's another team outside racking us. We can't survive. Xiao Yun was also stunned when he heard the conversation between the few people inside. I didn't realize that my earlier judgment was correct. The team inside, indeed, is an escort for two bosses, one towing two. Just listening to their tone, they seem to be in a hurry now. No way. Let's wait for a wave. If we can't, we'll jump out the window and run. All with painkillers, right? Bring it on. Ugh. This hasn't even pulled the plug yet, and I don't know if I'm going to be able to take this Big Red with me. Big Red? Hearing the keyword, Xiao Yun was instantly jolted as well. Big Red coming out of the big safe room? It's only logical that an ordinary cadre should not know the combination to the big safe, and the only thing inside the room, besides the two suits, was a computer and an ammo box. The Big Red that the computer can come out with is presumably the Mandel supercomputing unit. It was only by listening to their slightly regretful tone that the mood was clearly off. If you get out of the supercomputing unit and get stuck in it, you'll be in a hurry. And the red supplies that can come out of the ammo box, does that mean? Xiao Yun couldn't bear it at once. If this Big Red was placed in their hands, it would have to fall inside the Forbidden Zone and no one would even know about it. It's still only safer to keep it in your own safety deposit box. Think about it. Xiao Yun pinched his right hand and directly an exoskeleton activated. He then came behind Machine Gun Guy and stabbed him directly to the ground. Dash. There was a scream from Machine Gun, and immediately there was no movement. And at the sound of the message, the room panicked. Run quickly. That group should be planning a strong attack. Boss, where are we going to run? Jump out the window. Take the painkillers and jump straight out the window. Several people said, hastily planning to jump out of the window and escape. However, what they didn't expect was that the one who came to surround them wasn't the team of four aces they had just seen. When they jumped down from the window one after another, the three people on the opposite side of the second floor first froze, then immediately aimed and fired. Bang! AM-870 shot rang out, and the solo round crushed the head of one of them directly. He snapped and slumped to the ground, the bullet tugging at his nerves making him twitch. Shit! There's someone else racking guns. We fell for it. They didn't break through. They just sent someone to harass. The escorting 5 sets of big brothers hurriedly found a cover and took the K416 in their hands to return the favor. Only the K416's mid-range accuracy is really limited, hitting 2 shots but not replacing one. However, while he reacted quickly, the one boss he brought with him wasn't so lucky. The other 2 on the opposite side fired a flurry of shots, and the G18 and waist fired MP5, despite their touching accuracy at long range, still shot him through quickly with the 3-stage bullets. Hearing the sound of the 2 guns, the 5 sets of escorts burst into a cold sweat. It's not right. The gunfire's not right. Didn't one of them go around the back? How come there's 3 more? When he turned his head to look, however, he noticed a small craft flying out of the window. Bear. Ah! My eyes. Hide. I can't hold the sniper. You're really sniping with that sprayer of yours. The three people on the second floor were almost blinded by the flash of light, and although the 5 sets of escorts blocked it with their hands, the image in their eyes still became blurry and they couldn't see the surrounding situation clearly. He was cold inside, in the physical sense of the word. Xiao Yun had long since arrived behind him and stabbed him in the heart. With the heirloom knife's armor-breaking effect, the 5 sets were directly taken away in one slash. Next up are these guys on the second floor. Xiao Yun smiled faintly, followed by another flashbang thrown. Is student Xiao Yun okay? Qian Gang, who was on the negative floor, couldn't help but worry as he listened to a commotion coming from above his head. It's okay, just search ours properly. Lu Shirhan, however, was very assured of Xiao Yun and touched the chassis without any pressure. No, I'm a teacher. How can I leave him there as a student? He's fighting alone, said. Qian Gang also did not know where to get the courage, and he carried PTR 32 and rushed upstairs. And seeing this scene, Lu Shirhan was also slightly speechless. What's this guy doing all the time with all the fuss? However, when she saw Qian Gang run up, she also hurriedly followed. Mr. Xiao Yun, I've come to help you. Qian Gang had just run to the first floor when he shouted out with great passion. Oh, there you are, just in time to lick the bag. Seeing the two of them appear, Xiao Yun also faintly said, Okay, I'm the best at this bag licking thing. Qian Gang hemmed and hawed and ran over in a hurry. I knew that Mr. Xiao Yun is powerful. This doesn't even need our help. One person killed this team. Great. I'll just follow you and lick the bag. So you came over here to snatch the bag. Seeing this scene, Lu Shirhan instantly reacted. This money gang, not bad for a psychology student. The art of reading people. The secrets of human nature. The sleight of hand of social. This rushing over and saying you want to help. Do people have the good sense not to share your stuff? Wait, don't lick the bag yet. And right at this moment, Xiao Yun was frowning slightly. Listen guys, is there someone coming around? When these words came out, Qian Gang and Lu Shirhan were instantly on guard as well. Only a lot of footsteps were indeed heard on the outskirts of the museum. Only it was impossible to hear if they were those of Asura soldiers or other cadres. And at this moment, Xiao Yun also took advantage of their inattention. In a hurry, he came to the drop that came out in big red and picked up his backpack. A system panel appeared. Material, military artillery shells. Quality, red. Price, 145-9184. PS1, 4 more shifts to go. Currently 05 more. Chapter 118, more expensive than a rat's life. Material, military artillery shells. Quality, red. Price, 145-9184. Sure enough it is. Seeing the large cargo in front of him, Xiao Yun was instantly a bit surprised as well. What are the odds of opening a military artillery shell from an ammo box? But for this team, even if they had hired an escort, odds are they still wouldn't be able to take this big red out. After all, at this point the gates hadn't been pulled. They couldn't take it out if they had to choose to drop their packs and withdraw. And a name tag withdrawal would require them to enter the Tower of Babel area, making it even more dangerous. In addition, the game had already started for 5 minutes, and one after another teams entered the game. Even if they broke out from the museum, it was still easy to hide from the dark arrows. And the odds are that the people who killed them licked the bag and ended up just like them. Dead to the last. Military shells may just fall to the ground. And the person who killed them won't have time to search their backpack. Or they'll be killed when they evacuate and won't be able to evacuate, causing this big red to stay in the matchup. This was not alarmist talk because Xiao Yun had just turned on his destiny skill when he saw more teams appearing in the map. Last time I looked, there were still 12 teams in the map. And this time, looking at it, I've already killed 2 teams myself. And I'm surprised there are still 15 teams in the chart. This Bakshi crowd just keeps getting bigger and bigger. Xiao Yun secretly sighed. Luckily he kills mostly with knives, not guns. Otherwise you don't know how many bullets you'll have to shoot if you want to evacuate from here. I'll watch the first floor. You guys lick your bags quickly. The second floor should be safe for now. Xiao Yun ordered. Roger that. Without saying a word, Qian Gang ran to the second floor and started licking the bag. You're really great, student Xiao Yun. You've managed to take care of 2 more teams in such a short time. Egu, worthy of being the pride of our High Bay First Middle School. So awesome. Qian Gang licked the bag while not forgetting to lick Xiao Yun. Teacher you. Seeing this, Lu Shirhan next to her had a somewhat disgusted expression. This teacher can lick too well. Teacher, please don't do this. Xiao Yun doesn't eat this. Lu Shirhan had just finished speaking, but Xiao Yun unexpectedly smiled faintly. Teacher Qian, you usually work hard. It's not easy to come to the restricted area. You eat 2 more packets. Roger roger. Hey. Lu Shirhan looked at Xiao Yun with some surprise in her eyes. He clearly wasn't like this before. The Longbow Creek Valley matchup before. He didn't brag about him too much, Did he? I touched a set of 5 and thought I was going to give them away. Results? Immediately after the evacuation, the 5 sets were asked back. Xiao Yun, you've changed. It's not right. 9 out of 10. Lu Shihan was a bit angry inside, but she did not realize that Xiao Yun was beckoning to her from below. What for? Lu Shihan didn't have the good sense to say. However, she did not expect Xiao Yun to carry a new-looking set of 5 in his hand and smiled faintly at her. Equipment, DICH-1 Tactical Helmet, new. Protection level, 5. Endurance, 27 of 40. Price, 241,100. Evaluation, can prevent the jail too. Equipment, HVK-2 Body Armor, almost new. Protection level, 5. Durability, 62 of 97. Price, 221,526. Evaluation, thicker than a rat's life. Ignoring the system's evaluation, Xiao Yun directly handed the 5 sets to Lu Shihan. Seeing her delay in putting it on, Xiao Yun also frowned slightly. What? No? Humph. You're asking me to help you bring it out anyway, right? With such a heavy armor, you won't have any mercy to let Mr. Qian Gang bring it. Lu Shihan looked angry. Seeing this, Xiao Yun also sighed. This big schoolgirl Lu, what does she think she is? What would you do with 5 sets that aren't brand new? Here you go, put it on. Xiao Yun laughed. Oh, really for me? Hearing this, Lu Shihan was a bit surprised. She received the 5 sets and looked at Xiao Yun a few times with some disbelief. After making sure he wasn't teasing, he was also very happy to put the 5 sets on. Seeing her put on 5 sets, Xiao Yun also nodded with satisfaction, because anything worthwhile, he had long ago put in his backpack. Weapon, K416 Assault Rifle. Accessories, K416AB Short Barrel Combo, purple. Payload Spiral Flamethrower, purple. Resonance 2-4 Grip, purple. AR Heavy Tower Rear Grip, purple. Shadow Strike Drag Core Stock, purple. LA3C Green Laser Finger, purple. M4 Expanded 45 Round Magazine. Miniature Red Dot Scope. Price, 472,259. Evaluation, more expensive than even the life of a rat or mouse. Had it with mouse, did you? Xiao Yun was somewhat helpless. I don't know if this system has been upgraded or not, but suddenly there's an extra rating that's kind of screwed up. This 5-set escort was seen using a fully modified K416 armed with 3-stage bullets, capable of almost piercing through most of the stick tower of Babel's Dryads. There are still some implausible parts of the change, but in a world where all people run knives, that's a pretty good level. At least this escort knows that it's time to buy hearing heads instead of big iron buckets for level 5 heads. Only even with such a powerful escort, it still couldn't stand the interference of the flashbulbs. That's the advantage of having an information gap. Ordinary people in this world don't have the skills of a special agent, and most agents wouldn't even think about dodging a flashbang from Speedclaw if they saw it. After all, how can you hide when you see that flying machine and have no idea what it is? It would work for a long time before Xiao Yun met GTI's professional players. There's 2 more guns. You take them too. Saying that, Xiao Yun pointed to the 2 guns of the 2 bosses of the escort band, an AK-74U and a Bison, and it was obvious that these 2 bosses didn't have much money left after ordering the escorts. However, the escort of this hand is considered to be a bomb single, and the boss open to the Big Red also fell inside. I guess the 2 bosses outside the escort to scold to death. Xiao Yun, when did you treat me so well? Lu Shihan beautifully picked up the 2 guns on the ground, although after some modification, but after all, it is a cheap firearm, adding up to 100,000 out. However, as an ordinary player, can have this harvest. Lu Shihan is also very happy. Of course it's good for you. Who would it be good for if not you? Xiao Yun laughed. After all, Lu Shihan was also the one who had given herself a Big Red, giving her a set of 5, which was only $500,000, and those 3 upstairs he'd seen the weapons, they were all worthless contraptions despite the fancy alterations. Just leave that crap to the money gang to lick. Lu Shihan, told you to call me Shihan. Okay, Shihan, I've been so good to you, shouldn't you reward me? Xiao Yun heatedly laughed. You, what do you want? Lu Shihan's cheeks blushed slightly when she heard this. This Xiao Yun, how come he still suddenly learned to demand rewards? But the thought that he did change his attitude towards himself did have to be rewarded appropriately. Although it seemed that Xiao Yun was now forgetting what had happened, until he remembered, he would not be able to forgive him himself. Lu Shihan thought, and her movements were a bit coy. Well, how about I give you a kiss? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun was stunned. Chapter 119, Speak Well. Lu Shihan moved quickly and wrapped her arms around Xiao Yun's neck. Xiao Yun only felt a light touch coming from his cheek, and then Lu Shihan quickly parted. Well, you've been rewarded, so don't get any ideas about this set of 5 on me later, Lu Shihan said with reddened cheeks. Who asked you to reward this? Xiao Yun was somewhat helpless. The reward he originally wanted to say was for Lu Shirhan to touch the red materials and hand them over to himself. I didn't realize there was such a surprise. Looking at the red-faced, soft-looking big schoolgirl Lu, it was a completely different stance from in school. Seems like a good idea, but then again, Big Red still has to give. By the way, did you guys touch anything good underground? Touched a bit of purple material. Sound card, video card or something like that. You want it? I'll give it to you. A video card? Isn't that a red material? Don't you dare say that. Humph. This computer is something for you boys. It's not like I know anything about it. With that, Lu Shirhan rummaged through her bag for the supplies she had searched for earlier, and since she had pulled it out, Xiao Yun accepted it without any hesitation. Material, professional sound card. Quality, purple. Price, 35,086. Evaluation, good stuff. Material, ASUS computer motherboards. Quality, purple. Price, 48,121. Evaluation, crappy stuff. Take up more space is not worth it. But you have oversized safety box, do not want. System, you're a bit talkative, ow. Xiao Yun's eyelids twitched. I don't know who this system learned from. It likes to evaluate this and that all day long. By the way, I think I touched a golden wine glass. You can ask him for it later. Lu Shirhan said at this time. Xiao Yun looked up and saw that Qian Gang was still licking his bag on the second floor, looking very focused. Mr. Qian Gang, are you still not well? Xiao Yun asked. Hold on a second. Their equipment is too luxurious. I'm optimizing my backpack. Luxurious. Xiao Yun maintains a different opinion. Those 3 men with 3 heads and 4 armors were also ragged. A buttless waist-firing MP5 and a spray-converted sniper with only a high magnification lens, which wouldn't add up to more than 150,000. The only thing that's worth a little more is probably the fully modified G18. If this thing is placed in the game in the previous life, it only occupies 2 spaces in the backpack, but the price is comparable to small gold. The G18 thing can be said to be loved by all. Rats love to use it, and full-loaded teams that kill rats love to pick it up. It's just that after 2 waves of nerfing by dog planning, not many people like to use the gun anymore. That's some damn planning. Luckily, Xiao Yun had already come to this world where there was no planning and all the people were running knives. Otherwise he didn't know how long he would still be tortured by the planning. Who's going to stand up to you nerfing something that's slightly more powerful and cost-effective? And just then, Xiao Yun, however, suddenly heard a footstep coming from the vicinity of the underground vault. It's not right. The man machine in the underground vault has, by all accounts, just been cleared. It was precisely because of this that Xiao Yun was relieved to let the 2 of them, Qian Gang and Lu Shirhan, go down to search for things. At this point there were footsteps. Could it be that someone was resurrected directly underground? Mr. Qian Gang, take your time to lick it. Shirhan, follow me back. Xiao Yun said indifferently. Lu Shirhan was wearing 5 sets, but it was safer to stay by her side. When he had just used his destiny skill, Xiao Yun had also seen several teams squatting around the museum. Since they didn't move, Xiao Yun was also unaware of their next move, and it was possible that they would suddenly rush into the museum. And there are a couple of teams on the hitter's encounter, and there's a good chance they'll have to come to the museum to pull the plug after they finish the fight. Aha! Lu Shirhan responded and also followed Xiao Yun. Oh my Big Red, oh my cannonball. Back at the entrance to the restricted area, next to the fountain in Longjiang Impression City, the 2 slain bosses were the first to be revived back here, and one of them came up crying. Shit, I didn't realize there were 2 teams inside the museum. That's not scientific. The other man was also very puzzled. Before we came in, didn't we specifically scout around? There should only be 1 team. The others should not dare to enter the museum at the second time. I don't know. It's all from that escort. Who knows if what he says is reliable or not. And that group coming up behind us was so weird. Was that a flashbang used? I think I saw one before I died. I don't know. When did this official allow ordinary people to use flashbangs? Ouch. My military shells. The 2 argued with each other. And just then, a group of people who had re-upped their gear came forward. Hey, you just said glitter, didn't you? Only to see that this team was the same team that was killed by Xiao Yun in the beginning. They had just landed on the ground, and had eaten a Thunder Fire Flash package, and were also a bit confused by the beating. Hearing these 2 people who just came out start to complain, the boss who started 4 sets of a handful of losses of more than $800,000 also hastened to come over. You guys encountered someone using flashbangs in the restricted area. 2? Yeah, but why are you using also? Did you? That's right. No, we're flashbang victims too. Then, in that case, wouldn't that team have killed both of us right off the bat? When these words came out, the boss who had dropped the shell was also instantly a bit surprised. It's been less than 5 minutes since this started. What kind of person is so powerful that they can kill 2 teams in the opening 5 minutes? Shit. What is all this shit? And just then, the 5 sets of escorts with 2 bosses were also back by the fountain empty-handed. No, brother escort, you're dead too? The 2 bosses were also very surprised to see him appear. Nonsense. That guy didn't even know what to do. He threw something that looked pretty high-tech and flew it over his head. And all of a sudden my vision went blurry. Escort grumbled. Shit. You piece of shit. You made me lose my shells. How to talk. What's the point of pretending? The shell-shocked owner gave Escort a direct slap on the head. Look at you in the restricted area as an escort. Listen to your 2 words and you're going to heaven, aren't you? In reality you still can't tell who is the boss. Sorry boss, I was wrong. The escort was instantly helpless. On this time to bring this boss really changed their face faster than turning the book. But it can't be helped. Other people spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to find their own escort. But in the end, they flipped their own car. There is indeed no way to wash this pot. But despite dropping a set of 5, Escort was still very much in the right frame of mind. It's okay, boss, you're guaranteed 300,000 anyway, so I'll raise you 200,000 if we blow the order on this one, and we'll be sure to eat hard on the next one. Ugh, hopefully. The owner who had lost his shell also looked forlorn. Ensuring 300,000 plus 200,000 is only $500,000. You know, that military artillery shell is a top-notch big red, and if it is rented out to military factories for display or research, it will cost millions of dollars a year. How many half millions would it take to make back that one shell money? Okay, have you guys had enough of this bickering? Let's just talk back to that flashbulb thing. The other team spoke up, and hearing this, the escort was instantly shocked. Did you guys run into flashbangs too? Chapter 120, Psychic Incident. That's right, and we're in an even weirder situation. The middle-aged man's brows furrowed as he recalled the situation. We met him right off the bat and ended up getting smashed before we even had a chance to fight back. That much of a stretch? What location did you guys meet him at? Container southeast of the museum. Hearing this, Escort also raised an eyebrow. The museum's southeast-facing container, which now makes everything line up. That means the team killed one of them right after they landed, before entering the museum and forcing their position back, forcing them to jump out the window and escape with their 2 bosses. So it seems that what the man in front of him is saying is really not a lie. That team killed a team unharmed before they dared to enter the museum. By the way, from what you guys just talked about, you're an escort, right? What segment? Platinum Grand, Half-Step Diamond. Hearing Escort's words, the middle-aged man's eyelids twitched. This kid can really pretend. Platinum is platinum, but also half a step on the diamond. You're just sitting here in a fantasy training program. So did you guys face that team and figure out the situation? No, to be honest, I didn't even see him in person. The middle-aged man nodded his head silently, as if the answer was within his expectations. Then do you have the feeling that this thing is very weird? What do you mean? This is definitely paranormal. Psychic my ass. Escort couldn't stand his brain wiring at once. This is clearly someone carrying a flashbang into the game. And this is still on the paranormal? However, what he didn't expect was that the middle-aged man directly just turned his head and started shouting at the crowded place. The second team of victims showed up. Now you believe it. Something is really wrong with this box today. However, even if he said that, the group of people around him who were preparing to enter the forbidden zone were looking at them with a little cute eyes at them. What's all the muttering about? Can't understand it. I don't know. I play G18s, and this one sure took it hard. Vegetable then more practice. You guys with that game cannot beat scolding others hanging like. There was a lot of chatter around them, and those teams that were ready to gear up still chose to enter in one after another. The middle-aged man slapped his head. It's over. It's all over. Tell them the truth. They don't want to believe it. You have entered Baksh. Current location, Bakshish Royal Museum, negative floor, underground vault. This burst, confidential. Time to end this game, 22 minutes, 48 seconds. Hint, please complete the evacuation before time runs out. In the middle of the penalty box, Xiao Yun brought Lu Shirhan to the negative floor and found that a team had indeed refreshed here. But as luck would have it, several people turned their heads in the direction of the east building and didn't notice anyone coming down from the west building. Thus, Xiao Yun was also directly a tiger squatting cannon at the extreme distance. It bounced off the wall and landed directly at their feet. A strong gust of air toppled the group all over, and the extreme distance of the tiger crouch cannon made it too late for them to even react. The latter goes without saying. There is no need for Xiao Yun to rush up with a knife, and Lu Shirhan next to him with a PTR-32 pike to hit the leg has killed 1.5 of them. The other half was patched up by Xiao Yun with a Victor filler shot. I have to say that Victor's gun is really good, although it is a submachine gun. But even in the middle and long distances the stability is far beyond most assault rifles, especially since what Xiao Yun had in his hand was still an almost fully altered Victor. It was even more difficult to press up. Oh, you learned to beat your feet too? Xiao Yun also laughed when he saw Lu Shihan's aim. Hey, not bad. Lu Shihan was instantly very pleased. This is all because Lu Xueqing told me that if you hit the legs, you can ignore the armor, and the armor won't lose its durability, so you can peel it off and sell it for more money. But they're wearing level 2 armor. You're shooting level 3 bullets. Ha? Class 2 armor? Lu Shihan instantly looked incredulous. This is classified difficulty bakshish. How did anyone get into a restricted area wearing level 2 armor? Xiao Yun glanced at the guns that had fallen on the ground. They were all small pistols that cost $5,000, and it was estimated that they came in to be ghouls. The so-called ghouls are the ones who don't fight for an entire round, wait for the other team to be done fighting, and then go in and lick the bag to lick what's left. They probably intended to do just that since they came in so long after the opening and were wearing raggedy gear. Only, what the team didn't expect was that they were born directly on the negative floor of the museum. The place had long been searched by Lu Shihan and Shen Gang, and the head fight had just finished. It's not a death sentence for a rat to show up in this place with nothing to lick. Oh, forgot they don't have a safety deposit box yet. Having something to lick is also killing me. What now? Pull the plug and evacuate? Lu Shihan asked at this time. I remember the 2 pull points at Bakshi, one on the second floor and one that was in the computer room on the negative floor. Not bad. Knowing where the pull point is over 80% of the knife runners already. Xiao Yun laughed. Humph. No, it's all in the textbook. Okay? Lu Shihan frowned slightly, thinking that Xiao Yun was flirting with her. However, she did not know that Xiao Yun was not flirting, not even talking about this world of universal knife running. Let's just say that in a previous life playing the game, Wild Platoon couldn't find where this Bakshi's pulling point was for every encounter. Several times Xiao Yun with the road kills all the way in from the outside. After playing the museum to clear the map is licking the bag. Let teammates go to pull the gate. The result is that the teammates can't find the pulling point directly. A team of people directly lost. This is especially true with the updated Tower of Babel map. Wild Platoon mates can't even find where the big insurance is, let alone the pull point. Oh, it seems like Xiao Yun went into the Tower of Babel the same way. But it can't be helped. Who made this Tower of Babel a signal coverage area? Mr. Xiao Yun, where have you guys been? And just then, Xian Gang's voice also came from upstairs. Mr. Xiao Yun, Mr. Lu Shihan, where have you been? There are so many footsteps around. Are there people coming? The teacher is so scared. I don't want to lose what I searched for. Why are you such a wimp? Hearing Qian Gang's words, Lu Shihan was also a bit tense. You panic like this when you meet someone. What kind of goodies did you pick up on your body? Don't panic. I'll see what happens first. With that, Xiao Yun also turned on the scanning. The results showed that there were indeed people outside the east wing of the museum. Only it looked like there was more than one group. Sweeping in 4. All 2-headed and 3 armored, with average equipment. Odds are they'll have to fight each other before they get into the museum, and they won't be able to lick any good gear if they kill them. Thinking of this, Xiao Yun also decided to search the supplies in the key room of the underground vault before saying anything. At the same time, an idea came to him. Since this C4 bomb, it can even blow up a big safe. Wouldn't it be easy to blow up a key room? Oops teacher, we haven't finished licking things down here yet, so we'll trouble you to rack your guns up there. Xiao Yun said with a smile. Chapter 121, I'm going to rack the guns? Really? Racking guns? Me? Upon hearing Xiao Yun's words, Qian Gang was also at a bit of a loss for words. What? You're going to let me hold the gun? You trust yourself that much? At his level, if someone comes in, they'll die at most 1 rack. This Bakshi's people are so strong. When the time comes, won't the remaining 2 give themselves seconds just by looking at their positions? Mr. Xiao Yun, the teacher can't. Qian Gang's voice trembled a little as he responded. Mr. Qian Gang, a man can't say no. Xiao Yun hemmed and hawed and turned his head before walking into the underground vault. Hey, hello, Mr. Xiao Yun. Qian Gang called out a few times, yet there was no response. Why isn't this museum moving? Outside the east wing of the museum, a team of 2-headed, 3 armored men are squatting nearby. Several people were just entering the restricted area, yet they didn't expect to land directly around the museum. Someone had wanted to just leave, but was talked out of it by the member who was in command. Better be careful. There might be an ambush around. It's so quiet around here. There shouldn't be anyone, right? Why don't we try a couple steps? 2 members of the team couldn't resist the urge to enter the museum. At this point in time, several waves must have been engaged inside. and the surrounding Asura soldiers, cleaned up by the previous dryads, looked incredibly normal. Not far from the fairgrounds, a number of shots rang out instead. However, the direction of several people's offense was also not the bazaar, so they didn't choose to go over there to find out what was going on. So, a couple steps, the commanding player said, and the three of them slowly wormed their way toward the entrance of the museum. Thump, 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 thump dash. However, before a few people could make it to the door, a gunshot rang out from inside the abandoned bus in the distance. Holy shit, there's an ambush. Several people panicked and took cover to hide. However, after some exchanges it was realized that the other party's marksmanship didn't seem to be very good. Fired so many rounds that none of them ended up hitting the three men, and by the sound of the shot, it seemed to hit all the way to the tin of the bus, and while the three had just taken cover, it was the abandoned bus that exposed the enemy's movements. Shit, this G18 is so hard to use at long range. Shoo, why are you so loud? Won't that give away our position? The group exchanged words at such a great volume that perhaps even the people inside the Bakshi Bazaar heard them, and the group that had just tried to stick close to the Royal Museum looked at each other in disbelief. This team is afraid it's not a cutie. Bar. With that, two of them tried to go straight up and charge them. Shit, don't be impulsive. You guys, what if it's a trap? The cadre's commanding officer hastened to admonish. He is still very calm as the brain of the team at times like this. What kind of trap could this be? You forgot what they said. They're G18 and they're there specifically to squat on us. The conductor analyzed it very calmly. If we charge in this situation, we'll have to let them sweep our legs to death. If we had a team of G18s, they'd melt us all in less than a second. So what do we do now? Just rack your guns with him. We won't move if they don't. With that, the two sides began a long battle of attrition with one team crouching and the other racking. But unlike the regular war of attrition that consumes props, this one, the fight is about patience. You have entered Baksh. Current location, Bakshish Royal Museum, negative floor, underground vault. This burst, confidential. Time to end this game, 19 minutes, 32 seconds. Hint, please complete the evacuation before time runs out. There really is someone outside. Oh, student Xiao Yun, come and save the teacher. Upstairs, Qian Gang's voice came. Xiao Yun, however, had already entered the key room of the underground vault and was ready to start searching. Hint, trigger hidden achievement quest. Mission name, Vault Thief. You will receive a rare safe box experience card for completing the achievement quest. I didn't realize there was a hidden quest here. Before he could even start searching, a system beep sounded in his head. Xiao Yun was instantly a bit surprised. I didn't realize that bypassing the key room and searching directly for the supplies inside would trigger the hidden achievement as well. But that's not right, is it? When he and Lu Shurhan took the human ladder and went up to the Longbow Creek Valley radar station drone platform before, it was also equivalent to breaking out of prison and opening the insurance off. How is it that the hidden achievement didn't trigger then, but it did now? Does that mean you have to break the coded door? Xiao Yun thought silently inwardly. As things stand, it seems that should be the only explanation. Warning, the underground vault has broken open. Please prepare all personnel to move out. Warning, warning, the underground vault has been compromised. Call out the Asura guard. And at the same time, a sharp warning sounded above the crowd. That rhythm, right on the money. It was assumed that immediately all the Asura soldiers across the map were receiving warning alerts at this moment. There's going to be a bunch of macho guys surrounding the Royal Museum in no time. Xiao Yun, are we in big trouble? And when she heard the alarms ringing around her, Lu Shurhan was instantly a little alarmed. She remembered the same alarm sounding across the map the last time she broke open the vault door at Dam Zero. At that time, it also brought in the boss of Dam Zero, Saeed, the boss of this map. Baksh, though, is a helicopter that can't target enemies inside houses, but if he's specifically crouching around the museum, it's going to be hard to escape. However, Lu Shurhan turned her head to look at Xiao Yun, only to see that he was all smiles. Hey, what's with the happy face? Lu Shurhan asked in disbelief. Think about it, there are so many cadres out there, and there are still people getting ready to enter this game one after another. Who will be the unlucky ones when the Asura soldiers surround them? Oh, Lu Shurhan instantly understood Xiao Yun's meaning and her eyes glowed. If you say so, then aren't all the people out there scapegoats? That's the idea. Xiao Yun smiled faintly. Well, why don't you get in there and open something, and I'll proceed to blast a few other doors. Roger that. By the way, remember to give me the red and gold items when you touch them. I know, I would have given it to you even if you hadn't said anything. Only after hearing Lu Shurhan's words did Xiao Yun feel relieved to leave. The first door he blew up was the room without the big safe, which just happened to be the same room Lu Shurhan was searching. And next, it was time to start blasting the other three rooms. What's the situation? Who broke into the underground vault? Nope. There's someone inside the museum. Phew, good thing we didn't go in there. North of the museum. The group that had just tried to enter the museum but were forced to rack their guns breathed a sigh of relief. I didn't realize that there wasn't a single gunshot in this museum. But someone had already broken in. If they had gone in just now, they would probably have been stolen alive. But the current situation, too, is not encouraging. There's a team of G-18s who are running out of time with them. And I don't know how much patience these guys have. Don't even think about taking a step forward. Not a single one. Can't stop me. And just then, a slightly echoing, gruff sound came from 3 different locations around the area. But all of them, hearing this voice, the group panicked. If it isn't Machine Gun Brother, Maru Spice. P.S. Today's 4 more to offer. The current 5 more. These days there are problems with the network. Wi-Fi often disconnect. Update a little late. Please readers forgive me. Tomorrow 5 more. The previous ode slowly make up. Chapter 122, out of the red again. No dude? Why did a machine gunner suddenly swipe out of this place? North of the Royal Museum. A team of G-18 rats is crouching in an abandoned bus. A team had gone past them earlier. Only their team of G-18s didn't take advantage of the opportunity. At that moment, however, while the 2 teams were racking each other's guns, neither daring to charge anyone, an Asura machine gunner was slowly coming through the market. The old man is fuming. I'll go. How come there's another one back there? Just then, another thick voice came from behind the 3. They turned their heads and were immediately startled by the scene behind them. Only countless Asura soldiers were seen following the machine gunners, while beside the machine gunners were rows of Asura shield soldiers making their way. What's with all the enemies? Is this someone who took on the task of escorting the doctor? All these Asura soldiers out of nowhere? That's not right. This only sees Asura soldiers, not GTI's escort. At the sight of this image, the voice of this team of rats was trembling as they spoke. So many Asura soldiers rushing over. They mustn't just trample them down. Calm down. We need to calm down. Right at this moment, a rat also stepped forward to stabilize the military. We're in a very secretive position, and seeing as they're supposed to be heading in the direction of the museum, they might not be able to spot us. Makes sense. And even though the group across the street is behind cover, there's a large force of Asura soldiers approaching on their side as well, and they should be the first to go down. That's right. We just need to hold on to this wave and the victory will be ours. By then, all the equipment on this team will be ours. With that said, this team of G-18 rats also stopped making any noise. Try to find places where the view is hidden and hide. Sure enough, as they expected, the Asura hordes headed straight for the museum, passing the abandoned bus without even noticing them. However, the group located between the fairgrounds and the museum was not so lucky. Something hot. Holy shit, why are there still rocket soldiers? Bang! An explosion rang out, and an officer hiding behind the green lawn was instantly victimized. The other 2 team members were startled, realizing that continuing to squat was not an option, and hurriedly thought of changing their positions. Yet as soon as they moved, it was the entire field of Asura soldiers that spotted them. They're here. The people who invaded the museum vault are here. You're damned finished. Dare to invade the vault, I'll destroy you. Any last words? Current location, Bakshish Royal Museum, negative floor, underground vault. This burst, confidential. Time to end this game, 16 minutes, 48 seconds. Hint, please complete the evacuation before time runs out. In the museum. Although the Asura soldiers were drawn away from the fire, the intense gunfire that kept coming from outside still stimulated Qiangang's nerves. Mr. Xiao Yun, you guys hurry up and lick the bag. Teacher can't hold it anymore. Qiangang shouted desperately. Luckily the gunfire outside was so intense that the Asura soldiers couldn't hear the commotion inside the museum. And at this point, Xiao Yun and Lu Shirhan were also in the underground vault and had opened all 3 key rooms. Material, clock. Quality, gold. Price, 199,972. Comments, Maru Spicy. Material, Medal of Merit. Quality, gold. Price, 82,213. Evaluation, the most valuable small gold. Material, Asala specialty wine glasses. Quality, gold. Price, 63,296. Evaluation, more than can fit in the warehouse. Xiao Yun sighed. Opened 2 big safes though, plus searched a bunch of other supply points. But the best thing that came out of the opening was just a desk clock. Luckily, this key room was blown right up with C4. Xiao Yun silently sighed inwardly. Or you'd have to lose money to open it with a keycard. Only on second thought, keycards in this world aren't worth much anyway. Opening these things would definitely pay for themselves if they could be brought out. 2. Shirhan, how are things on your end? After organizing his supplies, Xiao Yun asked. Ugh, what bad luck. Nothing good came out. Lu Shirhan walked over with her hands behind her back and a lost face. It's okay, that's the way luck is. Not everything comes out big red, Xiao Yun said. It was normal that no shipments were made. After all, Lu Shirhan touched a room without a large safe. There are 2 small safes in that room. However, he had just said his words of comfort, but he didn't expect Lu Shirhan to suddenly change her face. Ha ha, fooled you. Suddenly pulling out a bottle of gold bars, he waved it in front of Xiao Yun. Touched something good. Oh, it's a gold bar I've seen before, but it's not a bad hand, is it? Out of the red again? After receiving the gold bar, Xiao Yun was also somewhat incredulous. This bakshi comes out of the red way too often. First that convoy opened military artillery shells in the ammunition box, then Lu Shirhan opened gold bars in the small safe. Those 2 big reds alone are worth $2 million combined. Is this what bakshi's burst rate was like before planning nerfed it? Putting it in terms of the game in his previous life, as a player who entered the game at the opening of the S1 season, Xiao Yun guaranteed that bakshi's burst rate was definitely weakened. Running knives in regular bakshish in the beginning, you often get a small red and a big gold every few strokes as well. At that time, it was also the most enjoyable period of time for Xiao Yun to play, running the knife every day and shipping every day. However, after the removal of the map common bakshi, even classified bakshi is hard to see premium supplies. Whenever Xiao Yun remembered the happy times he once had, he couldn't help but sing that ballad in his head as well. Come back common bakshi, my proudest faith. The big red in the calendar. Tears inexplicably flowing. Well, now we should figure out how to evacuate, right? After searching the underground vault, Lu Shirhan also asked. We should have enough to gain from this one. Even I'm over $1 million and my backpack is stuffed. Why don't we just pull the plug and head to the evacuation point? Well, it is indeed time to prepare for evacuation. Xiao Yun nodded silently. Safety box, 158/1024. Total value, 328-8404. Glanced at the safety box. Though this one was busy fighting and searching a little less, but the 2 guns carried in his hands and backpack could add up to over $1 million worth. Together with the 4 sets on his body, which had barely broken since Xiao Yun took over, they could also be sold for a little money. With this wave of supplies cleared out, even after the 15% tax, the proceeds are close to $4 million. And looking at his 1,024-gallon safety box, Xiao Yun was also a bit nostalgic. At the end of this hand, the time limit for the safety box will almost expire, at which point a new one will be randomized. The rare safety deposit boxes that can hold skill cards, on the other hand, are still holding up until the afternoon. However, Xiao Yun did not worry much. After all, based on probability, the odds are that the next randomized safety deposit box will be even bigger than this one. 000 frame 1. However, looking at the empty safety box, Xiao Yun was also wondering if he could stuff something in it. By the way, isn't there a bunch of computers out there? Thinking of this, Xiao Yun suddenly asked. Chapter 123, Opening an Internet Cafe in front of a school. Yes, there are 2 computer rooms next to it with a bunch of cases and computers. Lu Shirhan replied. But why do you ask? I'm thinking that a lot of things in this world aren't supplies that GTI needs, but they seem to be worth quite a bit in reality. But don't. How can a normal computer be worth more than Forbidden Zone supplies? Lu Shirhan didn't have the good sense to say. And those computers are heavy and take up space, so it's a pain in the ass to take them out. I see. So, why don't you go up and meet with Mr. Qian Gang first, and I'll pull the switch in the computer room, Xiao Yun said indifferently. When she left, he too rushed to the computer room next door. Although what Lu Shirhan said was right, it was only right for ordinary people. Those computers in the restricted area were indeed top of the line, but when put into reality, a top of the line set of computers would only cost $30,000 to $50,000 at most, not as much as a small gold is worth. And as far as the average person is concerned, it's so difficult to even carry restricted area supplies, much less carry a not so valuable computer out. Only, for Xiao Yun, who had a 1,000-compartment safety box, there was no need to worry about the weight of the chassis at all. That's a 1,000 compartment safety deposit box. What wouldn't fit? It is reasonable to say that the minivan of that Zero Dam, before Xiao Yun specifically investigated, put into the safety box. It is also 20 by 30, 600 grid position. If Xiao Yun wanted to load it up, he could even load it up and take it out in a minivan. Thus, Xiao Yun also hurried to the computer room. Just see, here's a monitor, mouse, keyboard and everything. Only they are all brands that don't exist in reality. Although it can't be called a rare material, Xiao Yun has brought out a chassis before and tested its performance at home, and it was put in reality to directly blow up and kill the 5090 top. After all, it's something in the Forbidden Zone, and the performance configuration is definitely higher than reality. Thinking of this, Xiaoyun also frantically stuffed all the monitor chassis in the server room into the security box before pulling the gate. Safety box, 485/1024. Total value, 328-8404. 2 minutes later. Looking at the half-stuffed safety box, Xiaoyun was also very satisfied. It's pulled full. It's really pulled full now. Although the value displayed by the safety box had not changed, Xiaoyun was very clear that this trip to the engine room had not been in vain. He specializes in picking out those computers that are cosmetically undamaged and a matching set, enough to fill the safety deposit box with 50 sets. With so many computers, he could have just plopped a storefront in front of the school when he got out and put the machines in to open an internet cafe. Opening an internet cafe. That's quite an idea. Xiaoyun had a flash of light. You have made so much money from your own ban. You can't just leave all this money for nothing. One has to allocate the appropriate assets in reality in order to make one's social fame and status. How dignified it must be to open a luxury internet cafe in front of the school. And it's not even a lot of money compared to the investment in the Forbidden Zone. A 50-machine deluxe internet cafe pared down probably doesn't cost as much as upgrading your own heirloom pocket knife once. What's more, Xiaoyun has put together all these machines for free. Anyway, there are 2 more waves of meetings today, so we'll be ready to get down to business on this then. Xiaoyun thought silently inwardly. I have to say, today was really busy. There are also leaders from the school who are coming to visit, and researchers from the North Sea Academy of Science side are coming to meet with themselves. Since troubles pile up together, let's just go along and do them together. Mr. Xiaoyun, are you still not well? And just as Xiaoyun was thinking, Mr. Qian Gang's voice came from upstairs. Perhaps it was because Lu Shirhan had gone up, and at this point he didn't sound as scared as he did before. Come right up. Xiaoyun casually replied and then directly opened his destiny skill to check the movements of the surrounding cadres. Oh wow, there's another group coming out. Longjiang Impression City, Central Fountain. The 3 teams that had been killed by Xiaoyun earlier were still chatting about what had happened on the upper handle at the entrance of the Forbidden Zone, which, in addition to the team that died at the beginning and the escort team, there was also that team on the 2nd floor of the museum, each configured with a strange gun. They exchanged information with each other. But things were getting more and more confusing. After all, it's amazing that the 3 teams didn't even see the face of the killer before they died. Even if one team was like this, all 3 teams were like this, and there was no shortage of experts like the Platinum Grand Circle among them. This caused the crowd to speculate on that mysterious team. If you ask me, that's definitely the GTI pros. Where else would they get all those props? Nonsense. No matter how good the professional players are, it's impossible for them to kill 3 teams in a row in the opening round. They'd have to be slow to search and line up points to enter the museum. If you ask me, this team must be open for business. TMD, I felt out a shell and came after it. DMA. Absolute bloodhounds. You're playing stupid with your simulator, aren't you? Where do you get off in reality? Several people have argued. The Platinum Escort brother, however, had spotted the trio who had just failed to evacuate from the penalty box. Something similar happened to you 3? Brother Escort asked. How do you know? See only. The 3 men who came out this time were the same 3 who had set up gunfire with the G-18 Rat Pack on the north side of the museum. This is too weird. How did this happen to Baksh? Yeah, we thought it was strange too. We've never encountered it before. Yeah, when did this Bakshi have so many soldiers? I pissed myself the moment those 3 machine gun brothers came out. And I didn't realize there were 3 rocket soldiers up on the roof. Yes, especially with their flash props. Wait, flash? What flash? Brother Escort and the man frowned, realizing that things didn't seem simple. It's not like they're talking about the same thing. On second thought, though, could it all be inexplicably connected? Thinking of this, Brother Escort also pulled out a pack of soft lotus and gave one to the man. Older brother. In detail. Mr. Xiaoyun, haven't we already pulled the gate at one of the evacuation points? Why do we still need to pull it? Chen Gang came to the 2nd floor and pulled down the evacuation gate of the Great Northern Bathhouse of Bakshi at Xiaoyun's command. Still, it was a very puzzling question. Didn't we pull a gate for nothing and let a team go? That you don't understand? Xiaoyun asked with a smile. Qian Gang shook his head with an expression of resignation. Think about it. What is the most dangerous situation to encounter when evacuating? The rest of the team squatting at the evacuation point? That's right. Bakshi is a map where most of the playing positions are to the north of the museum. And the people in the Tower of Babel shouldn't have split at this point in time. I see. You're trying to get everyone north of the museum to go to the bathhouse evacuation point when the time comes. So we'll encounter fewer people evacuating in front of the Tower of Babel. Qian Gang suddenly came to a realization. Worthy of being Xiao Yun's classmate. You're really smart. Hey, I thought of this. Don't tell me you didn't think of it. Lu Shirhan narrowed her eyes with an expression that saw through Qiangang. When she heard Xiaoyun say pulling 2 gates, she, a less experienced cadre, had thought of his intention. How could this Qiangang not have thought of it? Let's just say that the man's licking skills are really high. Pretending not to know, and then complimented Xiaoyun with a wave of compliments along the way. Wouldn't this good feeling just rub off on him? Only, what Qiangang did not expect was that at this time, Xiaoyun was smiling mysteriously. Mr. Qiangang, I heard that you touched the golden supplies to come? 124. The missiles are coming. Ha? Golden supplies? Is there any? Qiangang's eyes fluttered at once, whistling to ease the embarrassment. Obviously, you touched a golden wineglass to come. Lu Shirhan looked straight through and pointed at Qiangang's bulging shirt pocket and said, Teacher Qiangang, but before, we had agreed that we would make an offering to me when we touched the gold-red quality materials. Xiaoyun smiled faintly and extended a hand, waiting for him to consciously hand it over. Though in a normal group, whoever touches the supplies belongs to him, unless the escort takes orders and touches the good stuff and voluntarily turns it into the boss. But the situation was different on Xiaoyun's side. He killed so many people. This money gang licked so many bags do not show that it cannot be said, right? It's not like he's short on the tens of thousands of dollars. But rules are rules. Today we have a small gold stash. Tomorrow we have a big gold stash. And the day after that we have an African star stash. Anyway, looking at this teacher, I guess he'll follow himself until the leader comes to inspect. If he really touches something good and doesn't turn it in, then he'll lose money. Or Lu Shirhan, student, you have a good memory. If not for you saying so I would have forgotten. Under Lu Shirhan's stern gaze, Qiangang smiled awkwardly and somewhat reluctantly felt out the gold cup from his shirt pocket. Xiaoyun snatched it up and loaded it into his backpack without mercy, and immediately transferred it into the safety box. Ooh, my gold cup. Okay, stop it. Take, you got to eat good. Xiaoyun said that he was also planning to lead a few people to the evacuation point from the south of the museum. When he used the destiny skill earlier, Xiaoyun looked at the situation on the field. The Tower of Babel was now crowded with 20 teams. But fortunately no one was squatting at the evacuation point in front of the Tower of Babel. If he went over to take up a position now, then even if someone wanted to come over and cause trouble, he would be able to take care of them easily. But, just as Xiaoyun led several people all the way out of the museum, he was about to head to the evacuation point. Xiaoyun, however, suddenly had his eyelids fluttering, always feeling that something was wrong. Wait, isn't there something I'm forgetting? Xiaoyun frowned slightly as he thought carefully. Right. How come the quests for the hidden achievements don't prompt for completion? Xiaoyun hurriedly stopped and pondered over his previous experience of completing the mission. Does that mean you have to clear all the human machines refreshed north of the museum to complete the achievement? Xiaoyun thought carefully about his previous experiences of completing the achievement a few times before. Dam Zero was the one that encountered Saeed that time and managed to kill him. The Longbow Creek Valley one didn't run into Reyes while doing the quest, but Reyes had also been killed by him long before when he was at the radar station. And that damn Buster in the back managed to get past opening the last supply room by killing a bunch of minions before the last mission point. Mr. Qiangang, when you were on the second floor just now, did you hear any helicopter movements around you? Xiaoyun asked. A helicopter? You mean Blue Hawk helicopters, right? Qiangang pondered for a while, then replied with great certainty. That's not what I heard. Sure enough, Xiaoyun nodded his head silently. The boss of the Bakshi map, known in the game as the Blue Eagle HAVK-64 helicopter. In this map where Asala Hop Havoc coexists, the helicopter that serves as the boss is not a force on either side, but was sent by GTI to clean up the riot. Though in the game, the helicopters don't deal damage to machine, but instead only attack the players. But in this real world of the Forbidden Zone, things are not so good. The way things are going, it looks like you'll have to clear out the soldiers refreshed in the north in order to reach the hidden achievement. There shouldn't be anyone over at the evacuation point, so you guys go ahead. Qiangang just wanted to inquire while Xiaoyun was directly exoskeleton activated and ran in the opposite direction. Let's go. Don't freeze. Lu Shirhan took the lead towards the evacuation point. She had complete faith in Xiaoyun's command. Only as soon as Xiaoyun left, Qiangang instantly became a little weak in the legs. What if there's someone squatting at this evacuation point? Without Xiaoyun, how should they fight against the squatting rats? However, seeing that Lu Shirhan had already left at a fast pace, he also chose to follow. Lu Shirhan, student, wait for me. Current location, Bakshish, north of the Royal Museum, south of the Bakshish Fairgrounds. This burst, confidential. Time to end this game, 12 minutes, 21 seconds. Hint, please complete the evacuation before time runs out. Shit, why aren't these soldiers breaking into the museum yet? The G-18 Rat Pack squatted in the abandoned bus for half a day. Yet all around was a constant stream of people coming in, constantly drawing fire from the Asura soldiers. This resulted in the Asura forces circling around the trio all the time, messing with their minds. There are too many people here. How come there's one team after another? It can't be helped. That's the way it is with Bakshi's map. The place is small and crowded. Who made him guaranteed a classified explosive rate? Shit. With so many dead people around, I really want to savor these bags. Looking at the parcels of one dryer on the floor, the 3 rats cried with gluttony. If he licked them all, he'd have to eat a lot. However, it was always just a fantasy as well. They wouldn't get a chance to savor the corpses as long as the surrounding Asura forces didn't enter the museum and keep coming. Shoo! However, just then, the sound of a rocket taking off into the air was loud. What's that noise? A rat was instantly alert. The sound wasn't a bazooka shell. It sounded far faster than that. He looked up, only to see a roving missile coming towards the spot where the Asura soldiers were densely packed. Bang 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 bang. The missile explodes and scatters a barrage of smaller bombs that begin to burst. There's a bomb. Run. Ah. No good. Incoming missiles. The Asura soldiers wailed at once. It's amazing that this one bomb came down and cleared a quarter of it straight away. Holy shit. Seeing this scene, the rats in the abandoned bus were shocked. Why does this missile even have auto-tracking? This isn't something the Asala forces can afford to use, is it? The power is too fierce too. They had just clearly seen that the missile had rotated nearly 180 degrees in the air, as if it had been maneuvered. Several people, who had ever seen this scene before, were deeply shocked. Shoo! Without waiting for a few people to be shocked, another missile blasted towards the position of the Asura unit immediately afterward. Bang! 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 Bang dash! A series of explosions rang out, and most of the Asura forces that had just been raging died at once. Only 3 machine gunners, for the moment, held their ground. It's the weaklings who cry escape. Old man steel plate. It's still resistant. Several machine gunners barked and scanned the area for movement. The next second, however, all that awaited them was the sound of patrol missiles being fired. Shoo! Hint, complete the achievement task. Get rewarded, random rare security box experience card X1. Chapter 125, 3 kinds of people. Hint, complete the achievement task. Get rewarded, random rare security box experience card X1. Who dash? Xiaoyun let out a long sigh. After scraping the bottom of the barrel, I finally finished this hidden achievement. This way, he had 3 common experience cards and 3 rare experience cards in his system backpack, and he remembered that the next system mission was to evacuate 3 times in Bakshi. Wait for 2 more games and get the experience card again. Can't spend it all. Can't spend it at all. Xiaoyun was inwardly gorgeous and also rushed to jet propulsion plus exoskeleton activation. His mind cut out the heirloom dagger, and rushed towards the evacuation point at a speed and its terrifying speed. This battle just now could be considered very difficult. To the north of the museum there was not only a large group of regular soldiers, but also 3 machine gunners lined up ready to enter the museum. Luckily, Xiaoyun was skillful and gave that side 6 rounds of patrol missiles in a row. Under the crazy blasting of the patrol missiles, even brother machine gun couldn't cut such high explosive damage, and after killing the 3 machine gun brothers, the hidden quest was finally completed. I should have known I shouldn't have wasted those 2 missiles, Xiaoyun thought silently inwardly as he hurried alone. The first 4 missiles had actually blown 3 machine gun guys to the ground. Only at the same time of launching the missiles, he was seeing that there was inside that bus, but there was a group of cadres in sight. Looking back, it seems like this team has been crouching since the opening 5 minutes. In the face of such an abominable enemy, Xiaoyun also directly rewarded them with 2 rounds of patrol missiles for them to take away. In his previous life, Xiaoyun hated 3 kinds of people when he played games. Those who squat with a G18, and those who don't allow themselves to be rats and mice and squat with a G18. Just look at them in Class 2 armor with an unmodified G18 in their hands. After Xiaoyun killed them, he was also too lazy to go over and lick the bag. Xiaoyun, hurry up and hurry up. There's almost not enough time. I just saw Lu Shirhan and Xiangang both, only to see them hiding behind the evacuation point cargo box and waving their hands towards them. Only, Xiaoyun's speed far exceeded their expectations. With this distance of 200 meters, in less than 2 seconds, Xiaoyun flew in front of them. This, Mr. Xiaoyun, you practice sprinting? Seeing this scene, Xiangang was also very shocked. Lu Shirhan, on the other hand, seemed very calm. After all, Xiaoyun's speed, which she had seen before, was indeed very fast. Xiaoyun, this is for you. Material, Type E canisters. Quality, gold. Price, 56,306. Verdict, great contraption for building things. Too bad the host doesn't have a secret service. Just after arriving at the evacuation point, he only saw Lu Shirhan very excitedly pulling out a canister, saying that she was going to hand it to Xiao Yun. Taking a look at the large medical kit that had been touched next to her, Xiao Yun was also aware that her character had broken out again. You take it. Xiao Yun smiled and touched her head, signaling her to take it for herself. Anyway, this turned in a gold bar from Lu Shirhan. The task was already completed, and it would be better to take this small gold yourself than to let her earn a little more. Ugh, I envy you guys. Looking at the two, Qiangang also sighed. Both of you are guaranteed to be sent to Qingbei when the time comes to go to college. Every day to fall in love with more time. Think once. Teacher me, why not have a long run of love that is engraved in my heart? Seeing that he was about to start reminiscing about that year, Xiao Yun impatiently covered his ears. Who asked you? Lu Shirhan, on the other hand, was listening with interest. Oh, what happened then? Evacuation successful. Duration, 21 minutes and 37 seconds. Council harvest, 548-0427. Returning to reality once again, Xiao Yun felt that the air around him had become a bit humid. Unlike the drought in this map of Baksh, the entrance to the Forbidden Zone is around the fountain, and the proceeds of this handful were also very satisfying to Xiao Yun. A military shell, a gold bar, plus a security box of top-of-the-line computers. Although the system was showing 5 million evacuations, Xiao Yun knew that the gains from this hand were much more than that. I was so in love with her at the time, and she was so in love with me. It's a pity. Alas, it is a pity. It became a regret that I've always had and still have to this day. Ugh. Sorry. Okay, you guys, stop discussing it. Looking at Qiangang, who was still recounting his experiences during his first love, Xiao Yun was also helpless. That's a good teacher. He's immodest all day long. Who's the good teacher who's here gossiping about his love affairs with his students when he evacuates? Anyway, you must be brave. Yes, teacher. Walking to where you want? Xiao Yun's eyelids twitched. This Lu Shirhan really listened to the story he told. Oh, we've evacuated. Shu, be careful. Xiao Yun made a silent gesture and his eyes flicked towards the surroundings. Something doesn't seem right about the way the people around us are looking at us. After Xiao Yun reminded them of this, Lu Shirhan and Qiangang also immediately noticed the abnormalities around them, only to see that the people in the distance were down. But there were several teams around the fountain. Several people with different expressions surveying the few of them. Mr. Qiangang, lead the way. Where is the exchange here? Oh, it's on the second floor of the mall. All the trading spots over there. Qiangang said and also hurriedly walked towards one of the buildings. However, before he could take 2 steps, the teams of people who had just sized them up were the ones who had surrounded them. And one of them, moreover, stood directly in front of the 3. Hey, you guys successfully evacuated? That person's face did not look good, and Xiao Yun instantly recognized that this person was the 5 sets of escorts that he had killed earlier. And at that moment, his 5 sets were on Lu Shirhan's body. This isn't going to be trouble, is it? When Xiao Yun thought of this, he also hurriedly pulled Lu Shirhan and the two of them retreated behind Qiangang. Well, it was just a lucky fluke, Qiangang said with a smile. At this time in reality to face this bad-faced escort, he did not appear to be as scared as in the Forbidden Zone, but instead, his expression was natural and very calm. I say, you're the team that sneaked up on us. My military shells. You're the ones who took them, aren't you? The 2 bosses also stood out, their eyes staring straight at Qiangang. No, we haven't seen you guys inside the Forbidden Zone, have we? You guys recognized the wrong person, right? Qiangang responded with a smile on his face. Looking at his expression at this moment, Xiao Yun also raised an eyebrow. Obviously just been in the penalty box and wimped out like a dog at the slightest hint of movement. How come you're so relaxed now? Is there such a big difference between this guy in the box and out of the box? What's the point of talking so much? When the escort gave the order, the 2 bosses made a sudden move. You guys don't mess around. This is a society of law and order. Qiangang warned while unfolding his hands as if he was trying to protect the 2 Xiao Yuns. However, what he never expected was that the 3 people in front of him organized the body armor they were wearing, and then poofed to the ground. Great God, take us. Aha. Aha. Chapter 126, Crazy Plans. You guys really have the wrong guy. Seeing the 3 of them suddenly kneel down, Qiangang was also a bit at a loss for words. What's going on with these 3? Is it necessary to do this at the first meeting? Although Qiangang hadn't met the 3, he could roughly react to the situation in front of him. These few people should be one of the teams that Xiao Yun had just killed. Only what they said about artillery shells and whatnot. But it was confusing to listen to Qiangang. And you say it's not you guys? Isn't this my set of 5? Big Brother Escort pointed to the equipment Lu Shirhan was wearing and said aggressively. Only at this time he was kneeling on the ground. But he didn't have much momentum. I don't know. It's something we picked up. Picked up? Hearing this, the escort was also skeptical. The three men rose slowly, all wondering if they had the wrong man. Where did you pick it up? Evacuation point. Qian Gang lied without leaving a trace. So you went to the evacuation point and killed the team that was about to evacuate and then picked up their gear? Without waiting for Qian Gang to explain, that escort was the one who had already brainstormed the image of several people picking up 5 sets. This made Qian Gang a bit surprised as well, but he went along with it. That's right, we were squatting at the evacuation point ahead of time. I see. I'm sorry, we may have recognized the wrong person. Escort sighed. To be honest, Qian Gang's answer did make sense. If Qian Gang said he picked it up from the museum, then he would have to start suspecting a few people. After all, the team that can touch the bag from the museum and still manage to get out of it has a certain strength in itself, and it's even more impossible to grab the bag from the hands of that mysterious team. It seems that even masters make mistakes. Alas, you rats, the escort said, and was slightly agitated. This is the wrong person. Didn't you just kneel for nothing? And just then, the boss next to him stepped forward. It's not right. They might be fooling us. What about the military shells? What? They even have military artillery shells in their bags. You didn't say so. What I didn't say earlier. How can I say it? At this moment, Xiao Yun was also bursting with acting skills, a chagrined look on his face, looking as if he really did forget to lick his bag. Ugh, there wasn't enough time to evacuate. I should have just switched bags. That boss didn't know what to say at once, though I should have known that the odds were that shell dropped would be the end of it now. Those who picked it up passed it from one to the next, all in a hurry to evacuate and ended up lost in the forbidden zone. But while hearing the news, he was still very sorry. If you don't believe me, I've got some rags in my bag. I should have known I should have just replaced his bag, Xiaoyan said and also displayed his backpack. There really were no military shells in it, as they had long since been stuffed into his safety deposit box. And seeing this, Lu Shihan and Qian Gang also displayed a wave of backpacks, due to the fact that both red and gold were handed over to Xiao Yun. Apart from Lu Shihan, who had a canister of poison filtration, the two of them also had a bunch of small blue and purple rags in their backpacks. Of course, they're still worth quite a bit of money. Just looking at that disheveled backpack, it does look like a feral rat pack. It really doesn't seem to be them. Shit, then we're not kneeling for nothing. The two bosses talked to the escort and also cleared a few people at once. So, bosses, we'll go ahead and take care of the supplies, said. Xiaoyan let Qian Gang lead the way and the three of them quickly left. And although he knew that this team might not have any malicious intent and just wanted to let himself lead them, Xiao Yun was still unwilling to reveal his identity. After all, trees were big and he didn't want unnecessary trouble. And as they watched a few people walk away, a few other teams gathered around the escorting group. So, they're not that mysterious group of powerful people? Well, I suppose so. According to them, that team of mysterious strongmen may have been squatted to death and gotten out before they did. Alas, I don't know what kind of existence they are. So mysterious, and they seem to have triggered hidden quests, and I wonder what rewards they got. If you're dead in there anyway, you can't bring out the reward even if there is one, right? What a pity about my military shells. Several teams have been talking about it. Suddenly, however, the escort was suddenly frowning. Wait, what did he just say about changing bags again? I think it's a straight swap between someone else's bag and your own. That way you can bring out military shells. But isn't that a tactic used when the load is high? Aren't they at the evacuation point? Wouldn't they just carry the bag and bring it out with them? At these words, the surroundings fell silent. Yeah, normal pack swapping. That is, the operation of not coming a few licks after a kill and being some distance away from the evacuation point, and then just swapping someone else's pack to head to the evacuation point. If they were at the evacuation point, wouldn't they have evacuated together with their bags? Only the crowd was quiet for less than a few seconds, but they started discussing again. A team of rookies. Indeed. This is too much of a dish. If we can't bring out this shell, we'll lose tens of millions of dollars directly. Come to the exchange. Although the venues differ, the layout here is essentially the same as in Warehouse 8. And after Xiao Yun finished selling the supplies this time, other than the artillery shells and gold bars as well as a safety box of computers that he didn't sell, all the other things were also emptied, including the seat clock. This wave of sales came down to over $3 million instantly. At this time, Xiao Yun's account was already up to more than 15 million deposits. Even if this money is put in the bank to eat interest, at 2% a year, it's $300,000 of interest a year. Over $20,000 a month is totally enough to lay an average family flat. In addition to that, there were also 3 each of common and rare safety box experience cards in the system backpack. Looking at the imminent expiration of the safety box, Xiao Yun also did not bring any hesitation and directly opened an ordinary safety box experience card. Get props, 70 by 70 security box, 1-day experience card. Holy shit! Xiao Yun immediately trembled. Looking at the golden safety box experience card that appeared in the system's backpack, he was also instantly a bit shocked inwardly. Out of the money. This isn't the little gold in the penalty box. It's the little gold in the experience card. Although it is only the lowest grade among the gold colors, the capacity is very exaggerated. 70 by 70. That's a 4,900 cell safety box. Close to 5,000 compartment safety box. 70 by 70 safety box. 1-day experience card. Open it to get a 70 by 70 safety box with a 1-day expiration date. Looking at the experience cards in the system's backpack, Xiao Yun was also very shocked inwardly. Only at the same time, he was very bitter. I can't even fill up my own 1,000 compartment safety box. What's this 5,000 compartment safety box going to do? It's hard to really stuff Hunta in there. No, ordinary supplies won't satisfy the appetite of this safety deposit box anymore. Thinking about the mechanism of this map of Bakshi, Xiao Yun suddenly had an idea. Didn't he have to board a helicopter at the end of that mission to escort the doctor? Putting out a helicopter. What's up with that? PS1, 5 more today. 1 more chapter to go. For chapters currently owed. PS2, featured review, Faye Bird. I've been chasing your new book since January, and when I saw that you wrote about Xiao Yun touching a military artillery shell, I ran my own knife and sure enough it came out. Too powerful, Faye Bird. In the future, as long as I'm still alive, I'll give you even more feeds every day. Don't believe rumors. Don't spread rumors. The comment is really not a small number. All of you hikers, if a trouble, point attention. Feeding good luck when the head. Chasing more good things come in pairs. Feeding plus chasing more to put the big red. Chapter 127. What are you doing here? How much did you guys make last hand? Xiao Yun came to the lounge and saw that Lu Shirhan and Chen Gang had both sat down, so he opened his mouth and asked, in total, I made $700,000. That's equivalent to my salary for 10 years of work. Chen Gang had an excited look on his face. He never expected that Xiao Yun would be able to bring him to make so much money. Originally, when he came to Bakshi today, he was thinking that he would have to lose more or less money on equipment. After all, the lowest Bakshi is classified difficulty, and the cadre in it is basically 3 sets or more. Aside from the squatty rat players, everyone else averages at least 150 to 200,000 worth of war chests. As an ordinary family, Money Gang can not so much money to bring loss. Originally thought a hand up 2 or 3 million equipment can evacuate a hand on the blood earned. But I did not expect Xiao Yun to go in naked and directly give the museum a kill through. Student Xiao Yun, those props you used should be quite expensive, right? Chen Gang asked at this time. He had witnessed Xiao Yun using pyrotechnic flash props in the restricted area. Only he didn't know that these were Dryad skills and thought that Xiao Yun had bought them from outside the restricted area and brought them in. It's not expensive. It's just some normal props, pyrotechnic flashes of sorts, picked up from Asura soldiers. In order to avoid suspicion, Xiao Yun also explained. That's so, but you were able to use the props so skillfully. No wonder you were able to reach 1.6 million evacuations before. Chen Gang silently sighed. To be honest, in fact, to this day, he still has some disbelief about the fact that he made $700,000 a handful of times. In his perception, the Forbidden Zone had always been more danger than opportunity. Just like playing mahjong, ordinary people lose a lot of money and win little, and only professionals can make a steady profit from it. However, this Bakshi that he fought with Xiao Yun had completely overturned his perception. This Xiao Yun, how can it be so easy to kill someone in a restricted area? It was a matchup that came down to the wire, and almost none of them were in any particularly dangerous situations. This was completely different from the forbidden area that Chen Gang had perceived. In this society, the average person's salary is only $4,000 or $5,000 a month, the better $7,000 or $8,000, and those who earn more than $10,000 a month are a minority. And it's amazing that Money Gang was able to make $700,000 just by evacuating the penalty box. Otherwise, why don't I quit being a teacher and run knives after you? Chen Gang said with a smile. It was a thought that had just occurred to him, and it just came out of his mouth for some reason. Mr. Chen Gang, are you serious? Ugh, I can't. There are so many other students at school that need me, so just take it as a joke. Chen Gang smiled bitterly. Although he said it was a joke, Xiao Yun was aware that it was something he asked from the bottom of his heart. The Forbidden Zone is such a place where some people get rich overnight and others lose their homes. Just kidding. Xiao Yun sighed in relief. Brother, don't quit your job in a hurry when you really get a taste of it. You want to run the knife with me? I'm not taking you yet. After all, Qian Gang in the penalty box is a completely different character from now. Fairly composed in reality, panicked when he got to the penalty box. If it wasn't for the fact that he was able to see through the whole map, it was estimated that he might have died directly on the road as he followed along. And Xiao Yun wouldn't even know it. Only at this moment, Xiao Yun was even a little worried. Will he go back and be satisfied with those 1-month paychecks after he's made a quick buck with this money gang himself? Don't be bad if you end up harming him when you take him for a day to make money. Suddenly, Xiao Yun was struck by an idea. Mr. Qian Gang, do you like playing games? Play? What kind of person doesn't play games these days? Qian Gang laughed. What? What kind of game does student Xiao Yun want to play? The teacher will take you. No. I was going to say, didn't you make $700,000 this hand? Or we could joint venture and open an internet cafe across the street from the school? Xiao Yun laughed. His own last put brought 50 top configuration computers out of the restricted area. A set worth at least $20,000. And he was worried about finding a way to turn it into cash. If you fool Qian Gang to open an internet cafe with yourself, when the time comes, let him invest $1 million in it, and say that it is a share of the equipment money. This evened out the risk again, and Xiao Yun could still make some from him. It's like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Just $1 million will do. You invest the investment equipment money and I'll do the rest. Well, Qian Gang was somewhat helpless. A good suggestion indeed, but in my capacity as a teacher, I'm not allowed to run a store by rule. Also, forgot there was a rule about that. Xiao Yun had some regrets. Xiao Yun, do you want to open an internet cafe? Just then, Lu Shirhan also asked, how much money do you need? I can give you ya. It's not that I'm short of money. It's just that it's fun to have someone to partner in something like opening a store. Xiao Yun laughed. Partner with me? I actually love playing games. Lu Shirhan asked as she leapt to her feet. And when Xiao Yun looked at her little eyes, he was suddenly crying and laughing. This Lu big school flower they are thinking of fooling others how you also rushed up to be fooled. This is not a small amount of money. Oh, if you want to take an equity stake, at least $1 million. I sold my last supplies for $2 million after tax deduction. Just take me one. Then you will be the owner of the internet cafe. I will be the boss's wife. And you will be guaranteed admission to Tsinghua University's name out. Surely a bunch of students will come to our internet cafe to surf the internet. Later, Xiao Yun was somewhat helpless. He himself hadn't even considered that much. And this Lu Shirhan was already thinking about the future. By the way, Mr. Xiao Yun, how much did you earn last hand? And just then, Qian Gang was also curious. It's not much. It's just over $3 million when it's sold out. Xiao Yun laughed. Raider Xiao. Hearing this, Qian Gang was a bit dumbfounded. A handful of no-go zones, over $3 million. That's enough money to buy a suite downtown for what you make running a knife. That gain, too, is too much. Qian Gang originally thought that he had licked so many bags and made $700,000 was already exaggerated enough. Unexpectedly, Xiao Yun was still breaking his perception. To be honest, student Xiao Yun, although I knew before that you were very powerful, I never thought that it would still be beyond my imagination. Qian Gang pressed the shock in his heart and slowly said, your current GTI rank is platinum, but your strength is definitely above diamond. Even most of the Black Eagle segment is inferior to you. What's the word? Of course I have. Qian Gang pushed up his glasses and then began to explain. According to the official data given by GTI, the combined earning loss of a platinum-level cadre for a year is already average when it can reach 2 million, while a diamond-level cadre can earn an average of 10 million a year, and the Black Eagle level is more than 50 million, and you're still running knives at zero cost without equipment. Even the props are pulled out from the soldiers, so you don't have to worry about losing money at all, Qian Gang said, also growing surprised. This is still 4 months away from the start of the school year at Qingbei University. You won't reach the Blackhawk segment and become a GTI professional cadre before then. Will you? Who knows? Xiao Yun smiled faintly. He did have this intention. Just entering college as a GTI professional team member. I'm afraid this starting point of yours is a rare sight in 100 years. Qian Gang was shocked, while Lu Shirhan next to him was also surprised. She knew that Xiao Yun was powerful, but she didn't know that it was actually this powerful. And just at this moment, Qian Gang's cell phone ringtone was suddenly ringing. Hello? Oh, okay, we'll be right back. What? Wait for me to ask, haha. Qian Gang received the call halfway, but suddenly turned his head towards Xiao Yun. Ms. Yu Yuya said she wanted to talk to you for a moment. Chapter 128, Who am I if you are Xiao Yun? Hearing that it was Yu Yuya calling, Xiao Yun had no choice but to take the call. Just as he heard a somewhat conspiratorial tone coming from the other end of the line. Fellow student Xiao Yun, you've finally given up on chatting with me. Listening to her smiling tone, Xiao Yun was also instantly covered in goosebumps. Unlike the usual sternness, this kind of smile would instead make Xiao Yun feel scared. I heard that you and Mr. Qian Gang have gone to Longjiang City, and you've even blacked out on me. Do you not like me as your homeroom teacher? It's okay, you should have told me earlier. I'll get you a new homeroom teacher. Mister, you don't be like this. Xiao Yun had a bitter look on his face. He had always had a lot of respect and love for Yua, his homeroom teacher. Although not as youthful and pretty as Lu Shihan, it is very charming. What's more, she was also a diamond-level cadre, and her strength could be quite a bit stronger than Qiangang. It was Xiao Yun who was also a bit puzzled as to why she would choose to come to the school as a teacher when she was such a capable cadre. According to what Qiangang had said, a diamond-level cadre could make an average of $10 million a year from the Forbidden Zone, so even if she was below average, she would still have no problem making $5 million, right? This year in the Forbidden Zone must have earned more than in school. So what? MS. Yuya, has the leader arrived at school yet? You also know that the leader is coming. Then you still go to the Forbidden Zone with Qiangang. I've seen Mr. Qiangang posting his friend circle. You made $700,000 by taking him. Right, TSK, it's really a huge amount of money. Yuya said with great dissatisfaction. Alright, big deal. Why don't we team up with you next time? Am I talking about this? You guys hurry up and come back to me? Or the city leaders will lose their temper if they wait too long. Saying that, Yuya also hung up the phone. Xiao Yun sighed helplessly. This Yuya was also lying without a draft. What a temper the leader could have. Daring to lose his temper with his own Big Red pocket. He's also really not afraid that he's going to lease Big Red to other provinces so that they can raise their GDP. But it's not good to make others wait long when they come specifically for themselves. Xiao Yun also did not say much and immediately followed Qiangang's few people in the direction of the high-speed train station. Back to North Sea City, Xiao Yun immediately sighed with some regret. Alas, I had hoped to run a few more bakshish, but it turns out the leader is here at this time. Come on, it's a rare opportunity to meet with a leader. Bakshi can go whenever he wants. It's hard to miss this opportunity. Qiangang also smiled and comforted. A few people had just arrived at the entrance of the school when they saw a row of black Autos parked outside the school gates. A group of people in executive jackets stepped out of the car one after another, and it looked like the leaders had just arrived. Only, what Xiao Yun did not expect was that in addition to the principal and a few senior class teachers greeting him at the entrance, Li Wenjie was actually sandwiched between them. And without waiting for Xiao Yun's few people to approach, the two groups of people over there had already begun to meet. Good leader. As soon as he saw a couple of people walking towards him, the principal bent down and reached out to shake his hand. Only a few of the people whose hands were shaken were the ones with somewhat awkward expressions. Principal, that one is the leader. With that, a few people pointed to a young man next to them. I saw that he was not only young for his age, but also had a good instrument, a straight figure, and a backcomb, like a character out of a presidential novel. Instead, those surrounding him were fat, greasy, middle-aged uncles, a scene of stark contrast. Alas, I didn't expect the leader to be so young and promising. Forgive me for my poor eyesight. Alas, I am so old and foolish. The principal hastened to apologize for his earlier mistaken identity. It's fine. The principal doesn't need to call me any leader. Just call me Himo. Himo laughed. The surrounding group of classroom teachers were also very surprised when they saw that this young man was actually a leader of the city. Originally, when one said leader, the crowd's impression was that they were old and out of shape. The Himo in front of them, however, had completely broken their stereotypes. Hello Uncle Himo. It's been hard for you on this journey to visit our school. And right at that moment, Li Wenjie also stepped forward and greeted him. I have to say that Li Wenzel still knows how to be polite in public. It's a complete polar opposite of how he is in private. Oh, seeing Li Wenjie appear, Himo also raised his eyebrows at once. I take it you're the one who bailed out of Qingbei University? That's right. Levante nodded with a grin on his face. Not bad. In fact, I came over this trip mainly to meet you talented youngsters. Himo smiled faintly and patted Li Wenjie's shoulder with his broad hand. In fact, although he was a leader of the city with a high position of authority, the position he held was somewhat special. The main responsibility is the construction of the city's GTI ranking in the related economic and technological fields. Although Haibei City is the capital city of the province, the city's style is conservative, and it has always had a poor track record in the forbidden area. The rankings hover between 150th and 120th, never making it to the top 100 cities. Although, as it stands, society as a whole is in a period of transition. The GTI rankings have had little impact on the city's economy. but they will certainly be a top priority in the future. That's why Himo rushed here as soon as he heard the news from Haibei no. One high school that a high school student had reached 1.6 million evacuations in one match. You have a good penalty box score. How did you do that? Geez, it's all luck. Just luck. Ha ha ha. You're so young you actually know how to be humble. Himo and Lee Wonju talked. The group of staff members next to him were also very interested in sizing up the Lee Wonja in front of them. That's the genius that the first school was talking about this year, isn't it? Not bad, and kind of young to be famous. I told you so. Look at this kid is resourceful, a crowd of staffers murmured. However, listening to their conversation, the principal next to them, as well as a few classroom teachers, had some odd expressions. This Himo, he's not the wrong person, is he? What to do in this situation? Wouldn't it be embarrassing for the leader to remind him at this point? The principal quickly opened his cell phone and searched for when the leader recognizes the wrong person. How to remind the leader appears to be high emotional intelligence and does not let the leader embarrassed. Coming. Sorry to keep you all waiting. And just then, Qian Gang also brought the two of them, Xiao Yun and Lu Shihan, and hurriedly came behind the crowd. Not late, are you? Perfect timing. All right. The principal laughed when he coughed and was just about to explain the situation to Himo. However, he didn't expect that the gang was directly ignoring Qian Gang and his group, turning around and walking towards the campus. That Himo patted Lee Wenji's shoulder, and the two of them walked shoulder to shoulder, as if they had just decided that this person was Xiao Yun. Am I not needed here anymore? Seeing this, Xiao Yun was also delighted in his heart. The last thing he was good at was dealing with this kind of scene, and if he wasn't needed, he just happened to go to Bakshi to run the knife. Chapter 129, which time? Can't you see there's a misunderstanding here? Yu Yuya sighed and lightly knocked towards Xiao Yun's head. These guys have heard of your name. Only I didn't expect that Lee Wenja to be so aggressive and proactive. Himo must have thought that he was the Xiao Yun. I know, it's no joke, Xiao Yun said with a faint smile. At this time, Himo had his arm around Lee Wenja and was already walking towards the school building. And while the principal was still searching for a high-spirited reply, the classroom teachers were forced to follow them, thinking of an emergency response. No one wants to open their mouths at this time to remind. May lead to the leader to lose face, and then suffer again is their own. It can't be helped. Social mores being what they are, they don't want to take the risk. Only Yu Yuya stopped and looked at Xiao Yun with an amused and angry face. Say you, wouldn't this have happened if you had come to school earlier and waited? There's no way around it. Running a knife is important, Xiao Yun said helplessly. This Lee Wenja is also, always likes to pretend to be mature in front of adults. When Lu Shihan saw the scene, she also instantly blanked out. In private, she knew what Li Wenzel was like. At this time, with his IQ, he probably hadn't realized that it was Himo who had mistaken him for the wrong person, and instead enjoyed this feeling of being held up by the crowd. Now it's time to figure out how to make them realize that you're the one who's Xiao Yun in a reasonable and unassuming way, right? As for Qian Gang, who was next to him, he didn't expect such a thing to happen. Well, that's easy. Yu Yuya smiled faintly, then turned her head slightly and shouted in a surprised tone. Yikes! Student Xiao Yun, why did you just come? Mr. Xiao Yun, the teacher has been contacting you all morning. Why are you only here at this time? Just in case the group of staff thought they had heard wrong, Yu Yuya even repeated Xiao Yun's name twice, and with that sound out, their steps did stop. Xiao Yun? Himo turned his head violently and looked towards the location of the school's main gate with a frown on his face, and as soon as he stopped, the staff around him turned in surprise. Right at this moment, Xiao Yun also instantly matched Yu Yuya's performance. It can't be helped, teacher. After all, Lu Shihan and I are in the process of impacting the segment, and we just reached a high-value evacuation. Oh, then what segment is student Xiao Yun at now? Should be diamonds soon. Wait for the GTI segment update, Xiao Yun said with a smile. What? Diamonds? So he's the one who's Xiao Yun? Wasn't it just in the office that he just entered the restricted area not long ago? How come this is almost diamonds? I'll go. Then he must have brought out a bunch more valuable supplies. A young man is a young man is a young man is a young man. The staff has been talking about it, and at this moment, Himo also raised an eyebrow and released his arm around Lee Wenja. Uncle aren't you guys looking for me? I'm the Qingbei guarantor, Lee Wenja also said in a hurry at this time. And your name is? Himo glanced at him, just in case he had gotten the situation wrong again, and made a point of asking. I'm Lee Wenja. Uncle you should know me. Lei Jian Group. You should have an impression. Oh, Lei Jian Group. Heard of it, Himo said. But his eyes became a little cold when he looked at Lee Wenja. Lei Jian Group. As the largest urban construction and real estate company in North Sea City, he certainly knew. Only for this group, he was not impressed. After all, in this day and age, the Forbidden Zone is the future of the city. This traditional industry is something of the past. Not to mention, after so many years in the bureaucracy, how could HMO not know where these rich kids got their accomplishments from? No matter how good the grades are, they're not on their own anyway. This practice of relying on family and background is very effective in traditional societies though, but in this era of the global descent of the Forbidden Zone, it is quite unreliable. Just like the Lei Jian group, although they hold so much money in their hands, the family has not been able to have a high segmented talent with real skills in the Forbidden Zone, and they want to invest in some Forbidden Zone related industries or some private teams, but they don't have the guts to do so. Impacted by the no-go zone economy, society's perception of economics is in the process of being written. Most of the rich second generation will just rely on their family to make an achievement, which looks better on the surface, but actually does nothing for the development of the society. And only those who rely on themselves can create higher value in the penalty box. For example, the Xiao Yun in front of him. Student Xiao Yun, I didn't expect you to come so soon, Hemo said, also striding towards the school entrance. To introduce myself, my name is Hemo, and I'm mainly in charge of matters related to the city's Forbidden Zone. Xiao Yun nodded silently and did not say anything more. Hemo was instantly a bit embarrassed, while Lu Shirhan next to him had a look of watching the show. I'm sorry for coming in such a hurry this time, and for recognizing the wrong person. When Hemo saw this, he immediately said with great sincerity, it's okay, leader, you work hard too. Xiao Yun smiled faintly, and was also very surprised by Hemo's dignified attitude. He didn't think that the leader would even take the initiative to apologize. It meant that either this Hemo and his regard for himself, or his character was good. Of course, it could be both. Tell you what, you guys have been working hard running knives in the Forbidden Zone. Why don't you sit and talk in the principal's office? At this time, Yu Yuya also laughed. I know the principal keeps $2,000 a gram of Westlake Longjing in his drawer, so I'll make you some. My Westlake Longjing. Several people walked to the principal's office and sat down. Seeing Yu Yuya very skillfully take out the tea from the drawer and brew it, the principal had a heartache. I wondered why my tea was going so fast. So it was you. Only, it was not up to him to say more at a time like this. The Hemo, Yu Yuya, Xiao Yun, and Lu Shirhan sitting in here were all existences he couldn't afford to mess with. The rest of the group of staff members excused themselves to wander the campus and let the teachers lead them away. Including Qian Gang, they also followed and left. Wait, what about me? Seeing the crowd leave, Li Wenjie was also a bit puzzled. You? I haven't said anything about you before. Hurry up and come with me. Chen Ping hurriedly pulled him, just to follow and leave. And at this point, the principal's office was also free of idlers, and Hemo slowly opened his mouth. Alright, student Xiao Yun, the main thing I came here this time besides meeting you, which you should also know, is to find out what supplies you brought out this time? Hearing this question, Xiao Yun was in no hurry to answer. Taking a sip of tea, he then faintly said, you mean red level supplies? Exactly. Hemo smiled faintly. The previous guess was accurate. Xiao Yun must have touched the red level supplies since he was able to reach 1.6 million evacuation from Dam Zero. These things are of great value both on an economic and technological level, and even more so for the city's GTI ranking. However, Xiao Yun's next words caused Hemo to freeze a little at once. Which time? Which one? Does that mean he brought out red material more than once? Chapter 130. You mean you've brought out red quality supplies on several occasions? Hemo's tone couldn't help but be a little excited. Another reason why he wanted to meet with was to determine Xiao Yun's strength. If Xiao Yun's strength was indeed strong, then he would use his best efforts to obtain official support for Xiao Yun's actions. This includes a range of benefits such as transaction tax credits, special access to services and more. Now, it seemed that Xiao Yun had indeed done more than just take a chance when he was able to complete the 1.6 million evacuation. Xiao Yun, did you really bring out that much big red? Upon hearing Xiao Yun's words, Yu Yuya was also instantly somewhat surprised. Compared to the others, she had seen Xiao Yun's GTI panel and knew a bit more about him. That horrible 100% evacuation rate is still fresh in my mind. Well, including the last one, which also brought out red supplies. Facing Hemo, Xiao Yun did not hide anything and spoke directly. The top handle then, can I see it? Hemo said, also glancing at the two people next to him. If you mind, you can let you and Lu Shirhan go out first. Hey, I've helped him touch a lot of big reds, how could he possibly mind? Lu Shirhan just wanted to say male and female friends, but felt that it was inappropriate to speak at this time, and hastily swallowed the words that came to her mouth. Yu Yuya, on the other hand, also looked at Xiao Yun and blinked her eyes. Mr. Xiao Yun, I also want to see the big red you touched. You shouldn't mind, right? It's okay, if you want to watch it together. Xiao Yun smiled faintly, so he flipped out a gold bar from his backpack. Material, gold bars. Rarity, red. Price, 339,803. Oh, so it's a gold bar. Seeing the gold bars he took out, Himo was instantly a little disappointed. Although it's a big red, gold bars have mere economic value when placed in the real world and have little impact on all aspects of scientific research. And the impact on the GTI city rankings is only minimal. So it's a gold bar. I touched this thing back then, though I didn't bring it out. Yu Yuya's tone gradually weakened as she spoke, and Xiao Yun was also a bit amused. Didn't bring it out, you say, an egg? It's not like it's hard to touch the red supplies for someone who runs the knife in the box a lot. It's how to bring it out that's a question worth considering. It's like the one who touched the shells this morning, who had obviously gotten an escort, and still perished in the middle of the museum. This is the kind of thing where you have the life to touch big red, but not the life to bring it out. Of course, Xiao Yun was not qualified to mock him. After all, who wouldn't be when placed in a previous game without an oversized safety box? Xiao Yun does not know how many times he touched the big red, and as a result, the safety box could not fit, leaving him alone. Don't worry, it's only the first one, Xiao Yun said indifferently. Hearing this, Himo was also looking forward to it once again. If Xiao Yun took out the gold bars, it was something that made him feel a little pity. And the next thing Xiao Yun pulled out of his backpack was what shocked him. Material, military artillery shells. Quality, red. Price, 145,9184. A large military bomb was rummaged out by Xiao Yun and carefully placed on the principal's coffee table. And upon seeing this item, Himo was instantly shocked and stared wide-eyed. Military shells. He instantly recognized the supplies in front of him, while at the same time being very incredulous inside. As soon as the big red, the military artillery shell, appeared, not only could it pull up the ranking of Haibei City by a large margin, but it also had an important military use. The great battlefield carried out between countries at this time is in need of this kind of top-notch military materials to support it. And although Himo had been working for so many years, this was the first time he had ever seen a military artillery shell. I didn't expect it to be in the hands of a high school student. I didn't realize you brought out military artillery shells. This one is almost $1.6 million, right? Seeing what Xiao Yun pulled out, Yu Yuya was also instantly very surprised. She had thought that Xiao Yun had touched out big red, but she had not expected it to be so big. A military shell is an existence that many cadres can only dream of. For the average non-GTI career cadre, it's a lifetime to bring out such a big red. And at this moment, Himo also forced down his inner excitement and opened his mouth to ask, "Where did you go this morning? Baksh, not right?" When he heard this map, Himo immediately frowned. In Haibei City, don't we still have this map of Bakshi? Did you go next door to Longjiang City? Aha, Xiao Yun replied indifferently. Looking at the serious expression on Himo's face, he thought that this matter had made him unhappy. What he didn't realize was that he was only serious for a few seconds, and then the next second he broke out into an uncontrollable fit of laughter. Ha 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 ha, what are you laughing at? Xiao Yun was puzzled. This man was just fine. Suddenly he's laughing like this. Is this crazy? Nothing, just thought of something happy, Himo said, also excitedly patting Xiao Yun's shoulder. Not bad, not bad. I didn't expect you to steal all the supplies for the next province. Oops, they're losing a lot of money this time. Listening to Himo's words, Xiao Yun also understood the meaning. What else could he be laughing at? It's not just that you ran next door to Longview and brought out Big Red, and as a result it doesn't count for GTI City points next door to Longview. It couldn't be helped. After all, Longjiang City didn't have a threshold for entering the restricted area like a big city like Jinghai City. If it was like Jinghai City, where only local accounts could enter the local restricted area, then Xiao Yun would not have this opportunity. Xiao Yun, you really touched their military artillery shells. Seeing what Xiao Yun pulled out, Lu Shirhan was also instantly a bit surprised. After all, he hadn't told himself about touching military artillery shells before, and the group we met by the fountain after the previous evacuation came up crying about some military artillery shells. It was only at this time that Lu Shirhan reacted to the fact that Xiao Yun had really picked up the Big Red that they had dropped. So how did you hide it before? Well, I'm actually Tinker Bell, and I have a treasure bag. Xiao Yun laughed. Ghost believe you, Mr. Xiao Yun. At this moment, Himo was also very excited and held Xiao Yun's left hand. This thing you brought out is a big credit. I didn't come this trip for nothing. Is it that much of a stretch? Xiao Yun was instantly somewhat puzzled. This one military shell is excited like this. Then if all the Big Red in his safety box is shaken out, Then this Hemo shall not faint on the spot. Ah, by the way, Xiao Yun, didn't you touch a camera earlier? At this moment, Lu Shirhan also gave Xiao Yun a wink. Show it to the leader. What? A camera? Hearing these three keywords, Hemo also instantly showed surprise on his face. Is that the top red material camera? PS1, today's 4 shifts are presented. Currently owed 4 more. The author understands that more updates may be judged by the system as AI hydrology, thus affecting the data. This period of time will stabilize 4 more. Owed after the opportunity to slowly make up for it. PS2, featured review, Flybird. I've been chasing your book every day for a month and the results are really out of Heart of Africa. It's too powerful. And see you right, Xiao Yun and Lu Shirhan's relationship has progress. I Wild Row Running Knife really also met the beloved female rat. Harvested sweet love. From now on I will give you every day to chase even more feeding. Don't believe in rumors. Don't spread rumors. The comment is really not a trumpet. All of you Yen Zhu Yi Fei trouble point attention. Feeding good luck when the head. Chasing more good things come in pairs. Feeding plus chasing more to put the big red. Chapter 131 Special Treatment. Material, camera. Quality, red. Price, 619,968. Xiao Yun silently pulled out his camera and observed the changes in the expressions of the few people around him. Sure enough, when Hemo and Yu Yuya saw the pile of blackened objects, the surprise that was already on their faces looked even more shocked. 3 red supplies. That's the equivalent of the big shipment a normal GTI professional cadre brings out in a year. No, even GTI professional cadres rarely bring out supplies like military artillery shells and cameras. This will top 3 at least. As soon as Yu Yuya finished speaking, Hemo began to correct him. And, this is still what Xiao Yun brought out after only going to the Forbidden Zone to run the knife for a few days. Speaking of which, Hemo's eyes looked at Xiao Yun with a few more threads of admiration. If his attitude towards Xiao Yun just now was that of an elder admiring a junior, at this moment it had transformed into admiration for a genius. In all fairness, if Hemo were a cadre member, he might not be able to catch up with Xiao Yun's starting point even if he worked hard for the rest of his life. Only just turned 18 a few days ago. First, he reached a score of 1.6 million evacuation and got a guaranteed place in Qingbei University. Another GTI segment straight to platinum and right to diamond. Even more so, it brought out 3 red quality top supplies from the Forbidden Zone. Think about it. Hemo was also unable to hold back his inner excitement and laughed as he wrapped his arms around Xiao Yun. Hugging movements, intimate as if they were blood brothers who had been playing since childhood. Ah, Xiao Yun, you're really powerful. These few short days have brought us so many surprises. Xiao Yun smiled politely. I thought that a few small red will give you guys happy like this. Their own safety box directly out of the things not to get you scared faint. Ah, it's a good thing the principal isn't here right now, or else at his age, and still working in education, he'd have some cardiovascular problems, more or less. Otherwise, just by pulling out these 3 supplies, the principal would probably have to be sent to the ICU for resuscitation. That's just where it's at. And just then, Xiao Yun hadn't even spoken yet when Lu Shirhan couldn't wait to speak. These few supplies probably don't add up to as much significance as that, do they? And Hemo was instantly more excited. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Yun, take out as much as you have. Don't hide it. Teacher, you and I are expecting a bigger surprise from you. Xiao Yun smiled bitterly. At this point in time, he really didn't dare to continue taking Big Red out. It's not that I'm afraid Hemo can't stand it, but I'm afraid of revealing it. After all, one's Big Red was transferred from the middle of the safety deposit box to the backpack before taking it out. And how big is that backpack of his? The blue quality cave backpack is only 20 compartments in size when placed in the game. In reality, there is even less space left after loading this military shell and camera. If this continued to pull out Big Red, even if Hemo and Yu Yuya were careless, they should have seen that something was wrong. Well, that's really all I have on me right now. Xiao Yun sighed and faintly said, that thing Shirhan-san just mentioned. I believe it's the blade server I searched in the substation tech room earlier. Exactly. Lu Shirhan nodded silently. Oh, so it's that blade server? Hearing this news, Hemo also nodded his head silently. I heard before that Lu Shirhan's classmate's family rented out a blade server. Originally thought it was your family's own from an overseas auction, but I didn't realize that it was actually you guys who touched it together from the Forbidden Zone. Ah. Well, in fact, although that thing was passed down from my family, it was actually also touched by Xiao Yun. That is, the 1.6 million evacuation one from before. So it is. Listening to Lu Shirhan's explanation, Hemo also suddenly came to a realization. He then said that with Lu Shirhan's family's situation, how could she suddenly submit a blade server to the Haibei Research Institute, which turned out to be subletting it for Xiao Yun? And while blade servers are not as expensive to rent or sell as military artillery shells, Their research value is beyond that of military artillery shells. What's more, if military artillery shells want to be rented, they are just rented to museums for exhibitions. To sell to the military, do a one-time deal, between $5 and $8 million. Far less valuable, both economically and in terms of research, than Blade servers. So Blade servers are more of a boost to Downtown's GTI rankings. So you touched the Blade server with that one. And compared to Himo's sudden calmness, Yu Yuya was just very surprised. Not having heard the news, she was unprepared for the event. Logically speaking, if you touched such valuable supplies, your GTI segment should have been directly upgraded to diamond level. Plus these other red supplies, it's totally enough for you to be promoted to Blackhawk and get the entrance ticket to GTI Professional Cadre. But how come your segment is still platinum? There's such a thing as that? Could it be that I didn't report it to them? Yeah, why don't you report it to GTI? Xiaoyun raised his eyebrows and also realized that he seemed to have missed something. If he or she had helicoptered Blackhawk, then when they met Su Zichuan's professional cadres a few days ago, they might have already been co-workers. Xiaoyun was curious about what was going on inside the GTI, not realizing that he had missed such an easy opportunity to upgrade. It's okay, Xiaoyun. Just then, Himo also smiled faintly. We'll have dinner together later, and then I'll go over to GTI and say something for you, and your segment will be updated soon. Well, that would be great. Xiaoyun was secretly happy inside. These few big reds pulled out. Really not for Himo Bai to see. I had originally estimated that it would take a week to rise to the Blackhawk level, but I didn't expect it to be solved so easily. What about me? Just then, Lu Shurhan also pointed at herself and asked Himo. Your words. Himo's tone was suddenly a bit hesitant. That camera was something I touched. It was only given to Xiaoyun to bring out. We are in a team. Can I be counted in the ascending segment? Lu Shurhan, you're making it too difficult for the leader, aren't you? Hey, I told you to call me Shurhan. Xiaoyun's eyelid twitched, wondering how this Lu Shurhan dared to make such a request. It's a blatant attempt to get the leader to give her the slip. It's actually pretty good. And just then, Yu Yuya was thinking for a while, then replied, it doesn't get you straight to the Blackhawk segment, but when GTI Pro teams sign up, it's possible to sign up an entire team, as long as one of the guys in it is a Blackhawk. Yu Yuya said faintly. Chapter 132, Forming a Team for Life. But the prerequisite is that you have to be a regular team member with Xiaoyun, and a whole team at that. A whole team. We've always been a two-man team. Lu Shurhan was instantly in thought, and right at that moment, Himo was also struck by a bright idea. By the way, doesn't your first middle school have another student who was guaranteed a place in Qingbei? What's that one called? Li's kid. Why don't you guys just register as a team? You guys should know each other, right? Li Wenzel. Recognize. Xiaoyun nodded his head silently. Wouldn't that be nice? It just so happens that the three of you are also attending the same university, so it's always a good idea to go on a mission together when the time comes. But I refuse, Xiaoyun said decisively, and Yu Yuya smiled, as if she had expected this. I refuse too. To be on a team with him, then I might as well be dead. Lu Shurhan was also very exaggerated. Well then, why don't you guys reconsider the candidates? Himo was slightly surprised, but from the way the two reacted, it was clear that there might be some entanglement between a few people, although he didn't know exactly what it was. But seeing that Xiaoyun didn't bring Li Wenjia with him even when he went to the Forbidden Zone in the morning, he could think that the two should not be dealing with each other. By the way, is it okay to pull on Lu Xueqing? Xiaoyun nodded his head silently at Lu Shurhan's thoughts. The three of them forming a team was indeed a good idea. At that time, Lu Xueqing didn't need to be busy raising her segment, so it would be good to become a GTI Pro first, wait for the college entrance exams to end, and then slowly raise it. It's a good idea, but aren't you afraid of? Yu Yuya glanced at Lu Shurhan with a slightly deeper meaning, but then hastily withdrew his thoughts. No, it's nothing. I'm not afraid, Lu Shurhan said with great confidence. They are friends, and our bonds, but they are deeper. What? Xiaoyun frowned slightly. Why were these two even encrypting the call up? What's with the bond of friendship? I don't know. I thought we were going to have the final showdown next. Xiaoyun, we're going to form a team for life. Oh, why are you starting to play with stems too? Xiaoyun had a helpless look on his face. Well, since you've already thought about it, mister, you will send me the information of the three students later, and I'll submit them together to GTI to help you arrange for a priority test later. What? There's still a test to be taken? Hearing this, Xiaoyun immediately raised his eyebrows. Why didn't you say so? Alright, it's almost time to chat. I'll treat you all to a big meal at noon today out of my own pocket. So let's celebrate for the good grades that Mr. Xiaoyun has achieved. After lunch, Xiaoyun walked out of the hotel alone, but he saw Lu Shihan, who had previously said she had something to go back to, appear at the entrance of the hotel. The same driver was told to drive over in his car, and when he saw Xiaoyun come out he lowered the window and waved. "Why don't you come eat with us?" "Ugh, my status is inconvenient." Lu Shihan didn't explain much, and Xiaoyun also reacted. After all, Lu Shihan's family is not ordinary, and she is also quite famous personally. Then how as soon as you hear her name, you will know whose family she is. Eating with a municipal leader like Himo would definitely be perceived as the family having some kind of deal with him. However, what Xiaoyun was puzzled about was how that Li Wenjie came. Although Himo wasn't too happy to talk to him, he still kept chatting with him about this and that during the meal, and it wasn't too awkward. "Well, where are we going this afternoon? Who's there with you for fun?" "We're there for serious work, alright." Xiaoyun had a helpless look on his face. This big schoolgirl, Lu, actually really treats going to the Forbidden Zone as fun. Okay, so where are we going to run the knife? Better go to Bakshi. Well, go. And just after the two Xiaoyun got into the car, but only to see the figure of Li Wenjie slowly walked out from the hotel. Also coming out with him was Chen Ping. Then Xiaoyun didn't say anything about me in front of the leader. Did he? How would I know? Chen Ping did not have the good sense to say. He wasn't in the conference room. How did he know what Xiaoyun and Himo had talked about? And this Li Wenjie is also a bit self-righteous. Others are obviously not happy to talk to him. Where would they say anything about him? "You retard, won't you ask mister?" "You? That's only if someone else wants to talk about it." Chen Ping cried and laughed. "Have you done something wrong? Why else are you afraid of what people will say?" "Shit, I wouldn't do anything wrong." Li Wenjie was obviously a bit flustered, and his tone was pulled up a few degrees. "Chen Ping, you don't want your job anymore, do you? Don't forget how you got your job as a homeroom teacher. By the way, how come I heard that Yuya say that Xiaoyun got the guaranteed place thanks to you? What does that mean?" Suddenly, Li Wenjie looked at Chen Ping with a skeptical expression. During the previous meal, Yuya mentioned such a thing, which had been nagging at him. This old man, is he going to turn his back on us? Hearing this, Chen Ping also instantly had a look of weakness on his face. Wait, between looking around, Chen Ping was catching a glimpse of a familiar figure. The figure in the main driver's seat was seen between the cracks in the windows of the black Mercedes. Isn't that Lu Xinding? Right, Xiaoyun. Car. Since it takes about an hour to drive to Longjiang City, while high-speed rail is fast. After all, none of the high-speed rail stations are in the center of the city, and it's about the same as just driving if you count cabs on both sides, and taking advantage of the free time. Lu Shihan also questioned, "Why don't you tell Emo about Li Wenjie? Maybe he has a solution?" "How can I say that? It's all uncertain now." Xiaoyun sighed. "Indeed, it's just that it's not completely confirmed if there's that one video." The car fell silent again, and as soon as this topic was mentioned, Xiaoyun's mind was filled with the figure of a person. Not the center of the event, Li Manchul, but his sister, Jiang Kersen. Based on Jiang Kersen's previous statements, she did indeed possess substantial evidence of Li Wenjie's illegal crash. It was only after the last time, when she had proposed the Lighthouse Kingdom appointment, Xiaoyun had not seen her again. Maybe by this time, Jiang Kersen had already returned to the Lighthouse country? This Li Wenjie family, there really isn't a normal person. Xiaoyun silently sighed. Li Manchul is the cutie. Jiang Kersen is crazy. I also wonder what kind of family environment created their personalities to become like this. What's on your mind? Lu Shihan was also puzzled when she saw Xiaoyun looking deep in thought. Nothing. Run the knife. You have entered Baksh. Current location, Bakshi's Cherry Town. This burst, confidential. Time to end this game, 19 minutes, 52 seconds. Hint, please complete the evacuation before time runs out. Chapter 133, Escorting the Doctor. Entering Bakshi again. This one was the same as before. Xiaoyun and Lu Shihan didn't bring any equipment. Since there's no threshold for entering bakshish in this world, it's a loss to bring an extra penny. After all, what's the point of using weapons and bullets that cost money when you don't use so many free skills? It was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon when the two arrived at Longjiang Impression City, and the bakshish on this one has been going on for 10 minutes. Now on the map, the places that can be searched should have been searched by other teams, right? What should we do? Are we going to try to find a way to kill other teams for gains? Analyzing the situation in front of her, Lu Shihan was also puzzled. At this point, 10 minutes into the game, teams had presumably appeared anywhere on the map, and there wasn't a single supply point on the entire map that was edible. Maybe even the birdhouses and manhole covers across the map have been touched by other teams first. In this case, it's either find a way to kill a team and get their gear, thus making some money, It's either that or be a ghoul and rake in some of the proceeds by visiting the war-prone Bakshi Bazaar, the Royal Museum and the Tower of Babel to see if there are any leftover boxes to eat. Only, this approach was clearly not in line with Xiao Yun's style, so Lu Shirhan was also thinking about whether or not this one was going to go for the kill. However, what Lu Shirhan did not expect was that Xiao Yun was planning something else. Shirhan, do you know about the mission to escort the doctor? Xiao Yun asked silently. I know, isn't the doctor just a bit south of us? After picking up the mission, the doctor will follow us, and then we just need to escort him to the target point. Hearing Lu Shirhan's reply, Xiao Yun also nodded his head silently. The only reason he was asking was to make sure that the same task existed in this world. But according to the logic of the Forbidden Zone, soldiers and bosses have memories from the middle of the game, so wouldn't this doctor have memories too? So then, in that case, he's not an iron waste of a man if he waits here every handful of times for the dryads to come and escort him out, always having to let the players escort him, and I don't know what he had in mind. Come on, let's go try to escort the doctor, Xiao Yun said and also directly opened the destiny skill, only to see that there are just as many teams in this handful. By this point in time, there were rather more teams in there than in the opening. Xiao Yun took a cursory look at the entire map, and there were surprisingly as many as 30 teams, totaling a bonus 100 dryads, and looking at where they were, it was even more exaggerated. Inside the Tower of Babel, there were 5 teams squatting on one floor alone, and 2 of the teams were even separated by just one wall, and both sides began to rack their guns across the wall. The entire Tower of Babel area, with its 18 teams, was almost packed with dryads, with a very few teams seemingly coming to an understanding and shaking each other's hands, while the rest of the teams, once encountered, quickly entered into a violent firefight. And the same scene in the Royal Museum. 2 teams were packed into the underground vault on the negative floor alone, 4 teams on each side of the first floor, east and west, and 2 teams on the second floor. Then there were 2 other groups that were moving around the Bakshi Bazaar that looked like they were about to be encountered. There were only 2 teams left, squatting to guard the evacuation points to the north and south, while in front of them lay scattered weapons, equipment and backpacks, obviously having squatted to death in several waves. This little Bakshi can actually bring together so many crouching dragons and phoenix chicks. Seeing the entire map, Xiao Yun was also a little surprised inside. These guys are really daring to rush so many people at the Tower of Babel too. Even if this world didn't have speed clause detection, you could tell there were a lot of people over there just by hearing the gunshots, right? And that's what makes the nature of this map of Baksh even more remarkable. Pure and simple compulsion raising. After coming out of the Tower of Babel, which is clearly a map with a larger area, it's harder to evacuate than spaceflight. However, after being surprised, Xiao Yun also hurriedly walked towards the location where he had received the quest. The situation on the field seems to be the best time to do the task at this moment. Following the route of the escort for the doctor, they will not encounter any teams along the way, unless someone in the museum takes the initiative or a party in the fairgrounds notices this way. The ride will be very smooth. And soon, Xiao Yun brought Lu Shirhan with him and also saw the doctor's figure next to the Lanting Inn, wearing a small pair of glasses and a white coat, standing on the side of the road in the cold wind, looking forced. You're the escorts for this one? The doctor, noticing the 2 men's footsteps, also turned his head to ask. No, we were passing by. That's what every passing GTI cadre says. In reality it's no power. Either that or get out. The doctor cursed angrily. And seeing this, Xiao Yun also raised his eyebrows at once. You little doctor. I'm just kidding you and you're still mad? Just teasing. We're actually the cadre that came to escort you this time. Xiao Yun laughed. Only, Xiao Yun's heart was feeling a bit puzzled. This isn't right, is it? According to the quest situation in the game, wouldn't the doctor and a bunch of GTI cadre refresh in a special room next to the player after they take the quest? What's with the doctor here? Standing directly next to the hotel? And there's no damage shielding in this world's no-go zones. Even teammates can be harmed. He's standing here in the opening, and he's not afraid that a player will just shoot him in the head? But that doesn't seem to do any good. Is that the level you guys are at? The doctor took a look up and down at the equipment of the 2 Xiao Yuns, but he shook his head at once. Honestly, you guys are the worst escorts I've ever seen. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Hearing this, Lu Shirhan was instantly somewhat unconvinced. Although our Xiao Yun has no equipment, his strength is not bad. Upon hearing this, however, the doctor smiled coldly. Since the 2 worlds, the Forbidden Zone and reality, had been connected, he had met countless dryads. There was no shortage of capable men and women who didn't rely on firearms to settle battles, but each was prepared in their own way. Unlike the 2 people in front of them, Xiao Yun and Lu Shirhan, who entered the Forbidden Zone with empty hands. Come on doc, we can't do it then don't we have GTI to help? Let's just go and escort you to the evacuation, Xiaoyun said with a faint smile. If we go by the settings in the game, the equipment and strength of the GTI cadres are crushing the Asura forces, and taking on the mission of escorting the doctor will be straight up man versus man when the time comes. The GTI cadre is directly on top of the Asura soldiers, and at best, the players will have to deal with some of the Asura soldiers that stray into hiding around the area without much of a fight at all. However, upon hearing Xiaoyun's words, the doctor but let out a cold laugh. Aren't you the reinforcements sent by GTI? Where are the others? Chapter 134, Magic Cloak. What do you mean by that, doctor? Xiaoyun raised his eyebrows and was somewhat surprised. How come the tone of this doctor's voice, the more you hear, the more wrong it is? Bad. It's hard to believe that this world's mission is to escort the doctor only by the player, right? There are no other GTI members, just the two of you. Are you still sure you want to take the mission now? The doctor also responded tersely in the face of doubt. And upon hearing this, Xiaoyun was shocked. It's really what you think it is. This real world of the Forbidden Zone, escorting the doctor is a different mission than in the game. GTI will not be sending reinforcements, relying only on those who take the mission to take care of the Asura soldiers along the way. No wonder this doctor is standing out in the cold. It's no wonder that it's been 10 minutes and the task of escorting the doctor hasn't been done by anyone else yet. Is it possible that everyone finds this task difficult and is reluctant to do it? Xiaoyun, this quest is very, very difficult, and the quest pay is not high, and when the time comes, we will only be able to open a few high-level storage chests, or else let's think of another way out? Lu Shirhan also reminded at this time. If you don't take the quest, don't waste your time here. The doctor looked contemptuous. It can't be helped. After all, Xiaoyun and Lu Shirhan don't even have a weapon. A naked outfit into the map. Under normal circumstances to take 2 shots from the Asura soldiers will die. Only, Xiaoyun, however, had a second thought. Anyway, the mission of the operation was to escort the doctor to the evacuation point. It wasn't to clear out all the Asura soldiers, and it's still a real forbidden world, without as many rules and regulations as in the previous game. Once that thought process opened up, things became instantly easier. Why don't we just carry the doctor all the way to the evacuation point? Thinking about this, Xiaoyun felt that he was simply a genius. Originally, he had thought about using the Cardmaster's move to teleport over with the doctor. There are some problems with this scenario though, namely that I don't know if the doctor can use the skill card for teleportation. Wouldn't it be a whole lot more awkward if he couldn't use it and he passed it over and left him where he was? What's more, Lu Shirhan was watching from the side, and exposing his own bottom card wasn't a good choice. So, the best way is still for Xiaoyun to be a wave of camels and directly consign him over. Lu Shirhan, I might need you to wait for me here for a bit later, Xiaoyun said indifferently. Are you really going to take this mission? Lu Shirhan was a bit surprised. The task seemed almost impossible to her. After all, one had to face a multitude of Asura soldiers along the way, and there was even the possibility of encountering pincers from other cadre teams. Previously, although Xiaoyun had killed people like cutting grass, that was almost always when there was a difference in information. In this situation where he was surrounded by enemies on all sides, and he had no weapons or equipment, could he really tackle that many enemies just by relying on those thunder and fire flash props? Only, what she did not know was that Xiaoyun's moves were more than those. With the SS-ranked skills purchased in the system mall, he got the information of the whole map straight away at the beginning, and with the numerous accelerations, it would only take a few dozen seconds to reach the evacuation point with the doctor in full speed form. What's more, not having any other GTI soldiers isn't necessarily a bad thing. There aren't as many people, and the doctor is much more invisible. Thinking of this, Xiaoyun's map model of Bakshi also instantly appeared in his mind. After calculating the optimal route, he also instantly constructed his next move. Come on, Doc, said. Xiaoyun directly pulled out a few needles from the safety box and quickly stabbed them down his arm. Material, M2 intramuscular injection. Quality, purple. Price, 20,625. Evaluation, after tying it, the tip of the head is sharp. Material, perception enhancer. Quality, purple. Price, 22,500. Evaluation, use with hearing head for better results. Material, physical enhancers. Quality, purple. Price, 70,735. Comments off on Brave my friend. What are you? Seeing this scene, the doctor next to him, who had always been high-strung, was suddenly stunned. The needles this kid put in, but they're not cheap. Those 3 purple quality injections zapped down could be enough to get him up a normal set of 3. Especially that physical enhancer. In all the years the doctor had been in the Forbidden Zone, he hadn't seen many dryads shedding their use. However, this person in front of him chose not to afford the equipment, but directly purchased 3 needles, and did not have half a heartache when he stabbed it down, a brain all stabbed through. Is he really an expert? Are you trying to lead me right out of the breakout? Relying on speed to break through everything? The doctor looked surprised and very incredulous. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The Asura soldiers are of varying quality, but their marksmanship is definitely capable of keeping up with the speed at which you run. There's no way your method will work. How do you know if you don't try? Only Xiaoyan smiled faintly, then backhandedly carried the doctor directly, looking as easy as carrying a white coat. That's the benefit that comes with weighted pins. Even if you carry an adult male, your running speed won't be slowed down. Lu Shurhan, wait for me here. With that, Xiaoyan squeezed his right hand and the powered exoskeleton activated. Jet 1 blast. Power propulsion. At the end of the day, Xiaoyan's mind moved, and the heirloom treasure small knife suddenly appeared in his hand. Within Lu Shurhan's perspective, it was only seen that Xiaoyan's speed had already surpassed the refresh speed of the 280Hz gaming competition specific monitor, darting away at a speed that was unfathomable to ordinary people. Damn! Why are there so many people here? So many people aren't moving. They're all crouching, right? We also do not move. Whoever moves is a son. It's been racked for so long. I don't believe they still know we're here. Anyone who dares to come out, just sit down. In the Royal Museum, a bunch of heavily armed UZI teams are crouching at the north gate. From the time they entered the middle of the restricted area, they had been crouching until now, listening to gunshot after gunshot ringing inside the museum. Yet not even half a mosquito had flown out. At the moment, it's time to examine patience. As long as they can endure the loneliness, when the final battle ends in the museum, that's when they'll get to eat. However, just as the three of them were crouching, a large number of Asura soldiers suddenly appeared around them. The regular soldiers are here, Shield is here, and the rocket soldiers are here. Holy shit, what the hell? Why did so many soldiers suddenly appear? Calm down, they don't seem to be targeting us. At these words, the crowd looked in the direction where the Asura soldiers had gathered, only to see a figure suddenly scurry out of the Blue Pavilion Hotel and run at a breakneck speed in the direction of the Tower of Babel. And he seemed to have a white cloak draped over his shoulders. How is he so fast? Could this be the legendary magic cloak? PS1, 4 chefs today. There are still 4 more to go. PS2, featured review, Flying Bird. I've been chasing after more of your books, and yesterday I saw you say that a reader had opened the heart of Africa, and I thought you made it up. But it turns out that today, Running Knife brought out a bunch of red envelopes, and once I opened it, I did open the heart of Africa. Flying Bird is really too powerful. As long as you don't stop changing, I'll keep chasing this book. Even if you write it for 100 years, I'll follow it for 100 years. Don't believe in rumors. Don't spread rumors. The comment is really not a small number. All of you Hikari Yiffy trouble point attention. Feed good luck. Chase more good things come true. Feed plus chase more put the big red. Chapter 135, Why are you dead? Brother? No, that doesn't seem to be a cloak on his shoulders. Said. One of them hastily brought his eyes above the finely calibrated holographic Type 2 scope and observed the situation over there. Although Xiao Yun's speed was fast, he still saw the figure that Xiao Yun was carrying on his shoulder. Holy shit! When he took a good look at the doctor on Xiao Yun's shoulder, he immediately exclaimed in shock. What's with this guy? Why did he just take the doctor on his shoulders and run off with him? What natural weirdness! As a veteran dryad, silver level, who had been running knives in Bakshi for a few years, he certainly knew the difficulties of the doctor's mission. The road will be interrupted by a host of Asura soldiers, and especially by rocket soldiers. For ordinary cadres, the completion rate of the escort doctor mission is infinitely close to zero. Only some high-level escort or GTI professional teams, starting with a full set of 5 and with a full conversion gun, dare to take up this mission. Yet the figure that appeared before him was the one who had taken up the escort mission, holding the doctor in his arms and running wildly. What are you leaning on? Keep your voice down. We're still squatting people right now. The other two hastened to warn. Originally, a few people were squatting here, and at best, they dared only whisper. If you suddenly scream like that, won't everyone in the museum know there's someone squatting at the door? It's your fault if I mail this one. His two teammates grumbled a bit at once. However, the evacuation of the hand or not was nothing to the dryad who had seen the spectacle. After all, how many people get to see this image in their lifetime? It's comparable to having seen a volcano erupt, a tsunami sweep across the land, a meteor fall to the ground. Something so outrageous, one could never dream of doing it. You have no idea how outrageous it is. The cadre continued to watch the situation over there with his scope. Only a short while after Xiao Yun's figure appeared, the surrounding Asura soldiers indeed began to shoot wildly at him. Even the rocketeer standing upstairs was ready to give him some heat at this point. Ugh, I knew it wouldn't be that easy. The watching dryad sighed softly. Although Xiao Yun's speed was indeed fast, The artillery fire from the Asura soldiers was not something that could be solved by speed. If you're fast enough, you'll blow up if a rocket comes down. Only, what happened in the distance was once again beyond his expectations. I'll go, with a gasp from the aiming cadre, only to see that not far away, Xiaoyun casually waved his hand and directly pulled up a long line of smoke. A line of smoke came down, directly blocking the view of the soldiers on his left, and right after that, he had another line of smoke that sealed the right side. One moment, the field was covered in smoke, blocking out all of the surrounding Asura soldiers. However, even so, it's still not enough. Two snipers suddenly came out of the roof of the second floor of the museum and took aim at his position. I can't believe there are snipers. The peeping cadre frowned. He had heard that the task of escorting the doctor was very difficult, but he hadn't expected it to be this difficult. I thought that the sudden appearance of shield soldiers and rocket soldiers would be the limit, but I didn't expect there to be experts. You know, snipers as a troop are the biggest threat to the cadre. Shield is hard to kill, I guess, but the weapons are pistols or bison or whatever at best, no different than a normal Asura soldier. And although the rocket soldiers are powerful, but shooting rockets a slow rate of fire. And secondly, the explosion range is limited. Experienced cadre if they notice in advance, a little better stance will be able to avoid. However, snipers can be different. Snipers, especially in the classified difficulty Bakshi, also start outfitted with class 4 and occasionally class V rounds. That's a shot that can really dry open the line directly to the dryer's 3 or 4 sets. By the way, what kind of outfit was he wearing again? The field was now covered in smoke, and the peeping cadre at the door instantly rummaged through their memories. However, when the images in his mind surfaced, he was suddenly even more shocked inside, because he remembered that the figure running rapidly didn't seem to be wearing any equipment on him. Now he's going to suffer. The favorite of the situation without gear, the sniper can send the cadre to their deaths with one shot. Wait, the sniper just showed up so long ago, how come he didn't move after firing 2 shots? Just as the officer was wondering, he only saw the body of a sniper fall from the roof of the building above him. Holy shit, dude, why are you dead? When he saw this scene, he was shocked inwardly. What the hell is going on here? How come the sniper died before he even fired a few shots? Was he wearing anti-armor or something? What the hell did you see? What's wrong with that guy? By the way, can you keep your voice down? Seeing his surprised face, the 2 teammates were also very curious. They likewise observed the scene in the distance. Except that, being situated more inwardly than the dryad, they only saw a figure rushing out of the landing inn at the beginning, and did not see the chain of events that had just taken place. But even so, they were realizing that things might not be right over there. After all, Xiaoyun's speed was simply too ridiculously fast. It's not even a white cloak he's carrying on his shoulders. Rather, shoo, don't talk yet. The officer who was observing with the lens on was about to explain, but one of the people next to him was quick to cover his mouth. For right in the middle of the museum, there was a sudden sound of footsteps. The 3 of them held their breath and listened quietly to the movement in the middle of the museum. Luckily, the footsteps only made some movement on the second floor and didn't go downstairs, causing a few people to have a false alarm. Okay, one of the dryads spoke up. Remember to keep your voice down, said the man, not forgetting to remind him to take cover. It wasn't even a cape that the man was carrying on his shoulders. It was the same doctor who escorted the mission. What? The other side. On the second floor of the museum, there had been a procession that had gotten down to the window and had seen the same shocking scene outside, especially when the body of the Asura sniper fell just by their window. And before the sniper died, they too heard a cracking sound from above them, as well as a data reading. What the hell is going on? Seeing the scene in front of him, one of the cadres had a cold sweat on his forehead, and if Xiaoyun was here, he would definitely be able to recognize the shocked trio in front of him, for they were the very same convoy that he had killed before. See only, the more this team fought, the worse their equipment became, and by now that escort was already going into the map with 3 sets on, while the 2 bosses had 1 set of level 2 armor each, not even helmets, and after a day of no gains, this team should theoretically be very anxious to make a buck. Only at that moment the 3 men were stumped by the window, because what had just happened was just too unbelievable. P.S. Some readers greatly remind the author that Dr. is the Havoc camp? This indeed did not pay attention to. I remember when I played to see that the soldier's dress in Havoc is not the same, also thought it was the GTI, mainly because the official did not have a database. A lot of information cannot be found, and now it is not easy to modify the modification of the wrong is this book's special worldview. Here to apologize. Chapter 136, The Only Chance of a Lifetime. This smoke. This stance. Could it be that the mysterious team has appeared again? Second floor of the Royal Museum. Looking out the window not far from the gradually dissipating smoke, Escort Jiang Yang, very unbelievable, said to himself. This one he can't do with armor, but the weapon is fully loaded. Under the magnification of the triplex lens, the scene that the team downstairs had seen earlier was also in his eyes, only because the other party was moving too fast. He was also unable to see Xiao Yun's face clearly, and just by seeing Xiao Yun's series of actions alone, Jiang Yang was shocked beyond words. Holy shit, that team is in the map again? Right, isn't this smoke just like what the group described this morning? I'm afraid that the cadre who can use so many props would only be from that mysterious team. I haven't seen them for a long time today. I thought they were squatted to death and their Dao heart collapsed. After escorting Jiang Yang so reminded, the two team members also reacted. But I only see one person? This statement was made. Escort Jiang Yang instantly raised his eyebrows as well, somewhat surprised. When he had just observed the situation over there with his triplex lens, he had also only seen a single figure. Could it be that that mysterious team of experts is not actually a whole team, but just one person? Holy shit. In that case, it makes sense that he got squatted to death by those rookies. It can't be? That mysterious team that killed 3 or 4 teams in a row is just one person? The two bosses were inwardly shocked. Just this morning, they were also following the escort into the map in preparation for a messy kill. When one of them touched the military shells, he even thought about how to play it up when he was interviewed on the news. Only what I didn't expect. The match that was expected to be a resounding victory was caught in a joint attack by that mysterious team and another expert team. And the escort was caught off guard by a set of props from that mysterious team. Several people had crouched outside the fountain for half an hour after the failed evacuation, but they hadn't been able to squat for the team to show up. And just as several people were gathering up their misery and gradually forgetting about the morning's experience, the scene in front of them was the one that hooked them back to that morning when they lost their shells. That's definitely the same team from the morning. Except unfortunately in the morning he got squatted by that team of rats. Shit, that team squatting at the evacuation point is rookie enough not to just come out with a bag. But what a surprise. The one who killed 4 teams in a row was just one person. This has to be at least Blackhawk level or higher, right? It's not a GTI Pro Dryer, is it? I thought for sure. And it's still the best tier within the profession. The two bosses were shocked. And Jiang Yang, who was the escort, sighed at this moment. As a small expert in Longjiang City, how had he not encountered something similar? After killing a couple teams at the museum and carrying over 2 million in weapons and supplies, I had wanted to jam the time limit to pull the gates, and was squatted to death by someone else before I could get out to the pull point. As it turned out, that team couldn't pull the gate in time to evacuate either. It also confirms that there are times when stupid people are more harmful than evil people. At once, Jiang Yang was also empathizing with that team of mysterious experts encounter in the morning. This is not just a lament for the big red army shells lost in the middle of the restricted area, but also a sympathetic feeling between masters. Do you guys think we'll be the only chance to get to know him now? Suddenly, Jiang Yang also came without a clue. The two bosses froze for a moment, not understanding what he meant by that, but soon enough, Jiang Yang's actions explained it all for them, only to see, Jiang Yang quickly rummaged out a bottle of painkillers, then shook one out and ate it without hesitation. Immediately after that, he just rolled up onto that narrow window, wanting to jump straight down from this second floor. Brother escort, don't be impulsive. What are you doing? There are so many Asura soldiers out there. Even if you don't break your legs by jumping, they are going to round you up and beat you to death. The two bosses pulled him back in a hurry, and at this moment, Jiang Yang's emotions were slightly smoothed out. This could be my last chance to come into contact with the existence of a character of this level. Even if I die, I'll see what he looks like, Jiang Yang said with determination. Of course, at the moment, his behavior wasn't pure recklessness under the interference of emotions. The two snipers upstairs had already been taken care of by the other side, and at the moment, if they were to stick to the wall, they would be able to completely bypass the gun lines of the Asura soldiers. Just whether or not you could catch up with the other side before they withdrew was a pitfall. Brother escort, that's not necessary, is it? Seeing that he was a bit agitated, the two bosses were also a bit at a loss for words at once. They came in here to get food. There had been a couple of successful evacuations before, but the morning's lost bombing order raised the escort's coverage to $500,000. Combined with the loss of equipment money, the two bosses had also just made back their higher money in losses, and hadn't even begun to make a formal profit yet. And this one is so well positioned in the museum that if the other team can't resist making a move, there's a good chance that they'll kill a team that has to eat. As a result, he encountered Jiang Yang to come so who can top Big brother, aren't you about to be promoted to diamond? Although I know you're curious about that mysterious team, let's be steady now, the other owner also advised. Curious? How can this be just curiosity? Hearing this, Jiang Yang immediately frowned. You guys don't understand at all. How rare it is to be able to get acquainted with a Blackhawk level, or even a Blackhawk level or above. Professional cadre. Although I'm currently at the Platinum Grand Round and about to break through to the Diamond Realm. Do you guys know how much effort I've spent on this? Just from this Platinum level to the Diamond level. I've been stuck for 4 years. Now you guys think about it again. How much more talent and effort does it take to go from the Diamond level to the Black Eagle level? When Jiang Yang said this, the two bosses immediately lowered their heads at once as well. The two of them had been running knives for more than 10 years, and they had also managed to rise from Black Iron all the way to Silver level only. Losses and gains along the way, and GTI segments have risen and fallen. For both of them, even getting on the Platinum segment felt difficult. The two were even more unaware that the difference between Platinum and Blackhawk was exactly the difference between their Silver and Platinum. If you put it that way, then if I could befriend a Blackhawk player as a sworn brother, wouldn't I be straight up rich and famous in this life? Shit, why didn't I think of that? Let's not talk about sworn brothers. Isn't he running knives alone? But if he's willing to bring us too, I guess the earnings will be enough for me to be honored. The two bosses instantly understood Jiang Yang's idea. At the same time, the desire to know Xiao Yun was beginning to stir within the two of them. So this wave, are you guys with it or not? Jiang Yang asked. Chapter 137, Where's my airplane? Call. If you win this bet, you'll be able to live the rest of your life without worrying about food and clothing, one of the bosses said, and directly from his pocket, he also pulled out painkillers, breaking them open and eating them in his mouth. That's more than just food and clothing. I'm betting on the next 3 generations of honor and wealth, the other boss said, and also stopped stopping the escort. Only when he tried to pull out his painkillers, he realized he wasn't prepared. Brother escort, can I have one of the painkillers? Shit, you don't even carry painkillers? Jiang Yang was instantly very speechless. Current location, Bakshish, south of the Royal Museum in front of the Tower of Babel area. This burst, confidential. Time to end this game, 18 minutes, 21 seconds. Hint, please complete the evacuation before time runs out. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xiao Yun carried the doctor and also ran all the way to the gate in front of the Bakshi area that required a face swipe for authentication. As planned, the operation went very well, and when he had used the data dart to kill the sniper earlier, Xiao Yun was also aware that his whereabouts had been exposed. Doctor, lend me your face. Xiao Yun did not put the doctor down, but directly took his face and rubbed it against the recognition machine. At once, the special gate in front of the Tower of Babel slowly opened. I can't believe that you actually managed to run here. The doctor pushed up his glasses, trying his best to contain his inner shock. It's the first time I've seen this maneuver in all the years I've been here in the Forbidden Zone, and I have to say that you're very bold and maneuverable, the doctor said faintly. And hearing this, Xiao Yun was somewhat amused. Didn't you think you were poorly equipped at first? Why are you convinced now? Without saying much, Xiao Yun also had no time to make small talk with the NPC. Brushing open the door of the Tower of Babel, Xiao Yun gave another jet thrust, then ran towards the location of the tarmac. There are 2 ways to complete the doctor's mission. As per the game's action mission setting, one is to escort him to the tarmac evacuation point, board the helicopter, and allow him to make the evacuation. This enables the opening of hidden supply points, with 2 large safes and 3 advanced lockers, which by probability are capable of opening some goodies. But completing the mission this way would then require the player to go back to the gate before they can evacuate at the Tower of Babel front evacuation point. The other way, when another team picks up the quest, is that you can fight the doctor off yourself by knocking him out, thus resisting him to the point of escorting the doctor on the other side of the Tower of Babel. In that case, the whole team could be evacuated, except that the doctor appears to be in for a world of hurt, and at this time, Xiao Yun was also at the point of making a choice. I have to say, you're one of the more powerful GTI cadres I've seen. At this point the doctor, who was carried on his shoulder, pushed up his glasses and said slowly, I've seen quite a few cadres who were able to use special props before, only they didn't use as wide a variety of props as you do. So how on earth did you do it? Would you believe me when I say I'm hungover? Xiao Yun said with a faint smile. Ha 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 ha, you're really treating this forbidden world like a game. The doctor laughed out loud, completely unconvinced that such a thing as a plugin existed. To be honest, it is indeed very clever of you to come up with this way of accomplishing your mission, especially among this group of GTI cadres who only know how to fight and loot for supplies. What are you trying to say? What I'm trying to say is, being so smart, haven't you ever wondered how the connection between the Forbidden Zone and the Blue Planet actually came about? When the doctor said this, Xiao Yun instantly froze for a moment as well. After coming to this world, he had thought about it at first. Only the days that followed were spent in the daily thought of running knives to make money, without giving it a second thought. There are indeed many doubts about this forbidden world with the information we know so far, especially for GTI forces. It seems to be the only institution, other than the cadres, that can straddle both worlds and have a significant impact on both. In the midst of the Forbidden Zone, he dispatched his cadres to carry out various operations and constantly interfered with the intelligence of the camps on both the Asala and Habek sides. And in reality, that is, on top of the Blue Planet, he has built up a special world-class organization across international boundaries. This is an ability that even the Lighthouse State in its heyday could not do. I do wonder about a lot of things, but there's not a lot of time for me to think right now, Xiao Yun said indifferently, then walked in the direction of the tarmac. The place was almost cleared of Havoc's soldiers, and along the way the Asura soldiers were not coming after them. And at that moment the helicopter was parked above the tarmac, ready to pick up the doctor for evacuation. If you have time, come and talk to me at the Blue Pavilion Inn and I can share a lot of things with you. After arriving at the tarmac and dropping off the doctor, he too smiled mysteriously and was about to board the helicopter. And the hidden supplies room opens and the reward payouts are released into the temporary account. However, just when the doctor thought that Xiao Yun was a qualified adventurer, he was ready to board the helicopter. Right at this moment, Xiao Yun was smiling faintly. Doctor, I'm sorry, you can't go yet. Saying that, Xiao Yun directly fired a data flying dagger and stabbed it straight at the doctor's right leg. Ah! The doctor fell to the ground in pain, his eyes full of disbelief. Looking at Xiao Yun's smile, he also instantly realized Xiao Yun's plan. You're crazy. As the doubt in his eyes diminished, it was replaced by eyes full of shock. The doctor watched with a surprised expression as Xiao Yun once again carried himself up and casually placed himself away from the tarmac. He himself, however, was headed toward the helicopter. What's the situation? Where's the doctor? I just heard the doctor's voice. Where did he go? The two pilots of the helicopter heard the commotion and also turned around to check. However, right in front of the eyes of the two, Xiao Yun was touching the helicopter with one hand. Object, helicopter, volume, 30 by 40. Rarity, unavailable. Price, not available. Verdict, congratulations on mastering the special use of the safety box. As a system panel appeared, Xiao Yun was also delighted in his heart. You know, you are now a 70 by 70, 4900 cell safety box, a 30 by 40 helicopter. That is, only takes up 1200 compartments, and the safety box itself could theoretically hold 4. It was only due to the fact that the placement had to be adjusted when placed into the safety box, as well as the effects of containing a bunch of big reds. Xiao Yun was only able to fit 3 helicopters in his golden quality safety box. Without hesitation, Xiao Yun's mind moved, and the helicopter that was being prepared on the tarmac was instantly included in his safety box. The two drivers fell on their asses with a shocked look on their faces. What's going on? Where's my airplane? Chapter 138, Infantry Vehicle Model. Finally, it's not a big dagger. What the hell? Why is my helicopter gone? I'll go. Not a shadow left. The two helicopter pilots were completely unable to comprehend what was happening in front of them. They looked around and only saw Xiao Yun, and the doctor's figure collapsed on the ground. The doctor, at this time, also had a shocked look on his face. It's impossible? GTI can't possibly master such advanced space technology. Seeing the scene happening in front of him, as a doctor, he rightfully assumed that Xiao Yun was using some sort of technological means. Only, what he would never expect was that Xiao Yun had something even more terrifying than space technology. You're the one who hurt the doctor? And subsequently took our helicopter? GTI's cadre. When did they become so scary? The two drivers reacted instantly, but it was too late now. Xiao Yun had one data flying dagger for each of them, which was stuck directly on top of their heads, leaving them to die in peace. Okay, Doc, wait here for me, said. Xiao Yun also left the doctor where he was, then headed to the location of the hidden supplies room and opened the two large safes beautifully, at the same time, not forgetting to activate the fate skill to check the activity of the surrounding dryads. Material, Horn's wall decoration. Quality, purple. Price, 17,348. Evaluation, impersonating purple. Material, gold medallions. Quality, purple. Price, 20,680. Evaluation, pure gold-clad silver. But all pure gold is worth some money. Material, model infantry vehicles. Quality, red. Price, 138,6437. Verdict, it would be better to just install an infantry fighting vehicle. Oh, out of the red? After the first big safe was opened, the bullhorn plus the gold medallion. Originally Xiao Yun did not even have expectations. However, when he saw the items in the second large safe, he was instantly a bit surprised as well. That's really a burst rate for Bakshi that hasn't been nerfed. It's so easy to get big reds with just the classified burst rate. If we encountered a top secret difficulty, the explosion rate would be sky high, wouldn't it? In his previous life, while playing the game, Xiao Yun had searched countless large safes. Every time I see a 2x3 with 6 compartments of items, My heart swells with excitement. Yet every time, the result was the big, hateful dagger. Hundreds of hours of playtime. And he's touched even the more expensive 3x3 models of main battle tanks out of the big safe. Yet it is this 2x3 model of an infantry fighting vehicle that has never been seen before. Every time I see a 2x3, it's that grooved big dagger. By the end of the day, the sight of a horizontal 2x3 Xiaoyun would not even be expected inside. I cursed 100 articles under the official number to get the dog planner to hurry up and remove the big dagger in the groove. Yet I stumbled upon a systematic deletion of reviews that I couldn't overcome with all my might. There was no time for joy as Xiaoyun hurriedly put the infantry fighting vehicle model into the safety box, because in the full map view of the Fate skill, he was also seeing a team approaching the Tower of Babel. Ha! Isn't that the team we met this morning? Seeing them, Xiaoyun instantly raised his eyebrows as well. Although he did not get a good look at the team just now, Xiaoyun did remember their equipment. As far as I can remember, hadn't this team just been on the second floor of the museum? How did they come out so quickly? Aren't the other teams squatting? Didn't they crouch them? By the looks of them limping around with bandages on their legs, it was obvious that they'd come out and either gotten their legs swept by squatting rats or fucked by Asra soldiers. Only, it wouldn't occur to Xiaoyun that they hadn't been beaten up when their legs were broken. Instead, he jumped from the second floor and fell. Damn it, my useless legs. Why can't you jibe a little? Don't be like that big brother escort. You like stressing people more than stressing your own legs, right? No matter what, we have to go find that mysterious expert. Otherwise, I'm afraid we'll never have the chance to meet them again in the future. When he heard the conversation between these few people, Xiaoyun instantly frowned as well. What do they mean? They're coming for themselves? I'll go. This team lost military artillery shells in the morning, so it's not like they reacted later and then came looking for revenge, is it? Doctor, we have to hurry. As Xiaoyun said that, he also hurriedly ran to the doctor and carried him up again. However, the doctor just grunted, having guessed what he was going to do. I didn't expect that you would have such tactics. I should have known that I shouldn't have let you take the mission, the doctor said coldly. There's no need for that, is there? All I did was charge you with a helicopter and then brought you to the escort point to give you an escort after I ate your payoff. That's not enough? Listening to Xiaoyun's words, the doctor felt more and more that this man was a madman. At this point a cold sweat was breaking out on the doctor's head due to the pain, and his glasses were constantly slipping down as he was carried over his shoulder and bumped around, causing him to have to hold them up a bit every now and then. Where the hell did you get space technology? Told you I had extras, Xiaoyun said with a faint smile. With the many acceleration effects, he also carried the doctor and flew to the water storage area escort evacuation point in the eastern part of the Tower of Babel. Xiaoyun put the doctor down and then was just about to withdraw when he suddenly remembered that there was someone waiting for him at the Blue Pavilion Inn. Doctor, I'm offended, said. Xiaoyun directly stabbed the doctor's left leg with a data-flying dagger. Ah, what are you doing? I'm sorry, I've got a pickup to do, and I can't afford to let you get away in the meantime, Xiaoyun said with a faint smile. I'm not running. I'm not running. You said so earlier. I'm not going to run. Is it necessary to pierce both my legs? The doctor was very broken. Having originally broken a leg, the pain was causing him a great deal of agony. At this time, the wounds on both legs flared up at the same time, and he even preferred to die outright rather than suffer this torture. And seeing this situation, Xiaoyun was also instantly a bit intolerant, so he pulled a bottle of painkillers out of his pocket and took one out and fed it to the doctor. Okay, don't complain. Such an expensive medicine is given to you. I still have a good heart nah, Xiaoyun said indifferently. You're the devil. After the doctor took the medicine, the pain was also finally alleviated a bit, and his gaze was dead set on Xiaoyun's face. And right at this moment, Xiaoyun was heaving and laughing, causing the doctor to have a fit of heartburn. What do you want again? Doctor, you may have a broken leg, but what if you crawl away with your hands? I'm not climbing, please. No. The doctor was instantly horrified. After so many years in the Forbidden Zone, he had seen people meet and shoot themselves in the face, as well as those who got themselves killed due to their lack of strength in favor of escorting. Yet this inhuman means of torture was the first time he had experienced it. Fear had been an emotion he hadn't experienced in a long time. Yet just today, he was experiencing it all. Ugh, or call me kind-hearted? Count yourself lucky too. It's a good thing I fished out a green quality rope from the premium storage box just over there. Xiaoyun smiled faintly, while at this moment, the doctor was finally relieved. Just don't you make me into a hockey tin. PS1, 4 chefs today. There are still 4 more to go. PS2, featured comment, Flybird. I just finished catching up on your latest chapter yesterday, and I came out in big red doing my mission to escort the doctor. The moment I fished out the champagne from the premium storage box, The shocked and envious looks from the two wild platoon mates beside me made me feel so good that I went up to heaven. Flying bird is so powerful. Reading your book can really produce red. From now on I'm going to catch up on the latest chapters every day before I run the knife. I don't believe in rumors and don't spread rumors. The comment is really not a small number. All of you Hikaru Ife trouble to point attention. Feeding good luck. Chasing more good things come together. Feeding plus chasing more to put the big red. Chapter 139. Xiao Yun managed to tie up the doctor. At this point, the doctor's legs were completely broken, his hands tied behind his back, and he was flopping on the ground like a packed shipment. Humiliation. Humiliating. In all his years in the Forbidden Zone, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? But, facing Xiao Yun, he also did not have the slightest method of resistance. After all, the other party's tactics had been seen by the doctor in just a few minutes. First, he moved at super high speed. Then he mastered numerous special skills. And he also had a space-based black technology. More to the point, this man will do anything to get what he wants. Obviously the mission is all done. And you end up tying yourself up like this just to open the evacuation point. Even though the doctor had more resentment and anger within his heart, he did not dare to vent it on Xiao Yun and could only let him slaughter him. Pray I don't see you again next time, the doctor said with a slight grumble. That won't do. I want to see you in every hand. Xiao Yun smiled faintly. I don't know how much the helicopter in the safety box is worth, but I guess it must be worth tens of millions of dollars at least. Every matchup Xiao Yun tied up the doctor like this and the helicopter like this. Wouldn't it be the equivalent of opening up the big red? Nice try. This area of baksheesh. I won't be coming back. At this moment, the doctor was cold. What's that supposed to mean? Aren't you on every hand? Xiao Yun was puzzled. Of course not. Haven't you figured out what the Forbidden Zone is like by now? What do you mean? You might see a doctor next time, but it won't be me. You're not the only doctor in this map. Baksh? Xiao Yun raised his eyebrows and was somewhat surprised. After the doctor's reminder, he was also aware of something about the Forbidden Zone. Yeah, if everyone in the Forbidden Zone is real, then why are there Doctor Who quests in different Forbidden Zone baksheesh at the same time? And let's not talk about the doctor. Let's talk about other special characters. For example, if there were so many maps of Dam Zero in the world, if there was only one Saeed, then one's probability of running into him could be said to be the same as winning the lottery. Saeed, Reyes, including now Dr. Analyzing the current intelligence, Xiao Yun instantly had a bold guess. Could it be that the special NPCs in this world are the same as the special ops agents that players play as in the game? Again a team of 3, and each player gets to choose the wyvern. In other words, whether it's the doctor or Saeed, it's just an identity played by a different person, just like the select agent in the previous game. Wait, identity? Come on, stop complaining. Haven't you guys always wanted to be a wyvern? This one is the good chance. A passage that Su Zichuan had said to the two team members earlier immediately appeared in Xiao Yun's mind. At that time, Xiao Yun was still puzzled as to why he had to say become a wyvern instead of using other words. If Waylon is an identity, then it makes perfect sense why he would say that. Get your teammates over here and evacuate. Get back to thinking. Now is not the time to think. While Xiao Yun's brain was racing, the doctor also suddenly reminded. And it was only after these words were spoken that Xiao Yun instantly heard the commotion coming from a short distance away. Just in the area where he had just carried the doctor and swiped his face to open the door, there came the sound of a group's hurried footsteps. Although Xiao Yun was not wearing a hearing helmet at the moment, he still captured the movement over there under the augmentation of the hearing needle. Bad. It's coming for revenge. Xiao Yun secretly sighed in dismay. Anyone who would come to the Tower of Babel at this time of day would surely be the same party that had dropped the shells that morning. Thinking of this, Xiao Yun also did not hesitate and directly opened the Destiny skill. The screen kept switching and eventually localized to Lu Shirhan's position. She was just sitting on the counter on the first floor of the landing inn, bored and lazily swaying her legs. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yun teleported next to the landing inn. At this moment, Lu Shirhan was lying on her side on the counter table in boredom, and one hand was drawing circles on the tabletop. Even when Xiao Yun walked to the entrance of the inn, she was unaware of it. Shirhan, it's time to go, Xiao Yun said somewhat helplessly. This big schoolgirl Lu, she really doesn't have the slightest bit of vigilance. He had deliberately put his foot down and walked over, but she didn't react at all. If this had come from another team, they would have had to shark her with 2 shots. However, what Xiao Yun never expected was, Lu Shirhan slowly got up and looked at herself with a narrowed smile on her face. Hello sir, would you like to dine or stay? Xiao Yun looked at her with some doubt. Right now the inn has special large bedrooms, very suitable for couples to check in together. Would you like to book one, sir? Xiao Yun frowned. Good lord, this is role-playing with yourself. This Lu big schoolgirl, She's not even decent even when she's in the forbidden zone. But it was evident that she had been bored enough during the time she had been waiting for herself to coss up to the innkeeper's wife. Where do they have king-size rooms at the landing inn? Hey, will you cooperate with me? Acting. Lu Shirhan instantly grumbled. Okay, time to evacuate. Evacuation? So soon? Hearing this, Lu Shirhan was also a bit surprised. This was because Xiao Yun had left from her line of sight in less than 2 minutes. I can't believe he finished the Doctor Who quest so quickly. So where do we evacuate? The bag drop evacuation point should have been evacuated a long time ago, and the gate pulling point is unlocked. So if we want to evacuate, we still have to go and pull the gate first, right? Lu Shirhan held her chin and analyzed seriously. No, you forgot? I'm done escorting the Doctor. So of course I'm going to take the evacuation point where I escorted him. Wait. I kind of didn't hear what you were saying. Lu Shirhan instantly felt like a thief of information. What do you mean? You're done escorting the Doctor, and then you're going to the evacuation point where you escorted him? Isn't that evacuation point for the enemy team to intercept the Doctor and then escort him to the target location before evacuating? Is this escorting the Doctor a done deal or not? Xiao Yun, you're kind of confusing me. Lu Shirhan held her forehead with a burnt look, and seeing this, Xiao Yun sighed helplessly. Although there was still a lot of time left in this game, there was not much time left for them to evacuate. After all, that convoy had entered the Tower of Babel area, and there was no telling if they would find the point of evacuation where the Doctor was being escorted and thus see him. If they were to let them grab the evacuation point and carry out the evacuation, then they and Lu Shirhan would have to go pull the plug. To pull the plug, you can't help but fuck with the Royal Museum or the people in the Tower of Babel again. Xiao Yun had no intention of killing, so it was best to avoid that situation. Too late to explain. Let's go, said. Xiao Yun came directly to the counter and picked up Lu Shirhan with one hand. She was then given a shoulder to carry as she had just escorted the Doctor. Hey, Chapter 114 Mouse is going to start sprinting. Hey, don't you touch. What are you doing? Don't touch it. Put me down, aha. Lu Shirhan was carried on Xiao Yun's shoulders and struggled slightly. Head in the back, legs in the front. And in order to carry her up, Xiao Yun could only hold her thighs as he did so, accidentally touching her on the way, causing Lu Shirhan to blush immediately. Hey, Xiao Yun, quickly put me down. If others see me in this state, my face will be disgraced. Lu Shirhan kept struggling. She wore a small black halter dress today. The hemline itself was relatively short, and was carried up by Xiao Yun so much that it revealed the safety pants inside. If this were to run at Xiao Yun's speed, the wind speed would not blow the skirt away. Ahem. Sorry about the muscle memory. Xiao Yun was slightly embarrassed and put her down. When he had just carried her, Xiao Yun had also accidentally glanced towards the key area. Unfortunately, forgot that Lu Shirhan has a habit of wearing safety pants. I think you're just trying to take advantage of the opportunity to fumble. Lu Shirhan puffed up her mouth and hastily straightened her skirt. Never mind. Anyway, last time you said you ate your tofu. I promised you I'd let you touch it back for a bit. So let's just offset it this time. Ha? Don't want it? I was hoping to leave my chances behind. Humph. No way. Lu Shirhan let out a light hum. But then she took the initiative to open her hands. Seeing the situation, Xiao Yun also held her up with one hand on her waist and one hand on her thighs, once again picking her up in a princess embrace. Remember to press my skirt for me with your right hand. I don't want to be seen, even though I'm wearing bottoms. Okay, then get ready. I'm going to start speeding up. Xiao Yun sighed and then ran quickly towards the Tower of Babel area just like before. Current location, north entrance of the west building of the Bakshi Royal Museum. This burst, confidential. Time to end this game, 15 minutes. 48 seconds. Hint, please complete the evacuation before time runs out. Outside the north entrance of the museum's west building, the team of rats that had just seen Xiao Yun escorting the Doctor were still in the midst of patiently crouching at the moment. Only at this point, they were no longer discussing what they had just seen and heard over at the landing inn. Instead, they whispered exchanges and started complaining to each other. Shit, I didn't react just now. I didn't think this teen would just jump out the window. I should have known to just start fixing their legs. It's your fault. Always telling us stories there. Wasn't that what you guys wanted to hear? And in good conscience, have you ever seen such a thing? I've never seen it before, but there are a lot of things I haven't seen in the Forbidden Zone. What's more important than us eating? Don't you want to make money? Geez, don't argue, but it's really a shame. I think one of the team that just jumped off the building brought a fully modified gun. It's probably worth a lot of money. The three rats murmured. After Xiao Yun rushed into the area of the Tower of Babel, the Asura soldiers who had originally surrounded the open space to the south of the Randon and also dispersed one after another and began to search for his location. The original group of rats outside the museum thought it was safe as they watched the soldiers leave one after another. Yet just then, one of the soldiers who stayed in place, however, suddenly shouted out, "There they are!" The three of them were stunned when these words came out. Good lord! He's crouched so stealthily. How can he be discovered? They hurriedly turned their heads in the direction of the Asura soldier, only to realize it was just a false alarm, though that Asura soldier made the announcement. And one after another the footsteps of other soldiers rushed around. Only, they weren't targeting a few people. Scared me to death, I thought. Wait. The same officer who had opened his mirror earlier to check on the situation opened it again to observe. However, the scene that appeared in front of him caused him to freeze, only to see a silhouette rushing out from the middle of the landing once again. And this one was as fast as the one before. I'll go. What's going on? There's a track meet here today? Seeing this scene, the heart of the dryad who opened the mirror was overwhelmed. And when he observed again and saw Lu Shirhan held in Xiaoyun's hands, he was even more dismayed inwardly. No, this is still weight training. It's Olympian preparation. What's the situation? The two people next to him heard his exclamation of surprise and also asked in a hurry. There's something out there that's going as fast as that thing just now. Let's see. One of the men next to him, who was closer to him, hastily removed his scope with one hand and clicked it onto his own gun. However, upon seeing this scene in the distance, his heart was also instantly very shocked. I'll go. How is this the same as stealing someone's wife and running away in a panic? Nope. If he's stealing someone else's wife, then the one carrying the doctor just now is. Holy shit. There's non-tone. What's all this? Throw me the scope? The other dryad let out a soft laugh, tensed by his outrageous imagination. However, as he took over the scope, the distance was covered by a string of smoke, and he could not see the situation there at all. Shit. What's with the smoke closure again? Wait. Seal smoke? Hearing the keyword, the cadre member who had peeked in at the beginning also raised an eyebrow. What he saw himself these two times. It can't be the same person. He remembered that the man who had just been running around carrying the doctor had similarly sealed the smoke grenade, blocking fire from the Asura soldiers. I'll go. Didn't he carry the doctor all the way to the evacuation? What the hell is he doing with potions 8? Masa's insides crumbled a bit. He couldn't even guess the actions of the man in front of him. Damn it. Lost him. Where the hell is this guy? The place where the doctor was escorted isn't there either. Wait. You guys stop looking for a second and you come see this. Tower of Babel area. At the tarmac. Escorting Jiang Yang to the hidden supplies point. He frowned when he saw the two large safes that had been opened. Holy shit. Someone cracked open the big safe? Really? That guy knew the combination to the big safe? How did he do that? Isn't it true that no one in the world has ever tried this stuff out? Shit. All that information on the internet is a lie. The two bosses were also overwhelmed inside when they saw the large safe that had been opened. It's something for them that no one could theoretically open. Only in comparison, Jiang Yang was much more calm. You guys don't really think no one knows the combination to the big safe, do you? When Jiang Yang said this, the two bosses also looked at each other. What else? If the code to the big safe is deciphered, it'll be all over the world. And seeing their expressions, Jiang Yang guessed their inner thoughts. It's true that there are people in this world who can decipher the big safe. Only very few of them know about it, and those who do don't vocalize it. Who? GTI Pro Trunks. Chapter 141, Never Tell Anyone. What? Is that guy still really a professional cadre? Hearing Jiang Yang's words, the two bosses were also instantly a little surprised. It was the first time they had ever heard of a GTI career cadre that still had the information to open the big safe. That's what I know from a friend of a friend. Jiang Yang frowned and slowly said. He reached the Blackhawk segment at that time, and logically participated in GTI's examination. And one of the confidentiality clauses in GTI's signing contract was that GTI would share the password to the big safe with every professional team member. Except that he didn't make it and missed the chance to get the password to the big safe, and was devastated ever since, and didn't even run for the Buckshees anymore, and went to the Puba up 4 sets to bully the rookies. That's quite a life. That's pretty much a bust. The two bosses were very saddened to hear this. Of course, even though I told you, you mustn't tell anyone else about this, and even if you do, don't say I told you. Jiang Yang did not forget to remind at this moment. Strictly speaking, the GTI professional cadre's ability to know the combination to the big safe is part of the non-disclosure agreement. He had just accidentally failed to hold back and told the two bosses the news. Now Jiang Yang only hoped that they would keep their mouths shut and not say everything to everyone else. Otherwise, when the word gets out and GTI tracks it down, they'll get themselves and that friend's friend killed. Don't worry, we won't tell. That's right, we're not the kind of people who learn a secret and then blab about it to others. The two bosses, one with his waist crossed and the other with his chest clasped, said righteously. Jiang Yang, on the other hand, When he heard this, he immediately raised his eyebrows. What these two are saying? Why does it always feel like they're connoting themselves? So what? That's why it's not time to hurry and find him. This is a professional player. Even if we get killed by him, as long as we memorize his face, we can wait for him at the entrance of the restricted area. And with that hot combo skill of the three of us, he'll definitely be impressed by us and take us on a knife run. John Yang was instantly excited too. At the moment he saw the two large safes that had been opened, and he was also 100% sure of the man's identity. Definitely a Blackhawk segment or higher. GTI Pro Stemmer. And, with the strength he has shown, among the professional cadres again, it definitely belongs to the leading part. After all, who's a nice guy in a naked suit who dares to come to Bakshi to run knives? Either you're a cutie who's not afraid to die, or a first-class pastry hand. And that man, definitely a master. Only, just as the three of them resumed their search, trying to capture Xiao Yun's trail, unbeknownst to them, just as they were talking, Xiao Yun had already entered the Tower of Babel area with Lu Shirhan and was running towards the evacuation point in the opposite direction. Doctor, it's been a long time. Arriving at the evacuation point, Xiao Yun was happy to see that the doctor was lying on the ground without moving a muscle. The doctor is indeed a man of his word, saying he won't run. Crap, how am I supposed to run when I'm like this? The doctor was instantly furious, almost wanting to growl inwardly. He himself had been darted and stabbed in the leg, and his hands were tied. How else could he run? It's hard not to squirm like a maggot on the floor, isn't it? It would be better to just die. I won't be seeing you next time anyway. The doctor sneered. When they withdrew and this match was over, they themselves would soon be relieved. When he comes back to this restricted area in the future, he's a dog. Xiao Yun, how did the doctor get made so miserable? Seeing the doctor on the ground, Lu Shirhan was also startled at once. What is this? Bondage play? If it wasn't for the fact that the doctor was a brown man, Lu Shirhan would have found the image unbearable. Alas, I'm ashamed to say that I didn't protect the doctor on the way, letting him get shot twice in the leg by Asra soldiers and then this. Ha? Is that so? The doctor is so pathetic. I'll believe the hell out of you. The doctor poo-pooed and spat a mouthful of phlegm into the side of Xiao Yun's shoes. This Xiao Yun is also too unqualified. He was obviously the one who got himself into this mess and then had to excuse it by saying that it was the Asra soldiers who did it. This dryer is so much more than a GTI. Evacuate yourselves quickly. I don't want to see you again, the doctor said coldly. However, what the doctor did not expect was that Xiao Yun also smiled faintly at this moment. Doctor, you speak Chinese, don't you? So what happened? The doctor had a disdainful look on his face as he coldly looked at Xiao Yun. At this moment, he was completely unaware of the seriousness of the matter and was completely unaware of what Xiao Yun had suddenly thought of. I'm just wondering, this is according to the setting. Bakshi is also not in the country It turns out that everyone in there speaks Chinese, but after what you just reminded me, I do know why. Xiao Yun smiled faintly, and at that statement, the doctor instantly just felt sweaty. Xiao Yun's next words were even more direct, knocking him into a bottomless ice cave with deep chills that pierced his bones. You can only participate in restricted areas within the Dragon Kingdom's restricted areas, right? The doctor was silent, though the cold sweat that continued to break out on his forehead betrayed his inner panic. According to the map distribution of the Dragon Kingdom, there are no more than 100 areas with this map of Baksh. So what? Hearing Xiao Yun's analysis, the doctor also snapped back to his senses. Right, there are 100 districts of Bakshi in the Dragon Kingdom, and many of those 100 regions have more than one Bakshi map. The Bakshi sanctuaries in all of the Dragon Kingdom add up to a total of more than 300. With over 300 forbidden zones, he didn't believe that Xiao Yun would be able to run into himself again. I suppose you chose your forbidden zones based on your abilities in your world, too, and with your strength, you'd at best have the right to jump between a few forbidden zones of the same level, right? So what? That's 20 or 30 of them, too. Oh, 20 or 30? That narrows it down for me. Xiao Yun smiled coldly while the doctor sighed in dismay. Bad. Having just been so shocked by Xiao Yun's maneuver that his mind was not clear. How could he have let anything like this slip out of his mouth? I don't believe you have that much capital to run through so many restricted areas. The doctor stiffened his mouth even though he was already panicking inside. Doctor, you're from the Forbidden Zone. You probably don't know this one beside me. She's a $1,000 lady. She's got a lot of money inside reality. If I wanted to find you, I'd run through this Bakshi counterparts area ranking close to it. Xiao Yun spoke indifferently while the doctor's pupils narrowed violently. Indeed, in all his years in the Forbidden Zone, he had never seen such a beautiful female cadre. Only a rich girl could be raised so beautifully. Bad. This is bad. This man, he's trying to push himself into a corner. I hope the next time I see you, You'll hide your expression so I don't notice it's you. With that, Xiaoyan smiled faintly and his figure disappeared into the forbidden area. No! Evacuation successful. Chapter 142, What 78 Songs? Evacuation successful. Duration, 13 minutes and 52 seconds. The Council's Harvest, 153-9902. Back to the Longjiang Impression City Fountain. This one didn't make a few bucks, but at least it brought out a big red, plus a helicopter. I just wonder how much the helicopter will go for. Xiaoyan thought as he intended to retrieve his cell phone to check the price. However, I just got my cell phone and was surprised to find several missed calls. When I looked at the notes, it was Wang Chang who called. Finished buying so soon? Xiaoyan remembered that he had previously asked them to purchase the materials to upgrade the heirloom dagger to come, and by this time this put ended. The time was 3 p.m. Theoretically, the next course of action is to get into another handful of Bakshi maps, not only to complete the current system mission, but also to bring out an extra helicopter. However, on Wang Chang's side, purchasing another wave of supplies would take quite a bit of time, and Xiaoyan didn't know what the next upgrade materials would require right now. Also, the safety box was taking up a lot of space with the helicopter and the computer that had been brought out earlier, which very much affected the next knife run if it wasn't sold. It would be better to go back and upgrade the heirloom knife first, and then let Wang Chang and a few others go buy another wave of supplies. Otherwise it was just 5 levels a day, and there was no telling how long it would take for this knife to fill up. There's still $15 million lying in the card, and if you don't use that money to go out and improve yourself, wouldn't it be a waste to keep it? Sure Han. I'm going to go back to Haibei City first, Xiaoyan said. What's wrong? Is this map of Baksh not profitable? Lu Shurhan thought rightfully. Earlier this hand, she had done nothing. Nothing was searched at all, and certainly no supplies were brought out. Running a knife is the same as running for nothing, but that's the way it is with advanced maps like Bakshi. Those who arrive early search early. Those who arrive late can only go and try to find a way to search for some corpses. It's basically the same as a brawl map. Whoever can kill people and lick their equipment can make money. Lu Shurhan also deeply understood the essence of this compulsion-raising map of Bakshi at this time. It's not just Bakshi, it's the same with spaceflight. Except that spaceflight is, after all, a top-tier map, and things should be a little better than Bakshi, and there won't be as many of them. After all, this was a map that only the top 50 cities could have, and I heard that most of them had segment restrictions, and you had to be a diamond or higher cadre to enter. Rather, it's not about that, Xiaoyan said indifferently. And just as he was wondering how to explain, Lu Shurhan's phone rang out of nowhere. Hakimita Nami Jerky, Asaiga Haya Gugunai Jerky. When he heard the phone ringing, Xiaoyan suddenly had a black line. How come there are number 78s in this world and this Hakini music is so hot? Hey! Lu Shurhan picked up the phone and just listened for no more than 2 seconds, and was suddenly surprised. Xiaoyun, the research team from the Haibei Academy of Sciences has arrived. We do have to return to Haibei City now. Aha! Back to the city of North Sea. Xiaoyan sent a message to Wang Chang and the others on the way, asking them to wait for a while. After meeting with Hemo earlier, Xiaoyan was in a hurry to come to Bakshi to run the knife. Forgetting that there was such a thing as an expert from the North Sea Academy of Science, the Mercedes drove into a courtyard surrounded by clumps of perfectly manicured flowers and plants that looked very pleasing to the eye. And this courtyard, as wide as a botanical garden, was nothing more than the backyard of the huge Western European-style palace-like building not far away. What is this place? Some big upscale hotel? Seeing this building, which was even more luxurious than the Diamond Hotel in Longbao Stream Valley, Xiaoyan also raised his eyebrows in slight surprise. This place is too posh. This piece of hotel construction mustn't cost billions of dollars. Ha! It's probably even more than a few billion, right? This is in the city of Haibei City, not the kind of villa in the suburbs. Just this lot is worth several hundred million. I didn't realize that the Academy of Sciences people would have an appointment at such an expensive place. Ha! What? This is my house? Did you forget? Lu Shurhan laughed too. What do you mean you forgot? It's not like I've been to your house. Humph. You sure forgot. Lu Shurhan suddenly furrowed her eyebrows, suddenly somewhat aggrieved. Xiaoyun, on the other hand, was currently enjoying the scene around him. Xiaoyun, when you grow up, you can take me as your bride. No, you can't marry her. You have to marry me. What's that sound? Xiaoyan snapped his eyes open and realized that there was no one around to speak. The driver was silent, while Lu Shurhan next to him was still beaming and angry. But, one did just hear something to be right. Could it be that you're falling into a hallucination? This place, why does it always feel a bit familiar? As the car slowly drove closer, looking at the surrounding scene, Xiaoyan also suddenly had an inexplicable sense of vestigial vision. This luxurious villa always feels like a scene you've seen before? And at that moment, the driver looked through the rearview mirror. and Lu Shurhan coincidentally looked toward him. Lu Shurhan had an expectant look on her face, and there was a slight hint of delight in her eyes. Oh, come to think of it, the Diamond Queen Hotel looks like that from the outside. Humph. Lu Shurhan and the driver instantly turned their heads and fell silent once again. What's up, guys? Noticing the movements of the two, Xiao Yun was also instantly somewhat puzzled. What's going on with these two today? Could it be that they were waiting for themselves to boast more about this luxurious villa? Geez, this mansion, he's just beautiful, just like the castle, Xiao Yun said and also carefully observed the expressions of the two. Yet all that could be seen was the anger on Lu Shurhan's face, and the driver's face with speechlessness written in capital letters. What's going on here? Xiao Yun was a bit confused. What was wrong with these two people? You don't want to hear yourself praising this villa. You don't want to hear yourself cursing it. It's impossible. It's too much of a brain burner. Following Lu Shurhan into the villa, Xiao Yun was immediately attracted by the interiors. Unlike its opulent exterior, the entire interior is decorated in black and red, which is very quaint and understatedly elegant. By the way, aren't the aunt and uncle here? They're not in North Sea City, Lu Shurhan replied faintly. Xiao Yun did not ask more questions, only that he was somewhat surprised inwardly. Not in Haibei City, yet he bought such a large manor in Haibei City? Can't it be that this was specially bought for Lu Shurhan, as a dormitory for school? Just how rich is her family? The current situation seems that even Li Wenjie is not as rich as Lu Shurhan's family. I'm afraid. It's been a long time. Xiao Yun followed Lu Shurhan to the hall, only to find that the four researchers were already sitting on the sofa on one side. Several people, both young and old, 3 men and 1 woman, sat in the middle of the large living room but looked very small. Not long wait, but it's a trouble for you too. One of the old men stood up with a charitable smile on his face. Although he was late in life, his pace was very steady, and he came excitedly at the sight of the 2 men. I believe this one behind you is Mr. Xiao Yun, right? PS1, 4 chefs today. There are still 4 more to go. PS2, featured review, Flybird. I've been catching up on your books again, and I've heard that there's good luck in catching up on the books plus feeding them, so I tried it out, and I was surprised that Heart of Africa actually came out the other day. Thank you so much, Faye Bird. I'm going to chase and feed every day from now on. No one can stop me. Don't believe in rumors. Don't spread rumors. The comment is really not a small number. Everyone Hikari Yiffy trouble point attention. Feeding good luck. Chasing more good things come true. Feeding plus chasing more put the big red. Chapter 143 Help us. You guys talk. I'm going to go touch up my makeup, Lu Shurhan said and also turned her head to leave. And once she was gone, the 4 researchers relaxed a lot. They were afraid that they would cause this $1,000 lady to lose her temper. What if we don't rent the blade servers? I didn't expect student Xiao Yun to be so young. A young male scientific researcher was also slightly surprised to see Xiao Yun. Nonsense. Someone else is in high school. If they're not young, who is? The female researcher next to him glanced at him with great disgust. You can't be so polite even if you want to be polite, right? How can others feel comfortable handing over that blade server to us when they see how stupid you are? It's simply tarnishing the image of our Haibei Academy of Sciences. Hey, this is in front of Mr. Xiao Yun. Give me some face, okay? I think you're just reading stupid. Then, these two actually started arguing. Seeing this, Xiao Yun's eyelids twitched as well. Originally, I saw that they were wearing white coats, all wearing glasses, well-mannered, and at a glance they looked very much in line with the impression of the researchers. Yet how does this talk not feel too smart? Alas, senior siblings, stop arguing. At this moment, a middle-aged man with half-bald hair next to him also hurriedly advised. Sorry to make you laugh. The old professor sighed. Young people nowadays really don't know how to read the occasion either. It's even if you're usually noisy in the lab, but you're still like this when you come to someone's house to meet your honored guest. By the way, Mr. Xiao Yun, you should be taking the college entrance exam soon, right? Which school are you planning to apply for? That young junior sister who looked a bit quirky suddenly asked. Do you want to come to our Haibei University of Science and Technology? Then you can be our senior. Yeah. We're good at HBKU. The cafeteria is delicious. The male researcher next to her, who had just been arguing with her, also recommended it very passionately. And in the face of the 2 men's questions, Xiao Yun smiled awkwardly. I don't have to take the entrance exam. Both fellows froze at these words. You're not going to college? The youngest sister was puzzled. That cannot be Although you touch from the forbidden zone out of the big red, wealth freedom, but for the pursuit of knowledge cannot be lost especially this university has to go not how to do it. Of course I have to. I don't have to take the entrance exams meaning I'm bailing out, Xiao Yun explained. Ah, this. So what college did you bail on? Bay University. When these words came out, junior sister and junior brother were immediately shocked. Holy shit. Bay University. Guaranteed admission to Bay. That really doesn't have to come to our Bay University of Science and Technology. Alright. You guys stop gossiping for a moment and discuss the business of the day. At this time, the old professor also sighed very helplessly. He turned his head to look at Xiao Yun with an apologetic expression. They're usually pretty smart. They just know a little less about the human side of things. So don't you dare have a problem with our institute. It's okay. I do think they're quite real. Xiao Yun smiled faintly. This old professor, together, was also afraid that he would back out of renting the Blade server to them. Several people sat down by the sofa. The old professor next to Xiao Yun, looking at him with loving eyes, while the other three young ones sat across from him. Just as he sat down, the old professor pulled out several contracts in black and white. This is the lease contract for the Blade servers. I had it drawn up in triplicate beforehand, the old professor said and handed one of the copies to Xiao Yun. Originally, according to the standard on the industry, this kind of valuable materials are contracted year by year, but the red materials we produce in Bay City are limited every year. And materials with high research value like Blade servers are even rarer. So I'd like to ask you. The old professor seemed to be feeling a little embarrassed when he said this. He pointed to the line on the paper about the length of the lease, the column that was still empty now, waiting for the two men to negotiate and fill it in. Professor, just tell me what you have in mind, and I'll try my best to fulfill it for the sake of the development of our Bay City, Xiao Yun said with a faint smile. After all, he wasn't like the ordinary people of this world. Ordinary people in this world, running knives to bring a big red from the penalty area. It is estimated that they have to be heirlooms, a red passed on to 3 generations, and each year, the lease is awarded to the highest bidder, whoever pays the highest price, not to mention the top-of-the-line big red supplies like Blade servers. Just like what Himo said before, put in the entire Bay City, it is also not certain to produce one in 10 years. This thing is not just an ordinary research material, but a real arithmetic tool. If you put it in the era when all the people were crazy about mining bitcoins, it is estimated that tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of bitcoins can be mined out in a year. And unlike real-world electronics, the special technology in the Forbidden Zone could keep the Blade servers functioning properly for 30 years. The rental price of Blade servers, therefore, also varies from year to year and from year to year, increasing with inflation year after year. Only, for Xiao Yun, although a big red was worth a lot, he had more than one big red. For the small amount of rent that a big red goes up every year, he might as well rent out an extra big red. And now since the staff of the North Sea Academy of Sciences is visiting in person, Xiao Yun was also planning inwardly at this time to see if he could sign a few more contracts with them and rent more big red to them. I've got a bunch of big reds lying around in my own safety deposit box. If these big reds don't rent out, you're losing money if you keep them an extra day. Actually, I just wanted to ask if we could get a long-term lease on such a valuable material as a Blade server? The old professor asked with some embarrassment. Although he didn't say all the words, he meant that he would rent them the material, the Blade server, at a fixed price per year, without any price increase. This was, after all, also detrimental to Xiao Yun's actual interests, which was why he appeared to be in such a difficult position. You also know the situation of our Bay City. The Blade server can be said to be rare. 10 years or even 20 years cannot see one. And even if there are cadres brought out from the Forbidden Zone, but also do not see that they will be rented to us to do research, but instead, they choose to rent it to foreign scientific research companies to conduct research. After all, the lighthouse country's currency is worth more money. Well, we can understand, so we are also very thank you for not doing so. The old professor was very much on the go. Although we would like to give you the normal price every year, but the process of declaring funds with the above cannot be easy. The cycle is long. The payment is slow, especially if you apply with the above once a year and the price has increased. Then there are more troubles. At this time, the somewhat balding middle-aged researcher across the table also added. Therefore, I implore Mr. Xiao Yun to help us. Chapter 144, have you come at last? Mr. Xiao Yun, as long as you're willing to lease the Blade server to us on a long-term basis, if our Bay Research Institute has any research and development results, we'll definitely add your name to it as well. The bald senior brother said very statingly. This Blade server, it's very important to the direction of our research right now. And hearing these words, Xiao Yun sighed lightly. Funding for research institutes has indeed always been a problem. It may have gotten better in recent years, but the approval process is still very strict. And even if the first approval is passed, if the approval is granted every year in the future, and if there is an increase in price every year, it is bound to cause dissatisfaction at the top as well. When the time comes, It's investigation for investigation and dinner for dinner, which not only slows down the progress of the research, but also makes it difficult for the researchers. These problems faced by the institute were the same in Xiao Yun's previous world, and he did not expect them to still exist in this world. And now, Xiao Yun could help them. That is, sign the contract for a longer term so they don't have to go back and forth, as well as touching up more high-value big reds to help the institute land a few more projects. After all, he didn't know anything about scientific research, and these things were the only thing left to do as a knife runner. So what do you guys think is the right amount of time to sign? Xiao Yun asked indifferently. If you'd like, can we make it a 3-year deal? The old professor inquired carefully. While hearing this, Xiao Yun smiled faintly. It's all right, a big red is nothing to me. You might as well be bold. Old man, that's a pretentious thing to say, isn't it? What do you mean a big red is nothing? You don't know how long we've been waiting for the blade server. However, Xiao Yun's words had just finished. That junior sister on the opposite side was instantly unhappy. Her brows furrowed as she criticized very nonchalantly. The bald senior brother next to her immediately blanched and glared at her fiercely. Senior sister, don't talk nonsense. Originally, the arithmetic support that this blade server can provide can not only develop artificial intelligence, biotechnology, and these high-end fields, but it can even be used to directly measure scientific research data and accelerate the landing of scientific research projects. And even for the Forbidden Zone, it can also make some data projections. So how can it be said that it's nothing? But is it possible that Mr. Xiao Yun has many big reds? Isn't he saying that this blade server is nothing? But that one big red isn't worth that much to him? How is that possible? Elder brother, you're crazy. The youngest sister frowned, slight contempt in her eyes behind her round-framed glasses. Who doesn't know that big reds in this forbidden area are rare? How many senior cadres don't have a few chances to bring them out in their lifetime? Let alone the fact that he's still a high school student. So how can he have so many big reds? Here we go. Classic questionable bridge. Xiao Yun thought silently inwardly, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but raise slightly. I didn't realize that the classic bridge in the cool article I read in my previous life would actually happen to me. However, the youngest sister's words were a reasonable rebuttal. After all, for ordinary cadres, even the top GTI's professional cadres, cannot see a few times a year blade server this level of big red. At most bring out some Rolex champagne and so on small red. Therefore, this researcher's little sister didn't mean any harm. She was just telling the truth. Only, now that you've started this thread, I'm going to start showing off the big red in my safety deposit box. Xiao Yun was worried that he didn't know how to open his mouth and say that he wanted to rent these big reds to them, but he didn't expect that his little sister's questioning was helping him set the stage logically. In that case, I won't pretend. I'll show my cards. Xiao Yun smiled faintly and brought over the large red bag that was placed next to him. Equipment, heavy-duty mountaineering bag. Quality, red. Carrying space, 40. Price, 407,942. Evaluation, boss special. Point 2 escort back a big red packet to go directly into the open loaded. With the previous experience of meeting with EMO, Xiao Yun had also deliberately prepared this before he came and stuffed it to the brim. This big red bag is no less than big enough to fit. That way, there's no fear of pulling out a bunch of big reds on your own, thus triggering suspicion. Mainly I didn't know where you guys were going with your research and didn't know what to show you, so I just took whatever I could, Xiao Yun said, pretending to rummage through the big red bag, but with a thought in his mind. He took out the military drone from the safety box. Material, military drones. Quality, red. Price, 578,800. Evaluation, 10 times the performance of DJI. This was found on the drone platform in Longbow Creek Valley earlier, when it still seemed to be on normal difficulty, and I didn't realize that the drone platform actually had drones. It's a military drone. When the pure white military drone was placed on the table, the old professor, who was sitting next to him, also instantly exclaimed in shock. This is more than a technological product. It's a military product. If this thing was put on a big battlefield, I don't know how many small to medium-sized battles it could easily solve. Ha ha ha, I told you, Mr. Xiao Yun is different from others. He definitely has the goods. I can't believe you actually have other big reds. Seeing the appearance of the drone, the youngest sister also stared at once, her eyes full of disbelief. She had originally thought that it was just luck that Xiao Yun had brought out the blade server. And with this one big red brought out, the luck of her life might have run out. But I didn't realize that he was so lucky. A blade server and a military drone can add up to a whopping $2 million a year in rental value. This young yearling earned $2 million. Do not know by the time the university to scourge how many pure schoolgirls student Xiao Yun. I will now formally introduce our research direction to you. The old professor was also suddenly agitated. and then used specialized terminology to tell Xiao Yun a bunch of things. The bald senior brother on the opposite side of the room also kept echoing, and the two of them also became more and more excited as they spoke. However, listening to their professional words, Xiao Yun was in a daze. All that was heard was that the direction of their research seemed to be related to the Forbidden Zone, and the supplies needed seemed to be wide-ranging and very costly, with many of the red-quality supplies in the Forbidden Zone needing to be used to. What's all the jabbering about? I'm going to start showing. So this military drone helps you guys too? Xiao Yun pretended to be puzzled. That's right. If fellow student Xiao Yun could lease us this same big red material, our research progress would have to be accelerated by at least 3 years. 3 years is an exaggeration. 1 or 2 years is about right. After all, compared to a blade server, this drone is a bit far off, but it's fine if Mr. Xiao Yun doesn't want to rent it. We're satisfied with a blade server. A few people were very excited, but kept some sense. And seeing this situation, Xiao Yun only smiled faintly. Since this stuff helps you guys too, I wonder if this, do you guys need it? Saying that, Xiao Yun also faintly took out the big goods that were weighing down the safety box at the moment. Chapter 145, A Piece of Wild History. Material, reinforced carbon fiber board. Quality, red. Price, 215-6486. Verdict, if we bring out a few more of these things, mankind could probably start growing vegetables on the moon. Xiao Yun carried out a large carbon fiber board. While this stuff exists in reality, it's the enhanced version that's produced in the Forbidden Zone. Strength, rigidity, all above normal carbon fiber boards. Yet the weight is lower. At least not with the technology that humanity will have in the next 50 years. Reinforced carbon fiber plates. I can't believe you still have these supplies. Seeing what Xiao Yun pulled out, the old professor was completely shocked. I thought blade servers were the limit, but I didn't realize there was a big one. This carbon fiber board. The specification is not as good as the blade server, but it is also its precious material. At the time, Musk was said to have launched the Starship because he rented a few reinforced carbon fiber panels, took the rocket process to extremes, and was able to easily recover it after launch. Only when the Starship landed after launching, the lease on that reinforced carbon fiber panel expired and he had to remove it and return it to someone else. According to the wild history, at that time, Musk let engineers dismantle the reinforced carbon fiber plate when the operation is not proper, return it back with a few grams less. The result is to compensate someone else for a huge amount of $3 million, and finally had no choice but to rely on the sale of hooks to earn back the cost. The details of the incident are unknown, but the only thing we know for sure is that this reinforced carbon fiber plate was valuable and important. You managed to bring out such expensive top-grade big red supplies. When she saw the reinforced carbon fiber plate, the youngest sister also stood up excitedly at once, staring at the black giant in front of her with a face full of unbelief. We can't afford to rent this thing. What do you mean? Are the funds that limited? Xiao Yun frowned with some doubt. This High Bay Research Institute is already considered the brand name of High Bay City's scientific research community, right? Why is it so difficult to apply for such a small amount of funding? Is it so hard to be a researcher? That's not true. The bald senior brother pushed up his glasses, then slowly spoke. The main thing is that the most important use of this thing right now is to build rockets, which doesn't quite match our research direction. And although we can also use reinforced carbon fiber boards to make the finished product, there's no that need to spend such a small amount of money, and using normal carbon fiber boards will be enough, the bald senior brother said, and the old professor next to him nodded. And it's a waste to give us this stuff, I guess. To put it mildly, that would be a shame. Xiao Yun sighed. Just as he was about to retrieve the reinforced carbon fiber plate, the old professor next to him was suddenly pulling his hand. Don't. What's wrong? Xiao Yun was puzzled. Even if we can't afford to rent it, let us enjoy it. That's right. I've only seen such high-class supplies on news reports. With that said, a few people from the opposite side of the room also gathered around. Several people made some observations in front of the reinforced carbon fiber board and engaged in academic exchanges that Xiao Yun could not understand. Are you guys done yet? Xiao Yun urged with some impatience. As soon as these researchers started discussing it, they themselves began to be unintelligible. Isn't it a waste of time if you don't understand? And there's a lot more big red in the backpack, and there are a few big ones that exist alongside, if not well beyond, blade servers. Therefore, Xiao Yun is also a little anxious. Is it ready? Well, I can move on to the next treasure. Wait, student Xiao Yun. At this time, the old professor was also deep in thought and then spoke. Although our research team does not need this thing, there is another team in the High Bay Research Institute that may need to use it. Do you have the time to wait a little longer? I'm not in a hurry if someone needs it. Xiao Yun smiled faintly. One is in it to make money anyway. as long as one can rent out these big reds. And hearing this, the old professor grasped at straws and made a quick call. Hello? Old Run, get over here, we've got a big shipment here. I'm sending you the address, so come over as soon as you can. Don't keep the others waiting. When have I ever joked with you? Get your ass over here. The old professor hung up the phone and then looked at Xiao Yun with a smile on his face. Student Xiao Yun, please wait, he'll be here soon. That's okay, why don't I move on and show you a couple more things? Xiao Yun smiled faintly and prepared to continue pulling out the large red he had touched earlier. And upon seeing his movements, the opposite group of several senior brothers and sisters also stared in shock all of a sudden. Why do you still have the goods? How many big reds has this been? And I can't believe there are more. Boy, are you invincible. At this point, even the top group of highly sophisticated talents in the entire Haibei city could only use the plainest language to express their inner shock. After all, Xiao Yun had already shocked everyone when he originally brought out a blade server. And the next piece of great red on display made a few people's jaws drop. Blade servers, military drones, reinforced carbon fiber panels. No matter which one it was, taking it out individually was an existence that every forbidden area cadre could only dream of. And a guy who can bring a big load of this caliber out of the penalty box is at least a GTI higher cadre, capable of signing on as a pro. However, the Xiao Yun in front of him was just an ordinary high school student by the look of his appearance, topped off with a little bit of handsomeness and looked a little bit smart. How could a few people think that he had so many big red supplies? And, in addition to those three, he actually has them. How could this not surprise and shock the three? Bring me my cup. With a command from the old professor, the elder brother across from him hurriedly opened his backpack and fished out a thermos. Once the lid was opened, the tea was fragrant. Xiao Yun, student, you slow down. I need to take a sip of water to slow down. The old professor took a sip of tea, then calmed down. Student Xiao Yun, are you really just a senior? Did you bring all these things out from the Forbidden Zone? The question the old professor voiced at this point was not one of skepticism, but of shock. Seeing Xiao Yun nodding silently, he also took another sip of tea. By all rights, a senior should have just turned 18 and not long after registering as a GTI officer, right? How long have you been in the restricted area? Not much, just a week, Xiao Yun replied with a faint smile. 1 week? You brought out so much big red in 1 week. Upon hearing Xiao Yun's words, the junior sister across from him was also shocked once again. I'm afraid it's hard for people who have just entered the restricted area to run the knife to even evacuate, right? I remember when I went to college, running knife in Dam Zero but a year have not come out, but also lost a lot of money. Sophomore and junior have several times one after another to evacuate, but also did not lose the money to fill the flat. You are only in your 3rd year of high school, but can evacuate so many times? The junior sister said with a shocked face. And, to bring out so much big red. Chapter 146, Who Changed My Ringtone? I remember at the time, I was in a similar situation, I guess, but I was okay with losing a little less money, and I was able to make a little bit of money starting sophomore year. Listening to the youngest sister's description, the youngest brother next to her also added up his own experience at that time. Though several people are specialized in scientific research, and it is reasonable to assume that something like running a knife does not account for any of them. But in this era where the Forbidden Zone has descended into reality and all the people are running knives, all the college students who want to graduate have to get inside the Forbidden Zone to sharpen their skills. That wasn't a bad thing. After all, the simulation in the Forbidden Zone was a completely realistic battlefield environment. Most college students learn more in the penalty box than they do in college. At this time in the Dragon Kingdom, the Forbidden Zone had become a natural training ground for every young man. As long as he can kill his way out of the battlefield of heavy difficulties, no amount of real-life trials and tribulations will be difficult for him. So after emerging from the Forbidden Zone, the spirits of the young people of the Dragon Kingdom were also much better. And since several people had participated in the Forbidden Zone, they naturally understood the preciousness of these supplies. More than that, he understood what kind of concept it was for an ordinary high school student to be able to evacuate from the Forbidden Zone and bring out so many red quality top-notch supplies. No wonder you were able to bail out of Qingbei University, Junior exclaimed. Honestly, I don't know if this matter of you bailing out of Qingbei is your honor or Qingbei University's honor anymore. You say that. That's a big word. Ha? Xiao Yun smiled faintly. Actually, he was wrong about one thing. That's not even a week of actual knife running on your own. It's much shorter, just 3 days. However, looking at the shocked expressions of several people, Xiao Yun was also once again able to feel the weight of this world's great red. Since he had come to this world, he had been busy running knives all day long, and this was the first time he had actually dealt with top-notch supplies. As expected, just like what others had said before, each of these things could be a world-shaking existence when taken out. Of course, for the sake of his own safety, Xiao Yun did not want this information to leak out, and the Academy of Sciences, after all, themselves do most of the confidential work, squatting in the laboratory every day. There is no opportunity to publicize everywhere. That was why Xiao Yun dared to display Big Red in front of them so recklessly. The fewer people who know about it, the better, and one is only famous in key circles. It's okay, old man, isn't it? You should pay more attention to your health in general. Ha ha ha, it's okay, I'm in good health. I'm just too surprised. The old professor laughed brightly. He was also becoming more and more fond of this young man. The truthfulness in Xiao Yun was also a rare quality in their circle. The old professor had gone to meet a number of dryads who had brought Big Red supplies out of the penalty box before. It was only that they gave the old professor the impression that they were too heavy-hearted and focused only on profit. Hooking up all day in the penalty box, not only with the enemy, but also with his teammates. All of them are a bit gloomy in character. The Xiao Yun in front of him, however, brought him a feeling that was different from others, at least true to what he said. A Big Red really doesn't mean much to him. Good, then I'm going to continue. Xiao Yun smiled faintly. At this time, he didn't know what was in the old professor's mind. If I knew that, I'd probably not be able to help but spit on it. It's also very profit-oriented yourself. Okay, but there's no way around it. I just brought out so many Big Reds, so what am I supposed to do? And next, Xiao Yun also took out the second grand prize that was opened in the last bounty treasure chest alongside the reinforced carbon fiber board for him. Material, top secret server. Quality, red. Price, 218-9874. Evaluation, important materials storing highly classified information, possibly referring to my Xiaowen's beautiful pictures. How could it be my Xiaowen Meitu? Previously, when he saw that the system gave an evaluation, Xiao Yun had always endured it. It wasn't until he saw the top secret server's reviews that Xiao Yun couldn't hold back. This system is outrageous too. What's this my Xiaowen picture? Can you send me a copy? The supplies are. However, when Xiao Yun pulled out the top secret server, the old professor next to him was frozen. After looking at it for half a day, I didn't recognize what it was. Top secret server. It's a top secret server. At this point, it was still the youngest sister who had seen it all. Excitement is also on the verge of jumping up and down when you see this top-notch supply. Professor, this is a top secret server, the same material as the Blade server. No, this top secret server can be much more precious than the Blade server. Put in our high base city, this is a rare sight for at least 50 years. I can't believe it's a top secret server. Upon hearing this name, the old professor instantly raised his eyebrows as well. This thing, he had only heard of the name, but had never seen the body. After working at the institute for so many decades, big stuff like Blade servers were rare, but he'd seen a lot of them. And this top secret server, he had only heard from some of the younger graduate students that this stuff was even more rare inside the restricted area. At the time, I synthesized the information and found that this thing is 10 times rarer than Blade servers in terms of global shipments. The last time this top secret server appeared in High Bay City was like 20 years ago or so, right? In the last time, that's gone. The bald senior brother was also shocked when he saw the supplies. This thing can be much faster than a Blade server if it's computing. And as supplies for the same type of role, several staff members were eyeing the top secret server, especially the youngest master. At this moment, was already counting. The efficiency of this server seems to be 1.5 times faster than a Blade server. If our institute rents this material with the Blade server, the project landing can be described as just around the corner. This is a really big deal. This is much more useful than drones and carbon fiber plates. But I'm just curious. Student Xiao Yun, you can even bring this out? The youngest senior sister looked at Xiao Yun with an incomparable shock within her heart. It did seem that he had underestimated him before. Once this top secret server is out there, the research community will turn the world upside down. And she had a hard time imagining that a high school student who had just run in for a week would be able to bring out so many top-notch supplies. How the hell did that happen? A week into the Forbidden Zone and he's accomplished this. What's he going to do in the future? It could be imagined that Xiao Yun's appearance, whether it was for High Bay City, or even for the entire Dragon Kingdom, was the existence of a heavenly great father. Moreover, Xiao Yun was willing to cede a portion of his interests and lease and sell these things to his country. How can other countries live with that? Especially for the Lighthouse Kingdom. Xiao Yun's appearance was tantamount to a piece of bad news. It's the same as when a couple of high schoolers formed a team to go to a big match at an internet cafe, only to have the opposite bench suddenly come in with a faker to play center single. It's the same as a couple of old men sitting in the park playing chess, only to have a phone call from across the street rock up with a Jabberwocky. Luck. In response, Xiao Yun only smiled faintly. You are guaranteed to win every time you gamble. No matter what you do, you will be happy with Sankong Mahjong. And right at this moment, the old professor's cell phone rang suddenly. Who's been messing with my cell phone ringtone again? The old professor frowned, and the youngest sister next to him spat her tongue out and smiled. Hey, old money, where the hell is this place? I'm getting dizzy going around this garden. I just picked up the phone, only to hear a grumble from the other side of the line. PS1, 4 shifts today. There are still 4 more to go. PS2, selected comments, fly, cattle, out, chase, reward. Do not believe in rumors, do not spread rumors. The comment is really not a small number. Everyone Hikari Ife trouble point attention. Feeding good luck when the head. Chasing more good things into a pair. Feeding plus chasing more to put the big red. Chapter 147. Sorry, but I'll take care of it. What is this place you're in? Why can't I see where the house is after going around for half a day? The old professor deliberately turned on the speakerphone function. On the other end of the line, there was a rush of anxious voices. It's in there. You'll find it if you walk a little further. Quit grating. You've got to send me a location share. The other party hangs up. While the old professor lifted his cell phone and examined it for a while, he opened WeChat and looked at it for half a day. But he frowned slightly. Professor, I'll do it. The bald senior brother took the phone and hurriedly sent the location sharing information to the other party. It was only then that the old professor breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately this trip out with you guys, otherwise it can be that old Rin joke. As a scientific researcher, even the latest technological products are used do not understand. You say this. The old professor smiled in a slightly self-deprecating manner. Old sir, this cell phone thing iterates too fast, and you guys are usually busy at work, so it's normal for you to be unfamiliar with some of the features. Xiaoyun smiled faintly and made a simple polite remark before hastily cutting to the chase. So, old professor, what do you think of this top-secret server? When these words came out, several people fell into silence. The top-secret server thing is really what they need right now. The price, however, is much higher than Blade servers. The cost of renting Blade servers for just 1 year has been as high as $1.5 million, and top-secret servers with even more computing power start at over $2 million a year. It's not that the Academy of Sciences can't afford the money, it's mainly that the costs are too high to make back that much revenue when the time comes. It's the same thing as running a knife in the penalty box. If an average dryad goes into the map naked, the evacuation rate will be infinitely close to zero. Whereas if he spends $100,000 and puts on a set of 3 with a gun, he can dramatically increase his survival rate in the Forbidden Zone. And the $100,000 spent could be made back by scavenging more supplies in the Forbidden Zone. Except that if he'd been wearing a 5 set and using a full conversion gun, it would have boosted the evacuation rate, but it would have become very difficult to make back the cost. 5 sets with full altered guns, at least is also the cost of millions of dollars. And the bullets also have to spend money. This kind of time if each only brings some blue and green out from inside the Forbidden Zone, it has to be more than 10 are not necessarily able to earn back the cost. And now several researchers are considering the same question. The cost of a Blade server, and the benefits he brings, is definitely worth every penny, but if you add a top-secret server, the cost can become high. In addition to the cost of renting a server, you have to have a specialized researcher, or at least a team dedicated to debugging and management. And now the salary of researchers is also high. A team of 20 people, at least a month must also open more than 400,000 yuan of salary. A year down is almost 5 million. That is to say, the cost of renting this top-secret server can be not only $2 million a year for the rental fee, but at least $7 million, or even tens of millions of dollars. And all he brings to the table is the ability to speed up this current project. Professor, if you guys are taking so long to think about this, what am I going to do with the rest of those big reds? Right at this moment, Xiaoyun also sighed very helplessly. I didn't realize that trying to rent out all of Big Red wasn't as easy as I thought it would be. The few researchers that seemed to be in front of them at the moment had expressed shock at the sight of the Big Red they were displaying, but it was just shock. To get them to rent it, they start thinking a lot about it. Student Xiaoyun, how many red quality supplies do you have in total? After deep thought, the old professor also asked with a frown. Quite a lot of it anyway. It's all piled up inside the warehouse eating dust. Xiaoyun did not specifically disclose. After all, he himself could not remember how many Big Reds he had already touched. And in addition to the scientific and technological Big Red, there are many craft collection of Big Red. I guess the Academy of Sciences side cannot be used. Let's do it this way. This time we'll sign the contract for the Blade server. Then wait for Lao Ren to come. Let him see if he needs that carbon fiber board. Wait until we go back. Have a meeting in the Academy of Sciences. After all, we're just one of the groups. While there are still a lot of other groups, then we'll formally invite you to come over to be our guest, and also show the rest of the members of the other research groups the rest of your Big Reds. The old professor, after deep thought, proposed as much. In his opinion, renting another top-secret server was unnecessary for his own research. Only there must be other research groups that need this level of top-notch supplies. Well, then the rest of Big Red's business will come later. Xiao Yun sighed and was somewhat helpless. I was thinking of renting and selling the Big Red in the safe today in one fell swoop, but I didn't realize how much trouble these things were to deal with. According to this situation, if one rents out Big Reds like smoothbore rifles and model infantry vehicles, one still has to talk to museums and art galleries and the like. What a pain in the ass. Otherwise, when the time comes, just ask Lu Shurhan specifically? Xiao Yun thought silently inwardly. He wasn't comfortable with other people, but he was comfortable leaving it to Lu Shurhan. Although she didn't have much strength in the Forbidden Zone and picked up a little trash every day with her own ass, she was definitely superior to herself in the real-world peace. And just as Xiao Yun was considering it, a panting figure finally walked through the doorway. Alas! Alas! I say old Qian, why is the place you guys found so luxurious? A garden at this entrance is almost the size of our neighborhood. Only to see that the old professor surnamed Run was finally here. His age looked comparable to that of Professor Qian, but his hair was already gray. Even the sparse beard on his chin was all white. Only unlike Prof. Qian, he seemed to have come alone and didn't bring anyone else with him. It could be seen that although he was on the older side, he was much better than Prof. Qian both physically and mentally. Stop complaining. You should be content that you're the first person I think of when something good happens. Okay, come on, let me see what it is. Professor Ren hurriedly went to sit next to Xiao Yun and without asking much, he stared straight at him. Xiao Yun raised an eyebrow, also not expecting him to be such a direct person. Without even a hello, you come up and ask to see something. Student Xiao Yun, take that out and show it to old Ren. Professor Qian also smiled mysteriously at this time, as if to show off. I bet you're definitely seeing this for the first time in your life. Alright, stop bragging. I just can't believe that there is something in this world that I haven't seen yet. And without much ado, Xiao Yun once again pulled out the blackened, reinforced carbon fiber plate from his backpack. It's carbon fiber board? How did you get this, you little friend? Chapter 148, Colonization of Outer Space. Seeing the carbon fiber plate in front of him, Professor Ren immediately raised his eyebrows. It's rare, especially coming from the backpack of one of your little friends. But old money, I don't know why you'd say it's something I've never seen before. Professor Ren had a puzzled look on his face and turned his head to look at the smiling old Qian. Have you forgotten that the direction of our research is rocket materials? This carbon fiber plate our section has not only seen, but also optimized and upgraded after building it. Don't be so quick to judge, take a closer look at the supplies. Professor Qian smiled faintly. Supplies? And upon hearing those two words, Professor Ren also realized something at once. Hastily, he turned his head to look at the carbon fiber plate in Xiao Yun's hand and carefully surveyed it. It does seem different. This little friend, can you touch it for me? Could be. Xiao Yun smiled helplessly. But don't call me little friend, call me Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun? Xiao Yun? Wait, you're that Xiao Yun? Professor Ren raised his eyebrows at once, somewhat shocked. He then laughed as well. Ha ha ha, I said you guys are suddenly not at the institute today. What big deal are you up to? It turns out that you're here to sign a contract with Xiao Yun's little friend. Not bad. I've heard of you. Young and promising. Professor Ren patted Xiao Yun's shoulder, which felt just like he was old. I didn't expect that our high base city could still produce such a talented youngster in terms of forbidden zones. Your generation is our hope for the future. Well, you don't say so much. So good at kissing ass. It's not even like you anymore. Better hurry up and see what's different about this carbon fiber board. Bah, how can I call this ass kissing? You old money is talking nonsense. Professor Rin said and also took the carbon fiber board in Xiao Yun's hand. But, just as he received this top-notch material, but it was with an instantly serious expression. This touch, this weight, this touch is different from ordinary carbon fiber plates. Professor Rin seemed to have a certain nerve lit up in his mind for an instant, and suddenly stared at Xiao Yun with an unbelievable expression. It can't be. This is also the supplies brought out from inside the Forbidden Zone. Exactly. Xiao Yun nodded his head silently. This stuff is called reinforced carbon fiber plate, and it's a red quality material in the Forbidden Zone, which is the highest grade of the category. Red quality. That I know. It's got to be old and rare. Professor Ren looked shocked, and right at that moment, the junior sister next to him also opened her mouth to explain. This is more than rare. This is simply a phoenix feather. Professor Ren, do you know how many people in the world have brought out this kind of top-notch material so far? How much? Less than 500. What? Professor Ren was instantly even more shocked. That what NBA so many cadres? This forbidden area also descended for 100 years already long. bring out this material surprisingly less than 500 people. Then this Xiao Yun. Wouldn't he be at a higher level than us researchers? It's called GTI, not NBA, okay? And units like levels are so last century, okay? Little sister had a helpless look on her face. Despite the outburst, it was obvious that Professor Rin was probably usually on good terms with her and wasn't angry. Of course, it is also possible that Professor Rin himself is such a character. Will only lose his temper with the old man like Professor Qian. With the young people is not much to worry about. Old Ren, how dare you say I can't keep up with the times now? Next to him, Professor Qian also heatedly laughed. I can tell at a glance what kind of material this thing is, and you had to have someone else explain it to you. Fuck off. At this point, Professor Rin was already completely without the heart and Professor Qian pulling each other's hair out, holding a reinforced carbon fiber plate in his hand, carefully observing and examining it. This kind of material can be 5 times more advanced than what we optimized. No, it's at least 8 times more. No, I have to bring it back and study it quickly, said. Professor Rin was directly about to stuff the carbon fiber plate into his briefcase, yet it was obvious that such a small purse would not be able to fit such a large plate. Old Ren, what are you doing? You're trying to rob. You guys called me over. You couldn't just show me, could you? Of course not. But this thing? It was brought out from inside the forbidden zone by the Xiaoyan student next to him who worked so hard. Prof. Qian said. You'll have to apply for funding from above and approve it before you can rent it from Xiaoyan's classmates. How much does it cost to rent this thing? Professor Rin said and looked at Professor Qian. Instead, Professor Qian looked at Xiao Yun and waited for him to speak. Material, reinforced carbon fiber board. Quality, red. Price, 215-6486. Verdict, if we bring out a few more of these things, mankind could probably colonize outer space. System, you're getting more and more outrageous with this evaluation. Xiaoyun silently glanced at the panel price and inwardly spat silently. Last time it was about growing vegetables on the moon. This time it's about colonizing outer space. How outrageous should it be? If old Mr. Ren wants to rent it, it's 15 million a year, without any price increases. What? This reinforced carbon fiber board is more expensive than our blade servers? Right at this moment, the bald senior brother next to him was also feeling very unbelievable, although he knew the value of this reinforced carbon fiber board. Judging by the level of science, the technology level of this thing was definitely not higher than the blade server, right? And the market price, surprisingly, is more expensive than blade servers. Things are more expensive than they are rare. Run Lao smiled, also without saying anything, and directly took out his cell phone. Okay, this small amount of money, there is no need to apply to the top. Come on, Xiao Yun little friend, let's both add a waiver. I'll rent it for 3 years and 5 years first. Saying that, Prof. Ran also quickly showed his friend's QR code. Seeing this, Xiao Yun also raised an eyebrow. I didn't expect this Professor Rin to be so rich. That $15 million a year in carbon fiber panels could be $6. 45 million for a 3-year lease or $10. 75 million for a 5-year lease. Such a huge amount of huge money. And he didn't even have to apply to the top and just rent it? Old Ren, how did you get so rich? The nearby Professor Qian was also very surprised at this time. If you rent a blade server, you'll have to ask for permission from the top a few times. This old man came up straight away and asked for a transfer of funds to make a payment. That's too much to give up. Well, I'll ask my son to transfer the money to you right away. So watch out for the bank transfer message then. After adding the prestige, Professor Rin said very cheerfully, Old Ren, how can you gnaw on your son like that? Next to him, Professor Qian looked helpless. He did know that Professor Ren's son opened a large company. Indeed a bit of money, but did not expect this old Ren so good to spend his son's money off. And seeing that Professor Ren was so rich and generous, Xiao Yun instantly had his eyes glowing. By the way, Professor Ren, I have something else here. I wonder if you're interested. Oh, what is it? Prof. Ron immediately looked expectant. And then, Xiao Yun was seen pulling out a blackened missile from his backpack and placing it on the table. Chapter 149, You're Lying to Children. Material, military artillery shells. Quality, red. Price, 145-9184. Evaluation, not as good as Uluru. The moment the military artillery shells were placed on the table, Xiao Yun seemed to hear someone suck in a breath of cool air. Xiao Yun, you even have a big shipment. The junior sister had a shocked face, her eyes almost protruding from their sockets. It's a military artillery shell, a high-grade big red material as rare as a blade server. Student Xiao Yun, is that backpack of yours a treasure bag? How come you can pull out everything? The senior brothers and sisters next to him were also shocked. While a few people were surprised, they didn't lean over in a swarm like before. Instead, they took 2 steps back. After all, this stuff isn't as secure as blade servers and reinforced carbon fiber panels. If this explodes, this entire villa will be leveled. Of course, with the solidity of military artillery shells, ordinary bumping will not explode. You must use a specialized launching device. The impact strength reaches a certain level before the explosion will occur. It was only that although the senior siblings were clear in their hearts, they were still vaguely frightened in their minds. Little friend Xiao Yun, I work with rocket materials. What are you showing me this cannonball for? Seeing this military artillery shell, Professor Ren was frowning, not understanding his intentions. The Professor Qian beside him was also a bit puzzled, waiting for Xiao Yun to speak. Old Mr. Run, I'm going to have to whisper this to you. In the face of this scenario, Xiao Yun, however, had already thought of a routine. Hurriedly, he put an arm around Professor Ren, then led him to the corner of the living room and whispered to him, Old Mr. Run, think about it, although the level of human technology has developed so much up to now, but the understanding of this outer space is too limited. Limited, very limited. Think about it, if there really are other civilizations in this outer space, what should we do if our rocket lifts off and encounters aliens at that time? I know, it's like a trilogy, isn't it? I've seen it. Right. You know the law of the dark forest. Think about it, if we really encounter aliens and our rockets are launched, wouldn't it be a disaster if we don't have some means to counterattack? Alien civilizations are so powerful, that's no trick. So yeah, if the shells I brought out of this forbidden zone were to be loaded onto that rocket you guys are working on, wouldn't it have a fighting chance in case we encountered aliens? Hiss, when you put it that way. Professor Rin sucked in a breath of cold air. Seeing this, Xiao Yun was also a bit agitated. The rent, it's coming. So old Mr. Run, this military artillery shell. Come on, you think I'm stupid? Professor Rin suddenly gave him a slap on the head, which almost didn't send Xiao Yun tumbling to the ground. I'm a researcher at least. Do you think you can fool me with all the stuff you've made up? I was wrong 555. Xiao Yun immediately looked sad. How did this Professor Rin change his face so quickly? How can he react to that? He sighed helplessly at once. It seemed that this other big red would not be rented out today. Help me. But to be honest, the supplies brought out of this forbidden zone are indeed quite valuable for research. At this time, Professor Rain also smiled faintly. And you're also considered a young talent on the side of the forbidden zone. And to be able to bring out so many high-level rare materials, you're also a rare talent in our high bay city. And I see that you have an eye for it. So let's do it this way. And consider it as a way to support your career. Saying that, Professor Ren also picked up his cell phone and made a call using his prestige. Hey, Run, I'm going to rent another military shell. On that account just now, the money is yours to call. Don't give less. After saying that, he hung up the phone without allowing the opposite party to refuse. Seeing this, Xiao Yun was immediately delighted in his heart. I didn't realize he actually rented it. Thanks. Ha, it's fine. It just so happens that I have a granddaughter, and it looks like you guys are about the right age too. So I'll introduce you to her when the time comes. Why does it feel like I'm being Pua? Xiao Yun immediately raised an eyebrow, sensing that something was wrong. How can you rent a big red out yourself and be grateful to someone else's newborn for this? That's not right, is it? Well, I've got things to do at the institute, so I'll leave you to it. Elder Ren patted Xiao Yun's shoulder, a faint smile on his face. Alert, bank card number 114514. Transfer $3. 600. 000. Balance $161. 880. 030. 57. Source, High Bay Academy of Sciences. Alert, bank card number 114514. Transfer $1,500,000. 00. Balance $17,688,030. 57. Source, High Bay Academy of Sciences. How? Looking at the sudden text message from his cell phone, Xiao Qingtian instantly sat up in shock in his boss chair. The solid gold mechanical watch held in his hand almost flew out as well. At this moment, he was bragging about the watch Xiao Yun had given him with the neighbor who had come to buy something nearby. But he did not expect that Xiao Yun's bank card had deposited another large sum of money. This Xiao Yun, when did he make so much money? And what's with the deal with the Dragon Academy of Science? Xiao Qingtian's eyes widened in shock as he thought about the possibilities in his mind. Does that mean? He brought out Big Red from the middle of the box again. The other side. Xiao Yun sent off a few researchers from the High Bay Academy of Sciences, and the time was almost evening. When he left, that Professor Ren was dashing, while that Professor Qian and his party were reluctant to part, sighing all the time and mumbling about the top secret server. It could be seen that several people were also inwardly and its pity for not renting a top-secret server. But there's no way around it. And that's where the Academy of Sciences is in this current era. Not only do you have to think about the project, but you also have to control the costs and do more than just research. You have to run the business. It's not the same as the days when you didn't care about anything, and your mind was focused on research. And it was only after sending a few people away that Lu Shirhan slowly walked through the gate. Where were you just now? It doesn't take that long to fix your makeup, does it? Xiaoyun said with some doubt. Humph, do you even care where I go? The corners of Lu Shirhan's mouth lifted slightly. At this time, she had not only changed her set of makeup, she had even changed her set of clothes. And coming in through the front door, it looked like a trip out. Come on, let's take you to a nice place. Lu Shirhan smiled faintly and pulled Xiaoyun's arm and headed out. Seeing this mysterious expression on her face, Xiaoyun felt a little strange. The two of them got into the car and soon traveled to the front of Haibei No. 1 middle school. It was just about dinner time. And one after another, a group of students were wandering around the entrance of the school. What's the point of coming to school? Xiaoyun said with some doubt. Come on, come with me and you'll see, said. Lu Shirhan was also smiling as she pulled Xiaoyun to a commercial street not far from the opposite side of the school. There's a big 5-story bookstore here, so both students and parents often come this way, and it's at least one of the top 3 zones in all of Haibei City in terms of shopping streets. Lu Shirhan brought Xiaoyun and went directly to a fashionable internet cafe behind the bookstore. It was luxuriously decorated and equipped with advanced equipment, and Xiaoyun had been here before. And to their surprise, as soon as they entered, the receptionist hastily nodded her head towards the two men in greeting. Good afternoon, boss. Boss lady. Seeing this scene, Xiaoyun was instantly somewhat surprised. This Lu Shirhan, she's really given the internet cafe across the street to the school? Chapter 150, I'll be damned. From now on, you're the boss here. Lu Shirhan smiled faintly. Looking at this internet cafe that was close to more than 300 square feet, Xiaoyun was instantly a bit surprised as well. He had casually mentioned it himself at the time, but he didn't expect Lu Shirhan to really buy an internet cafe down across the street from the school. That's a lot of money, isn't it? Xiaoyun asked with some disbelief. It's okay, didn't you make all that money taking me to the Forbidden Zone before? I added some of my own. Just enough. Lu Shirhan smiled slightly. The management and labor here and whatnot are all arranged. No need for you and I to worry much. Come when you want to. Just pay attention to more publicity. With the strength of your forbidden area to publicize, the business will surely be a big hit. Honestly, you're making me feel a little bit touched by this. Xiaoyun sighed lightly, and his heart was somewhat complicated. Although he had taken Lu Shirhan on a run through the Forbidden Zone for so many days, most of the supplies had been earned by himself, and only things like solar panels and some unwanted things were stuffed to Lu Shirhan. So although she made a few $1 million, it was definitely not enough to buy this internet cafe, and I guess she added a lot of money to it herself. When he thought about how he had, before, hidden anything in the Forbidden Zone, Xiaoyun instantly regretted it. He also never expected that Lu Shirhan would be so good to him. Not only did she touch Big Red in the restricted area without saying a word, but even when she casually mentioned that she wanted to open an internet cafe in front of the school, she acted directly. I'll be damned if I lied to her about the coffee beans before. Only, this Lu Big School flower. To buy internet cafes how also do not discuss with their own One's goal is to get a bunch of off-limits computers in a safe deposit box to work and help one make some money. That's a lot of money she'd have to lose if she just bagged the internet cafe. Well, it's also time for dinner. As usual, it's still Lu Shueching's side. Lu Shirhan smiled warmly and pulled Xiaoyun's hand before preparing to leave. Webmaster, what's going on? My previous charged so much money, why all the money is gone? And just then, a familiar voice came from the front desk position. Sorry, the system is being upgraded. There may be a delay in some account wallets. It will be ready soon. No. You get it right now or I won't even be able to play the game. Sorry, I can't really get this one. You're new here, aren't you? Do you know who I am? I'm a senior you respect. Seniors? I guess you really don't know. I've been the webmaster here before. What's not your senior? Hearing this voice, Xiaoyun instantly stopped in his tracks as well. Turning his head, he saw that it was indeed his hairy little friend, Zhang Yu. He was only seen making some money in the penalty box, and sure enough, he immediately came to the internet cafe. Zhang Yu, you're quite proud to be a senior webmaster. Xiaoyun smiled faintly. Ouch. Xiaoyun, you've come to surf the net too. Seeing Xiaoyun appear, Zhang Yu was instantly happy with his fleshly eyes. Give him a full waiver on his future internet bill. Okay boss. When the webmaster saw Xiaoyun greet him, he also instantly understood the meaning. Xiao Yun, when did you become the boss here? Zhang Yu was instantly surprised. However, when he turned his head and saw Lu Shihan beside Xiao Yun, he was even more instantly stunned. And with such a beautiful girlfriend. Well, a lot did happen in the meantime, so I'll tell you about it sometime afterward. Xiao Yun waved his hand and also turned to leave without any idle chatter. After this day of running the knife and meeting so many people, he was also feeling like the energy in his stomach was completely depleted. I'll have to have Lu Shueching make something tasty to replenish my energy later. And as he looked at the backs of the two leaving, the smile on Zhang Yu's face suddenly became a bit melancholy. If only I could bring Big Red out of the box too. Are you done yet? You? At this time, the little fat guy who had been following Zhang Yu earlier also ran to the front desk. And as soon as he came over, he also sensed that Zhang Yu did not seem to be in a good mood. You? Our internet bill won't be swallowed. Long Xiao Fat. You say, we people live our whole life. Shouldn't we always pursue something? Hearing Zhang Yu's inexplicable words, Long Xiaofang immediately raised his eyebrows. You? Did you just finish the deer? During dinner, Xiao Yun spoke to Lu Shueching about teaming up. To form a GTI Pro team, you have to team up in threes and pass the assessment task set by GTI. Although the mission had not been given yet, Xiao Yun estimated that at best, it would be a mission related to evacuation or a mission to bring out as many valuable supplies as possible. Either way, it was already very easy for Xiao Yun at this point. After all, he could easily handle even a place like Bakshi where hundreds of people were raising parasites. Wouldn't that be an easy way to deal with Dam Zero and Longbow Creek Valley in North Sea? Thus, in the face of Lu Shueching's concern, Xiao Yun also directly stated not to worry. Don't even say it. Look at Maid. But Xiao Yun, I've heard that it seems like the GTI test has to be standardized to Jinghai City. And just when Xiao Yun thought so, Lu Shihan was suddenly splashing a wave of cold water. Jinghai City? It's not like we're being asked to fight top secret spaceflight, is it? It's possible. Otherwise the success rate of the test couldn't have been that low if it was a dam and a longbow. Lu Shihan said faintly. What should we do? We haven't been inside that space base once. We won't fail the test then, right? When Lu Shueching heard this, she became even more worried. All this time, in order to prepare for the high school entrance exam, she also had no time to run the knife in the restricted area again. Let's not talk about progress. It would be nice not to regress. Otherwise, master, why don't you guys change your teammates? I haven't run my sword for so long, so I'm afraid I'll be dragging you guys down when the time comes. It's okay, it's just a space base. Xiao Yun smiled faintly and comforted. Space base. It could be a hell of a difficult map for other regular dryads. Inside, not only is there a high probability that you'll have to face the terrifying boss of Demulin, but you'll also have to face the left and right attacks of many elite teams. The average person in this world, if they want to eat up the map of the space base, I guess the first 3 years are completely tuition fees. However, for Xiao Yun, this map was one that he was more than familiar with. When I ran my own knife in my previous life, I came to the space base specifically to do so. Wear a broken hearing level 5 head, change UZI, wear a 100,000 oversized chest hangers, into the map as long as the position is good, is to eat hard, not to mention, at this time, he had activated so many powerful skills. At this point, he was practically begging for a handful of space bases. It's fine. When the time comes, if you really fight space this map, you guys just follow me. You feel at ease during this time to review and prepare for the exam, and leave the rest of everything to me. PS1, 4 more shifts today. There are still 4 shifts owed. PS2, today came a lot of new readers. Here to explain, the author of the daily stable 4 more. Just for everyone daily can click into the book to catch up. Catch up on the author is really important. Please readers great not to raise the book wow. PS3, classic link, Flybird. You really are so powerful. Since reading your book, the daily burst rate of running blades has increased so much. Last night I ran Pooba straight from 2 blade servers. A substation technology room table refreshed. 1 killed someone else from the pocket to pick up. 2 Poo damn direct blood earned 3 million. In the future, as long as I'm still breathing, I have to chase more feeding every day. Do not believe in rumors. Do not spread rumors. The comment is really not a trumpet. All of you Hikari Yiffy trouble point attention. Feeding good luck when the head. Chase more good things into a pair. Feeding plus chase more to put the big red. Chapter 151 Hexagon Technology. 7 or 8 in the evening. Xiao Yun came to the entrance of Warehouse 9, intending to run 2 knives before going to bed. Only at this moment, the one standing beside him was not Lu Shihan, but Lu Shueching. Originally, after dinner, the 3 met to come together for a knife run at Dam Zero. Lu Shueching said that she has been reviewing to the bottleneck for a while. Brushing a few sets of paper scores are not up, and she wants to come out to run the knife to take a break. Instead, Lu Shirhan suddenly said something was wrong and chose to go home first. Lu Shueching, does it really not matter if you come to run the knife? Xiao Yun was a little worried. Although Lu Shueching was the top academic achiever in Haibei No. 1 middle school, she was challenged to get into Qingbei University, which required much more effort than others. Xiao Yun was also worried that if he brought her to the Forbidden Zone, would it affect her pace of revision? It's alright, while I may not have much talent in the area of running knives, I'm still pretty good at taking tests. Lu Shueching also laughed. That's good. Xiao Yun nodded his head silently. Originally, he had planned to be going to Longjiang City's Bakshi for a knife run, but he had heard that there was more than just a business district over there. There were also a few expensive luxury floor houses, and that the roads would be closed off by around 9 o'clock at night in order to avoid disturbing the rest of the residents. Xiao Yun was able to understand this. After all, the cadres who came to the restricted area to run the knife often made a lot of noise, which did affect other people's rest. And just as Xiao Yun was thinking so, he only saw the entrance to the restricted area of Warehouse 9, but a familiar figure that he had seen only in the afternoon suddenly appeared, only to see Zhang Yu bring that little fatty from before to the restricted area, with a backpack in each hand, carrying a handful of the cheapest bison, and wearing a set of level 2 head armor. The two were ready to enter the restricted area. Did you bring everything you were told to prepare? Bring it on, bring it out and I'll see. Here. Long Xiaofang took out a strong flashlight and directly shone a few times towards Zhang Yu's face. The intense light was like an eruption of a dueling dike, almost blinding Zhang Yu's dog eyes. Shit, what are you flashing me for? I thought you said you wanted to see it? I'm looking at a flashlight. Who 78 said anything about light? Zhang Yu directly threw a slap on Long Xiaofang's head. And you didn't say so earlier. Told you so. How could a normal person think of just popping a flash for a teammate? Zhang Yu slapped again. Seeing the movements of the two, Xiao Yun also walked over with some curiosity. Zhang Yu, what are you guys doing? Hey, it's not normal that you can't afford armaments, so get some cheap stuff to fool around. Zhang Yu said and also directly began to show Xiao Yun. You see, just for example, tactical flashlight. The tactical flashlight for gun modification out of the Forbidden Zone costs more than $20,000 a piece. And look at this one of mine. The high energy burst flashlight I bought on a certain sound group buy. It's even more flashing than that tactical flashlight. And it's only $19.9 free shipping. Saying that, Zhang Yu also directly showed Xiao Yun that a strong light directly shot on Long Xiaofang's face. Ah, I'm going to go blind. You don't do it. And then there's this. The ultraviolet finger pen for teachers. Doesn't a laser for gun modification cost $20,000 to $30,000 a piece? And this one is only $2.99 with free shipping. With that, Zhang Yu also pulled out a laser pointer and showed it to Xiao Yun. Once these are strapped to the gun, shabby yes, but the effect is nothing less than that of tens of thousands of dollars in altered gun parts. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yun was also instantly somewhat surprised. Holy shit, you're a genius. Right. I'm old and smart, I tell you. Zhang Yu hemmed and hawed, then continued to show Xiao Yun his genius inventions. You try this bison. Firearm, bison submachine gun. Accessories, none. Price, $10,445. Xiao Yun received the bison submachine gun, but he realized that this thing seemed to be different from the ordinary ones. Although the system panel showed no accessories, what was visible to the naked eye were two large iron pieces strapped to the sides of the gun. With the added weight of the iron pieces, this submachine gun feels much thicker in the hand. Although he had not fired the gun to try it out, Xiao Yun could feel that this bison was definitely better pressed than the ordinary ones just by the feel of it. And then tie this one here and that one there. Okay, a multi-purpose bison has been converted. Zhang Yu wrapped both of the previous props with tape onto the iron pieces on both sides of the bison. Then another telescope was pulled out, and I could see that it had also been purchased from one of the sound group buys. This won't need to be mounted on the gun. The submachine gun can't hit at long range anyway, so just carry it with you for scouting the enemy. That's totally hex tech. You're a big inventor, you. Looking at the bison in his hand, Xiao Yun was also instantly very shocked. He didn't realize that the penalty box could be played like that. Yeah, that tactical flashlight costs $20,000 a piece. So why don't you just get yourself a strong flashlight and strap it to your gun? That tactical laser is so expensive. You can get yourself a laser pointer to get by. Zhang Yu's wave of operation. This is the cost of entering the map is compressed to the minimum, with a configuration of a few dozen dollars to achieve the effect of a semi-modified gun. Other people honestly change their guns. A bison would cost at least $70-80K if they did that. And this Jiangwu was changed for less than $100 in one group meal. Who can play him here? Well, we're ready to enter the map. And I can't wait to test out my crazy bison_son performance. You why did you name the bison with the word Z? It sounds weird. Doesn't it look a little more like a secondary to bring a son? 666. The two of them, Zhang Yu and Long Xiaofang, entered Dam Zero around the same time, and Lu Shueqing, who had been silently watching from the side, was also full of doubts at this time. Will it work if they change the gun so much? Useful for sure, but certainly not as good as specialized tactical equipment, Xiao Yun said indifferently. Although Zhang used this wave of gun change ideas, change the end of the bumper cannot be changed out of the bison with specialized accessories, but the cost of him changing the gun is low enough that it's totally worth trying. This Zhang Yu, he's really smart. Let's go. Let's go into the forbidden area to check out the situation as well, Xiao Yun said and also led Lu Shueqing into the entrance of Warehouse 9. You have entered Dam Zero. Current location, site southwest of Dam Zero cement plant. This burst, confidential. Time to end this game, 27 minutes, 39 seconds. Hint, please complete the evacuation before time runs out. Entering Dam Zero. Seeing the difficulty of this battle, Xiao Yun immediately raised an eyebrow. I didn't think I'd encounter classified difficulty by going into a random handful of dams. Xiao Yun, look over there. And just then, Lu Shueqing excitedly pointed in a direction. Xiao Yun looked towards where she was pointing, only to see that she was pointing at the climbable shelf on the southwest side of the cement factory. What's going on? Is there someone over there? Xiao Yun was instantly alert. Chapter 152 Lucky Box. What? That's where I first ran into you in the restricted area, Lu Shueqing explained. At that time, I was planning to evacuate, but then I saw you just refreshed on the road next to me. At that time, I was worried to death when I saw you rushing into the cement factory without bringing any equipment. As a result, I didn't expect you to be so talented. Running knives is so powerful in just a few days. So it is. Xiao Yun was also instantly reminded of the first time he ran a sword after coming to this world. I remember. I was searching around a lot and it turned out to be all white and green supplies. It's a joy to touch a gold coin in that big safe. And it's just a few days. You've unlocked a bunch of skills yourself and become almost invincible in the box. The safe at the beginning also went from a 10 by 10 with 100 frames to the current 70 by 70 with 4,900 frames. Only, this time, we are using a gold quality safety box experience card. There's no guarantee that you'll have that luck next time. But at this point, for him, the safety box only needs 1,000 compartments. And the actual experience of using it without any airplane cannons is not that different. After all, one could never bump a few thousand compartments of supplies even if he or she packed all the supplies of the entire map into a safety deposit box. Thus now, for Xiao Yun, what was more important became the special security box obtained from completing the achievement quest. After all, the special safety box is just too powerful. By the way, speaking of special safety boxes, Xiao Yun opened his system backpack and realized that the safety box he had unlocked earlier that could store skills had indeed expired. However, he was surprised to find that after the expiration of this rare safety box, it did not disappear into the system backpack like ordinary safety boxes. Item, Skill Storage Safety Box, expired. Skill Storage Safe Deposit Box, expired. You can spend materials to permanently unlock its function. After unlocking it, all your safe deposit boxes will have the skill storage function. Required materials, Mandel Supercomputing Unit X1. Information, Design Drawing X3. Pack of Cement X10. SS Level Skill X3. Safety Box Experience Card X1. Hint, unlocking the rare Safe Box feature will consume all materials, including skills. Holy shit, this special skill actually unlocks fixing. Seeing the system prompt panel, Xiao Yun's heart immediately set off a wave of shock. He never thought that the ability of the rare safety box could be permanently unlocked. Why doesn't this system remind itself? The design drawings that he had touched before, Xiao Yun confirmed that they were all worthless information inside. All of them had already been brought out, and there was no room for a premium, so all of them were sold in the trading house. It's okay now. To permanently unlock the special features of this safety box, you'll have to go back to the design drawings. But okay, the most important Mandel supercomputing unit in the material. Xiao Yun had also previously touched it from the Longbow Creek Valley. Cement and SS rank skills, on the other hand, are able to be purchased directly. Cement is fine. That SS level skill can be expensive. And surprisingly, it requires 3 SS ranked skills. One of these things can be $5 million. 3 of them, that's 15 million. The money Xiao Yun earned from running the knife for so long is only 20 million. These 3 SS skills dry down. Shall not directly drain the wallet. Right. Xiao Yun suddenly remembered something. Previously, he had asked Wang Chang's few people to help buy the upgrade materials, and he hadn't even looked for them to get them himself. No, this running knife out will have to come from them. It just so happens that the rare safes are expiring, so open a new one and see what happens? Xiao Yun thought inwardly and also moved his mind, directly opening a rare safe box experience card. Anyway, this thing won't disappear when it expires, so it's not too late to slowly collect materials to permanently unlock his function by yourself. Ding! Random rare safe deposit box experience card used successfully. Get props, Lucky Box Security Box, 1-day experience card. Lucky Box, the gold quality materials stored in this safety box will be automatically converted into lucky boxes. Each lucky box occupies one space, and when opened, will randomly obtain a purple or higher quality material. This ability, it's totally betting on dogs. Looking at the newly unlocked experience card, Xiao Yun instantly raised his eyebrows. Lucky box, right? To put it bluntly, this thing is just like a lottery, except it costs a small gold per draw, and if you draw something, you lose money if it's purple, you save money if it's gold, and you make money if it's red. Only according to the system, the probability of making money should be slightly higher than losing money. I just don't know how much higher. Originally, Xiao Yun had thought of checking the supplies that needed to be consumed to unlock this rare ability, but now it seemed to be unnecessary. After all, when unlocked, even the gold supplies in the normal safety boxes are automatically converted into lucky boxes. At that time, if you need to put in the supplies directly to be transformed is not the end, but those gold coins gained from killing machine, it's a loss of handling fee to sell them, so it's good to use them to try out this lucky box when the time comes. Xiao Yun thought silently inwardly and also ignored this special ability for the time being. Master, where are we going to search on this one? Right at this moment, Lu Xueqing also leapt to ask. It had also been a while since she had run a blade, and once she entered the familiar Dam Zero, she was just more excited than she could say. Only at this time, as it was dark, it was also dark everywhere in the middle of Dam Zero. Seeing this situation, Xiao Yun also directly gave up the idea of playing the field outside. After all, there's at least a little light in a high-resource area like a cement plant, and the wilderness is just pitch black. Come on, let's go search the cement factory. With that, Xiao Yun also led Lu Xueqing towards the middle of the cement factory. Current location, southeast entrance to Dam Zero substation. This burst, confidential. Time to end this game, 25 minutes, 48 seconds. Hint, please complete evacuation before time runs out. Meanwhile, in the middle of the substation, Zhang Yu and Long Xiaofeng both rushed all the way in, encountered a few Asura soldiers on the way, but let his own modified gun light high flash a light. Easy to take down. I didn't realize this thing would actually work. Seeing this situation, the nearby Long Xiaofeng was immediately very excited as well. When they ran their swords before, they met with the Asura soldiers, but it was a touch and go. Yet now, it's not time to celebrate yet. We've got our hands full with this one. We've got to search for supplies and get out safely. Zhang Yu frowned slightly and also reminded, in this substation, there are not only ordinary soldiers, but also shield soldiers and rocket soldiers. That's what makes it a difficult existence. Don't worry you. If they dare to come, I'll shoot them to death with a flashlight, Long Xiaofeng said with great confidence. So the two of them tiptoed into the middle of the substation. How dare you? Chapter 153, Cadre skills all unlocked. How dare you? A voice of an Asura soldier suddenly appeared. Zhang Yu and Long Xiaofeng were instantly a bit wary and stopped at the easternmost wall of the main substation building. I'm going to see what's going on, an Asura soldier in the main building of the substation said, also lifting his UZI submachine gun and running in the direction of the two. Zhang Yu immediately made a wink towards Long Xiaofeng, telling him to prepare for the battle. There were many soldiers in this substation, and there were even such existences as shield soldiers and rocket soldiers. It would definitely be a tough fight for the two to fight their way in with their equipment. Zhang Yu thought silently inwardly, and the footsteps of that Asura soldier were getting closer. 5 meters. 3 meters. As the opponent was about to appear at the corner of the wall in front of him, Zhang Yu hurriedly gave another look to Long Xiaofeng. However, what he didn't expect was that Long Xiaofeng directly turned around at this time, tiptoeing around and wanting to run back from where he came in. Shit! This deserter! Zhang Yu inwardly cursed angrily. He had obviously just given him a wink, and he still turned around and left. Wasn't this pure selling out of his teammates? What Zhang Yu did not know at this moment was that this was actually due to the low light, and the other party did not observe his eyes clearly just now. While cursing angrily inwardly, Zhang Yu also raised his bison, preparing to raid into the middle of the substation after killing the soldier. If it were before, he would have chosen to do the same as Long Xiaofeng, thinking of hurrying to run when he heard the movement of the Asura soldiers. At this point, however, he had made up his mind. There they are. Just then, that Asura soldier who ran out instantly discovered Long Xiaofeng's figure that was escaping. However, he was just about to fire, but he didn't expect Zhang Yu at the corner to directly turn on the explosive flash, giving him a blank stare. Who would have thought that such a powerful and explosive flash would come from a 19? 9-pack flashlight. Aha! There's Flash. The Asura soldier wailed in pain at once, firing his gun indiscriminately, and Zhang Yu took this opportunity to directly knock him to the ground with a few shots. You're finished. You're done. Just then, in the midst of the substation, the footsteps of more and more Asura soldiers sounded. Zhang Yu frowned and hurriedly stopped hiding his tracks as well, turning around and grabbing Long Xiaofeng. Long Xiaofat, you're enough to run what? I just gave you a wink. Didn't you see? See? Then you're still running. You're deliberately selling me out, aren't you? No, didn't you just make a wink that it was a retreat? Long Xiaofeng suddenly had an innocent look on his face. It was so dimly lit, and that's really what he'd just seen. Zhang Yu was instantly helpless. Why was this guy always so unreliable? Alright, no more running. Rack your guns with me. If they dare to come around this corner today, one of them will come and die. Roger that. I didn't realize they were fighting so hard. On the other side, in the middle of the cement factory, Xiao Yun had just turned on his destiny skill when he saw Zhang Yu's side of the screen. The two were seen engaging in a battle with the Asura soldiers in the middle of the substation. While racking the southeast entrance, the two sides attacked frantically and surprisingly fought back and forth. In contrast, Xiao Yun's side of the situation, when he had just entered the cement factory, Xiao Yun directly made a flying dagger and first resolved the rocket soldiers on the second floor. A jet advance followed, coming at the shield soldier with super speed and giving him a headshot to kill him. And probably because it was nighttime, the other machinists had actually raised a bonfire in the open field west of the cement factory at this time and gathered around to play poker. By the time they heard the commotion and reacted, the triple grenades had blocked off all their alignment. Thump, 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 thump dash. A series of grenade blasts rang out, followed by a moment of silence throughout the cement factory. Okay, let's start the search. Xiao Yun clapped his hands and also spoke. This puts Dam Zero apart from himself. There are only 6 teams of cadres, 4 of which are all in the administration building, 1 in the visitor center, and the other is Zhang Yu and the others in the substation. So after cleaning up the machine brother, the whole cement factory was also suddenly turned into a safe zone. Every time I see Master's operation, I'm always shocked. Seeing Xiao Yun's operation, Lu Xueqing was also filled with admiration. Master, when will I become as strong as you? Well, actually, originally Xiao Yun wanted to say that it was impossible. After all, he had his own system, and it wasn't like he was going to share this thing with anyone else. Only, as soon as he thought of all that information about GTI's official professional team, Xiao Yun instantly shifted his thoughts. Just wait until we finish the GTI test and become professional players, Xiao Yun said with a faint smile. Really? You can get stronger by becoming a GTI pro? In theory. Xiao Yun inwardly silently recalled the actions of Su Zichuan and his group earlier. Then Su Zichuan gained Weilong status and was able to use magnetic bombs in the restricted area as well. Just whether or not they have mastered the Tiger Squad gun and power propulsion is unknown. And at this time, Xiao Yun also had a key prop. Materials, Les's sheet music book. Rarity, gold. Price, 86,620. With this prop, it was estimated that it wouldn't be difficult for Lu Xueqing and Lu Shurhan to obtain the Dryad skill when the time came. Speaking of cadre skills, while Xiao Yun was searching in the cement factory, he also opened the system's store panel. Skill shop. Compulsion skill pack, grade S50, 000 Dragon Kingdom coins. Shepherd skill pack, grade S50, 000 Longhua coins. Deep blue skill pack, grade S50, 000 Dragon Kingdom coins. At the moment, there were only 3 S-ranked cadre skills left to be unlocked. Compass and Shepherd. Xiao Yun knew that it was also the female doctor and the old black that the players in the game in his previous life had referred to. Compassion is a supportive role. Passive skills can accelerate the speed of teammates to take medicine. 3 rows are very useful. Old black is also a team-oriented special operations officer, and placing mines indoors can often limit enemy attacks. Only this remaining deep blue. Xiao Yun was a bit puzzled. Why don't we just unlock them all first? Xiao Yun thought silently inwardly. Anyway, I'm not short of so much money now. So why not just unlock it and read it? Ding! Compulsion skill pack, S-rank. Shepherd skill pack, S-rank. And Deep Blue skill pack, S-rank, have been purchased. Unlocked skills, efficient healing. Unlocked skill, adrenaline activation. Unlocked skill, blinding poison. Unlocked skill, Firefly cluster system. Unlocked skill, shockproofing. Unlocked skill, sonic trap. Unlocked skill, enhanced fragmentation grenade. Unlocked skill, sonic shock. Unlocked skill, rear protection. Unlocked skill, multifunctional hook grappling gun. Unlocked skill, blade gillnet grenade. Unlocked skill, explosion-proof suit. A series of system beeps sounded. Xiao Yun's attention. On the other hand, was fully focused on Deep Blue's skills. Rear guard? Chapter 154. What's yakking about? I'm going to open my elbow. Rear guard, placed behind the body when the blast shield is not in use. It protects against bullets fired from the rear. Multi-purpose hook grappling gun, fires a hooked claw, pulling back the enemy on hit. Razor gillnet grenade, forms a razor gillnet when it lands, slowing down and damaging enemies. Blast suit, equipped with a heavy blast suit and full body shield. It can withstand all bullets in front of it, and can knock down enemies or bounce back projectiles. Looking at the Deep Blue Dryad's skill introduction, Xiao Yun was immediately shocked inwardly. This special warfare cadre's skills are very powerful just by the looks of it. The passive prevents stealing backs, and the move just raises a blast shield. And there are mechanical flying claws. Wouldn't this be the case that when fighting, he would be able to set up a shield directly in front of him, and then hook the opposite side of the people over to him one by one to give him a sword argument? It doesn't even require teammates. In the game, this character can't shoot after opening his shield, and hooking over people requires teammates to fill in their shots. However, it was different in this forbidden world. Xiao Yun mastered the skills of all the cadres, and one man was an army. After opening Deep Blue's big move, set up a shield in front of you, then throw grenades and bombs like crazy, and give yourself a healing shot when you get hit, so you won't torture others to death. Material, Medal of Merit. Quality, Gold. Price, 82,213. Material, Information, Design Drawings. Quality, Gold. Price, 67,814. Material, Information, Military Intelligence. Quality, Purple. Price, 12,692. Right at this moment, Xiao Yun had also finished searching the two large insurance and computers. 2 small golds and the rest is blue and purple. However, the good thing is that it is a classified explosive rate, and the computer also came out with a design drawing, which is exactly the material that Xiao Yun needs. Lu Shu etching, you search here first. Having unlocked such a powerful skill, Xiao Yun was also instantly hot and itchy with his hands. The airbox is also not open, and the weapons case is not searched. After speaking to Lu Shu etching, who was driving the cement truck over there, he rushed towards the location of the administrative precinct. Master, where are you going? Lu Shu etching turned her head and asked. However, at this time, Xiao Yun had long since rushed out of the cement factory and ran towards the administrative precinct. Master? Lu Shu etching didn't get a response, so she was also a bit flustered. We can't handle Dam Zero in the morning. Can't we do it at night? We'll make sure to bring back the supplies we need for graduation this time. That's right, we must succeed in evacuating this time. In the administrative jurisdiction, 2 male college students, armed with G-17s, quietly entered the West Building, ready to grope. And just as the 2 entered the door, Xiao Yun also happened to arrive over here and saw the 2. These 2, aren't those 2 brittle college students from before? Upon seeing the 2, Xiao Yun immediately raised his eyebrows. Remember, the last time, he saw them over at the barracks next to the cement factory. The 2 couldn't even resist a C4, and it was clear that they lacked exercise in general. And as things stand now, it looks like they both still haven't accomplished the tasks given by the school. It was also an option to enter Dam Zero at night in order to avoid the rush of knife running. Hint, trigger a special hidden achievement quest. Mission name, Diploma Terminator. Completion of a special achievement task will result in a rare safe box experience card. And right at this moment, a system beep suddenly came from Xiao Yun's mind. Diploma Terminator? What the hell? Hearing the voice in his head, Xiao Yun was instantly somewhat puzzled as well. This system, it's trying to make itself the bad guy. The Diploma Terminator, on first listen, was going to get himself to weed out 2 college students and put them on probation. How could Xiao Yun bear to do such a thing? Oh, you said there was a rare safety deposit box. That had to be done. Moreover, Xiao Yun was also noticing that this mission was still different from the previous one. While before it was all hidden achievement quests, this time it came with the word special. I'd like to ask where the special is? Hint, special hidden achievement tasks will be randomly generated according to the content of each game. There is no rule. There is a chance for them to appear in each game and they are only valid in this game. The probability of the appearance of special hidden achievement tasks will be increased with the difficulty of the exclusion zone. There's more of that? Xiao Yun immediately frowned, not realizing that this system was still hiding things. What you can now judge is that there is definitely a lot more to the system that you don't know. There are more and more powerful features that one is not yet aware of. This system is still hiding tricks, worthy of the running knife emperor system. Indeed worthy of the word emperor. Xiao Yun silently sighed inwardly. But since it's a mission, I'm sorry to the 2 seniors. Xiao Yun smiled faintly and at the same time, he also made a movement of his mind. A large black shield suddenly appeared in his hand. This was none other than Deep Blue's big move skill, Blast Suit. It was only that the shield was huge. and with Xiao Yun's body, it could even completely hide two people. While such a huge shield, Xiao Yun lifted it up without any effort at all, presumably because of the system's ability. Thus, Xiao Yun also directly raised his shield with his left hand and sliced out his heirloom knife with his right hand. Under the effect of the heirloom knife's effect, one's movement speed directly rose by a large margin. I don't even know how scary this would be in a game. Xiao Yun sighed silently inwardly and also rushed into the middle of the administrative precincts, keeping pace with the two college students. Current location, Dam 0 Administrative Precinct West Building. This burst, confidential. Time to end this game, 24 minutes, 21 seconds. Hint, please complete the evacuation before time runs out. Captain, it looks like someone's coming. West Building of the Administrative Precinct. In the middle of the computer room. Only to see a team of 3 people will be here, all the supplies empty. And then do not continue to search. Will be 2 sides of the door are closed. Lights off. Directly is squatting here. The 3 men held M870 shotguns and racked them in different positions. It was obvious that a few people were also taking advantage of the darkness and wanted to do a dirty trick here. Even without Old Black's trap skills, the formation of the 3 men's ministry is hard to escape death whenever one of the cadres breaks into it. And at that moment, when they heard the footsteps coming from the western staircase, several people were unusually excited inside. Heads, it's about to get spicy. Ah-ha dash. Bang. Suddenly there was a dull thud from the hallway. It was like the sound of someone being sent flying by a big truck and subsequently falling to the ground. And it was immediately followed by a miserable shriek. Ah-ha. What's the situation? Hearing the movement at the stairway, the few people crouching inside the computer room were suddenly very shocked. PS1, 4 more shifts today. There are still 4 shifts owed. PS2, Classic Link, Flybird. Thank you so much. I played this game after reading your book, and I didn't expect it to be really fun. And because of reading your book, my popping rate has gone up so much. The first time I killed Saeed, I exploded a building manager's office. I made $3 million directly. From now on, I'm going to catch up on my work every day. I hope Flying Bird blesses me with big reds every day. Don't believe in rumors. Don't spread rumors. The comment is really not a small number. Everyone Hikari Yiffy trouble point attention. Feed good luck when the head. Chase more good things come together. Feed plus chase more put the big red. Chapter 155 Lightning Whirlwind Hook. What's going on over there? What's with the whole dead end thing? I don't know. It's not like that team got elbowed off by Machine Gun Guy, is it? The problem is that this one doesn't brush Machine Gun Brother in the administration building either. The few people ambushed in the computer room wondered inwardly. Originally, when they heard the movement of the people coming from the stairway, they all thought that they were going to have to eat this one. After all, it's unlikely that anyone who can walk to an administrative precinct at this point in time is carrying no equipment whatsoever. And all the way over here, there must have been a lot of stuff seized on them. Only, when they heard an eerie movement coming from the stairway, but they were instantly alert. By all accounts, the entire West Wing of Asura soldiers had been wiped out by all of them. At this time of the year the West Wing can fight. It's likely that there are 2 teams coming straight away. Captain, why don't I go out and check the situation? Just then, a member of the team also asked. No need. We have a window in this room and a glass window across the room. The light is still on over there, so you can watch for movement across the room from there. The captain of the squad commanded. Okay. With that, the man slumped and slowly squirmed over to the window, trying to minimize the commotion he was making. Only before he could move to the window, he heard a heavy footsteps approaching fast towards the computer room. The footsteps sounded very dull, as if they were machine gunners in heavy armor. Only unlike the machine gunner's footsteps, this one was moving extremely fast. Dum 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 dum. A series of footsteps on tin sounded, and the 3 people in the computer room suddenly had their hearts in their throats. Hey, stop looking and get ready to meet the enemy, the captain ordered in a whisper. The team member who had just tried to climb to the window to observe the commotion also turned back in a hurry to set up his gun. The 3 men had their M870 shotguns trained in unison on the doorway connecting to the west corridor, ready to slam fire on whatever came in next. I don't care if you're a man or a ghost. Kill you first. A shotgun may not be very powerful, but 3 shotguns rack the same position. This wave of outbreak, as long as it is not 6 sets of Big Brother, absolutely cannot carry. Even if the 6 sets came, they would be instantly hit with internal injuries, creating an opportunity for them to strike. Knock, knock. The dull footsteps didn't stop for a single step, coming straight toward the computer room. Ka chow. The moment he opened the gate, the captain of the squad burst into a rage. Fire. At the word of command, the dimly lit computer room was ablaze with fire. 3 M870 shotguns fired in rapid succession toward the open doorway, bullets and metal clashing with dazzling sparks. Wait a minute? What's with the sparks? Seeing the sparks of fire ignited by the bullets grazing the shield, the three crouching men instantly realized that something was wrong. Could it be the shield soldiers? That's impossible. How can there even be a shield soldier in the administration building at this point? However, not waiting for them to wonder, only in the fire of bullets clashing, the man at the door held a huge black shield in his hand and set it up in the doorway, while the device in his other hand was firing grenades one after the other. Bang 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 bang. The grenade exploded in the computer room at once, shattering the room's desks and computer parts. Iron shavings flew, and all three of the crouching men were damaged to some degree and out of hiding places. Ah! My leg! With this continuous bombardment, the man who had moved to the window earlier had given up shooting and was covering his legs in pain. Luckily the lights were dim at this point, or the other two would have seen an incredibly bloody scene. Still, his cries of agony were a constant stimulus to both of them. Unlike the unlucky one who had his legs blown off, the two were not directly affected by the grenade's position, though they were still grazed by some of the debris from the explosion around them. And at this moment, the captain of the squad also realized the seriousness of the matter at once. The man in front of him was definitely not an Asura shield soldier. He hadn't heard of shield soldiers firing grenades. Then this person in front of me. What kind of identity is this? The squad leader stared, but all he could see was a giant black shield wedged in the doorway. And next, another succession of grenades were fired from behind the giant shield. Run! Before the grenade exploded, the squad leader gave a quick order. He then ran towards the door on the other side of the room with a roll of his own. However, what he never expected was, the launcher of this grenade seemed to have anticipated their actions. One of the grenades from the trio of shots landed squarely in the spot where several people had fled. Bang! Bang! Bang dash! 3 more grenades exploded, and the squad was suddenly down to one man at the ledge. His face was full of shock and he was shaking. He didn't understand at all how there could be such a terrifying existence in the Forbidden Zone. Reason told him to run away. The body, however, was out of control and stumbled after getting up from the ground. Humph! Trying to escape. Lightning cyclone hook. And right at this moment, a merciless chain claw flew out, directly locking onto his right leg. The next second the chains contracted and he was pulled straight under that black iron shield, only to see the iron shield flipped open and a dark shadow appear behind it, the dagger in his hand flashing a bright light in the darkness. Finish resolving the fight. With a thought, Xiao Yun took off his dark blue armament. The giant black shield suddenly disappeared into thin air, and all that was left in the computer room was a mess, as well as the weapons and equipment that he had just dropped from killing that team. This big shield, it feels kinda invincible. Even Xiao Yun himself was a little shocked when he thought of the bullet that had just sparsely struck the shield without creating a single bit of damage. If this was put in the game, a team electing 2 shield brothers and a Mai Xiaowen, seeing someone squatting in this computer room, wouldn't it be possible for one on each side to directly block the door? With one blocked door on one side and hooked claws and barbed wire, the enemy couldn't even run. Of course, the game does allow you to escape by jumping off a balcony, so it's a bit of a coping method. Only this real no-go zone is a bit of a disaster for these guys squatting in the computer room. Hint, complete the achievement task. Get rewarded, random rare security box experience card X1. And right at this moment, the system's beep suddenly sounded. Upon hearing the system prompt, Xiao Yun was in a daze. He remembered that he had just elbowed those two over and dropped 2 barbed wire plus 2 sonic traps at their feet. After all, when he turned on the scan, it scanned the computer room for another group of people, and he was trying to get this side of the room out of the way first. I didn't realize that the 2 college students I met at the entrance of the building had actually been blown up by the buns, aka sonic traps. Pity, would have liked to talk to them. Xiao Yun sighed helplessly. I didn't intend to kill, but this is a systematic quest. The reward is too generous, it can't be helped. With this in mind, Xiao Yun did not hesitate and hurriedly searched for the things that a few people had dropped. Chapter 156, Opening the Blind Box. Materials: air-cooled radiator. Quality, green. Price, 2,371. Evaluation, dogs don't pick up. Material, memory cards. Quality, blue. Price, 7,571. Evaluation, no one picks up. Material, mouse. Quality, white. Price, 922. Comments, this one is even heavier. What kind of crap is this picking up? Seeing the supplies dropped by a person next to the windowsill, Xiao Yun instantly frowned. Lick to history. This classified difficulty of damn 0. You're stuffing white and green into your pockets. What is this if not a pervert? And the equipment on them is also very tattered. M870 hit the second level of the egg. The body armor is also tattered 2 sets. I do not know whether it is hit by the machine brother or people hit, but seeing as how they've been crouching in this computer room, I'm guessing they got smashed when they fought the man machine. Xiao Yun hurriedly turned his head and walked over to the corpse next to the windowsill. The man was carrying the same M870 and raggedy secondary armor, and looking around in his backpack was even a bunch of little green ones. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yun also frowned slightly. Should not This is reasonably classified difficulty, damn. Just this computer room and the small insurance and chassis open will not be nothing Xiao Yun arrived at the eastern door without any expectations. This body, however, was different from the other two at first glance. Material, 3H tactical rucksacks. Quality, blue. Price, 13,680. Evaluation, capable of holding 2 supercomputing units. Only the other two were carrying the white packs of the mannequins, while this one had gotten a blue tactical backpack. By the way, this guy seems to be their commander again? Xiao Yun thought silently inwardly and also casually flipped open his backpack. However, in the next second, a bar-shaped object that shimmered with golden light caused Xiao Yun to stare blankly. Material, gold medallions. Quality, purple. Price, 20,680. Comments off on big and small insurance connections. Full of this stuff. Shit, I thought it was a gold bar. Xiao Yun was instantly disappointed. Originally, when I saw a flash of gold inside this backpack, I thought that I had opened a gold bar from the small insurance. I didn't realize it was this worthless gold-covered silver again. In the game in his previous life, every time Xiao Yun turned on the big and small safeties and saw a vertical strip of 2 compartments of supplies, even the image of a gold bar flipping a bit in his hand came out in his mind. As a result, every time I came across the 2 vertical compartments, it was either this gold medallion or that Acera kettle. What's more, they don't even come out with purple supplies, they just come out with dancing ladies and pirate telescopes. Dude, you're a safe deposit box. With all this shit in the safe, this Acera is really poor. It's disappointing. It's disappointing. Xiao Yun sighed helplessly. Originally, he thought that these few people had searched this west building and could have something good in their backpacks, but it turned out to be a huge disappointment for him. What was searched on the 3 men combined was no more than $50,000. They're also carrying blue packs and shotguns, which won't make them much money even if they evacuate. Since these 3 are no good, those 2 college students probably don't even need to look at them. Xiao Yun sighed once again. But, fortunately, during the battle just now, Xiao Yun had also triggered 3 looting negotiations and obtained 2 gold coins, and the card master's passive is giving him a burst of gold, 4 at a time. Together with the previous bursts from clearing out the minions at the cement factory, the safety box was already lying with 15 gold coins at this point, just in time to try out the new safety box. The West Wing is now safe for the time being, and the supply points have been largely searched. Xiao Yun was also able to experience the powerful skills of this Dryad of Deep Blue as he wished, and he had to say that it was indeed refreshing to rush up with a big shield, with multiple acceleration effects. It's even better to punch it up. At that time, Xiao Yun carried a large shield and charged across the room, feeling just like playing that kind of bumper car in the amusement park when he was a child. So cool that his soul was almost out of his body. But after actually experiencing the skills of this special operations cadre, Xiao Yun also concluded that this thing was absolutely unpopular in the game. Just like Uluru. I guess in the previous game, players are now talking most about not guttering Uluru, but guttering shield dogs. Better try the new features first. With this thought, Xiao Yun also opened his system backpack, removing the Lucky Box's rare safety deposit box. A luxurious suitcase with a white base and gold accents instantly appeared. Since we're drawing lucky boxes, it has to be a bit of a ritual. After all, the feeling of opening the box in your hand is not the same. If the system and the intention to draw, just like the same in the game to open that after doing 3 daily tasks to take the supply package, even if you open to the gold bars will not feel anything. Far less excited than picking up the gold bars in the dam to hold in your hand. Right. The dam. Xiao Yun suddenly thought of this unblown dam 0. If it was in a previous game, the player would not have been able to access the dam if the opening had not been blown up and there was no wallbreaker quest. At this time in the Forbidden Zone, he had the ability to teleport all over the map. What would the inside of the dam look like at this time of year? Go check it out later. With that said, Xiao Yun also made a plan and then placed a gold coin into the rare safe box. Material, lucky box. Quality, red. Price, not available. Evaluation, the system produces. Must be a good product. A pure white gift box appeared in his hand. The gift box is all white with no fancy embellishments. Its appearance, on the other hand, is very rudimentary, like a small delivery box in a restricted area. This thing, can it really produce a big red? Looking at the lucky box in his hand, Xiao Yun instantly raised his eyebrows. How does it feel to be duped? Xiao Yun held the heirloom knife and slashed the lucky box open. However, the items that appeared within it caused Xiao Yun to be instantly shocked in his heart. Material, quantum storage. Quality, red. Price, 277,293. Evaluation, 1 frame of super high value. Safety box randomly stuffed. God of gods. I can't believe it actually came out red. Seeing the items that appeared in the lucky box, Xiao Yun immediately felt shocked inside. I tried this casually myself, and this was the first time I opened this blind box, and I was surprised that it came out directly in red. That gold coin is 50,000 apiece, but this quantum storage is 270,000 apiece. That's more than 5 times the value straight away. This ability, isn't it similar to the material upgrade one? Xiao Yun thought silently inwardly. He remembered that at that time, when the system was introducing the rare safety box, it mentioned a special ability for material upgrades, the ability to upgrade the quality of all supplies that are put into a safety deposit box, and it doesn't change the model of the supplies. And isn't that pretty much what's going on right now with this lucky box opening down the road? Again and again. Meanwhile, on the other side, Dam Zero, in the middle of the substation, looking at the corpses of the Asura soldiers on the ground in front of them, Zhang Yu and Long Xiaofang gasped for breath. We actually did it. Chapter 157, Self-Made 1 Koan Armor. You're amazing. This strong flashlight is infinitely bursting into flashes. These soldiers can't do anything to us at all. Even shield can't carry it. It's not like that shield can block his feet. It's amazing that so many soldiers have been cleared by us. This is an unknown amount of money earned from the weapons they dropped alone. Long Xiaofang was very excited and jumped. However, turning his head, Zhang Yu's face did not look too good. Long Xiaofang was inwardly puzzled as he aimed his flashlight at Zhang Yu's body. Shit, what are you flashing me for? You're hurt. Seeing Zhang Yu's condition clearly, Long Xiaofang immediately exclaimed in shock. See only. Zhang Yu's abdomen was a reddish color. Even though he was wearing level 2 armor this time, there were Asura soldiers using level 3 bullets, which still pierced through his armor. Seeing this scene, Long Xiaofang was instantly a little nervous. Brother you have to hold on. It's not easy for us to win for once. You can't fall down at this time. I still want to eat empty substations with you. What's all the noise about? It's not like I'm dead. Zhang Yu frowned and kicked Long Xiaofang with great impatience. While being kicked by this kick, Long Xiaofang was suddenly laughing. You're okay? I thought you were pierced by a bullet. Scared me to death. Cut the crap. You think I didn't see this coming? Saying that, Zhang Yu smiled faintly before removing the secondary armor from his body, only to see that underneath that secondary armor, he was actually wearing a black bulletproof vest. Holy shit, is this level 3 armor? Or is it level 4 armor? Brother where did you get this? This isn't some Forbidden Zone body armor. This is a bulletproof jacket I bought online. Zhang Yu instantly had a smug look on his face. This thing costs a few $100s apiece. Why isn't it much better than the ones in the restricted area? With a secondary armor on the outside and this bulletproof jacket on the inside. What can this ordinary soldier's secondary bullets do to me? Even if it's a level 3 bullet, it has to go through 2 layers of armor attenuation. Holy shit, brother you sure are smart. Long Xiaofang was instantly shocked. I didn't realize that this Zhang Yu had prepared more than just flashlights and lasers. A realistic bulletproof vest placed in the middle of a restricted area is at best only as effective as a level 1 armor, although a few $100s apiece, but completely does not matter. After all, now even the soldiers of the Poo Dam are using the second level of ammunition. Not to mention the classified substation in the midst of the majority of ordinary soldiers are the third level of ammunition plus 3 sets. Shield Brother is wearing 4 sets, whereas this thing stacks with secondary armor. The effect is just not the same. The protection of the secondary armor itself, coupled with the protection of this bulletproof jacket, under the 2 layers of protection, it could indeed reduce the impact of most of the bullets. But if that's protection against third-degree bullets, then why is there a bloodstain on your abdomen? At this time, Long Xiaofang was also puzzled. These 2 layers of body armor are able to protect against level 3 bullets to some extent, but they don't provide complete defense like advanced body armor. Zhang Yu frowned and silently pointed at a pothole in his bulletproof jacket, only to see that a bullet had just made it well through the body armor and embedded itself in his abs. It's not as powerful as normal tertiary armor, but it's completely out of my league. At least it's not a fatal wound. But between his role as a secondary and tertiary armor, I'm also naming it Dash. Speaking of this, Zhang Yu instantly parted his hair from both sides. Ikan armor. Holy shit. A kunai. Long Xiaofang was shocked to the core. Brother could it be that you really are a genius? Long Xiaofang admired Zhang Yu at this time. How in the world did this Zhang Lu invent these things? What's more is messing around even when it's actually working. As long as it doesn't form a fatal wound, it will only hurt for a while at best, until it is evacuated. Being able to defend against level 3 bullets was only possible with level 3 or higher armor in the Forbidden Zone, and the cheapest ones cost 30 000 to 40, 000 yuan. And this bulletproof jacket with secondary armor is only $5,000. That's quite the cottage warfare god. Stop screwing around and find out if there are any bandages. Zhang Yu kicked Long Xiaofang and hurriedly ordered. Current location, Dam 0, Administrative Precinct West Building. This burst, confidential. Time to end this game, 19 minutes, 58 seconds. Hint, please complete the evacuation before time runs out. In the middle of the West Wing, Xiaoyun's face darkened as he stared at the 15 boxes in front of him. This lucky box, it's a total ripoff. Spent 15 gold coins in it, and that's how you open quantum storage for the first time. After that it was either purple or gold, and there were only 2 outbursts of luck. The purple one opening a large dagger and the gold one opening a military ballistic calculator. Material, ceremonial dagger. Quality, purple. Price, 93,404. Evaluation, do not want to evaluate. Material, military ballistic calculator. Quality, gold. Price, 92,336. Evaluation, proof with strength that 1 plus 1 is less than 2. This was the first time Xiaoyun was happy to see a large dagger. After all, a small gold for a large dagger was at least earned. And the large dagger was surprisingly more expensive than 2 frames of gold supplies. The good thing is that it's not losing money. It's making a small profit. Xiaoyun loaded 15 gift boxes into the safety box, only to see the total value skyrocket by 50 from before. Safety box, 147/4900. Our material, 1023084. Most of the supplies scavenged this turn. Aside from that quantum storage, are the various coins scored with the card master passive skill? The East came up with $1 million as well. 10 minutes and $1 million. If it was a normal damn running knife, Xiaoyun was still very satisfied with this income. But the thought of the pile of gift boxes he just opened sent a wave of anger through him. If I had known the burst rate was so low, I wouldn't have wasted time opening them one by one. Just direct your mind and open it all up in the safety box. Only. Instead, this time, the supplies that were opened were 5 1-quart small golds. As a matter of fact, these 5 small golds are put into the rare safe box, which is another 5 chances to open the box. This, Xiaoyun instantly hesitated. The thought of this thing being a real drive to Big Red, and the thought of that quantum storage he just had, just gave him a rush inside. I could instinctively endure the darkness, if I had not seen the light. With a sad face, Xiaoyun placed the 5 small golds into the rare safety box. Current location, Dam 0, Cement Factory 2nd floor. This burst, confidential. Time to end this game, 19 minutes, 58 seconds. Hint, please complete the evacuation before time runs out. Master, where the hell are you? Meanwhile, in the middle of the cement factory, Lu Xueqing stood on the 2nd floor looking out over the surrounding scenery, feeling the piercing cold wind at night, and was very uneasy inside. Chapter 158 Golden Gazelle. Where the hell did Master go? It's been almost 10 minutes, why don't you come back for me? Has he encountered an enemy? It can't be dead already, can it? No. Master is so powerful, surely nothing will happen. But what if a particularly powerful cadre comes in? Like a GTI pro like that? Master is definitely in danger, isn't he? No. Even if it's a GTI pro dryad, Master shouldn't be in any danger. Oops. Where the hell did Master go? In the cement factory. Lu Xueqing stood on the 2nd floor pacing back and forth, distracted. It had been close to 10 minutes since Xiaoyun had left. However, there was no news at all for 10 minutes and silence all around. The main thing is that when he left, he didn't say what he was going to do or where he was going either, leaving Lu Xueqing alone on the 2nd floor of the cement factory, clutching the supplies she had just driven in and shivering. Master, you mustn't be alright. If you make it back safely, I'll give you the big red I just opened. Lu Xueqing hugged her backpack and squatted next to the airbox, inwardly praying silently to. Just now, after Xiaoyun cleared the surrounding soldiers, she also searched the entire cement factory. Air crates, didn't ship. Big weapon crates, didn't ship. Backpacks dropped by soldiers, didn't ship. Just as Lu Xueqing was agonizing over the burst rate of this handful, a huge item poofed out of the mixer during an inadvertent mixing of cement trucks. Just see that it has a white shell with an army green top. The moment she saw this material, Lu Xueqing first felt very unfamiliar, but then she instantly reacted. Here's GTI's last announcement about the newly discovered material armored car batteries in the exclusion zone. At that time, Lu Xueqing just casually glanced at it. After all, she thought that these high-level supplies might have nothing to do with her life. Still, relying on a superb memory, it was recalled that the supply was a top-tier Big Red, and since it's new material, different organizations around the world are overpaying for the new Big Red in this restricted area at this time. Supposedly the Lighthouse Nation had someone brought out of the penalty box and sold it for $3 million in a direct resale to Tech. Knife Joy. 3 million Saber Music. That's equivalent to more than 20 million Dragon Kingdom coins. This one big red was so much money. And of course Lu Shueching was very reluctant to part with it. But it was in her hands. But she was also very worried. When you take it out, you will even feel like you can't sleep well and you will be on edge all day. And with this darkness at Dam Zero, I don't even know if I can get out of this place with this big red by myself. Thus, she could only pray that Xiao Yun would hurry back to him. Regardless of who got this big red, Lu Shueching only wished to bring out this armored car battery safely. Master, come back soon. Material, coffee. Quality, gold. Price, 68,903. Evaluation, premium purified water. Supplies, Xingjin lemon tea. Quality, purple. Price, 15,149. Evaluation, posing as purple. Material, blood pressure monitor. Quality, purple. Price, 36,691. Evaluation, big insurance to the bullhorn just to measure blood pressure. Material, Type E canisters. Quality, gold. Price, 56,306. Comments off on why is this always in the medical supply pile. Xiao Yun opened 3 lucky boxes in a row. However, the items opened in it all made him regret it. Regret. Very much so. If you open a lucky box, how can you lose 2 gold in one go? That's the last one. If you don't ship it to me, I'm really going to get mad. Xiao Yun was slightly enraged. And with a thought, he placed the last Xiao Jin into the rare safety box. At this point he was already hopeless. Operating this in the system panel. Material, Golden Gazelle. Quality, red. Price, 432,780. Evaluation, 2x2 can stuff. God of gods. Shipping. The night falls too insistently. Not crying but tears falling. Once again 5 lucky boxes finally allowed Xiao Yun to see big red again. And this one opened up a big red. Or one that hadn't been touched out in this world. Golden Gazelle. In his previous life's game, Xiao Yun did often touch it from the big safe. Yet after touching so many big safes in this world, I haven't seen a single one. He was also not expecting that his first Golden Gazelle would be acquired this way. This is blood money. Xiao Yun was secretly delighted inwardly. Placing the Golden Gazelle into the safety box, the total price of the council's supply suddenly skyrocketed by a large amount to 1,250,000. And this time, it had really skyrocketed. And on top of that, the red quality supplies in this world were more than just the system's markup. Due to the rental system that this big red used, the value that this one big red created for Xiao Yun was something that could not be compared to the 15 small golds at the beginning of that one. 15 small golds, and they'll only fetch $1 million or $800,000. And that's $400,000 to rent out this Golden Gazelle for a year. 2 years for $800,000. 5 years for $2 million. 10 years for $4 million. The value of this big red is also not comparable to other materials. Therefore on the surface Xiao Yun had only earned more than 200,000 this wave. But in reality he had earned more than 2 million. Or even more than 20 million. And just then, his eyes were on the 2 small golds opened by the lucky box this time. Is this still open? Xiao Yun raised an eyebrow. If this was another big red for him. Forget it. Not wasting this time. Xiao Yun hastily dismissed the idea. To open this lucky box. When can't you open it? We're in the middle of a restricted area. Got to get down to business. Can't afford to sink here by opening a blind box. Thinking of this, Xiao Yun also began to act at once. Action. Wait, action is? Xiao Yun frowned and began to think. Oh, right. Gotta go in the dam to see what's going on. Xiao Yun finally remembered his previous plan as well. So without saying anything, he also directly opened the destiny skill. Before heading to the dam. Though, he did look around. See only. At this point Dam Zero was joined by another team. Although 2 were dead. The team was lucky to be refreshed in the middle of the barracks. And no one had searched there yet. The 2 Zhang Yus from the substation. Surprisingly, also cleaned up the substation's machine brother and began to eat like crazy inside. Where's Lu Shueching? What is Lu Shueching doing? Suddenly thinking of his teammate that he had brought in this hand. Xiao Yun also hurriedly switched viewpoints and looked towards Lu Shueching's position. Only the view switched to the second floor of the cement factory. But there was no sign of her on the screen. All that could be seen were 2 empty airline boxes and a pile of plastic clutter on the floor. What's going on here? Seeing this scene, Xiao Yun was instantly somewhat puzzled. Where did Lu Shueching go all of a sudden? PS1, 4 more shifts today. There are still 4 shifts owed. PS2, classic session, birds of a feather. Birds of a feather. Guess what? That's right. I shipped out too. Just after reading your update last night, I went on a space running knife run. and the pop rate was just too much. From 1 a.m. to 3 a.m., I shipped 10 big reds in 2 hours. I didn't realize that catching up on updates could really increase the burst rate. I'm going to come to feed and punch in every day before I run the knife. Don't believe in rumors. Don't spread rumors. The comment is really not a small number. All of you Hikari Yiffy trouble point attention. Feeding good luck. Chasing more good things come in pairs. Feeding plus chasing more big red. Chapter 159. A mech is also an armor. Where are the people? Seeing the full map perspective image of the Destiny skill, Xiao Yun immediately frowned and was somewhat puzzled inwardly. He had clearly switched to Lu Xueqing's perspective. Yet there was no sign of her in the cement factory. What is this? It stands to reason that the rest of the team shouldn't be at the cement factory, and she should be out of danger. Xiao Yun mused. Earlier, when he left the cement factory on his own and traveled to the administrative district, Xiao Yun had already opened his Destiny skill once to see the movements of the other teams in this matchup. It's only right that these teams, who are fighting hard and racking each other's guns, don't have time to come to the cement factory. Could she be hiding? Xiao Yun raised an eyebrow and immediately thought of this possibility. After all, one's Destiny skill was the ability to observe other people's movements from above, the equivalent of having a camera over everyone's head. And while it was capable of determining other people's positions, it didn't have the ability to see through. And thinking of this, Xiao Yun was also sure enough to observe a little hint from the picture. I only saw that all the supplies on the second floor of this cement factory had been searched cleanly, while one of the airboxes was closed. It was obvious that Lu Xueqing was hiding inside. I didn't realize she was smart. Xiao Yun smiled faintly, feeling very pleased with her. This Lu Xueqing is worthy of being a pastry hand who could evacuate from the penalty area so many times before by running the knife alone. It's simply the material of a born rat. And seeing that since she was not in any danger, Xiao Yun also moved his mind and directly teleported towards the middle of Dam 0. Current location, Dam 0, inside the dam. This burst, confidential. Time to end this game, 17 minutes, 41 seconds. Hint, please complete the evacuation before time runs out. Xiao Yun quickly arrived in the middle of the dam. Originally, I just wanted to try it, but I didn't think it would actually work. Since the dam on this put was not blown up, it was also dark inside. And what made Xiao Yun feel even more surprised was that there was not a single Asura soldier inside the dam at this moment. Did they think that no one would come to break the dam at night, and therefore not a single troop was set up? Xiao Yun stroked his chin and analyzed. And immediately afterward, he also did not hesitate and directly rushed towards the location of the vault. Since it's classified difficulty Dam 0, maybe there's something good hidden inside. And since there wasn't a single soldier here, Xiao Yun made his way to the vault unhindered. Unlike a normal situation where a dam is blown open, the round iron gate of the dam vault was closed at this time. Xiao Yun immediately frowned. This was not really a good way to break the door without drilling tools. According to the game, this iron door was made of high-strength explosion-proof material, and could only be drilled open by activating the drilling machine. At this time, Xiao Yun's Destiny skill was also on cooldown, and without the special safety box for storing skill cards, it would take another 3 minutes before it could be activated again. I should have known better than to teleport straight to the vault, just as Xiao Yun felt helpless and played with the small military knife in his hand. Instead, the panel of the knife popped up suddenly, as if reminding of something. Military pocket knife. Type, heirloom. Level, 55. Damage, 85. Movement speed bonus, 55%. Attack speed, fast. Attack distance, short. Special skills, armor piercing. Upgrade requirements, military explosives X1. By the way, the knife now has armor piercing coming. The moment he saw the panel, Xiao Yun's eyes lit up. This military pocket knife is as tough as iron after the upgrade. He himself had tested it before with a military pocket knife when he was preparing to break through the barbed wire. This little knife cuts through barbed wire without a single snag in the process. It's almost like cutting paper. Thinking of this, Xiao Yun was also prepared to experiment once. Let's see how far this military pocket knife can go with its armor-piercing ability. Hissy hissy. As the knife cut toward the iron door, it made a bared sound like cutting a chalkboard with fingernails. And to Xiao Yun's surprise, there was not even a little bit of jamming in the process, and it was very smooth to cut a gap in the large iron door of the vault. This armor-piercing ability, I thought it ignored the target's armor. Is this even a conceptual god ability? Seeing the scene in front of him, Xiao Yun was instantly very surprised inwardly. Since it's an armor-piercing ability, mechs are also armor. The materials used to build mechs are much tougher than the vault's iron doors, so there's nothing wrong with this knife cutting through an iron door easily, is there? Thus, Xiao Yun also did not say anything and directly waved the military knife in his hand to cut a 4-square hole in the rounded iron door of the vault. Bang! As the cut-down pieces of iron fell to the ground, Xiao Yun also walked directly into the dam vault with big steps. The lights inside were dim, so Xiao Yun casually pulled out an incendiary bomb and threw it on the ground, using it to illuminate. However, in the next second, he was shocked by the field of supplies that appeared in the middle of the vault. Material, gold bars. Quality, red. Price, 331,376. Material, Saeed's pocket watch. Quality, red. Price, 215,992. Material, clock. Quality, gold. Price, 199,972. It was only at the end of the vault, on the table in front of the safe, that a surprisingly large pile of supplies was stacked. Gold bars, pocket watches, desk clocks. A collection of supplies made of gold almost nearly filled the long table. I'm going. Now that's really coming to the vault. Seeing the large pile of golden and red-colored supplies in front of him, Xiao Yun was also unable to suppress a sudden burst of ecstasy within his heart. Gotta eat again. I didn't realize that this Asura soldiers had hidden all their supplies in the damn vault this night. Without saying a word, Xiao Yun directly rushed up and included the table of supplies in the safety box. Although this image looked sizable, there were only 2 red-quality supplies in total. The gold bar and the pocket watch, and the rest was just some gold quality small gold. However, even the small amount of gold from this table directly doubled the amount of supplies obtained by Xiao Yun's council by several times. Safety box, 218/4900. Our material, 493-0584. Gotta eat. Xiao Yun looked at the council's harvest and a satisfied smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. I've touched so much small gold in one go, so I'll be able to use it to draw lucky boxes again when the time comes. I've earned enough for this one. So let's go and make a rendezvous with Lu Xueqing first. Thinking of this, Xiao Yun also waited for the skill CD to turn good before using the destiny skill again. Teleported to the vacant lot of the cement plant. Xiao Yun, through his destiny skill, looked at Lu Xueqing who seemed to still be hiding in the airbox and was also preparing to scare him. At the same time, it was also a test to see what action Lu Xueqing would take when she encountered this situation. After all, when the time comes, they will have to team up together to complete the GTI test. If they don't even have this self-protection ability, it will be difficult for Xiao Yun to ensure the success or failure of the test. Thus, Xiao Yun's mind moved and the large black shield appeared in his hand. Then he deliberately slowed his pace, mimicking shield's every move. Chapter 160. Come on, let's practice. Xiao Yun lowered his voice and mimicked the figure of an Asura soldier. Then carrying the huge black shield, he slowly walked towards the second floor of the cement factory. Man-machine steps, placed in the game in the previous life. This was a skill that only the top masters knew. Disguise the footsteps as a man-machine to get the surrounding cadre to let their guard down, followed by a surprise to take them down. At this time, Xiao Yun, who had a large shield to add to his strength, was even more able to imitate it perfectly. Sasha. Only a slight sound did come from the second floor. Although the sound was tiny, such a quiet night, it was still easily captured by Xiao Yun's movement. She's not scared, is she? Xiao Yun was also frowning as he thought silently within himself. It was fortunate that it was he who appeared on the staircase now. If he really encountered a shield soldier or met someone else, I was afraid that this small movement would be enough to kill him. The coffin board is ready for you. Xiao Yun once again lowered his voice and shouted at the top of his lungs. The movement is at least 80% or more similar to the Asura soldiers as well. And with every soldier in this world sounding different, it's even more impossible for a normal cadre to tell the difference between the real thing and the fake thing. While moving, Xiao Yun was also thinking, mimicking the shield soldier routine. This seems like a good tactic if you put it in the middle of a high-end game. You're almost done. Xiao Yun carried his large shield and quickly arrived at the second floor, walked to the closed airbox, saw no movement, had thought to suddenly open the door to scare her. However, what Xiao Yun did not expect was that the moment he had just flipped open the hatch of the airbox, a figure suddenly emerged from the open airbox behind him. Ya Oaha. I'll fight you. Lu Xueqing shouted with very little momentum, and then raised the Uzi in her hand and began to frantically stray Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun was startled and hastily dodged the gunline with a jet propulsion. Lu Xueqing, don't shoot. I'm your master. Master? Nope. You must be Soldier Asura pretending to be my master to trick me. I'm really your master. Can't you tell by my voice? You say that. It seems like it does. Ah, master. You're back. Lu Xueqing instantly climbed out of the airbox in excitement. Seeing Xiao Yun in his huge black shield, he was instantly very puzzled as well. Master, you acquired new equipment again? Let's not talk about that yet. Xiao Yun wiped a cold sweat from his head. Do you have a bandage for the bleeding? Oh, there. Lu Xueqing hurriedly pulled out a roll of bandages that she had found from the Asura soldiers and came to Xiao Yun in a panic. Only to see that, although her wave of sweeping shots just now was not half aimed, there were still 2 bullets that hit Xiao Yun's legs. This foot repairing power. Even Xiao Yun felt powerless. If he was half a second late in activating the power propulsion, he was afraid that he would be killed by Lu Xueqing's living foot repair here. Master, sorry. As soon as Lu Xueqing lifted Xiao Yun's pants leg, she hurriedly helped him bandage it up. It's okay, it was supposed to be me being a bitch and trying to scare you. Xiao Yun smiled awkwardly. This disciple of his own is also too honest. I did not expect this to apologize to himself. How can you say that? Master, I'm sure you have your own reasons for doing so, Lu Xueqing said very matter-of-factly. And hearing this, Xiao Yun also revealed a pleased smile. Lu Xueqing's performance just now was indeed out of his expectation. Seeing that tightly closed airbox, the first thing he thought was that Lu Xueqing was hiding inside. I didn't realize that she had played the reverse setup, hiding in another airbox and keeping an eye on his immediate surroundings. Xiao Yun was just about to open the airbox to inspect it when her UZI frantically started shooting. That's right. In fact, Master is testing you. A test? And did I succeed? It's perfect. You're definitely the most talented rat I've ever seen. Yeah. Lu Xueqing was very happy. She was happier than anything to be praised by Xiao Yun, the great god of knife running. And soon, Lu Xueqing was also helping Xiao Yun bandage his bleeding wound. Xiao Yun stuck a medical needle into his hand, slowly returning to his own state. At this point, Lu Xueqing was already not surprised by these rare contraptions he pulled out, so she was not surprised. By the way, Master, I just searched the cement truck and found this. Right at this moment, Lu Xueqing hurriedly pulled out the battery of the armored car she had driven to earlier from her backpack. What's this? A new skin for electric car batteries? Seeing the supplies in front of him, Xiao Yun was instantly a bit puzzled, although he had never seen it before. But looking at it, it didn't feel like it was very valuable. Keep it. You don't have to give it to me. Really? Really? Well, anyway, I've got this one. Wait, Xiao Yun just wanted to say that this one was already full. However, the next second, the system supplies panel slowly appeared. Material, armored vehicle batteries. Quality, red. Price, 1426482. Evaluation, another great addition to the cement truck family. Holy shit, this unassuming consumption of supplies turned out to be a big red. Seeing the system panel appear, Xiao Yun instantly regretted it so much that he wanted to jump directly from this second floor. And the system is definitely intentional. Obviously. Before, he had just swept his afterimage and a detailed panel of supplies would appear. And this time, with his own words out of his mouth, the panel slowly appeared. This system plays with it. Master, didn't you say before that you would give you all the red and gold colored supplies you found? The supplies that Shi Huan searched for. But you are even a painkiller to be catty. How A to me here. Lu Xueqing also stuttered a bit as she spoke. At this moment, the smile that was forced on Xiao Yun's face also turned into a look of care in her eyes. Does it say? Faced with such a situation, Lu Xueqing could not help but have one of the three major illusions in life. He likes me. Thinking of this, Lu Xueqing immediately felt her cheeks rolling a little hot, the same as red warmth. That was just fooling around with Lu Shurhan before. I'm actually very nice to her, Xiao Yun explained with a faint smile. So, the hope that Lu Xueqing had just ignited at this moment was instantly doused down. One had really misunderstood. Just say it. In addition to learning a little better, in front of Lu Shurhan seems to have no advantages. How will the master like himself? Otherwise, she wouldn't have cooked a table of good food every night in anticipation of Xiao Yun's visit to her home. The master was being so kind to himself and he couldn't do much to help. And the only thing one can do, it seems, is to be nice to him. But what's the best way to do it? Lu Xueqing sighed, but when she turned her head, she realized that Xiao Yun's eyes had been staring at her. Or rather, staring at the armored car battery in his hand. Aha, does that mean there's timing? Master, do you want this big red? After all, it's a newly discovered material in the Forbidden Zone, so you shouldn't have come across it before. Chapter 161, Embarrassed. It's true that I haven't seen it before, but it's all said and done for you. It's fine, Master. If you hadn't taken me on a knife run, I wouldn't have been able to touch this. Just take it, Lu Xueqing said honestly. And this thing? I don't know if I can handle it, and frankly, I feel like I can't sleep at night when I think about the fact that I'm going to have to carry around a big red to put in my house. Ugh, if you say so. Alright then. Xiao Yun forcibly suppressed his laughter as if he was pouting in talking. Then Master will take it for you. Aha! I'm relieved that Master is holding it. Seeing Xiao Yun's promise, Lu Xueqing smiled faintly and also handed over the supplies in her hand without hesitation. And after Xiao Yun put this armored car battery into the safety box, this put in addition to the ones opened in the lucky box, there were as many as 3 red supplies that were touched in the restricted area alone. Is this still dam 0? Even if it's a classified dam, It doesn't have such a high burst rate, does it? However, Xiao Yun thought for a moment that he had 2 little reds that were brought out from inside the vault. Technically, that gold bar and gold watch don't count as supplies for this matchup. Ugh. I'm actually kinda embarrassed to take a big red from you. Xiao Yun sighed silently. Though even if you run the knife yourself, the cement factory is all you can eat. But you can still drive this big cargo. But the most rare thing was Lu Xueqing's trust. If anyone else had opened this big red, they would probably just put it in their pockets without saying a word. Like that Mr. Xian Gang at school. If he had opened big red instead, he probably wouldn't have known he shipped it if he hadn't said anything. It's fine. Master even gave me a gold bar last time. That's red material too. And he hasn't forgotten me when he's going to form a GTI Pro team. That's more important to me than anything else. Compared to Xiao Yun's entanglement, Lu Xueqing was very open-minded. To her, Xiao Yun not wanting this big red was what caused her distress. How about this? Xiao Yun was suddenly struck by a good idea. I'll send you a helicopter. Xiao Yun smiled and said, What? A helicopter? Hearing this, Lu Xueqing immediately revealed a surprised expression. Helicopter. This is not the name of the material Xiao Yun said. It is obvious that it is a real helicopter in reality. That's a lot of money. Even if it's not a military helicopter, it's not like a few million to $10 million for an ordinary person to buy a helicopter, right? And this armored car battery, now while it's fresh and no one has touched it, costs a little more. At the rate the world's top GTI running knife team is going right now, I'm guessing we'll be able to touch a few of these in less than 3 to 5 years, and rental prices will surely have plummeted by then. No, that's too expensive. Lu Xueqing hurriedly waved her hand in rejection. That's a gift of tens of millions of dollars. That's scary. At the same time, she admired Xiao Yun even more in her heart. Obviously, he was only a fledgling teenager before, and this was only a few days after entering the Forbidden Zone, but he had made enough money to buy a helicopter. This master of his own, his progress was too rapid, and the other thing is, if you really have a helicopter, you can't afford to refuel it yourself. Okay, just kidding you. Xiao Yun also smiled slightly when he saw her reaction. This Lu Xueqing is also too honest. Do you usually play games? Play. I almost got addicted to playing games before. Only I don't have much time to play lately since I'm studying for my exams. I'll give you a computer. I fished it out of the Forbidden Zone. And the performance is absolutely top-notch in reality. That's fine. It just so happens that I've had that computer for almost 10 years now, and I can't play a lot of games anymore. Hearing Lu Xueqing's words, Xiao Yun was instantly somewhat speechless. A computer for 10 years. This even Play a Plants vs. Zombies card burst it. I wonder what kind of games Lu Xueqing usually played. Such an old computer can tolerate it. Well, let's evacuate as soon as we're ready. Xiao Yun also stopped talking and led Lu Xueqing towards the route to the evacuation point. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhang Yu and Long Xiaofang searched for the resources in the middle of the substation and were also more excited than one another. I touched something good. 2 power supplies. This one is worth $6,000. These 2 must be worth tens of thousands of dollars. It's enough to cover our internet bill for half a year. Che, what's that for you? Come check out this one of mine. Liquid crystal display. Have you seen it? It's worth $25,000 apiece. I saw it from the table. You passed by and didn't pick it up. Shit. I'm so sloppy. If only I hadn't been careless. This thing would have been mine. What are you talking about? Even if you picked it up, you should still be good enough to give me an offering, okay? Don't forget who brought you the food. Brother Yu. That's still Brother Yu. It's right to hang out with Brother Yu. Wait. I seem to have a big load in this server. Zhang Yu had just opened the server and was immediately startled by the items in it. Only a small black square was placed in it, and when the light was hit, it was a purple quality material. A solid-state hard disk. I'll go. Solid-state drives. What? Long Xiaofang ran over in sudden surprise. Seeing this item, he understood the value of this material even if he didn't usually study the Forbidden Zone properly. This little piece. It must be at least $10,000. Long Xiaofang was surprised. More than 10,000. This is going for over 30,000. 30,000. Zhang Yu was incomparably excited at the moment. The value of this one SSD could be enough for him to lie flat in an internet cafe every day for a year, plus other supplies. The total gain from this evacuation is unimaginable. This mustn't make $100,000 or $200,000 a handful of times. Sure enough, technology changes life. Zhang Yu, but if he didn't engage in that wave of inventions, he and Long Xiaofang probably wouldn't be able to see so many supplies in a year. Ha, we're going to be rich. Fatty, we're going to be rich. Evacuation successful. Duration, 17 minutes and 49 seconds. Council Harvest, 635-7066. Back at the door of Warehouse 9 again. Xiaoyun's gain from this hand was also very exaggerated. Confidential damn. Over 6 million. If this is placed in the game of the previous life, the big red packet big gold chest hanging all stuffed, he cannot earn so much money except, of course, out of the heart of Africa and resuscitation ventilators. But those two things, Xiaoyun had not even seen them after playing the game for hundreds of hours in his previous life. I wonder when we'll see these two top-tier biggies in this world. Master, let's go take care of the supplies. The next matchup will start in 10 minutes or so. At this time, Lu Xueqing was also running the knife up. Pulling Xiaoyun's arm, he flung it around, trying to urge him to hurry up. Don't worry about it. Go ahead and take care of the supplies while I run an errand. Okay, then I'll go ahead and get you in line. Seeing Lu Xueqing leave, Xiaoyun also dialed Wang Chang's number at once. Chapter 162 Maru Spice. The vault has been stolen. Where are you, Boss Xiao? I'll have Eagle bring the stuff over to you. Just after connecting the phone, Wang Chang also did not make any ink and directly asked for Xiaoyun's location. Xiaoyun sent a positioning message, and the other party went to make arrangements with an okay. In a few minutes' time, that scout teammate of Wang Chang's, Eagle, was also carrying a large backpack and arrived in front of Warehouse 9. I knew you couldn't be bothered to come and run the knife. Eagle smiled and also handed Xiaoyun his backpack. 14 military explosives cost a total of 1,260,000. Didn't you give $2 million before? Let Wang Chang transfer you the rest. The Eagle laughed too. At this moment, he had also heard something about Xiaoyun from Wang Chang's side. He also couldn't wait to get on good terms with the knife running god. 1,260,000, a pop? Hearing this number, Xiaoyun was also somewhat surprised. As a rule, the price of a military explosive fluctuates between $110,000 and $120,000. 14 military explosives, so to speak, would cost more than $1,600,000, while Wang Chang Eagle and the others surprisingly only spent $1.26 million. Why is it so cheap? You won't buy a fake, will you? Xiaoyun was puzzled. Don't worry, Boss Xiao. I have this identity here. If they dare to sell me fake goods, they'll directly raid his house. The Eagle spoke very stiffly. Of course, that was just a joke. He was still very much in compliance with the law. I'll check. Xiaoyun was still a bit uneasy and opened his backpack to take a look. Material, military explosives. Quality, gold. Price, 128,362. See only. The 14 military explosive panels in the backpack appeared one by one. All fine. And seeing that the price was close to 130,000, Xiaoyun was even more puzzled inwardly. How did Wang Chang pay $90,000 for these goods? Is this from the right source? But these things, too, were not something Xiaoyun should worry about. After all, as long as the supplies are genuine and you can upgrade your heirloom pocket knife, nothing else is a problem. Okay, please, Xiaoyun nodded. And at this moment, Wang Chang also transferred the remaining money to him. I have to say that these people do work quite efficiently, and with the Eagle's identity added to their work, they are also reassuring. Boss Xiao, which is not true. Who doesn't know that you're the talented cadre of our Hebei city right now? And the matter of you and your sister-in-law being guaranteed admission to Qingbei University is spreading like wildfire on social media. It's our honor to help you. Eagle spoke with some exaggeration. Sister-in-law? Is it talking about Lu Shirhan? But I guess it was a report deliberately arranged by the school to take the opportunity to publicize the first school. Xiaoyun was not very concerned about these things. Just don't report a bunch of your own big reds. However, the only people who know they have a bunch of big reds right now, besides those around them, are the top personnel. These people, no matter what their quality is, at least confidentiality is not a problem. Unlike those temp tellers on the exchange who can be bought at will, and then, because they are temps, said to open up after being utilized. Everything's together. Why don't you get busy first, Boss Xiao? There's no rush. I have one more favor to ask of you. Boss Xiao, please, Eagle said in a very sincere manner. And right at this moment, Xiaoyun also moved his mind and transferred all of the military explosives into the safety box, and then placed an equal amount of supplies into his backpack. This way, there was no fear of the pack suddenly becoming deflated and making the Eagle suspicious. It's all in the details. And after transferring the supplies into the safety box, Xiaoyun also followed up with the general using the knife to upgrade. Ding! Upgrade successful. Military pocket knife. Type, heirloom. Level, 60. Damage, 90. Movement speed bonus, 60%. Attack speed, fast. Attack distance, short. Special skills, armor piercing. Upgrade requirements, seat clock X1. Is it finally here? The upgrades before and after the knife cost 2x2 size military binoculars and military explosive packs, and there are very few gold supplies left in the remaining 2x2 sizes, except for the seat clock and only that military satcom. Both of these things can be $200,000 plus. An upgrade wave would consume 16 of them. That's over 3 million. I'm guessing that once the heirloom knife is upgraded to level 70, you'll have to start upgrading it with red supplies. Thinking of this, Xiao Yun also directly added Eagle's friend. He was mainly responsible for this anyway, so why not just transfer the money to him? 16 seat clocks and 16 military satellite communicators. All gold quality supplies? Please, Xiao Yun said indifferently and also directly transferred 7 million to the Eagle. The bank card balance, which had previously been rich, was also once again dried up to just over 10 million. However, the good thing was that this classified Dam Xiao Yun had also researched a material point that only he could enter. Inside the vault at Dam 0 at night, there, more than why, were piles of supplies that looked like they should have been on the various supply points that had appeared in the middle of this matchup, but had been piled into the vault by the Asura soldiers. If every matchup was like this, then Xiao Yun would be able to pick up $3 to $5 million for nothing once he went in. Thinking about this, Xiao Yun was also a little excited inside. This was the discovery of the bug for brushing money. Okay, when the black market opens tomorrow, I'll help Boss Xiao to finish it right away. Eagle stood at attention and saluted, then rushed to open the bank app. Wait for me to take a screenshot and send it to my friends to pretend to be a beep first. Xiao Yun was speechless. This Eagle's reaction was too real. Meanwhile, on the other side, a group of Asura soldiers surrounded the entrance to the vault, all in a hurry. What's going on? What's going on? The big gold and red we put here, why has it suddenly disappeared? Who broke open this doorway? There's no way the dam could have been blown open for this night's matchup, and there's no way GTI could have issued an Operation Wallbreaker mission. Don't! That has my personal money in it. It can't be that the side jailer has noticed our behavior and confiscated what we've hidden. It's impossible. Let's not talk about whether he notices it or not. He usually comes in and just likes to fight. He never cares about the distribution of supplies. What the hell is going on here? This forbidden zone is almost over. If we can't retrieve these supplies, we won't be able to move. Finished. Only 7 whole Asura soldiers were seen surrounding the entrance to the vault. Seeing the sudden disappearance of the supplies in the vault was also an instant rush. PS1, 4 more shifts today. There are still 4 shifts owed. PS2, classic link, no more reader comments today. The author himself has shown up. I write my own book. Running knife burst rate is also violently increased. Today's top secret space running knife. An afternoon times 17 red plus 5 cards. That burst rate is called a high. I feel that my book is really something. Waiting in the comment area to send a picture. Brothers hurry to catch up, more attention point up. This is really metaphysical. Do not believe rumors, do not spread rumors. The comment is really not a small number. All of you Hikari Yiffy trouble point attention. Feeding good luck when the head. Chase more good things come in pairs. Feeding plus chase more to put the big red. Chapter 163. A traitor is among us. Brothers, do something. If we can't recover from this wave of losses, I'm afraid we're doomed. Dam 0. In the middle of the vault. At this point, there are less than 2 minutes left before the end of this matchup. When the time runs out, this entire space of Dam 0 will automatically reset, and a new round of matchmaking will then begin. The matchup will be emptied of all people and items. So members of Asura who have items left in the restricted area are also required to move the supplies out before the space resets. And the reason there are so many supplies hidden in the vault is that they didn't come through the proper channels. All of these little golds and reds were secretly brought out of the restricted area by the 7 Asura cadres present on the night shift, near the end of each game match, while no cadres had come around their area and to make sure they were the only ones around. And as long as they did so, as long as they didn't take all the high-value supplies and left a 30% inside the restricted area, the higher-ups would only think that it was the GTI members who searched carefully and wouldn't suspect them. This practice was already considered an unspoken rule among the forbidden areas. Not only did the 7 Asala soldiers present do this, but many others made money this way. It's not even just the Asala forces that would do this. Havoc would do the same. After all, no matter how much Asura and Havoc are incompatible, it's all bullshit for the average person to not gain benefits themselves. As a result, in the middle of a map like Longbow Creek Valley, which had 2 kinds of forces, many Asura members and Havoc members would also secretly collude, exchanging supplies in their own jurisdictions with each other, and then claiming that they were taken away by GTI cadres when the game was over. This custom has been passed down for a long time, and it's what people have been doing since the mysterious space of the Forbidden Zone appeared. However, what the 7 Asuras in the vault didn't expect at this point was for this matchup to take a turn for the worse. They had been hiding the accumulated supplies inside the dam, originally thinking of bringing them out bit by bit and selling them slowly. It's a little more secure not to arouse suspicion from above. This matchup, however, was when a few of them arrived at the damn vault. Instead, he was surprised to find that the vault's large iron door had been artificially cut with a neat gap. The supplies they had accumulated over the years were suddenly nowhere to be found. These things, but we have accumulated wealth with great difficulty for so many years. How can we just say it's gone? An Asura soldier frowned in a very serious manner. This is great. All the supplies are gone and I'm straight up broke. If I'd known I'd lose it, I'd have hidden all the little gold in the birdhouse. None of the cadres in this exclusion zone would have taken out a bird's nest anyway, let alone at night. Who would have thought that the safest damn vault of the night would be visited? Who the hell did this? I'll kill him. It must have been GTI that betrayed the agreement with Asala. Only they could do such a thing. Shit. I've also heard that GTI said they could only open 8 safes at a time. But today or yesterday there was a game where someone opened all the safes on the entire map. And every single safe was opened. I've heard that there's been an emergency meeting at the top for the past few days because of this. What? Opened the entire map safe all the way? That's definitely something GTI did on purpose. Huh? How could it be done with just these ordinary cadres who run their knives every day with an evacuation rate of less than 1%? Nope. I heard there's a kid from Dam Zero who's like flying in the sky. I've heard of that person as well. And I think he even defeated Siegian de head-on twice, right? I don't know how Blue Star trained him. I'm afraid it's a talent cultivated within GTI. So that makes GTI's target even more suspicious. I've known it for a long time. They are able to travel between two worlds, and it's definitely not as simple as just making money. Several soldiers discussed it. The soldier with the furrowed brow, however, shook his head after some deep thought. No, the supplies we hid here shouldn't have been sent by GTI to take them. Why? A few of the soldiers next to him looked at him quizzically. The map, Dam Zero, is a domain under the sole jurisdiction of Asura, without Havoc's power. Losing supplies on your own turf. Who else could have done it if not the ditching GTI? Obviously the entrance to the dam was not damaged, but the vault ended up being cut open. So if GTI sent someone to do this, their first step to get into Dam Zero would definitely be to blow up the entrance to the dam. At these words, the remaining few nodded their heads. Indeed, the entrance to the dam facing the administrative precinct, but it is directly blocked by concrete. The GTIs can't even get in without activating the wallbreaker device. Only members of the Asala hold access to the dam. It's possible that GTI didn't do this, or that there's more than just GTI involved in this. There's a good chance there's one of our own. The Asura soldier, still frowning, analyzed the situation at hand, and as soon as he said this, the remaining 6 people all sucked in a breath of cold air. There are traitors within the ranks. Yeah, the key to this damn vault was in their hands, and they were the only ones who knew about what was hidden inside. This tactic could indeed be used if any of them wanted to monopolize the supplies. At once, all 6 of them were watching each other, as if trying to find out who was the traitor. Don't get me wrong guys, I'm not saying there's a traitor among the 7 of us. The Asura soldier sighed and explained. I mean, the traitor is among the others among the Asala, not among our team. After all, the 7 of us are inseparable every day, and no one can pass a message to GTI and still not be detected by the others. And if it was one of us who did it, each of us had a spare key to the vault door, so why didn't we just use the key to open the door, choosing instead to cut it with a tool? And we could have all gotten together not long after the opening of this matchup, so theoretically none of us had time to commit the crime. And who the hell did that? This is too brain-burning. Red, could it be that you're a detective? Several other Asura soldiers were shocked. I didn't realize that my teammate, who heckled with every day, had such strong analytical skills, and the Asura soldier, known as Red, gave his answer at the moment. It would all make sense if some of the other soldiers had noticed our behavior, surmised that we were hiding stolen supplies in the middle of the vault every night, and thus made a plan to steal our supplies. Keep an eye out for it in the next few games. Ask around to find out if there are any soldiers running around away from their original posts. It's very likely that he did it. Soldier Red's frown was finally relieved some when he thought of this. In that case, there's a good chance we'll still be able to recover our supplies. Chapter 164. Xiao Yun went to the exchange to handle a wave of supplies, excluding the big red and some small gold. This put a total of more than 2 million into the account. At the moment the balance in the bank card came to 13 million. That's probably enough money for the average person to spend for the rest of their lives. However, for Xiao Yun who wanted to unlock the special safety box ability, it was still not enough. To unlock the ability to store skill cards, you have to buy 3 SS rank skills alone, and 3 is 15 million. And the good thing was that the most crucial Mandel supercomputing unit, Xiao Yun had also brought out one from Longbow Creek Valley. Otherwise it would probably take days just to figure out how to get a supercomputing unit. Come on, let's go run another round of knives. Xiao Yun spoke to Lu Xueqing and prepared to continue to Dam 0. Master, have you taken care of all your supplies? And just then, Lu Xueqing was worried. I'm afraid it's not safe to keep that armored car battery in the locker here. Should we send it back to the house first? Don't worry, I've just had it sent over, Xiao Yun said with a faint smile. One's own Big Red. That's definitely safest in a safety deposit box. It was only for the other ordinary cadres who didn't have safe deposit boxes that the rare supplies they touched in the restricted area were either taken directly home and hidden away, or they used smart safes similar to courier cabinets to store the supplies for the time being. As for Lu Xueqing, seeing that Xiao Yun was going to enter the forbidden zone immediately after handling the supplies, she also assumed that he had put Big Red in the smart safe. While it is true that under normal circumstances, smart safes are safe for Big Red supplies, though, it's a different story. If a bad guy saw it, he would probably use criminal means to forcefully break open the safety deposit box and steal the Big Red from it. Good. Then let's go. Xiao Yun and Lu Xueqing had been running knives until 12 o'clock at night, running a total of 5 games against each other. All 5 of these zero dams, without exception, are on normal difficulty. Regardless of whether it was Xiao Yun or Lu Xueqing, they were also not that lucky to touch red quality supplies in the forbidden zone anymore. And Xiao Yun once again entered the dam vault several times, only to find that there were no more supplies inside. You can't even see a bullhorn in the whole vault. Xiao Yun felt a bit strange, but due to the difference in the burst rate, the first thing he did was to assume that it was a perk for smart and courageous cadres under the classified difficulty. After all, the interior of the dam and the pull-out evacuation point are connected by iron gates and ventilation ducts. Ordinary cadre members, even without teleportation skills, can get inside the dam by breaking through the iron gates of the evacuation point or climbing up the ventilation ducts, thus gaining access to the interior of the dam. How to break open the vault's big iron door, though, was the question. And these matchups are hard to even touch a small gold in the big safe due to the really low pop rate. Hence, Xiao Yun also changed his tactics, used the card passive, along with the gunfire negotiation skill to frantically hit gold coins, while the supply points were left to Lu Xueqing to search for. After a few games, Xiao Yun's safety box was also stacked with row after row of gold coins. Together with the previous ones, the total is surprisingly as many as 242. At the exchange price, a gold coin would probably sell for around $50,000. That meant that the value of gold coins alone in Xiao Yun's safety deposit box at this point was upwards of 12 million. Only, these gold coins, Xiao Yun did not intend to sell them directly. After all, he or she had unlocked the Lucky Box safety box at this point. Taking gold coins and betting on the Lucky Box to come out with Big Red is the way to go to pull the gains full circle. Master, it's so nice to touch things today. At this moment, Lu Xueqing said with both exhaustion and excitement. But I'm just so sleepy. I think I'll go back and rest first. Well, I'll take a cab to take you back. Xiao Yun glanced at the time. It was also just after 12 o'clock. Under normal circumstances, Lu Xueqing went to bed around 10 o'clock. And today, running the knife to run cool indeed also stayed up all night. And this night of running knives down, excluding that armored car battery, Lu Xueqing also netted more than $2 million in the forbidden zone. She also seemed to be overexcited from these few handfuls, and at the moment was staggering with exhaustion, her eyes fluttering open and closed, looking like she could fall asleep while walking. Seeing this, Xiao Yun was also very uneasy, so he planned to send her back home. Master, thank you very much indeed, Lu Xueqing said in a daze. If it wasn't for you taking me on a knife run, I might even have trouble paying for college, and I don't even know how to repay you. It's fine, you're my disciple now, so what's the point of repaying or not repaying? Xiao Yun smiled faintly. This Lu Xueqing even gave herself the Big Red that she touched, and this is still talking about repayment or not. Running knife Big Red all to himself, that's the best reward. And listening to Xiao Yun's words, a smile appeared on Lu Xueqing's face. Unlike her usual spirited appearance, her smile was light and calming at this point. Soon, Lu Xueqing's head leaned on Xiao Yun's shoulder. I can't believe I fell asleep standing up. Xiao Yun had a helpless look on his face as he continued to wait for the internet car to arrive. I didn't realize you were quite the ladies' man, following so many different girls around. Yet just then, behind Xiao Yun, however, a light laugh suddenly came from behind him, only to see Jiang Kursen appear more than just from nowhere, appearing in front of Xiao Yun once again. She still had a lollipop in her mouth, and it didn't take much to figure out that it was green and minty. And without waiting for Xiao Yun to speak, Jiang Kursen directly opened her mouth and asked, I've heard that you've touched quite a few Big Reds out of the Forbidden Zone, and that a few of them have been leased to the High Bay Provincial Research Institute to go. Where did you hear that? In the face of Xiao Yun's question, Jiang Kurson only smiled mysteriously. I honestly can't figure out what you're thinking. If you were renting to a tech company in the Lighthouse State, the price would be at least 10% higher. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Yun however raised an eyebrow. What? It's only 10%. Before in the school, that Mo said so seriously. Xiao Yun still thought that Big Red could earn several times the money by renting to foreign countries, but on second thought, 10% a year does seem like a pretty objective figure. This 10% brings in more and more revenue as the time stretches out. For example, if the Blade servers are rented to foreign countries, you can make an extra $5 million in 10 years. Well, what I told you before, thought about it? Without giving Xiao Yun time to think, Jiang Kurson suddenly asked. Not yet. Xiao Yun shook his head. He actually had an answer within him about going to the Lighthouse country. After all, during this period of time, he had also worked out a bunch of ways to make money in low burst rate matchups, and after joining GTI, it was estimated that if he touched a few more Big Reds, the city of Hai Bei would soon have the maps of Bakshi and Space Base as well. There was no reason for him to go to the Lighthouse country now. However, looking at Xiao Yun's expression, Jiang Kurson seemed to have guessed what he was thinking inside very helplessly. I say to you, is it possible that you run knives for the sole purpose of making money? Chapter 165 Economic Zeitgeist. Or what? Xiao Yun asked rhetorically. He was also feeling a bit puzzled by Jiang Kurson's question. The penalty box runners aren't there to make money. Are they there to slug it out? He wasn't some mouth-breathing demon who went inside the forbidden zone just to go on a killing spree. Running knives into the box doesn't make money, so what else is it for? However, Xiao Yun did not expect it. This reply of his own was what caused Jiang Kurson to instantly reveal a look of contempt. I take back my previous invitation to you, Jiang Kurson said. Her tone seemed very cold at the moment. It seems that you're just as hopelessly stupid as Li Manchul, only the stupidity is different in each way. Is this a bit? Xiao Yun frowned slightly. The rapid change in Jiang Kurson's attitude was also something that took him by surprise at once. What's wrong with this woman? Is she really crazy? What did she do to her that she put herself in the same category as Li Manchul? Well, at that moment, the hit internet car was also traveling in front of it. Xiao Yun did not pay any more attention to Jiang Kurson, and helped the half-asleep Lu Shueching to sit in the car. However, Xiao Yun just wanted to close the car door and just leave. Jiang Kurson, however, peeled the car door shut and sat her but down next to it without being told. It's a good thing I still have some patience with you. After all, you do have more than your fair share of dryads. Jiang Kurson sat in the car and crossed her arms in a very arrogant manner. Xiao Yun was instantly somewhat helpless. This is my cab. Did I tell you to come up? However, Jiang Kurson's next words sent him into an instant of contemplation. Let me ask you, do you feel that your talents are such that you can merely function in the penalty box? When these words came out, Xiao Yun immediately frowned. The skills that one had unlocked, as well as the ability of the heirloom knife, indeed did not only take effect in the Forbidden Zone. Even if they were placed in reality, they also worked as well. Only, at this time, Jiang Kurson definitely wouldn't be referring to this. What she was talking about, presumably, was her own ability to evacuate from the Forbidden Zone whenever she wanted to, bringing out supplies like crazy. What do you mean? Today's era is an economic one. Jiang Kurson said faintly. Whoever can master the economy can master the lifeblood of the times. No matter before or after the emergence of the Forbidden Zone, the pattern of the world has long been rewritten countless times. Only unlike before, the world is no longer changing by relying on barbarism and violence, but is transformed into relying on economic strength, just like those big-name consortiums of those times, holding countless resources and wealth in their hands, and secretly harvesting the globe. The world was being harvested in secret. It may seem like several countries were fighting among themselves at the time, but in reality, the people who really play chess have long since ceased to be those princes and generals, but rather what is now popularly referred to on the internet as capital. I understand what you're saying, but then what? Xiao Yun frowned and listened to Jiang Kurson's expression, but was even more puzzled. What Jiang Kurson said might not have been the case in Xiao Yun's previous world, but in the history of this blue planet, that has been the case. Since a few hundred years ago, the top consortiums have basically held the power of speech in all the other kingdoms except the Dragon Kingdom. War becomes a means of dealing with inflation. Technology serves the purpose of productivity growth, and everything in the world has nothing to do with money. This has been exacerbated by the emergence of no-go zones. Someone like Xiao Yun, who could bring out top-tier Big Red supplies from the restricted area, was equivalent to a living money printing machine. That's why senior GTI cadres are so important. And thinking about these things, Xiao Yun instantly understood Jiang Kurson's thoughts somewhat. So you're thinking of relying on the Forbidden Zone and starting your own group, like what Rock once did, and now old Ma? Aha! Jiang Kurson coldly snorted lightly as a reply. It seems that you're not as stupid as I thought you were. But maybe life has been going too well and you haven't thought about it that much. I misunderstood you before. You guys. Looking at Jiang Kurson, who once again had a mysterious smile on her face, Xiao Yun instantly hardened. Harder fists. Apologizing couldn't even be done properly. It was completely different from the sincere Lu Shueqing beside herself. At this moment, Xiao Yun was also feeling like there were two extremes sitting beside him. This Lu Shueqing and Jiang Kurson were simply an angel and a demon. But you're wrong. I'm planning on doing more than just that. And how far do you want to go? GTI. Jiang Kurson said faintly. And as soon as these words came out, Xiao Yun immediately felt a tingle in his scalp. Yeah, how could he have forgotten that GTI as a company exists? This is the perfect illustration. An example of Jiang Kurson's economic zeitgeist. However, Xiao Yun looked at Jiang Kurson who was sitting beside him and was licking a lollipop like a little loli. Is it really possible to rely on her to do what GTI did? But, if he or she were to participate, with the system's ability, it might actually work. No wonder you said you wanted to destroy Lei Jian Group, so you didn't intend to inherit it at all. Meh, I don't even want this shitty conglomerate if you give it to me. I can get you. Xiao Yun sighed. Jiang Kurson's purpose was already clear at this moment. Only what Xiao Yun did not expect was that she wanted to play so big, relying on the Forbidden Zone and single-handedly building a conglomerate comparable to GTI's, straddling both the realm of reality and the Forbidden Zone, is a very slim hope just thinking about it. Think of a group that is involved in the whole spectrum of society, i.e., in medical education, in food production, in scientific and technological research, in real estate construction, and with GTI cadres serving as a military force, and it's not much different from building a country. What Jiang Kurson said before was really right. It won't work in the Dragon Kingdom, will it? Xiao Yun said indifferently. That's why it's going to Lighthouse Country. He followed up with, I see you've learned to ask yourself questions. Jiang Kurson smiled faintly. At this moment, the smile on her face also became very satisfied. It was just like Xiao Yun testing Lu Shueqing before. Master, get off. Okay. The driver stopped the car in a hurry, and with a slam of the door, the vehicle was moving again. Jiang Kurson instantly disappeared outside the car window, leaving behind Xiao Yun with a head full of questions. Master, why did you let her out of the car without asking me? This is my cab. Okay. You guys are discussing this group and that and world domination in my car. It sounds weirdly scary. When we get to the station you get off the car quickly too. Lu Shueqing's home. Xiao Yun did not expect Lu Shueqing to be completely asleep by the time he got off the bus. No matter how much she was called, there was no response. Thus, Xiao Yun had no choice but to pick her up like he had princess hugged Lu Shurhan before. Lu Shueqing was a bit heavier than Lu Shurhan, but it only counted as fleshy, not even slightly fat, and it was fragrant and soft to hold, just like holding a big golden hair. Xiao Yun looked down and saw the sleeping Lu Shueqing with a smile on her face, and wondered if she had touched the heart of Africa in her dream. After placing her on the sofa and finding a jacket to cover her, Xiao Yun also breathed a long sigh of relief. Just now, Jiang Kurson's words had been swirling in his head, and Xiao Yun instantly knew that tonight was destined to be another sleepless night, and the idea of going to the Lighthouse Country, which had been dispelled, was at the moment resurfacing in his mind for a different reason. Never mind. It's time for Lucky Box time. Xiao Yun shook his head and was also instantly energized. There was only one voice left in his head at the moment. Open. P.S. 3 shifts today. 1 shift owed. In total, I owe 5 shifts. This time to improve the outline. I hope you readers greatly understand. Chapter 166, Everything is in Your Dreams. Material, spinning handsaw. Quality, purple. Price, 49,843. Evaluation, capable of building red bullets. Material, a Suligard classified files. Quality, purple. Price, 22,892. Evaluation, posing as a 2-gauge purple. Material, encryption router. Quality, purple. Price, 38,708. Evaluation, posing as 4 frames of purple. There were 242 gold coins in the safe box and Xiao Yun added a few more small golds to make up 250 small golds, all of which were placed in the rare safe box. In a flash, little gold instantly transformed into 250 lucky boxes. Fortunately, Xiao Yun's current safety box was large enough to have a full 900 frames, and the rare safety box size had come to 490 frames before these lucky boxes were able to fit. Only looking at the goods issued by the first 10 of the lucky boxes, Xiao Yun's eyelids suddenly twitched. How is this luck so unlucky? 10 rounds in a row all purple. Not one return. While most of them are 2 and 4 compartments of purple supplies, the price averages out to about 30,000 or so. A gold coin 50,000 000, equivalent to this beginning of 10 consecutive drawdown. Direct blood loss of about 200, 000. Again, faced with a temporary loss, Xiao Yun was not discouraged. After all, a mere $200,000 could be earned back by a small red. Material, artificial knee joints. Quality, purple. Price, $24,434. Verdict, this has been swiped often in the recent spaceflight centrifugal chamber pits. Material, wide-angle lens. Quality, purple. Price, $55,437. Evaluation, once a god among gods, now fallen but still the top of the purple material. Material, cellular phones. Quality, gold. Price, $61,809. Comments off on I just bought you the Love Crazy 5. And you want the 5S. Once again, a 10-shot draw. Mostly still purple, but at least 2 small golds came out. A cell phone. A design drawing. Only the big red that Xiao Yun was looking forward to was still nowhere to be seen. What's going on? Xiao Yun immediately raised an eyebrow. That's a lucky box that has a pretty high probability of popping at first. And when he had saved up more than 200 gold coins and was ready to draw a big wave, the popping rate was suddenly out of whack. This lucky box is killing it, isn't it? I don't believe it. Again. 10 minutes later, Xiao Yun drew 50 consecutive draws, yet other than 8 small golds, the rest of the boxes were all purple. Even if it didn't explode in popularity, even the probability of it going gold became lower. And this 50 consecutive draws had directly caused Xiao Yun to lose close to $1 million. Looking at the explosive rate in front of him, Xiao Yun was also a bit hesitant at that moment. That's $1 million loss in 10 minutes. That's a lot more than 5 sets of Slam Pumas. I'm going to sell all my boxes at this rate again. I'm not going to smoke anymore, Xiao Yun muttered. Although the system had intelligence, it did not have much emotion, and Xiao Yun did not expect him to help in any way. Otherwise, if the system was an intelligent one that could communicate, Xiao Yun would have given it a good word and might have been able to get it to manually adjust the explosion rate. And now, Xiao Yun also had no way back. All 250 small golds have been exchanged for the lucky box, which is now impossible not to open. I should have switched 10 by 10 if I'd known. Alas, Xiao Yun immediately felt some remorse, but thinking about the Golden Gazelle and quantum storage he had opened earlier, he soon got his hopes up again. It's only $1 million loss to open 50 of these boxes. Open 250 of them even if they are all purple and gold. That's only a $5 million loss. And if a big red comes out, that's more than a year's worth of income just from renting it out. Not to mention, the lucky boxes have big reds in any category, as well as the chance to open Heart of Africa and Resuscitation Respirator. These 2 top-tier big reds, placed in the game of the previous life one could be worth more than $10 million. And according to the rules of this world, $10 million is only the price of big red renting out a year. The actual value will only be higher. Thinking of this, Xiao Yun also rubbed his fists and rekindled his confidence once again. All the previous ones were mats. And it's almost time for big red. Heart of Africa. Resuscitation Ventilator. I'm coming. Master. You're really out of the Heart of Africa. In damn zero. Lu Xueqing watched as Xiao Yun walked out of the manager's office with a huge crystal clear diamond in his hand. Ha ha, I didn't expect to get so lucky with this one. We're going to make a flying fortune this time. We're out of this. That's not 3 meats at every meal. Silly boy. 3 meats are not enough. At least 1 meal should be 8 meat and 8 vegetables. Xiao Yun smiled faintly and spoke. And guess what? There's more than just Heart of Africa coming out of this manager's office. As he said that, he only saw Xiao Yun casually pull out another huge white instrument. Seeing this machine, Lu Xueqing was also instantly shocked and stared wide-eyed. Resuscitation Ventilator. Master, you even came out with this thing. It's going to cost tens of millions of dollars a year to rent this thing out. Lu Xueqing, there's actually something I've been wanting to say to you. At this moment, Xiao Yun was seen kneeling on one knee and offering the Heart of Africa in his hands with both hands. Ha ha ha. Heart of Africa. Resuscitator. The sleeping Lu Xueqing had a smile on her face as she spoke in her sleep. When Xiao Yun heard the sound, he thought that she had woken up and turned his head to see her leaving saliva on her face. The boy is designated to dream of a big shipment. Xiao Yun immediately sighed helplessly. In his previous life, when he first played this game, he was also like this. Several times when he dreamed of touching the big red, that manhole cover in bird's nest popping rate is one higher than the other. Randomly touching can ship. Yet even in his dreams, he wouldn't dare dream of opening the Heart of Africa. Not to mention the resuscitation ventilator, something he hadn't seen in hundreds of hours of gaming. Not to mention that he hadn't searched it himself. He hadn't even seen his teammates ship it. Heart of Africa has at least seen the team out a couple of times. That resuscitation respirator was never seen once. Not even swiped the video of the shipment. Still, I'd been running knives for less. I can't believe I'm having this kind of dream. Xiaoyun smiled helplessly and continued to stare at the lucky box and the rare safety box. At this point in time, he had already opened 100 lucky boxes in a row. 99 of them were gold and purple supplies, most of which were small losses, only a very few of which were capital preservation. And single digits were open to 2 and 4 compartments of gold, making a bit of money. And the only time, although it was out of red, it was a small red that Xiaoyun had driven to countless times in his previous life and several times in this world. Material, experimental data. Quality, red. Price, 228,243. Evaluation, often brushed on the table. God of gods. Although the opening was a small red, the good thing was that it still allowed Xiaoyun to see some hope. Even if the burst rate was low, this one little red still made up for the previous loss, and even made some blood money in the long run. After all, only red supplies were eligible for rental, while purple and gold supplies would have to be sold at one price. Again. Chapter 167, Inventor Zhang Yu. Early the next morning, at 7 in the morning, Xiaoyun had not yet woken up, but Xiao Qingtian called. Are you awake? Come on down to the store. Someone's looking for you. After saying that, without waiting for Xiaoyun to respond, Xiao Qingtian hung up the phone. Someone's looking for me? Xiaoyun was in a daze and was a bit confused. By all rights, there should be nothing going on these days. The school is basically busy, and the research institute is meeting with the people once. As for the most important GTI career test, Xiaoyun asked HMO yesterday and said that he estimated that he would have to wait for about a week. Who could it be that's coming for me? Xiaoyun was inwardly puzzled and also hurriedly got out of bed to wash up, since the kiosk was right in front of his own neighborhood. Xiaoyun also changed his clothes and arrived quickly. Jiang Wu? Looking at the silhouette that appeared in the kiosk, Xiaoyun was instantly somewhat surprised. Only Zhang Yu and Long Xiaofang appeared in the middle of the kiosk. Both of them had a black eye on their faces, but their spirits were unusually exuberant. Xiaoyun, it's such a shame you didn't join us in the Forbidden Zone last night. You don't even know what happened, my ass. Zhang Yu was very excited and could see that they should have had to eat last night. And hearing this news, Xiaoyun was also very surprised. I didn't realize that the contraptions he showed himself last night had actually been developed. Look at their giddy faces. It looks like they didn't make a lot of money last night. Guess how much money we made last night? Zhang Yu asked in a hurry. 20,000? Be more daring. Holy shit, did you guys make $100,000 in one night? Far more. Zhang Yu said and also fished out a strip of supplies from his pocket, only to see that the supplies shone with gold, and it was clearly a heavy gold bar. Material, gold bars. Quality, red. Price, 333,903. Evaluation, the whole 4.25 kilograms can only be sold for $300,000. The goods are not pure. Looking at the supplies in Zhang Yu's hands, Xiaoyun was instantly surprised as well. This is a guy who, a while ago, was all upset about the difficulty of evacuating in the middle of a restricted area. I didn't realize that I had even touched red in the course of one night yesterday. The difference between this before and after is just too great. I also wonder what else he invented that did seem to work. Che, don't show off with this stuff. Your Uncle Xiao had seen no telling how many of them back in the day. At this moment, Xiao Qingtian also snorted. As a veteran GTI cadre member, he's also seen it all. You're so excited about touching a gold bar. You're so uninformed. Come on. You've seen it, so how much did you bring out? Zhang Yu smiled sarcastically. You boys are looking for a fight, aren't you? The veins on Xiao Qingtian's head bulged out. This child was really a pot calling the kettle black. However, listening to their conversation, Xiaoyun was instantly somewhat surprised. Zhang Yu, so you already knew that my father used to be a cadre of knife runners? My dad told me. When they were drinking, your dad always loved to spit out his bitterness from back in the day when he was drunk, telling stories about when he touched Big Red and didn't bring it out. I guess it's been done at least 100 times. Dad, you're so hung up on what happened back then. Xiaoyun was a bit surprised. Normally, he felt that Xiao Qingtian was even more open-minded than him, heartless all day long, but he didn't expect that he would also be trapped by memories. Let's not talk about that. Tell us where you got this gold bar from. Xiao Qingtian changed the topic, and as soon as he talked about the gold bars, next to him, Long Xiaofang was instantly in the mood. You guys will never guess where this gold bar came from. It's just too much. Is it that much of a stretch? Xiaoyun frowned. Isn't the cement truck in the inside of the dam the easy place to get gold bars out of this zero dam? Except for the small and large insurances? And the average person in this world can't turn on the big insurance. So it's just a small insurance policy and a cement truck out. As a result, what he never expected was that Zhang Yu shook his head with a mysterious expression after giving out these two answers. Where did that come out? It couldn't have come out of a bird's nest, could it? Xiao Yun was puzzled. I'll be damned. You're really right. How did you know it came from a bird's nest? It was Zhang Yu's turn to be shocked. He originally thought that no one would think of such a place, but it turned out that Xiao Yun had guessed it. At that time, we refreshed a bad point, and everywhere around the outbreak of gunfire, the field of a high resource area cannot be eaten, so we thought to go to the wilderness to play the field, search for some small green and then evacuated. However, I did not expect just below the cement factory in a bird's nest spot, but directly refreshed a gold bar, and also more than a gold bar. There are also many gold coins placed inside. As Zhang Yu spoke, he was also getting more and more excited. This gold bar is more than 4 kilograms. I don't know how this bird carried such a heavy thing to the nest and hid so many gold coins. I heard that crows like things that reflect. The nests in this dam can't all be crows, right? Were they all searched in a birdhouse? Yeah. If we hadn't brought our 9 strong flashlights to be able to search in the wilds at night, or we probably would have missed this wave of riches. Xiao Yun immediately frowned. How come the situation of this bird's nest that Zhang Yu had pulled out sounded so similar to the one in the dam vault? A pile of gold coins was piled up in one place, with red supplies among them. This bird's nest wouldn't have refreshed so many high-value materials even if it had brushed gold bars, right? And while the bird's nest can produce anything, the probability of a gold bar is pretty small. It's even less likely that the same bird's nest will both produce gold bars and explode with a bunch of gold coins. Could it be that there is a connection between the two events? When he thought of this, Xiao Yun also immediately frowned. Back to business. Xiao Yun, we actually came to find you this time because we wanted to ask you how this red material is sold. You should lose a lot of money if you sell it directly at the exchange, right? At this time, Zhang Yu also asked the most concerned question. They'd been running knives full of them for over a year. Yet the best material they'd touched in the year before that had been a purple electric car battery. The two were thrilled to death when they touched the airbox behind the administrative precinct at the time. After all, that's a whopping $80,000 for an electric car battery. $80,000 is enough for both of them to lay flat in an internet cafe for years. Only regrettably, Zhang Yu and Long Xiaofang did not bring out the electric car battery in the end. Only this time. The two had already gained experience in the middle of the Forbidden Zone and had developed their own set of equipment in the form of a cheap warlord version. Relying on the enchantment of the self-modifying divine gun divine armor, the two also managed to evacuate with the gold bars. Only, after bringing it out, they didn't know what to do with the thing. Only then did he think of Xiao Yun, who had previously produced red supplies. After all, he had even given Xiao Qingtian the red quality watch he had touched to wear. Thus, it was only as soon as Zhang Yu withdrew from the restricted area that he rushed to the kiosk and begged Xiao Yun to show him a clear path. And facing Zhang Yu's question, Xiao Yun sighed lightly. It's a good thing you guys didn't just sell it and came to me first. Chapter 168. What are you comparing to him? How? This gold bar really says something? Seeing Xiao Yun's reaction, Zhang Yu was instantly very excited. I told you, there's no way such a top-notch big red material can only be sold for so little. After all, how many people in the entire world can successfully bring out big red from the Forbidden Zone? Don't you think so, Uncle Xiao? TMD. I think you really need a beating. Uncle Xiao, don't. Zhang Yu was having fun while being a bitch. He was also glad that he had come to Xiao Yun, or else he was afraid that this one big gold bar was going to make him lose an unknown amount of revenue. You can't sell this gold bar, Xiao Yun faintly explained. The thing about red materials is that they are basically able to be rented out to the outside world. For example, the electronics category is rented out to research institutes and internet companies, and this gold bar belongs to the craft collection, so it's best to be rented out to the relevant places. I'm a little bit confused. It's reasonable to say that something like gold is also available in our reality, isn't it? This gold bar can also be rented out? What are people doing with gold bars? Zhang Yu was very puzzled. In his opinion, the gold bullion thing was realistically available and didn't look like it had much artistic value. Unlike the high-class materials such as human heads and gold gazelles, which could be rented and sold to museums for exhibitions. Actually, at first I thought the same as you, Xiao Yun said with a faint smile. Only later it became clear that the gold bar was rented and sold not in a museum or an institute, but in a place much closer to its purpose. What place? Tell me quickly. Brother Xiao, you're in a hurry. Right at this moment, next to him, Long Xiaofang was also in such a hurry that his speed of speech had sped up quite a bit. The answer is simple. The gold store. A gold store? The moment he heard this term, Zhang Yu first felt puzzled. Quickly though, smart as he was, he reacted to what was going on. The gold stores in this world like to place high-value materials at the forefront of the store to highlight the grade of the gold store and to attract customers. Ordinary people who see gold bars brought out with the penalty box sitting in front of a gold store will immediately have their eyes drawn to them, especially those who often run knives in the penalty box. After all, a red quality supply, that was something that many dryads could only dream of. Therefore, for the gold store, the doorway display cabinet has not placed 10,000-foot gold bars, is a matter of poker face, especially in a city outside of the third tier like High Bay City. A gold store would indeed do a lot better business if it had gold bars to sit on. Only very few dryads in the North Sea city could bring out resources from the Forbidden Zone, and the ones that could bring out Big Red were even rarer of rarer. Therefore, most gold stores are very willing to rent a gold bar to use as a town treasure. Except that there are not so many gold bars in High Bay City. And these were the same things that Lu Shirhan and Lu Shueching had reminded themselves of at the time when they had taken them into the damn vault to touch the gold bars. Anyway, it's absolutely right to rent this to a gold store. And the shipment rate of the Big Red in our High Bay City is extremely low. The gold bars brought out in a year are not as much as the gold stores that closed down. So there won't be no one to rent it. I see. Xiao Yun. Thank you so much. Zhang Yu burst into laughter. And next to him, Long Xiaofang was also unusually excited at this time. Getting rich, this is really going to be rich. If the gold bars were successfully rented out, the annual rent would be the equivalent of buying a small residential building and collecting rent every year for doing nothing. It's not a room, it's a building. Zhang Yu immediately suppressed his excitement and hurriedly shook Xiao Yun's arm. Xiao Yun, come to the internet cafe tonight and I'll treat you to a barbecue. Saying that, he also took Long Xiaofang and the two of them left the convenience store in a hurry. This kid, I didn't expect a sudden awakening. Watching him leave, Xiao Qingtian also silently stroked his chin. I've seen him as quite smart since I was a kid, and now he's finally being put to good use. What about me? Xiao Yun frowned in confusion. This dad of his had such a high opinion of others that he was a little jealous. How come he was only shocked when he touched Big Red himself and didn't comment so much? You? How can Zhang Yu be compared to you? Xiao Qingtian said with a look of displeasure. Other people are the return of the prodigal son. Lost? You, this is a come up to your dad, put a big move ah. Just run the knife a day to see your bank card out of the in and out of the back is to bring 2 Big Red back. Ordinary people can't even see a few Big Reds in their whole life. So who can play with you? Why don't we just let everyone else get out of your way and let you run alone in the restricted area? Xiao Yun smiled awkwardly. Indeed, comparing yourself to others, that's a bit of a gap. By the way, speaking of that Big Red thing you touched, Xiao Qingtian suddenly thought of something and continued. I told your mom. But it turns out she said she didn't want me to bring it over there, that she was going to take some time off work and come back to pick it up herself, and stop by to see you. Hearing this, Xiao Yun also nodded his head silently. His own mother Dong Jinglan, but a well-known workaholic, all year round cannot see a few times. In other people's homes, it's mother and son who don't get along. In theirs it's mother and son who don't get along. By the way, I did open up to some more Big Reds in medical last night. Right at this moment, Xiao Yun also faintly said. Of course, he didn't say all his words. The Big Red ones in the safety deposit box with medical supplies at this point weren't actually the ones that Running Knife brought out of Dam Zero last night. The only gain at Dam Zero was just that one touch of 2 small reds after entering the vault. And the other Big Red source was last night's lucky box. When I think about the image of opening the boxes last night, the first 200 boxes only produced 3 one-compartment little reds. Originally, Xiao Yun was about to give up, but he didn't expect the last 50 boxes to suddenly explode. Material, automated external defibrillator. Quality, red. Price, 133-1466. Comments off on I've never seen a running knife before. Have you? Material, Olivia Champagne. Quality, red. Price, 340,710. Evaluation, the table can be brushed. God of Gods. Material, ventilator. Quality, red. Price, 447,606. Evaluation, open your mouth and breathe. Of the last 50 boxes from last night, I don't know if the previous ones were really padded, or if it was simply a wave of character. The 50 boxes came out of the red at a rate of up to 6% combined, and all 3 of the red supplies gained are not one frame of small stuff. One of the respirators was one that Xiao Yun had previously opened up when he was on a bounty-losing streak to collect food. The gift that I said I would give to my mom, Dong Jinglan, before was also this material. Too bad it wasn't a resuscitation ventilator. That or it would have really popped. The biggest Big Red, the automatic external defibrillator, was even more unexpected to Xiao Yun. I don't know if all the Big Red supplies for medical care are very rare, but this thing was also never opened in his previous life. Just know that it's a big 2x3 red and a great value. And with Dong Jinglan's identity, it was estimated that it just happened to be able to use this Big Red. And Xiao Yun had also originally planned to meet up with her and show her off. When is my mom coming back? Tomorrow. Xiao Qingtian said indifferently. P.S. This period of time Fei Bird may have the flu. The state is a bit depressed. This period of time everyday update is temporarily adjusted to 3 more. However, due to the lack of advance report, today's owed or counted. Currently owed a total of 6 shifts. I'll make it up to you after I get better. Chapter 169 VIP Passage. Back tomorrow? Xiao Yun was instantly a bit surprised. It had only been less than 3 days since he had handed over the respirator to Xiao Qingtian. And mom got a vacation so easily and will be back tomorrow? It wasn't going to be easy to take time off. But after all, this is a unique situation. After all, who would have thought you could bring a red quality medical supply out of the forbidden zone? Xiao Qingtian smiled and said somewhat helplessly. With the advent of the red respirator, they'll have to stop even if they have an important research project. Understood, Xiao Yun said indifferently. By the way, Lu Shirhan is already waiting for you outside early in the morning. So hurry up if you want to go to the forbidden zone. Xiao Yun walked out of the kiosk, only to see that the black sedan of Lu Shirhan's family was indeed parked across the street. Seeing Xiao Yun come out, the rear window was slowly opened and Lu Shirhan waved her hand from inside. Xiao Yun, where are we going to run the knife today? It's still botch. But how did you know I was going to run the knife? Nonsense. Where else would you go out if not to the forbidden zone? Then you really know me. Xiao Yun smiled faintly, and just as he sat in the car, Lu Shirhan handed over a small red lunchbox. Breakfast for you. Try the flavor. After receiving the lunchbox, Xiao Yun was instantly filled with bitterness. This big schoolgirl Lu obviously has so many advantages already, but always likes to challenge her short board off. However, looking at her expectant eyes, Xiao Yun was not in a position to refuse. When he opened the lunchbox, there were 2 loaves of bread lying quietly inside. Not bad on the outside. Looks like it's pretty tasty. Xiao Yun was a bit surprised and picked up one to taste it. However, just after chewing less than 2 times, he instantly just retracted the thoughts he had just had. That's making plain wheat bread. There was no sweetness at all. And there was definitely no cream or sugar in the ingredients. And this bread, how come it tastes like a bun? Is this really bread? Well, great. I was afraid this bread was getting old. Who says this bread is old? This bread is fantastic. Xiao Yun gulped down the food, not daring to chew much at all. But anyone who chews more than a couple of bites is afraid of choking himself to death. But Lu Shirhan beside him saw him eating so fast and thought he was satisfied with the breakfast he prepared. Big schoolgirl Lu it's quite hard for you to get up so early every day and wait for me outside my house. And you have to get up even earlier to make breakfast? Otherwise, you can rest more later. Xiao Yun thought better of it after finishing a loaf of bread. Every morning if this big schoolgirl Lu prepared breakfast for herself, it wouldn't be killing her. It's the equivalent of running a knife before being tortured. As if all the different criminal laws are rotated every day. It's fine. It's fine. I'm not tired. The main thing is only if you like it. If you like it I'll make it for you every day. Lu Shirhan said, also smiling sweetly. Like it? Like. Xiao Yun was afraid of breaking her heart and replied with great difficulty. Longjiang Impression City. Xiao Yun and Lu Shirhan had just arrived here and it was already 8 in the morning. But I didn't realize that the Bakshi Sanctuary wasn't open at this point, and that it wouldn't officially open until 9 a.m. And the area around the central fountain was already crowded, with countless dryads geared up and ready to try their luck in the forbidden zone. Only, it had just reached 8 o'clock sharp, but Xiao Yun noticed that someone had actually walked out from the center of the fountain. What's the situation? Didn't they say the restricted area doesn't open until 9 o'clock? Seeing this scene, Xiao Yun was instantly somewhat puzzled. Every day from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. is officially open to everyone, and the rest of the day is open to VIPs. A somewhat familiar voice replied. Xiao Yun twisted his head and saw that the escort that he had met yesterday in the forbidden zone was surprisingly right behind him at this moment. And the 2 teammates beside him are still the same 2 bosses from yesterday. I can see that this escort list isn't over yet. Yesterday, just when Xiao Yun was there, I saw him blow up the order twice. And I wonder how much the amount has accumulated now? What's a VIP? Does it cost money? Xiao Yun asked. Of course it costs money. And it's not a small amount of money. It requires you to purchase a set of real estate at a high price in this Dragon River Impression City in order to do so. And there is only so many houses here. Less than 50 sets for 10 floors combined. And now it's already speculated to sky-high prices. After all, if you buy a property, the night bash is only 50 teams at most. And most of them know each other. And you can still harmoniously exchange a wave when you meet someone. And the evacuation rate is also much higher than normal players. Good lord. So this is the legendary Forbidden Room. Hearing this news, Xiao Yun was also very surprised. It's true that these real estate guys would get rich in any world, They always hit people's needs precisely and subsequently speculate on home prices in the neighborhood. And according to this, the backsheesh map of the Dragon River Impression City is not closed at night, much less for fear that the cadres will make noise to the nearby households. Rather, this thing is only open to people who have a room in it. A big chunk of the 50 suites should be unused, and there may not be 20 teams of people coming into Buxi running knives this night. At this time, Lu Shirhan also added, Xiao Yun, do you want to come to Bakshi to run knives at night? Why are you asking this all of a sudden? I'll buy a set for you, Lu Shirhan said very calmly. However, hearing her words, Xiao Yun was instantly surprised. This big schoolgirl Lu is worthy of being $1,000 lady whose family lives in a villa more luxurious than the Diamond Queen Hotel. This is a commercial district zone of the forbidden area of the house. Originally in the Longjiang Impression City, this section of the price is expensive, not to mention next to a forbidden area. That is double the premium. And big schoolgirl Lu, this is to say buy and give away. Also too rich and generous. No, how can I keep spending your money? That's not good. What does it matter? I've earned it if you take me on a few knife runs anyway. Lu Shirhan laughed too. Although she had some good intentions, Xiao Yun still did not quite dare to accept it. But he does want to get a house here too if the price is right. After all, it's worth spending a little money to get the special treatment of a restricted area. Otherwise this Bakshi, a go-in is dozens of teams of people, not a few minutes and into dozens of teams. A down the death of the withdrawal of hundreds of teams. With so many people taking turns, even Xiao Yun wouldn't be able to withstand it. It's not that you can't clear the chart, but the energy expended can be too much, and killed so many people. Equipment, weapons, and cannot be put into the safety box. He does not want to run a knife tired half dead. By the way, to introduce to you guys, these two bosses I brought with me are the residents of this Dragon River Impression. Escort Jiang Yang said at this point. You guys can consult with them if you want to buy a house. Chapter 170, The Forbidden Room. What? $200,000 a square foot? Is that price serious? Longjiang Impression City, outside the fountain. After hearing the offers from the two bosses, Xiao Yun was also instantly somewhat surprised. A house of $200,000 a square meter. This he had never seen before, whether in his previous life or in this world. Not to say I haven't seen it. I've never even heard of it. According to the normal price of housing in Longjiang City, a good part of the city is only 30,000 to 40,000 at most. After all, this is not a first-tier city, but a small third-tier city just like Hebei City. Only the GTI ranking is higher, and the house price is expensive by 1 or 2 10,000. However, Xiao Yun never expected that the price of this forbidden room next to the Bakshi Forbidden Zone would actually be so outrageous. It's okay, after all. What's for sale here are small apartment buildings. A set won't be more than 40 square meters. Most of them are about 35 square meters. And it's really only about $7 million to buy. That's expensive too. The words of the two bosses caused Xiao Yun to once again doubt the concept of money. 7 million? Xiao Yun rent blade servers have to rent 5 years to earn back. If so much money was used to upgrade the heirlooms and unlock skills, Xiao Yun was very willing to spare it. After all, that's a real boost to your strength. And you'll earn that money right back after spending it. And $7 million taken to buy a house, and a small 35 square meter apartment building at that, is a lot of money to spend. Xiao Yun, who had originally planned to directly buy a set of properties to enjoy the VIP access to the Forbidden Zone, was also pondering at this moment. Is this money well spent? Or not? But this price is only applicable for those cadres like us who are below gold. If your GTI segment is up to par, the rates will be reduced accordingly, and the above will be reported for you. At that moment, one of the bosses also warned. For example, if Big Brother Jiang Yang is in the platinum segment, buying a house here would be a direct discount of 20%, and even more so if he's a diamond level cadre. The house price would be a direct discount of 75%. That's equivalent to a cabbage price. A 25% discount. That's over $5 million. Xiao Yun frowned. The price was still too expensive. After all, $5 million was enough to buy an SS rank skill. There was no need to mention the power of the SS class skills, each of which could enhance Xiao Yun's strength by quite a bit, making him even more of a fish out of water in the Forbidden Zone. Only, at this time, his strength enhancement was also stuck in a bottleneck. After all, in this Hebei City and Longjiang City, two places, the cadres in the Forbidden Zone basically have no strength. Even among the Bakshi is mostly 2 sets of 3 sets. With a garbage gun, Xiao Yun see a random pinch of death. The enemies are too weak to upgrade much at all. And when you think about it that way, buying a forbidden house seems like another good option. After all, there were fewer people in the Forbidden Zone at night, and it was dark. So after Xiao Yun turned on his destiny skill to view other people's locations, he could completely avoid people all the way, and directly fatten up and evacuate after searching for high material points. The benefits of this may not be as good as clearing the map, but the actual running of the knife will be much easier. So, what if the Blackhawk segment of the cadre wants to buy a house? That's a big subsidy. One owner replied with great excitement. A Blackhawk level cadre. That's a talent that has a chance to become a GTI professional cadre. If you want to buy a house next to the Forbidden Zone, it's at least a 50% discount. Maybe if someone were to give it away for nothing in order to flatter you. It's even possible. Come on, what's the point of fooling around with them? It's not like they're Blackhawk agents. The other owner frowned and spoke very nonchalantly. And this was the same boss who, yesterday, had fumbled the shells in the baksheesh only to accidentally die and drop them inside the museum. Let's go. Let's go for a run and start gearing up when Jiang Yanchan is able to enter the Forbidden Zone. Okay, wait for me. Saying that, the two bosses also approached the side of the fountain one after another. Since it was not yet time for the official opening, the two had barely taken 2 steps when they were stopped by what appeared to be a security officer. However, very soon, right after the two of them showed their IDs, that security guard also hurriedly called through the intercom to make sure that Impression City had the registration information of the two of them, and also quickly let them in. Well, this off-limits room is expensive, but it's worth it, right? The escort left behind Zhang Yan laughed too. Why aren't you with them? Xiao Yun was puzzled. It's not like I can afford a house here. They all know each other as residents, so basically they don't fight much, and we can still make some money by evacuating together, which is why the prices of houses here have been speculating high. There's really money to be made after all. So, Xiao Yun nodded his head silently at once, not realizing that there was such a thing. If it was placed in a previous game, it would be impossible for an escort to run out of money. There are at least a few tens of millions of dollars on the number. 6 sets of at least a warehouse. Otherwise with the boss into the map was Gaga Mess Kill. That is not Iron Bomb Signal? However, this person in front of me seems to be different. Yesterday even wearing a 4 set to enter the map escort. I do not know whether it is too confident in their own strength or unprofessional, but thinking about the fact that his segment was only a platinum and hadn't been upgraded to diamond yet, he was probably doing it on the side for a bit. How about it? Xiao Yun, want to buy it? At this moment, Lu Shirhan cocked her head and asked Xiao Yun, buy, with discounts for sure. Xiao Yun smiled faintly. You really have the money to buy it? Hearing this, the escort next to him, Jiang Yun, was also slightly shocked. In his opinion, this Xiao Yun and Lu Shirhan, plus the Qian gang who was on the same team as them yesterday, were completely pure novice rookies. In the evacuation point squatting individuals still squatting do not understand the harm they touched the big red to be lost forever in the Forbidden Zone. At this level, how can you afford to buy a house? So Zhang Yang also judged that this Xiao Yun must be a 2nd generation of swords, or even a 3rd generation of swords. The family had been running knives for generations, and even if his generation was a little trashy, how could it be compared to someone else's generational effort? Still, it's better to wait a few days, right? Xiao Yun thought about it. It is better to wait until he completes the GTI career test. Name, Xiao Yun. Affiliation, Hebei City Branch. Yunhai Province. Dragon Kingdom. Total battles, 40. Evacuation rate, 100%. Take-home value, 67. 249. 03K. Game records, omitted. Segment, Blackhawk 5-inch. See only. Xiao Yun's GTI information. The segment had been updated to become Blackhawk 5 at this moment. There is a record of battles recorded against the game, and the evacuation rate is still at a horrific 100%. With this kind of record, GTI management would probably have been shocked long ago when they saw it, and perhaps some people were already secretly paying attention to Xiao Yun, and according to EMO, it was estimated that in less than a week's time, GTI would send itself an invitation for an assessment. By the time you become a GTI pro, I guess it's even cheaper to buy this kind of restricted housing. The guy just said at least 50% off. So that means it could be less than 50% off. That's a real fracture price. It's better to talk about it in a few days. Aha, it's really cheaper to buy it in a few days, Xiao Yun faintly said, and next to him, Lu Shirhan nodded in understanding. However, next to him, Zhang Yang was suddenly snorting coldly. Che, what are you pretending if you don't buy it? Make it sound like you can afford it. What are you talking about? Xiao Yun, Lu Shirhan just wanted to retort, but Xiao Yun covered her mouth. Chapter 171, Incarnation as a Shield. You have entered Baksh. Current location, center of Bakshi Bakshi Bazaar. This burst, confidential. Time to end this game, 29 minutes, 59 seconds. Hint, please complete the evacuation before time runs out. By 9 o'clock, Xiao Yun and Lu Shirhan were also finally entering Bakshi, and as soon as she came in, Lu Shurhan glared at Xiao Yun with an angry expression. Hey, why didn't you just let me say that? That guy clearly despises you. You don't understand. They're looking for me right now. Xiao Yun laughed bitterly. Looking for you? Why you? I guess they killed them the other day and took their military artillery shells. And they're on their mind. Good man. I can't believe you actually picked up their shells. Then why wasn't it in the bag at the time? Actually, I know a little bit about magic. That's all just sleight of hand. Oh, you still know this. Lu Shurhan was instantly attracted to the fact that Xiao Yun knew magic. It also no longer dwelled on why Xiao Yun did not allow himself to retort just now, and Xiao Yun was having a hard time saying anything at this time. He remembered his last action in Bakshi, when he had escorted the doctor himself. The men rushed straight out of the Royal Museum with an aggressive look, as if they had to catch themselves and skin them. At first glance they just noticed the flashbangs they had thrown in the air as they passed by the Atanya ruins, the clearing on the west side of the Royal Museum, and realized that the doctor's escort was probably the same person who had grabbed the shells in the morning. That's why it was then that he had launched a pursuit of himself, charging all the way into the middle of the Tower of Babel area without stopping. But, based on how the two had just met, it seemed that Jiang Yang did not know that the mysterious person they were talking about was Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun, can you show me a magic trick? I've seen it all on TV when I was a kid. I've never seen it in reality. Is it really that magical? Now run the knife. Let's focus on what's important. Okay? Xiao Yun said helplessly. This Lu Shurhan was also really not taking the inside of the restricted area seriously. How can you even think about watching him do magic here when this penalty box is a place where you're dying for the attention of the dryads? Okay, so what's our move on this one? Lu Shurhan asked with a slight loss. There are some high-value material points inside this Bakshi Bazaar. You know the location of all of them, right? No. That's fine. Go eat all the supplies and I'll help you with the enemy. Xiao Yun said just as he heard the footsteps of an Asura soldier passing by not far away, and casually threw a data flyer, directly taking it in. And while he was changing into his Jigo equipment, Lu Shurhan also hurriedly searched around. At the same time, Xiao Yun also directly opened his destiny skill, gaining insight into the movements of the other cadres in this entire game. See only, it may have been too early in the day, but this matchup opened with significantly fewer dryers coming in than yesterday. Xiao Yun only saw 12 teams in this circle. 4 of the teams were in the middle of the Tower of Babel, 2 were south of the museum, just about to enter it, and the other 4 were in the 4 spots of Cherry Town, Blues Hill Town, the Randine Inn, and the Great Baths. This distribution of personnel, on the contrary, seems to be very even, at least not as chaotic as yesterday's matchup, and it's only 12 teams, which is only 1 or 2 more than in the previous game. I think the people from the big bathhouse and the ranting inn might be coming over after searching, so what will we do then? Xiao Yun silently analyzed and had an idea within his heart. Anyway, the purpose of this one is to go on a mission to escort the doctor. Most of all, after all, the only way to escort the doctor to the evacuation point and open the hidden supply room is to eat the big insurance policy inside. Otherwise, every resource point in this matchup is filled with people, and if you go over there and force a big insurance policy, you'll probably be seen by someone else. It's not easy to give away the password, but it's not good if you're being underhanded. After all, there will be a succession of brushes in the map to follow. Xiao Yun did not have a skill card safety box at the moment, and the opening of the destiny skill also had a 3-minute time, so it was impossible to keep an eye on the surrounding movements at all times. Don't be a bad idea to drive a big insurance policy and get cunned to death, so it seems that the best thing to do, I'm afraid, is to keep watch. Xiao Yun thought silently inwardly, and at this moment, having unlocked the Deep Blue skill pack, he had a bold idea all of a sudden. Though he himself hadn't fully unlocked the ability to store skills at this point, and wasn't able to use the Dryad skill continuously, but once Deep Blue's move is on, that big shield mode is infinite time. If this was utilized well, Xiao Yun would be able to block the Bakshi Bazaar, the tiger's mouth leading to the Royal Museum, and easily deal with the enemies that were about to come over from the north. Thinking of this, Xiao Yun also hurriedly looked for a man machine bag that was still equipped and peeled off a blue helmet to put on. With Deep Blue's move on, it is theoretically invincible for 90% of the area, but there is a sole weakness of 10%, which is the observation window on the shield. If the enemy's marksmanship is very sick, they can totally punch through the window and give themselves a bullet to the head. Therefore, it is still important to have a good helmet, and at this time, after changing the helmet, Xiao Yun was all set to wait for the arrival of the person with the destiny. Ginger, what do we say about this one? In Cherry Town, escort Jian Yang entered the map again with the 2 bosses. In the previous action, due to Jian Yang's bad luck, twice ran into Xiao Yun, coupled with the loss of cannonballs after the mind a little bit of a small pop. A moment of impulse. but also even kneeled a few times, blowing up several times in a row single. It's just fortunate that the contract with the two was capped at the time, with a maximum guarantee of $1 million for evacuation, averaged over 2 people. That's 500,000 evacuations each. This number is a bit stressful for Zhongyang, but it's not impossible. However, this Zhongyang, their birth point is not very good, was sent to the northwest corner of the map Cherrytown jail. There's not much to search for on this site itself, and you'll have to meet the party from the Lansing and going south and the party from the Old Baths going east. The fight was unavoidable as you had to encounter a team before arriving at the Royal Museum in any case. Unless a few people got lucky and ran into a day where no one was in the restricted area and made it all the way to the museum safely. But that's impossible when you think about it. Bakshi, as the most heated map in Longjiang City, had a bunch of teams even at VIP time in the evening. However, as an escort, Zhongyang has to make the two bosses $500,000 each, and not to go to the Royal Museum and cannot. No, this one has to be rushed to the museum. Zhongyang frowned and spoke in a cold voice to, "You guys come with me? We'll walk quietly through the parking lot. The hotel and the old bathhouse are probably in the house if anyone is there and won't hear any movement on our side." Roger that. PS1, 3 more shifts to go. Currently owe a total of 6 shifts. I'll make it up to you all when I get better. PS2, Classic Link, Flybird. You really are a god. I have 2 days burst rate that is called a Haya. Puba running knife in the clothes to touch the Bakshi underground vault. Ran a Bakshi in the underground vault and opened to the infantry fighting vehicle model. My 2x3 safe is just enough to carry it, and it feels like a completely customized burst rate. I will definitely be catching up and feeding every day from now on. Strive for a big red a day and an African heart in January. Don't believe in rumors. Don't spread rumors. The comment is really not a trumpet. Everyone Hikari Yiffy trouble point attention. Feeding good luck when the head. Chasing more good things come in pairs. Feeding plus chasing more to put the big red. Chapter 172. When did Brother Shield become like this? On the way be sure not to let out any sound. Find a good cover. If you hear any movement of Asura soldiers, hide for a while and wait for them to leave before moving forward. If the Asura soldiers notice, our position will be exposed. Understood. Escort Zhongyang laid out the next tactics. For this matchup, he started with a kit of 4 sets plus a waistshot MP5, and the two bosses are a 2-headed AAA plus G18, a bunch of pure leg trimming teams. With meatballs, you're invincible at close range, except if you encounter a long-distance enemy. Luckily, Bakshi is a map with narrow terrain, and most of the battles are alleyway battles, so a few people's equipment can be utilized to their full strength. Only, the bullets that a few people carried, along with a full set of gear, would last for 2 fights at best. On a map like Bakshi, where there are people all over the place, the evacuation point is the probability of encountering a team, so the chances of one remaining battle are best placed in the middle of a museum. There are abundant resources over there, the burst rate is extremely high, and the other teams going in are carrying good equipment and weapons. As long as you can kill a team that successfully evacuates, this is a solid meal. Only, everything was predicated on Zhongyang's group entering the Royal Museum without being discovered by the others. Did you hear that? There's a sound. Prepare for battle. Just as several people were feeling their way over in the direction of the parking lot, but to their surprise, the several soldiers in front of them instantly noticed the movement around them. The 2 bosses that Zhongyang had brought with him panicked and hurriedly tried to raise their guns to shoot. Don't panic. At this moment, Zhongyang was frowning slightly and hurriedly gave the 2 of them a gesture. Sure enough, the next second, the 2 Asura soldiers ran in the direction of the landing inn. Phew, that scared me. I thought they were spotting us. I told you, we didn't miss a sound. How could they have found us? The 2 bosses celebrated, while Zhongyang was relieved. It was a good thing the 2 rookies didn't fire in response to the stress, or else the shots would have been fired and the surrounding area, whether it was the other cadres or the Asura soldiers, would have noticed the commotion over here. Besides, you 2 pedicure balls G18, you can't kill anyone by shooting from such a distance. What had just happened was obviously that someone searching for something around them had made a noise that had been noticed by the Asura soldiers. Let's move on, Zhongyang said, also leading the way forward to continue groping. The 3 men held their weapons in their hands, vigilantly observing the movements around them. However, within a few steps, the Asura soldier who had just traveled to the Randin and unexpectedly turned around and ran back. Something's not right. Why was there so much commotion inside the bazaar just now? There's no message from the soldiers patrolling over there either, so it should be fine, right? No, I have a feeling we still need to check it out. After all, there's something hidden in this bazaar. Don't worry, that location, even a GTI professional cadre would never think to hide something there. Better go over there. I'm still not too sure. Okay, just listen to you. the two Asala soldiers conversed too, and hearing the conversation between the two, Jian Yang was instantly a bit surprised. These Asura soldiers, they know where the supply points are? How did they know that there was something hidden inside the Bakshi Bazaar? Jian Yang was very puzzled inwardly. Could it be that the resources inside the Forbidden Zone were all laid out in advance by the Asura and Havocs? That's not right. It's only logical that they have such valuable supplies that they shouldn't risk having the GTI cadre take them away for evacuation and put it in the middle of a restricted area for it. And listening to their conversation, it seemed that this Asura soldier knew more about GTI than the average person on the blue planet. Jian Yang frowned slightly, unable to think of an answer. However, when he heard the two say that there were goods inside the bazaar, he also changed his plans at once. Come on, let's go to the bazaar. Saying that, Jian Yang didn't care what the two bosses thought and took the lead in the direction of the bazaar. Anyway, even if they were heading to the museum, this was the way to go for a few people. Might as well go see if there's anything hidden here or not, and if so, what kind of big shipment could make two Asura soldiers so worried? Only, while Jian Yang was groping towards the bazaar, there was a sudden burst of intense gunfire from inside. Thump, 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 thump. A series of shots rang out, sounding like Bison and Uzi-type submachine guns. Unlike normal gunfire, however, the string of shots sounded like it had been blocked by something ferrous and didn't succeed in hitting the target. The houses on the outskirts of Bakshi are supposed to be earth brick houses, aren't they? This isn't spaceflight, so how come there are iron bunkers? Hearing this voice, Jian Yang's already furrowed brows tightened a bit more. It's not right. 9 out of 10. Escort boss, what do we do now? Sounds like those two Asura soldiers just spotted the enemy. Should we go over there? The two owners wondered. Charge. And at that moment, Jian Yang also gave a direct order. Whatever was going on with that strange noise, it was clear that the soldiers were fighting a group of men. This is the kind of thing that often pays the highest dividends when someone else is fighting and goes to talk them out of it. Even if you only kill one person and let the other two run away, then you can at least lick a few 100,000 or so in equipment. If you don't flush now, when will you? And so, Jian Yang led a direct charge all the way from the parking lot into the northern entrance of the Bakshi Bazaar. However, when he got to the middle of the bazaar, two Asura soldiers were the ones who had fallen. Jian Yang saw their bodies right in front of him around the corner, and when he slowly looked up, he immediately saw an unfathomable presence. Just over the bodies of the two soldiers was a huge shield, bigger than the shields of the Asura shield soldiers. The shield was pitch black and took on a faint yellowish-green color under the strong sunlight of Bakshi. Instead, through the glass window of that giant big shield, Jian Yang saw a somewhat familiar face. Holy shit! What the fuck is this? A shield this big? When did shield evolve? The two bosses were also very shocked when they saw this scene. As a rule, the shield area of an Asura shield soldier is 1/3 the size of this one, and even the shield soldiers themselves can only be protected from gunfire by huddling behind their shields. And the giant shield in front of him looked like it could hide two people. That's if two shield soldiers are firing with submachine guns behind them. Even with secondary ammo, 4 sets of 5 won't hold up at all. However, as the three stood around the corner, silently observing the large shield over there, however, they didn't expect that the huge shield to start moving quickly in their direction at an extremely fast speed. Run! Chapter 173, Taste the Bread. Run! Jian Yang gave an order and escaped in a hurry himself. The two bosses also reacted and hurriedly followed him and started to escape. The man behind that shield stepped with heavy footsteps, but was no slower than they were, and the distance between the two sides was decreasing at a rate visible to the naked eye. Holy shit! The shield soldiers are starting to chase people. How is he so fast? He's got a stamina needle. The two escorts glanced back and were immediately startled by the scene behind them. The huge black shield kept closing in on their position, and in the blink of an eye, it was close at hand. That's not some kind of Asura shield soldier. That's... Escort Jian Yang just wanted to say something, but unexpectedly, one of the bosses following behind him sent a miserable scream at once. Ouch! Only to hear that boss screaming miserably, obviously falling into the tiger's mouth. Jian Yang didn't even dare to look back and continued to run forward. He was wearing $500,000 of equipment. This absolutely cannot be dropped again. Originally, he had lost money yesterday in Bakshi, and if he lost more today, he would have to go back to Dam Zero to run the knife. With that explosion rate of Dam Zero, touching an airbox is all green, and I'm afraid I'll have to run for a few months before I can put together another set of equipment money by then. Ah! At that moment, miserable cries also came from the other boss. Damn rookie, where did he find such an outfit? Jian Yang cursed angrily as he ran. Just now, he saw through the window that the person behind that shield was none other than Xiao Yun, whom he had seen before. Remember that in the opening game, He also entered the restricted area and did so in a naked suit, looking like a rookie coming to familiarize himself with the map. But what Jiang Yang couldn't imagine was that he had somehow managed to find such a shield from the middle of the Forbidden Zone. As a Platinum Grand Circle level cadre, Jiang Yang had never seen this before and had never even heard of it. In previous matchups, he had seen someone take the large shield of an Asura shield soldier and use it to fend off the gun line. Only with the physical strength of ordinary people, that shield soldier's big shield of 20 to 30 kilograms, ordinary people are struggling to lift it up, not to mention running, can't run at all. However, Xiao Yun, who was behind him at this time, was holding a huge shield that was 2 to 3 times bigger than the shield soldier's large shield, and was running at a fast speed. This made Jiang Yang feel very shocked. This person didn't look strong either. How come he has such good stamina? But he won't be able to run long with such a big shield up. Jiang Yang thought silently inwardly. It was laborious for a normal person to lift such a large shield, and he was still running wildly with it, so his physical strength was probably quickly depleted. With the noise he made, the people from the surrounding Randing Inn and the big bathhouse would have heard the noise and rushed here, and he would be the one to suffer. Running like this, even himself, a wearer of 5 sets, felt tired, not to mention Xiao Yun, who was holding up a large shield. Sure enough, as Jiang Yang ran all the way to the parking lot and was about to run back to Cherry Town, the birth point at the beginning, the footsteps behind him stopped. Yes, Jiang Yang inwardly snickered. His judgment had been right. However, as he slowly slowed down, a sound of iron ropes rubbing together, but it suddenly came from behind. Phew dash! The hooked claw hit and wrapped around Jiang Yang's ankle in a flash. In the next second, he only felt a powerful force dragging his right foot and yanking it back alive behind him. Holy shit! My cheeks rubbed against the floor. Hot and painful. In less than 2 seconds, Jiang Yang was directly dragged under that giant shield. You're the escort, right? That's a nice outfit you're wearing. It's mine. Xiaoyun smiled faintly and threw out a barbed wire fence that instantly unfolded and arranged itself underneath Jiang Yang. As soon as Jiang Yang moved, the areas of his body without armor were instantly cut by the sharp barbed wire. If you're capable of dropping your shield, we'll 1v1. Jiang Yang endured the pain and roared with great anger. He didn't know where this Xiaoyun had found so many special props. If he didn't have these, he would definitely not be his opponent. I don't. However, he did not expect Xiaoyun to heave a smile, followed by arranging something on the ground. Jiang Yang twisted his head in the direction he placed the prop, only to see that it was a sensor similar to the automatic call at the entrance of a store. Ha ha ha, who are you scaring with this shit? Jiang Yang was instantly amused by the gadgets in front of him. This Xiaoyun to engage in some fancy things, after half a day of messing around, even do not have a gun. Sure enough, looking into the distance, the two bosses weren't dead either. It only appeared that after being caught up by Xiaoyun, he had smashed them hard with an iron shield and set up barbed wire, and the two were wailing in pain on the ground at this time. I'll admit you have a lot of little toys, but that's about it. Later on right away the people from the Landing Inn and the old bathhouse are going to be here, and you're going to be finished in no time. Jiang Yang said with great confidence. I advise you to hurry up and get the barbed wire out of the way, and then the two of us working together will surely be able to beat them. Ha! You didn't say so earlier either. Xiaoyun pretended to be somewhat helpless. I wouldn't have set off that bomb if I'd known you were going to work with me. What? A bomb? Jiang Yang was inwardly puzzled. This Xiaoyun chased all the way here and didn't use any bombs? However, in the next second, a sonic trap detection sound suddenly rang out. Drip 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 bang. The minivan exploded, directly blowing Jiang Yang, who was lying on the barbed wire fence, dizzy. Even with 4 suits on him, he was still half blown up. If it wasn't for the protection of these 4 sets, I'm afraid this Jiang Yang would have gone up in smoke on the spot. I didn't realize you were so hard to kill. Xiaoyun was a bit surprised, and when he looked at the bloodied Jiang Yang, he was instantly very intolerant as well. I'm too kind-hearted to see others suffer in the penalty box. With that said, Xiaoyun hastily unloaded his giant shield and quickly stepped forward to stab him in the head. Equipment, GT1 Tactical Helmet, new. Protection level, 4. Durability, 0 of 48. Price, 181,201. Evaluation, reduced aiming speed and movement speed. Comparable to steel helmet head. Dogs don't even need it. Equipment, Assaulter's Bulletproof Undershirt, new. Protection level, 4. Durability, 0 of 90. Price, 195,180. Evaluation, can protect the crotch. God of Gods. Weapon, MP5 submachine gun. Accessories, MP5 concealed short barrel combo. MP5 tail cap. Berserker B would guard piece X3. Price, 146,451. Evaluation, 140. 000 full waist shot. For rats and mice. God and God. For full dress-in. After searching the equipment on Jiang Yang's body, Xiao Yun was instantly somewhat surprised. This set of 4 has gone up in price to $400. 000? Together with this full waist-shot MP5, and 3 sets of meat bombs, this Jiang Yang is with almost $700,000 of equipment into the map. If this dies, he mustn't go straight to bankruptcy. Thinking of this, Xiao Yun just couldn't help but smile. This escort escorted himself to bankruptcy. This is really a bit of a joke. He continued to the 2 bosses that Jiang Yang had brought with him, who were lying on their backs on the barbed wire fence not daring to move. This damage, however, was clearly not enough to be fatal for the 2. Big brother, spare your life. I'll give you all the equipment. Chapter 174, Changing Face Without Snap Beans. Big brother, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. The escorts we hired were all killed by you. That's right, that black shield is handsome, haha, as handsome as big brother you. Indeed, big brother this temperament, and then lift a big shield. Alas I go. I'm a guy and I think you're handsome. Big brother do us a favor. Untie the barbed wire under our feet. This stabbing hurts too much. The 2 bosses that Jiang Yang had brought with him hurriedly begged for mercy, and listening to their compliments, Xiao Yun also smiled faintly. Is it really handsome? Handsome. Really quite handsome. Big brother you are definitely the most handsome man I've ever seen. Bow handsome big brother. I feel like you're a bit like Sasuke. The 2 of them praised it in succession, and listening to the 2 men's compliments, the corner of Xiao Yun's mouth lifted slightly. Seeing how pleased he was at being complimented, the 2 bosses smiled at each other and sighed in relief. Luckily, they were smart, and this compliment finally saved their little lives. With Xiao Yun so strong, the 2 just need to hold a wave of thighs. That is not this cool to eat. What's the point of having an escort? It's a good death. However, when the 2 thought that this wave was stable, the smile on Xiao Yun's face disappeared. Sorry, I'm not non-tung. You. Swish swish, 2 knives went down, and the 2 bosses were also instantly devoid of vital signs. Xiao Yun, come here quickly. And just then, in the middle of the Bakshi Bazaar, Lu Shurhan's voice was also heard, out of the big stuff. Upon hearing this news, Xiao Yun was instantly a bit surprised as well. This small Bakshi Bazaar, there is not much high-level material points. Just a computer or Lu Shurhan cannot open. Can this place still produce a big shipment? Longjiang Impression City, at the central fountain. Jiang Yang had been frozen in place after coming out. At this moment, his mind was filled with images of how he had just been killed. That one sensor Xiao Yun pulled out turned out to be an extremely powerful bomb. The blasting power of this thing is not something an ordinary bomb can do. At first glance, it's a Forbidden Zone specialty, high-end tech produced by the Havoc Group. This Xiao Yun, where did he get so many strange things? Jiang Yang frowned, realizing that something was a bit off. This means of casually pulling out mysterious small props rather reminded him of someone. That was the mysterious expert that he had met in the Forbidden Zone yesterday. He also remembers that the mysterious man he met yesterday also casually threw out a bunch of special props. Flashbangs, smoke bombs, Molotov cocktails and everything. There's a handful in the back, and even more are seen carrying the doctor all the way. This speed, this physical strength. Could that person really be Xiao Yun? Ugh, I'm going. This man changes his face and doesn't snap his beans. This man is outrageous. He's not even humane. And he's going to buy a forbidden house in our place, so we won't take him for a ride from now on. That's just it. And just as Jiang Yang was thinking, the 2 bosses appeared at the entrance to the restricted area. Jiang Yang, what's going on with this guy? Where did he find that giant shield? One of the owners asked suspiciously. This Xiao Yun, I'm afraid it's not simple. Jiang Yang's brows furrowed as his brain raced. If this Xiao Yun was really the mysterious person they had encountered yesterday, then it was really an existence that they could not afford to mess with. You know, he was able to turn on the big insurance. Being able to know the code to the big insurance meant that he was at least a GTI professional, which was Black Hawk level. I'm afraid that there are no more than 10 Black Eagle level cadres in the entire city of Longjiang, and each of these men is a fearsome presence in Bakshi. It is said that after becoming a professional cadre, there is the opportunity to be able to acquire special abilities and be able to use all kinds of special props in the middle of the Forbidden Zone, and all of Xiao Yun's current behavior are exactly the same as GTI professional members. This Xiao Yun, I'm afraid he's a GTI professional. Jiang Yang voiced his bold guess. What? So young to be a professional player? That can't be right. He looks like he's only about 20 years old. Maybe not even 20 yet. How can this possibly reach professional standards? That's right, the youngest GTI professional player in our dragon country. I remember it should be that genius with a master's degree from Qingbei, right? That person was in his 20s when he became a professional. Almost 25. What's the point of thinking so much? We know his name anyway. John Young. Don't you just check his GTI record? Yeah. John Yang was enlightened. Anyway, we all know his name is Xiao Yun. Can't we just check GTI's record? If it's a professional team member, ordinary people make inquiries, and the other person's information is completely hidden. Only people in the same GTI occupation can make inquiries about other occupations. Thinking of this, John Yang also hurriedly made inquiries. Xiao, which Shaw was it? When he waited for the query, he raised an eyebrow. That's not true. Although he himself knew his name, it was only what he had heard. Which two words exactly? He still didn't know. It must be the Shaw of Shawshank, the Shawshank Redemption one. So which other Shaw could it be? No, it could also be the Shaw of the Zodiac. TMD, didn't you two say the same word? John Yang's eyelids twitched, somewhat speechless at the cultural level of these two bosses. However, I still entered Xiao Yun into the software. From the dozens of messages that came out, the branch in Longjiang City was selected. I didn't realize that even though he hadn't entered his name correctly or picked the right division, he had actually looked up a profile. Name, Xiao Yun. Affiliation, Longjiang City Branch. Nanjiang Province. Longjiang Country. Total battles, 582. Evacuation rate, 2.6%. Take-home value, 432. 4K. Game records, omitted. Level, bronze 4-inch. No. Is this guy that good of a cook? Seeing Xiao Yun's panel, John Yang was also a bit tense at once. Close to 600 matchups and an evacuation rate of only 2%. So it's not like he only withdrew a dozen or so of these 600. And the total value of what was brought out was only $400,000, which is only food. Is this really him? John Yang was instantly skeptical. Pack yes yeah. He didn't even understand the evacuation mechanism. He must be a bronze. That's right. Both of us silvers knew the evacuation could take the bag with us and he didn't. He must be a bronze. The two bosses saw the panel message, but were very sure. And John Yang was made to doubt his judgment more and more. Is he really a rookie? Just got lucky with this one and picked up something good? Touch what? Xiao Yun returned to the middle of the Bakshi Bazaar and found Lu Shirhan. Only Lu Shirhan's face was already in an uncontrollable smile at this point. And then she lifted up a sophisticated device from her backpack. This one you boys absolutely love. Material, graphics card. Quality, red. Price, 335,213. Comments, this one I really like. And there's more than one. With that, Lu Shirhan pulled out another graphics card from her backpack. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yun was instantly somewhat shocked. This Bakshi Bazaar, it's possible to get 2 reds in a row? PS1, 3 more shifts to go. Currently owe a total of 6 shifts.